Chapter 1: An Unexpected Encounter. People passing by were all looking at this handsome man who was half kneeling on the ground with a bouquet of roses lying in front of him. What is he doing? Did the proposal fail? Who knows? Just look at his clothes and you can tell he's a poor loser. How can you want to get married without money these days? But this little brother is still quite handsome. It's a pity that he is a poor fellow. People were coming and going, and Yilinyao seemed like an invisible person that no one paid attention to. After 3 years of relationship broke down, he chose to vent. The bar, a place he never dared to enter before, but today he took out all the money he had and went in without hesitation. He couldn't remember what happened, he just knew it was very messy and noisy, and there were some very beautiful people. I got drunker and drunker, and in the end I only knew there was something soft, maybe a bed, or maybe something else. When he woke up, Yilinyao felt a headache and his throat felt like it was smoking. I found a bottle of water by the bed and started drinking it. After drinking half a bottle, I finally felt better. I shook my head and suddenly found that there was another person lying next to me. Looking closely, she is a very pure girl. Her makeup was very light, and at first glance she didn't look like a woman working in a bar. Instead, she looked like a newcomer like herself. Long eyelashes, a small nose, fair skin, and rosy lips, she is a real beauty. The messy bedsheets were stained with blood, and Yilinyao immediately knew what it was. What did I do last night? Why don't I remember it at all? Otherwise, just run away. This thought instantly rose in Yilinyao's mind. But just as he was about to run away, the beautiful woman next to him woke up. She looked at Yilinyao, then pulled back the quilt and looked at herself. A scream of awe was heard immediately. Damn! I can't be so unlucky. He drank so much last night that his head still hurts a little. This yell made him feel like his head was going to explode. Towels? No. Quilt? She grabbed it and covered her body. Socks? That's too far away. And it's not good either. It's like kidnapping. In desperation, Yilinyao rushed over and covered her mouth with his. Woo woo woo. This method is very effective, the sound becomes smaller immediately. The girl pushed Yilinyao away and wiped her mouth. What are you doing? Seeing that the girl stopped screaming, Yilinyao felt relieved. The two were silent for a while, and the girl recalled what happened last night. We met at the bar, drank a lot, and then came to the hotel. Although I don't remember what happened afterwards very clearly, I can tell what happened just by looking at the unsightly red bed sheet. Both of them were hung over and ended up like this. If we really have to say who is responsible, everyone is embarrassed by the excessive entanglement. So the girl got up and picked up the clothes scattered on the ground. Yilinyao had already dressed himself at the beginning because he was preparing to run away. It should be all right now. Thinking of this, Yilinyao even turned back and stole a glance at the girl. Well, it seems that the soft thing last night wasn't just the bed. Carefree times are always short-lived. After returning to normal life, Yilinyao gradually forgot what happened that day. Find a job, work, quit. The 4 years past were no different from those of ordinary people, and in the end he chose to return to his alma mater and work as an assistant teacher. The time he spent in college was probably his most glorious period. He has excellent grades, is sunny and handsome, so he has many suitors. I originally thought that I would be able to rise to a high position in society, but I didn't expect that I would still be ruthlessly defeated by reality. Chapter 2: The New Counselor. Assistant Teacher Yi, there will be a counselor transferred from another school this afternoon. We will be in the same class in the future, so remember to contact him. Oh well. The instructor of another class talked to him for a few words and started gossiping. It's strange to say that. She was originally a counselor at a well-known university. Why did she suddenly come to us? Maybe she has some ideas, or maybe there are some relatives of hers here. Why do you care so much? Yilinyao is now busy dealing with student matters and has no time to care about other counselors. Anyway, he has become accustomed to these messy changes in this year. Yilinyao spent almost the entire morning dealing with all sorts of messes, and even forgot that a counselor was coming over in the afternoon. Although the two people have added each other's contact information, no one has started to say hello or chat, and the message has been left like that. The afternoon class had already started for 10 minutes, but the counselor was nowhere to be seen. Many students were waiting for the new counselor, wanting to see if they could establish a good relationship with him. After all, if it's easy to get through the counselor stage, then asking for leave and getting things done will be easy in the future. I've changed my instructor. I don't know if it's convenient to ask for leave. You're still asking for leave? It's already this late, and you're still asking for leave? Just skip class. Anyway, the instructor before was very easy to talk to. He wouldn't deduct points from me even if I skipped classes or something. The students below were all chatting away, as if they didn't care about the upcoming instructor. It's over. I think I was supposed to pick up that instructor, but I was so busy that I forgot. Yi Linyao was stunned. This operation was too abstract. What to do? I should go now and comfort my classmates first. It's not a big deal anyway. Just as I was about to speak, I saw a young woman with a shoulder bag walking in from the door. The clattering sound of high heels on the ground suddenly quieted down the class, which had been a little noisy at first. You came by yourself? Well, it looks like I'll have to treat her to a meal after get off work. Pour my wallet. Thinking of this, Yi Linyao recalled his current pitiful salary as an assistant teacher, and it was exactly the end of the month. When the instructor walked into the classroom, all the students in the class couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my God, she's so beautiful. Is this really our counselor? Students who just said they wanted to skip class, please skip class now and don't disturb me from studying. Oh. How could a good student like me skip classes? It's not about whether the instructor is pretty or not, I just simply love studying. However, Yi Linyao always felt that he had seen this instructor somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Hello everyone, I'm the new counselor today, responsible for your class's daily life and study. My name is Lu Ruoshi. Holy shit. Lu Ruoshi? This name seems familiar. Yi Linyao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why, but he always felt as if something deep in his memory was awakened. No way, how could such a coincidence happen in the world? She even voluntarily applied to transfer here from another school. She probably didn't know that I was the one who had been there for 4 years. For a moment, Yi Linyao was a little panicked. How embarrassing it would be if he was recognized. Besides, he had finally secured a stable job and he didn't want to just quit and run away. But at this time Yi Linyao was still betting that this woman had simply forgotten what happened 4 years ago. In his heart, he prayed that he would not be recognized by the other party. If possible, he would just find a chance to escape. Chapter 3, I met Counselor Lu again. Where's our class assistant? Please give me the class roster. I want to call out the names. Yi Linyao. Damn, I'm so miserable. It's already like this, but you still have to go over and confront me? Everyone turned around and saw their assistant sitting at the last row of desks in the classroom with his back to the new counselor. What are you doing as an assistant class? Why haven't you given me the roster yet? I don't know, maybe he felt embarrassed because the instructor was so pretty. Yes, the class assistant and the counselor are a perfect match. Do you want to match them up? Contemporary college students are indeed troublemakers, and can be called real-life huskies. Counselor Lu, do you have a boyfriend? There were more and more inquiries, mixed with a lot of booing voices. Be quiet. Swish. The whole class fell silent, and no one dared to joke anymore. Then they realized that this instructor used to be a counselor in a prestigious university. How could he be led astray by students so easily? Assistant teacher, could you please give me the class roster? Lu Ruoshi's voice began to soften a little, and she started walking towards the last row of seats in the class. Hearing the sound of high heels gradually approaching, Yi Linyao's hands holding the roster were already covered in sweat. The sound of high heels stopped, and he knew that Lu Ruoshi had walked to his side, so he deliberately turned his head away and handed over the roster in his hand. Lu Ruoshi felt very strange, but looking at the man in front of her, his back seemed quite familiar. I took the roster and the first thing I saw when I opened it was the names of the counselor and teaching assistant in the upper right corner. Counselor should be the name of the previous person, and Lu Ruoshi's attention was all focused on the second name. Yi Linyao. But she did not show too much surprise, instead she turned around and started calling the roll. This class can be said to be the most diligent one that Yi Linyao has attended since he took over this class. I have to sigh, all these Miao guys are perverts. When the male counselor was here before, he had never seen these kids attending class so quietly. In the past, a class period was the fastest thing he felt, but now it feels like a year. After finally getting through the get out of class, Yi Linyao, who usually left the classroom last, now fled the classroom as quickly as the wind. What's wrong with today's teaching assistant? He feels completely different from the usual teaching assistants. Who knows? It's none of our business anyway, so it's better for us to build a good relationship with our counselor now. Yes, I think what you said makes sense. How about treating the counselor to dinner after school today? When the two turned around, they found that even the new counselor had disappeared, and it seemed that only these students were left in the classroom. Damn, why are they running so fast? Yi Linyao finally ran to a corner and stopped to rest for a while, breathing heavily. However, when he turned around to see if anyone was catching up with him, suddenly a hand patted him gently on the other shoulder. As soon as he turned around, he met Lu Ruoshi's face. If it was awkward when the two of them just woke up from bed 4 years ago, it could be said to be extremely awkward now. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to turn into a mouse and dig a hole to crawl into. Chapter 4. You also take care of the children part-time. Instructor Lu, hello? Yi Linyao tried his best to put on a smile and greet her, but Lu Ruoshi didn't buy it at all and continued to stare at him with a cold face. It's over, I haven't been recognized yet. I have been working hard for 4 years and my appearance has changed a little bit. It shouldn't be that easy. Have we met somewhere before? Ah, how could that be? I just met you today. Yi Linyao was certain that Lu Ruoshi was not sure whether he was the same person as before. If that was the case, then she could just insist that she was not the same person. Really? But I always feel like you're the person I know. Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao, well, it looks like I can't avoid it. How have you been these past few years? Now that they have already recognized each other, then just face it calmly. Besides, they are both responsible for what happened back then, so it is not possible to put the blame on just me now. For some reason, Lu Ruoshi's face, which had been very tough, gradually began to distort, and now she started crying like a little girl. Let's talk on the rooftop. Yi Linyao quickly looked around. If other people saw him, they might think he was bullying the new counselor. After arriving at the rooftop, Lu Ruoshi's emotions gradually calmed down, but she still sobbed from time to time. Isn't it time to forget about what happened back then? Yi Linyao deliberately put on a smile and scratched his head. However, the response he got was a fierce glare from Lu Ruoshi. There's no need to do this. Do you hate me that much? Don't care? Come with me. Yi Linyao turned on his cell phone and sent a message to the class monitor, asking them to leave get out of class early, and then left the school with Lu Ruoshi. You're not going to take me to the police station to report the case, are you? Lu Ruoshi rolled her eyes and continued walking ahead. Then we came to a community that looked a bit shabby, and it looked like a village in the city. During his 4 years in college, Yi Linyao had no idea that there was such a residential building here, and more importantly, this very beautiful female counselor actually lived in such a place. I followed him upstairs. This old-style house still has no elevator, and the stairs even exude a bit of an old-fashioned feel. It was already difficult to take out the key and open the door. Counselor Lu lives here. Lu Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him, opened the door and walked in. The interior of the house is very simple. The room, which was not very big to begin with, is now filled with large boxes. Yi Linyao's first reaction was, are all these things clothes? No wonder the house is so badly rented now, it turns out that all the money was spent on buying clothes. But when he walked over and opened the boxes, he found that they were empty, with only a few boxes still having a little bit of stuff in them. Diapers? What kind of hobby is this? Does Miss Lu still want to do this kind of thing? Before he could ask, he saw Lu Ruoshi walk in on her own. Yi Linyao followed him in and found 4 children sleeping neatly on the bed. Each of them was like quiet kittens, which surprised Yi Linyao. You take care of the kids part-time? Chapter 5 DNA results are out and I feel so strong JPG. Lu Ruoshi? Hiss. What kind of brain circuit does this person have? He can actually think of the problem in this direction. When she thought about the 4 children lying on the bed, all of whom were born to the man in front of her, she was a little worried that these children would have some intellectual problems in the future. These 4 are actually your children. Oh huh? It only took Yi Linyao half a second to go from being indifferent to being shocked. Is this all mine? He was even a little unconvinced and pointed at the 4 children on the bed. Well, you still remember what happened 4 years ago, right? It was then. One shot to the soul? Lu Ruoshi didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. Wow, it's so accurate. Just as Yi Linyao was struggling with how to express his inner doubts at the moment, he saw Lu Ruoshi quietly taking out something wrapped in a tissue from the drawer next to her. I know what you are thinking, take it for a paternity test. Although Yi Linyao didn't particularly want to act so deliberately at this moment, he had no choice. You can't just be someone else's scapegoat and raise a child for no reason. Wait a moment, if these 4 children were mine, I would definitely take responsibility. After leaving, Lu Ruoshi's expression began to become melancholy. Looking at the 4 children who were sleeping soundly there, she didn't know what to do. Hello, I want to do a paternity test. A few minutes later, Yi Linyao had arrived at the nearest hospital that could do paternity testing. Oh, give me the sample, and pay the fee over there. Yi Linyao handed her all the hair he had just pulled out from his head and the hair of several children. After taking it, she was very calm when she saw these 5 groups of hair appeared in her hands. Are they divided into 2 groups? Are you giving me 2 sets of paternity tests? No, 1 group. The nurse was stunned. 5 groups of hair? Does this mean that everyone from 3 or 4 generations back needs to undergo a paternity test? This is really something I have never seen before. I didn't expect that a nurse doing paternity testing here would encounter so many strange things. What are you doing? This is the hair of my 4 children and my own. There are 4 children. And based on what I am holding in my hand now, I can clearly feel that 4 groups of hair have almost the same hair quality and softness. 4 babies in one? Do such people really exist? How terrifying. Although she felt this way inside, she still took the hair to do a paternity test. 3 hours later, Yi Linyao received the paternity test report. He didn't look at the mess above, but went straight to the bottom. After our company's investigation and identification, the DNA between number 1 to number 4 is 99.8% similar to number 5, and we have confirmed that they are parent-child. It's different from what others do. If others see that the child is really theirs, they will jump for joy. Yi Linyao slowly sat down on the chair next to him and calmed down. Even though I have had a good job in the past 4 years, I have changed jobs repeatedly. In addition, the salary of my current teaching assistant job is relatively low, so I don't have enough money in my pocket. If I were to spend my life alone, I would now have a wife and 4 children to consider. Feel the duck power JPG. Chapter 6, Improper Dad. Hearing the noise, Lu Ruoshi stood up from the chair next to her. From the look on Yi Linyao's face, she could clearly tell that this man now understood the situation. You are still substitute teaching now, who usually takes care of the children? A nanny, but because the fee is too high, I can only have her come every other day. From the extremely simple decoration in the room and the piles of empty boxes, Yi Linyao already knew how difficult her daily life was. The 4th child is in poor health and still cannot get rid of formula milk. Besides, they are about to reach the age to go to kindergarten. As Lu Ruoshi spoke, her voice began to fade away, and in the end only soft sobs were left. The pressure of raising 4 children is too great for a woman like her. It is already very good that she has been able to raise these 4 children by herself for 3 years. Now that it has been confirmed that these 4 children are his, as their father, he must also shoulder the responsibility. Take a break and go to class tomorrow. I'll take care of the kids. Lu Ruoshi's sobbing suddenly stopped, and then she looked at the man beside her with an unbelievable look. You're kidding me. You're not going to be an assistant teacher. I haven't received a pay raise after working for several years. I'm quitting and will stay at home to take care of the kids. Lu Ruoshi said nothing. She knew that Yi Linyao was deliberately comforting her, but it was impossible for him to give up his job. Why not just forget it? Today is already a day later. I can just ask the babysitter to come over tomorrow. Lu Ruoshi thought about it and felt that it would be safest to ask the nanny to come. It's not that asking Yi Linyao to give up being an assistant teacher and take care of the child is selfish. Besides, it is generally said that fathers should take care of the children, so as long as the children are alive, it's good enough. Naturally, she wouldn't feel comfortable letting Yi Linyao take care of the child. Then do you have money? Yi Linyao hit the nail on the head. What was bothering Lu Ruoshi now was the issue of money. The reason why she chose to transfer from a counselor at a prestigious school to here was because the price offered here was much higher than over there. But even so, her income is still only enough to barely make ends meet. Let me take care of the baby. At least I can save money on a babysitter. Lu Ruoshi stopped talking, lowered her head and blushed, which made Yi Linyao feel pity for her. Why, do you think your husband is great? As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Lu Ruoshi's chin, lifting her head. Husband? She hadn't heard this title in all these years, and today was the first time she felt so excited. What nonsense are you talking about? The sound is as small as a mosquito. Just when Yi Linyao cornered Lu Ruoshi, several babies suddenly woke up. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Ruoshi. Lu Ruoshi didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Yi Linyao away. Yi Linyao. Wow, he is really my son, Gank Dad. Mom, who is this person? Are you playing games with him? The 3-year-old was as cute and delicate as a porcelain doll, and even Yi Linyao couldn't help himself. Yes, Mom and I were playing games, and I handed in a homework assignment that was a few years overdue. In an instant, Lu Ruoshi turned around and glared at Yi Linyao with a fierce look in her eyes. If you read the lips, you can hear. Try saying that again. Yi Linyao. Forget it, just be honest. It's really hard for her to take care of 4 children. Chapter 7 How do I make milk powder? I have no experience. Mom, Sibo is hungry. Sanbao stood on the bed holding the youngest one among them. Ding dong. The strongest dad system has been bound. The host needs to take good care of the 4 children. If he takes good care of them, he will get system rewards. If he does it perfunctorily, he will not get any rewards. Task ratings are automatically determined by the system. Hearing the voice next to his ear, Yi Linyao suddenly became alert. After traveling through time for so long, I am finally going to awaken the system. But the nanny system sounds so weird. Task assigned, take care of the 4 babies and feed them milk. Oh. Isn't this simple? Wife, feed Sibo. Lu Ruoshi glared at him, still dissatisfied with the title of wife. I'll go make the milk powder. Please help me coax Sibao. Why are you making milk powder? Don't you have any? In an instant, a chill came over him, and Yi Linyao felt as if he had said something wrong. Lu Ruoshi's face flushed and she stared at Yi Linyao intently. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out now. Yi Linyao's eyes dropped slightly, and he whispered, it looks good but is useless. Ha? What did you say? No, I'll go help make the milk powder. He ran out in a flash. The most urgent thing now was to find a way to make some milk powder for his baby. He would definitely be beaten if he stayed here. As soon as I went out, I saw a can of milk powder on the table next to me. When I picked it up, I could feel that there was almost not much left in it. How to prepare milk powder? Yi Linyao, who had never taken care of a child before, was immediately confused. They said that if you want to make powder, you just need to mix it with boiling water. Why not try this? The sound of Xiaobao's crying inside began to gradually become louder, and Lu Ruoshi came out holding the child. Is the milk powder not ready yet? Xiaobao is crying all the time. What he saw was Yi Linyao using the water heater in his hand to pour boiling water into the bottle. What are you doing? Lu Ruoshi shouted and quickly stopped Yi Linyao's wasteful behavior. Make milk powder. How can you mix milk powder with such hot water? Lu Ruoshi coaxed the child with one hand and put down the kettle with the other. Use warm water to mix milk powder. Water that is too hot will burn Sibo. Just like this, hold it. Lu Ruoshi handed the 4 treasures to Yi Linyao. At first, Yi Linyao was a little surprised. After all, he hadn't seen his children for several years and was worried that they would be afraid of this stranger. Lu Ruoshi had also forgotten this, and she hesitated to retract the hand she had extended. However, Sibo was not afraid at all. She even started to laugh slowly instead of crying because of hunger. She stretched out her 2 chubby hands and was about to hug Yi Linyao. This scene surprised both of them. Yi Linyao didn't even think that his child could still feel that he was her father. No wonder they say a daughter is the most caring little cotton padded jacket for her father. It seems to be true. Lu Ruoshi was still very careful to correct Yi Linyao's posture of holding the baby before going to prepare the milk powder. To do this, the water can't be too hot. After soaking the milk powder, the temperature will drop a little, so you have to estimate the temperature of the water well. It's better to keep the water warmer than cooler. If it's cold, it's hard to heat it up. Besides, watching Lu Ruoshi busy here, he suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was also radiating the radiance of motherhood. Perhaps she had put a lot of thought into this over the past few years. Chapter 8. Complete the mission and get the reward for the first time. Thank you for your hard work, wife. Whoosh. The hand that was holding the bottle suddenly slipped, and although he caught it in time, most of the milk powder in it had already spilled. What nonsense are you talking about? After saying such words in a serious manner, and considering that the milk powder, which was not cheap to begin with, was wasted, Lu Ruoshi felt very complicated. Sorry. Yi Linyao laughed, and Sibao laughed along with him. Looking at such a harmonious scene, tears began to drip from the corners of Lu Ruoshi's eyes for some reason. I'm here, don't cry, I will always be with you, and we have 4 little ones. Who cares about you? I just feel bad for the milk powder. Oh, good. Yi Linyao smiled. He would not expose Lu Ruoshi. This woman was much stronger than she appeared. After carefully learning how to prepare milk powder, Yi Linyao felt that he understood a lot. It turns out there is such an operation. JPG. Here, try it. As she spoke, Lu Ruoshi handed the bottle in her hand to Yi Linyao. Let me try it? I'm a grown man now, it would be embarrassing if I still drink from a bottle. But never mind, it's all for the child. He took it, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Well, it tastes good, very delicious. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Ruoshi's face was gloomy. Who told you to drink? I told you to feed Sibo. Yi Linyao. Really? This is a bit embarrassing. Ha ha ha. A clear laugh was heard, and both of them looked at the 4 treasures in their arms. Lu Ruoshi rarely saw Sibao laugh so happily. Before, even when she had just come home from get-off work to coax the children, Sibao was the most difficult to coax. Even though she has been hungry for such a long time, she can still continue to smile at Yi Linyao. It can be seen that she may really like her father. What is mom doing? Shoo, I don't know, but you just need to keep quiet in this situation. Hide quickly, they saw us. Then the 2 of them saw 3 little heads standing up behind the door. These little guys are pretty smart. I guess if I want to be more ambiguous in the future, I'll have to find a quieter place. After re-preparing the milk powder, Yi Linyao took the bottle and started feeding Sibao. As soon as the pacifier came close, Sibao stretched out his hands, held the bottle and started sucking. This was the first time that Yi Linyao had taken care of a child so closely. It was also the first time that he experienced how cute his child was. Ding, the host has completed the task, and rewards will be distributed now. Because the host has completed the task of taking care of the 4 treasures, the following options are now provided. 1. Reward the host with an Accord car. 2. A dilapidated apartment in the suburbs. 3. Reward the host with 200,000 yuan in cash. After only a brief thought, Yi Linyao had already made a choice regarding his next needs. The first reward seems to be that the Accord car is simply their romance for a man, and no one can easily refuse this car. What's more, for a man like him who often has no food to eat for 3 meals a day, it is a luxury. But he is not living alone now, so his personal choices must be put on the back burner. The first one, pass. The second, a rundown apartment in the suburbs. The place where I live now is still a relatively old apartment found in the city, but the housing prices here are relatively high. It's a pity that what the system gave him now was just a shabby apartment in the suburbs. Relatively speaking, the price of suburban apartments is relatively low, and the house is quite old. If he chooses it, it is likely to cause more trouble in other aspects. Second, pass. The third reward was 200,000 yuan in cash, which was a great relief for his tight budget. You know, although he is now in Shanghai, the teaching job he is currently doing is just an ordinary low-income job. However, the low income level does not mean that one's daily consumption will also be low. Money is needed in most places, not to mention that one now has several other burdens on his shoulders. Now that I have awakened the system, it is only a matter of time before I get the reward. The most urgent task is to solve the most important issue at the moment. Choose the third one. Chapter 9. This feels like the past. The host has now successfully selected 200,000 yuan in cash, which has been paid into the bank card under your name. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Linyao felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrating. Open it and take a look. Dear user, 200,000 yuan was deposited into your account ending in XXXX, and the balance is 202,000 yuan. Surprise, surprise, all the emotions surged into his heart. He really didn't expect that he had traveled through time for so long and finally awakened the system at this age. Moreover, the 200,000 yuan was a feeling he had never experienced before. It could be said that he had originally planned to live his life in silence. Hey! Lu Ruoxi suddenly sighed, pulling Yi Lingyao back from his fantasy. What's wrong? I can take care of the kids starting tomorrow. You can just go to school and attend classes as usual. Yi Lingyao started to tease the four treasures in his arms again. In his opinion, these little guys were cuter than each other. Besides, he now had the system, so he didn't need to work as an assistant teacher in the school anymore. No, you have to go to school, and you can't delay your work here. Contrary to her usual behavior, Lu Ruoxi refused. What about the cost of taking care of the children? They are old enough to go to kindergarten, which also costs money. The more Yi Lingyao spoke, the more Lu Ruoxi felt that she would face increasing pressure in the future. With just their current salaries, there was no way they could take care of the expenses of raising 4 children. I originally thought that if I met Yi Lingyao this time, there would be a slight turn for the better, but now it seems that I was overthinking. Let's go, we should go buy some milk powder for Sibao, and help them deal with the kindergarten matters. After hearing this, Lu Ruoxi could only nod. After all, the milk powder was almost finished, so she couldn't not buy more. Riding on the small electric scooter that Lu Ruoxi usually used, the next destination was a nearby large shopping mall. It was also Lu Ruoxi's first time sitting in the back seat of a car. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she just grabbed the base of the car. If you don't hold on tight, you might get thrown off the bike later. As he spoke, Yi Lingyao grabbed Lu Ruoxi's arms and wrapped her hands around his waist. Base. In an instant, Lu Ruoxi's face turned red. Yi Lingyao could feel that she didn't know where to put her hands. It was not right to put them down, but she also felt very embarrassed to keep them wrapped around Yi Lingyao's waist. You're really cute. An older lady who happened to be passing by also saw this scene. You know, it's not a big deal if it's just one older lady, but if 2 older ladies get together, that would be a serious problem. Oh, young people nowadays are so affectionate. That's right, you two are so pretty, it's really enviable. I think my husband and I were similar to this back then, but now we are all different. The 2 aunties started laughing as they talked, and their laughter was very standard, exactly the same as the laughter that Yi Lingyao had remembered from before. Yi Lingyao found an opportunity to casually say hello, then rushed towards the shopping mall with his wife. Along the way, speeding forced Lu Ruoxi to hold Yi Lingyao's waist tightly. Something soft touched Yi Lingyao's back, which cheered him up. It feels a bit like those days. Chapter 10, Electric Cars Can Be Turned into F1 Cars. What smell are you talking about? Lu Ruoxi asked with her sharp ears. Nothing. Yi Lingyao raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. It is late autumn and the weather in Shanghai has turned cooler. The electric car was driving in the biting cold wind. Yi Lingyao saw through the rearview mirror that Lu Ruoxi was shivering with cold. He parked his electric bike on the side of the road and took off his coat to help him put it on. Thanks. She was at a loss for words and whispered thanks, with a sweet smile on her face. At this moment, she not only felt the warmth on her body, but also in her heart. Yi Lingyao is quite considerate. We're family, you're welcome. Who is your family? Lu Ruoxi was thin-skinned and her cheeks immediately turned red. You already have a child, but you still can't get a permanent job. You are too heartless, Counselor Lu. Yi Lingyao got into the car, grabbed her little hand which had nowhere to put, and placed it directly on his waist. Teacher Lu caught me. I was driving very fast. This is not the car going to the kindergarten. The sudden touch startled Lu Ruoxi. This was abdominal muscles. She was stunned for a moment and wanted to take her hand back. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. If you don't have a seatbelt, please hug the driver. Yi Lingyao grabbed her hand first and stopped her. He turned around and teased Lu Ruoxi, saying that she was already so grown up yet still so shy. It's really cute. This shy little look reminded him of that night again. Those sealed memories emerged in my mind with incomparable clarity. Every scene made his blood boil and his heart beat faster. This place is not far from the school. It would be bad if someone at school saw us. Lu Ruoxi looked around worriedly. After all, they have a special relationship, and it would be awkward if they met someone familiar nearby. Just admit it generously. Yi Lingyao seemed not to care at all. Lu Ruoxi felt relieved when she heard this. It seems that Yi Lingyao really wants to take responsibility and be with her. Lu Ruoxi secretly stared at Yi Linyao's face in the rearview mirror in a daze. To be honest, Yi Linyao looks really good. His facial features are three-dimensional and delicate. He is handsome, especially his peach blossom eyes, which look like he is drunk but not drunk, deep and bright. Every time she saw him, she felt inexplicably moved, her face flushed and her heart beat fast. Lu Ruoxi guessed that the four children looked so good maybe because they took after their father. There's a speed bump ahead, slow down. Lu Ruoxi was careful and worried. The last time she went to the mall, she wasn't paying attention and almost fell. Don't worry. She still cares about him. Yi Linyao was feeling proud in his heart and planned to show off his driving skills to Lu Ruoxi. Hold tight. The speed gradually increased, and the wheels of the electric car bounced up, jumping over the speed bump beautifully, leaping over it and driving forward steadily. It's obviously just a broken electric car, but it drives as cool as a Harley motorcycle. Lu Ruoxi was startled and wrapped her arms tighter, afraid of falling. The touch from behind Yi Linyao made him feel nostalgic. Sure enough, it was the same feeling as before. Oh my god, so handsome. The girl in pink standing by the roadside held her face with her hands, looking at Yi Linyao walking away with admiration on her face. It's so cool that he can go over the speed bump so handsomely. The girl's best friend also exclaimed. I also want to have a boyfriend as handsome as this one. Yeah, it's a pity that there's already a girl behind me, woo woo. The screams and the sounds of fascination faded away, attracting bees and butterflies. Lu Ruoxi was extremely unhappy. Yi Linyao glanced at the rearview mirror. Young girls nowadays are so noisy. He is a married man, but there are still so many young girls who are obsessed with his looks. Chapter 11. I smoked a pack of cigarettes but still couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. After turning a corner into the alley, I saw a large shopping mall in front of me from afar. Wife, is this the place? The word wife made her feel a little distracted, and her brain inevitably crashed. This young couple, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and they attract a lot of attention. People passing by them couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Every car driver who passed by them was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food. In particular, a fat man driving a BMW took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep puff. Isn't it said that girls nowadays would rather cry in a BMW than laugh in an electric car? That boy, how did he manage to attract such a pretty girl? I smoked a whole pack of Huazi and still didn't understand why I was inferior to him. Countless car owners began to pound the steering wheel frantically. Especially those who drive Mercedes-Benz and BMW. They couldn't help but look at the vulgar woman sitting in the passenger seat. Then look at Lu Ruoxi sitting on the electric chair. In this comparison, the damage has increased by another 1,000 points. Who said to me, what's the point of a bicycle? No, I'm going to ride a bicycle to pick up girls today. It will definitely not be worse than his electric bike. Let's go, wife. He took Lu Ruoxi's hand and interlocked their fingers. The warmth from his palm gave him a sense of responsibility. Lu Ruoxi struggled slightly for a few times and then gave up resisting. Yi Linyao took her hand and walked towards the mall like a newly married happy couple. At this time, a couple who were shopping in the mall not far away were staring at their receding backs in surprise. This man and woman happened to be students in Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoxi's class. Su Tsong has been secretly in love with Guan Yeye for 2 or 3 years. This time he asked her out because he wanted to formally confess his feelings to her. Look at the back of the man in front of you. Does he look familiar? Su Tsong looked over there, pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Yes, it looks familiar. Assistant Lin? The guy next to her, isn't that her boyfriend? Guan Yeye's gossip attributes suddenly ignited. Whoever he is, it's none of our business. Su Tsong was not interested in this, he just wanted to confess his love. Let's go and see who took down Assistant Lin. Guan Yeye couldn't suppress her curiosity and decided to follow and take a look. Su Tsong didn't want to go, but he didn't want to refuse the goddess' request and make her unhappy, so he had to walk towards them quietly with her. Don't lickers deserve to confess? Tears are running down my cheeks. The mother and baby area is in front, let's go over there. Lu Ruoxi pointed to the shelf area in front and pulled Yi Linyao to walk over slowly. Su Tsong and Guan Ye also followed them from a distance towards the mother and baby area. That woman seems to be a counselor. They actually went shopping in the maternity and baby section together. This is really explosive news. But Counselor Lu is probably not married, so why is she visiting the maternity and baby section? Soo-sung leaned his head over to look, and a feeling of admiration secretly rose in his heart. The teaching assistant won over the counselor in such a short time. He is really good at picking up girls. If I have the chance, I really want to ask him for advice. The two walked into the baby section and immediately caught the attention of the store clerk because of their good looks. Various types of milk powder are neatly arranged on the shelves, with different prices. Yi Linyao took a look. Oh. The price is not low either. A can costs 300 or 400 yuan at the cheapest, and several thousand yuan at the most expensive. I don't know how Lu Ruoshi, a weak woman, could afford the daily expenses of 4 children. He looked at her quietly and couldn't help feeling distressed. She must have suffered a lot. Chapter 12. Buying your man has money. If she hadn't encountered it by chance this time, who knows how long she would have continued like this. Lu Ruoshi looked around at the expensive milk powders, although they were helpful to the 4th child's health. But the price was really unacceptable, even though she had met Yi Linyao now. But she knew very well that the salary of an assistant teacher was not high and it could probably only support his own life. It is difficult for a normal person to make the transition from being single to becoming a father all of a sudden. She also didn't want to use the child to force him and add burden to him. Lu Ruoshi picked up a familiar brand of milk powder, which was the cheapest in the entire district. Isn't the one just now good? Why did you change to the cheapest one? Lu Ruoshi glanced at the brand of milk powder, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. The price is too expensive. It's okay. I have money. When Yi Linyao saw that she had been staring at that brand of milk powder, he knew that it might be better for the 4th child, otherwise she wouldn't be so conflicted. As a father who had just acquired the system, Yi Linyao could definitely afford it, so why not give his children the best? No need. Sibo is used to this brand. Changing it randomly will be bad for the intestines. Lu Ruoshi was still worried about money. Not only did she have to buy milk powder, but she also had to buy clothes for her 4 babies. The money she had left must be carefully calculated. Yi Linyao knew that she wanted to buy it, but might be worried about the price, so she wanted to give up. Women sometimes often express want as no, let alone Lu Ruoshi, who was already a mother in front of him. Lu Ruoshi shook her head. They had just met, and she didn't want to pass all the burdens on to him. If that happens, she will feel very guilty. What about Sibao's nutrition? She's still very young. Before Lu Ruoshi could say anything, an enthusiastic salesman came up to her with a can of milk powder and started selling it enthusiastically. Yi Linyao took a look and found that the milk powder in the shopping guide's hand was exactly the brand that Lu Ruoshi had her eyes on. Hello, you two can take a look at this one. It's a hot-selling product in our store. It contains a variety of nutrients that babies need. It can improve the baby's physical strength and is very suitable for 3 or 4-year-old children to improve their body's immunity. It is indeed suitable for Siwa's body. To be honest, the cheap one is not of much help. Ma'am, don't hesitate. You can enjoy a 20% discount if you buy it now. After the discount, one can only cost 2,500 yuan. It's a great deal. 2,500 a can? This is too expensive. 1 can is enough to buy 10 cans I have. Thank you, but no, our baby is not used to eating this. Lu Ruoshi lowered her head in frustration, tugged at Yi Linyao's clothes, and gestured, let's go. These days, if you don't have money, how dare you have a child? Don't you know how expensive it is to have a child? What do you mean you can't get used to the food? I think it's just an excuse. A couple on one side were whispering in front of a shelf selling milk powder priced at 1,000 yuan. Ah. I can't do anything about you. Yi Linyao knew that she would not feel at ease unless he showed his strength. He took out his phone, opened the bank app, and pulled her over to take a look at the balance on it. Lu Ruoshi was shocked. 200,000? She stared at the balance on her phone without blinking, her little pink mouth slightly open. She had never thought that she would have so much money. How do you have so much money? Chapter 13. You two came at a really bad time. Yi Linyao rolled his eyes, thinking about how to explain it to her. If you tell her there is a system, she definitely won't believe it. Secret, buy some milk powder quickly. Yi Linyao patted her head lovingly and said to the salesperson, take 10 cans first. The salesperson was also very surprised. She originally just wanted to sell 1 can, and 10 cans would be too much. It would be great if they really bought it, but she was afraid they were just trying to save face, and then she would have to take it back and rearrange it. Is this true? These 10 cans of milk powder cost more than 20,000 yuan. I hope you won't be short of money when you pay later. It's not uncommon for people to max out their credit cards just to save face. Besides, they don't look like they can manage their living expenses at their age. The gossiping couple didn't consider them as rich people at all. They were just looking for every possible way to refute in order to maintain their current sense of superiority. His eyes were fixed on the cashier counter, waiting for them to embarrass themselves. Unexpectedly, Yi Linyao took out his bank card and paid by swiping it. When I heard the sound of printing the receipt from the POS machine, it seemed as if the whole world had become quiet. Suddenly they felt the pain from being hit on the face. That was a savings card just now, not a credit card at all. Are all rich people so low-key nowadays? Buying 10 cans of milk powder for more than 2,000 yuan is something that most families cannot afford. Wife, let's go. Yi Linyao pushed the shopping cart filled with milk powder forward. A man and a woman walked in front, and the people behind them were all attracted and looked at them. Getting married at such a young age, young people nowadays are so good. Yes, look at the milk powder they bought, a can costs more than 2,000 yuan. They must be from wealthy families. They can save 20 years of hard work and enter the peak of their lives. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Yi Linyao didn't listen to what others said at all. All his attention was now on Lu Ruoshi, who was already worried beside him. She must be wondering where her money comes from. He also wanted to tell Lu Ruoshi, after all, she was his wife now. But who could believe such an adventure? He didn't want to scare his little wife, so he let her guess for herself. He reached out and pinched her soft face, then leaned over to her ear and whispered, "If you don't look at the road, I will carry you and walk away." Base. His face, which had turned a little pale due to worry, turned red the moment he heard these words, and in the end his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. "Don't be so disrespectful." Lu Ruoshi had always been a very strict instructor, but after meeting this man today, it seemed as if all her previous images had collapsed and she became like a little girl. "You've committed a cute foul. Do you want to be punished?" As he spoke, Yi Linyao grabbed Lu Ruoshi's shoulders with both hands, and Lu Ruoshi was frightened. "This is a shopping mall, don't mess around." As she spoke, Lu Ruoshi reached out and slapped Yi Linyao's hand off her shoulder. "Assistant Teacher Yi, Counselor Lu, it's really you." After hearing these two names, Lu Ruoshi, who was chatting in a relaxed manner, suddenly became nervous. They turned around and saw Guan Yeye and Su Tsong walking towards them excitedly. "Why are you here?" Yi Linyao didn't expect to meet students here. Even with Lu Ruoshi by his side, he didn't show any fear. If you get scared at a time like this, you will be exposed immediately. Chapter 14 Green Tea's Confession. Thank you, not needed. Lu Ruoshi had a child with him as soon as she arrived, and it would be bad for her reputation if this news got out. "It's the weekend, we're out having fun." Guan Yeye stared at Lu Ruoshi. "Teaching assistant, why are you with Counselor Lu? And you bought so much milk powder together." Su Tsong coughed to remind her not to ask any more questions. After all, this is the teacher's privacy, and it's not nice for students to ask about it. "Well, I still need to take care of the baby at home. I ran out of milk powder, so I came out to buy some." Yi Linyao answered calmly. Lu Ruoshi behind him didn't know what to do and could only lower her head. Lu Ruoshi wanted to end this embarrassing encounter as soon as possible. If she had known from the beginning that she would meet students here, she would never have come here to buy milk powder. Guan Yeye was shocked. "This is for the baby, right?" "The baby is." She already had some thoughts in her mind. If this was not the child she had with Counselor Lu, then why did the two of them come to the mall together to buy milk powder? "They just met today. Because I just recently received the task of taking care of the child, I don't know much about milk powder, so I want Counselor Lu to come and help me choose it. I heard that the counselor has experience in helping to take care of children before." Before Lu Ruoshi could speak, Yi Linyao, who was standing in front, answered first. The whole process can be said to be very smooth and peaceful, which even surprised Lu Ruoshi. There are actually people who can handle this situation without changing their expression or heart beating. I didn't expect that even after being a teaching assistant for several years, he could lie without blinking an eye. Lu Ruoshi knew that he was also thinking about her, and her mood slowly calmed down. He had worked so hard, and she couldn't fall behind. He turned around and stared coldly at the two guys who destroyed their world. "Don't you need to review on the weekend? Why are you running out and causing trouble? Oh, I thought the child was you and. Guan Yeye deliberately tested Lu Ruoshi's attitude. Yi Linyao's defense was seamless, but that didn't mean Lu Ruoshi behind him would be flawless. Yi Linyao felt unhappy. This woman really liked to pry. Plus, since their sweet time had just been interrupted, now let us settle all the old and new accounts together. Yi Linyao found Lu Ruoshi's embarrassed and nervous expression a bit funny. To be honest, Guan Yeye has a good impression of Yi Linyao. After all, he is very handsome, gentle, and considerate. He is the dream lover of many girls in the class. This woman has only been here for a few days, but how come she is so familiar with Assistant Professor Lin and even goes shopping together? Although she pretended to be calm on the surface, she was a little jealous inside. But Guan Yeye was naturally not so aware and was still asking questions here and there. I took a quick glance and saw the milk powder in the shopping cart, and I couldn't help but gasp. This brand of milk powder is quite well known, and many people who have nothing to do with milk powder can think of this brand first. She secretly counted and found that there were 10 cans in the shopping cart, which meant tens of thousands of dollars. Is Yi Linyao so rich? Guan Yeye's eyes lit up. In the past, she always thought Yi Linyao was a jerk. Although she liked him, she didn't confess her feelings to him. But now she realizes that she was wrong. People spend more than 20,000 yuan to buy milk powder, they must be very rich. Is he an invisible rich second generation? No wonder they are in such a mess. What else do they need to work hard for a good rebirth? After thinking about it, she decided to confess to Yi Linyao. If she succeeds, she can squeeze into the world of the rich and save herself decades of hard work. After all, there are not many rich second generations who are both handsome and rich. Chapter 15, I really think your acting is an expert. Thinking of this, Guan Yeye looked at Yi Linyao coquettishly and her face flushed. As a woman, Lu Ruoshi definitely knows what this little girl is thinking. I suddenly felt dissatisfied and jealous. You are already a father, why are you still attracting so many women? Lu Ruoshi was slightly angry and had no place to vent, so she pinched his palm. Hiss. Yi Linyao looked back at Lu Ruoshi and was clearly jealous. I immediately realized what Guan Yeye's shy smile meant. I also understood why my wife pinched me. Women are really jealous. But she is really cute like this. Her jealousy means that she really regards me as her man. Hee hee. The happiness of having a family is painful and joyful. Guan Yeye showed a smile that she thought was beautiful. Assistant Teacher Yi, I have liked you for a long time. Can you be my boyfriend? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Linyao pretending to be shy and bit her lower lip lightly. Yi Linyao's hand was severely injured again, and he kept groaning in his heart. Su Tsong on the side was already furious. He stared at the milk powder in the shopping cart and immediately understood why Guan Yeye suddenly confessed. He touched his trouser pocket. His pockets are cleaner than his face, so how can he be compared with Yi Linyao, who spends more than 10,000 yuan on milk powder? As expected, the liquor ended up with nothing. Yi Linyao glanced at her coldly. No, I have a girlfriend. He didn't lie, he had a wife and children, but his girlfriend hadn't become his official wife yet. Lu Ruoshi, who was standing behind him, raised the corners of her mouth slightly and her fair cheeks flushed. She treats me very well, so please focus your attention on other things. She couldn't help but feel that it was right to confess her child to Yi Linyao. He is really a very responsible and good man. Her eyes instantly turned red. Not wanting Yi Linyao to see her like this, she quickly took out her cell phone and pretended to check WeChat messages, but she couldn't help but smile. Guan Yeye's smile froze on her face. She was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses and continued with her carefree attitude. It doesn't matter. Yi Linyao is not a fool either. Everyone knows exactly what Guan Yeye is up to. Teacher Lin's girlfriend must be very outstanding. Is she a senior or junior student in school? Guan Yeye was unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Anyway, we haven't gotten married yet, so it all depends on our own abilities. Who my girlfriend is has nothing to do with you. Do you like getting close to other people's girlfriends? Yi Linyao stared at Guan Yeye with an unfriendly look. This girl was too nosy. Didn't you tell her you have a girlfriend? Why is she still pestering him? Are you a dog licker? Yi Linyao was too lazy to look at her, as if he didn't see the disappointment in Guan Yeye's eyes. Student Guan, if you have time, you should review your lessons and prepare for the upcoming exams instead of asking about my affairs all the time. Only after hearing Yi Linyao clear rejection of Guan Yeye did Lu Ruoshi calm down. Humph, this little girl actually came to steal the child's father. She has no idea of her own limitations. Thank you, Assistant Professor Yi, for reminding me. Guan Yeye clearly felt Yi Linyao's disgust. It's really embarrassing. I'm sorry to bother you. Guan Yeye pretended to be polite and apologized to them. Guan Yeye had a melancholy look in her eyes, biting her lower lip and blinking away tears. Yi Linyao exclaimed in his heart. These eyes turn red so easily, why don't you become an actor? I really call you an expert. It's just a cup of green tea. But unfortunately he didn't drink tea, so her efforts were in vain. It's okay. You're still young. It's better for you to focus on your studies and stop wasting your time on those messy things. Chapter 16 Senior Yi, I am a good student. Yi Linyao glanced at them indifferently with an unfriendly tone. Nothing, we'll leave first. Yi Linyao picked some and put them away, looked at Guan Yeye with a smile, and taught her a lesson in a serious manner. Student Guan, as someone who has been through this, I still want to remind you of two things. Guan Yeye thought he had changed his mind, and her eyes became excited again when she looked at him. You are still young, you should focus on your studies. Don't just think about men all day long. How can you have a future? Yi Linyao pointed at himself and said without any modesty, learn more from me. Only by studying hard can you have a bright future. Thank you, teaching assistant, for the reminder. Guan Yeye almost cried. Yi Linyao is too ruthless. Su Tsong was very disappointed with Guan Yeye. She was so snobbish. So he pulled a ring out of his pocket and said angrily, I wanted to confess my love to you, but now I don't have to. Su Tsong no longer wanted to be a bootlicker. He threw the ring into the trash can and finally decided to end this unrequited love. Guan Yeye was stunned, a little at a loss. She actually forgot that this licking dog was still by her side. What should she do? She failed to confess her love to her idol, and she also made a fool of her boyfriend. She was really at a loss. Yi Linyao walked up to Su Tsong and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be a bootlicker. Be like me. Even though I'm so handsome, I'll study hard and never go to bars, KTVs, or other messy places. Lu Ruoshi's eyes widened when she heard this, and she screamed in her heart, didn't I go to the KTV back then? Lu Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. He smiled and asked, Teacher Lu, right? Lu Ruoshi was suddenly called out and was a little confused. But you can't ruin his performance in front of the students, right? Yes, Assistant Teacher Yi is very good. Lu Ruoshi spoke to Su Tsong word by word. He also did not forget to glare at Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao shrugged and chuckled. This woman is like a cat, looking fierce, but also cute and adorable. So even if she gets angry, he is not afraid. After being praised by Lu Ruoshi, Yi Linyao looked at Su Tsong again. Student Su, you should stop dating and focus on your studies. Don't be a bootlicker. Yi Linyao advised. Young man, why do you lick others all day long? Why not work hard and become someone Guan Yeye can't reach? A dog that licks the boot doesn't get a house. Yi Linyao added. Su Tsong looked at Yi Linyao with a bewildered expression. He was a scoundrel, his academic performance was always poor, and he couldn't understand what Yi Linyao said at all. Lu Ruoshi was startled and looked up at Yi Linyao. How could he say such things to his students? Was that too harsh? Su Tsong didn't think too much about it, but asked embarrassedly. Teacher assistant, what does this mean? Yi Linyao smiled and said. House means a house. It means that a bootlicker will end up with nothing and can't even afford a house to live in. Su Tsong showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He didn't expect Yi Linyao to speak so bluntly. This is what a bootlicker is like, so real. It is true that he made his life extremely difficult because of Guan Yeye. But she has no interest in him and just treats him as a backup. She even confessed to someone else in front of him. If he continued to lick like this, it would be too undignified. Oh, yes, it seems that being a dog licker is indeed quite undignified. It is better for him to lose it in time. Lu Ruoshi and Guan Yeye both understood Yi Linyao's joke. What this sentence means is, those who lick the dog will not die well. It seems that these days if you don't have some cultural knowledge you won't even understand when someone scolds you. Do today's teaching assistants speak so directly? Fortunately, Su Tsong didn't understand, otherwise there would definitely be a fight. Su-sung probably doesn't go online very often, so he didn't know about this joke and actually thought it was what Yi Linyao meant. Assistant Teacher Yi, I understand. I will study hard and not be a bootlicker anymore. Thank you. You're welcome. He. Su-sung bowed to him, without even looking at Guan Yaya, and turned away. On the contrary, Yi Linyao accepted the other party's thanks very shamelessly. This kind of magical skill is probably not something that ordinary people can practice. Chapter 17, Buying Things for My Children. Lu Ruoshi sighed softly. This child really suffers from his lack of education. However, it is good that he can recognize the true face of Guan Yeye as a scumbag. It is a relief for him. Su-sung. Guan Yeye was a little annoyed when she saw Su-sung leaving without looking back. Not only did the confession fail, but he also lost his backup plan. It was like losing the rice while trying to gain the chicken. Snort. Guan Yeye was very unhappy when she heard Yi Linyao's ruthless ridicule. She glanced at Yi Linyao, said goodbye to them with red eyes, and left quickly. I saved another lost lamb. Today is another handsome day. Yi Linyao curled the corners of his mouth, feeling very proud. He is a very dedicated teaching assistant. It has made further contributions to the cause of education. Yes, Assistant Teacher Yi never forgets the cause of education, which is very good, but you need to change the way you persuade the little lambs in the future. Change it. Although Lu Ruoshi said this half-jokingly, she really admired him in her heart, and just a few words made Su-sung wake up. The two joked with each other and continued walking in the mall. Because it was the weekend, there were a lot of people in the mall. Yi Linyao was afraid that she would be squeezed, so he used his arm to block in front of her. Block the people who are pushing towards her. Because the mall was holding an event, the place where display cars were usually placed was decorated as a baby products counter today. A wide variety of goods are neatly displayed on the display stand. In addition to toys and food, there are also all kinds of small clothes. It attracted quite a few people who gathered around to watch. Lu Ruoshi looked at the rows of cute clothes and saw at a glance that this brand and the brands of milk powder she had just bought were almost all first-line brands. The price doesn't look cheap. Lu Ruoshi touched the fabric of the clothes and found that the quality was indeed good. But that also means that the price is not cheap. She stared at the clothes for a long time. Imagine what it will look like for babies wearing them. It should be very cute and beautiful, and babies will be very comfortable wearing it. Do you like it? Yi Linyao asked. She's been looking at it for quite a while, so she must like it very much. Buy it if you like it. Yi Linyao became a father for the first time and always wanted to give his children the best. So I don't care about the price, as long as the child is comfortable wearing it. This is not cheap. Lu Ruoshi shook her head regretfully. Although he has money, he can't spend it recklessly. There are many places to spend money on children. Lu Ruoshi pulled Yi Linyao out. The children have clothes to wear. It's a change of season, buy some new clothes for the baby. Suddenly I heard the familiar voice of Yi Linyao. No. Lu Ruoshi glanced at the clothes and still pulled Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao did not leave. He put his arm around Lu Ruoshi's waist and asked the salesperson with a chuckle. Hello, how much is this dress? Sir, you have a good eye. This is our latest model. After the discount, it's only 3,000 yuan. The shopping guide introduced it to him enthusiastically. 3,000. This is too expensive. It's enough to buy a can of milk powder for the child, but there's still 500 yuan more. It doesn't sound cost-effective. But the clothes are really nice. It's true that famous brands are different. The price is good. Yi Linyao turned around and glanced at Lu Ruoshi, who had her brows slightly wrinkled. One set of milk powder, how can it be better? Lu Ruoshi whispered softly and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to leave. Yi Linyao took a look at the pink little outfit. It's a bit expensive to charge 3,000 for such a small amount of fabric. As expected, maternal and infant products are super expensive. But as a father, shouldn't you give your children better? As he thought about it, only a few words echoed in his mind. Purchase. 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 Teacher Yi, there is no such saying. Yi Linyao smiled. It's important that children wear clothes that are comfortable. Chapter 18, Spending lavishly on clothes is really a luxury. Yi Linyao doesn't care how much the things cost. I only care whether it is suitable for children. Lu Ruoshi raised the corner of her eye slightly, frowned and looked at him and said, children have a lot of places to spend money, so let's spend it sparingly. He must have suffered a lot to earn 200,000 yuan at his age. She didn't want to be selfish and let him spend it all on the child. Yi Linyao touched her hair and smiled. She is really a thrifty girl. But he insisted. If his quadruplets wore this outfit, they would definitely be the cutest kids in the neighborhood. No need to save money for me. Yi Linyao pointed at the clothes and said, buy them. The shopping guide took the opportunity to say, this lady is so lucky that her husband is so generous and considerate. This dress looks really nice on you, please think about it again. Many celebrities' children wear our brand's clothes. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Lu Ruoshi was still a little hesitant, so the shopping guide pulled out her trump card. Do you have any photos of your baby? We have a virtual fitting room online. You can take a look at how the clothes look online before deciding whether to buy them. Yi Linyao was a new father and had never chosen clothes for his baby in this way. He was very curious about this. And he had a hunch that once Lu Ruoshi saw the effect on her body, she would definitely buy it without hesitation. Let's try it. Yi Linyao lightly bumped Lu Ruoshi with his arm. All right. In fact, she was also curious about the effect of the clothes on the children. The shopping guide took corner to turn on the computer and call up the fitting room. Lu Ruoshi sent the photo of her child to the shopping guide. Soon, with the help of the shopping guide, Sibo in the photo put on the clothes worth 3,000 yuan. Wow, that's so cute. The shopping guide exclaimed, your baby is so beautiful. Look, Sibo looks as beautiful as a fairy in this dress. Yi Linyao continued to persuade, can you bear it and not buy it for her? Lu Ruoshi's frown instantly relaxed the moment she saw the fitting room. She was so touched by the cuteness of her four treasures that she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile. Madam, these clothes are really suitable for your little baby. Please buy some and take them back. The shopping guide looked at her expectantly. After all, this concerns her future sales performance. If she is careless, she might lose her job. She was still a little hesitant. Of course she wanted to buy it, but the price was too unfriendly. She pursed her lips, stared at Sibao on the computer screen, and murmured to herself, I want to. If you want to buy it, just buy it. We have plenty of money. Yi Linyao didn't let her finish and made a straightforward decision. That's right. This dress looks so beautiful on your cute baby. The shopping guide urged, buy it, you will never regret it. Please, get me 4 sets of this style of clothing. Seeing that Lu Ruoshi was still hesitating, Yi Linyao planned to make the final decision for her. Linyao, this is too expensive. Lu Ruoshi wanted to stop him. The child was already 3 years old and there would be too many places to spend money in the future. Even if you want to wear clothes, you don't have to buy such expensive clothes. This is too expensive for them. It's a waste to spend money on your own children. Yi Linyao put his arm around her waist and said, 4 sets? The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. I met a big client today and my performance has been achieved. Such expensive clothes, you want to buy 4 sets at one time? It's true that people with money can do whatever they want. But why did they buy 4 sets? Could it be that the children are asked to take turns wearing them? You should buy different styles then. 4 sets? One set costs 3,000 yuan, so 4 sets cost 12,000 yuan. That was 2 months' salary for her. Cough. Lu Ruoshi, who was drinking water, was frightened and choked, and kept coughing. The shopping guide and Yi Linyao immediately turned their eyes to look at her. Yi Linyao saw through her thoughts at a glance. As a virtuous daughter-in-law, she must be feeling sorry for the money again. Even though he had shown her his strength, she still wanted to save money. What a good girl. Drink slowly. Yi Linyao patted her back and reminded her softly. Lu Ruoshi coughed a few times and finally recovered. Why buy 4 sets? Just buy 1 set and wear them in rotation. Lu Ruoshi whispered in his ear. It's not that tight. You'll make your child feel inferior if you do this. Especially girls, they must be raised in wealth. I want to raise our daughter into a little princess. Chapter 19 I'm a single dog, don't hurt me if you don't love me. Yi Linyao stretched out his long arm and put it around her waist. The shopping guide felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had suffered 1,000 points of critical hit. Can you not show your affection? I'm sorry, she's just like that, often silly. A mouthful of dog food was forced into the shopping guide's mouth. It is wrong to abuse dogs. You cannot love, but please don't hurt. But they have money. The most expensive clothing set, I buy it right away, and I buy 4 sets at a time. With her weekly sales already covered, what else could she complain about? Just eat it. After all, eating dog food can't fill your stomach. Performance is more important. She walked up to him enthusiastically and asked, "Sir, this suit has different sizes for different ages, and it's the same for both men and women." "Well, just help me pack these clothes first, and I'll go ahead and look at the rest." "So how old are these 4 children?" The shopping guide asked with a smile, her mind completely occupied by these 4 sets of expensive baby clothes. "All 3 years old," Yi Linyao said with great pride. "We have 4 twins, a boy and a girl. Please help me get 3 sets of clothes for boys and 1 set for girls." "Okay." The shopping guide nodded naturally. It took him 3 seconds to react, and he stared at them in amazement. "Quadruplets? She gave birth to 4 babies in one go, she is so fertile." This was something she had never seen before. She had never known that it was possible for someone to give birth to 4 children at once. Considering their generosity, it's no wonder that they have the ability to support 4 children. This is the charm of money. This lady is so lucky. The shopping guide stared at Lu Ruoshi, who was hiding behind Yi Linyao with shock and curiosity. Lu Ruoshi covered her face with her hands in shame. The shopping guide took a look at herself and realized that she had never given birth and her figure was still out of shape. Look at Lu Ruoshi's figure again, with her graceful curves paired with a tight OL outfit, people would believe that she is still a girl in her 20s. She doesn't look like she's ever had a child. Are young people nowadays so well maintained? I felt unbalanced instantly. It's true that comparing yourself to others will make you feel miserable. My figure, who hasn't even given birth to a child yet, is much worse than that of a mother who has given birth to 4 children in a row. And her husband is also very handsome. Gentle and generous, this lady is simply a woman kissed by God. This is really lucky. The salesperson pulled back her thoughts and introduced enthusiastically, "Our clothes are available in blue and green for men and purple and pink for women. What colors do you want?" Sibo likes pink, and the 3 brothers like blue. Lu Ruoshi's low voice reached Yi Linyao's ears, with a hint of shyness. It was the first time she came to buy things for her child with the child's father. "I'm a little embarrassed." She hid behind Yi Linyao, holding his clothes tightly with both hands. That shy look instantly captivated Yi Linyao. Did she grow up drinking cuteness? How can it be so cute? It turns out that these kids are so cute because they inherited their mom's genes. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away. The shopping guide smiled and ran quickly to get the clothes. No, the dog food was scattered too quickly and she ate too much and died. It's better to withdraw quickly. The shopping guide has left. Yi Linyao pulled her to his side from behind. You are so shy, so cute. Yi Linyao lifted a bunch of hair that fell on her forehead. I'm not shy. Lu Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat and she calmed herself down. It's just a touch of hair, why does it make your heart beat faster? Lu Ruoshi, you are so useless. But such gentle eyes were looking at her. He is so handsome, which girl can resist him? Ahem. At this time, the shopping guide who came back with the clothes was met with full of malice from them. She ate mouthful after mouthful of dog food until her stomach felt like it was going to explode. It doesn't matter, as long as her performance is up to standard, she won't be afraid of any amount of dog food. The gentleman has already packed it for you. The total is 12,000. The shopping guide packed the suits into 4 large bags and handed them to Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao took out his bank card and handed it to the shopping guide for payment. When checking out, Yi Linyao put the bag on the ground, and the shopping guide was shocked when he saw the milk powder inside. This young couple is definitely rich. The temperament of wanting to buy the best of everything vaguely reveals the arrogance of the rich. Is this the life of rich people? It is so plain and boring. Chapter 20, Miss Lu, when will you pay your rent? Thank you, I'll come next time. The shopping guide bowed to him and saw them out enthusiastically. The two walked out of the mall side by side, with Yi Linyao carrying large and small bags of things in both hands. Lu Ruoshi came with nothing in her hands, but Yi Linyao said he could handle it by himself and told her not to mention it. But it must be very difficult for him to carry so many things. She still wanted to help him share some of the burden. Okay. Lu Ruoshi reached out to take the clothes from his hand. Unexpectedly, Yi Linyao refused to give them and quickly moved all the things to his left hand. Holding her hand with his right hand, he walked forward. Lu Ruoshi's face turned red instantly. They look like a young couple no matter how you look at them. But isn't this progress a bit too fast? After all, they had just reunited. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I met someone I knew again? But the feeling of holding hands was really good. The warmth coming from the palms of her hands made her brain freeze. She bit her lower lip, feeling so conflicted. Finally, after an inner struggle, she let go of his hand and snatched the 3 bags of clothes from his hands. Ta. Walking forward in high heels. Why are you running so fast? We've been out for too long. The baby will cry if he can't find me. Let's go home quickly. I think Sibao and the others can't wait any longer. Lu Ruoshi made an excuse. They had only met for less than a day, but they were living like a couple who had been in love for several years. No. Now the relationship between the two of them is closer than that between a couple. They even have a child. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are husband and wife. Yi Linyao looked at her back as she left, not quite believing it. My daughter-in-law is clearly shy again. Yi Linyao smiled and chased after him. After leaving the mall, the two returned on their electric bikes with full loads. When I returned to the neighborhood where Lu Ruoshi lived, it was already getting dark. They parked their electric bikes and walked towards their residence carrying their bags. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a middle-aged man with a nasty face standing at the doorway smoking. The smoke surrounded him, hiding his face. Given the current atmosphere, he looked a bit like a gangster. Yi Linyao didn't care and glanced at him casually, but found that the man was staring at him with surprise. It's like discovering a new world. When the man saw Lu Ruoshi beside him, he threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it, then walked towards them. When Lu Ruoshi saw him, the shy smile that was originally immersed in going shopping with Yi Linyao today suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a burst of surprise. Before Yi Linyao could react, Lu Ruoshi immediately turned around. She knew that she had been seen, but now she didn't know what to do. I could only close my eyes and pray that the other person came here for other things and didn't see me. Yi Linyao felt a little surprised. It was obvious that this person was coming for them. But he had just moved into this community, so that person definitely didn't know him. Coupled with the abnormal reaction of Lu Ruoshi beside her, it was obvious that they were definitely looking for her. Who is he? What are you looking for Lu Ruoshi for? What's going on? Yi Linyao asked. Lu Ruoshi's face flushed and she was at a loss. Before Lu Ruoshi could explain the situation, the man stretched his head and looked at Lu Ruoshi behind Yi Linyao and asked. Ms. Lu, when did you pay last month's rent? I've been waiting for several days. If you don't rent it, I'll sublet it to someone else. Chapter 21. Let's live together. Yi Linyao was stunned. It turns out that she has lived here for so long. He had always thought that Lu Ruoshi had only come in the past 2 days. But thinking back to what he saw when he went to her place before, there were boxes of all sizes everywhere, and it certainly didn't look like she had just been there for a day or two. The school wasn't far from here, how come he had never seen her before? If she had met her earlier, she wouldn't have to endure so much hardship alone. Looking at the thin Lu Ruoshi, he felt a little distressed. If you have something to say, please talk nicely. Don't be mean to women. Yi Linyao stood in front of Lu Ruoshi, separating them. Who are you to her? The man asked. I'm her husband, tell me if you have anything to say. Yi Linyao announced their relationship without any ambiguity. Lu Ruoshi lowered her head and said nothing, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How embarrassing. How could I let him see me in such a state of disgrace? She originally thought that if she went out at this time, she would not be caught by the landlord when she came back. However, man proposes, God disposes, and she was caught by the landlord. Husband? The man was surprised. When did Lu Ruoshi get a husband? He had always seen Lu Ruoshi acting alone. Although she was with 4 children, she had never. It must be fake, but why would this person pretend to be her husband? It doesn't seem necessary. But Lu Ruoshi did not deny it. Besides, no matter who this man was, as long as she could receive the rent, it would be fine. Well, it seems that the rent is settled this time. The man looked at Yi Linyao and said, "Since you are her man, pay the rent for her." "No problem, let's talk about it over there." Yi Linyao pulled the middle-aged man to a corner. He didn't want this man to scare his young wife. Just let him handle this small matter. Isn't it just rent? Just give it and it's done. Lu Ruoshi saw the two of them whispering in the corner, but it was a bit far away and she couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. Yi Linyao on the other side chuckled, "From now on, you can just ask me to collect the rent." All right. The landlord was very happy. It doesn't matter who pays, as long as someone pays. I'll give you half a year's rent first. Yi Linyao also gave it some thought in his heart. They couldn't move for the time being. Pay the rent first and let your wife and children live here with peace of mind. He will work hard to make money in the future and buy them a house of their own. Good. The landlord nodded and shook hands with him excitedly. It seems that Lu Ruoshi's husband is a wealthy man. Fine. His wife kept complaining that the girl was pitiful and that it was too tiring for her to raise 4 children alone. Now, this girl has someone to rely on, but this is not the point. After all, I am a family man. The point is that it is easy for him to collect rent. Who would want to be reluctant about money? Then let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you. Good. They each took out their mobile phones and operated them. Yi Linyao asked about the amount. How much? 14,000. Yi Linyao readily transferred it to him, and the man waved happily and left. There was a smile on his face, which made Lu Ruoshi confused. Even if Yi Linyao paid 1 month's rent for her, the landlord wouldn't be so happy. That smile was so surprising, as if he was extremely happy, but she really couldn't figure out what could have made him smile so happily. Even if the rent had been paid, it shouldn't have been like this. What did Yi Linyao say to him? Just as she was wondering, Yi Linyao walked over slowly. Lu Ruoshi was very embarrassed that he had spent so much money on her just when they met. She was so sorry that she blushed and apologized. "I'm sorry. I got you into trouble." "Silly, why are you apologizing to me?" Yi Linyao smiled bitterly, touched her head and said, "This is what I should do." Hearing her polite words, he felt angry and amused, but also distressed at the same time. How could such a fragile woman shoulder so many responsibilities and raise 4 children alone? Just think about how hard her life has been over the past few years. She won't have to bear this burden anymore. He will work hard to make money and take good care of her and the children. This is a father's responsibility, and even more so a man's responsibility. How did you handle it? Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but ask. In fact, Lu Ruoshi had already guessed it to some extent. After all, the only thing that can make the landlord leave happily is money. She felt really bad for causing him trouble again. "I paid off the rent and gave him some extra money." Yi Linyao looked at her with a smile. "Why should we give him more money?" Lu Ruoshi didn't react. "Pay the rent for the next 6 months. Yi Linyao answered while pulling her. "This has cost you tens of thousands of dollars." Why are you so polite to me? We are a family now." Yi Linyao frowned. He didn't like Lu Ruoshi being so polite to him. "Besides, I have decided to stay here, live with you, and take on the responsibility of raising the babies." Chapter 22. I am his father. Stay here? Does he want to live with me? Lu Ruoshi was so panicked that the thing in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. He stared at Yi Linyao blankly, completely frightened. Are you kidding me? But soon, she recovered and looked at him and asked. "I'm serious." Yi Linyao couldn't help laughing when he saw her pretending to be calm. "I want to have more time to take care of you and the children." Yi Linyao stared at her with great sincerity. "No need, I can take care of the baby." Lu Ruoshi stammered and rejected his kindness. Because of nervousness, the voice was a little trembling. The mere thought of living together made her blush and her heart beat fast. Living together means that they have to enter each other's lives and live like a young couple. Whatever you do, do it together. Bring the kids along. Let us go shopping together. Even sleeping together. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshi's face turned red and she covered her face with her hands. This is so shameful. Moreover, if we live together, wouldn't he see me looking unkempt and disheveled? When I think about it, I feel a little embarrassed. Seeing her shaking her head and blushing, Yi Linyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her expression is so adorable. Lu Ruwashi was stunned for a moment and almost fell down. Ruwashi, be careful. Are you so happy that you can't even stand when I move in? Yi Linyao helped her up and teased her. He actually knew that Lu Ruwashi was frightened. Although they have several children, they have not known each other for long. She must have been panicked when he suddenly proposed to move into her house. She asked in surprise, "Why did you move to my house?" Lu Ruwashi still couldn't accept it, so she lived with Yi Linyao right after they reunited. She will not be used to it, and the children may not be able to accept it either. After all, for the past 3 years, their world had been without a father. Will Yi Linyao's sudden intrusion scare the babies? I want to spend more time with you and the children, so I want to move here. Yi Linyao explained to her. Besides, Auntie is leaving, and the children will need someone to take care of them. Lu Ruwashi nodded. Under such circumstances, Yi Linyao's request to live together was indeed the right choice. The child and she needed him. Children need fatherly love and need to know that they have a father. This is very important for their growth. Without the care and love of a father, children will easily develop an inferiority complex in the future. But when she thought about Yi Linyao entering her life, Lu Ruwashi couldn't stop blushing. Is it too fast? What if the children can't accept it? Lu Ruwashi was still quite worried about the children's reactions. Blood is thicker than water. They are my children and will definitely accept their father. You don't have to worry. Let me stay and take care of you and your son. The gentle wind blew through Lu Ruwashi's long hair, and the white light sprinkled on her beautiful face. She frowned, still a little hesitant. At this moment, they suddenly heard a noisy voice. I have dads, you have dads. Listen to Erbao's voice. Lu Ruwashi frowned even more tightly, and hurriedly ran over to the sound. I saw several children around 5 or 6 years old surrounding Erbao and laughing at him for not having a father. Yi Linyao rushed over to disperse the crowd, picked him up, and said gently, Who said he has no father? I am his father. As an adult, he cannot argue with a child. But he wanted to let everyone know that Erbao had a father. He is the child's father and he will protect his son well. This is fatherly love. Chapter 23. You are as handsome as me, so you must be my son. When those naughty kids saw an adult coming out to protect Erbao, they were frightened and turned around and ran away. Lu Ruwashi felt both distressed and guilty when she saw this scene. But when he heard Yi Linyao announce that he was the father of Erbao, he felt very relieved. Yi Linyao did not deny it, he took on the responsibility of being a father. This man, who had transformed from a single man to a father in an instant, had quickly adapted to his responsibilities. In an instant, her anxious heart seemed to calm down. Erbao, why did you run out alone? Lu Ruwashi asked with a hint of reproach. She had never thought that her second child would sneak out alone. Mommy hasn't come back for a long time, so I opened the door and quietly went out to look for Mommy when Auntie wasn't paying attention. Erbao said aggrievedly with tears on his face. You can't run around, understand? Lu Ruwashi also felt very guilty. She shouldn't have been out for so long. If something happened to Erbao while looking for her, she would never forgive herself. Uncle, are you really my father? Erbao asked, tilting his little head. Although he is very young, he speaks very clearly. A pair of big watery eyes, revealing wit. Yes, I'm your father. Don't you see we are equally handsome? Yi Linyao touched his head and teased his second child jokingly. He had never expected that an indulgence many years ago would lead him to become a father at such a young age. I never expected that he would have 4 such cute and beautiful kids. Although the plot is not particularly similar to other stories about time travelers saving the world, I feel that it is still quite good. Call me Dad. Yi Linyao said. Erbao glanced at Lu Ruwashi, who looked very nervous as she tugged at the corners of her clothes with both hands, but she finally mustered up the courage to nod. Originally, she was a little hesitant when she proposed to Yi Linyao to live with him. But what happened just now made it clear to me that the child needs a father. Otherwise they will be laughed at and bullied. So she agreed in her heart to let Yi Linyao join the family. Dad, Dad. Erbao hesitated for a moment, raised his head and looked at Yi Linyao and shouted. Why? Yi Linyao responded with red eyes. As a man, it is actually very difficult to express such romantic matters openly. But I don't know why, maybe this is an emotion unique to being a father. The word dad warmed his heart. The identity of father seemed to have real meaning at this moment. With Daddy here, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Yi Linyao hugged the child tightly and promised. Lu Ruwashi, who was standing by, also had red eyes, with tears about to fall but not yet, rolling around in her eye sockets. All the grievances are worth it at this moment. She believed that Yi Linyao would be a good father. Dad, you won't leave us again, will you? Erbao frowned and asked worriedly. His originally chubby face now looked even cuter. No, Dad will always be with you in the future. Yi Linyao gave an answer that made him very satisfied. Sometimes he felt that if he didn't spoil these little guys, he would be committing a great sin. The little guy raised his arms and smiled brightly. That's great, I have a dad. Yi Linyao was also happy. He didn't expect Erbao to be so excited. Maybe it's because I haven't been with them for some time, causing them to lack the protection and care they deserve. He also thought that it would take a long time for the four little ones to accept him. Unexpectedly, Erbao and Sibao accepted him so quickly. It turns out that there is a subtle connection between father and child, which cannot be changed even if they do not live together. The three of them went upstairs together. Before opening the door, Lu Ruwashi put her ear close to listen to the sounds inside the house. Don't worry, Mom. They haven't woken up yet. Erbao gently reminded Lu Ruwashi that after a long time, even the children would know what Lu Ruwashi was worried about. Oh. Lu Ruwashi was still worried and listened attentively for a while. Indeed, there was no sound of a crying child in the house. It seems they haven't woken up yet. Lu Ruwashi then quietly opened the door. Chapter 24. Auntie, he is really my man. After entering the house, Lu Ruwashi didn't even have time to change her shoes and immediately ran towards the bedroom. As soon as I opened the room, I saw the confinement nanny I had hired, anxiously talking on the phone in the room. Her arrival made Lu Ruwashi feel very surprised, because he had quite a lot of expenses on weekdays. So in order to use the money he had left more reasonably, he chose to let them come every other day for things like the work of the confinement nanny. Logically speaking, the confinement nanny should not have come today. Hey, why did you come back just now? I've been looking for you for a long time. Where is the second child among these children? Even Lu Ruwashi was surprised to see the anxious look of the confinement nanny. As soon as she finished speaking, the nanny saw Erbao, who was following Lu Ruwashi at the moment. Oh my! You are such a fool. You didn't even tell me that Erbao went out. I was scared to death. The confinement nanny patted her chest, her face full of anxiety. I'm sorry, I don't know why you suddenly came here today. According to the date, it seems that today is not the time for you to come here, right? Although Lu Ruwashi was very grateful to the confinement nanny who came to her home to help take care of the children, she was also very anxious after seeing that her second baby was lost. But no matter what, if the confinement nanny comes to his home, he must pay a day's fee. The one I hired is the cheapest confinement nanny, and even so, it would cost nearly 300 yuan a day, and I simply don't have that much budget right now. Hey, look at you little girl, I won't cheat you, I just stopped by today and was a little worried, so I came to take a look. After all, you are so busy with work and no one takes care of you. But just as she finished speaking, she saw a man standing next to Lu Ruwashi, young and handsome, and even with a hint of calmness in him. At the same time, she also noticed the two handbags the man was holding, which were filled with expensive clothes and milk powder. Girl, this is... When Lu Ruwashi saw that the confinement nanny suddenly focused her attention on Yi Linyao beside her, she suddenly didn't know what to say. How should I say this? Should I just admit that this is the father of the child? But if that's the case, I guess no one will believe it. And it would certainly be troublesome to explain. Hello, I'm her husband. Yi Linyao also reacted, so he freed one hand and hugged Lu Ruwashi in his arms. Swish! At that moment, Lu Ruwashi felt a very strong chest, as if it was a very solid safe haven where she could avoid all storms. Ah? You are her husband? Is that true? Girl! Don't lie to your auntie. At this moment, Lu Ruwashi didn't know what to say at all. She didn't expect Yi Linyao to speak so quickly. I don't even have any time to think, okay? Auntie knows that it must be very tiring for you to take care of these 4 children by yourself, but you can't just find a man and say he is your husband. This is a major event in your life anyway, so you can't be reckless. He is my father. For some reason, Erbao, who was standing next to Lu Ruwashi, suddenly shouted and then hugged Yi Linyao's thigh tightly. But the confinement nanny didn't take it seriously at all. After all, children are ignorant. The most important thing is to find a way to persuade the girl not to do anything stupid. No, auntie, he is really my man. Chapter 25, he finally looks a bit like a father. This time, the confinement nanny seemed to sense that the girl seemed to be serious. But she still found it a little hard to believe in her heart. In her opinion, the girl in front of her had been living with these 4 children alone for 2 or 3 years. How could the father of these children appear in an instant? What on earth had this man been doing in the past 2 or 3 years? Erbao, why don't you go in and play with your brothers and sisters first? The confinement nanny also knew that it was definitely not good to talk about these things in front of the children, so she let him go in and play first. Erbao was still a little worried. He looked up at his parents, his eyes filled with worry. Lu Ruoshi didn't know what to do, but Yi Linyao slowly squatted down and touched Erbao's head. Little handsome boy, go inside and accompany your brothers and sisters. This is the task your father has given you. Okay, Dad. The child's nature was still there, and Erbao trusted him very much, so he ran into the room without any hesitation. Are you really Miss Lu's husband? The nanny's expression suddenly changed, and when she looked at Yi Linyao, there seemed to be a bit more hostility in her expression. Lu Ruoshi was a little embarrassed and wanted to ask the nanny to stop talking. However, after all, the nanny was much older than her and could almost be her mother, so she didn't dare to say anything more. Yes, I am her husband. Yi Linyao spoke very easily, as if he was fully qualified for this role. Where have you been for the past 2 years? Don't you know how tiring it is for this girl to take care of 4 children alone? I know that I haven't been here in the past few years because of work, so I came back this time specifically to make it up to them. The nanny didn't know what to say. After all, as a worker herself, she knew how expensive the milk powder and clothes the man in front of her were. I think he can be considered as the kind of person who is willing to spend money. Also, it is better not to interfere too much in other people's family affairs. Well, okay, since you are thoughtful, I won't say anything more. The nanny nodded with satisfaction. To her, Lu Ruoshi was always treated as her own daughter, so naturally she would not let her suffer any grievances. Auntie, I may take care of the 4 babies myself during this period, but I don't have any experience in taking care of children. I wonder if you have time to teach me a little bit. Aunt Wang was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Lu Ruoshi felt a little ashamed. Normal families would hire a confinement nanny to take care of their children every day. She didn't have much money, so she chose to have the confinement nanny come every other day. Now she simply doesn't need her anymore. But Aunt Wang didn't think so much. In her opinion, as long as the children could be taken care of well, it didn't matter who came. Okay, you've made this little girl suffer a lot in the past few years. Now it's time for you to take good care of her and help share some of the responsibilities. Aunt Wang said this and took Yi Linyao to the bedroom and began to teach him carefully how to get along with the children. See? If the child cries, pick him up and pat his back gently. Don't pat him too hard, understand? If you pat him too hard, he might get hurt. While gently patting his back, you also need to rock him up and down, slowly. This is the only way to coax a child. And Sibo is very weak, so you must not let her catch a cold or have a fever. Yi Linyao watched carefully from the side and even took out a small notebook to take notes. Seeing how serious he was, the confinement nanny wanted to teach him seriously and let him learn step by step how to take care of her 4 children. Lu Ruoshi went into the room and played with the 4 babies. From time to time, she opened the door and looked at Yi Linyao, who was studying hard, and couldn't help laughing. This guy finally acts like a father. Chapter 26. The second reward arrives. Have you remembered everything I just told you? Aunt Wang said this and gave him the medicine she had in her hand that was specifically for treating children's illnesses. Tell me, if a child has a cold, which one should he take first? And how much should he take? Yi Linyao had a very clear memory of the things just mentioned. Even with his eyes closed, he knew which one the child should eat. Take this first. Because it's a child, the dosage should be reduced to 1/4. Take it with warm water, twice a day, before meals each time. Yi Linyao answered correctly, without missing a single word from beginning to end, which made Aunt Wang feel very good. It had been a long time since she had seen parents with young children willing to spend so much time taking care of them. Otherwise, jobs like confinement nanny would not have become such a popular industry nowadays. It seems that you have learned quite well. At least you have remembered everything I just said. Aunt Wang, the confinement nanny, looked very happy when she saw the notebook in Yi Linyao's hand was filled with notes. This should be one of the few people who is willing to take care of the child himself, and he is a man. The host has completed careful study of caring for children. The system will distribute rewards soon. Reward 1, 500,000 yuan in cash. Reward 2, a top-of-the-line Volvo home SUV. Reward 3, admission of 4 children to a high-level aristocratic school. Well, since you've almost learned everything now, and I just happen to have something else to do, I'll be leaving now. Because of the sound that the system just sent out, Gao Yilin was a little distracted now, and he didn't even hear what Aunt Wang said next to him. Hey! Boy! Ah! Aunt Wang, you called me. It seems like you are exhausted, young man. Now you know how tiring it is to take care of a child, right? You should be nicer to that little girl next time. Of course, I will know all of this, Aunt Wang, these are for you. As he spoke, Yi Linyao took out a few red bills from his bag and handed them to Aunt Wang. Hey, young man, Auntie, I don't really need it. You still have to take care of your children now, so you should keep it for yourself. Of course, Aunt Wang knew how tired Lu Ruoshi was raising the child alone during this period, and her life was very difficult. At this time, she had even less reason to accept their money. Don't worry about this, Auntie. Now that I'm back, I can cover the expenses of the family by myself. These are my thanks to you. After all, you don't have to come here today. You can come and help take care of the kids. You've taught me so much. It's almost like tuition. After hearing this, Aunt Wang recalled that the things in the 2 bags in his hands were also very expensive. It seems that the young man in front of her is also a promising young man. Since it has come to this, and he has already said it, I might as well accept this favor. Well, thank you, Auntie. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After sending the confinement nanny away, Lu Ruoshi also heard the sound of a door closing coming from inside the house. Is Aunt Wang gone? Yes, and I've already told her that she doesn't need to come in again for a while. Chapter 27. Do I need to think about this? I choose a car. Lu Ruoshi blushed and kept silent. She knew that if the confinement nanny didn't come, then the only person who could take care of the child besides herself would be Yi Linyao in front of her. But once he stays to take care of the children, wouldn't that be the same as what we just said downstairs today? He wants to come and live with me. What's the matter? Are you shy about the thought of us living together in the future? Buzz. At that moment, Lu Ruoshi's inner shyness was just touched upon, causing her face to turn red all the way to her ears. The more shy he was, the more he would say anything. This man is so annoying. Stop talking. Lu Ruoshi was extremely shy and even a little anxious. If she said that, there were 4 little kids in the room and she couldn't let them hear it. So she twisted Yi Linyao's arm hard as a punishment. Hiss. Pain. Although Yi Linyao's arm was in excruciating pain, he still had a smile on his face. After all, this was his own wife and he had to pamper her. The sound of children making noise was heard again in the house. Lu Ruoshi immediately turned around and walked into the room to see what was going on. At the same time, Yi Linyao finally had some time to choose the rewards he had just received. I didn't expect that I've already received 2 rewards in just one day. I really don't know how many good things this system can bring me in the future. After collecting his thoughts again, Yi Linyao began to look carefully at the 3 rewards that the system had just given him. Cash, cars, and 4 places in elite schools. If I were to talk about the first cash, the first reward I chose was 200,000 yuan in cash. Although 500,000 is a lot more this time, but at least we don't need so much money right now. Instead of choosing this one, we might as well make another one. The second one is Volvo's family SUV, which looks pretty good. Now the accommodation has probably been decided, so the next thing we need is travel props. It would be best to have a car at this time. If we look at reward 3, the place in the top aristocratic school is indeed quite good, but unfortunately his own 4 children are only about 3 years old now. If we talk about age, they should only be able to go to kindergarten now. His own childhood before that was spent under constant pressure from his father, attending kindergarten and various preschool tutoring classes. The daily fatigue made him feel overwhelmed, and he could be said to have personally experienced what kind of childhood he would have if he entered a stressful learning environment. He is now the father of 4 children and has experienced it himself before. He knows what this situation is like, so he will never let his children have such great pressure. He must let his children have a happy childhood. Without hesitation, I passed the first and third ones. That's right, just choose the second one. Choose the second one. Host successfully selected reward 2, the top of the line Volvo X60 has been distributed to the underground garage of this community. The car key will be in the system storage space and can be taken out at any time. Chapter 28, Aunt Zhang from next door. Oh my god, is there an underground garage in this community? Yi Linyao was actually surprised. This community looked like it was quite old. In this kind of old residential area, most cars should be parked in the green belts inside the community. However, there is actually an underground garage in this community. It seems that I haven't paid enough attention to it. Mom, I want to go out and play. The voices of several children were heard in the room again. Just by hearing Yi Linyao's voice, he knew what they were talking about. Just when Yi Linyao wanted to go in and chat with them, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The confinement nanny had just left, and the owner had not lived here for long. If the landlord and the confinement nanny had already been sent away, then who could be knocking on the door? Yi Linyao didn't think much about it. Since he already lived here, this place was like his home. He definitely had the right to know what happened. Lu Ruoshi heard the knock on the door and came out, just in time. Yi Linyao had already opened the door. Standing outside the door was a very kind and amiable middle-aged woman who looked about the same age as Aunt Wang, the confinement nanny who had just left. Who are you? Yi Linyao was just about to ask this question, but who would have thought that the middle-aged woman opposite him asked it first, leaving Yi Linyao a little confused. Following closely, Lu Ruoshi came out and saw the aunt, who recognized Lu Ruoshi at the first sight. Oh, girl, I thought you were not at home. Who is this person? Lu Ruoshi then realized that this was the first time Yi Linyao met this middle-aged woman, so it was normal that they didn't know each other. Oh, Linyao, this is our neighbor, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang has helped me a lot in the past period of time. Aunt Zhang, this is my man. Lu Ruoshi's face turned a little red when she was halfway through her words, but she finally held it back and said all the words, but her voice was a little lower. This time it wasn't just Aunt Zhang who was surprised, Yi Linyao was also. After all, Yi Linyao himself had always been the one to answer the question of who he belonged to. What Lu Ruoshi just said should be the first time that she took the initiative to tell others about the current relationship between her and Yi Linyao. Your man? It's been several years, girl, don't lie to me. Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but hold her forehead. Well, it seemed that it was indeed a bit difficult for them to accept this fact. Well, I really didn't lie to you, Aunt Zhang. He is really the father of the child. After hearing what Lu Ruoshi said, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yi Linyao who was standing next to her. This guy looks young and handsome, but you have to know that being a father of 4 children means a lot of responsibilities. I don't know if this young man can handle such great pressure, but no matter what, according to the way things were before, this girl was the only one bearing these expenses, so it would definitely be better for 2 of them to be together. Oh, I see. Then I don't think I've ever heard Miss Lu talk about you. When you first moved here, you came here alone. Where were you at that time? Aunt Zhang next door has a common problem shared by almost all aunts, which is that she is always extremely gossipy when it comes to other people's family affairs. She won't give up unless she gets to the bottom of things and finds out everything she wants to know. Chapter 29. Daddy will take you out to play, okay? I have a problem with my work, so I came back during this period. Yi Linyao was also speechless. He originally thought that he only needed to explain it once, but he didn't expect that just after sending the confinement nanny away, the aunt next door came over and asked again. One thing had to be explained several times before it happened. I wonder how many neighbors or friends, and other people with messy relationships, there are here. Oh, it's okay. Since she's back now, that's good. I always thought that this little girl was deceived by some bad man. Yi Linyao. Auntie, could you please stop bringing up irrelevant issues? Besides, I didn't know what was going on at that time. Seeing that Yi Linyao was a little embarrassed beside him, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh secretly. For such a long time, he had always been bullied by him, and finally today someone came to help bully him. Aunt Zhang, how come you suddenly have time to come here today? After finishing speaking, Lu Ruoshi suddenly remembered why Aunt Zhang in front of her came here. Oh, look at my memory, I totally forgot. At first I thought it must be tiring for you to take care of 4 children by yourself, but you never told us about your difficulties. Today I thought of coming to see how you are doing and whether I can help you. Lu Ruoshi smiled and felt very grateful in her heart. It is indeed tiring to take care of 4 children by yourself. This is her personal experience. However, the fact that her neighbor Aunt Zhang can put herself in her shoes and pay attention to her in everything really makes Lu Ruoshi feel touched. But now she has met Yi Linyao inexplicably, and Yi Linyao has unexpectedly proved to be very reliable. Perhaps she no longer needs help from others. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Please come in and sit for a while. At Lu Ruoshi's invitation, Aunt Zhang was not polite at all and came in and sat for a while. After all, people of her age still want to play with the children. Hey! Babies, do you still remember Grandma? Aunt Zhang ran towards the 4 children happily. Yi Linyao also stood beside him. Now he just wanted to spend more time with his children in peace and quiet. Although it is a pity that I have not been able to accompany these 4 babies through their first 3 years, fortunately, I met my children and wife through this chance. In the following period of time, I can still be a super invincible dad. Aunt Zhang was in the house with a few children. After playing for a while, she went out to talk to Lu Ruoshi. Naturally, only Yi Linyao or the remaining 4 children were left in the room. I'm so bored, I want to go out and play. Sanbao twisted his chubby body and his eyes were staring at something while he spoke, as if he was in a daze. The other 3 children, who were originally quiet, suddenly started to get agitated after hearing what Sanbao said. I want to go out. Sibao pouted his lips and stared at Yi Linyao with his watery eyes, as if asking Yi Linyao to take them out to play. When these children started to act coquettishly, Yi Linyao suddenly realized that it was Lu Ruoshi who had been taking care of these children. They also had to attend classes regularly, and their daily expenses were very high. They probably had not had much time to go out to play. Now that I'm here now, and the little ones haven't gone out to play for a long time, I must go out and play with them. Otherwise, I would be an incompetent father. Plus, I just got a top-of-the-line Volvo, so isn't this the perfect time to go out and play? The time is right, the place is right, and the people are right. Since everything has come together, going out today is essential. Do you want to go out? Do you want Daddy to take you out? Chapter 30. What is Daddy's amusement park? Yi Linyao said as he began to walk over and approached his babies. The little ones who were originally twisting their bodies back and forth on the bed immediately sat up when they heard that their father was going to take them out to play, and then jumped up and down and waved their little hands. Okay, Dad is taking us out to play. I want to go to the park next door to play. The park is not fun, I want to play in the supermarket. There are many beautiful toys in the supermarket. No, the things in the supermarket cost money, they are very expensive. The little fellows were chattering there, and although their words were full of childishness, for some reason, Yi Linyao still felt a pang in his heart after listening to what they said. These little guys had never gone out before. Even if they did go out, they would just go to some nearby parks to play. From what they said just now, we can tell that even if they go to a supermarket, they would be very sensible and not spend money. You have to know that these little guys are only 3 years old. Shouldn't a 3-year-old child be happy every day, with nothing else in his mind except playing? This should be the most normal state. But when it comes to their own children, they are surprisingly sensible and make people feel distressed. Dad, where are you taking us to play? The little ones argued for a long time but couldn't come up with a specific answer, so Debeo decided to ask his father directly. This time Daddy is going to take you to a place you'll never imagine. If it were in the past, he would have told everyone his next actions without hesitation. But I don't know why, every time I see these little ones of mine, I feel like I must play with them a little. We would never have thought of it? Impossible. I know it must be a supermarket, right? Yi Linyao smiled and shook his head. A park somewhere else? Yi Linyao still shook his head. The little guys couldn't think of anything. You look at me, and I look at you, both hoping that our brothers and sisters can give a correct answer. Dad, I don't know, can you tell me? Yes, Dad told us. Sibao also ran over, hugged Yi Linyao's arm and started to act coquettishly. Yi Linyao, oh my gosh. No wonder people say girls are the cutest. It's so cute, okay? You are only 3 years old, and you are so cute. If you grow up, you will definitely be a cute little girl who is adorable all over the world. Several little guys took turns to act like a spoiled child towards him, and Yi Linyao almost couldn't hold it anymore. Let me tell you, I plan to take you to the amusement park. As soon as these words were spoken, the little ones were stunned. They really had no idea what an amusement park would look like. As far as they are concerned, the places that left the deepest impression on them would probably be the park and supermarket nearby. After all, these were the places their mothers always took them to when they were young. They had never been to other places, so naturally they didn't have much understanding of it. They didn't even have the slightest idea of what an amusement park was like. Dad, where is the amusement park? I haven't been there, but it sounds like a place where you can play games. Yi Linyao felt a little sad, but he still touched their heads and explained it to them in detail. Yes, the amusement park is really fun, there are many things to play with. It is definitely more fun than the supermarket and park you mentioned. The rides inside, like the roller coaster, you can sit on a car, and then. Chapter 31, Today is the Day. Yi Linyao carefully explained to them the amusement park he knew, and the little guy was really stunned. They had never been to such a place before, and had no idea what those amusement rides their father was talking about were. They only knew that they looked very powerful and they had never seen them before. How's it going? Wanna go play? After explaining all these things, Yi Linyao deliberately kept his little ones in suspense. Think. Bao was completely stunned by what he heard. Not only because of what Yi Linyao had just said, he had also developed a great interest in those amusement rides. Dad, I want to go too. Can you take us with you? Sibao is the shyest of all the children because she is a girl, so Yi Linyao always likes Sibao particularly in some things. Okay. Yi Linyao looked down at the time and felt that it would be better to do it now than to wait for another day. Anyway, I have already piqued the interest of these little guys. How can I justify myself if I don't take them over to have some fun? Lu Ruashi, who was outside the house, also heard what was said inside the house. Although she didn't hear it very clearly, she could still vaguely hear the words amusement park. Not to mention that he was curious about what happened in the house. Even if the word amusement park appeared, they might really take the little ones to the amusement park tonight. What are you talking about? Some tourist attraction? Lu Ruashi pushed the door open and was followed closely by her neighbor Aunt Zhang. Mom, Dad just said he wants to take us to the amusement park. Yes, I heard there are really big cars in the amusement park that can fly. Dabeo and Sanbao couldn't help but gesture with their hands. To them boys, this kind of thing was super cool, even though they were only 3 years old. There are horses that can run inside. I want to go and play with them, too. Sibo is indeed a girl. Lu Ruashi knew what she said just now after just listening for a moment. She should have been talking about a carousel. She also knew that she had not taken the little ones out to play in the past few years, and she didn't dare to tell them what an amusement park was. Even if Yi Linyao has returned now, the amusement park is still far away from them. Even if they take a car to get there, it will take several hours. It's too late now, and by the time we get there, the amusement park will have almost closed. Amusement park, there is an amusement park in the suburbs, but it's so far away that it's probably too late to go there. Aunt Zhang also spoke thoughtfully. This man said that he has returned to live with himself and his children again, but no matter what, we have to consider their living standards. Considering her family's current financial situation, if she wanted to go to the amusement park now, she would probably have to take a taxi, but in that case, the travel expenses would probably be very expensive. Which amusement park do you two want to go to now? The time is a bit off, why not go tomorrow? After saying this, Aunt Zhang looked at the time again and found that the amusement park would be closed tomorrow. The amusement park will be closed tomorrow, so we should go today. Chapter 32 Why are you panicking? Your man has a car. But Lu Ruashi felt a little embarrassed. They had just met today, and he had already paid not only the milk powder and clothes, but also the rent. Now she was asking him to spend so much money again. In the end, she felt a little guilty. If you want to take a taxi now, it's going to be troublesome. Not to mention whether it costs money or not, but when you get there it will be already what time it is, and you can't even tell. Aunt Zhang is still advising the man not to be so anxious. Maybe it's because he just met his wife and children, so he is a little anxious inside. It's okay, I have a car. Lu Ruashi? Aunt Zhang? After these words were spoken, both of them were stunned for a moment. Oh, so he is a young and promising man. It's easy to talk if he has a car. Aunt Zhang smiled, but actually she still didn't quite believe it in her heart. She had seen with her own eyes what this girl looked like when she first moved here. If he had a car, then this girl's life probably wouldn't be so bad now, right? Not only did the neighbor Aunt Zhang not believe it, even Lu Ruashi was a little surprised. Although she knew that Yi Linyao now had nearly 200,000 yuan in savings, which was already very good for a man working as an assistant teacher. But if you want to buy a car with this 200,000 yuan deposit, it's really not realistic. Besides, if he really had a car, why didn't he tell me about it in the beginning? Dad has a car. So cool. Yes, the car is so handsome, and Dad is so handsome too. I want to take a car and go to the amusement park. Several children were already dancing with joy at this moment. Judging from the look of them, they probably wouldn't want to go to bed for a while, which made Lu Ruoshi very embarrassed. After all, it is impossible to really give them these cars now. If they say that this is just to have a little face in front of their neighbor Aunt Zhang, this may be believable. It's getting late now, let's set off right away. Come on, if you're going to the amusement park, change into these clothes. As he spoke, Yi Linyao took out the clothes that he and Lu Ruoshi bought at a nearby shopping mall this afternoon. Aunt Zhang took a glance and suddenly realized that the brand was actually a very expensive brand of baby products. At that moment she even had some doubts. Could it be that the young man in front of her was really that young, promising, and very rich? No, that is definitely not the case. The little ones changed into all the clothes as their father said. Now they looked very cute after putting on the clothes. Although this is an expensive clothing brand, the clothing designs are still based on the age and situation of today's children. So the clothes they are wearing now all look like little dinosaurs and little rabbits. If you look from behind, the baby seems to really think it is a small dinosaur walking around there. Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh after seeing this. It was the first time she saw her baby being so cute. But every time she thought about the price of these clothes, she still felt a little distressed. Well, you are indeed my child, you look so handsome and cute. Seeing Yi Linyao nodding confidently beside her, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This was the first time she had seen such a narcissistic father. Let's go. Chapter 33. Is it true? Don't lie to me. At Yi Linyao's command, the little babies seemed to have entered a source of happiness. Hello, hi, amusement park, cars. I wonder if the flying cars in there are fun. And that horse that can run by itself should be very beautiful too. Aunt Zhang originally thought that they were just chatting casually here, but now she realized that they seemed to be serious about it. You're not really going to go? Because there was an Aunt Zhang next to them, Lu Ruoshi could only quietly run to Yi Linyao, lowered her head and tugged at his sleeve. Of course, and you have to go with me. When Lu Ruoshi heard this, she didn't know how to answer. She hadn't been to a place like an amusement park for a while. As a mother of 4 children, she had countless things to do in her daily life. How could she have the time to go to an amusement park like a little girl? But if she were to say it from the bottom of her heart, she still really wanted to go to the amusement park. After all, which little girl doesn't have a childish heart? Yeah, I just happened to have something to go out for. What Aunt Zhang, who was standing nearby, was saying were actually just excuses. Nothing happened to her. She actually wanted to follow these 2 people to the underground garage to take a look. Let us see what kind of car these 2 people will have. The children happily packed up their clothes and followed them out of the room. The area of this old-style community is not particularly large, so it is quite easy to walk from the residential area to the entrance of the underground garage. Along the way, Aunt Zhang from next door came along with a very curious attitude. The children were also very happy and excited. They had never ridden in their own car or been to an amusement park since they were little. Lu Ruoshi was just very worried and scared. She was afraid that the car didn't exist at all. Wouldn't that make her look stupid in front of her neighbors? Aunt Zhang next door didn't do anything to make them very angry. If there really was no car, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The underground garages in old neighborhoods are also full of a dilapidated atmosphere. Whether it is the facilities inside or the surrounding environment, they do not look like a normal underground garage at all. So not only Lu Ruoshi, but even Aunt Zhang next to her was a little bit unconvinced as to what kind of good car could be seen in such an underground garage. It seems quite normal to see several Wuling Hongguang vans in this kind of underground garage. Now that you have entered the underground garage, you can naturally see some scattered private cars. It's just that the grade of these private cars still seems to be quite poor. Aunt Zhang also began to unconsciously estimate in her heart which one could be the car that Yi Linyao mentioned. Could it be this car? No way, if it was this kind of car, he probably wouldn't have said it. Could it be the newer black car over there? No, that's not the case. I clearly saw the owner of this car 2 days ago. Aunt Zhang looked for a long time and felt that there seemed to be no car that might be Yi Linyao's car at this time. Did you really? Lu Ruoshi couldn't help it any longer. After all, there was a small underground garage and they had been walking there for half a day. Even if you speak more quietly, it can still be easily heard by others in a place like an underground garage. Don't worry, there must be one. Chapter 34. Is this really your car? Yi Linyao also knew that it was indeed difficult for others to believe that a car appeared out of thin air, so he did not say too much. He just needed to find the car he had received when the time came. As we walked, we were about to reach the end of the underground garage. There were not many cars at the end and it would be quite troublesome to get out from there. Aunt Zhang already thought that there would be no more cars inside. After all, who would park their car so far inside? Would it be more troublesome when she wanted to use the car? Lu Ruoshi seemed to have noticed something as well. She kept her head down and walked slowly, not daring to speak anymore. Among so many people, only the 4 little ones were still walking inside happily, and even kept pointing at the cars on the side of the road and asking which one was their daddy's. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go over first. Aunt Zhang didn't want to embarrass the 2 of them, and they were about to reach the end. If they reached the end, would they have to go back and watch it all over again? She doesn't want to waste so much time now. As they were talking, they had already reached the end of the underground garage, where there was a car parked. Aunt Zhang took a quick look and felt that the car was quite new. After all, there was almost no dust near the tires. It should be a car that had just parked here. Aunt Zhang took another careful look and found that if this car was bought on the market, it would be really not cheap. Even though this man looks rich, a car like this definitely doesn't belong to him. Dad, I'm so tired from walking, and I haven't found the car yet. Sibao is very weak, so he often feels very tired after walking a few steps. After walking such a long distance, it was inevitable that they would feel a little disappointed, but now Yi Linyao could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the car. It's okay, we've found it now. Aunt Zhang and Lu Ruoshi were both shocked to hear what Yi Linyao had just said. I quickly looked around, only to find that there were almost no cars around. The only car was parked quietly in the corner. For some unknown reason, the light in the corner of the underground garage suddenly lit up, and everyone could see the car clearly. Volvo, I know about this car, young man, do you think this car is yours? Aunt Zhang still doesn't quite believe in this car. If it were sold on the market, the cheapest one would probably cost around 4 or 500,000. Yes. As he spoke, he summoned the system in his mind and reached into his pocket. A key soon appeared in his hand. DD. I took out the key and pressed a button at the car in front of me. The car's yellow lights flashed and then the door locks opened. Shocked, everyone was shocked. This expensive car actually belongs to Yi Linyao. Even Aunt Zhang didn't know what to say to refute for a moment, because she had indeed never seen this car in the past 2 days. It suddenly appeared here today. Yi Linyao took out the car keys and opened the car door. Doesn't this prove that the car is indeed his? Wow! I finally found Dad's car. I want to go in and play. Bao shouted and rushed forward, and several other children followed him and got on the car to play. Aunt Zhang didn't know what to say, but she knew that there was no need for her to stay in the underground garage any longer. She also saw that Yi Linyao's car was real and not bad at all. In that case, I'll go back first. I just happen to have something else to do over there. After Zhang Dima finished speaking, he hurriedly slipped away without waiting for Lu Ruoshi to reply. When Lu Ruoshi turned around, she found that the 4 little guys were jumping back and forth in the car. She was so scared that she immediately ran over to stop them. Dabeo, stop jumping around. What if you break the car? It was the first time for the little ones to see their mother so angry. They immediately stopped jumping around and just sat there quietly. Why are you so mean to the kids? Yi Linyao also came over to comfort him. This car is so expensive, is it really yours? You didn't borrow it, did you? Lu Ruoshi still looked a little worried when she spoke, because she found it hard to believe that a man who was an assistant teacher could have so much money. Until now, Lu Ruoshi can still recall the look on his face when he first saw Yi Linyao 4 years ago. I always feel that Yi Linyao's change seems a bit big. Could it be that being an assistant coach can also make a person completely changed? Don't think too much. This car is really mine, and it's okay if this one is broken. These are my children. How can a car compare to them? Of course, the same goes for you. Base. In an instant, I felt shy. Chapter 35. Let me drive. I am an experienced driver. How could this man relate everything to this? Lu Ruoshi's face turned red all of a sudden, and Lu Ruoshi had a most obvious expression, that is, if she blushed, she would lower her head and then entangle the 10 fingers of her 2 hands together. What's wrong, are you shy? Seeing Lu Ruoxi's shy look, Yi Linyao couldn't help but feel that she was very cute, so he quietly leaned over to her ear and whispered. Her ears were very sensitive to begin with, and she was already feeling very shy. Add to that the air that Yi Linyao was blowing softly into her ear, and Lu Ruoxi couldn't stand it anymore. In an instant, so much stimulation was concentrated on her, causing Lu Ruoxi to become immediately excited. In the end, he even looked a little angry and grabbed Yi Linyao and punched him in the chest. Ha ha ha. The little fists hitting his body didn't hurt at all, but it made Yi Linyao feel very funny. The more Yi Linyao laughed, the more shy Lu Ruoxi became. However, the four little guys sitting in the car saw everything. Why did mommy hit daddy? What did daddy do just now? I don't quite understand, Sanbao. I don't understand either, but it seems like daddy is quite happy when he gets spanked. Is he happy when he gets spanked? I definitely won't be happy. I was beaten by my mother before and I cried so hard. After seeing this, Dabeo looked thoughtful. I think I knew this before. It should be called something, a very happy thing. After all, my mother looks quite happy. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoxi played around outside for a while before they suddenly realized that there were 4 children in the car. Ahem, hurry up and go. If you don't leave now, the amusement park will be closed. Lu Ruoxi pretended to be calm and cleared her throat, then got into the car. It's still so cute. Stop calling me cute. As she spoke, Lu Ruoxi twisted Yi Linyao's arm. Hiss. Are you seated? If you are, I will start now. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voice from the system. The host has successfully started the gifted car. Now all the tips on how to use this car have been automatically imprinted in the host's mind. At that moment, Yi Linyao felt that a lot of driving skills suddenly flooded into his mind. If someone who drives normally on the road has been driving for several years, then with the help of these things provided by the system, he should have about 10 years of driving experience. The moment the car started and began to run, the little ones in the car cheered. This was the first time for them to ride in a car. In the previous 3 years, they had only seen other family members' children riding in cars on the road. Wow, you run so fast? Why are the trees outside running so fast? The little guys are also very cute and couldn't help jumping around in the car. Cars like Volvo have a very high safety factor, which is just suitable for Yi Linyao's family with several children. If you take a bus, it will be very slow, but if you use a private car, it will only take about 10 minutes. Chapter 36. Don't be obsessed with my brother is just a legend. Soon they arrived near the largest amusement park on the outskirts of the city. From a long distance, they could already see the facilities in the amusement park. The huge Ferris wheel, roller coaster, carousel and other amusement facilities that Yi Linyao had just talked about with the children could all be seen at this time. Wow, Dad, I saw it. Dad really didn't lie to us. It was also difficult for Lu Ruoxi to see these children so happy. It seemed that sometimes it was better for the children's father to come over. Because it is an amusement park, there are a lot of floating population nearby. For the convenience of management, all cars will be arranged in the parking lot near the amusement park. Most of the people who come to amusement parks nowadays are couples or families with children. When he just drove the car into the underground garage, Yi Linyao had already seen that most of the people were gathered around a car. At first Yi Linyao didn't take it seriously. After parking the car, he got out and saw a cool-looking boy standing next to the car. There was a couple around this boy, and they looked quite old. Wow, this kid is so handsome. I haven't seen such a handsome kid in a long time. Yes, if he grows up, he will definitely be a handsome boy. Most of the people standing around were couples. Since it was the first time they saw little kids, they were very interested in it. Yi Linyao ignored them. He just wanted to take his children to the amusement park as soon as possible to play for a while. If it was any later, once the staff at the amusement park got off work, they would have nothing to play for the day. Hey! Look, that family seems to have 4 children with them. Oh! It's true, and their 4 children seem to be very cute. Are that man and woman their parents? Oh my god, they look so young. Hey, look, their car is a Volvo. The lowest configuration of this car would cost 4 or 500,000, and their car seems to be the top configuration. The passers-by immediately shifted their attention from the handsome-looking kid to Yi Linyao. At the same time, some people noticed that the clothes these children were wearing were also expensive brands. This was like a bomb dropped on the crowd, and it was instantly ignited. The group of people who had just surrounded the little boy immediately ran to Yi Linyao. They really wanted to know whether this young couple were really a couple. You have to know that these days, handsome and beautiful men and women, even if they are so rich, are willing to get married early and give birth to 4 children. Such a family is really rare. Hello, are these 4 your children? Finally, a girl who looked like a college student plucked up the courage to walk up and ask. Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Linyao's answer was quite calm. Although he had only learned about this matter less than a day ago, he had already completely assumed the role of a father. Nothing, I just feel that a family like yours is really happy. Thanks. Yi Linyao didn't want to waste time chatting with these people here. He just wanted to focus on how long he could play if he went in. After all, if you feel that the children are not having fun, then this trip is not worth it. Well, could I add you on WeChat? Because we may need advice on this matter in the future. Suddenly, a young couple walked out from the crowd and asked Yi Linyao to leave their contact information. Although these 2 people are a couple, no matter what, if a girl asks a boy for his contact information, Lu Ruoshi will still feel a little uncomfortable and feel very disgusted from the bottom of her heart. But they have no reason to reject others. No, I don't have time now. And if you want to ask something, I think it's better to find some professionals. After all, I'm just an amateur. Chapter 37 I'm just an emotionless dad. After saying that, Yi Linyao took Lu Ruoshi and the 4 children around him to the entrance of the amusement park to buy tickets. We. Lu Ruoshi laughed, and Yi Linyao, who was standing next to her, happened to hear it. Why, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just wanted to laugh. Lu Ruoshi started skipping towards the door. Ha, silly girl. When I was preparing to buy tickets at the door, there was always a person who was constantly looking for some specific people in the crowd. When he saw families with children, he would always call them out individually. What are they doing? Lu Ruoshi was a little confused. After all, she brought her children with her this time. I don't know, but we'll know when they come over. Soon the man came near Yi Linyao. When he saw that they had 4 children, he was stunned for a moment, and then he started talking to Yi Linyao happily. Hello sir, are these 4 your children? Yes. It's like this. Our amusement park is currently holding an event called the Most Beautiful Family. If you participate in the competition and win the championship, we will give you a full ticket price. Although it is still spoken in relatively official terms, most people can understand it. To put it simply, if you participate in this event and win the championship, then the tickets for their entire family to the amusement park will be free. Yi Linyao didn't care much about the ticket money at first. After all, with the savings he had, it would be easy for him to buy some tickets if he wanted to. But if it were a competition, then it would be interesting. After all, each of the 4 babies in his family is the cutest and most adorable baby, and he definitely cannot lose in the competition. No problem, we will definitely participate in this kind of good activity. Lu Ruoshi? Why did you suddenly start participating in this kind of activity? Although I don't quite understand it, it's not a bad thing anyway. Soon, a total of 4 families were selected from the team, and each of these 4 families was actually brought by children. According to what they just said, there will be 3 official referees from the amusement park and the rest will be tourists on site. Because tourists who participate in the rating will receive a 20% discount on tickets, there is a constant stream of tourists coming to rate. In order not to delay the participating families from entering the park, they chose a faster method, which is to score directly on the official mobile app. Because there were not a lot of families participating in this small competition, the competition went very smoothly. Those tourists who came to participate in the rating and get discounts, the moment they saw these 4 families, they immediately knew who they should vote for next. This family actually has 4 children. That's amazing. The cost of raising children is not low these days. Not only are these children very good looking, but their parents are also so good looking that I find it hard to believe that they are already parents. It's really good to be rich. You can get married as early as you want. There's no pressure at all. In less than 10 minutes, the result of this small competition came out. Yi Linyao's family defeated the other 3 families with an overwhelming advantage and successfully won the title of champion. At the same time, some tourists took pictures of this scene and posted them online. Didn't you always say that you were willing to spend money? Why do you have to save money on the tickets for the amusement park this time? Lu Ruoshi said this jokingly, but if she was to be honest, she was very satisfied with the child's father. Some money can be saved, but for issues like this involving ranking, I definitely want to fight for it. After all, my precious wife has given birth to so many lovely children for me, how could I not show them to others? You are the only one who can be smooth talking. There are still a certain number of people in the amusement park, but because they just won the championship of that event, the next rides they want to play will generally have VIP channels opened for them. The children are too young, so it's better for them to ride the children's roller coaster. Ha ha. Dad, this is so fun. This car can really fly. Dad is so awesome. The family had so much fun riding the children's roller coaster that the tourists passing by couldn't help but stop and envy them. How many children do you think we're going to have after we get married? Don't even think about it. You know how expensive it is to raise a child nowadays. How can you just raise one so easily? Don't you love me? You keep avoiding the topic of having kids and getting married. Don't you want to marry me at all? What can I do? I don't have that much money. How can I possibly support so many children? Yi Linyao also heard the loud quarrel between the two people on the roller coaster, but he could only sigh helplessly. After all, it was someone else's family affair and he didn't have the energy to care about it. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a man who wants to be a quiet nanny. Chapter 38. You must pamper your own children. After riding the children's version of the roller coaster, all three sons said it was really fun. Even Lu Ruoshi hadn't been to the amusement park for a long time. Today's play made her feel like she was back in her student days. With a beautiful wife and 4 lovely children, Yi Linyao has almost become the most eye-catching person in the amusement park. No matter where he went, people around him would keep talking about how enviable this family was. Likewise, there are countless families who have ended up quarreling in the amusement park because of their warm and harmonious lives. After all, people's physical conditions cannot be generalized. Just like the system that suddenly awakened between him, it is not a level that other normal men can reach. After riding the roller coaster, they will go to play the carousel. He has a lovely little princess at home. If he were to say who Yi Linyao loves the most among the 4 children, it would be this youngest daughter. It is said that a daughter is a father's warm and caring little cotton-padded jacket, and in my opinion, this seems to be true. The little ones are having a lot of fun in the amusement park. This is the first time for them to come to the amusement park and they are very curious about everything. Thinking back to when she first saw that the counselor who had just transferred in was the same woman from 4 years ago, Yi Linyao was even a little scared. But now it seemed that they were getting along so well in less than a day, as if it was a surprise given to her by God. Dad, I'm a little thirsty, I want to eat ice cream. No, you can't eat ice cream, it's bad for your health. Before Erbao could finish speaking, Debeo interrupted his thoughts. Don't eat the ice cream for now. If you eat too much now, you will have a stomachache. Come on, Dad will take you to drink juice. At first, the little ones were very disappointed when they heard that they couldn't eat ice cream, but the next moment they heard that their father was willing to buy them juice. Yeah, Dad is so nice. So the little guys happily followed their dad to the nearby drink shop to buy juice. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Give me 6 glasses of juice, 4 of which should have a little less sugar and be at room temperature. They're for the kids. The girl selling juice was also a young lady. She was stunned for a moment when she saw the 4 children. After all, it is rare to meet a handsome man with a mature aura like Yi Linyao under normal circumstances. At first, she thought she was lucky in love today. It's a pity that they are now married and have their own careers, and their children are so grown up, so it seems that there is no chance for me to have any future. Dad, can I have a little more candy? Debeo said this a little embarrassedly, but was still a little afraid that his father would be angry. Dad, I want some more sugar, too. It's sweeter and more delicious. The little ones now want to drink juice with more sugar. After thinking about it carefully, they think it is almost time for them to change their teeth at this age. And if you drink it once in a while, it shouldn't have any major impact. Then please add a little more sugar to those 4 cups. Okay, you are really good to your children. It's okay, this is my own child, I must spoil him more. Chapter 39. The child is as cute as his mother. After saying that, Yi Linyao squatted down and gave his children some instructions in front of them. Remember to brush your teeth thoroughly when you get home tonight. You can go to bed only after you've brushed your teeth. I know. Mom always tells us to brush our teeth before going to bed. Seeing these very obedient children in his family, Yi Linyao couldn't help but feel happy. Although he had always been a very casual person, this time he finally experienced what it felt like to have a few cute children. Soon, the juice was ready. Here, take it carefully, don't spill it on your clothes. Okay, thanks, Dad. The four little guys ran over, took the glass of juice with both hands, then put their mouths to the straws and took a big sip. Dabeo was silly. After taking a sip, some liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yilinyao lowered his head and took out a pack of tissues from his bag to wipe his mouth. Be careful when you drink. Okay, let's go find Mom. So you can see this scene near the amusement park, for cute little babies are happily running towards a very beautiful woman, led by a handsome man. Here, sorry to have kept you waiting. As he spoke, Yi Linyao handed Lu Ruoshi another glass of juice with a little ice in it. Why did you buy me one too? Just buy one for the kids. I don't really drink this stuff. Although Lu Ruoshi said this, her hand had already taken the juice and her face was red. Of course a cute girl should drink more juice, and you will always be a little girl in my heart. Buzz. How could she possibly tolerate such flirting words? In just a moment, Lu Ruoshi didn't know how to respond. She hadn't seen Yi Linyao for several years. When she saw him suddenly, who knew he could be so flirtatious? You haven't said this to many other women before, have you? In order to save some face, Lu Ruoshi no longer cared about anything else. She would just say it out as long as it would make her less embarrassed. If it's in the past, then it won't happen. But in the future, there will be another woman besides you. Lu Ruoshi? Ha! Bold. How dare you say such things to my face? Lu Ruoshi, who originally had a shy face, suddenly glared at Yi Linyao with a look as if she wanted to beat him up. Haha, why don't you ask who that person is? I'll beat you up no matter who you are. Really? Is it Sibo? Lu Ruoshi's raised fist suddenly dropped down weakly. If it is the four treasures, then there seems to be no problem. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to beat me up? He. Yi Linyao just smiled mischievously. Sometimes he felt it was quite interesting to play tricks on this little girl. Lu Ruoshi also knew that she must have been amused by Yi Linyao, so she turned her head and walked in front of the children angrily. Come on, kids, let's go play somewhere else without Dad. Daddy is very good, why don't you want him anymore? Bao ran to Yi Linyao and whispered to him. Did Daddy not finish his meal and was punished by Mommy? This is how I was scolded by Mommy before. It's okay, Dad. We will help you persuade Mom. But Dad, you must finish your meal next time. Yi Linyao couldn't help but laugh. His child was so cute and looked exactly like his mother. Chapter 40, Money is a small problem. The remaining entertainment facilities in the amusement park have probably been played by everyone, and several children have been wandering around in the park for an entire afternoon. No matter where they go, they will always be the focus of attention. In this day and age, families with 4 children are very rare. Moreover, they are already at the forefront in terms of their financial strength, as well as the appearance of their parents and children. After walking around for a long time, the family was already tired. The rest of the time they just spent visiting the remaining memorial hall and then they were almost ready to go home. Let's go. It's getting late. After we finish visiting the memorial hall over there, we can go home. Well, it's almost time to go. We can't stay here anymore. It's too late. After finishing with Lu Ruoshi, Yi Linyao now put all his focus back on the little guys. As expected, they are children. Mentally, they are always much better than the adults. How was it? Did you have fun today, kids? Happy, thank you Dad for bringing us to the amusement park. Yi Linyao squatted down and buttoned the clothes of these children. After all, it was late autumn now, and if they didn't keep warm, they would easily catch a cold. As a result, several little guys kissed Yi Linyao on the face. Mooah! Mooah! Daddy is so nice, ha ha ha. It's great to have a dad. Lu Ruoshi was also very pleased watching from the side. She had been taking care of these children for 3 years, from childhood to adulthood. But it was still rare to see these little ones so happy. She felt at ease when she thought that there would be a man to accompany her through the days to come. She often heard other people she knew complain about how bad their husbands were. At that time, she thought she was the same, but now that this situation has occurred, she actually feels a little good about it. The distance between the memorial hall and the main entertainment facilities in the amusement park is not particularly far. This is mainly to encourage tourists to buy something in the nearby memorial hall as quickly as possible after their usual play. However, although on the surface their arrangements and construction do make sense, in reality most of them chose such arrangements and layouts and did not attract many tourists to the memorial. Because the most important point is that the things in the amusement park are too expensive. If you buy the same item outside, the price may be reduced by 1 too. When you enter the store, you can see that it is almost very clean, and even the waiter's attitude is very good, but the only drawback is that there are too few customers inside, pitifully few. Welcome, sir, you can take a look and see if there is anything you like in it. It seemed that because there were no other customers in the store, the attitude towards this family was very good. There aren't a lot of things in the souvenir shop, but the prices are all very expensive, even far beyond what a normal family can afford. The things here are so expensive, why don't we go out and buy some? After walking around, Lu Ruoshi found that the prices here were several times more expensive than outside, and she immediately thought of leaving. Yi Linyao didn't say anything, but just pointed to the 4 children next to him who were looking at the goods in the store. You see, they are still very interested in the things in here. If we go out and buy them again, they will always feel that the 2 things are different. But the things here are too expensive. We can buy this thing without spending so much money. Yi Linyao didn't say much. After all, Lu Ruoshi had been raising so many children alone and had been living such a hard life. She would definitely be very sensitive about the family expenses. It's okay. My responsibility is to keep you and the children healthy. As for the money, it's really a small problem. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Chapter 41 Why is there such a rich man? At that moment, Lu Ruoshi felt as if she was being warned. If a man who was willing to take responsibility could really give her a sense of security, then a man who was willing to spend money and take care of others was truly like a hero. How is it? Have you chosen what kind of gift you want? Yi Linyao walked over and asked his children what they liked in the store. But they suddenly became shy, and hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Yi Linyao was stunned for just a moment, then he immediately understood what was going on. Among the 4 little ones, the youngest one never took his eyes off a very cute plush toy on the shelf from beginning to end. Although she didn't say anything for a long time, Yi Linyao knew at a glance whether she wanted it or not. After all, she is a girl after all, and she should be a little like his mother from beginning to end. Sibao, you want this stuffed toy, right? Sibao didn't say anything, but just nodded quietly. She had always known that the family didn't have enough money to buy toys for them, so they were very sensible and never asked for this or that. Please help me wrap this stuffed toy. I want it. The clerks in the store were shocked after hearing this, because although the plush toy was a peripheral toy produced in the amusement park, if it was bought outside, the price would actually be much cheaper, since they themselves did not believe that there would be tourists buying it here. Oh, okay, we'll wrap it up for you right away, sir. Can you see if there's anything else you need? After seeing that the things that 4th baby liked were actually bought by their father, Debeo and Erbo also had some ideas in their hearts. After all, there are still many things in this amusement park that boys can enjoy. Dad, can you really have whatever you want? Erbo was even a little bit unconvinced, so he asked again carefully. Of course, if you like it, you can have it. Yi Linyao's words made Erbo and Debeo feel hopeful, and they slowly walked to a toy shelf full of Hero Series toys. Dad, I want this Ultraman toy. I want the Transformer one. Dad, that little car, I want it. Lu Ruoshi also smiled bitterly. After all, these things were indeed too expensive. She had never been able to afford them before. Perhaps the appearance of Yi Linyao now could really help the children fill in their lost childhood. Okay, no problem, I'll buy them all. With a clang. The clerk was originally preparing to bring a box to put the plush toy in, but after hearing what Yi Linyao just said, he was so scared that he dropped the empty box in his hand to the ground. You should know that a toy in this store starts at least 200 yuan. The larger plush toys or electronic toys like the ones I just chose are very expensive. Conservatively speaking, the cost of these 4 toys alone should be close to 4 or 5,000 yuan. If I were to sell it outside, I'm afraid I wouldn't even get half of the price. This should be the most enthusiastic customer who has made a purchase since they first opened this place as a souvenir shop. Okay, sir, why don't you sit over here for a while? We'll pack it for you right away. We have the freshest juice here, why don't you try it? No, it's getting late, we should pack it quickly, we still have to go back. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Suddenly the store manager felt as if his spring had arrived. Similarly, other customers who entered the store to see what toys were inside became envious when they saw the rich people's handiwork of Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi. It turns out that having money brings such simple happiness. How great it would be if I could have such financial resources someday. Oh my god, the things in here are so expensive. Why are there such expensive things? Why can there be such rich people? Woo woo woo. Chapter 42, A Qualified Father. Okay sir, your stuff has been packed. Almost all the sales clerks in the store ran to them and packed the 4 bags of toys for them. Can you carry it? If not, let mom and dad help you. No need, we can carry it. The 3 boys obviously still like the first toy they liked in their lives that they just got, so they would rather hold it themselves. But Sibao is completely different. Although she is a girl, she is not as fond of her own things as the other 3 boys. Now Sibao is still very dependent on her father. After all, she is a girl and there is nothing wrong with her liking her father a little. Because they walked too much today, and Sibao's health was not particularly good to begin with, Yi Linyao simply picked her up and put her on his shoulders. Come on, ride on daddy, and I'll show you what it's like to be higher up. Ha ha ha, thank you, dad. Sibao smiled, and she really looked like a little fairy. This made the remaining 3 children a little unhappy, and they were even a little jealous of Sibao. Dad, I also want to ride on your neck and see what it's like up there. Not just one little one, the other 2 little ones also expressed their desire to ride on their dad's shoulders. But now Yi Linyao can only let 1 child ride on his shoulders. 3 of the 4 children are boys, so naturally he must start with the most favored girl. No, you 3 are all brothers. Brothers should give way to their sisters, okay? From now on, the 3 of you must protect your sister well, because she is the youngest among you and she is a girl. Yi Linyao carefully explained these principles to his children. He wanted to raise his children to be upright men. Look, the toys you guys chose are different. Your sister chose a stuffed toy, but you 3 brothers all chose hero-like toys, right? So you guys must act like heroes and protect your sisters. Dabeo and the other 2 finally understood what their father meant. I understand, Dad. We will protect our sister well. Yeah, that's right, be a good brother. Sibao, see how good your brothers are to you. Be a good boy in the future and don't be disobedient. Okay Dad, I like my brother, I like Dad, and I like Mom. Sibao laughed happily. The family was so happy that those who were watching were so envious that their teeth were almost broken. They rarely see such a harmonious family. After returning to the underground garage, they had already played outside for a whole day and were now a little tired. The 4 little babies fell asleep the moment they got in the car. The 3 boys were sitting in the back seat, holding their favorite toys in their hands. He was mumbling something and calling Mom and Dad constantly. I haven't seen them so happy in a long time. Thank you so much today. Lu Ruwashi didn't know what to say. He just knew that if he said thank you, it might be better. We are both so important now, and we are still saying thank you. Isn't that a bit too formal? Lu Ruwashi blushed, lowered her head and stopped talking. Indeed, if we talk about their status, the 2 of them look like husband and wife. If you really want to thank me, why not do it tonight when we live together? Base. At that moment, Lu Ruwashi felt as if all the blood was rushing towards her brain. But he seemed to feel that his head was a little dizzy. No. Stop talking nonsense. If you say this again, I. What about you? Yi Linyao still stared at Lu Ruwashi with interest for a while, as if he wanted to see what this kitten-like girl could say. I'm going to bite you. Humph. Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh. Okay, got it. Then Yi Linyao started his car and started driving back towards home. On the way, the 4 babies in the back had fallen asleep, and Yi Linyao drove seriously. Lu Ruwashi was sitting in the passenger seat, her face still red. She still couldn't quite believe it. Too many things had happened today. I just packed up and went to school for class today, then I met a man and found out that this man was the same person from 4 years ago. Everything he did afterwards has fully demonstrated that he is a responsible man. You are still a very qualified father. Ha, isn't what you said all nonsense? How could a man as outstanding as me be an unqualified father? At the same time, in the school dormitories, boys and girls were lying in their respective dormitories surfing the internet. For college students, their normal class load and homework are very light, so they have a lot of time left to continue chatting online. However, just as they continued to surf upwards, they suddenly discovered a piece of news. The largest amusement park in Magic City held a most beautiful family event, and the champion's family was very warm and happy. At first, this was not a title that college students would be interested in clicking on, but for some reason, they accidentally clicked on this title when they were clicking to close. Just when he was about to press the exit button to leave, he suddenly realized that the person in the champion family photo on the homepage looked a little familiar. Chapter 43, College Students' Collective Broken Heart Incident. Hey! Stop making noises and come over here to see this most beautiful family competition. A boy in the dormitory shouted and raised his mobile phone. The other boys were all playing games and had no time to pay attention to him. Stop barking, Dad is playing a game. If you lose, I will kill you. That's right, don't you know this is the promotion match for the dads? Shut up. The boys' dormitory is always filled with various fathers and sons. Under normal circumstances, they would have probably already started fighting. But the situation was different this time. Seeing that his roommates were unmoved, the boy climbed down from the upper bunk and put his phone in front of them. No, look at this family. Isn't it the new counselor Lou and assistant teacher Yi who came today? Boys are boys after all, they are always at the same level when it comes to being perverts. What? Counselor Lou? GKD. Let me see. No way, family? You said that Counselor Lou already has a child? No way. In an instant, several people threw away the mouse in their hands, stood up from their chairs, and walked to him at full speed. Hey! Stop pushing. Aren't you guys going to watch it? You're not going to play in the promotion match? Shut up. Dad doesn't want to play in the promotion match now. I'll post it in the group, don't rush to grab it. 2 minutes later, an article appeared in the small group of this dormitory. 10 minutes later, a small group formed privately by students in the class had begun to spread the news crazily. It was as if it spread like a virus and infected the brains of students in every class. The boys were heartbroken. After all, this was the beautiful counselor they had just seen. Not to mention whether there was a chance or not, even if there was no chance, they would not dare to see that she had become a mother. The girls all suffered a collective heartbreak. Yi Linyao has been their class teacher since their freshman year. Although he is not a formal counselor, as a teaching assistant, his fascinating appearance and kind and optimistic heart are their daily motivation. Now, everyone in the class is heartbroken. Does this count as a relationship between teachers? I don't know, but if I report this to the school, will I be punished? What do you want to hammer? The one who will be punished for reporting is a teacher-student relationship. Senior Yi graduated from our school a few years ago. He is not a teacher-student relationship at all, okay? The class was in a constant state of excitement, as if everyone had endless things to say. Finally, it was the squad leader who stood up. Okay, let's stop discussing this. Senior Yi has always been very kind to us. Let's stop discussing this matter. Putting down his phone, the monitor started playing music. Snowflowers are fluttering, the north wind is howling. Several roommates were stunned. How come the class monitor was also a sentimental person? I drove and soon returned to the community. The aisles of the old community are still a bit crowded, but fortunately I have a deep understanding of this type of car, and even my driving skills are at the top level. Of course, this is only limited to the car I am driving now. To be honest, my current situation is really similar to that of some normal time travelers. The car entered the underground garage and parked steadily in the parking space. Okay, we're here. The kids are all sleepy, so let's get some rest once we get up there. Okay. Yi Linyao unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car and called the 4 little ones in the back. Okay, little darlings, we're home. Let's go home. Every time he sees these little guys, Yi Linyao is the happiest. Woo! Dad, I'm so sleepy. Dabeo rubbed his eyes and pouted, but his eyes did not open from beginning to end. Dad knows you're sleepy, so you need to go home quickly. Dabeo, you can't disobey Daddy, let's go home quickly. As expected, Lu Ruoshi, who had always been getting along with children, was the most intimidating. She only said something softly, and Dabeo and the others immediately sat up, not forgetting to hold their favorite toys in their hands. Chapter 44, Worried Lu Ruoshi. Sibo was still sitting in the car, and it was obvious that he was fast asleep. His little hands were gently clasped and his little mouth was slightly open, as if he was still saying something. Lu Ruoshi was about to wake up Sibo when Yi Linyao stopped her. No need, she's asleep, I'll carry her back. But Dabeo and the others. It's okay, they are all brothers, they will definitely know. Yi Linyao gently picked up Sibao, afraid of waking her up. As expected, Dad still favors his daughter a little more, which makes Lu Ruoshi a little jealous. No wonder people say a daughter is her father's little lover in his previous life. In order to make Sibao feel more comfortable, Yi Linyao even held her with his arms and wrists. Dad, I want to be like Sibao. Me too, why can Sibao be held? As expected, the little guys were still a little dissatisfied in their hearts. Didn't I just tell you that my sister's health is not very good? As brothers, you should learn to be humble and give way to your sister. You must not bully her. Now, the other little ones stopped saying anything, because their father had just taught them that as older brothers, they should take good care of their younger sisters. I am a man, I will take good care of my sister in the future. Dabeo spoke first, and the remaining two little ones were not to be outdone and followed suit. After seeing this, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that it was better for the child to be raised by his father. After all, her current job as a counselor has made her usual behavior and habits more strict. Perhaps these little guys are already afraid of her. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? On the way back with Sibao on his back, Yi Linyao noticed that Lu Ruoshi, who had been following him home, slowly stopped walking. Am I too strict? I don't know why Lu Ruoshi suddenly said this nonsensically, which made Yi Linyao feel very surprised. It seems like the babies are all scared of me. What's the matter? You're not that strict, don't worry. Yi Linyao smiled. Before, she had been asked to take care of these 4 children as a girl, working and taking care of the family, which inevitably made her feel very tired. In addition, in order to facilitate the management of the children at home, there must be some principles in terms of language. Only in this way can it be more convenient to free up some time to go back home and work. Although Yi Linyao said this, from Lu Ruoshi's point of view, Yi Linyao said these words just to comfort her. To be honest, no one would think that her current way of speaking is very strict. Yi Linyao only took a quick look and knew that Lu Ruoshi must still be very worried about her stern image. What should she do if she left a bad impression on the children in the future? Yi Linyao sighed softly, smiled, and then called back the 3 little guys who were walking in front. Dabeo, Erbo, Sanbao, the rest of you come back first. Because it was nighttime and there were not many people in the underground garage, the 3 little guys in front heard the shouting immediately and ran back happily. Lu Ruoshi saw Yi Linyao calling back all the 3 little guys in front. Of course she knew what he wanted to do now, but she didn't dare to say anything more in her heart. Chapter 45, Mom and Dad, we like them. Dad, what do you want us to do? I don't know if it's because the weather is cold now, but after getting off the car, the little guy is obviously more energetic than before. Do you like your mother? After asking this question, Lu Ruoshi immediately lowered her head in shame. Although she knew what Yi Linyao wanted to do, she never thought that he would be so decisive. Now these little guys have all come back, and because a few of them really said I don't like my mom, she will probably be too upset to sleep tonight. As a result, the little guy didn't understand what his father was saying at all, but he knew how to answer based on the superficial words they had just heard. Mom? We still like Mom very much. Mom has always been very good to us. As soon as Dabeo finished speaking, Erbo also nodded vigorously beside him. At first, Lu Ruoshi stood there with her head down, not knowing what to do. After hearing Dabeo's words, she was stunned for a moment, then slowly raised her head and looked at the 3 little guys. What's wrong? Why is Dad asking this question? Dabeo didn't understand what was going on. He stared with his big eyes, still holding the Ultraman toy in his hand. It's nothing. Daddy is afraid that you like Mommy too much and don't want Daddy anymore. Yi Linyao also concealed all the things that Lu Ruoshi was worried about just now, and deliberately took all the responsibility on himself. But the little guy is still quite naive now. They didn't think so much at all, but after hearing such words, they immediately became unhappy. No, our father and mother love us very much. Yes, we are also very happy that Dad can come back this time. I love Dad and Mom the most. I don't hate Dad. The eldest, second and third children immediately showed their love for their dad, which made him feel a little happy. Although today was only the first time he met these little guys, he had a feeling that his little guys already knew him very well. At this time, even Sibao, who had been lying on Yi Linyao back, began to frown slightly, and then kept mumbling with his cherry lips. Dad, Mom. Yi Linyao grinned, this feeling was really good. Okay, let's go back and rest quickly. It's getting late, so we don't want to wake up Sibao again. The way Lu Ruwashi spoke now no longer had the distraught look she had just had, as if the words these little guys had just said had made her mood much better. Seeing Lu Ruwashi like this, Yi Linyao felt relieved. Well, it's getting late, so we should hurry up and get ready to rest and go to bed. After opening the door and returning to the room, Lu Ruwashi suddenly felt as if she had not been back for a long time. Perhaps it was because she had just gone out with a few little ones and had such a great time at the amusement park that she almost forgot her current identity. Really? You're already that old, but you still act like a little girl. Lu Ruwashi held her forehead and smiled helplessly. But if she were to recall every little detail of what happened in the amusement park, those would be the most precious memories she had from childhood to adulthood. Okay, little guys, what are you going to do before bed? Got it? Yi Linyao gently placed Sibao on the sofa and patted her awake. Dad, what's wrong? Sibao looked sleepily at his father in front of him and his mother standing beside him. We've already gone home and are going to bed soon. Go over and wash your face and brush your teeth. Okay. Chapter 46. The embarrassing thing is coming. Because of Lu Ruwashi's good teaching before, these four little ones have become familiar with washing their faces and brushing their teeth before going to bed, and they have already memorized it. After they washed their faces and brushed their teeth, they each took a very large towel to wipe themselves, which looked very funny. Even Yi Linyao, who was sitting outside, couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that these little ones in his family were so cute no matter what they were doing. Mom, Dad, we've all washed up. Several little guys stood there in a row. Sibo was a little slow and followed at the end, staggering. The way he swayed from side to side, coupled with his cute little girl look, made Yi Linyao almost lose his mind. This is a cute fowl. If you can go to jail for acting cute, then these little ones in my family must be criminals. Okay, now that you've washed up, go to bed. Good. The little ones were already tired, and when they heard that it was time to go to bed, they immediately ran towards the bedroom. Soon the chirping sounds in the room gradually quieted down. Without even looking, I knew that the little guys must have fallen asleep. Not only inside the bedroom, but even outside the bedroom had begun to slowly become quiet. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruwashi were both sitting on the sofa, but neither of them spoke first. Thank you for today. Lu Ruwashi was the first one to break the silence between the two people. After all, it was not a good idea for the two of them to stay here awkwardly like this. Thank me for what? Yi Linyao smiled. He didn't know why, but the moment they recognized each other this afternoon, he felt as if the smile had never left his face. You helped me so much this afternoon. I don't know how to thank you. If I hadn't met you, I don't know what I would have done. As Lu Ruwashi spoke, her face slowly began to turn red again. Ha, what's the big deal, aren't you my wife? Having said that, Yi Linyao moved closer to Lu Ruwashi, and the distance between the two of them became much closer. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air seemed a little bit wrong, but Lu Ruwashi didn't know what to say. Don't keep talking about your wife. What if the students hear you at school? Lu Ruwashi is still a little worried now, but if she asked her true thoughts, she was still a little worried about something very important. The thing is, how should the two of them sleep tonight? When she first moved in, there were only 4 children and herself, so she could only buy a single bed. After all, a single bed is much cheaper than a double bed. But today he suddenly wanted to live with me, and there was no time to prepare at all. It's time to go to bed, let's go. Lu Ruwashi was just thinking in her mind how to say the next thing, but she heard Yi Linyao say that he wanted to go to bed. She suddenly panicked. There was only a single bed in the room. How should she sleep on it? The two of them must not be able to sleep. Well, why don't you leave? Yi Linyao glanced at Lu Ruwashi, who had been sitting on the sofa beside him unmoved, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Chapter 47. It's okay, I'll just sleep on the sofa. There is only one single bed in the room. Lu Ruwashi stopped talking halfway through her words. After hearing what she said, Yi Linyao immediately understood what she meant, but he did not fall into embarrassment. Instead, he laughed. A single bed is just a single bed. At worst, we can just squeeze together and sleep there. When Yi Linyao said these words, there was no shy expression on his face. Instead, after hearing these words, Lu Ruwashi looked like she had just come out of a sauna. He felt steam rising from his body, even after his brain had been fractured, thinking about what would happen if the two of them slept in the same bed. No. Or let's just forget it. The bed is too small. We can only sleep on one person. Lu Ruwashi finally said this shyly. After all, things were changing too fast for her. Although the two of them had been in a relationship 4 years ago, they had not met each other in the past 4 years. They suddenly met today. Such a fast progress inevitably made them feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay, it will be fine if we squeeze in a little bit. Yi Linyao said this with a wicked smile. He certainly knew what Lu Ruoxi was thinking at the moment, so he was deliberately teasing her here. Why not just forget it? It's a bit uncomfortable for two people to sleep on that single bed. Lu Ruoxi's voice became lower and lower, until it became so low that even she could hardly hear it. Then, maybe I should sleep on the sofa? Yi Linyao took the initiative to make concessions. He also knew that such rapid progress had occurred after only meeting for 1 day, which was indeed a bit unacceptable for most girls. Anyway, the two of them will have to live together for a long time, so this kind of thing can be adjusted sooner or later, there is no need to rush. But Lu Ruoxi hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything. From the moment they met today to later, she had to buy clothes, buy milk powder, pay rent and take the children out for fun. The cost of this pile of things in 1 day should have been almost half a year's salary. If he hadn't come today, and the landlord had come to collect the rent, I wouldn't know how to solve the problem. What's more, it is the best thing for him to stay and take care of the children with me now, but at night, I let him sleep on the sofa. Why don't you go to bed? I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. If the kids have any problems at night, I can get up right away. After saying this, Lu Ruoxi decided not to walk towards the bedroom anymore, and she stretched out her hand to point to Yi Linyao where her bedroom was. Yi Linyao smiled slightly and said nothing. As the head of the family, how could a man let a woman sleep on the sofa while he went to bed? It's okay. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. This sofa is quite soft. I quite like it. I think your bed is quite hard. I choose this sofa. Lu Ruoxi didn't even need to raise her head to know that Yi Linyao had said those words on purpose, so she refused to sit up. After waiting for a few seconds, Yi Linyao saw that Lu Ruoxi didn't move at all, so he decided to get serious. Chapter 48. If you don't go, I'll do it. If you don't want to go, I'll go for you. After Lu Ruoxi finished listening, before she knew what Yi Linyao meant by what he had just said, she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms going around her back and knees. Then she exerted a little force with her arms and she seemed to be flying. Ah! Although she was very frightened, she still knew that the 4 little ones in the house were already asleep and any loud noise would wake them up. So he had to cover his mouth with his hand, and at the same time, he put his other hand around Yi Linyao's back to prevent himself from falling. What are you doing? This sudden action made Lu Ruoxi blush. She had not had any contact with other men in the past 4 years. Now this happened suddenly, and she couldn't stand it. Ms. Lu, you've taken my place to sleep. Please leave quickly and don't disturb my rest. After saying that, Yi Linyao carried Lu Ruoxi to the direction of the bedroom that she had pointed to just now. For some reason, Lu Ruoxi did not struggle at all. Instead, she slowly hugged Yi Linyao and buried her face in his arms. She took care of these 4 little ones by herself for a total of 3 years, and she was always alone during these 3 years. If I really encounter some troublesome situations, I will ask my parents to help. Their parents had many quarrels over this matter. Even she herself felt a little regretful. Why did she enter that bar in the first place? If I hadn't entered that bar, maybe I wouldn't feel so bad now. But at this moment, she was lying in Yi Linyao's arms, and she felt that all her previous thoughts seemed to be wrong. Walking into the bedroom, it was not a very big room with a single bed placed next to the bed, and the furnishings in the room were also very simple. It can be seen that she didn't put much effort into her room, but instead put too much thought into her work and her 4 children. Okay, go to bed quickly. We still have to go to school tomorrow morning for classes. After saying that, Yi Linyao bent down and kissed Lu Ruoxi on the forehead before she could react. At that moment, Lu Ruoxi felt a slight warmth touching her forehead. Compared with what happened before, what she was experiencing now was like a volcanic eruption, making her whole body hot. Lu Ruoxi's brain was still in a frozen state, and she didn't hear clearly what Yi Linyao had just said. After touching her head, Yi Linyao smiled and left the bedroom and returned to the sofa. Okay, it's time to rest. I'll be a good husband and father again tomorrow morning. Well, as for the teaching assistant, forget it, just get by with your life. Soon Yi Linyao outside the house fell asleep, but Lu Ruoxi inside the house tossed and turned on the bed, with all the things that had happened in the past 10 hours flashing through her mind. It seemed like a dream, and my heart couldn't stop beating fast. Chapter 49. No, I have to post it on WeChat Moments. After rolling around on the bed for nearly 10 minutes, Lu Ruoshi finally sat up and picked up the phone on the bedside table next to her. Open your circle of friends and prepare to post a message to express your current mood. After thinking for a while, Lu Ruoshi quickly typed these words on the keyboard. It's great to meet you. Maybe you are the most important man in my life. At the same time, this circle of friends is specially set to, not visible to relatives, and, not visible to colleagues and students. In other words, this circle of friends of hers is specifically for her ordinary friends to see. After all, most young people nowadays will not go to bed until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, so the moment this circle of friends was posted, Lu Ruoshi received a large number of private messages within the next 5 minutes. One of them was his former best friend from high school, Lin Tian. What's going on? Xiaoxi, I introduced you to someone a while ago but you didn't want him. Now you found someone so quickly. How is that guy? Humph, I won't tell you. Lu Ruoshi originally wanted to tell her all the things that seemed like things in a novel that she had experienced today, but then she changed her mind and thought about how many things were happening right now, and she felt a little uneasy for the time being. It's better not to tell all these things to others for now. You are so good, Lu Ruoshi, you didn't even tell me the time. If you have any trouble next time, don't call me. Okay, I'll tell you. Then the two of them used their mobile phones to talk about almost everything that happened to them when they met Yi Linyao that day in one evening. At first, she thought that her silly best friend had finally found a partner who seemed to be more suitable for them, but who knew that what she heard was that Lu Ruoshi had found the father of the children. This was really exciting, because he could tell from what Lu Ruoshi had just said that the child's father should be a very wealthy man with a strong sense of responsibility. The reason why she didn't show up before was that she thought that the two of them just had a chance encounter because of being drunk that night. No way, is what you said true or false? It's been 4 years. Are you sure that man is really the father of the child? My best friend still found it hard to believe. Although she is now raising 4 children, her figure and knowledge are not bad. This is why she just said that she had been introducing guys to Lu Ruoshi, but she never wanted to meet them. Now she is a little worried. What if this person is not the father of the child and just wants to use this name to be with Lu Ruoshi? What should she do? Don't worry. Even though 4 years have passed, I can still feel it. And the 4 little guys are very close to him. As you know, they were very wary of strangers before. As they talked, the direction of the topic gradually began to change, and in the end, even Lu Ruoshi's best friend was a little envious. Before, Lu Ruoshi had always been a little embarrassed because she had 4 children and the whereabouts of the children's father was unknown. Many people found her experience a bit funny. But now it seems that Lu Ruoshi is the one who is truly living better than everyone else. No, you're living too well. I'll definitely go see him when I get a chance. If I don't let him treat me to a good meal, that would be too unreasonable. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Lu Ruoshi lay on the bed and smiled brightly. Now she was not sleepy at all. I have to say that sometimes a successful partner can really make people feel uplifted and full of energy every day. Then it depends on when you come over. But don't go too far, or I won't help you. Well, Lu Ruoshi, you forgot about your good sisters now that you have a man. You want to team up with your man to deal with me. You're angry. Ha ha ha. Chapter 50 Breakfast with my husband. Just like that, the night passed quickly. Life in college is relatively easy, so even if you are a counselor for college students, you don't need to go to school at a fixed time every morning like a normal high school or junior high school teacher. So the next morning, Yi Linyao sat up from the sofa early in the morning and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. When he lived alone before, he always just had some bread to eat. But now it is different. He no longer lives alone. Not only does he have a wife, but he also has 4 lovely children. So he must find a way to pay attention to the nutrition of breakfast. Well, when I lived alone before, I didn't pay much attention to cooking. Yi Linyao was a little confused. If he made breakfast himself, what would he do if it didn't taste good? We can't let them eat such a terrible breakfast and start a new day. When I turned my head, I suddenly saw some whole wheat bread and some eggs in the refrigerator. I wonder if that thing exists. Yi Linyao suddenly had an idea, so he began to search the room. Soon, a box of milk was found in a corner, which had been opened but not much had been drunk. In that case, let's make a breakfast that's more Western style this morning. It's definitely nutritionally sufficient anyway. After lighting a fire and boiling the pot, Yi Linyao was now ready to begin his first cooking experience in this family. Put a little bit of oil in the pan, wait until the pan is hot, then beat an egg into it. In order to make the eggs he likes, when they are put into the pot, Yilinyao keeps using his chopsticks and spatula to change the shape of the eggs. Try your best to put yourself in the pan and fry the eggs until they all become the shape of a heart. It took him nearly half an hour just to cook all these eggs. I didn't expect making breakfast would be so tiring. Yilinyao wiped the sweat from his head. It was the first time for him to spend so much time on breakfast. However, he still felt very happy when he saw the several heart-shaped eggs that had been fully formed on the plate next to him. Next, put the bread in the toaster and toast it, and then put some milk in the cup to heat it up. A very simple and Western breakfast is ready. After packing up all these things, Yilinyao looked at the wall clock. It's almost time. If I get up now and eat all this breakfast, I feel that school should be almost done by then. The little ones had already woken up a long time ago. Although they were only 3 years old, they must have had much better experience than today's adults. In front of the bedroom door, Yilinyao knocked gently a few times, but there was no response from inside. Finally, he gently turned the doorknob and opened the door. Lu Ruwashi was still lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. The mobile phone next to her was on all the time, as if it represented that she had been chatting with her best friend for a long time last night. Chapter 51. Yilinyao discovered media reports. Really? I told her to go to bed early last night, but she didn't listen. Yilinyao smiled and then sat down on the edge of the bed. He just stared at the sleeping Lu Ruwashi. For some reason, Yilinyao felt that her sleeping posture was the most beautiful in the world. Lu Ruwashi also vaguely felt someone coming to her side. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Yilinyao sitting beside her bed, smiling slightly. At that moment, Lu Ruwashi, who was originally a little sleepy, immediately sat up. After all, the person sitting next to her was not an ordinary person. Did I wake you up? Lu Ruwashi shook her head and mumbled something, but no one could hear what she was saying. Hurry up and eat, or you'll be late. Seeing that Lu Ruwashi was still a little absent-minded, Yilinyao held her face with both hands again, making her look into his eyes. Baji. Another kiss on the forehead. Lu Ruwashi's face suddenly turned red again. Although it was already late autumn, for some reason, she still felt her face was hot, as if she had a fever. Hurry up and get up. Those little guys are already up. After Yilinyao left the room, Lu Ruwashi hurriedly got up from the bed and started to put on her clothes, because she also saw that not only did Yilinyao come to call her in person, but there was also a very important reason that she was really going to be late. When Lu Ruwashi finished cleaning up and walked out of the room, she saw the little guy sitting at the dining table and eating breakfast. The little guy still remembers what happened yesterday. At first, he felt very surprised when he saw his father, and then he suddenly remembered that his father had come back yesterday. Mom, you finally got up. Come eat quickly because you have to go to work again soon. With Yilinyao's kiss just now, and with these little guys staying here all the time, Yilinyao suddenly felt that his future days were full of hope again. After tidying up in the bathroom, Lu Ruwashi sat down at the dining table and picked up the loving breakfast that Yilinyao had prepared for her today. After taking a bite, Yilinyao couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Does it taste good?" After all, it was my first time trying to make breakfast for others. Although the food was quite simple, I was still worried that there would be problems with the taste. If the taste is not good, it would be a big failure. After taking a bite, Lu Ruwashi savored it slowly. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face. Delicious, really delicious. Although the breakfast was simple, for Lu Ruwashi, after all these years, she was finally able to wait for a man to make breakfast for her every morning when he got up early. This made her very satisfied. Because the breakfast portion was not particularly large, they all finished it quickly. Lu Ruwashi looked at the time on the clock on the wall and felt that it was about time. She still had to go to school today to deal with some matters that she had just come to hand over with other teachers. Is it really okay for you not to go to school during this time? Before leaving, Lu Ruwashi was still a little worried about Yilinyao. What should she do if her work was delayed because of taking care of the child? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can choose to do this job or not. I still have to take care of Debeo and the others first. The man answered in a very relaxed manner, as if he had no burden at all, which made Lu Ruwashi feel relieved. Since there is no problem with Yilinyao, she can go to school alone to take care of the children without any worries. Hurry up and say hello to Mom, she has to go to work. Goodbye, Mom. Mom, please come back early after get off work. Dad and I will be waiting for you at home. After saying goodbye to her children, Lu Ruoshi closed the door and walked towards the school. Although university life is indeed not that stressful, it does not mean that they will have nothing to do for the next period of time. This is because the students of this class will soon be applying for various things, such as general professional level examinations, or issues regarding their essays, which are all very stressful. However, as a counselor, she needs to help her classmates deal with almost all of these things. It can be said that even if the students relax a little, she, as a teacher, has no chance to relax. In the house, the little ones quickly finished their breakfast. Because they are not ready to go to kindergarten yet, they have to stay at home almost all of the time for the next period of time. After finishing breakfast, the little ones went back to their rooms and played with the toys they bought at the amusement park last night. These toys were the first time they had ever gotten them, so the little ones almost never took their eyes and hands off these toys the entire time. However, after Yi Lingyao had finished his breakfast, there was nothing else to deal with in the house, so he started to browse his mobile phone out of boredom, hoping to see something interesting on the internet. Although Shanghai is very big now and many things happen every day, big and small, there are still not many things that can be reported in certain news media. As he was scrolling, a piece of news came into Yi Linyao's sight. It seems that this piece of news is classified as entertainment, but what it describes is actually an event held in a motorcycle amusement park. The name of this event was extremely familiar to Yi Lingyao, because the event he attended yesterday was exactly the same as the one he was seeing now. So he clicked on the article without hesitation, wanting to see if it was the event he attended yesterday. And what makes people feel most scared is that the title above reads The Most Beautiful Family, but wasn't the achievement achieved last night the championship of the most beautiful family? After I clicked it, the network started to have some problems, so it took a little time to load. If it were any normal time, Yi Lingyao would definitely not care now, and would even wait slowly for his loading to be completed. But now it's different. If Yi Lingyao can't see what the situation is like as soon as possible, he will still feel very uneasy. After waiting for a long time, it was finally loaded. Yi Lingyao couldn't wait any longer and immediately looked for some information about the situation in the pictures or texts inside. As he was searching, one of the photos immediately made him stunned. Chapter 52 Lu Ruoshi comes to class and asks questions. If we only look at the above situation in the photo, there is no doubt that it is the amusement park that I went to with my family yesterday. However, isn't the family standing in that photo naturally your own family? If it were a normal time, perhaps there would be nothing wrong with this, but the key point is that what is happening between him and Lu Ruoshi is only known by a very few people. But if the two of them participated in this kind of most beautiful family activity and it became known to everyone, there would be a lot of trouble. The most terrifying thing would be what if the students in the class found out? Lu Ruoshi just came to this school to teach yesterday. If she gets into trouble so soon, it will probably affect her work. Thinking of this, Yi Lingyao was still struggling with whether those students could see this news. Although it had been reported by certain media, it did not mean that everyone could see it. I don't know why, maybe because Yi Lingyao has become a father now, so he still expects a more stable way of doing things. At this moment, he was also afraid in his heart. If these things were really discovered by the students, it would have a huge impact on them. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of rapid knocks on the door, it was opened. I found that the person standing outside the door was Yi Lingyao from next door. Aunt Jean was very surprised. It was only morning and she didn't know what the matter was that he came to her house and knocked on the door. Aren't you Lu Yatu's husband? Because she also saw and heard Yi Linyao's current car in the underground garage yesterday afternoon, which made her more convinced that this young man must have a career of his own. Naturally, my attitude towards him has changed a lot. It is definitely much better than what I showed to this man of unknown origin at the beginning. Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you so early. It's okay. What's the matter with coming here so early? Aunt Zhang didn't care about these things. After all, people of her age get up very early every morning and don't mind people next door knocking on her door. Aunt Zhang? It's like this. I have something urgent to do and I have to go out for a while. The child's mother is also out at work, so there is no one to take care of the child at home. I think. Aunt Jean was also a veteran, so she knew what he was going to do after just listening to a little bit. It just so happened that she had nothing to do at the moment, as her children had been out working for a long time, and she felt very tired being alone at home. If she could help take care of the children next door, it would be able to relieve her boredom. Taking care of the kids, huh? No problem. Seeing that Aunt Zhang agreed so readily, Yi Linyao's brows relaxed slightly. Only if the 4 little ones at home can be well taken care of can he go to school to deal with this matter. That Aunt Zhang still has some food in her refrigerator. If you don't mind, you can cook some at our house and eat it at noon. It's okay, those are just small things, just go and do your work. I don't have anything to do at home all day anyway. I'm very happy to be able to play with the kids. Aunt Zhang was very happy, so she went into her room, took the key, and immediately locked the door. Well, don't you have something to do? Then go ahead and do it. I'll help you look after the children. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang began to push Yi Linyao towards the door. Well, I'll trouble you, Aunt Zhang, for the rest. After the door closed with a bang, Yi Linyao readjusted himself and decided to rush into the school immediately. If this matter were really known to those students, then he would have to come forward and explain everything clearly. At the same time, Lu Ruoxi had already arrived at the school and began to organize some students' information on her desk. Because the first class is self-study, most of the students are now thinking about what they saw last night about the counselor. It has to be said that this matter actually has nothing to do with them, and the relationship between Counselor Lu and assistant teacher Yi is that of colleagues. Since it does not involve issues between teachers and students, even the school will not interfere too much. However, these things are still very attractive to students, and as long as this matter spreads among students and becomes a new topic of conversation, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble to the parties involved. As a member of the class, Guan Yeye soon learned about this matter. But she still remembered that yesterday afternoon, Yi Linyao said that the reason why she and the counselor were in the supermarket to buy milk powder was because he had to take care of the child. If that is the case, then the 4 children in this photo should be the 4 children that Yi Linyao is going to take care of. But why would they form a family to participate in competitions in a place like an amusement park? After dealing with some things, Lu Ruoxi stood up and prepared to go to the classroom to settle all the remaining matters. But she had no idea. All the students in the class were waiting for her, wanting to see how their counselor would explain the relationship between her and the teaching assistant. When Lu Ruoxi entered the classroom, all the students had already turned their eyes to her, and were already looking forward to who would be the first to ask about what they had seen on the internet yesterday. Any other student has any questions about this exam? Lu Ruoxi adjusted herself, and her mood now returned to that of the very cold and strict counselor in the classroom. But after she said this, no student in the audience answered her. Instead, they just kept staring at her. Teacher, here is a picture, would you like to take a look at it? A girl sitting in the front of the class couldn't help it anymore, so she took the initiative to tell Lu Ruoxi about it. At first, Lu Ruoxi didn't know what was going on. After all, the students and the atmosphere in the class seemed a little off. But when she suddenly saw the photo displayed on the phone, her expression changed. Because at this time Lu Ruoxi could already see very clearly the picture displayed on the girl's mobile phone. Isn't it the photo taken by someone yesterday when he and Yi Linyao took the children to the amusement park? She really didn't expect that these photos would be leaked and reported by the media. Moreover, if these things were known by my classmates, it would definitely have some impact on my work. And just yesterday afternoon, they met 2 students in the class and denied what was going on between them. However, just one day later, they were caught by others. Counselor, can you tell me about the relationship between you and our assistant teacher Yi? Suddenly, a boy in the class stood up boldly and questioned Lu Ruoxi. Lu Ruoxi was not mentally prepared at that moment, and the bold questions from these boys made her even more at a loss. Even the temperament that she should have as a strict counselor at the beginning was gone. Chapter 53, Directly Confronting the Students. It can be said without hesitation that Lu Ruoxi is now like a helpless child, because she has no idea what to do next. The students in the class now really want to know what the relationship is between their counselors and teaching assistants? Although it is very likely that it has nothing to do with them at all, this does not prevent the college students in this family from still being very interested in such gossip and boring things. What's more, there are actually many boys in this class who like the new counselor very much, and none of the girls are happy that Yi Linyao has been working as an assistant teacher in their class. But in this situation, not only the boys are heartbroken, but even the girls don't know why they should stay in this class. What is the purpose of this? Because ever since Lu Ruoxi just came into the classroom, Yi Linyao had already complained in his heart that the boys in the class had been in a non-active state from the beginning to the end of the class. A large part of this problem comes from the fact that there is not a single good-looking female teacher in the classroom. Although Lu Ruoxi's arrival has made the students start to have a little interest in learning, the following broken love makes them feel very uncomfortable and terrible, as if a person had just been pulled out of hell and then thrown into another place. The students in the class obviously had no intention of letting Lu Ruoxi go. Although they had nothing particularly to do with this matter, they still wanted to figure it out from a gossip perspective. Lu Ruoshi was at a loss and remained silent for nearly half a minute without saying a word. Even the girl who had kindly reminded Lu Ruoshi just now had already noticed how tense the situation was. She even felt a little regretful for having said all these things in advance. If she hadn't said them, perhaps she wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Instead, she has gotten herself into trouble. Just when all the students in the class had noticed the awkwardness between the counselors, someone suddenly came in from outside the door and walked straight to the counselors. Everyone was stunned. Although there was nothing wrong with the man's appearance at this time point, the students who had just been there were all there, which was equivalent to bullying the counselor. And if the counselor and assistant teacher Yi are really husband and wife, then aren't these guys doomed? All of a sudden, all the kids in the class became quiet. They didn't dare to say anything anymore. And the boy who took the lead at the beginning was about to be exposed by the others. After all, no one wanted to spoil the whole barrel because of a single bad apple. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to go together? The boy was very angry and took a liking to the classmates next to him. They had clearly agreed to form a united front, but because he said it first in a moment of impulsiveness, he was regarded as the culprit by them and was exposed. Brother, the situation is critical now, you should sacrifice yourself first. Yes, we should have the awareness to sacrifice our own family for the sake of everyone else. Fuck. You guys. However, Yi Linyao's appearance at this time also made Lu Ruoshi very surprised, because he always thought that Yi Linyao should be at home taking care of the 4 little ones. And now he is very worried. If Yi Linyao has already come to school, then who is taking care of the 4 little ones at home? Counselor Lu, I can hear everything from outside. It's very noisy inside. What happened? Yi Linyao's very magnetic and influential voice brought Lu Ruoshi back to her senses the moment it was spoken. They were now in school, she was the counselor of the students in this class, and he was their assistant teacher. Fortunately, he used this tone to sober himself up in time, otherwise if he continued like this, he might really let something slip. Nothing, they were just discussing something at the beginning. Lu Ruoshi doesn't want Yi Linyao to know these things for the time being. After all, this has a significant impact on both of them. Now that he doesn't know, then don't let him know for the time being. However, from the very beginning when Yi Linyao just came near the stairs, he probably already heard what these students were talking about. At that time, he had already prepared himself mentally. Now that the students had already known about these things, the next step was to find a way to resolve these issues. But Lu Ruoshi's reaction still made him feel distressed. After all, she would try her best not to let him know about most things as long as they did not affect her. But unfortunately, he actually knew about this matter from the beginning, otherwise he would not have suddenly come to the school this time. But Yi Linyao was still a little embarrassed in his heart, because his original plan was to ask directly like this, and then let Lu Ruoshi tell the story in this way, so that he could naturally criticize this naughty child under his command. But now Lu Ruoshi didn't play by the rules at all, which made him desperate. What should he do next? Yi Linyao was stunned for a second, because during this second he was also carefully considering what to do next. This move was not according to the rules and it really made him feel a little uncomfortable. As his eyes were wandering, he suddenly noticed that the girl's cell phone next to him was still on, and the screen of that phone was displaying the news he had just seen in the room. Well, this time God really blocked a door for you and opened a window for you. So Yi Linyao directly took the phone from the girl's hand. The girl didn't react at first, but after the phone was taken away, she realized that something was wrong. At this moment, all the students in the class began to hold their breath. Although they were indeed very awesome in the beginning, Assistant Instructor Yi was here now, and something might really go wrong. After Yi Linyao casually glanced at the things on it, he began to prepare for battle. But to be honest, he doesn't really need to read it now. After all, he has already read all these things in the room. Next, he roughly adjusted his current state of mind and chose a phrase that he now believed to be relatively intimidating. Is this what you were talking about in the classroom just now? When this tone was used at that moment, it seemed as if it was putting pressure on the students, and all the students dared not speak anymore. Although they had always maintained a good relationship with the teaching assistant, they could not guarantee that the teaching assistant would not get angry if they really encountered such a situation. Moreover, as a teaching assistant for these students, Yi Linyao is, in a way, able to directly deal with the important issue of whether these students can graduate in the future. Chapter 54: Who is causing trouble? They seemed very brave just now, but they must have been very scared inside if they didn't get their diplomas. Do you know what your identities are now? Are you the teacher or is he the teacher? Yi Linyao's voice gradually became louder, and many students in the class were trembling with fear. They had never seen Yi Linyao angry before. Yi Linyao has been a student of this school, so maybe it's because of his concern for his younger classmates, but Yi Linyao usually always behaves in a very friendly manner. Even when the previous counselor was here, they would often greet each other and cover for each other like brothers. This is why so many students like Yi Linyao as the teaching assistant in their class. But now they also know that what they are doing now seems to have really made assistant coach Yi angry. Now, almost no one knows how this situation will end. The students in the class could only sit quietly in their seats, hoping that someone would come forward to resolve their current embarrassment. But now that something like this has happened, they can no longer rely on anyone. It was also the first time that Lu Ruoshi discovered that Yi Linyao could be so angry. After all, from their contact throughout the whole day yesterday, Lu Ruoshi had never expected that this man would have such a big change in mood. But at the same time, Lu Ruoshi felt a little comforted in her heart. After all, her man was still angry for her. But, Brother Yi. As soon as a student said this, Yi Linyao glared at him fiercely. The next moment, the boy immediately changed his words. Assistant Professor Yi, this incident has indeed been discussed by everyone since it happened last night, and we have no other intentions. We just want to know whether this incident is true or false. This student could be considered the bravest among all the boys and girls. After all, if they offended Yi Linyao, their graduation certificates might be in trouble, so whoever stood up now would be like a big brother. Is this matter true? What does it have to do with you guys? Don't forget that you are just students now. Don't you know what students are supposed to do? I originally thought that this kind of reasoning would be more or less effective, but now it seems that they still think the matter is too simple. However, Yi Linyao is no longer able to explain the matter as clearly as he did when he met Guan Ye, and now these students don't dare to ask any more questions. But what should I do now? Should I just keep on being in a stalemate? This is not a solution either. After all, I came here to find a way to deal with these students' affairs. Just when everyone was stuck here, suddenly, a girl stood up in the class. This person surprised everyone else a little bit. Of course, the most surprising ones were Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi, because the girl who stood up at this time was Guan Ye, whom they met in the mall yesterday afternoon. Students, please stop discussing this matter. I met the counselor and the teaching assistant in the supermarket yesterday afternoon. The teaching assistant is now helping his relative take care of the child. Because he has no experience, he asked the counselor to come and help. The facts are not what everyone thinks. She spoke so many words in one breath that even the little girl's lung capacity seemed to be exhausted. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi were both very surprised. According to what happened yesterday afternoon, this girl should not come to help them. But even so, Yi Linyao still did not relax his vigilance towards this girl. After all, no matter what, the behavior of this girl yesterday was definitely not something an ordinary and simple girl could do. It is better to keep a certain distance from her now. I don't know what she is up to yet. But as long as it doesn't have much impact on me, I will just not expose what happened yesterday for the time being. Just as he finished speaking, the boy also stood up. Yes, I can testify to that. I did see it in the mall yesterday. I originally thought it was not a big deal, so I didn't tell anyone. But now I feel I need to come forward and explain it to everyone. After these two students stood up, no one in the class spoke anymore, because originally their lineup was all the students in the class and the counselors and teaching assistants on the opposite side. But at this moment, the two students in the class had already pointed out the examples and very forcefully refuted the thoughts in the hearts of the students in the class. At this point, the rest of the people in the class no longer dared to speak. If the facts are really as they said, then didn't they just make a fuss this time? It also angered his counselor and teaching assistant. Guan Ye stepping forward gave Yi Linyao a way out, a perfect opportunity to handle the matter perfectly. What are you thinking about all day? Just because of a media report, you start to speculate. If you put your mind on guessing the questions on the final exam, you won't fail. My goodness, the moment these words were spoken, all the students held their breath. Is this a hint that the final exam questions will definitely be much more difficult than normal exams? It's over, this is a big deal. If everyone fails this exam, we will all have to retake it. The only option is to rebuild it, which is too painful. Who on earth saw this news last night and posted it to the class group? Stand up, good brothers are going to treat him to some good juice. Chapter 55, one plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop. But even now these things are of no use. The key is to find a way to solve the biggest problem they are facing now. Now what they just did has completely pissed off the teaching assistant, so what should they do next? Assistant Yi, it's okay. They don't know the true situation anyway, so let's just leave it at that. Lu Ruwashi also felt that it was about time. If she continued like this, she would probably have to dwell on this matter all day. What she needs to do now is to deal with these things in the school as soon as possible. As for the incident that appeared in the news yesterday, it is better for no one to mention it as soon as possible. Well, counselor, you just arrived yesterday, so these students are not afraid of you at all. If you have any questions later, just tell me directly. Yeah, okay. Lu Ruwashi also replied very seriously that they were still in the school, so she must behave more like a teacher. If she continued to behave like this at home, it would really be a mess in the end. Because from the very beginning, as an assistant teacher in this class, Yi Linyao didn't have much to do. At most, he would help the counselor deal with matters between students, or receive, send and grade some test papers. To put it another way, if so many things had not happened this time, Yi Linyao would not have needed to go to school in person at the beginning. As for what happens to the students later, most of them are actually left to the counselor to handle. As a teaching assistant, he simply doesn't have that much free time and is too lazy to take care of them. Students, please take care of the things I just mentioned that require grade review. After saying that, Yi Linyao said something to Lu Ruwashi, and then the two of them left the classroom together. Hey man, who spread this story? Come out now and let us beat you up. Fuck, you were the one who told me last night that you couldn't see it and asked me to post it in the group. Can you do this? Suddenly the class became a mess again. Some people were trying to pass the blame on to others, some refused to take the blame, and even some innocent bystanders all began to worry about whether they would get their diplomas. However, Yi Linyao and Lu Ruwashi, who had already arrived at the door, did not care so much about the situation in the class, because Lu Ruwashi still had a lot of things to ask Yi Linyao about what was going on. Why did you come here suddenly? Didn't you agree to stay at home and take care of the kids today? As soon as Lu Ruwashi went out, she immediately told Yi Linyao the thing that was most concerning her at the moment. You know, the last time they went out to buy something, her boss secretly ran away by himself. What should I do if this kind of thing happens again? Don't worry. Before I left, I asked a neighbor's aunt to help look after the children. I came here specifically because I saw that media report. I know you can't handle it by yourself. Lu Ruwashi was even a little angry at first, but after hearing Yi Linyao's answer, she immediately calmed down and was even a little touched. Before he went out, he had already handed all the 4 little ones in the house to the aunt next door. The aunt next door was trustworthy, so now Lu Ruwashi had nothing to worry about. So you've seen that message too? I never saw it. When I first entered the class, I didn't know what was going on. I was so scared. At the time, I was wondering whether I should come over. But after thinking about it, I felt that it would be safer if I came over. What do you mean by safe? The relationship between you and me has not been discovered by others, so I came here out of worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruwashi suddenly became a little unhappy, and started to act like a spoiled little girl. Yi Linyao smiled, looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he touched her head. I'm worried that you'll be bullied by those kids in your class. We have to make the final exam more difficult for them. Why, are you still using public power to take revenge? Lu Ruwashi curled her lips deliberately. This isn't a personal vendetta. I brought my beautiful wife with me and she was bullied by others. I must teach them a lesson. Put. You're the only one who's smooth talking. Lu Ruwashi smiled, then raised her little fist and hit Yi Linyao lightly. These furry kids in there are not easy to discipline, so you still need to pay more attention to them. Okay, I understand. I'll leave the things in the house to you. If I get busy with work, I probably won't have much time to take care of the house. Lu Ruwashi still felt a little embarrassed when she talked about these issues. What's there to be embarrassed about? After all, our whole family relies on you to make a living. How could I be dissatisfied with you? Yi Linyao was still laughing and joking with Lu Ruwashi at this time. If anyone nearby saw the scene, they would definitely think that they were a couple. How could Lu Ruwashi not know? She had some idea of who was in charge in this room. On the surface, it seems that he is the only one working for this family, but in fact, Yi Linyao has always used his own savings to help the family solve various expenditure problems. At this moment, the two of them should be thankful that there was no one else standing nearby, otherwise they would not be able to explain themselves clearly. Chapter 56 Reward me for choosing top cooking skills. So all the students in the class put their minds at ease and calmly dealt with the things that the counselor had just talked about. However, Yi Linyao was in a very good mood on the way back. When he came here, he was still a little worried. What should he do if you guys are not easy to deal with? Anyway, it doesn't matter if he just resigns. In his current system, money is just a reward for him. However, it seems that she should pay attention to what Lu Ruoshi had just said to her about these little ones going to kindergarten. So she doesn't want to put too much pressure on them and affect their wonderful childhood. But this does not mean that she can ignore their preschool education. When the time comes to enroll him in kindergarten, it will probably cost a lot of money. Yi Linyao roughly estimated the savings he had left and said that if he really spent it like this, it didn't seem to be of much use. At this time, he truly realized how expensive it was to raise a child. What's more important is that he now has 4 children. It feels like he has 4 money-making beasts standing on 2 legs. It's okay. I just need to take some rewards from the system when the time comes. Anyway, isn't money something that the system can easily get? After returning to the room, Aunt Zhang next door was playing happily with those little ones. Hey, you're back so soon. I thought you wouldn't be back before noon today. Aunt Zhang was having fun playing with these little ones and didn't notice that the door was suddenly opened. Well, the matter has been dealt with, so I came back early. Yi Linyao also smiled. Fortunately, there was the aunt next door, otherwise, who knows how far these little guys would run. I'm glad you're back. I'll go back first then. Aunt Zhang was also very tactful and left first. There was no need for her to stay here now. She might as well go back and see if the old ladies who were playing mahjong in the afternoon had time. Well, please excuse me, Aunt Zhang. Hey, you're welcome. We're all neighbors, so it's only natural for us to help. After saying that, Aunt Zhang went back to her room. Dad, you're back. Before I could even get into the room, I saw all the little guys running out. Yes, Dad is back. He just went out for something. Just as I finished speaking, I saw that they were all holding the toys from last night in their hands. Thank you, Dad, for taking us out to play yesterday. We have never been to such a fun place before. It is much more fun than the park. Dabeo was holding the Ultraman toy in his hand. This was the first time he had ever gotten a real toy since he was a child, so naturally he couldn't let it go. If I remember correctly, when I came to call these little guys in the morning, Dabeo was sleeping with his toy in his arms. I love Dad the most. As he spoke, Sibo also came over, swaying, and threw himself into Yi Linyao's arms. Ha, Dad is the same, he loves you guys the most. Yi Linyao smiled. This kind of life now is so comfortable, no wonder others say that they are extremely happy after having children. Ding dong, the host took 4 children to the amusement park last night and had a lot of fun. Activate reward system. Reward 1, 200,000 yuan in cash, directly transferred to the host's bank account, arrives within 1 minute. Reward 2, body strengthening potion, which increases human functions by 3 times, placed in the system space. Reward 3, top-notch chef skills, can make all top-level dishes. At that moment, all the concepts of these rewards appeared in Yi Linyao's mind. Although I'm already used to it, I still need to think about it carefully. After all, these things are not ordinary small items. First one, 200,000 yuan in cash? The 200,000 yuan I saved has not been used up yet. Even if it is used to maintain the daily expenses of the family, it will not be used up even if the 4 little ones go to school. It is not really needed for the time being. Pass it. Second, a body strengthening potion? It sounds pretty good. I haven't done much exercise since I left school and entered society. My figure is a little out of shape now. If I have one, maybe I can go back to the way I was when I was young. But I have to say that if a man could regain his youthful figure, he might be quite good at picking up young girls. It's just a pity that he now has his own wife, and his figure, which was not particularly bad, has completely turned into the bloated figure of a middle-aged man. If that's the case, then he isn't particularly strict about his body shape now. Anyway, his current appearance is good enough. So the second one can be passed. Then the next thing left is the final reward 3. Top chef craftsmanship. This thing looks like it's quite interesting. In fact, Yi Linyao had been trying to cook something for himself a long time ago. After all, if he went out to eat those things, the price was so expensive that it was a bit unacceptable. It's just a pity that every time I cook, the food I cook is not particularly good, and it is common for my family to feel uncomfortable after eating it. This is why he spent some time trying to order takeout or cook some very simple meals. But now, if I really acquired this top-level cooking skill, regardless of what will happen to me in the future, the food I cook will taste much better. Even if I have nothing to do and don't work as an assistant teacher, can't I open a restaurant? It can be said that top-notch cooking skills would definitely not be cheap in today's society. Okay, no problem, it's your turn then. After Yi Linyao muttered something, he instantly chose the third option, which was top-notch cooking skills. Congratulations to the host for choosing reward 3. The top chef's skills have all been recorded into the host's brain. The host can use it anytime and anywhere, but cannot teach the cooking skills that are currently in his mind. After the system's voice came through, Yi Linyao suddenly felt as if he had been teleported back from some unknown place, and all his memories and perceptions in his brain reappeared. Dad, say something. Suddenly I heard what my little ones were saying next to me, so Yi Linyao lowered his head and looked at them again. Dad, what happened to you? You didn't even answer us when we talked to you. Sibo was obviously a little worried, probably because he was afraid that something might suddenly happen to his father. After all, they had never seen someone talking to himself like this before. It's okay. Dad just thought of something and was lost in thought, so I ignored you. Sorry, haha. I'm glad Dad is okay. I thought he was feeling a little unwell just now. The little guys were still very worried about Yi Linyao's current condition. After all, this was only the second day since they had seen their father. If there were any unexpected situations that prevented them from meeting each other, these little guys would still be very uncomfortable. It's okay, don't worry about Dad is fine. By the way, it's almost time for lunch now. Do you guys want to eat anything in particular? Daddy will make it for you. Yi Linyao suddenly recalled that he had just acquired top-notch cooking skills, and he took this opportunity to see how good his skills had become. Although the food he cooked before was also quite unpalatable, since the 2 previous rewards he received were so genuine, the cooking skills of this top chef should not be bad. I'm a little worried now. Will there be any problems if I feed it to my 4 little ones? But after thinking about it in the end, Yi Linyao still chose to believe in his own system. After all, the cash he gave him was not counterfeit money. Just when Yi Linyao was paying attention, these little guys spoke first. For them, their own methods, if they were to cook now, would really be a very happy thing. Chapter 57. Is this the power of a top chef? So what do you little guys want to eat? To be honest, Yi Linyao is very happy now that he sees that the little ones in his family want to eat the food he cooks. Although they have not yet fully tasted what the food I cook tastes like, as their father, I am still very popular among the children. In that case, he must find a way to cook a good meal next time. Dad, I really want to eat braised pork. I want to eat chicken wings. Boys like Debao, Erbao and Sanbao still had things they wanted to eat, so they said them out without hesitation. Only Sibo was hesitating for a long time, not knowing what to say. At this time, Yi Linyao suddenly remembered that Sibao's current health was not very good, so a normal child could eat, but in Sibao's current condition he could only continue to drink some milk powder. It's okay. Although Sibao can't eat now, Daddy will make you some milk powder. This time the milk powder is also new, so you will drink it well. Yi Linyao walked over and touched Sibao's head, so the current situation was unavoidable, but if he was to be serious, he didn't want to treat anyone differently at all. Yeah, then Dad, I'm going to drink more from now on. After hearing Yi Linyao say that he had changed her milk powder, Sibo was very happy. It must be said that although the previous milk powder did not taste particularly bad, it was not a particularly good milk powder after all. Since Sanbao didn't know what he wanted to eat, he just followed his eldest and second brothers. Okay, in that case, it'll be 1 serving of braised pork and 1 serving of chicken wings. Yi Linyao made a rough calculation of what these little ones in his family needed to eat now. If you bring Ruwashi and I with you, it should be enough if we do a little more. After roughly estimating in his mind how much food he should make for lunch, Yi Linyao began to prepare. I can't really explain why this happened. Anyway, I really didn't know how to cook braised pork before. There were times when I even had to search for tutorials online for a long time before I could even fry rice. In the end, the food I made was still very unpalatable. But now he can actually clearly simulate the cooking method of braised pork in his mind. What should be the order and amount of ingredients? This is too magical. Yi Linyao still finds it hard to believe that himself, a person who has never received any training in cooking, can reach this level just by relying on the system to give him the skills of a top chef. Fortunately, there are already a lot of food in the refrigerator in the house, so I don't have to run to the supermarket again to buy food. First, wash the pork belly, and then cut it into larger cubes. Yi Linyao was muttering to himself now. All he was saying were some operating methods obtained from the cooking skills that the system had just given him. It was not until he said all these things out loud that he truly believed them, as if they had been deeply engraved in his mind. As the recipe of braised pork continued to appear in my mind, my hands were constantly moving. Blanch the cubed braised pork in water, then take it out and set aside. This series of operations left the 4 little ones who had been peeking outside the kitchen and watching their father cooking dumbfounded. Oh my god, Dad is so awesome. I feel like he's much better at cooking than Mom. I've seen Mom always seem anxious when cooking before, but Dad doesn't seem busy at all, so cool. But I wonder if the food Dad is cooking now tastes good? Have we ever eaten it before? A little kid was holding onto the door edge next to the kitchen, then poking his head to look inside. Anyway, they really wanted to know what their dad was busy doing in there. Yi Linyao seemed to be in a leisurely manner, because his mind was now deeply imprinted with the skills and techniques of how to make Chinese cuisine. Now he only needed to follow his inner thoughts and calm feelings to make these very authentic and genuine foods. 10 minutes passed quickly and the braised pork is almost done. The next thing to do is to put the pork belly, which has just been simply processed, into the pressure cooker and other spices for further processing. After this part is finished, it will be almost done. The little guys just looked at the door for a while and then went back to their room to continue playing games. Anyway, cooking is a bit boring for them, so they prefer to use this time to play with the toys they just got last night. Next, Yi Linyao began to process the thawed chicken wings without stopping. Since I'm already so good now, there shouldn't be any problem making a simple cola chicken wing, right? Yi Linyao personally has some thoughts about cola chicken wings. He has eaten them before and they are indeed delicious. He tried to make them himself, but found that what he made was really terrible. But if I have reached this level now, then I should be able to make something like cola chicken wings easily, right? Thinking of this, Yi Linyao became full of confidence again, and quickly started to work in the room. On ordinary days, because the 4 little ones are very sensible, Lu Ruoshi would choose to eat in the school cafeteria during the lunch break after the morning, and then prepare for the afternoon after resting for a while. But the situation today is a little different. The children in the family have been handed over to Yi Linyao's care. Although his performance has been good in the past 2 days, she is still a little worried if she has to take care of the children alone. Chapter 58 Come back for dinner, wife. Do you want to go home and take a look? Lu Ruoshi was conflicted. She was afraid that if she went home now, he would be unhappy because of her worries. Just when she was a little at a loss, her cell phone on the table suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I found that the person calling was Yi Linyao. At that moment, Lu Ruoshi's heart was already tense. She was worried that if the call was about something that happened at home, what should she do? Hello? What happened? No, what happened? I just wanted to ask if you would come back for lunch. I have already prepared the meal. Do you want to come back and try it? Yi Linyao now gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. The apron he was wearing was already covered with some oil stains. From this, it can be seen how much effort Yi Linyao put into making this meal. But just looking at the several plates of cooked food placed nearby, which were emitting tempting aroma, Yi Linyao felt that all his tiredness was worth it. Ah, cooking? Can you even cook? Lu Ruoshi didn't react at that moment. He really didn't expect that this man who worked as a teaching assistant not only had so much savings, but also could cook. Compared to this, it seems that there is nothing special about me except that I can give birth to children. Yeah, when did I say I can't cook? I've already prepared lunch, do you want to come back and have some? Yi Linyao said this on the surface, but he was already complaining in his heart. I did know how to cook before, but whether the food was delicious or not is another matter. Anyway, I think I can still be considered as someone who can cook. Lu Ruoshi's heart suddenly felt warm. At first, he thought that there must be some problem at home, so they called him. But now it seems that I did go a little too far. In that case, I'd better apologize to him properly when I go back. Originally, Lu Ruoshi planned to have lunch at school and not go back home for the time being. But now that she heard that Yi Linyao had already prepared lunch for her and even called her to ask if she would go to eat, she decided to go back for lunch. Why haven't you replied to me yet? Are you coming back for dinner today? Yi Linyao's voice was so gentle that Lu Ruoshi on the other end of the phone trembled slightly after hearing it. Of course I'm going back. You've already cooked for me, why would I not go back? After hearing this, Yi Linyao was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Okay, wait a moment, I'll pick you up. No need, it's very close, and this is a school. It would be bad if the students saw us. Although Lu Ruoshi was very happy that Yi Linyao was coming to the school to pick her up, she thought it would be better not to let the children or other colleagues know about their current relationship. Well, in that case, be careful on the road. Dabeo and I will be waiting for you here. After saying that, Yi Linyao hung up the phone. The little ones around him had already run out of the room. After smelling the fragrance of the food, they immediately lost interest in playing with toys. You can't eat now. We have to wait for Mom to come back and then we can eat together, okay? We have to wait for Mom to come back together. Yi Linyao carefully explained to the little ones beside him that although they were still relatively young, they still had to learn some proper table manners. Sibao, since you can't eat these things with us right now, I made you a cup of milk powder. You drink it first. As he spoke, Yi Linyao took out a bottle from the basin beside him. The basin is filled with cold water. Although the children are about 3 years old now, they still cannot drink milk powder that is too hot. On the one hand, it is because we are afraid of scalding them, and on the other hand, it is to ensure that the nutrients in the milk powder are not destroyed. Yi Linyao used his arm to roughly measure the temperature inside the bottle and felt it was about right, so he handed the bottle to Sibao. Originally, Sibao didn't want to sit at the table with them to eat, and her health wasn't particularly good to begin with, so it was better to let her eat something first. It's okay, Dad. I'll wait in here with you guys. Just wait for Mom to come back. Didn't Mom say she was very close to us? Just wait for a while. Yi Linyao was quite surprised. He really didn't expect that a 3-year-old baby could be so obedient and sensible. But then I thought, it seems that only I can be this smart and sensible baby. This is all thanks to Ruoshi's hard work in raising the child over the past few years. When Yi Linyao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Okay, then Mom will be back soon. Can we eat together at the dining table then? Good. The little guy happily ran to the dining table and sat upright, waiting for his mother to come back, while Yi Linyao cleaned up all the remaining things in the kitchen. I don't know why I suddenly turned into a house husband and it feels pretty good. At least with these little guys here, I feel happier than usual. After nearly 10 minutes, I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. When Yi Linyao just reacted, he saw the little guy sitting at the dining table immediately sit up. Mom is back, it must be Mom. Yi Linyao was surprised at first, wondering how these little guys reacted. But then he changed his mind and felt that they had been living together for the past 3 years. After such a long time together, they must have been able to identify people by their footsteps. Chapter 59. Be careful or I will punish you. Sure enough, the next moment there was a knock on the door. Yi Linyao walked over and opened the door. I have already seen that Lu Ruoshi, who has been carefully dressed up, is standing outside the room. Hey, whose little beauty is this? Did you go to the wrong door? Lu Ruoshi was a little tired after going upstairs for so long, but after hearing what Yi Linyao said, she immediately laughed out of anger. Stop talking nonsense, you're the only one who can talk. Lu Ruoshi raised her fist and hit him lightly, then she panted and wanted to go into the house to rest for a while. As soon as I walked in, I saw the table filled with delicious food. The only things the little ones wanted to eat now were the braised pork and a cola chicken wing. But Yi Linyao knew that these things were still not enough for 2 adults, so he made some other dishes on the spot, which took him several hours to finish. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Were you a chef before? Lu Ruoshi smiled, then closed her eyes and sniffed it hard, feeling that the smell was really good. Mom, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's eat quickly. These little darlings can no longer bear it. Even the 4th baby has tightly grasped her bottle in her hand. It can be seen that she has been very hungry since the beginning. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for waiting for Mom. Mom is very happy. Okay, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to eat quickly. If you don't eat now, you'll be starving. Yi Linyao brought the bowls and chopsticks with a smile. This was almost the first time he had cooked a proper meal. He really wanted to hear what the guests he had invited had to say about the meal. Thank you, I'm welcome then. Lu Ruoshi had been hungry for a long time. There were too many messy things happening in school. Although the food in the school cafeteria was not very delicious, it was still eatable. But now, if there is someone at home cooking for her, it would actually be a very enjoyable thing. Lu Ruwashi picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. After tasting it, she found that it was even more delicious than what the chefs of high-end star hotels made. This is so delicious, tell me the truth, have you ever been a chef before? After Lu Ruwashi took a bite, her facial expression changed drastically. It was as if all the fatigue she had just felt after working at the workplace was instantly eliminated after eating this delicacy. How is that possible? If I was a chef before, how do you think I could be a teacher? Yi Linyao talked and laughed, then picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating with them. Even Si Bao was now impatiently putting the bottle in his hand into his mouth and started sucking it with big gulps. Yi Linyao was a little bit unconvinced at first. After all, his wife and children might have deliberately said that the food was delicious. To know whether it was really delicious or not, he had to try it himself. What's wrong? Why don't you eat? Lu Ruwashi was tasting the food there, when she suddenly noticed Yi Linyao next to her picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it to his mouth for a long time without daring to taste it. Nothing, I just haven't cooked for a long time, I don't know if it will taste bad. To be honest, Yi Linyao is still a little nervous now. He is worried that if the food he eats doesn't taste good, what should he do? But in the end he still chose to eat the meat. No matter whether it tasted good or not in the end, at least he wanted to know first. But the moment he put the piece of braised pork in his mouth, his expression slowly began to relax as he chewed it. From that moment on, he felt the power of this system from the bottom of his heart. His previous understanding of things like cooking was really speechless. But it was just a reward from the system that enabled him to acquire such amazing cooking skills. What's the matter? You look like this even when you're eating. Is that still the reason today? No, we have already solved that problem. I was surprised that I could still cook properly after not having cooked for such a long time. Put. Are you bragging about yourself? I guess so, huh? Today's meal was particularly delicious. Moreover, Yi Linyao made it specially for Lu Ruwashi, so Lu Ruwashi felt very happy while eating it. During the lunch break, the little ones had already gone to bed. Children of this age probably don't have anything else to do except eating, playing, and sleeping. I have to sigh that sometimes children of this age really make adults envious. Are they all asleep? After Lu Ruwashi finished her meal, she let her rest on the sofa for a while, and then Yi Linyao took care of all the little ones in the house. Yeah, they're all asleep. As Yi Linyao spoke, he sat down next to Lu Ruwashi. What should we do now? They also need to go to kindergarten, and we can't let you stay at home as a full-time househusband forever. Lu Ruwashi still expressed her concern that Yi Linyao taking care of the children at home would affect future events. Although the school is not particularly anxious, it does not mean that he can completely ignore it. However, if he has to take care of the children at home, it means that Yi Linyao will definitely not have the opportunity to continue his work there during this period of time. Lu Ruwashi now doesn't know what to choose between her husband's work and her children's safety. Can't we just send them to kindergarten when it's time for them to go there? It's so simple, but if we let them go to kindergarten, the tuition for a child is very expensive, plus there are some living expenses at that time, how can we afford it? At this point, Lu Ruwashi began to sigh. It would be impossible to say that she was not frustrated at all. After all, her children were about to reach school age, and she couldn't let them not go to school at all because of her current income problem. You don't have to worry about the financial issues. I'll go there by myself when the time comes. But you are alone. What? Have you forgotten what happened before? Don't underestimate me, or I will punish you. When saying the second half of the words, Yi Linyao even leaned over to Lu Ruwashi's ear and whispered in it quietly. Chapter 60 No Way Another Reward. Now, Lu Ruwashi, who was a little shy and introverted at the beginning, became even more sensitive. At the same time, her mind suddenly recalled that just this morning, Yi Linyao came to the school and pushed her against the wall in the corridor. Moreover, she still remembered clearly what Yi Linyao had said to Lu Ruwashi in the corridor at that time, so much so that after she returned to the classroom, it took her a long time to calm down the hot feeling in her heart. Although the relationship between the two people is indeed quite strange, even from a legal point of view, they can be considered husband and wife. But in a sense, this kind of couple feels a bit strange. What's wrong? Are you thinking of something bad again? Yi Linyao took one look at Lu Ruwashi and knew what he was thinking at the moment, so he asked her with a deliberate smirk. Lu Ruwashi had already recalled what happened in the corridor this morning. Coupled with Yi Linyao's deliberate tone, her head suddenly felt a little hot. If you do this again, I'll be angry. Lu Ruwashi blushed and raised her little fist, then pretended to punch Yi Linyo in the face a few times to express her current attitude. But to be honest, if an ordinary girl were so angry at this time, others might really think that this girl is very angry. However, if it were Lu Ruoshi, the situation would be completely different. I don't know why, but I always feel that Lu Ruoshi now seems a little fierce. Regardless of whether it makes people feel that way or not, I'm afraid it makes others feel like she has to have an anti-smile on her face the whole time. Ah, alright, I won't tease you anymore. You look so adorable now. Yi Linyo intentionally or unintentionally added the word cute to his words, which made Lu Ruoshi unhappy again, and she kept hitting Yi Linyo's chest with her two little fists. For a shy girl like her, any words that deliberately provoke her can easily make her face turn red. Alright, I won't fight with you anymore, because I was just worried about what I'm going to do with these little guys when they go to school. Hearing that Yi Linyo was now serious, Lu Ruoshi immediately changed her attitude. After all, every time when children are involved, she forgets her current age. Looking back, she is now a mother of 4 children. Sometimes she has to be serious in order to take good care of the 4 children. Leave the schooling of these little ones to me. You don't have to worry so much. Just be your counselor in school. For some reason, Lu Ruoshi knew clearly that Yi Linyo was just an assistant in the school and this kind of position would not have a very high salary, but the words he said made her feel unusually at ease. Well, these little guys will have a lot of things to do later, so I'll trouble you then. Before she finished speaking, Lu Ruoshi suddenly stopped because she suddenly remembered that the hooligan in front of her had said he would punish her. Although Yi Linyo was looking at her with a smirk at this moment, he did not intend to do anything else to her. After all, it would be bad if he made this very timid and arrogant girl cry. By the way, why are your cooking so delicious? I feel like it can rival those famous hotel chefs. At the same time, Lu Ruoshi suddenly recalled that the meal Yi Linyo had just prepared seemed to taste really good. She had also been to those more upscale restaurants with the school team before, and the impression she had was that the food there was indeed delicious. Well, I just liked cooking for a while, so I just thought about it casually. Lu Ruoshi was very dissatisfied with this answer and looked at the man next to her with a questioning look. If everyone could make such delicious dishes just by thinking about it casually, then the top chefs would not be worth much at all. Although I don't know how you did it, this feeling is really amazing. I didn't expect you to give me some surprises from beginning to end. As she spoke, Lu Ruoshi began to raise her head slightly, as if she was lamenting what she had experienced in the past 2 days. Why do you need to use you? Don't you acknowledge the relationship between the two of us? No, okay. I'm just not used to it right now. Please don't make me sound so heartless, okay? There was not much time left for Lu Ruoshi to rest at noon, and they had a very happy lunch, as if all the time had disappeared in an instant. When it was time to go back to school in the afternoon, Lu Ruoshi got up and went back to school to continue dealing with other things. But for Yi Linyo, what he has to do now is not over yet. Let us not talk about the mess left in the school. To put it simply, the house is still missing a lot of daily necessities that the little ones need. The most serious thing is that these little ones still don't have a bed of their own, which is a problem that Yi Linyo should pay great attention to. It's just that I didn't think of buying this thing when I went out last time. If I go out to buy it again now, I'm afraid it won't be very convenient for me to buy it alone. System prompt: it was detected that the host just prepared a lunch carefully for his wife and children, and received praise from his wife and children. No way, why did the system suddenly ring at this time? Could it happen again at this time? It has to be said that Yi Linyo was shocked after hearing the voice of the system. He had just received a reward from the system this morning, but who would have thought that in just such a short period of time, he had received another reward from the system. Chapter 61. I'll show you a top-notch carpentry job right here. The system will distribute rewards next. Reward 1, 150,000 yuan in cash, which will be directly transferred to the host's current bank account, and the source of the cash has been clearly marked. Reward 2, woodworking skills. After using it, you will gain master-level wood processing skills and can make any wooden furniture, sophisticated toys or props at will. Reward 3, ownership of the current apartment, and all previously paid rent will be refunded. Various certificates such as property ownership will be given to you by a dedicated person. The 3 rewards this time are similar to the previous ones. In any case, there will be a fixed cash reward almost every time. This also made Yi Linyo sigh. It is indeed still a society of money. No matter what the matter is, it will be easy to deal with if there is money. But what is not easy to say is that after he got 200,000 yuan in cash for the first time, he never chose cash again. In any case, although money is needed most of the time, I still have a family and other children to take care of. What my family needs is not these things full of benefits. I can say with certainty that what my family needs is more care and love. So no matter when, I still need something else to maintain and promote the relationship between myself and my children or wife. So without hesitation, the first cash payment can be passed. The second remaining reward is a top-notch carpentry skill. In the society where Yi Linyao lives now, carpentry is still rare. After all, in today's society, most of the labor force has been replaced by machines, and traditional craftsmen like this can be said to be very rare. It takes a very long time to make a wooden handicraft, and there is a very important standard for traditional wooden props, which is not to use any metal products, such as screws. If you learn this kind of thing, it will not only come in handy when you need some furniture at home, but you can even use it as a side job to create some extra income and help your family with the burden. Sure enough, if a man becomes mature, he will consider almost all aspects carefully. After careful consideration and weighing in his heart just now, Yi Linyao now thinks that it is more practical to choose reward 2. After expressing his current thoughts, the system also gave Yi Linyao an accurate reply. The host has successfully selected reward 2. The top-level woodworking skills will be continuously imprinted into the host's mind within 10 minutes. After that, the host can use all the knowledge and skills in his mind at will. At that moment, Yi Linyao felt in his mind that the feeling was exactly the same as the one he experienced this morning when he acquired the top-notch cooking skills. A large amount of knowledge and three-dimensional graphics have been constantly appearing in my mind. My brain has accepted so many things at once, but I don't feel any headache at all. As expected, the system is so powerful. If I were to study these things seriously, it would probably take at least 8 years, if not 10. Anyway, there is nothing to do right now, so I might as well try out the skills I have acquired and see what kind of master I can become. He took out his cell phone and started looking for some nearby lumber yards to ask them to help provide some supplies. Technology is indeed advanced nowadays. If it were in the past, if so many things were to be transported by car, it would probably take a day or two to complete the journey. But now, people can deliver all these things directly to your doorstep, and the total time is less than 2 hours. Sir, the total is 17,000 yuan. Okay. After Yi Linyao gave the money to the other party, the delivery guy was even a little curious. Brother, what do you want these things for? I think this is just your ordinary home address. If you do anything in here, you will make the house dirty. Nothing, I just have a little hobby, making some small furniture or something. Really? So you can make this kind of thing, can I stay here and take a look? Because I'm currently learning from a master at the lumber mill, but the master thinks my talent is too poor, so he often scolds me. As he was talking, the delivery guy felt a little aggrieved. It was obvious that he also wanted to learn this kind of thing, but it might be exactly the same as what he said now, he didn't have any talent. I don't mind. If you want to sit here and watch, then go ahead. Just don't make any noise. Because most of these people who are good at carpentry do not have their own unique and exclusive production skills, and many people are not particularly willing to let others see these craftsmen at work. After all, if they learn it, it would be considered stealing. But from Yi Linyao's point of view, he got these things simply to make his family live better. As for the doctor's conference, he didn't think about it at all, and there was no need for him to waste time thinking about such things. You know, if all the rewards given by the system in these few times were asked for in cash, it is estimated that the income would have been close to 1 million by now. Chapter 62. These are just small things, okay? Okay, thank you, brother, I won't say a word when I'm next to you. After seeing that the delivery guy had given the guarantee, Yi Linyao began to prepare to take action. Because the little ones are not particularly old, it doesn't need to be too big to make some customized beds for them. Most of the wood had already been cut before being delivered, and Yi Linyao did not have enough time to slowly process all of these things here. There is a very strange way of making craft for them now. That is, no matter where the situation is, what is used is something called mortise and tenon joints, which is the main structural method in ancient buildings and other furniture and equipment, so there is no need for nails at all, and this thing can be used to reinforce objects. Yi Linyao took the mortise and tenon joints that had already been polished, and continued to assemble and arrange them. Finally, he used these things in his hands to piece together the beds for the children. This smooth operation left the apprentice next to him dumbfounded. It has to be said that his master has been in this business for nearly 20 years, but even so, he is not able to use mortise and tenon joints so skillfully and freely. Brother, how old are you this year? More than 20, what's going on? Brother, were you from a carpentry family when you were a child? No, I just had a little interest in this thing, so I just learned it casually. Yilinyao also knew that this kind of thing would not be so easy to learn, so he just made up an excuse, thinking maybe he could fool people. But in fact, Yilinyao didn't know that this kind of top-notch woodworking skills were not something that ordinary people could perform casually. But the young man in front of him couldn't help but believe what Yilinyao had just said. The man in front of me really looks like he is in his 20s. If you don't believe it, you can just think of how he has been making this very sophisticated little bet on his face. Brother, are you accepting me as a disciple? I want to learn from you, okay? I'll take you as my master, and I'll pay the tuition. I don't know why, but it seems to him that the young man in front of him is more capable than the old man who has been learning for a long time. Accepting disciples? What's going on? I just made a few small beds. Why are you suddenly asking me to take in an apprentice? No, I won't say any more. I have a lot of things to do right now. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go back first. Although he didn't know what was going on, all the knowledge he had now was given to him by the system, and he had no way of teaching it to others. Letting him stay here any longer would only make the problem worse. Brother, master, please don't chase me away, okay? I just want to learn something. In the end, Yilinyao pushed and pulled the young man out of the door. Good sir, next time you must not let these people stay in the room. It will really cause a lot of trouble. After finally sending away this troublesome-looking fellow, Yilinyao was now looking at the 4 neatly arranged, identically sized, and very exquisite small beds stacked in the room, and he felt very happy in his heart. I never thought that I could assemble all these things by myself in the end. Mortise and tenon joints are considered very rare for contemporary craftsmen. After all, not everyone would choose to play with this kind of thing. Moreover, if they are connected, compared to those furniture assembled with nails, things that are assembled directly with the shape of wood are definitely more advanced. Okay, the next step is to wait for those little guys to wake up and give these things to them as gifts. Yilinyao wiped the sweat from his head. It took him a lot of effort to organize these things. He just hoped that these little guys would be very happy when they saw them. Half an hour passed quickly, and the little ones woke up from their sleep one after another. Because the relationship between the little guys is very close, when one of them wakes up, he will naturally wake up the others. In this way, the 4 little ones woke up at the same time, then slowly crawled down from the edge of the bed and put on their shoes. Because these little guys are not very tall now, if they want to open the door, they have to stand on tiptoe and try their best to hook the door handle. If Yilinyao could see this scene in the house at this moment, he would probably be struck by how cute they look. The little guy finally walked out of the house, but what they saw now were 4 very small beds neatly placed in the middle of the living room. Originally, these little guys had just woken up from their sleep and looked a little dazed. But as soon as they became a little more awake, they were shocked by these very exquisite little beds. Whose beds are these, Dad? Dabeo asked the question first, then found a crib that looked the most beautiful to him and ran over. Yilinyao had almost finished his rest by now, but during this time he still looked carefully at the beds to confirm that there were no problems. Dad did this. For some reason, Yilinyao, who has already become an adult, suddenly showed pride in these small beds he made like a child. Wow, is this true? Did you make all these beds, Dad? Some of the little ones were even a little bit unconvinced, because the bed they were sleeping on now was the one that came with the previous house. Logically speaking, the bed was designed to be a double bed, so there was no problem at all letting these 4 little ones sleep on it. It is precisely because of this that these little ones have never even seen a sleeping bed designed specifically for children. Chapter 63: A surprise for the cute babies. Dad, what are you going to do with these beds? The Sanbao actually still hoped that these beds were for them, but they also knew that they already had beds to sleep on at home. If these things were to be exchanged for money as their mother said, then none of them would say anything. You want to know, huh? Yilinyao deliberately kept it a secret and didn't tell the little guy anything. He just wanted to see whether the little guy liked the wooden beds that he had carefully built. Let me tell you, these wooden beds are actually made for you guys. From now on, you can sleep on your own small wooden beds. When Yilinyao said this, he even looked a little proud. After all, he had not focused much on carpentry skills before. Dad, did you really make this by yourself? It's so beautiful. When they heard that these small wooden beds were given to them, the hazy eyes of those little guys suddenly seemed to radiate light. Then they began to circle around the 4 small wooden beds, carefully looking at them from head to toe. What can a 3-year-old child understand? But now their evaluation of whether a thing is good or bad is just whether they like it or not, and whether it is really beautiful. Anyway, these small wooden beds are considered the most beautiful in the eyes of these little guys. They only met their father yesterday, but in just 1 or 2 days, their father has already given them many surprises. At this moment, the little ones truly realized how good it is to have a father. Do you like it? When Yi Linyao said this, he couldn't stop smiling. Although it was really hard to put these small wooden beds together, when he saw how happy these little guys were, he felt that all his previous efforts were worth it. Yes, Daddy, can we sleep in these beds tonight? Dabeo is the most excited one now. He even wants to climb onto the bed to try whether it is comfortable to sleep on. Fortunately, he is stopped by Yi Linyao. After all, this is a newly assembled wooden board, it is still quite dirty, and even the bedding is not ready. If Dabeo sleeps on it like this, what should he do if something sharp accidentally stabs him? Let's not rush to sleep now. Let's sleep at night. This bed will need a simple cleanup then. Yi Linyao kindly persuaded all the little guys to calm down, then he took a rag and went into the bathroom to run hot and dry water, then came back to clean all the beds carefully. The little guys are now so excited that they have no intention of playing games or resting at all. They are now looking forward to the nightfall so that they can carefully try out whether the bed is comfortable or not. In the afternoon, Lu Ruoshi had already returned from school. Although there was not much to do in school, she was still busy until 5 or 6 in the afternoon before she got off work. However, when Lu Ruoshi just entered the house, she felt that something was wrong with the door. For some reason, it seemed as if there was something piled at the door. That's strange. I remember when I came back at noon, these things didn't seem to be there yet. Lu Ruoshi saw a little bit of sawdust at the door. She remembered very clearly that there was no such thing when she left in the afternoon. After opening the door with the key, what came into view were 4 very exquisite small wooden beds. Just by looking at the size, you could tell that they were definitely prepared for these 4 little ones. Mom is back, Dad. Dad. Mom is back from get off work. Dabeo and Sanbao are the most active among the children. Naturally, they ran to the kitchen to report to their father in the kitchen. Because he had just acquired this top-level cooking skill this morning, Yi Linyao soon became the head chef at home. Before, it was Lu Ruoshi who always cooked at home, but now that he is at home taking good care of the children, he naturally has to take on the task of cooking. It smells so good. Smelling the aroma of food coming from the kitchen, Lu Ruoshi even forgot for a moment to ask what was going on with all those beds placed in the living room. Hey, our beautiful lady is back? Yi Linyao walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and even holding a spatula in his hand. He really looked like a chef, but compared with a formal hotel chef, he lacked a very professional military uniform. Pfft, why are you dressed like this? If I cook without an apron, my clothes will get dirty. Will you wash them for me? As Yi Linyao spoke, he turned his head back from time to time to see how the pot in the kitchen was cooking. Lu Ruoshi carefully wanted to come over to help cook, but was stopped by Yi Linyao. What's wrong? The kitchen is too dirty, so don't come in. Just wait outside for me to finish cooking. Lu Ruoshi's eyes were even a little moist. Before, she had to sit in the house alone to prepare meals for several babies and go to work. Indeed, there were so many things to do every day. Every night when she wanted to go to bed, she would even be disturbed by a bunch of complicated chores for the next day. Moreover, during such a long period of time, no one has ever been considerate enough to tell me that I should just take a good rest outside. It seemed that Yi Linyao's appearance also made Lu Ruoshi experience for the first time what it felt like to have someone waiting for her at home. Okay, don't interfere with these things in the kitchen anymore. Now that I'm here, just leave these things in the kitchen to me. What about you? Take good care of those 4 little guys outside. As he spoke, Yi Linyao slowly pushed Lu Ruoshi out with his hand. Lu Ruoshi didn't say much. Since there was someone in her family who could help her solve so many housework, she felt very relieved. Chapter 64. What do you do? Mom, come over here and look at these beds Dad made for us. Dabeo and the others were very excited. For them, this was like a birthday and was worth looking forward to. From childhood to adulthood, they have always slept on a very large bed. Although that bed looks very decent, it is not as exquisite as a bed that belongs to them alone. Huh? You said that Dad made these things for you, right? Lu Ruoshi was even a little bit unconvinced, because no matter how she looked at these well-made small wooden beds, they did not seem like they could be made with the things they had at home. Are you sure this was done by Dad? Lu Ruoshi asked again just to be sure, but the answer she got was affirmative. In fact, the little ones didn't know whether these beds were made by their father. They only knew that they saw these very beautiful little wooden beds when they woke up. And since Dad said he did it, then it must be him. In their eyes, there is no way that Dad could be lying to them. But this made Lou Ruwashi feel a little confused. No way, could he be able to make something so exquisite? What did he do before? He cooks such delicious food, can make wooden furniture like this, and even has so much in savings and such a luxurious new car. The more Lou Ruwashi thought about it, the more she felt like she was living in a dream. Could such a perfect man really exist in real life? Mom, what are you doing? DeBeo sought his mother pinching her face with her hands, and he became very worried about his mother, wondering if she was under too much pressure at work which led to such behavior. Oh, it's okay, Mom just felt her face a little itchy. Lou Ruwashi then realized that there were still those little guys standing next to her and she couldn't do anything strange. Otherwise, it would be bad if they were scared. Dinner was ready very quickly, and before he knew it, the task of cooking dinner in the house had been transferred to Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao came out with dinner and took off his apron and hung it by the door. Did you make these little wooden beds? Lou Ruwashi still couldn't help it. Now in her eyes, this man was like a treasure boy, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Yes, but I can't say it's all of it. I just bought some parts and assembled them. I don't see any nails. Oh, it's assembled with mortise and tenon joints. It's very sturdy, but the parts they have are a bit unreliable. If I had the tools, I would grind the parts myself. Lou Ruwashi. Although the children didn't understand what he said, they just cheered, Dad is awesome. That's enough. Lou Ruwashi was completely confused. She didn't even react to the sentence I polished the parts myself. Is this guy so powerful? Can you even polish things like mortise and tenon joints by yourself? Although she didn't understand much, she had heard before that mortise and tenon joints were the pinnacle of carpentry and certainly not something that could be done casually. What's the matter? Come and eat. The dinner was very sumptuous. Lou Ruwashi felt that since Yi Linyao came home, everything seemed different from usual. Everything went smoothly, just like the saying went. The person I like will definitely come to me on a colorful cloud. Thinking of this, the corners of Lou Ruwashi's mouth began to rise slightly again. What are you grinning about, you little fool? As he spoke, Yi Linyao tapped Lou Ruwashi's head gently with chopsticks. Lou Ruwashi covered her head in pain, and her pouting expression made Yi Linyao feel warm inside. My children and wife are so cute, I really have reached the peak of my life. Hurry and eat. He handed the chopsticks to Lou Ruwashi, and she immediately took them with a smile and sat down to eat. I have to admit that Yi Linyao's cooking skills are much better than mine. It seems like all the cooking I have done in the past few years has been in vain. The little ones were eating very happily. The fourth baby was holding the bottle and sucking hard. The changed brand of milk powder should taste better than before. After all, the price is quite different, so it's normal that it tastes good. After dinner, Lou Ruwashi made the arrangements for several small wooden beds. DeBeo ran up and lay down first, rubbing his hands and feet up and down constantly, feeling the comfort of the new bed. Lou Ruwashi couldn't help but laugh when she saw them. The thing she hoped most right now was that they would grow up healthily and strongly. The excitement brought by the new bed made the little ones seem to have no desire to fall asleep at all. They jumped up and down on the bed and even picked up pillows and threw them at each other as if it were a game. Seeing that her child was so naughty, Lou Ruwashi was about to stand up and scold him, but was stopped by Yi Linyao. It doesn't matter. They are still so young. If they want to play, let them play. When they are our age, they probably won't be able to play like throwing pillows like this. After hearing what Yi Linyao did, Lou Ruwashi felt that it made sense. At their age, they still have the innocence of childhood, so it would be better to let them play more. After all, once people become adults, they will no longer have the joy of childhood. I am beginning to doubt what you did before. How come you know everything? Lou Ruwashi said with a smile that ever since Yi Linyao came to live with them at home, she felt that she had a lot less things to do in her daily life. Chapter 65. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Not only can he cook and make furniture, but he is also always the man who makes people feel at ease at critical moments. Do you believe that your husband used to be a secret agent? Seeing that Lou Ruwashi was so happy, Yi Linyao simply started joking with her. How can a spy specialize in cooking and making furniture? I would have believed you if you told me you were a professional nanny, ha ha ha. A long-lost smile emanated from the room, and even Aunt Zhang next door nodded after hearing it. It looks like this young couple is living a pretty good life. How enviable. Aunt Zhang smiled her long-lost auntie smile. She was truly happy for the couple next to her. After all, it meant that the little girl finally had a man she could rely on. After finishing their meal, Lu Ruoxi sat on the sofa with Yi Linyao and watched the TV in front of them, but their minds were not at all on the TV series. Yi Linyao's entire mind and body were focused on the shy and lovely girl beside him. Lu Ruoxi was now very nervous. Although it had been 2 days, she didn't know why, but after seeing him, she still felt a lot of girlish excitement in her heart. Oh, by the way, I told you before about Debeo and the others going to school. How are the preparations going? Although that was what she said on the surface, Lu Ruoxi also knew that sending a child to school could not be done by Yi Linyao alone, and she would definitely have to help a little. However, with her current income and network problems, there is no way to solve the problem of her children going to school. If we want to solve the problem of Debeo and the others going to school, in the end we can only let Yi Linyao find a solution. It's not urgent for them to go to school right now. If they need me, I'll be able to contact them quickly. Compared to this question, shouldn't you be more concerned about what we are doing tonight? As Yi Linyao spoke, his tone suddenly began to sound a little ambiguous. At that moment, Lu Ruoxi didn't even react to what was going on. As for what she had just heard about that night, she didn't quite understand what it was. Have you forgotten? The 4 little ones have beds now, so where are we going to sleep? At that moment, Lu Ruoxi completely understood what the man in front of her was thinking. Her face immediately turned red and she lowered her head, mumbling something. But we can sleep in the little one's bed. The bed the little ones sleep in is a double bed, right? Yi Linyao felt like he had discovered a new world, because one single bed was definitely not enough for the 4 little ones, so he let them sleep on the double bed. Now that they all have their own small wooden beds, the double bed must of course be vacated. Lu Ruoxi understood instantly that this man clearly wanted her to sleep in a double bed with him. Last night they both slept separately, but today they had to sleep in the same bed. This was a little hard for her to accept. The change was too big. Tonight, can we not sleep in the same bed for a while? Anyway, whenever this kind of question is mentioned, Lu Ruoxi can't help but think back to what happened that night 4 years ago. I haven't experienced this feeling in the past few years, and it's a little hard to get used to it when it suddenly appears. Are you going to make sure that your husband, who takes care of the children, cooks, and cleans the house every day, has no protection for his basic rights? Lu Ruoxi. Where do all these twisted and crooked logics come from? But if you look into it in detail, it seems that there is really no problem between the 2 of them sleeping in the same bed. Just as Lu Ruoxi was about to say something, Yi Linyao had already stood up and walked back to their own room. Only then did she realize that the double bed where the little one slept had already been moved out and placed in their room. This was clearly prepared a long time ago. The motive and tools for committing the crime had all been prepared in advance, just waiting for the victim to come over. At this moment, Lu Ruoxi felt as if her identity as the victim had been discovered, and she was suddenly filled with fear and excitement. At first she thought Yi Linyao was just joking. After all, the bed was so big that it would take a lot of effort to move it. But I really didn't expect that he had already prepared all these things and was just waiting for me to come back. Well, why don't I go take a shower first? Lu Ruoxi didn't know what to say at that moment. It would be better to go to a place and calm down a little. Ah? You want to take a shower? Yi Linyao was also confused by her words. He obviously didn't have so many thoughts, so why did she suddenly say she wanted to take a shower? Did she misunderstand his thoughts? But then I thought, as a man, it wouldn't be a bad thing if she took a shower now. I just don't know whether her bathing is real or fake. Oh, I see. Should I take a shower too? Lu Ruoxi? You rascal. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Lu Ruoxi blushed and immediately ran into the bedroom and closed the door. Hey, wait a minute, I haven't gone in yet. You're going to sleep on the sofa outside tonight. You're not allowed to sleep on the bed. When Lu Ruoxi said this, her voice was even trembling slightly. Yi Linyao knew as soon as he heard it that this little wife of his was still very shy. Anyway, I wasn't that sleepy, so I just sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while. Chapter 66. When will you tell your parents about this? Because the recent period happens to be the time for kindergarten, primary school, and even junior high school enrollment, many parents of students have already started queuing up overnight, waiting at the school gate to get a place for their children. The moment Yi Linyao turned on the TV, the first program he saw was an interview with local media reporters about the admissions matters of several very famous schools in the surrounding area. Because it is a real-time broadcast, the weather outside is exactly the same as the time on the TV program. At this time, the host of the TV show was asking the parents who were queuing nearby in a very excited tone. "Hello, sir, I see that you all seem to be parents of students who want to enroll in this school, right?" "Of course. It's so difficult for children to go to school now. If we don't come and line up early, we may not even be qualified to enter the school." As the parent spoke, he began to take out some things from the bag next to him that could be spread on the ground as snacks. It was obvious that they wanted to stay here tonight. "As long as we line up here, we will definitely be able to go to school when the time comes, right?" "Who told you that?" "We are queuing here now. Not only do we have to queue up to get a number, but we also have to assess the personal strength of our parents and the academic level of our students. It's really troublesome." The auntie next to them couldn't stand it any longer. How could students' enrollment be as simple as young people like them imagined? They looked like they didn't have children and had no idea how difficult it was. "So with such a long queue like yours, when can we get in? If nothing unexpected happens, maybe it will be our turn tomorrow morning." As he spoke, the uncle next to him suddenly put the cigarette in his hand into his mouth and took a deep puff. This made the cigarette, which was already very light, even more empty. After seeing this, the reporters didn't say anything more. Perhaps the real situation was beyond their imagination. The above is our report. It is true that there is a lot of pressure on children to go to school nowadays. We still hope that the education department can add as many places as possible to ease some difficulties for parents. It has to be said that Yi Linyao still viewed this matter too simply. Some of the rewards given by the system at the beginning also included admission to prestigious universities. Although the children are only in kindergarten now, most schools have long been accustomed to dividing their academic performance into a specific system at such a young age. But after watching this TV program, I fell into deep thought. He originally thought that going to school now should be similar to what he did before. He just needed to find a school and then go through the admission procedures to start school officially. However, I never expected that today's kindergartens would require so many procedures and even need to check the personal abilities of the parents. If I had known that when the system gave me that task, I should have chosen whether or not I should take those degrees from the school. It's just that I have this thought now, and it seems like hindsight is too early to say it. It seems that the little guy's schooling really cannot be postponed. Maybe one day he won't have the chance. Crack. Just as Yi Linyao was thinking about what to do with Debeo and the other schooling, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening from the room behind him. When I turned around, I found that Lu Ruoshi was standing at the back of the room and had opened the door. "Are you really going to sleep on the sofa?" "If my wife doesn't allow me to go to bed, then I will definitely have to sleep on the sofa outside." Yi Linyao deliberately acted helpless, which made Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that her man was a little too shrewd. "Come in and go to bed quickly. I have to go to class tomorrow morning." After Lu Ruoshi said this with a red face, she quickly ran back to the room. After Yi Linyao turned off the TV, his mind was still replaying what he had seen before, of parents queuing up at the entrance of fashion school overnight in order to send their children to school. It seems that this matter is really a bit difficult to handle. The next day was the same as the day before. Yi Linyao got up on time in the morning to prepare breakfast and wake up the four little ones and Lu Ruoshi. Although everything goes on almost the same every day, for some reason, this kind of thing seems to be unacceptable to Yi Linyao. "Okay, you little guys, if you have finished breakfast, go play early." After Yi Linyao said this, the little ones happily ran back to their rooms. After they fell asleep last night, they still felt very interested in their beds, and even today they still felt very fresh. Lu Ruoshi was very happy to see these little guys so happy. "Your parents came to help quite a lot during that period of time, right? Now that I'm back, shouldn't I tell your parents about this matter?" Lu Ruoshi was stunned for a moment. What Yi Linyao said did make sense. She had suffered a lot raising these children by herself before. When her old father and mother found out about it, they not only did not blame her, but came to help. Now that the child's father has been found and is so responsible, it's about time to let the parents at home know. "That's true, but I don't think I'm ready for it these days. After I finish dealing with the things on hand, I will talk to my parents about this." Lu Ruoshi now knows that Yi Linyao is a rare and responsible man. Although the process was a bit bumpy, at least the ending is happy. Telling her parents about it should not be a shameful thing. The sooner the better, otherwise they will probably still be worried about you and might even find you another partner. No, besides, I wouldn't want him even if I found him. How can there be a man better than you now? Although it was only 2 days, after being in contact with Yi Linyao, a high-intensity and shameless veteran, Lu Ruoshi's tone became more and more skilled in the past 2 days. Anyway, she now knows that if she is too shy towards someone like Yi Linyao, she will definitely be teased by him. That's good to know. You can go to school first. I don't think I'll be back much these past 2 days. If any school leaders ask about it, I'll reply to them then. If you don't come to school like this, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Lu Ruoshi was still a little worried. Yesterday, she only went to school for a few minutes in the morning. If the school leaders suddenly started checking the staff's attendance, they would probably be punished in the end. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm short of money, at most I'll just have my salary deducted. But do you think salary is important to me? Chapter 67. What is this operation of introducing a blind date? Lu Ruoshi calmed down and thought about it. She felt that judging from Yi Linyao's previous actions, the salary given by the school seemed not to be enough. Maybe it was just as Yi Linyao said, he came to the school just to experience life. But although this is the fact, for her, if Yi Linyao loses his job because of these problems, it will still make her feel a little uncomfortable. Okay then, but I recently heard from the school that there will be an autumn outing for students and teachers soon. I guess you might want to go with him then. Lu Ruoshi also told him about the recent activities or events in the school that Yi Linyao might need to attend in person. Yi Linyao probably also made a time plan in his mind, and there was no particular conflict. Anyway, no matter what happened during this period of time, we must first deal with the issue of these little guys going to school. After all, even if he is a nanny, he can't follow these little ones 24 hours a day, and they also need to play with their peers. No problem. Just let me take care of the schooling for these little guys during this time. As soon as Yi Linyao finished speaking, he saw Lu Ruoshi's shocked expression. Are you ready for these little guys to go to school? It can't be that soon? Now Yi Linyao finally understood why Lu Ruoshi had always cared so much about these little ones going to school. The report he saw last night also proved that there were already many parents waiting for registration in the surrounding schools. It is better to deal with all these things as early as possible, so that when the school season really starts, your children will not be able to go to school. Not yet. I'm planning to go to the school to discuss this matter these days. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing can be done quickly anyway. Lu Ruoshi still believed in Yi Linyao's ability, so she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she nodded with great trust, put on her bag and went to school. The little ones are now playing happily in the house. Lu Ruoshi went to school to handle school work. The rest is naturally Yi Linyao's business. There is now a washing machine in the house, so it is relatively easy to wash most clothes. There is no need to prepare meals for the time being, so the only thing left to prepare is to finish this matter as soon as possible. Yi Linyao opened his mobile phone and looked at several schools nearby. He also went online to search for the enrollment information of these schools to see when they would officially start recruiting new students. Because the house they live in now is near a famous university, naturally, there are also many very good primary schools nearby, but the admission requirements of these schools are also very high. If we talk about it from a more intuitive perspective of high school, these schools are actually aristocratic schools that recruit children from wealthy families. Presumably, the choices that the system gave Yi Linyao before should be the so-called admission places in these schools. Although Yi Linyao can now directly parasitize the ranks of the rich by relying solely on his own system, he can even become a top student with all kinds of talents. But if you let your children go to a school that is full of competition and interests, they probably won't have a happy childhood. So Yi Linyao decisively gave up this school that he was fully capable of entering, and turned to look at some other ordinary kindergartens. Speaking of this kind of place, although it is not particularly large, there are many educational institutions in it. After passing up the previous kindergarten, Yi Linyao quickly found 2 new kindergartens. Judging from the qualifications for running schools, these 2 kindergartens are actually not much different. After all, to be honest, an educational institution that can set up a school in such a place must either have very old qualifications or relatively new qualifications. Because generally speaking, if educational institutions in such places cannot survive the first 3 years, they will probably not survive the rest of the time. If these 2 kindergartens are suitable, I guess these will be the ones I will visit next. At the same time, on the school side, although the time that Yi Linyao and you were together some time ago made many students start to consider the relationship between counselors and teaching assistants. However, from the students' point of view, that incident is now almost over. In addition, because the matter had become so serious at that time, it was the newly arrived counselor who helped them resolve this embarrassing situation, so now almost no students are willing to go against their own counselors. Most of the things in school have been dealt with, and Lou Ruwashi is now in her office continuing to look at some reports submitted by students. At this moment, Lou Ruwashi's cell phone suddenly rang. After picking it up and taking a look, I found that it was my mother calling. On second thought, my parents came here to help me take care of DeBeo for a while, and then they went home. So I have been taking care of this little guy here alone, and I haven't contacted them for a while. I haven't told the two old people what happened recently, so it would be normal for them to call and ask. Thinking of this, Lou Ruwashi directly answered the phone and began to prepare to answer the questions from the two old men on the other side. If possible, just tell them directly what happened in the past 2 days. Lou Ruwashi has now figured out in her mind how to tell the two elderly people in her family what happened in the past 2 days. Hey, Mom. Hey. Ruwashi. Calling now shouldn't delay your work, right? It's okay. There's nothing to delay. There aren't many things to do in school right now. What's wrong? Is there anything? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon continued talking. It's like this. You must be very tired taking care of those two little ones by yourself. Your father and I have been looking for a partner for you in the community nearby these days. We actually found a pretty good one. I heard that the other party is a director in the school. Chapter 68. This system reward is too good. If Lou Ruwashi hadn't expected that her parents would do this to her, before she even had time to tell them what had just happened, everything had already been arranged for her. The next blind date? No, Mom and Dad, what on earth are you doing? Didn't I tell you about my situation? I don't need your help. How come you even helped me find a partner? If it were in the past, perhaps Lou Ruwashi would not have had such a strong reaction, but what about the current situation? She has clearly seen the hope given to her by her other half, but suddenly this kind of thing happens. Oh, my girl, I know what you're thinking, but how old are you now? What are you going to do with these 4 kids by yourself? When their father and mother thought of this, they felt a little sad for their children. Until now, they have been the only one raising these 4 little ones. The pressure of life must be very high. As parents, they still hope that their daughter can find a man they can trust. Oh, your father and I both know that this may be a little difficult for you to accept now, but you don't have to be so anxious. You can try to contact her first, right? Yes, and the other party knows your current situation and doesn't mind at all. From the perspective of Lou Ruwashi's parents, the other party should be one of the few men who can accept their daughter's current situation, so it is better to seize the opportunity. The child's father has been found, but he was busy these 2 days and didn't tell you. Lou Ruwashi had no choice but to hide outside the corridor and said this. But after saying this, what he got was not happiness from the other end of the phone, but a sigh. My daughter, I know you don't want to find another man to rebuild your family, but you have to listen to your mother. This is definitely not a solution. Is it possible that the man you mentioned could come back? If he could come back, why hasn't there been any movement in the past 4 years? Dad and Mom took turns firing their weapons, refusing to believe what Lou Ruwashi was saying. In their opinion, this was just their daughter's last resistance to escape the plan to bring them together. From Lou Ruwashi's perspective, it is definitely not that simple for such a man to come to her now. Besides, she has found Yi Linyao now, so she doesn't even have the chance to consider such a thing. But from the perspective of Lou Ruwashi's father and mother, if that man could really come back to find him, it would be the most amazing thing in the world. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time because of this matter. Well, if you really say that you have found the father of the child, then we will go there this Sunday. You have to ask him to come and see me, and I want to see his attitude. If all this is a lie you wrote and directed yourself, then you must listen to both of us. After saying that, my father hung up the phone in a very angry manner. Lou Ruwashi sighed and hung up the phone. Although he said this on the phone, I believe that my father must have wanted to match me up with the man on the other side for a long time. I will talk to him about this when I get home from get off work tonight. At the same time, the voice that made him feel very familiar yet unfamiliar came to his mind. The host made a special wooden bed for each of the 4 babies, and received high recognition from the babies, so the next round of rewards will be distributed now. This is so cool. Yi Linyao now finds it hard to believe what he heard. I took the kids to the amusement park before, and when I came back I received the reward from my system. Then I cooked a meal for them, and received another reward, and then this time. It's like it makes you want to take off. It just so happens that I have to deal with the schooling of these little guys recently. Let me see what good things the current system can give me. If I can get a place in one of these schools, that would be great. Reward 1, 300,000 yuan in cash. As before, the cash reward will be directly paid into your bank card, and the source of the funds has been noted in advance. Reward 2, Body Strengthening Potion, which can improve human physique and develop human's ultimate potential by 20. It is permanent and can only work on the host himself. Reward 3, Business Acumen Max. After coming back to life, the host's current business ability will be greatly improved and reach the level of top people in the industry. Just like before, 3 options were quickly called out by the system. The 3 options are essentially the same, except that this time they have been changed into different ways of getting the effect earlier or later. It was still the same as before. Before doing anything, Yi Linyao would always consider his current situation and whether he really needed these things. If he doesn't need it, then no matter how good the person is, he won't choose him. Based on the current situation, Yi Linyao can easily determine which of these 3 rewards he needs most. With 300,000 yuan in cash, there is almost no chance of considering it, so just pass it up. The body strengthening potion will indeed be of some use to me now and in the future. After all, if I become the head of the family, there will definitely be many things I have to do myself, such as repairing the water and electricity in the house or moving some heavy objects. I, as the only adult male in the family, will definitely have to do it. If Yi Linyao was asked to help move something and he couldn't even move it himself, it would be too embarrassing. Yeah, that seems to be true. Since I started working, I haven't exercised seriously for a long time. I was a member of the sports club when I was in college. Even Yi Linyao was a little tempted. Anyway, this kind of thing is definitely beneficial to his body and has no harm. He would put it aside and see. If he really needs it, he can choose it then. Next is the 3rd reward. Business acumen is undoubtedly the most important skill in today's society. If you have enough spirit and brains, even if the initial funds are not particularly sufficient and the market environment is not particularly perfect, you can still find a way to get a very good direction. If you choose to give up this kind of cash reward, then you really need to have a little business acumen to maintain the high daily expenses of your family. If I were to do business, I wonder what would be a better thing to do in this era. Although Yi Linyao is a time traveler, he doesn't know much about business. If he really wants to be like those self-made wealthy people, it will definitely be difficult. However, whether or not to choose a business mindset still depends on the current market situation and your own needs. 2 of the 3 rewards are pretty good for him. Things like admission to aristocratic schools have indeed appeared before, but now it seems that they are just rewards and not fixed. If you don't choose it the first time, then whether you can get this reward the second time depends entirely on your luck and whether the system can give it to you. After hesitating for a few minutes, Yi Linyao finally felt that the 3rd reward was not particularly suitable for him. In the current situation, if he had to say it, he still preferred the 2nd reward, which was the so-called body strengthening potion. After answering the options given to him by the system, a bottle of purple liquid soon appeared in his system space. The body strengthening potion has now been distributed to the host's system space. If the host needs it, it can be extracted from the system space at any time. Note, since the body strengthening potion is distributed by the system, its effect can only be given to the host and cannot be given to others. Yi Linyao took a rough look at it and burst out laughing. He had to wonder if this thing could only work on him. Even if he wanted to give it to others, no one would probably believe what he said now. Could it be that there really was something that could stimulate a person's potential all at once after drinking it? Chapter 69. It's time to go to the admissions office. Yi Linyao, who followed closely behind, had already taken out the physical condition he had just obtained from his system storage space. It was a small bottle like a purple test tube, filled with a very strange-looking liquid. Is this a body strengthening potion? Will anything happen after I drink it? Why does it feel a little weird? Yi Linyao was still a little worried in his heart. After all, this thing had to be drunk into the body. If it was true, it would be really good. He was just afraid that this thing would really have some side effects. If he drank it, what should he do if something happened? The host can rest assured that if the system does not mention any side effects, then the rewards issued from the system will not have any side effects that are harmful to human health. Just when Yi Linyao was worried, the system spoke again, and this sentence completely dispelled all of Yi Linyao's doubts. It's not like I haven't received rewards from the system before. Those things were all genuine. Even the cash rewards were not counterfeit. Anyway, I'm already so familiar with it, so I believe it shouldn't be a problem this time. Looking at the small bottle of reagent filled with purple liquid in his hand, Yi Linyao opened it, tilted his head back and drank all the liquid. The little guy is playing in the house now, and Lu Ruoshi has gone to school, so she is the only one in the living room at home. I've watched a lot of anime and read a lot of novels before. Anything like this that can get rewards like cheats, things that can improve one's own cultivation or muscles, is usually very painful. Now that there is no one around, I can give myself a suitable space. After he drank it all in one gulp, he already felt some subtle changes in his body. Soon he was able to feel the feelings that the dark purple liquid in it could bring him. It doesn't seem as bad as it looks. It even tastes a bit sweet. Yi Linyao felt a little surprised. He originally thought that this strange-looking liquid would definitely have a strange smell. But the result was beyond his expectation. A minute later, he found that his menstrual flow and the strange feeling he had were not just caused by the taste of the potion. Because within this 1 minute, he could clearly feel that every inch of muscle in his body was gradually becoming firm and strong. However, what surprised Yi Linyao even more was that after drinking all the medicines, he did not feel any physical discomfort. In other words, this so-called body-strengthening potion is truly without any side effects and can only provide the current limit of the human body. This thing is too good to be true. If it were sold on the market, this small bottle would probably fetch several million yuan. Yi Linyao was completely shocked by the rewards given by this system. If an ordinary person wanted to train to this level, it would take at least several years. The money and time spent during this period would be impossible to afford, and it would probably require a lot of willpower. However, if you want these things now, you only need a small bottle of body-strengthening potion. It would be great if this thing could be sold. I could probably make a fortune from it. After Yi Linyao said a few words in a teasing tone, he focused all the attention on himself. After all, he is a man who has drunk body-strengthening potions, and he now really wants to know what the current state of his physical condition is. By gently clenching my hands, I could already see what was exposed from my arms. I lifted up my clothes and took a closer look at my abdomen and chest, only to find that my chest and abdominal muscles were now very obvious and felt very real when I touched them. Wow, I didn't expect that drinking this would give me chest and abdominal muscles for free. This way I can save time on the gym. Yi Linyao looked at his now nearly perfect body and couldn't help but sigh. He even wondered if he would be able to maintain this body shape forever if he didn't need to work out in the future, because from a fitness point of view, he was actually quite late, and not everyone had time to do something like working out every day. So Yi Linyao went to the kitchen and looked around, then his eyes fell on the very large bag of rice. Because there were quite a lot of people in the family, the amount of cooking at home was quite high. This bag of rice weighed 20 kilograms. According to his previous experience, it was quite difficult for him to carry all this rice. Now, of course, my physical condition has been greatly improved, and even some of my potential has been stimulated, so if I want to carry these rice, it shouldn't be that difficult. After doing some warm-up preparations, Yi Linyao now stood in front of the bag of rice, ready to go. He grabbed the opening of the bag with both hands and lifted it up with force. According to my impression, this bag of rice should be quite heavy. Even though my body has been strengthened, I should still feel a little tired. But the situation was completely different from what he had expected. Although part of the 20 kilograms marked on the surface of the rice was eaten, there was definitely nearly 18 kilograms left. But now, it is very easy for him to carry the bag of rice. No, to be more precise, it is very easy for him to pick it up. The moment Yi Linyao put the rice bag down, he was a little bit unbelieving. He didn't expect that just a bottle of medicine with less than 10 milliliters could bring such a big change to the human body. This seemed to have completely exceeded the scope of some medical and scientific research understanding in today's society. Just when Yi Linyao was feeling surprised, he looked up and saw the clock hanging on the wall. The time shown above indicated that they were now approaching noon. Only then did he recall that he seemed to have seen the enrollment notices of the 2 kindergartens on the website earlier today. It seems that the time agreed upon by both parties is exactly this time. If nothing goes wrong, I should be there now. Chapter 70, Pinky Promise between Yi Linyao and the children. However, there were still 4 little ones in the house and no one could take care of them. If he went next door to ask Aunt Zheng for help at this time, even Yi Linyao himself would feel a little guilty. After all, he had just arrived here, and it was not good to trouble others again and again. But if this is the case, then Yi Linyao will have to think carefully about how to arrange for these 4 little guys. After careful consideration, Yi Linyao finally made a decision that made him feel very unprecedented. Bring all 4 of these little guys along. Yi Linyao current idea is indeed a very dangerous move in front of most parents, because most children of this age are very naughty. If they are taken out, there is a high probability that they will cause a mess in some public places. However, although Yi Linyao had thought about this kind of thing at the beginning, he thought about it and realized that the 4 little ones in his family were completely different from those naughty kids in other families, so he didn't need to worry about them. Now that you are mentally prepared, the next step is to notify these little guys. When he walked into the room, he saw Dabeo and the others were playing on the bed. But he didn't know why, maybe because they were bored playing in the room. Everyone was sitting on their beds looking bored, and Yi Linyao could tell it at a glance. Dad, you're here too. We're all so bored. Why don't you play with us for a while? You can't do that. Dad still has things to do. We just need to have fun here and don't cause trouble for Dad. Erba was stopped by Sibo as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, because Lu Ruoshi had always been the one taking care of them before. In order to go to work and take care of some complicated and tedious matters at home, Lu Ruoshi had very little time to accompany the little ones on a daily basis. Over time, these little guys have developed very conscious habits. That is, when they are at home, no matter what their mother is busy with or not, they will not disturb her, because they also know that their mother is very busy on weekdays and has no time to play with them. It's okay. Daddy has plenty of time. I also want to play with you guys. Can I play with you guys? Yi Linyao now understands his little ones very well and has quickly integrated into their hearts. The little ones still looked at their father with a little worry. They were still worried about themselves. If they asked to play with their father, would it delay their father or mother's normal work and cause trouble to them? What? Don't you want to play with Daddy? Yi Linyao's question made the 4 little guys immediately shake their heads and say no. Of course, no one wanted to reject their father. After only 2 days of knowing each other, a very strong father-son relationship developed between them. In that case, how about going out with Daddy to play for a while? I can also show you guys where you will go to the kindergarten later, how about that? Yi Linyao also didn't want to lie to his children. Now all he needed to let these babies know was the truth. But the little guy now has no idea what kindergarten is. All he has in his mind is playing and having fun. This is indeed the childhood that Yi Linyao wants for his child. Dad, what is that kindergarten you were talking about? Sibo was a little confused, but from the name he could vaguely hear that it should be a place like a yard. The kindergarten is a place where you can find other children of your age. It is similar to a park. There you can play games with many other children and learn some simple knowledge. Yi Linyao was very patient in explaining to the little ones in his family, hoping that they would not cause too much resistance. For these little ones, kindergarten is still a very worthy place to learn. There they can truly get in touch with their peers and begin to try to play, communicate, and handle their interpersonal relationships with children of the same age. Is that place fun? What the little ones are concerned about now is the place they are going to, and whether it is interesting and attractive. It should be fun. I used to like going to that place. Hey, did Dad go to kindergarten too? Does Dad have to go to kindergarten with us? Yes, Dad also went to kindergarten when he was young, but today I will accompany you to take a look, and from now on I will only be responsible for sending you to kindergarten and taking you home after school. The little guy immediately became unhappy when Yi Linyao said this. They now wanted to spend more time playing with their parents instead of staying outside all day and only seeing their father in the morning and evening. Don't worry, we will see you every day, and Dad will definitely not ignore you. As he said that, Yi Linyao stretched out his little finger, meaning that he wanted to pinky promise with these little guys. It can be said that Yi Linyao has now completely blended into the entertainment environment of these little guys. He doesn't even know how long it has been since he stretched out his little finger to make a pinky promise. When Dabeo saw it, he was the first to react and hooked Yi Linyao's little finger with his very tiny little finger. The other little guys also came to their senses and hooked Yi Linyao's little finger habitually and skillfully. The little fingers of the 4 little guys placed horizontally are exactly the same height as Yi Linyao's little finger. Just like that, at home, an adult man made a pinky promise with 4 little babies with a smile on his face. Chapter 71. This kindergarten seems pretty good. 10 minutes later, the door opened. 4 neatly arranged, very handsome little guys walked out from inside. Following behind them was a very sunny and handsome man. His hair treated with hairspray made Yi Linyao look a little older. However, this age increase gained from his appearance did not make Yi Linyao look that old. Instead, it made him look like a mature and experienced man with unique charm. So, this very handsome man went out with 4 very young and strong kids. When they went downstairs, the old men and women in the corridor were looking at these 5 people and fell into deep thought. They were even wondering who they were from. After all, they looked so handsome. Are there these people in our community? I don't think I've seen them before. I don't know. I don't think I've seen that man before. But if he said there were 4 children, I think I know who he is. There was a young girl in that building before. Didn't she bring 4 children to rent a house here? Then why is this a man? I remember she came alone at that time? Who knows? But we can still guess at this kind of thing. Listen to me, I feel it should be like this. As expected, they are the grandpas and aunts of this generation. Whenever they encounter something like this, they will definitely act as if they are very excited, and they can't wait to know what happened inside the other person. However, Yi Linyao simply did not have time to take care of and support the elderly. What he needed to do now was to take his little ones to the nearby kindergarten as soon as possible to see whether they were eligible for admission. After arriving at the underground garage, the little ones behaved differently than before. They got into the back seat of the car skillfully, and then followed their father to drive the new car to a place called kindergarten nearby, which they were not particularly familiar with yet. Although this is the Magic City, it is definitely not too crowded if you choose the right time. It took them less than 10 minutes to see the nearby kindergarten that they had liked yesterday. What's kindergarten? It sounds pretty good. Yi Linyao stood at the door of the kindergarten, looking at the title above the kindergarten. Although the other little ones had never been to kindergarten before, from their current position they could roughly see what a kindergarten was like. Now these little ones can already see the amusement facilities inside, such as slides and some toys that they cannot even see in their own yards. It looks like it's really fun here. Sibao, do you want to go in and play? Aha! I want to go in and play too. As soon as Debao finished speaking, Sanbao and Sibao couldn't stand it anymore. They both wanted to go in and play together, and they couldn't let their brother and sister go in together. It's okay, you don't have to fight for it. There aren't many people here right now. You can say that everything here is yours to play with today. Yi Linyao smiled and looked at his good children. They were not very noisy and were very different from those naughty kids. But they were also children and they definitely had the playful nature of children. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? At this moment, a very gentle-looking man wearing glasses walked out. Yi Linyao took a look and the first impression this man gave him was that of a teacher. Yeah, that's right, I am. Yi Linyao's answer was also quite polite. After all, this was a school teacher they often came into contact with. Well, hello, I'm Xiao Wu, a staff member of the admissions office of this school. I think it was you who called this morning. If we are free now, you can come in and talk slowly. Well, then they. At this time, Xiao Wu noticed that there were 4 children who looked to be of kindergarten age following Yi Linyao. Oh. It's okay. The children can be handed over to the current teachers in the school. Although the school has not officially started recruiting students, our teachers have already arrived at the kindergarten in advance. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw several very beautiful kindergarten teachers coming over. Take these kids back and settle them down first. I'll go over to discuss enrollment with Mr. Lin. Okay. The little guys looked at their father with a little worry, but Yi Linyao gave them a very sunny smile in return. It's okay, just follow this, sister and dad will come to find you guys in a while, okay? Yeah. Then Dad, let's go over and play first. After seeing off these little guys, Yi Linyao followed the kindergarten staff to the admissions office. Hello, Mr. Yi, let's sit down and talk. Yi Linyao also smiled and nodded, then sat on the sofa next to him. You have to know that in a place like Shanghai, every inch of land is valuable and not only is the housing price very expensive, but even going to school is a very troublesome thing. Many parents have difficulty sending their children to school because they do not have a house in Shanghai. Although Yi Linyao is not particularly worried, he does not have any fixed properties under his name. This is why he doesn't particularly want his children to go to those very famous kindergartens now. In that case, not only will you put too much pressure on your children, but their minds will also be firmly locked by this traditional family when it comes to choosing rewards. Hello, Mr. Yi, our admissions requirements are different from those of most other kindergartens. We don't particularly care about whether you own real estate in Shanghai, but you also know that educational resources in Shanghai are still relatively scarce. I know all of this. Just get to the point. Yi Linyao also smiled. It could be seen that the admissions teacher opposite him did not seem to have much experience. Chapter 72: A call from Lu Ruwashi's parents. Sorry, we may conduct some investigations on the economic or family background of the children and their parents, and we may also conduct assessments on the parents. Well, then. 2 hours passed quickly. Time passed quickly and it was noon. The two had almost finished talking about their children's schooling. During the conversation, the school admission staff also felt that the man sitting in front of him seemed to have quite a lot of assets and was also good at taking care of and educating children. If possible, I would really like to have him become a client of my school. Mr. Yi, it's already noon, why don't we go have a meal together? No, I still have to go home and cook. Yi Linyao looked at the time and felt that it passed too quickly. In a while, the little baby at home would be back. Oh? You still need to cook at home? Xiao Wu, who was in charge of admissions, was very surprised. At first he thought that Mr. Yi in front of him was an executive of some company, but he didn't expect that he would have to go home to cook. Yes, I have a wife at home who is waiting for me to cook for her, and I take care of these 4 little ones every day. Now the people in the admissions office were even more surprised. You, did you just say that those 4 children are all yours? Yeah, what's the problem? They're all the same size. 1 baby. Quadruplets. Speaking of this, Yi Linyao even felt a little proud. After all, not everyone can have such a good thing. Not only are the children in his family very cute, but even his other baby is a real beauty. Mr. Yi is really lucky. It's rare for ordinary families to have twins. It's really unheard of for you to have 4 babies in one pregnancy. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Yi Linyao felt that time was running out and he didn't want to waste even a second here. So finally he went out, went to the temporary room where the children were accommodated, picked up all 4 of his little ones, came back, got in the car and started the return journey. Dad, this kindergarten is really fun. There are many toys that I have never seen in the community downstairs before. Did you know? That big slide can actually. Yes, the slides we played on before were all very short. This is the first time I've seen such a high slide. Several little ones vied to report to Yi Linyao what fun and interesting things they had seen in the kindergarten. It seems like you guys like this place very much. If I let you play here someday, would you be willing? Daddy means you won't play with us anymore? Yi Linyao. It seems that the comprehension ability of these little guys needs to be improved. But it doesn't matter. After all, they are only 3 years old. It's already very good that they can be so worry-free. Don't worry, Dad will definitely not abandon you. I just want you to come here to study and make some friends of the same age. I will definitely come back to pick you up every night. After hearing their father's serious explanation, the 4 little ones also understood what this place was for. To be honest, they really like this place because it is much more fun than the community downstairs from their own home. During their stay, they also saw many other children. Maybe they can really find more happiness here. Only Si Bo was still a little worried and asked a question. Dad, can we not go to kindergarten? I just want to be with Mom and Dad. Right? Don't be afraid. In fact, even if Daddy hadn't come, you would still have to go to kindergarten. Now that Daddy is here, he will definitely accompany you. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely be with you then. Yi Linyao tried his best to prepare these 4 little ones mentally. After all, kindergarten was definitely an important starting point for learning in their lives. Although I don't plan to let them achieve anything big, they should at least have some basic knowledge that young children should master. Eventually they understood their father's good intentions, and since they already liked this place, of course they agreed to come to kindergarten regularly for some time to come. At the same time, Lu Ruwashi in the school office also looked absent-minded, because the phone call from her parents just now made her completely at a loss as to what to do. My family has arranged a blind date for me without my permission, and even agreed to the other party's relationship. But how should I tell Yi Linyao about these things in the end? Teacher Lu, are you feeling a little unwell? I see you don't look very well since you've been sitting here. Other teachers in the office also noticed that something was wrong with Lu Ruwashi, but how could they say such a thing out loud? When I looked up, I saw that it was time to get off work, so I quickly said goodbye, picked up my things and went home. Yi Linyao had already prepared lunch at home. The little ones would probably be able to go to school soon. If nothing unexpected happened, they could directly enroll in this kindergarten. Then, when he had nothing to do, he started his own business by relying on the skills given by the system, and slowly developed his family in a good direction. It was really cool. The sound of high heels gradually came from the corridor. Yi Linyao, like the four little ones, felt the same way. Although it had only been a day or two, just from the frequency of the footsteps, he knew it must be his little cutie. When Lu Ruoshi stood in front of the door and was about to take out the key, the door was already opened. "I'm back. Lunch is ready for you. Come and eat." Chapter 73. It's okay, then let our parents come over and take a look. At that moment, Lu Ruoshi didn't even know where her brain was going. She stood blankly at the door looking at Yi Linyao in front of her. "What's wrong with you? You seem absent-minded. Is there something going on at school?" Yi Linyao's first reaction was that his relationship with her had been exposed at school. In fact, this matter was not particularly serious. Anyway, he could do his job at school if he wanted to, and quit at any time if he didn't want to. If something really affects Lu Ruoshi, then the worst that can happen is that she can be brought over to be raised together. Anyway, with my current income level, I don't have to worry about supporting one more person. However, this kind of thing was still difficult for Lu Ruoshi to accept. After all, Yi Linyao had no idea what Lu Ruoshi was thinking in her heart. "Oh, you're cooking again? I feel like now when I come home every day I just need to eat directly without having to do any housework." "Of course. I'm a house husband now, and I do most of the things I can do." Yi Linyao was smiling on the surface, but he had already realized something in his heart. He now vaguely felt that Lu Ruoshi must be hiding something in her heart. Lu Ruoshi sat down at the dining table, then began to pick up her own bowl and chopsticks to taste the food. The food was the same as yesterday and very delicious. After all, this was the food made by Yi Linyao after he acquired top-level cooking skills. It must be much more delicious than that made by ordinary people. But because something was wrong in her heart, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she tasted these delicacies. Anyway, now when she looked at the delicious food in front of her, it seemed that they had no taste at all. The meal was very quiet. Yi Linyao didn't say anything. He just took care of the four little ones in his family as usual. It was lunchtime and the little ones went to sleep as usual. After Debeo and the others fell asleep, Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi sat on the sofa in the living room. Lu Ruoshi lowered her head, her mind filled with the phone call from her mother today and the tone that indicated there was no room for negotiation. I had never expected the child's father to show up before, and I was even more unwilling to believe that the current situation would be possible, but the facts before me now are the best proof. Perhaps I also need to let my mom and dad know about Yi Linyao's existence and let them know that he is indeed a very responsible father. But how should I tell Yi Linyao about this matter? When he got up this morning, he talked to me about this matter and wanted to tell his parents everything that happened to him. But before I could say anything, I received a blind date call from home. If I tell this to others, what if Yi Linyao gets upset? She still wants to be with the father of her child, let alone such a responsible man. She was hesitant, but she also knew that this was not going to work. Some things could not be kept secret in the end, so it was better to speak out as soon as possible. Yi Linyao had been sitting next to Lu Ruoshi without saying a word, just looking down at his phone silently. If I don't tell him about this in time, I'm afraid something bad will happen. If I really wanted to be with him, he probably wouldn't be so angry. Lu Ruoshi has always been feeling depressed, and she doesn't know whether Yi Linyao will be angry with her because of this kind of thing. Just when Lu Ruoshi was gathering up the courage to speak out about this matter, she heard Yi Linyao speak first. "Is there something you are hiding from me?" This gave Lu Ruoshi a big shock. She had originally prepared herself, but Yi Linyao's question made her completely at a loss as to how to answer, and she kept muttering to herself in her heart. Could it be that he knew about the phone call I received in school today? Nothing's wrong, are you overthinking it? Lu Ruoshi, who had originally mustered up her courage, suddenly didn't know what to say after hearing Yi Linyao's words just now. In desperation, she directly denied that she was hiding anything. She regretted it the moment she said this. It was obvious that she was feeling guilty. Even if you are going to lie, you should at least act like it's real. Just say it if you have something to say. Your worries are written all over your face, and you're still saying it's nothing. After hearing Yi Linyao's sigh, Lu Ruoshi was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head. It seems that she still couldn't hide this matter. However, she didn't intend to hide it at the beginning. Whenever you lie you become like this, with your face flushed and you can't speak. You'd better stop talking in the future, or else you'll always be discovered by others. Yi Liao's teasing with a slight smile made Lu Ruoxi relax. Maybe she was thinking too much, but now that Yi Liao had discovered that she had some worries in her heart, she might as well tell him all about them. Maybe he really had a way to help her solve them. So Lu Ruoxi told Yi Liao everything that happened in the phone call she received from her parents at school today. What should I do? This is my parents' attitude now. I guess if I don't go back, they will definitely come to find me in person. They asked me about my current address before, and I told them. Lu Ruoxi's voice was trembling now. She was very afraid of what would happen if Yi Liao got angry. It's okay, that's all. I thought there was something else going on. You look so sad today. Chapter 74, My father-in-law and mother-in-law are at the door. Yi Liao had a serious look on his face at first, but after hearing all this he smiled calmly. This made Lu Ruoxi a little difficult to understand. At first, she thought that if she knew about this kind of thing, she would definitely be a little angry. It's okay. We can just call our parents over in a couple of days. I was away for so long before, and they must be a little unhappy. Now that I want to take their precious daughter back, I must show some sincerity. Yi Liao still spoke with a smile, and he didn't seem angry at all. Aren't you angry at all? Angry? Are you talking about your parents' current thoughts and attitudes? Lu Ruoxi nodded without denying. What's there to be angry about? Anyway, after calling them over, I can let them see my sincerity, right? But if you're talking about being angry, this reminds me of something. Were you afraid that I would be angry, so you didn't even plan to tell me about this? With a shudder, Lu Ruoxi didn't know how to answer. She didn't expect that he would discover her inner thoughts. I didn't, but I don't know how to say it to you. Lu Ruoxi explained forcefully, but her face had already turned red. Yi Liao did not continue to ask, because he already knew what happened to Lu Ruoxi, and he just needed to resolve the matter, because he also believed that Lu Ruoxi would definitely not do anything that would go against him. Oh, by the way, have you asked Debeo and the others about their schooling? Until now, Lu Ruoxi has been concerned about these 4 little guys. Only if these 4 little guys are fine, Lu Ruoxi can rest assured to spend time and effort on studying and other things. I have asked almost all the questions. I can go to the kindergarten in a few days to do some questionnaire survey. It seems that there should be no problem, but it is better to make more plans. Yi Liao has now experienced how tiring it is to find a school for the little ones. At the same time, Lu Ruoxi suddenly recalled a sentence her parents said when they called her. She remembered that the man her parents recommended to her seemed to be a teacher in a kindergarten. But she quickly shook her head and got rid of this dangerous idea in her head. Yi Liao was making sacrifices in this family all the time. No matter what, she certainly couldn't do anything that might make him sad under the circumstances. There shouldn't be anything else to worry about. I noticed that you looked absent-minded today. It turns out that you were so worried about this matter. What do you mean by just these things? If these things are not handled properly, believe it or not, if my parents come over, the 2 of us will still be in a lot of trouble. Humph. Lu Ruoxi still looked very arrogant, but in Yi Liao's eyes, this little girl was always so cute no matter what she looked like. The matters concerning the kindergarten have been handed over to Yi Liao to handle. Anyway, Teacher Wu there is very concerned about the enrollment of Yi Liao's family of 4 children. No problem, I will definitely be able to handle these things when the time comes. After all, I stole your cabbage. Base. Every time Yi Liao was so shameless, Lu Ruoxi would always be the one who suffered in the end, because she had no idea how to deal with such hooligan-like words. Stop talking. I'll strangle you to death. Lu Ruoxi blushed and pinched Yi Liao's neck with her hands, but how much strength could a little girl have? The 2 of them spent the short break laughing and joking. At the same time, Lu Ruoxi's parents were at home and felt that this was not a good idea. There are some things that their daughter should really realize, and she shouldn't be allowed to continue to be obsessed with them. Now, while she is still young, although she already has 4 children, her conditions are still relatively good, so finding another one should not be a big problem. Old man, do you think our daughter's statement on the phone that the child's father has returned is true or false? Oh, how is that possible? Don't you know what men are like nowadays? Everyone should know how heavy the burden of raising 4 children is. How could he come back? After hearing this answer, Lu's mother said nothing more. Now with 4 children, the cost of living is indeed too high. Although his daughter's conditions are pretty good, the pressure brought by these 4 children does make many people feel discouraged. So what should we do now? It looks like she still hates it. Let's find her another partner. There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. She is still young now, but what will happen in 2 years? Let's go directly to her place in the next 2 days. Mother Lou lowered her head and thought for a while, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. Sometimes you have to make some decisions for your children. Otherwise, if these children really have a hard time in life, it will be very uncomfortable for them as parents. The older generation is sometimes still very slow in doing things, but their ability to react to certain things is still surprising. The two of them quickly booked the train tickets and planned to go directly to their daughter's residence tomorrow. Since they had helped their daughter take care of the 4 grandchildren at home before, they knew where they lived. After receiving Yi Linyao's affirmative and powerful response, Lu Ruoxi can finally relax at school and deal with the work and tasks assigned to her by her students and the school. It seemed that he had forgotten what his parents had told him. After all, every time Yi Linyao appeared behind her, Lu Ruoxi would feel unprecedentedly at ease. But at that time she didn't realize that her parents were very serious about the person they recommended. The day passed quickly because both dad and mom were very concerned about their daughter's matter. So what we had originally said on the phone, that we would go to where they lived after a while, was temporarily changed to the next day. Because Lu Ruoxi had been communicating with her family during this period, this time after her father and mother bought the train tickets, they rushed directly to the house where Lu Ruoxi was renting. Lu Ruoxi's family is a very typical family with a kind mother and a strict father, so many times, Lu Ruoxi's mother plays the role of a mediator between father and daughter. It is precisely because of her charitable image that most of the time her mother actually believes that what her daughter says is very trustworthy. What should we do if what Ruoxi said is true when we go there this time? Mother Lu was very worried about what would happen if something went wrong in the past. After all, if this matter was true, she would definitely have to have a good talk with her son-in-law. How is it possible? Do you think all men nowadays are fools? How is it possible that a man who could have gotten away with it would come back with so many burdens? Lu's mother was obviously a little embarrassed and didn't want her husband to say that their daughter was a burden, but after her daughter told her that she was pregnant, the whole family was actually very embarrassed. After all, if this kind of thing happened within the family, it would be so shameful that there would be no face left. When that time passes, you must not scold her. If there is anything wrong, just talk it out nicely. Don't hit or scold the child. Okay, I don't need you to teach me these things, just go over there. Today was exactly the same as any other day for Yi Linyao's family, with no major changes at all. Yi Linyao got up early to prepare the meal, then woke up the 4 little ones and Lu Ruoxi, and told them to do their own things after eating. Yi Linyao could stay at home to take care of the little ones and handle some housework. So at this time, they had just finished their meal. You said that everyone has gone to school, so there are only 4 little guys and Yi Linyao and the others in the room, a total of 5 people. However, none of them expected that 2 people were walking towards their home. Yi Linyao was now bored in the house, so he simply turned on the TV and prepared to have a good rest. I never thought that being a house husband could be so interesting. It's quite relaxing like this. Just as Yi Linyao was sighing, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. I immediately held my breath and listened carefully for 2 seconds. Then Yi Linyao relaxed, because judging from the frequency of her walking, it was not Lu Ruoxi at all. At first I thought it was Lu Ruoxi who came back. I continued to sit on the sofa and watch TV. Life became leisurely, but at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 75. This is too embarrassing. Yi Linyao sat up again at that moment, stopped talking and held his breath, listening carefully to see if he had heard the sound of the doorbell coming from outside the door. Ding dong. This time Yi Linyao heard it very clearly. It was indeed the sound of the doorbell ringing at his home. But at this time, the one at home shouldn't have gotten off work yet. Who would knock on my door at this time? I thought to myself that I had only lived in this house for 2 or 3 days. Those naughty kids in school definitely didn't know about this place. The only person who might know about this place was probably Aunt Zhang next door. Is it the neighbor next door who comes here? Maybe he needs help with something. Thinking of this, Yi Linyao stood up from the sofa and walked straight to the door to open it. When I went out before, I asked Aunt Zhang next door to help look after the children at home. She even helped a lot when I was not here before. Now that she is in trouble, I will definitely try my best to help if I can. Thinking of this, Yi Linyao went straight to open the door without even any hesitation. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about the other party in his heart. What was he going to do if he came here? Do you want to borrow a car? Or is there something at home that needs help? Crunch. The doors in old communities are also quite old, and there is a bit of noisy sound when opening the doors. However, just when Yi Linyao opened the door and wanted to ask Aunt Zhang outside the door what was going on, he suddenly discovered that the person standing behind the door was not Aunt Zhang next door, but a couple he had never seen before. Forehead? At this time, not only Yi Linyao but also Lu Ruoshi's parents looked confused. They had never seen such a man having a relationship with their daughter. At that moment, all the three of them could think of was, could we have walked into the wrong room? The three of them stood at the door, creating a very embarrassing situation because none of them knew where the other person came from. In the end, it was Lu Ruoshi's mother who reacted first. She looked up at the room number above, took out her mobile phone to compare it, and found that there was no problem at all. It was indeed this room. Since I didn't come to the wrong place, then why did the man standing in front of me appear in the house rented by my daughter? Lu Ruoshi's father seemed to have noticed something. Since he didn't know this man at all, he must have come here secretly to steal something. In other words, the man in front of him who looked very handsome was actually a thief who broke into the house. Yi Linyao had never expected that the two people in front of him were his wife's parents, his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lu Ruoshi's father quietly took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. They were both old, and if they had any conflict with such a young man, they would definitely suffer, so it would be better to find someone to help first. But just when he was about to press the call button, he suddenly remembered that there should be his 4 grandchildren in the house. There is nothing between the two of them, but what should he do if the thief in front of him is forced into a corner and does something extreme to his grandson? Excuse me, who are you two? Yi Linyao looked at the 2 old men in front of him, who were constantly communicating with each other with their expressions, and he felt very awkward standing there. If he found the wrong door, he would have to close it because he still hadn't finished watching the TV series. Oh my god, this little thief is so arrogant. Not only did he break into the house and steal, he was even watching TV here openly. Ahem, young man, I advise you to learn your lesson. Ha! Yi Linyao was confused. Why did he suddenly start to persuade him to take care of himself? What was this trick? Was this the procedure for all the fraud cases? But this is an old neighborhood and there is no surveillance video. What should we do if these 2 elderly people just lie down at the door? The 3 people outside were in a stalemate for nearly a minute or two. Suddenly, there was a movement in the house, and then the door of the 4 little guys' room was opened, and Sibo walked out. The appearance of Sibo made Lu Ruoshi's parents very worried. The appearance of this child completely proved that this room was their daughter's house, and they had no idea who the man in front of them was. It must be very dangerous for this man to appear in his daughter's home, but before calling the police, he must find a way to ensure the safety of the 4 little ones in the house. What's wrong, Dad? Why is it so noisy outside? Sibo walked out staggeringly, and when he saw the 2 people at the door, he immediately became interested. But before Sibo showed interest, Lu Ruoshi's parents were the first to be confused. Dad? What the hell? Sibo just said that the man in front of them was their father. Could it be that? Grandpa and Grandma, why are you here? Oh, I know, it must be Dad who asked you to come, right? What the hell? Grandpa and Grandma? Doesn't she mean that the 2 old people outside are the parents that Ruoshi mentioned? Didn't they say that these 2 old people would come over in 2 days? Why did you come here the next day? Aren't you playing by the rules now? I was just wondering whether these 2 elderly people were here to commit fraud or for some other purpose, but the next moment I realized that they were actually my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This was too embarrassing. Chapter 76 finally proved his identity. On the contrary, Lu Ruoshi's parents came here without notifying their daughter. Who knew that the person in the room would be the child's father? But they still don't quite believe it. The man in front of them had no idea what his true identity was. The children were still too young and might not even know what was going on. The final truth of the matter still needed older people like them to discern. Sibo, you just said these are Grandma and Grandpa, right? Yi Linyao was a little bit unconvinced, so he squatted down again, picked up Sibo, and confirmed it carefully. Yes, Grandma and Grandpa came over to play with us for a long time before, there's no way I could have made a mistake. After saying that, Sibo turned around and loudly called the remaining 3 children over towards the house. The sound of hohilahala came from inside the house immediately. The remaining 3 little ones were very happy when they heard that their Grandma and Grandpa were coming. Grandma, Grandpa, you are here. I miss you guys so much. The grandma and grandpa, who originally had gloomy faces, immediately smiled and welcomed their 3 lovely grandchildren. Hey! Grandma and grandpa are here to see you. This happy state of mind made others think that they were a real family, but from Yi Linyao's point of view, he still needed to remain cautious. Although the 2 elderly people opposite seemed to have a good relationship with the 4 children in the family, if you want to confirm their identities, it is better to call Lu Ruoshi. So, both sides began to speculate about each other's identities. The 2 old men have heard what was said just now. It can be seen that these little ones should be quite close to this man, but sometimes the facts have to be spoken truthfully. Are you my father-in-law and mother-in-law? I'm sorry, I haven't seen you before. Why don't you come inside and sit for a while? At least from the current situation, if these 2 old people are not allowed in, it will be difficult to say what will happen next. For some reason, after seeing Yi Linyao, the expressions of these 2 old men changed from gentleness and kindness to coldness and ruthlessness in an instant. Damn, do you have to change your expression so quickly? It seems like turning pages of a book is not as fast as your expression changing. Why is he so dissatisfied with me? It seems like he has done something out of line before. What's more important is that they have never even met each other. The 2 old men were still wary, but they walked into the house and checked it carefully to see if there were any signs that the house had been turned over. It was obvious that they still wanted to regard Yi Linyao as a thief who broke into the house, which made Yi Linyao a little unhappy. I don't know what to call you? After walking around in a big circle, the 2 old people sat on the sofa. It was Lu's mother who spoke first, because judging from the expression of her father-in-law, he didn't seem to be a particularly easy person to talk to. Yi Linyao. Oh, that's a nice name. Where is my Ruoshi now? Is she not at home? She went to work and left not long ago, so she's not home yet. This seems like a very normal question and a very normal answer. But after hearing this answer, the expression on my father-in-law's face immediately became much stern, and the corners of his mouth began to tremble slightly. Are you really the father of these children? The question was asked in a very sharp tone. Even his mother-in-law, who was sitting next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. She nudged him lightly with her elbow, but was quickly rebuked by a look from his father-in-law. Yi Linyao certainly knew that things would develop in this direction. After all, he had not been with Lu Ruoshi for the previous 4 years, so naturally he would not be liked by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Debeo, you guys go back to your room and play. I have something to talk to your grandparents about. Okay. The little ones are also very sensible. No matter what their dad says, they will do it. It's better not to let these little ones hear this very sensitive issue. After they all returned to the room, Yi Linyao finally let go of his psychological burden and prepared to explain the whole cause and effect of the matter to the 2 elderly people in front of him. I know this matter is still a bit sudden, but Ruoshi and I met just 2 days ago. Yi Linyao simply told Lu Ruoshi about what happened during his meeting with her in the past 2 days. Of course, he deliberately concealed all the information about his current bank card balance, car, and his craft. In the eyes of these 2 people who had experienced it, all of his excuses were full of loopholes. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, it is better to put aside the things that should not be said. It was hard for me to believe it at first, but later I did a paternity test. Here is the report of the test results. I have kept it until now. As Yi Linyao said this, he pulled out a file bag from behind the sofa. There were some big words written on the file bag. This was the hospital that Yi Linyao went to for the paternity test. The 2 old men took the answer and immediately took it out, put on their reading glasses, and read it carefully. The inspection report was not long, just a few simple sheets of paper with very few words on them. But even so, the 2 elderly people spent nearly 10 minutes carefully reading through the papers. It was as if the young man in front of them would use a fake appraisal report to fool the 2 of them. After reading it, the 2 elderly people silently took off their reading glasses and placed the paternity test report in their hands on the coffee table in front of them. That expression seemed as if he had already accepted the fact that the young man in front of him was his son-in-law with whom he had lost contact for nearly 4 years. However, after finding his son-in-law, what awaited the father-in-law was not happiness, but anger and unwillingness. Chapter 77. An extremely uncomfortable conversation. His daughter had suffered so much in the past 4 years. He had finally raised her to the age of 3, and the most difficult period could be said to have passed. However, he came over and took away the fruits of victory, which seemed difficult for anyone to accept. Do you know how exhausted my daughter has been in the past 4 years? Now that the identity of the young man in front of them has been confirmed, the two old men will no longer hide it. They will now give the young man in front of them a good education. Yes, I know I owe her a lot, so after meeting her this time, I have no intention of leaving, but to continue living with her. After Yi Linyao expressed his inner thoughts, he did not get any affirmation from his father-in-law. It's just a sentence that anyone with a mouth can say. What he wants to see is actual action, not empty promises. Really? If you're not working now, what do you usually do at home? Oh, at home I usually just clean the house, cook, and take care of the kids. Yi Linyao did not lie. After all, he did these things at home on a daily basis, and he thought there was no need for him to lie in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Is that all you do? The father-in-law was obviously not very satisfied with the things that Yi Linyao needed to do at home, because in his opinion these things were of no practical use. And if he really loves his daughter, he should go out to work to help take care of her and share the burden of the household instead of sitting at home watching TV and cleaning. At the same time, my father-in-law turned his head and looked at the TV next to him, which was playing the news. Yi Linyao was embarrassed for a moment and now regretted not turning off the TV when he opened the door. It's so embarrassing. When will she be back? The father-in-law's tone was still very serious, as if the only person who could communicate with them peacefully was his daughter. The mother-in-law sitting next to him kept saying nice things to him, asking him to relax and not make a fuss. But it was no use. It was quite awkward for the three of us to sit here like this. I don't know why, but my father-in-law, who was very serious at the beginning, actually started to watch the news on TV slowly. Yi Linyao also noticed this. In order not to embarrass his mother-in-law, he stood up and got 2 cups of tea from the water dispenser next to him and placed them in front of the 2 elderly people. Well, thank you. The mother-in-law was still very happy. After all, the original couple was much better than the family they formed later. What's more, the young man in front of her did not dislike her daughter with 4 children at all and still chose to be together with her, which improved her impression of this young man a lot. Soon, my father-in-law didn't want to watch anymore and decided to go into the room and play with his grandchildren, where he was happier. At this time, only my mother-in-law and Yi Linyao were left in the living room. Although my mother-in-law's temper was much better than my father-in-law's, she was still the elder, so she still had to sit upright on the sofa. This feeling is simply incomparable to the feeling of lying on the sofa before opening the door. Anyway, there are only 2 words in Yi Linyao's heart right now: embarrassing. Apart from embarrassment, Yi Linyao now had almost no emotions in his heart. He always felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. With an elder sitting next to him, he didn't know what to do now. Xiao Yi, right? If Ruwashi is the only one working now, how are you going to cover your daily expenses? Daily expenses are not that much, I can take care of them all, don't worry, Mom. Mother Lu didn't know what to say, but how could she not know? The daily expenses of 4 children were not a small amount. How long could they last relying on just one girl? Even if you can hold on, it's almost time. This time, the 2 old people came here not only to see how she was living here, but also to help their daughter. After all, the living burden brought by these 4 children is not just a little. Xiao Yi, please don't lie to me. Mom is an experienced person. As for you, whether you discovered this by accident or not, since you are willing to be with my daughter and live with her, I will definitely help you. It is now difficult for the mother-in-law to believe that her daughter can support the daily expenses of so many people in the family with her own income. In this way, the mother-in-law spoke and Yi Linyao nodded in response, and the 2 of them chatted awkwardly in the living room for most of the day. Okay, it's time to get off work. This job at school is really easy. If it were a high school or a junior high school, we would probably still be in class, keeping an eye on the students. That's right. That's why I came to work as a counselor in the university. Usually I only need to deal with students' leave requests or send out some notices. The rest of the work can be left to the class monitors or student committee members. Lu Ruwashi had almost finished packing and was about to stand up when she looked at the watch on her wrist. It is almost time for lunch. In the past 2 days, her husband has prepared meals for her at noon, and every lunch she eats at home is delicious. Now she rarely goes to the cafeteria to eat. Chapter 78 Lu Ruwashi is back. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. If we go too late, the meat will probably be snatched up by the students again. That's right, their skills in grabbing food are really first-rate. They are not very active in class, but they eat very quickly. Several teachers started to make fun of him, but when they saw Lu Ruwashi, who had been quietly cleaning up nearby, they suddenly remembered something. Teacher Lu, you haven't been eating in the cafeteria with us recently. Is there something wrong? Oh. I've been busy at home lately, so I haven't been able to eat with you guys very often. Lu Ruwashi started laughing as she spoke. After all, the one waiting for her at home was her very handsome and talented husband. You know, how many women nowadays can eat a steaming hot meal prepared by their husbands when they get home from get off work? Generally, housewives have to prepare dinner for their husbands after they get off work. There are not many women who enjoy the same living conditions as Lu Ruwashi does now. However, she cannot show off this to her colleagues now. If necessary, she still has to find a way to hide Yi Linyao's current identity. To be honest, I really want to find a partner now. Oh, by the way, I remember there was an assistant teacher in our school who was quite handsome, and he seemed to be a former student of our school. Oh, yeah, I think I have an impression of this person you mentioned. His name is Yi Linyao. With a click, Lu Ruwashi began to feel a little uneasy. If it were in the past, she would definitely have no interest in this kind of conversation topic, but it is different now. How could I possibly let these colleagues around me covet my husband? It is always said that if a woman enters the relationship stage, she will become extremely sensitive and will start to think too much about even the slightest disturbance. I don't know. I don't think I've seen that teaching assistant come out these past 2 days. Maybe he asked for leave for something. But sometimes I still miss seeing him. It's hard not to see him. These words remained in Lu Ruwashi's heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. She finally understood what it felt like to have her husband being remembered by others. I heard that the teaching assistant seems to have a partner, so if you guys want to find a partner, it seems you can only look for someone else. Ah, does he already have a partner? I really didn't know that. The remaining female teachers in the office expressed their regret after hearing that Yi Linyao already had a partner, because they still wanted to find a partner as young and handsome as Yi Linyao. Okay, you guys go eat first, I'm going home, bye. For some reason, Lu Ruwashi was in a particularly good mood and left the office skipping and jumping. At this time, Lu Ruwashi didn't know that there were 2 giant Buddhas in the house waiting for her to return home. If she knew, she would definitely look forward to the lunch prepared at home at noon today. Because the elders have come to the house, Yi Linyao will definitely have to take the initiative to show off his cooking skills at noon today. At the same time, he also needs to take care of Ruwashi, who will be home soon, and think about how to tell her about this matter. It's time to cook lunch. Let me cook. My mother-in-law stood up and said that it seemed like she was an elderly person in this life and had no interest at all. It was normal for her to cook at home. What's more, when my mother-in-law came to take care of these children, she was also cooking. No need, Mom. I can cook lunch today. I usually cook at home. It just so happens that both of you are here today. How about I show you how to cook? My father-in-law had already come out of the room and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. He didn't show any particular surprise when he heard this. Instead, he continued watching TV quietly. My mother-in-law thought about it and felt that it seemed okay. After all, they will still be the couple's life from now on. If the boy can cook, it will definitely be much better. So Yi Linyao started to prepare his lunch today using the top-quality Manchu Han banquet dishes given to him by the system. Suddenly, many thoughts started flashing through my mind. How are those top-notch Manchu Han banquet dishes prepared? It seems as if all these ingredients have been transformed into detailed steps in my mind. The kitchen knife in his hand began to become faster and faster, and the ingredients he cut became more and more delicate. Carrots and the like were cut very thinly, and the same went for shredded potatoes. He heated up the pan with oil and appeared very skilled in steps like stirring the wok and adding seasonings, which made the mother-in-law who occasionally came in to take a look very satisfied. Originally, she thought that the young man in front of her could only cook some very simple dishes, or even instant noodles. But now it seems that this man has obviously received professional training in cooking and preparing meals, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have learned such skilled techniques on his own. Soon a table of delicious food was ready, and at the same time, the sound of someone coming upstairs was heard from outside the door. Yi Linyao recognized it immediately. It must be Ruwashi who came back. However, because of an unexpected situation at home, he still had to tell her. But when Yi Linyao was about to open the door, he was stopped by his father-in-law. The father-in-law was now standing in front of the door, turning his head to stare at Yi Linyao with a very unfriendly look, which made Yi Linyao dare not go over again. The moment there was a knock on the door, my father-in-law immediately opened the door. "Hubby, I'm going back." Lu Ruwashi was very happy. She even called out the word husband right away and opened her arms to hug the man who opened the door for her. However, she froze after taking just 2 steps. Because she had seen clearly that the man standing in front of her was not Yi Linyao at all. It was her father, with her mother standing next to him. Although Lu Ruoshi was stunned for a second, she immediately reacted the next moment. What on earth was going on? Mom and Dad are here. Chapter 79. This is your father's idea. Lu Ruoshi was obviously stunned for a second, because in that second, Lu Ruoshi had not yet reacted why the man standing in front of her was the same as her old father. You are finally back. Your mother and I have been waiting for you in here for a long time. After her father-in-law spoke, Lu Ruoshi came to her senses. Her parents had already come here, probably for the purpose of what they talked about on the phone yesterday. Mom and Dad, why are you here? I didn't know you were going to come here today. After saying that, Lu Ruoshi leaned inside to take a look and saw someone standing next to them wearing an apron, who looked like she had just finished cooking. Yi Linyao obviously knew about this, so he came over. But he was stopped by his father, otherwise he would never have done such ambiguous behavior in the beginning. You were so sure on the phone that your mom and I were worried, so we came to check. Is there anything wrong? Dad's look clearly showed that he was very right, and Lu Ruoshi didn't know what to say now. After all, they were her dad and mom. If you were going to come, you should at least tell me in advance. You made both of us unprepared, which is quite embarrassing. Lu Ruoshi was also a little embarrassed. If they had told them earlier, they would have made some preparations in advance. Now this temporary assault was obviously well prepared. Why do I tell you in advance? I tell you in advance so that you can be prepared. I want to raid you by surprise to see what you are doing here. Is the husband you mentioned real or fake? When my father-in-law said this, he turned his head and glanced at Yi Linyao next to him. Yi Linyao smiled sheepishly, and began to complain in his heart. Oh my god, didn't you just read my parent-child report? Why are you bringing this up again? I was planning to tell you about this in the past 2 days, but I didn't know you would react so quickly and come here right away. I didn't even have a chance to speak. Okay, the food is ready, why don't we eat first? Although Yi Linyao didn't want to say much now, after all, in some ways, what he had done before was still wrong. But the person standing at the door now is his wife, and he will not allow others to bully his wife, even if those people are his father-in-law and mother-in-law. My mother-in-law also kept helping out and the family finally sat down at the dining table. After hearing the 3 words dinner is ready, several little ones happily ran out of the house. Ever since Dad came home, eating every day has become the happiest thing for these little ones, because they know that they will definitely be able to have delicious and tasty meals at noon. Moreover, today they were able to see their grandparents whom they hadn't seen for a long time. The little ones were so excited that sometimes they didn't even have time to eat, and kept chatting with their grandparents. After seeing these little guys, the serious-looking grandfather also showed his exclusive smile on his face, which belongs only to these little guys. Yi Linyao also laughed when he saw it. It can be seen that this kind of very cute baby is really popular among people of all ages. No matter who encounters this kind of thing, they can't help but smile. Grandma and Grandpa, did you miss us when you came here today? Dabeo asked the 2 elderly people while eating from his bowl. The 2 old men also answered them with a smile. Of course, we both miss you every day. We miss you so much that we can't sleep, so we came to see you. Lu Ruoshi looked at her 2 parents and said this without any shame. After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at them. It would be nice if it were like this. Suck. The mother-in-law looked at Lu Ruoshi with dissatisfaction, and Lu Ruoshi didn't dare to say anything more. She just lowered her head and ate the rice in her bowl silently. This meal is pretty good. The dishes are clearly carefully prepared and the seasonings are perfect. My mother-in-law supported me and couldn't help but praise me. In her opinion, this lunch was simply perfect. She is already this age now and has been cooking for decades, but the taste has always been relatively bland, the kind of homely flavor. However, the lunch she tastes now is simply like another realm. My mother-in-law could clearly feel that she might never have the chance to cook such a meal in her lifetime. But this kind of food was actually prepared by a young man in his 20s in front of him. She even found it hard to believe that this meal was actually prepared by a young man. The top chefs she had seen before were generally over 40 years old. If a person in his 30s could achieve this level, he would be called a genius. But right in front of him at this moment was a young man in his 20s who made this top-notch delicacy. Old man, what do you think of this meal? In order to ease the relationship between her husband and son-in-law, the mother-in-law is now playing the role of a peacemaker, hoping to reconcile the relationship between the two as much as possible. That's all. It's still a little bit worse than what you usually do. It seems that this young man still has a long way to go. My father-in-law had a blank expression on his face. He commented on the meal while eating, as if he was not satisfied with it at all. After finishing this bowl of rice, he put the bowl on the table and placed the chopsticks on top of the bowl. Still eating? Ruwashi asked while still smiling. Suddenly, my father-in-law's face turned slightly red, and then he handed the bowl over with his hand. Ahem, another bowl. After lunch, the little ones felt sleepy again. So the father-in-law took the little ones back to the room to sleep, while Yilinyao and Lu Ruwashi took their mother-in-law with them, and the three of them sat in the living room. Mom, why did you come here so suddenly? Didn't you tell us in advance? We are not prepared at all. Lu Ruwashi was complaining to her mother. They both knew what kind of temper their father had. Hey, we were both in a hurry at the time, so we booked the tickets right after we hung up the phone and came over the next day. How could we have time to notify you? My mother-in-law now looks helpless and says that the matter has nothing to do with her at all, it was just the old man who wanted to do this. Chapter 80. It's time to prove your economic strength. Are you the only one working now? When Lu Ruwashi heard this, she felt very disappointed. As expected, they came here because of what happened between them. In addition, the man who had contacted her on the phone before had already found another person for her, so Lu Ruwashi couldn't help but worry. What should she do if the two elders in the family wanted to separate them? Yes, because he has to take care of the children at home and handle some housework, he goes to school much less often now. How can this be possible? You can't handle so much pressure by yourself. After you get married, you must handle everything that can be handled by both sides together. After hearing this, Yilinyao just smiled and nodded, but didn't say much. In fact, most of the expenses in this family were borne by himself, but he didn't seem to do anything practical on the surface. At the same time, the father-in-law had already settled the remaining little ones in the room, so he came out and wanted to sit in the living room to have a good discussion with the two young people about what had happened during this period. How much are the usual expenses at home now? This question actually prompted a reply, because if the expenses in the house during this period were small, then it was not small at all. After all, tens of thousands of dollars were spent just on buying some milk powder. But if you want to reduce your expenses and save on these unnecessary expenses, then the monthly expenses are really not that much. I haven't calculated it, but it shouldn't be that many. Lu Ruwashi originally planned to just perfunctorily answer the question, but her father-in-law seemed to have already grasped the issue. Really? In that case, tell me about your and Xiaoye's expenses since you met these few days. I'll calculate for you how much money you've spent during this period. The father-in-law's idea couldn't be simpler. He just wanted to attack the two of them by saying that although they are together now, they do not have enough financial ability to support their current expenses. However, Yilinyao and Lu Ruwashi knew very well that their expenses in the past 2 days were extremely high. An average family simply could not afford such high expenses. But apart from those things, they did not seem to have bought anything else in the past few days. Hurry up and tell me, I have my calculator ready for you. Lu Ruwashi really didn't expect that her parents would cause so much trouble for them after they came over. She couldn't help but turn her head and secretly glance at Yilinyao next to her, wanting to seek his help. But Yilinyao smiled, and then personally reported all their expenses in the past few days. Milk powder, clothes, furniture. However, when Yilinyao just said the prices of these expenses, his hands, which were typing on the computer, suddenly froze. Then the father-in-law took off his reading glasses and stared at Yilinyao seriously. A can of your milk powder costs more than 2,000 yuan. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Even the mother-in-law next to him didn't quite understand. She felt that Xiaoye was a very honest child, so why did he say such things? No, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I think you misunderstood. What I just said is true. After saying that, Yilinyao stood up, took out a can of milk powder from the box next to him, searched the price of the can of milk powder on his mobile phone, and handed it to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. This behavior made them both extremely surprised. Could it be that what he said was true? Is there really anyone who can afford to buy a can of milk powder that costs more than 2,000 yuan to feed their children? So the father-in-law and mother-in-law put on their reading glasses again, took the milk powder and mobile phone handed over by Yilinyao, and compared them carefully. It felt like the two old people holding their reading glasses and carefully comparing the results of the paternity test at the beginning. After turning the milk powder back and forth 3 times and carefully comparing every word on it, the two old people finally accepted the fact. If this isn't clear enough, I still have the receipt I brought back from the supermarket. Good guy, I just fucking call him good guy. This whole process not only stunned the father-in-law and mother-in-law, but even Lou Ruwashi, who was sitting next to them, was quite surprised. All of this seemed to have been prepared long ago, specifically to deal with my parents and to provide solutions on what to do if they came to ask about these things. It looks like this is someone who came prepared. The invoice clearly stated the names of the milk powders, the unit prices and quantities, as well as the total amount. On the last line of the total bill, the two elderly people carefully counted the number of zeros after the string of numbers 3 times. Finally, they confirmed that the milk powder was indeed the genuine expensive milk powder, and they bought 5 cans at once. The most obvious sign of accepting this reality was that my father-in-law put away his aging phone, put the milk powder and mobile phone on the coffee table, picked up the calculator in his hand, and silently entered the previous price of milk powder into it. By the way, you just mentioned some clothes and stuff, keep going. Yilinyao said something, his father-in-law questioned him, and then Yilinyao provided all the bills that could prove the price or authenticity of these clothes. Almost everything is complete, which can fully prove that the things Yilinyao bought now are very expensive luxury goods. Chapter 81: Confused Father-in-law and Mother-in-law. This also surprised the father-in-law and mother-in-law. In comparison, Lou Ruwashi, who was sitting next to them, was much more stable. After all, she had already expressed her surprise in the previous few days. It's still quite shocking to bring all these things up now, but it's definitely better than what happened with my own parents. My father-in-law and mother-in-law have now started to think about life. They had already made sufficient plans when they first came here. After all, the original family is definitely much better than the family formed later. However, if they let their daughter be the only one busying around, while a grown man just does housework at home and lives a leisurely and ordinary life, this is definitely not what they want to see. But now it seems that their life is much better than I imagined, and my mother-in-law said at the beginning that she would help them both to support their lives, but now it seems that the money she has provided is not even enough for them to buy milk powder. After my father-in-law roughly calculated the expenses of the past few days, he pressed the equal sign key. Looking at the series of terrifying numbers on the display, my father-in-law slowly took off his glasses, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. How did you come up with such a high amount of expenses? From what I know, Ruwashi's current salary should not be enough to pay such high expenses, right? After the surprise, the two old people were faced with a little fear, because they had heard that young people nowadays like to spend ahead of time and often use some loan software to overdraw some of their future cash in advance. Could it be that their daughter has also become bad? Or has this young man in front of him already overdrawn himself and is squandering his savings for the next few years or even decades here? No matter which one it is the last thing these two old people want to see, so if this is really the case, then they must nip this bad behavior in the bud in time. Savings. Although our current income level is relatively low, our savings are still quite abundant by comparison. The word deposit is definitely more moderate than the word loan, but the two old people still don't want to believe it, because the expenses in just these few days have reached nearly 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. If they continue to live like this, how much savings will they need to be able to squander? Are all these savings yours, or are they from both you and my daughter? It's mine. All the savings from before? Have you spent them all? Not really. At this rate of consumption, it will probably take a few more years. Hiss. The two old men took a deep breath. If it weren't for their strong heart, they would have almost fainted on the spot. In just 2 or 3 days, he spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Could this level of spending last for several years? Could it be that the man in front of him was a second-generation rich? But looking at his appearance and amiable temperament, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Besides, how can you find such a responsible rich second generation these days? What did you do before? I'm a school assistant. I've been doing this for 3 or 4 years. The two old men looked at each other. They didn't know that school assistants could have such high salaries nowadays. Wait, no, not just school assistants. I'm afraid that to get this kind of job that can cost tens of thousands of dollars in 2 or 3 days, it's probably a bit difficult if you're not the chairman of a listed company or something. Since you are so rich, do you have any real estate or cars under your name? I don't have a house, because I live with Ruwashi now, so I haven't bought a house, but I did buy a car a few days ago, a Volvo X60. It's not very good, but it's more suitable for home use and raising children, and it has a higher safety factor. The two old men tremblingly picked up their mobile phones and checked the price of the car online. Wow, another huge amount of hundreds of thousands has come out. Where does this son-in-law come from? Is it true that there are such responsible rich second generations these days who would end up in their own families? The two old people said that they needed to sit quietly for a while and relax. So Yi Linyao pulled Lu Ruoxi to the side, to his bedroom. Then father-in-law and mother-in-law, you guys take a rest first, we'll go in for a while. Okay, you guys go first. My father-in-law, who had originally spoken in a very firm tone, now began to tremble. I picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to drink a sip of water, but my hands were shaking so badly that the cup spilled and my pants were soaked. Don't be so embarrassing, old man. Who is embarrassing, me? I just feel a little cold. As the door closed with a click, the two old men sat there looking at each other. No one knew what to say, as if the conversation with their son-in-law just now had completely overturned their worldview. My parents are here, why didn't you tell me? It was so awkward when I walked in. As soon as Lu Ruoxi entered the room, she couldn't help but start complaining to Yi Linyao crazily. Until now, she still couldn't forget the shy look on her face when she first entered the room and stretched out her hands to hug him. I didn't stand a chance. You don't know how hostile your father was to me when he first came. I didn't even dare to touch his phone, so how could I tip you off? As Yi Linyao spoke, he began to smile bitterly. You know, after he prepared breakfast in the morning, Lu Ruoxi had just gone out when she saw her father-in-law and mother-in-law coming over. The next few hours were extremely awkward. If possible, he would have wanted to inform Lu Ruoxi as soon as possible and call her back. Chapter 82. Take a leave in the afternoon and go out to play. Well, since you are in such a difficult situation, I will forgive you this time. Why did you forgive me? I didn't do anything wrong. Really? The two of them were playing and joking in the room, as if they had completely forgotten the embarrassing scene of being questioned by their parents in the living room just now. Oh, by the way, you haven't told me yet, you have spent so much money during this period, where did the money come from? What's wrong? Now you're starting to gossip, aren't you? No, I'm just a little curious, where do you get so much money to spend like this? How can this be called wasting money? This is all about spending the money where it should be spent. As for where the money came from, I won't tell you. It's a secret. Yi Linyao deliberately kept the matter in suspense, causing the atmosphere to become noisy again. If possible, why didn't Yi Linyao want to tell the source of the money? It was just embarrassing because of the system. Even if he told it, no one would believe it. They called me before and talked about that matter. Could it be that they came here just for this matter? As they chatted, Lu Ruoxi began to worry. She now felt that the happiest thing for her was to live with the man in front of her. What should I do if my parents don't agree? Don't worry. Didn't I tell you before? Just leave this kind of thing to me when the time comes. You don't have to worry so much. Anyway, I will definitely not throw such a beautiful woman to others for no reason. As he spoke, Yi Linyao scratched Lu Ruoxi's nose with his bent index finger. This teasing action made Lu Ruoxi's face redder, and coupled with what he just said, her heart warmed again. Bad guy. Lu Ruoxi shouted with a red face, then threw herself into Yi Linyao's arms. At the same time, two ears were pressed against the outside of the door. My father-in-law and mother-in-law were squatting in the corner, secretly listening to the movements in the house. Because it is a rented house and the price is relatively low, the sound insulation of the house is naturally not very good. If you stand next to the door and listen carefully, you can hear everything that happens in the house. Hey, old man, the relationship between the couple is pretty good. It seems to be much better than we thought. Let's observe for a while. Besides, we don't know the young man's job and income situation yet, so we can't just fool him like this. My father-in-law stroked his chin, pretending to be Sherlock Holmes, and thought carefully. What else is there to think about? They don't even know that the two of us are eavesdropping here. Do they really need to join hands to deceive us? Who knows? By the way, didn't you say you found a date for your daughter? What are the conditions of that date? At first I thought that person's conditions were pretty good, but now compared with Xiaoye, the difference is simply like heaven and earth, okay? This scene can be said to be a rare one. Two elderly people were lying at the door of the two young people's room and eavesdropping. Then how should we refuse? It's not easy to say. After all, we were the ones who took the initiative to approach them. The two old people began to feel troubled again. They had never thought at the beginning that their son-in-law would have such great financial strength and even have no problems with his relationship with their daughter. Plus, this can be said to be an original family. From various angles, they are a very well-matched couple. It's already like this, so what is the point of having a bicycle? Oh, no, it's already like this, why do we need a third person to come over? I don't know. Anyway, since Xiaoye is so suitable now and has perfect conditions, there is no need for a kindergarten admissions department. Yes, with our son-in-law's current ability, isn't it a simple matter to send the children to a better kindergarten? The two old people became happier and happier as they talked. They didn't know why. From the very beginning when they first came in, they were full of dissatisfaction with this son-in-law to now, from all aspects, they had a very good judgment of this son-in-law, and it was only 5 hours. By the way, our parents are here today, so do you still need to go to school this afternoon? Yi Linyao asked him what he was thinking now. In fact, he still wanted to take the two old people out for some fun. After all, they rarely came to the Magic City on ordinary days. In addition, the elderly of this age generally don't like to spend money indiscriminately, but now that they are here, it is better to show filial piety and take them out for a walk. Lu Ruoshi thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be any problem. People like them who worked as counselors in schools didn't have anything particularly busy to do. If there was really something, they could postpone it until the next morning. After feeling that there seemed to be no problem, Lu Ruoshi called the school to postpone her work this afternoon. Those who work in the school have a certain amount of fixed vacation time, so if they ask for leave to reduce their work, then it will definitely symbolically reduce their normal income. But for Lu Ruoshi now, he can also feel that even if he loses today's salary, he must accompany his elders to have a good time. After all, as long as Yi Linyao can continue to gain more importance in his parents' hearts, then the other so-called blind date will definitely be easily rejected. Chapter 83, Can the son-in-law make wooden products? So where are we going to play this afternoon? I don't think mom and dad are going to go to places where young people go. Lu Ruoshi now has no idea how to make these choices. Besides, the little ones are not yet in formal kindergarten. If they take their parents out with them, they must also take the little ones with them. It's so simple. We can just go on a picnic. We can find an open area and go fishing. When it's time to eat, we can have a picnic. That way, the day will be almost over. Lu Ruoshi thought about it for a moment and realized that her parents simply could not understand where she was going, places like amusement parks. A quiet and beautiful environment should be a place that many elderly people want to go to. In that case, let's make some rice balls, or something else, and bring it over in the evening. Lu Ruoshi immediately put herself into the environment and began to think about what kind of food would be best to bring over. Okay, let's go to the kitchen and clean up now. Lu Ruoshi also nodded, and the moment the two of them opened the door, the two old men who were eavesdropping outside the door immediately stood up. Yi Linyao. Lu Ruoshi. What the hell is going on? Could it be that these two old people had been leaning against the door and eavesdropping? Yi Linyao didn't show any expression on his face, but in his heart he was already patting his chest and saying, Fortunately, I didn't say anything about the system just now. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Lu Ruoshi suddenly recalled that she had just flirted with Yi Linyao in the room, and her face started to turn red again. I must have not checked the auspicious day when I went out today. When I just got home, I was bumped into by my father. As a result, after finally getting some alone time with her husband in the room, she was eavesdropped by her parents. As their daughter, although what she did was not excessive, it was still very embarrassing. It seems a little chilly outside, so we're going to stand here and see if it gets a little warmer. The father-in-law didn't know what to say. He turned his head and looked at the mother-in-law standing next to him, hoping that she would stand up and defend him. At this moment, the expressions of Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi said it all, they were not fools. I just didn't expect that my parents actually had this hobby of eavesdropping. It's okay. I just said in the house that we were going to go out and play together this afternoon and then have a picnic outside. Oh, a picnic, that's great. Your mom and I haven't gone out to play for a long time. My father-in-law has now completely put aside his arrogance and is communicating well with them. It's not just because they were caught eavesdropping, the important thing is that they have now realized that their son-in-law has the ability to take care of their daughter not only financially, but also in many other aspects. Oh, by the way, we're going on a picnic today. Do we have any special boxes that we can use to pack our things? The mother-in-law suddenly thought of this. Anyway, they just need to change the topic now. It is not a glorious thing for an elderly person to eavesdrop on others. Oh, that's true. We've never had a picnic before, and we don't even have a lunchbox at home to carry food. Lu Ruoshi is still the type of girl who was very innocent and cute, and is easily led astray by her mother. Yi Linyao also smiled. He didn't care about this kind of thing at first. He just felt that his wife seemed a little cuter than other wives. If you need that kind of lunchbox, you may have to go out and buy it now. It will take us a long time to prepare it. My mother-in-law looked at the time. Since they had just finished lunch and they chatted for a while, it was almost 2 o'clock. If this matter cannot be dealt with as soon as possible, their picnic plan today will probably be ruined. How about your dad and I go buy it? The supermarket here should be pretty close, right? The mother-in-law volunteered to go out and buy the lunchboxes, but was stopped by Yi Linyao. It's okay. There's no need to be so troublesome. Just let me take care of the lunchbox. The father-in-law and mother-in-law initially planned to use this excuse to run away, but they were stopped by their son-in-law before they could succeed. Although they are a little unhappy in their hearts, they now really want to know what their son-in-law thinks. If I don't buy a lunchbox, where will I put the food when I finish cooking? Lu Ruoshi also asked the question. She still felt that only by buying lunchboxes could she pack up all the rice balls and other things she made today. After I finished making those wooden beds, there were still some things left. I think those things should be enough. Of course, after the Lord finished saying all these words, the remaining father-in-law and mother-in-law were all confused. They clearly wanted to use a lunchbox, so why did they suddenly talk about a wooden bed? What did he mean by saying that he had made those wooden beds before? Could it be that he made the beds in the house himself? The mother-in-law was also unclear about the situation and didn't know what was going on. Anyway, it sounded like her son-in-law was quite capable. I just don't know if what he just said is true. Chapter 84, The Product of Ancient Wisdom. Are you going to use those wooden boards to make a lunchbox? But we don't have any tools in the house. How could there not be any? Don't forget that when I made those wooden beds before, I also used some tools, but those tools were smaller. This surprised Lu Ruoshi a little. He had previously made several very delicate wooden beds with wooden boards, which in her opinion was already very impressive. But now he was actually using wooden boards to make a lunchbox. No wonder people say that if a man nowadays wants to find a wife, he must find one with strong hands-on skills. Judging from the things happening now, Yi Linyao is definitely a husband with excellent hands-on skills. Then, in front of the remaining 3 people, Yi Linyao took out several wooden boards from the small room next to him. However, these wooden boards look quite large, so it would probably take a long time to cut them apart. When cutting wooden boards, a lot of wood chips and dust will definitely be produced, which are actually things few people are willing to do in their daily lives. Fortunately, every old-style residential area like this has a relatively dilapidated balcony, which can be said to be Yi Linyao's main processing location. Hey, my girl, do you know that your husband can make so many things now? Have no idea. Yi Linyao had already started working at this time, holding a mold in his hand, and was constantly processing the piece of wood in his hand. My father-in-law and mother-in-law have never done any wood processing or carpentry work. People of the older generation like them actually have a special liking for wood products. So when they saw that Yi Linyao could actually make wooden handicrafts, they were still very surprised. After all, young people nowadays hate this kind of hard and tiring work. In the eyes of young people, these are just some jobs that require no technical skills and don't look cool enough. However, the value of these things that Yi Linyao took out now should be that these tools can really be used to make some wooden handicrafts, but I don't know what the final products will look like. Daughter, did Xiaoya really make the bed in the room himself? Yi Linyao had already gone to the independent balcony to process a piece of wood, so his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were sitting in the house, started chatting with Lu Ruoshi. I think so. I'm not sure now. When I got home from get off work, I saw these small wooden beds placed in the house. He said that these wooden boards had already been processed and shipped directly here, and they were slightly modified and assembled. After hearing what Lu Ruoshi said, the 2 old people sighed with emotion. I see. I thought this young man could also make wooden crafts. Nowadays, it's really rare to find a man who was willing to be a carpenter. There was a little disappointment in the expressions and words of the 2 old men, but if they became carpenters, their lives would definitely become more tiring. But what they didn't know was that Yi Linyao was already on the balcony with a small wood saw, ready for all the next work. This piece of wood is not particularly large. If it is used alone to make a small wooden bed, it may not even be able to be made into a bedboard. But Yi Linyao has to turn it into a very exquisite wooden lunchbox within the next 20 minutes. Lu Ruoshi started chatting with her parents in the living room. After all, There was nothing urgent at the moment and she had already asked for leave in the afternoon, so she had the chance to have a good chat with her parents. Because I didn't have time to take care of my 4 children before, I asked my parents to come and help share some of the responsibilities. They also need to go to work every day to take care of the family expenses, which causes the relationship between them and their children to become very weak. My girl, did you really meet him by chance? Yes, I'm transferring here from my previous school because the salary here is a bit higher. When I came here that day, I wanted to take roll call. He was the teaching assistant in the class. When I asked him for the roll call, I found that he looked familiar. At this moment, the 2 old people were listening with great interest, just like children listening to a story. They had originally given up trying to find the child's biological father, but who knew that this coincidence would bring the family together again? This is fate. I never thought that I could encounter such a coincidence now. When the mother-in-law thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Not everyone can be so lucky. Even if it becomes like this, they can still meet each other by chance. Well, you are talking about luck now. What would you think if his conditions were not particularly good? As expected of the daughter of 2 elderly people, she particularly understands her father and mother in some aspects. Hey, how can you think about your parents like this? Don't we also want you to live a better life? Yeah, how can you talk like that? Besides, even if his conditions aren't very good, you guys are from the same family after all, so we will definitely consider it. What the father-in-law and mother-in-law said now were all serious, but Lu Ruwashi was unwilling to believe it. She had already said it on the phone at the beginning. The 3 of them were chatting here and there, and time passed quickly, as if they had forgotten that there was a man on the balcony holding a serrated knife and constantly modifying a piece of wood. An ordinary piece of wood in Yi Linyao's hand seemed to have been endowed with a soul and began to constantly change its shape. In just 20 minutes, the wooden board has undergone many cuts and deformations, and has now completely lost its original appearance. In ancient times, there were no nails for wooden products. This is why Yi Linyao had never chosen to buy a wooden bed directly, but chose to make one himself. This is because furniture without nails is more suitable for safety considerations in some cases. The mortise and tenon interfaces have been made, and what we need to do next is to simply splice all of these things together. If you were to talk about splicing, it was quite quick. The most troublesome part in production was now over. In no time, the mortise and tenon joints were quickly snapped together, forming a very compact buckle. This feeling can be said to be perfectly comparable to the nails and other things produced by modern industry. Chapter 85. This son-in-law is not simple. Just by using something like an interface, we can simulate something that can be opened and merged at will and fit perfectly. It can be said that this is simply the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancients. Looking at the wooden lunchbox in his hand that had been pieced together, Yi Linyao looked at it carefully. Finally, I am quite satisfied with the result of my hard work. After all, after I actually received this reward, I was only able to operate it once, and this time was the second time. It seems that this system is really a good thing. The rewards it gives me are all very good. I just don't know what they will give me next time. Yi Linyao weighed the wooden lunchbox in his hand. Although it was made of wood, the quality of this lunchbox was no less than those made of iron or stainless steel. Because the wood was originally intended to be used to make wooden beds for my little babies, the boards I chose were all solid and had not been compressed with any sawdust. Naturally, they were denser and heavier than ordinary synthetic boards. When I walked into the room with these things, I saw my wife and my father-in-law and mother-in-law chatting happily there. Damn, weren't they so happy just now? How did they become like this in an instant? No wonder they are all family, and even the reconciliation is a textbook-like change of face faster than turning the pages of a book. Lu Ruwashi turned her head and saw Yi Linyao walking in, so she stood up. Oh, have you finished it? It was pretty quick, it only took more than 10 minutes. Compared to the wooden lunchbox in his hand, Lu Ruwashi was more concerned about Yi Linyao himself. After all, to her, it didn't matter whether he used a handmade wooden lunchbox or a stainless steel lunchbox bought from the supermarket. On the contrary, Lu Ruwashi's parents are now more interested in the beautifully crafted wooden lunchbox in their son-in-law's hands. Although they couldn't see clearly yet, they had already put on their reading glasses and sat up from the sofa. 2 hands full of age-marked lines trembled as they took the wooden lunchbox from Yi Linyao's hands. Gently open and close the lid of this wooden lunchbox with your hands, and there is no sound of any sticking or wear from beginning to end. It can be said that he put a lot of thought into making this lunchbox at the beginning, otherwise it would be impossible to make such a smooth and impactless lunchbox without using any nails or screws. Xiao Yi, is this really a wooden lunchbox that you made by hand? After seeing the lunchbox, my father-in-law said he was still very excited. The entire lunchbox was made without any nails or metal objects from inside to outside and from top to bottom. Well, because it's a whole piece of wood at the beginning, it takes more time to polish it in the middle. If it has been polished at the beginning, it will be faster to assemble. It's amazing. Nowadays, it's really rare to find people who can use mortise and tenon joints to make wooden crafts. My father-in-law did not elaborate too much, because almost anyone who took a look at the wooden lunchbox in his hand could tell whether it was good or not. Even the mother-in-law standing nearby was a little amazed. The young man in front of her was not only a first-class cook, but also had such high attainments in wood products. It was really hard to imagine that he was just a young man who was not even 30 years old. Hey, Xiaoye, auntie, let me ask you something. Don't call her aunt, call her mom. Of course, Yi Linyao also noticed how happy his father-in-law and mother-in-law were, so he went along with it and expressed his current inner thoughts. Only in this way can these two old men recognize my current identity as it should be. Yes, ha ha. My mother-in-law couldn't help but laugh. This expression was a perfect contrast to her sad face a few hours ago. Xiao Yi, where did you go to school? The moment his mother-in-law said this, Yi Linyao immediately realized what this meant. After all, these were the two abilities he had acquired through the system. If you want to reach the level that you have now in either of these two things, such top-notch cooking skills and such exquisite woodworking techniques, you have to practice them from a young age. More than 20 years may seem like a long time on the surface, but if it is really applied to someone who can be called a craftsman, then it is simply not worth mentioning. At this moment, even if Yi Linyao only possessed one of these two items, it would be enough to shock his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but now this man has all of them. Is it really possible for a person to combine two completely unrelated skills, cooking and carpentry, in more than 20 years? If they could really achieve this, then they would roughly understand why the young man standing in front of them could possess such wealth. After all, a man who can achieve such an outstanding achievement in terms of talent must also have extraordinary business acumen. Maybe he did not receive any systematic modern education since childhood, but instead devoted himself to training in this traditional skill. Because now for these two old people, this is the only possibility that can explain the phenomenon they are seeing now. I went to college. Well, I received a normal quality education since I was a child. Oh shit. No way. Like a normal child, he has received quality education since childhood, which means that he spends most of his time studying at school. So is it really possible to achieve this level with the remaining fragments of time? To train both cooking and carpentry skills to such a high level of perfection at the same time? The father-in-law and mother-in-law were stunned. They couldn't believe it, but the young man in front of them looked sincere and didn't seem to be lying. Chapter 86, It really is not tiring to work with a man and a woman. Let's hurry up and prepare the food to take away. It's already past 2 o'clock. If we don't prepare it now, it will be too late at 3 o'clock. Of course, Lu Ruwashi didn't notice the expressions of her parents. She just wanted to stay with her husband for a while longer. Well, then, Mom and Dad, let's go make something first. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the kitchen. Today's events are quite special, so it will definitely take some time to make rice balls or other foods. People usually use electric rice cookers to cook at home, but in ancient times, even if they just wanted to cook rice, they had to use wood to burn fire in the pot. In order to completely restore the aroma of the rice, Yi Linyao gave up his current electric rice cooker and chose to use a gas stove to cook rice. Why do you want to cook in this way? Lu Ruwashi was also very puzzled after seeing this. Rice cooked in an electric rice cooker is both convenient and delicious, so why must we use natural gas to cook? This method is quite primitive. Yi Linyao was also concentrating on setting the amount of natural gas provided. After all, this affected how big the fire for cooking could be. Without the accurate locking control of electronic devices, the heat now can be said to be a very important link. If it is too small, it will cook slowly, and if the fire is too big, the bottom will burn. Yi Linyao was like a person who had been obsessed with making rice for decades or even his entire life. At this moment, he put all his energy into this pot of rice. After 40 minutes of simmering over medium heat, this pot of rice has been completely transformed. Lu Ruwashi was standing aside and watching in amazement, because the rice in the pot was crystal clear, and each grain was distinct, without any of the problems that would occur in rice made in an ordinary rice cooker. How can you be so powerful? It's not perfect yet, but it's the best we can do with our limited tools. Yi Linyao smiled, put on gloves, wet his hands, and started to make rice balls. The rice grains began to gather into a rice ball and became compacted against each other. Next, sprinkle some sea salt on it and finally stick a piece of nori on it. This very ordinary rice ball can be said to be completed. It looks very inconspicuous, but it is already the simplest and most delicious food. Next, Yi Linyao did not plan to just make this kind of rice ball. He would also choose to add something to the rice to change the taste of the rice ball. Some add red dates, some add a ball of cooked meat, and some even put some fried black sesame seeds in it. These were almost all nonsense operations in Lu Ruoshi's view, but now Yi Linyao was able to provide some new flavors for the picnic idea. A pair of gloved hands continued to knead the rice balls. After completing one, they began to put it into the basin of water to wet it. Only in this way can the rice grains in the rice balls be prevented from becoming very difficult to knead due to their stickiness. From the beginning to now, Yi Linyao's actions and thoughts have all revealed his current thoughts and skilled cooking skills. Most people or chefs only have 1 or 2 or 3 signature dishes, which are called their specialties. But for Yi Linyao, this kind of thing simply does not exist. He has memorized all the dishes in the Manchu Han banquet in his brain. Although it is not him who memorizes it, it can be regarded as an alternative ability after all. If you have to say it, then all the dishes are Yi Linyao's specialties now. The rice balls are ready, and next we need to make some other picnic dishes. Fried chicken and the like are indispensable. Compared with the current KFC and McDonald's, Yi Linyao now has enough confidence to compete with these two leading companies in the fried chicken and hamburger industry. Are you going to make fried chicken? Of course, fried chicken is indispensable. Mom and Dad are old, so let's not make these fried foods. The children are too young, and only the 2 of us can eat them. Lu Ruoshi began to worry. She hoped to make more delicious food for everyone to taste. After all, this time it was mainly because her father and mother had come. If she couldn't take care of the emotions of the 2 elderly people, she was afraid that it would make them sad. Don't worry, the way I make fried chicken now is definitely quite different from those ordinary deep-fried fried chickens. Yi Linyao was very confident. He now almost completely believed that the abilities given to him by the system would definitely be able to easily solve small problems like the current one. As expected, the following operations made Lu Ruoshi dizzy. Beat the eggs, put Greek yogurt next to them, and add 3 kinds of flour with different gluten content next to them. This will be used to make fried chicken legs later. Dip the marinated chicken legs in the egg liquid, then take them out and put them in one of the flour bowls to evenly coat them with flour. Then take out the chicken leg that has been evenly coated with flour and put it aside, evenly coat it with Greek yogurt and put it in the flour again to make the crispy shell of the fried chicken leg. It is such a clear step, coupled with multiple layers of flour coating, so the fried chicken will definitely have a very crispy crust in the end. Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to her, was stunned. She only knew before that if you were to make fried chicken, you would definitely need to use egg liquid and flour to make the crust. However, Yi Linyao's use of multiple layers of flour in 3 boards was indeed an operation that had never been seen before. I didn't expect that there are so many details to the crispy crust of fried chicken, even Greek yogurt is used. It seems that the fried chicken I had in those fast food restaurants before was not authentic. Lu Ruoshi stood by, staring at the fried chicken that Yi Linyao was preparing to make, and saliva began to flow from the corners of her mouth inexplicably. To avoid embarrassment, she quickly and quietly wiped it with her hand. Why do you want to eat so soon? Yi Linyao also noticed that Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to him, was quietly wiping her saliva and couldn't help laughing. He still hadn't realized that his little wife actually had the attribute of a greedy cat. That can't be helped. Who told you to cook delicious food? You can't blame me for this. I know. Blame it on me. Then I'll make today's meal a little bit more unpalatable, so you don't have to drool. No, if you dare to make today's meal unpalatable, I will punish you. As she spoke, Lu Ruoshi raised her clenched fist, and at the same time, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, showing a proud look. Although Lu Ruoshi was unable to help Yi Linyao in the kitchen, the 2 of them chatting here made the process of preparing the ingredients for the picnic more interesting. It seems that the saying that men and women working together do not make work tiring does seem to be true. Chapter 87. This son-in-law is a real jerk. It would take almost as long to prepare a very exquisite dinner, but now it was almost done in less than an hour. What is even more difficult for others to believe is that among so many things, there is almost nothing that Lu Ruoshi can help with. She had been chatting and flirting with Yi Linyao from beginning to end, and she didn't know how to help him prepare the ingredients for the picnic with her hands. In the end, all the food needed for the picnic was prepared. Yi Linyao looked at the food on his chopping board and began to cook it, counting them one by one in detail. Rice balls, fried chicken nuggets, and the sushi I just made, and some specially made wafer biscuits. Yi Linyao counted the things on the chopping board, and then took out the wooden lunchbox he had just made. He opened the lid of the lunchbox very easily, and then used chopsticks to put all the things he had just made into the lunchbox and arrange them. It looks very nice. At least it is a slightly formal family picnic. Besides, the other party is the father-in-law and mother-in-law whom I meet for the first time. I must do my best to do everything I can. The father-in-law and the mother-in-law have also come to the kitchen to see what ingredients the two young people have prepared this time. To be honest, these things should not be left to these young people to do, as their daily work and family life are also quite hard. But after the two of them came in and took a look, they were surprised to find that the ingredients placed in the kitchen were very tempting. The two old people usually don't particularly like to eat this kind of fried food, but for some reason, the fried chicken made today seemed to them to have reached a level that is difficult to achieve in ordinary fast food restaurants in terms of color, aroma, taste, and other aspects. Or another way to describe the fried chicken they are seeing now is that the oil and raw materials used in ordinary fast food restaurants are of relatively inferior products, and even the level of care is difficult to describe. What you see in front of you is a piece of fried chicken that has been carefully made using the highest quality ingredients in every aspect. Oh, I didn't expect this to taste so good. I didn't like fried chicken before. It seems that I haven't found the right person to cook this dish. The father-in-law and mother-in-law had a very high opinion of the fried chicken made by their son-in-law, but this made Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to them, a little surprised after hearing it. At this moment, she was finding it hard to accept it in her heart. Before, when she was at home, her parents would almost never eat things like fried chicken. After all, older people are most averse to eating fried foods. Now facing this set of fried chicken, regardless of whether they tasted it or not, they were able to give such high praise based on the appearance alone, which she had never seen before. Mom and Dad, you two haven't even tasted it, and you give it such high praise right away. It's too fake. Anyway, I have been with Yi Linyao for a while now, and we have developed a sense of tacit understanding with each other, so I still find ways to play tricks on each other in daily life. Why, do you mean to say that my fried chicken isn't good enough? Then during the picnic later, I'll punish you by having instant noodles over there instead of this. Yi Linyao said with a smile. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were also beside him, constantly agreeing that this method was feasible. Lu Ruoshi also raised her little fist and hit Yi Linyao twice, and suddenly felt that this kind of life with the whole family together seemed quite good. Okay, now that all the food is ready, let's go clean it up and inform the little ones that we're going out to play. Let them wash their faces and change their clothes. Yi Linyao now looks like the head of the family. He can make decisions on his own on a daily basis, and Lu Ruoshi generally doesn't need to worry about anything. Yes, I'll go change my clothes now. This outfit isn't suitable for a picnic. Lu Ruoshi said this while looking at the teacher's uniform she was wearing. Although the school was not a particularly famous one, the school was quite strict regarding the teachers' uniforms. Well, go change. I've already washed the rest of your clothes and hung them up for you in the closet. Okay, thank you, husband. Lu Ruoshi answered as usual, then skipped towards her room. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly realized that there were more than just the two of them at home. She took a quick look and found that her parents were standing there, looking at her with a smile on their faces, in response to her very ambiguous words just now. It's over. I'm still not used to having my parents here. Let's go, little ones. Grandpa, where are we going? The little ones had just finished their nap, so they sat up from the bed in a daze and had no idea what was going on. We are going out for a picnic today, so you little ones should quickly pack your things, get dressed, wash your faces and hands, and then follow Mom and Dad out, okay? As they spoke, Grandpa and Grandma started to dress their grandchildren. When he was putting on his clothes, he took a special look at the clothes the children were wearing to see what brand they were. I quietly turned the collar of the clothes back and saw that the brand of the clothes was a famous brand of children's clothing. This brand is so well known that even old people like them know that it is a very expensive manufacturer of baby clothing. Young people today are living such a comfortable life. If we were wearing this kind of clothes back then, we wouldn't have dared to buy them. We couldn't even think about it. That's right, isn't it? When Ruoshi was little, we could only wait until the Chinese New Year to make her some new clothes with a little cloth. Life has really changed so much since then. The two old people were expressing their feelings and were very glad that their daughter could find such an excellent son-in-law. It was not because they admired material things, but because they also hoped that their daughter could live a good life. Chapter 88. The whole family sets off to the forest park. Grandma and Grandpa, what does picnic mean? Yelenia's father-in-law and mother-in-law were stunned for a moment, then they thought that these little guys in front of them were only 3 years old and probably didn't have a clear concept of what a picnic was. It's just about going out to some fun place and then eating outside on the lawn. It's going to be fun. They also didn't know how to give a very detailed explanation of the picnic, but could only describe it based on their general memory of the event. The little ones had no idea or understanding about the picnickers, but just from what they heard from their two elders, they thought that this picnic should be fun, and there would definitely be delicious food waiting for them. Yeah, I want to go on a picnic. After Debeo shouted this, Erbao, Sanbao and others also shouted, wanting to take part in this picnic and enjoy the time. The little ones quickly put on their clothes. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi had also packed up, and now only the two old people were left with their own things. Because they came here in a hurry, the two elderly people did not bring much luggage with them. They only brought some clothes for changing, and there was no need to dress up deliberately. So, the family prepared to set off. Yi Linyao walked into the underground garage of the community and looked for his current car in the usual way. He had only been in contact with this car for a day or two. Sometimes Yi Linyao even forgot that he had a car. The underground garage is not big, but there are not many cars inside. However, cars like Yi Linyao's that are relatively expensive and in relatively good condition are indeed rare. So even if it is placed in an underground garage with poor lighting, it can be recognized at a glance. My father-in-law and mother-in-law knew relatively little about cars before, and after entering the underground garage, they still couldn't find a brand they could recognize. The two people, like Aunt Zhang next door who first came to the underground garage, were looking at the vehicles next to them with great anticipation, wondering which car their son-in-law would walk up to and then point at and say, "This is mine." Soon, Yi Linyao found the family car that he had obtained through the system in the underground garage. The biggest feature of this family car is its safety, and it can accommodate more passengers. It is definitely a must-have choice for future home travel and for taking children out to play. The little ones had ridden in this car before, so when they took it the second time, they climbed up skillfully. My father-in-law and mother-in-law walked around the car several times, as if they were carefully looking at how much the car was worth. "Hey, old man, look how beautiful this car is. It seems we have never seen such a beautiful car before." That's right. This car is not only beautiful, but also has a lot of space. It looks very grand and is designed for family use. The two old men stood beside the car, pacing back and forth and looking at it, as if the car was an object worth discussing for them. "Okay, Mom and Dad, please come up quickly. If you don't come up, we will be delayed again. The roads in the Magic City are very congested." Lu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly called her parents up. If she let them stay a little longer, who knows what they would talk about. Okay, got it. I'll go up right away." The two old men talked and got into the car with smiles on their faces. This was the first time they experienced how happy it was to be able to sit in such a luxurious multi-seater family car. "Why don't we go to a forest park in the suburbs? We should be able to see some nice scenery there. This kind of place will be safer by then, and the risk of traffic jams will be much lower." Lu Ruoshi was also a newcomer, but she had some knowledge of the current traffic conditions in the Magic City. To be honest, it seemed that only the traffic congestion in the suburbs would be better. Although this is not a serious work matter, it is also an important way to communicate with my family, so the less time spent on the road, the better. Yi Linyao started off steadily. Now he is a person who can drive skillfully on the road even without taking the driving skills test. When the system gave him the car, it also gave him a driver's license. Although the driver's license was not obtained by himself, it did not prevent his current driving skills from being as good as those of some experienced drivers. The road traffic in Shanghai is still quite congested. In this bustling metropolis, many people are working hard every day just to survive. So Yi Linyao's current relatively stable life can be said to be very comfortable. At least he doesn't have to worry about the daily necessities of life. The main roads in the Magic City are relatively spacious, and even a car like the one they are driving now can be driven easily. Wow! It's so big! Debeo leaned on the car window, staring with his big eyes at the passing vehicles and the wide avenue outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Given the understanding and cognitive scope of 3-year-old children like them, it is difficult to use particularly precise words to describe what they are feeling at this moment. "Ah, my dears, this is called spacious." "What does spacious mean?" The father-in-law and mother-in-law now began to explain in detail to their grandchildren what this meant. No wonder they all say that adults nowadays are closer to their grandparents. It turns out that grandparents still like to chat with their grandchildren. Chapter 89, The students who skipped classes are here too. Yi Linyao was sitting in the driver's seat, concentrating on driving. Of course, this did not prevent him from listening to the friendly communication and hearty laughter between his elder and younger generations in the back seat. Lu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would occasionally observe the situation in the back row through the rearview mirror in front of the windshield, with a gratified yet shy smile on her face. In Lu Ruoshi's opinion, this is exactly the life she wants most now. She really didn't expect that just by changing her job at a different school, she would be able to find the life she most desired in such a short time. The child's biological father was found, and he was very responsible. He had enough assets to cover the family's daily expenses and was not stingy in spending money on her or his children. What is even more surprising is that he has a very good temper and can perform many surprising skills or operations. If I were to use a very famous word on the internet to describe my current husband, then perhaps treasure boy would be the most appropriate word. What's wrong? Why are you grinning like an idiot again? Yi Linyao also noticed the woman in the driver's seat next to him. It seemed that she had been giggling at something ever since she got in the car. No, I just feel very happy. Lu Ruoshi said this, and then gave Yi Linyao a very gentle smile in return. This smile was so cute to the extreme. If the 4 little babies in my family are the kind of adorable and silly, then the cuteness that I just saw is the kind that can make people fall in love with them instantly. Along the way, the family almost sat there and chatted constantly. Of course, most of the chats were between the 2 elderly people and 4 children in the family. In less than a few hours, his father-in-law and mother-in-law had already accepted their current identities. In Lu Ruoshi's eyes, perhaps this was what he said to her at that time, there must be a way. Although the traffic in Shanghai was still a bit congested, there were not so many cars on the road to the suburbs, so it didn't take the family long to reach the forest park in the suburbs. The development of Shanghai is very fast now, and even the housing prices in the suburbs have risen to a level that is unaffordable for ordinary people. In order to improve the greening of the Magic City, the country still retains this forest park. The forest park is open to the public free of charge and does not charge any fees. Whether you are old or young, you only need to register at the entrance and then you can enter the park and play freely. There is a very large lawn and vegetation-covered area, which is a place reserved for picnics and camping for most families. Because we came here on a weekday, there were not a lot of people playing in the forest park, but there were unusually few people in the picnic and camping areas. After Yi Linyao parked the car, he opened the back door and let his elders and the little ones get out together. The parking lot here is an open-air parking lot, so it is a little different from when we went to the amusement park that day. After getting off the bus, Debao and Erbao saw a very vast sky and jumped for joy, clapping their hands. Wow, it's so bright. Okay, let's go in, this forest park is very big. Okay. The little ones jumped and followed to register. Welcome to Moto Forest Park. Please remember not to litter when you visit the park. Thank you for your cooperation. With the staff's patient reminders, the family finally arrived at this very large forest park located in the suburbs. The air here is really good. Lu Ruoshi took a deep breath. Although this was in the suburbs and quite close to the city center, the air was unusually fresh because of the vegetation coverage. At the same time, another entrance to Maida Forest Park. A group of students were getting out of a taxi. There were 3 men and 2 women in total, and they were carrying large and small bags of things with them. Moto Forest Park is right here. We will practice here this afternoon. The boy in the lead wiped the sweat from his head, then opened the guitar bag on his back and took a look. I think it won't be a problem if we skip class so blatantly, right? You know, we still have classes this afternoon. If we run away like this, what if we are called on to attend the roll? The other boy was wearing glasses and looked quite timid. Oh, stop playing dumb. Before we changed our counselors, it was you who took the initiative to ask us to skip classes. Why are you acting like this now that we have a new counselor? Isn't this, the incident between the teaching assistant and the counselor last time made me a little embarrassed? At that time, Brother Yi said that he would not let us graduate. Now we must be good children. It's okay. We didn't come out here to have fun this time. We're here to practice the song we're going to perform next. Don't worry. The girl's words did have some effect. The boy with glasses felt that he was not as bold as the girl, so he quickly adjusted his mood. Yes, in that case, let's hurry up and practice. It's already past 3 o'clock, and we have to hurry back home in the evening. We have to check the dormitories at around 10 o'clock. So they all started running to the gate with their bags to register, and then entered the forest park. The forest park in Shanghai is very large, but there are not many places worth visiting. In short, it is an environmental park without any entertainment. Chapter 90. My daughter is indeed a good judge of character. On weekdays, there are still very few tourists in Moto Forest Park, most of whom are uncles and aunts who come here to run and exercise. There's a lake nearby where you can fish. Shall we go over there and play for a while? Yi Linyao had planned all this from the beginning, otherwise there would really be nothing to do in this kind of park. Fishing, that's pretty good. After listening to this, my father-in-law nodded quickly to show his satisfaction. For old men of this age, fishing is almost their greatest pleasure. You still want to go fishing? All you do when you go out is go fishing. The mother-in-law was a little unhappy, but was quickly persuaded by Lu Ruoshi. The two of them now have a clear division of labor. The father-in-law is left to her husband, while she follows her mother to take care of the little ones. Let's go over there and rent some fishing gear. I don't have any interest in fishing on weekdays, so I don't have any of this kind of stuff at home. After Yi Linyao finished speaking, his father-in-law laughed cheerfully. Xiao Yi. When it comes to other aspects, I am old and I am definitely not as good as you young people, but when it comes to fishing, I am not modest at all. My father-in-law looked very proud, as if he were a little child. Wow! Grandpa is so handsome. I want to watch him fishing. Debeo and his friends have been with their grandparents since they were young, so they are naturally very close to them. Yi Linyao didn't say anything. They were already his family. He was very happy to make his family so happy. Hello, I want to rent fishing gear. Okay sir, our fishing gear is all here. Please take a look to see if there is any that you often use or that you like. We can match it for you. The owner of the store was also very polite. Although the forest park is free to enter, all activities inside are paid, and the prices are not low. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the daily expenses in the park. Yi Linyao knew nothing about fishing. He only knew to hang the bait and then wait silently. He was very bored during the process. My father-in-law usually looks quite calm, but at this moment, he seemed to be full of energy. This rod won't work, it's too soft. You won't be able to catch big fish. This one is too hard, I can't even get the hook placed accurately. His father-in-law had already started to select carefully, but Yi Linyao felt depressed when he picked up those fishing rods. These rods seem to be similar. Can you really feel whether they are soft or hard? I can tell from the look of it that you are an experienced fisherman. You know so much about fishing rods. The store manager also began to follow his father-in-law around and flatter him. In his opinion, this kind of customer is most likely to rent a very expensive fishing rod to go fishing. This is hard-earned money, only a fool would throw it away. Boss, what do newbies use? Yi Linyao was tired of watching, so he simply asked the shop owner for help. After all, for a fishing novice like him, any fishing rod should be the same. For beginners, it's usually difficult to master special fishing rods, but if you want to have a better fishing experience, I recommend this one. As he said that, Yi Linyao took the fishing rod given to him by the shop owner. It looked pretty good, and he glanced at the price. It costs 100 yuan an hour. Oh my god, this price is not cheap. The rental fee for fishing gear nearby is only about 10 or 20 yuan. This is too expensive. Do you really recommend this to beginners? Why do I feel like you are ripping off a newbie? No, I'll just use the one next to it. As he said that, Yi Linyao put down the fishing rod in his hand and picked up the fishing rod next to him, which only cost 10 yuan an hour. It was indeed quite heavy. The boss smiled awkwardly, nodded and said okay. Yi Linyao was not embarrassed at all. Although he was rich, he was not the kind of person who would waste money carelessly. All you need in the days ahead is money. After packing the fishing gear, we also rented fishing nets and boxes for the fish. Thinking that I was a novice, I chose the smallest fish box. I took these things to my father-in-law, but found that he still hadn't figured out which fishing rod to choose. This price is too expensive, 300 yuan for an hour. I feel bad paying for it myself, but I also don't want to let my son-in-law spend the money. What should I do? This one is reasonably priced, but I finally got to go fishing with my son-in-law, so shouldn't I enjoy it? The father-in-law was engaged in a crazy struggle in his heart. A kind angel and an evil devil appeared above his head, expressing the two thoughts in his heart to each other. "Well, sir, have you decided which fishing rod to rent?" Seeing that the two fishing rods in the middle-aged man's hands were of relatively high prices, the shop owner immediately knew that this person could help him make money. I may need to think about it some more. Sorry. My father-in-law's inner struggle has not yet ended. He absolutely cannot make such a hasty conclusion before he has fully thought it through. No, just rent this one and pay for it together with mine. As he spoke, the father-in-law, who closed his eyes to think, felt the fishing rod in his right hand become slightly heavier. It was obvious that someone had pointed out his name. This voice seemed to be that of his own son-in-law. The next moment, the father-in-law was even more ecstatic. If he remembered correctly, the fishing rod in his right hand seemed to cost 500 yuan an hour, and it was his favorite one. The price of this fishing rod on the market is extremely high, so the rental price will naturally be ridiculously expensive. Okay. Thank you for your patronage. The shop owner was also stunned for a second. The next moment, as if he was afraid that the two people in front of him would go back on their word, he immediately took the fishing rod and ran to pack it. Oh my! This is so cool. I thought this person would be very stingy, but who knew he could do such a thing? He rented the most expensive fishing rod in our store right away. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? This fishing rod is very expensive. It's okay, father-in-law. I see you've been struggling because of the price. It just so happens that you just got here and you must be very tired on the road. Just relax for a while. Yi Linyao's words made his father-in-law, who was still speaking politely, suddenly feel warm in his heart. This son-in-law is really caring. As expected of my daughter, you have such good taste. The man you chose is so reasonable. The father-in-law patted Yi Linyao on the shoulder and kept praising him. Really? You must have remembered how we met in the first place. Of course, the above were just Yi Linyao's inner thoughts. If he said such things out loud, he would probably get a beating from his elders. Chapter 91 Fishing Skill Max obtained. The rest of the fishing gear has already been rented, and the ones chosen are all more expensive combinations. Even the fish box we bought was the largest one. After all, my father-in-law is an expert in fishing, and a fish box that is too small would be a bit disrespectful to him. When the two of them returned, mother-in-law and Lu Ruoshi came over. Why are you so slow in choosing fishing gear? We've been waiting for quite some time. The mother-in-law complained. She knew it must be because of the old man in her family, so she came up and talked to the father-in-law. You don't understand. Fishing is a pleasure that only us men understand. I don't know if it's because the fishing gear they rented just now was expensive, but my father-in-law started to become a little arrogant at this moment, and even his speech started to drift. Come on, Xiaoya, let me teach you how to fish. Okay, then I'll trouble you, father-in-law. Yi Linyao had no interest in fishing, but his father-in-law was in high spirits and he couldn't do anything to spoil his fun. Just when he was taking the things, the receipt for renting fishing gear floated out of his pocket and fell to the ground. My mother-in-law saw it, picked it up and took a look at it. It didn't matter that she took a look, but my mother-in-law's eyes widened a little. Then he looked at things like time and quantity, fearing that he might have misunderstood something. Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to her, saw it and came over to look at the receipt. Mom, what are you looking at? As soon as I spoke, I was shocked by the total amount behind. Old man. You rent fishing gear so expensively. As she said that, the mother-in-law walked behind the father-in-law and twisted his arm hard. Hiss. My father-in-law gasped, took 2 steps back, and rubbed the twisted area back and forth with his hands. Your fishing gear costs over 1,000 yuan an hour? You are asking for the sky. Yi Linyao then reacted and found that the receipt in his pocket had fallen into the hands of his mother-in-law. It's over, something seems to have happened. No, I am. What is this? You're spending so much money right after meeting your daughter and son-in-law. Do you think you are Xiao Yi? My mother-in-law was a little angry. Fishing already made her unhappy, and this expensive fishing gear made her even more angry. No, Mom, I chose this set of fishing gear for Dad. You are all tired from the journey, so don't make do with it when you rest. Yi Linyao stepped forward to explain. This kind of thing needs to be made clear. When the mother-in-law saw Xiao Yi helping to speak, she stopped saying anything, but still looked at the father-in-law unhappily. Xiao Yi is very frugal in the fishing rod he uses, but you use such a good one and let your son-in-law spend money. It's okay, Mom. You still have to be careful about where you should spend the money. Besides, I'm a novice fisherman, and it would be a waste to use such a good fishing rod. Yi Linyao is somewhat self-aware of his current strength. Xiao Yi, you don't have to say that. Fishing is not your strong point, so you won't be very normal. I can teach you later. He had just rented a set of expensive fishing gear for himself, and in the face of his mother-in-law's accusations, Yi Linyao also defended himself, which made him, the father-in-law, very proud. Their relationship is pretty good, much better than I thought. Lu Ruoshi coaxed the little ones and looked up to chat with her mother. In fact, when your father and I first came here, we were also quite worried. At first, we thought that what you said was just nonsense. How could anyone meet the original father of their child by such a coincidence? Lu Ruoshi felt that she already knew what her mother-in-law meant by what she said. These experiences were surprising even to herself, let alone asking her parents to believe them. By the way, didn't I tell you before about Debeo and the others going to school? How are your preparations going? The mother-in-law suddenly recalled this matter and asked about it. At first, they planned to let the person they found for their daughter solve this matter. But now that they have accepted Yi Linyao as their son-in-law, the situation on the other side is definitely difficult to say. He had already asked about these things yesterday, and others in the kindergarten said there was no problem. I guess we can just take them there to make a report when school starts. After listening to this, my mother-in-law nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, my son-in-law is quite reliable and there shouldn't be any problem even if he doesn't have connections with the kindergarten. Is it one of those very famous kindergartens? People of the older generation like my mother-in-law still hope that their children can go to a very famous school. In their view, this is the way out of life. No, he talked to me about these things before. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on Debeo and the others. He just wants them to go to ordinary kindergartens and spend their childhood happily. My mother-in-law also nodded, although this idea was quite different from her own inner wishes. But being able to have a happy childhood also shows that Xiaoya now really wants to be good to his children. Mom, Grandma, look, there are so many fish in the lake. Debeo's voice came over, and Lu Ruoshi glanced at the lake. There are indeed many fish, some of which are ornamental fish, also known as goldfish or koi. The other part is edible fish. The two types of fish are farmed separately and provided as an entertainment for tourists visiting the forest park. Debeo, you guys should be careful and don't climb on top of the fence. Okay. At their age, there are still many things they can get in touch with. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but look back to the other side. Yi Linyao and his father were fishing there. There were fewer tourists on weekdays, so there were not many people standing by the lake fishing. Come, let me teach you how to go fishing. First, we need to choose the bait. There are two types of bait, dry bait and wet bait. Experts like me usually choose to use wet bait, but for a novice like you, I still recommend that you use this dry bait. Seeing his father-in-law's serious expression, Yi Linyao nodded. He didn't know much about fishing techniques, and he was here to accompany his father-in-law, so he just wanted to have some fun. I wonder if I can make it through these few hours of fishing. Yi Linyao sighed inwardly. He was still worried that he would have to sit here for several hours. What should he do then? Ding dong, the host takes the children to the forest park to play, activate the temporary reward. The system voice coming from his brain made Yi Linyao suddenly realize that he had even forgotten that he had a system that could earn him rewards for taking care of children. During these few days of contact, Yi Linyao has gradually begun to regard taking care of these little guys as his job. I just don't know what kind of rewards the system will give me this time. Based on previous experience, I will definitely give myself a classic 3-choice 1-choice now. As for what these 3 rewards are, Yi Linyao doesn't know now and can only wait silently for the next reply from the system. Temporary reward, the host's fishing skill is increased to max. Chapter 92. I caught such a big fish right away. What the hell? Aren't you supposed to give me options so I can choose? Are you saying that you don't even give me a chance to choose and just give me the reward right away? And what use is this fishing reward to me? Just after Yi Linyao finished complaining in his heart, he saw the fishing rod in his hand. Suddenly, an ominous feeling came over me. Could it be that I was going to use this skill to beat up my father-in-law? This is simply a death skill, right? I have just managed to mend the relationship between myself and my father-in-law and mother-in-law with great difficulty. Now do I have to slap my father-in-law in the face in front of so many people? Do you really want to be a worried father? Temporary rewards are temporary skills issued based on the host's current environment and what he is doing. Temporary rewards are not rewards chosen by the host himself, and skills can be taught to others. After these words were spoken, the system no longer responded, as if it had fallen into a dormant state just like before. Are you kidding me? Even if I were given the choice, even if I had to choose a cash reward, I would not choose fishing skills. I don't fish at all. After complaining for a while, the father-in-law standing next to him started to give him instructions again. The most important thing when fishing is patience. You must wait quietly for the fish to bite the bait. As he spoke, my father-in-law began to focus all his energy on the fishing rod, hoping to get some information from under the water through the fishing rod. Yilinyao standing nearby could only pretend to act like that, but he was not as serious as his father-in-law. Your dad has always been like this. He likes to go fishing from time to time. I don't know what's so fun about it. It's okay, Mom. Let them go if they like. Anyway, he and I have enough money for daily expenses now. Lu Ruoshi naturally had to persuade them kindly. After all, they were a family now, and it was better for them to live in harmony. Xiao Yi is really quite good. He is young and promising, and he is also ambitious and responsible. It is really hard to find a man like him nowadays. You should seize the opportunity. My mother-in-law is just that kind of person. When she talks, she will talk about all kinds of weird things. Mom, what are you talking about? He and I have a pretty good relationship. What do you mean by holding on to him? It's like I don't cherish him at all. Lu Ruoshi pouted as she spoke. She still liked Yilinyao very much and there was no way she would not cherish him no matter what. Yes. Mom knows that you two have a good relationship, but you also need to be fair and not let Xiaoya do everything. Suddenly, Lu Ruoshi's face turned red again. It is true that Yilinyao usually does all the housework at home alone, and it seems that he only needs to work at school. And the most important thing is that she doesn't need to help with the daily expenses of the family. Yilinyao can do it by himself. Oh, it seems so. I will definitely pay more attention next time. Lu Ruoshi had been immersed in the past 2 days in the joy of having found the life she truly desired, and seemed to have forgotten that she did not help with most of the things at home. While the mother-in-law was constantly lecturing Lu Ruoshi, some news began to come from Yilinyao. Ha ha! I caught it. That was the voice of my father-in-law. He sounded very cheerful and open-minded, as if this was when he was truly happy. Turning my head, I found that my father-in-law was walking down carefully with a fishing net. He stretched out his hand and used the net to catch the fish that was struggling on the hook. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a grass carp of similar size, so it wasn't particularly good, but it was still a good start. Young man, you have to work harder. The father-in-law seemed a little proud as he showed off to his son-in-law next to him. Ha, I know nothing about fishing. I might return home empty-handed today. Yilinyao had just finished his humble words when he realized that the fishing rod in his hand was shaking violently, as if something was pulling the fishing line down and biting it. It only took Yilinyao a split second to react and realize that a fish had taken the bait. The father-in-law next to him was also very surprised. He had just caught a fish, so why did his son-in-law also get hooked the next moment? Yilinyao had no experience in fishing and didn't know what to do now. But he instinctively began to use his hands to steady the main body of the rod while reeling it in quickly and steadily. The father-in-law next to him was stunned after seeing it. This is simply a very standard fishing posture. Only people who have received professional training can perform such operations without panicking in the face of danger. Who is this guy? He even knows such a professional fishing posture. Even though he was trying hard to reel in the line, the main body of the fishing rod was still shaking up and down violently. My father-in-law understood in an instant that this must be a big fish. Quick! Hurry up and pick up the fishing net and catch it with the fishing net. But Yilinyao did not listen to his father-in-law. Although his brain was blank, his hands were operating quickly as if they had their own consciousness. Pull the line quickly, release the force, and then reel it in quickly and forcefully again. The rhythm is sometimes slow, very orderly. However, with this movement range that does not seem to be particularly powerful, the position of the fishhook is gradually moving closer to me. The fish is being pulled in. I don't know if it was because my father-in-law's noise was too loud, but the people fishing nearby couldn't help but look over to see what these people were doing. Oh my god, this fishing posture is so professional. Yes, I participated in a fishing competition last year, and his movements seemed to be more standard than the champions at that time. Looking at the way he looks, the fish he caught might be very big. But there shouldn't be any big fish in this lake, right? Who knows? Look at his fishing rod. It seems to be the cheapest fishing rod in the fishing tackle shop next door. How could a serious fisherman use such a cheap fishing rod? The people around were talking about it. They all wanted to know how big a fish could be caught with this fishing rod. The father-in-law at the side was so anxious that he wanted to go over and pick up the fishing net to help, but when he saw Yi Linyao's tight and orderly movements, he felt that it seemed different from what he had imagined. Sure enough, the fish hook was slowly approaching, and because of the continuous reeling and pulling, the fish seemed to be about to be hooked out of the water. To everyone's shock, Yi Linyao finally pulled the fishing rod up and at the same time used all his strength to reel in the fishing line. The fish in the water was suddenly pulled out, and it looked particularly shiny in the sun. Oh! The onlookers couldn't help but block the sun with their hands and looked up to see how big the fish was. The fishing line began to fall along the fishing rod to Yi Linyao's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the fish. It was a smooth and fast operation, and the fish was caught without even using a fishing net. Chapter 93. I don't believe this. The people who were fishing nearby gathered around to see how big the fish was. It was difficult for someone with such skilled fishing skills to catch it without taking a long time. After the fish was completely caught, everyone gathered around. I saw a very big carp lying on the ground. It seemed that the length of this fish was probably twice as big as the carp we saw on the market. Oh my God, there are such big fish in this lake. I have been fishing here for so long and never knew it. You're really good, young man. You were able to catch such a big fish just by using a fishing rod. Did you often participate in fishing competitions before? Your movements are so skillful. Have you ever received any special fishing training before? Yi Linyao didn't expect that so many people fishing around would suddenly come here. No, it's just my first time fishing. Yi Linyao smiled embarrassedly, but he felt more annoyed in his heart. What kind of broken system is this? Why would he have to max out his fishing skill at a time like this? Don't you know that you can't slap your father-in-law in the face in front of him? Thinking of this, Yi Linyao looked back at his father-in-law standing next to him with a little worry, and his expression was more of surprise. This carp is so big that the fish box I rented can just hold it. Because of this fish, the people who gathered around Yi Linyao stood there for nearly 10 minutes before leaving. After the crowd had dispersed, Yi Linyao looked at his father-in-law next to him and felt very embarrassed. Xiao Yi, you really haven't gone through those systematic fishing trainings? Putting aside other things for now, what the father-in-law cares about most now is Yi Linyao's very standard posture just now, which does not look like he learned it by himself at all. I didn't know much about fishing before. If there was any professional behavior just now, it must have been accidental. Yi Linyao was definitely unwilling to admit that he had now achieved top-level understanding and operation in fishing skills. At the beginning, my father-in-law thought he was very strong, but now it seems that he is showing signs of losing to the young people. Yi Linyao also secretly made up his mind that he must be careful in the next period of time and must not show that he is too powerful. The father-in-law couldn't figure out the reason, so he just picked up his fishing rod and prepared to concentrate on fishing. I can't lose to this junior, otherwise all my efforts in fishing will be in vain. Yi Linyao also continued fishing, but he was not serious at this time. He even deliberately made some splashes from time to time to disturb the fish near him and make them go to other places. But this group of fish seemed to be doing it on purpose and had no intention of running away to other places. Even though Yi Linyao kept making noises to disturb the fish hook would always be bitten accurately. I subconsciously raised my hand and reeled in the line. The end result was that I only needed a fishing rod to catch the fish. Seeing his father-in-law's eyebrows twitching a little, Yi Linyao was trembling slightly when he held the fishing rod. He didn't know whether it was because the fish took the bait or because he was indeed a little panicked. Aha, this is really strange. Why do all the fish bite the bait today? Am I still Jian Taigong? The awkward tone matched the awkward scene, as if everyone was speechless because of this embarrassment. Damn, if I had known I shouldn't have come here to fish. Yi Linyao also regretted it very much, but the fishing rod had already been rented. If he suddenly changed his mind, what would his father-in-law think? He glanced at Yi Linyao's fish box and saw a particularly large carp in it, leaving him with no place to put the fish. In contrast, my father-in-law's big fish box only has a few small fish in it until now. This huge gap made it very difficult for him as a senior and the first one to brag. How about we two switch fishing rods? After struggling for a long time, my father-in-law still thought that the fundamental problem might be with the fishing rod. In that case, there should be no problem if we just swap the fishing rods. This fishing rod is of poor quality. Maybe it's not very convenient for you to use it. Of course, Yi Linyao knew that this was definitely not a problem with the fishing rod. If he changed it, it would probably be even more embarrassing. It's okay. Sometimes I really want to use this kind of fishing rod. Let's try it first. Since his father-in-law had said so, Yi Linyao couldn't refuse anymore. The two men exchanged fishing rods and continued. Staring at the cheap fishing rod in his hand, he began to feel a little confused. Is this fishing rod really so magical? It can allow a novice to catch such a big fish. Could it be that I have been misled by this kind of fishing rod before? Only a true master can catch a big fish with such a simple fishing rod? The father-in-law muttered silently in his heart, and Yi Linyao beside him didn't dare to say much. Well, since this fishing rod is really so magical, I'll give it a try. Thinking of this, the father-in-law hung the bait in his hand on the fishhook and threw the fishhook out in a very standard posture. It's okay, Xiao Ye, you can continue fishing. This fishing rod should be much more comfortable. Okay, I'll fish right away. Yi Linyao threw the fishing hook away awkwardly, his eyes constantly fixed on his father-in-law beside him. Xiao Ye, did you forget to put the bait on the hook? The sharp-eyed father-in-law spotted the problem immediately. Yi Linyao then realized that all his attention had been focused on his father-in-law's fishing rod. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Just when Yi Linyao was about to reel the fishhook in to hang the bait, the fishhook suddenly began to vibrate violently. Holy shit, no way? It's only been a few seconds and a fish has been hooked so quickly, and there's no bait at all. Brother, can you please not embarrass me like this? My father-in-law is not good at fishing, I can't slap him in the face. Even though Yi Linyao had been begging in his heart that this fishing skill would not bring him so many benefits anymore. But it seemed like the truth was always the opposite of what he prayed for. Another beautiful reeling in of the fishing line, and the second big fish was caught from the lake. This time it was a crushing carp, which was also twice as big as those seen on the market today. The father-in-law next to him was lost in thought. He was holding a very cheap fishing rod in his hand, but a fish actually bit the hook on which his son-in-law had no bait. After Yi Linyao caught all the fish, there was no movement on his hook. Father-in-law, fishing seems to be quite tiring, why don't we go do something else nearby? I always feel that if I continue playing here, my father-in-law will become autistic, so I'd better change to another game as soon as possible. No, I won't believe in evil today. I must try this fishing game. Chapter 94, No More Fishing, Father-in-law is speechless. It's over, how did things turn out like this? At that moment, Yi Linyao felt desperate. At first I just wanted to bring my father-in-law here to fish and take a break, who knew it would turn out like this? Father-in-law, I see you are tired too, why don't we go over and have something to eat first? It's okay, Xiao Ye, you don't have to worry about me. If you're tired, just take a rest. I'll fish here for a while longer. Yi Linyao was speechless. If his father-in-law insisted on staying here, he couldn't say anything. Watching his father-in-law working hard beside him, the number of fish he caught was just getting a little better. However, as long as he cast his hook into the water, a large number of fish would gather around his hook in an instant. Even if there is no bait on the fishhook, it will not affect the fish coming to take the hook. Hiss, Xiao Ye, I'm beginning to doubt whether you are the reincarnation of Zhang Taigong. Zhang Taigong fishes, and those who are willing will take the bait. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it, but in real life, how many people can catch fish using only a fishhook without using bait? I don't know either. Maybe the fish in the river are a little sick today. Anyway, these fish don't know what they are talking about, so just put the blame on them. Fish, MMP, did you hear that? Originally, they rented the fishing rod for a total of 5 hours, but after only 2 hours, my father-in-law no longer had any mood to fish. My mother-in-law and Lu Ruwashi also came over from the side. They had just watched the whole process from their seats nearby. Old man, stop fishing. You haven't caught many fish in half a day. It would be better if we go to the market and buy 2 fish. The mother-in-law's finishing move and the father-in-law's already somewhat broken mentality made him completely give up the idea of continuing fishing here. After all, they are from the older generation and are much better than young people in dealing with problems. Xiao Yi, it seems that you are still hiding your talents. You said that you know nothing about fishing, but I think you seem to be quite skilled in fishing. No, my father-in-law was joking. Someday, you must teach me how to fish. As the saying goes, you never stop learning. The father-in-law was not particularly disappointed or angry. From a certain perspective, he was somewhat happy that his son-in-law was so capable. Father-in-law, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It was just a coincidence. Humble, that's good. The attitude of today's young people is pretty good. Since fishing didn't yield any good results, my father-in-law decided to try something else. Yi Linyao returned all the fishing rods, fishing nets and other things, but still bought the fish box, otherwise he would have no place to put the fish he caught. Those things have been stored, let's go out and play some other projects next. Lu Ruwashi and her mother-in-law had been waiting there for a long time. Fishing was really meaningless to them. Debeo, Dad, and Grandpa have finished fishing. Can we go somewhere else to play now? Several little guys also answered happily. Okay. The only things they could play with here were some fish in the pond, and because of their young age, they could only watch. Although the forest park is very large, there are only a few places that can be used for entertainment. Apart from the place where we fished just now, the other interesting place is probably the greenhouse. How about we go to the greenhouse and take a look? Okay, that should be more interesting. Lu Ruwashi also agreed. She also knew that there was not much to do in the forest park. It was just a relatively quiet place where one could relax. Dapeng, what is it? Is it a good friend who is older than us? Lu Ruwashi smiled and squatted in front of Erbao. It's a greenhouse, not an older friend's, but a kind of built shed that can ensure the temperature inside and is used to grow some plants that have certain environmental requirements. Looking at the little guys scratching their heads with their hands, looking confused, Lu Ruwashi couldn't help but burst out laughing. As expected, he is their child, so adorable. The location of the greenhouse is a bit far from where they are now. If they want to walk there, it will probably take a long time. Even when there are elderly people and children around, they are still unwilling to walk such a long distance. Yi Linyao also understood what he meant. He looked around and found a place nearby where he could rent out sightseeing electric cars. Hello, how much does it cost to rent a car here? Yi Linyao walked over quickly and got straight to the point. Half a minute later, Yi Linyao paid the money and sat in the driver's seat of the sightseeing electric car. This car is much simpler than the cars you are driving now. You can start it with just one button. There is a brake and an accelerator. This is the steering wheel. You should understand, right? Yeah, that's pretty simple. Yi Linyao took a quick look at the car and thought that even someone without a driver's license should be able to drive it easily. Okay, you can return the car to the exit when you are done using it. After giving instructions for the rest of the matters, Yi Linyao drove the sightseeing electric car back to Lu Ruwashi and the others. Mom and Dad, get in the car. There's still some distance from here to the greenhouse. Let's just take the car there. Yeah, okay. Chapter 95. Dad, I want to drive this car too. The expressions of my father-in-law and mother-in-law were obviously much happier, but the most excited ones were definitely these four little ones. Sightseeing electric cars are different from normal family cars. They have no doors on both sides and their speed is also very slow. In the eyes of children, this kind of novel thing is simply the prop they have always dreamed of. For children, 2 adults, and 2 elderly people, a total of 8 people, just filled the 3 rows of seats in this sightseeing electric car. With a light step on the accelerator, the electric car started moving at a relatively slow speed towards the greenhouse. Shed. Are there a lot of fun things in the greenhouse? Of course. You must go and watch it carefully when the time comes. Yes. Okay, this is almost it. There aren't many people around, and the location is quite open. The wretched boy took a few people around him to find a nice place, where they planned to rehearse the performance for the next 6 or 7 hours. There are still some people over there. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward if we started singing here? The timid boy with glasses was still a little conflicted. It would be fine if he could practice in the classroom on weekdays, but running out made him feel a little uncomfortable. What are you talking about? When we rehearse, there will be students from the entire school sitting in the audience. If you are afraid of such a small number of people, then when there are so many people, won't you just run away? I'll try my best. The man with glasses is still very timid. Not to mention others, even they themselves have no confidence in the competition. After a while, there will be a music singing competition for the whole school. Students from all grades, classes, and even departments, as long as they are interested, can participate. They are all like-minded music lovers, but unfortunately the better contestants have been snatched away by other groups. The remaining people used their mediocre skills to barely put together a team for the competition. But this is just a qualification to participate, and you may be eliminated in the knockout round. Okay, let's stop saying these discouraging words and let's get started. The 5 people hurriedly set up all the instruments they had with them, and each person came to the side of the instrument he was responsible for. There aren't many people here, so let's just practice. Good. Then the singing began to spread from the lawn. Woo woo woo. Along with the sound of electric motors, the sightseeing electric car also arrived at the greenhouse in the forest park. Okay, here we are. Turn off the power and remove the car key. The car can be parked on the roadside like this. Is this the greenhouse? Sibo looked at the white thing in front of him that looked like a house, with a look of regret on his face. She originally thought that the greenhouse was a very beautiful house with many colorful flowers inside. What's wrong, Sibo? Yi Linyao picked her up, and Sibao's expression immediately became much happier. Whenever she could see her parents, the dark clouds in her heart would immediately dissipate. The greenhouse doesn't look good. Sibao smiled shyly. She didn't know whether she should say that or not. She was a little afraid of hurting her father's feelings. The outside of the greenhouse is definitely very simple, but what we want to see is inside the greenhouse. Yi Linyao also patiently explained to Sibo what the function of the greenhouse was and what the things planted in it were used for. After all, Sibo was still very young, and she didn't understand much after all that was said. But Yi Linyao could see that she was listening seriously. That's enough. Let's go in and take a look. Wow! So beautiful. At first, Debeo and his friends thought that there was nothing interesting in the greenhouse. After all, from the outside, there was nothing special about the greenhouse. But after entering, the words delicious were clearly written on the faces of several people. The greenhouse can control the temperature inside, so even though it is late autumn outside, spring and summer plants can still grow inside. This was also the first time that Debeo and his friends were able to see flowers such as peonies and azaleas so clearly. Dad, this flower is so beautiful. Mom, what is the name of this flower? I can't pronounce this word. Grandma, Grandpa. Similarly, there are very few people in the greenhouse, and it feels like the few of them are renting the entire garden. Apart from the cheerful voices of their family, there was no other sound inside. Most of the flowers grown in greenhouses are varieties that cannot be grown at room temperature outside. These colorful flowers also made the little ones realize again what beautiful places there are now. After leaving the greenhouse, Sibao kept recalling what flowers he had seen inside. The brightly colored flowers inside are simply not on the same level as the plants outside with simple colors. After visiting the greenhouse, they also spent nearly 2 hours. The sky was gradually getting dark, and it was almost time to go to the nearby meadow for the highlight of the day, which was a picnic. They still got on the sightseeing electric car, but this time Debeo spoke. Dad. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Debeo looked hesitant. He seemed to have something to say but was hesitant to say it. Dad, I also want to drive this car. Can you let me drive it too? Chapter 96. The food at this picnic is so delicious. After hearing this, before Yi Linyao could react, Lu Ruoshi took the lead in raising objections. Debeo, what are you talking about? How can you drive a car like this at your age? If a 3-year-old child were to drive this kind of car, he would probably be afraid something might happen. Even my father-in-law and mother-in-law were sitting in the back seat and didn't say anything more, but in their hearts they didn't really want the child to sit in the driver's seat. Although it is just an electric sightseeing car for tourism, if you increase the speed, it can still reach a speed of about 40 kilometers per hour. This driving speed will still result in a high accident rate. After hearing that his mother did not intend to agree, Debeo lowered his head and dared not speak anymore. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Linyao agreed to Debeo's request. Why, you want to drive? Sure. Lu Ruoshi and her father-in-law and mother-in-law were all stunned. Debeo was also slow to react for a moment before he laughed happily. Maybe their reaction time is still a bit long. Lin Yao, he is only 3 years old. Lu Ruoshi was a little scared now. She knew that her husband had always been very obedient in taking care of the children, but there were some things that could not be agreed to casually. It's okay, I'll let him sit on my lap. Do you think I'll let him sit in the driver's seat alone? Yi Linyao smiled. This kind of car is very easy to control. Even if he sits on his lap, it will not interfere with his initiative to control the car. It's just like letting your children experience the feeling of driving. DeBeo, I can let you take a look and give it a try, but you have to listen to Daddy, understand? Okay, Dad is the best. DeBeo happily ran to the driver's seat and asked Yi Linyao to pick him up and sit him on his lap. This was also the first time that DeBeo sat in such a high position and saw the scenery outside the windshield. It's so high. Ha ha ha. DeBeo had so much fun that the other three little ones were a little envious. Mom, I want to sit in the driver's seat, too. Yeah, I want to play too. Why is DeBeo the only one who can play? Bao and the others were all unhappy. It seemed that since DeBeo could drive for a while, they should also be able to drive. Lu Ruwashi knew that this would be the outcome. These were all her children, so she definitely knew better what the result would be. It's okay, we'll take it slow and I'm sure you guys will have fun. Yi Linyao didn't care so much. His main job now was to take good care of these little guys. In that case, he doesn't mind spending a little more time on this kind of thing. So on the way to the lawn, Yi Linyao's sightseeing bus drove for a while and stopped again and again. It took them nearly an hour to reach a place that would have taken only 20 minutes at normal speed. Ah, this is so fun. Sibo was the last child to experience driving in the driver's seat. After finishing the driving experience, she was still clapping her hands happily, and her eyes were smiling into crescent shapes. You're spoiling them too much. After getting off the car, Lu Ruwashi said with a pout. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I owe them too much now. I don't have much to do normally, so I must obey them more. Yi Linyao said this and showed his very gentle smile again. Humph, you are so smooth talking. If I come later, will you cheat on other girls again? With a click of his tongue, Yi Linyao immediately felt that this was a fatal question. In an instant, Yi Linyao's brain began to analyze every detail of the question. How should I answer? What key points will be revealed by such an answer? All these have flashed in my mind. Finally, after 0.5 seconds of consideration, Yi Linyao gave his own answer. If I were to be more slick, I don't know how many people like you would come to me in the past 4 years. After hearing this, Lu Ruwashi blushed slightly and smiled shyly. Oh, let's stop here. I'm tired after walking for so long. My old bones can't run around with you young people. After walking a few steps, my father-in-law found a relatively clean piece of grass and sat down to rest for a while. Yi Linyao looked at the surroundings. There were not many people around. Only by the lake in the distance, there seemed to be a few young people playing guitar. Okay, let's do it here. We can also listen to other people singing and relax. After spreading the picnic blanket, several people took off their shoes and sat on it. All the food prepared in the house in the afternoon can now be used. Everyone has been walking for almost the entire afternoon and is now exhausted. It would be great if we could get some delicious food. This is the lunchbox we made this afternoon. Come eat more. After Lu Ruwashi opened the lunchbox, a fragrant smell of rice wafted out. I don't know if it's because the lunchbox is made of logs, but the food is actually filled with the pure aroma of raw wood. My father-in-law took the lead in picking up a rice ball and tasting it, and the expression on his face began to slowly relax. It is obvious that the taste of this rice ball has made my father-in-law deeply addicted to it. When my mother-in-law saw this, she also picked up a rice ball and tasted it, then she showed the same facial expression as my father-in-law. The rice balls tasted unexpectedly good. They looked like a very simple dish made with some rice, but the aroma and taste of the rice far exceeded their imagination. This taste is really good. Just cooking rice can make it have this kind of fragrance. It seems that Xiaotia's cooking skills are really beyond praise. Yeah, I've been cooking for so many years, but I still can't even make rice. It's true that each wave is getting stronger than the last. Yi Linyao felt a little uncomfortable with the praise from his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was the first time for him to be praised by elders who were several decades older than him. I don't know how to cook, I just did some research. It would be best if you like to eat. Several little ones shared a rice ball and ate it with gusto. DeBeo even sucked the remaining rice grains on his fingers at the end. Not only the rice balls, but even the sushi and fried chicken were extremely delicious, as if they were completely different from those bought from fast food restaurants outside. Oh my god, this is so delicious. It seems that our daughter is so lucky to have found such a virtuous son-in-law. The father-in-law and mother-in-law are now more and more satisfied with Yi Linyao's situation. Although they have been here for less than a whole day today, they have already seen more than 1 or 2 shining spots in Yi Linyao. Is it tasty? Lu Ruoshi looked at the little guys around her, all of whom were licking their fingers carefully. Delicious, super delicious. As he said this, the little guy pointed to the lunchbox over there, indicating that he wanted to eat more. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren seemed particularly warm under the moonlight. A few days ago, Yi Linyao was still working as a teaching assistant in school, worrying about students' daily life and homework every day. Although he doesn't have a house now, he has enough savings and a car, and he lives a very easy and comfortable life. More importantly, he has 4 very cute children and a sensible, lovely and innocent wife. This is already the greatest gift for him. It would be great if it could continue like this. Chapter 97 System Reappearance Music Skill Max. The host leads the children to visit the Magic City Forest Park. The children are very happy. Activation rewards are issued. This time, when Yi Linyao heard the system distributing gifts, he felt a little scared in his heart. I was afraid that it would be another temporary reward that would be completely useless to me, but would be very effective in slapping my father-in-law and mother-in-law in the face. Reward 1, Mastery of all instruments reaches max, and singing ability is also raised to max. Reward 2, Racing driver level driving skills. Reward 3, a set of high-end apartment housing. The classic 3-choice situation appeared again. Although Yi Linyao had to make a choice, it was much better than the temporary reward he had just received. At least I have the right to choose, and I won't choose something that would embarrass my parents-in-law. It's time to use your brain to think again. Proficiency in musical instruments and top-notch singing skills are of no particular importance to me. Although I already have so many talents and skills, the saying more is better than less seems to be no problem at all. So put reward 1 aside for now, and take a look at the second and third rewards first. Racing driver level driving skills may not be attractive to ordinary people, but if they are placed on racing drivers, it is simply a magical skill. It's a pity that I'm already married now and have to take more care of my family. If one day I want to revisit my youthful dreams, perhaps this can still be useful. I passed the second reward without hesitation. The third reward is a luxury apartment. There is almost nothing wrong with this compared to before. After having a family, having a stable residence is still the best option. But now that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have arrived, if I temporarily take out a house, it might scare them. Moreover, it is difficult to explain where the house came from, which is completely asking for trouble. After much deliberation, Yi Linyao finally made a choice between reward 1 and reward 3. In that case, then let's just choose reward 1. After all, it's always good to have many skills. Even if you know a little more, it will be useful in the future. After I chose reward 1 in my heart, the system took action immediately afterwards. The host has successfully selected the reward system and will distribute the reward. 5 seconds after the system's voice came out, Yi Linyao felt some subtle changes in his brain and fingers. The flexibility of the fingers seems to be constantly changing, which feels very wonderful. The music scores of various world-famous songs were constantly input into my mind, as if I had already listened to all the famous music in the world at that moment. Because so much music enters my mind, it even causes my brain to feel a little isolated from the outside world. Lin Yao, Lin Yao? Lu Ruoshi's cry brought him back to reality. Ah, what's wrong? You asked me what happened? I wanted to ask you something, but why didn't you answer me just now? You just sat there like a wooden man. Yi Linyao smiled and then stood up. I was just thinking that it's a bit boring to just keep eating here, so why not play some guitar for you guys? After saying this, Lu Ruoshi and her parents looked at each other in surprise. What was our son-in-law saying just now? Can you play some guitar for us? It turns out that our son-in-law can play the guitar? If this happened to an ordinary person, they would at most be surprised, but now that the person who said this was their son-in-law, it was worth them to think carefully. My son-in-law can cook, do carpentry, and now he can even play the guitar? Why is this young man able to know so much? That's fine. It's pretty awkward to keep eating like this. My father-in-law was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. But Yi Linyao didn't have a guitar in his hand at the moment, and he said these words on the spur of the moment because there were a few people playing guitar next to him. Just go find them and use it. At first, Lu Ruoshi didn't want to cause Yi Linyao so much trouble, but she felt that boys who could play the guitar were generally quite romantic, and she had no idea that he could play the guitar before. Why not take this opportunity to listen carefully to how romantic this boy can be? It's almost dark, we should go back soon. If we don't go back now, we might be discovered when the dormitory is checked. Don't worry, have you forgotten? Counselor Lu asked for leave this afternoon. If she had something to do, she wouldn't have asked us to take pictures in the group. That being said, what if the counselor suddenly asks us to check on someone? What are you afraid of? Are you worried that the counselor will appear next to us right now? Several students have been practicing for a long time now, so they just sit on the ground to have a good rest. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. Hello, could you lend me your guitar? Because the voice sounded familiar, they all looked up. It was dark, and they didn't get a clear look at what the other person looked like. They were just instinctively a little wary of borrowing valuables. That's where I sat because I wanted to play a song, but I didn't bring my guitar when I left the house. A few people stretched their heads to look and saw that there was indeed a family sitting there, with what appeared to be both elderly and children. That's fine, but we might have to sit next to you and listen. Do you mind? This is not only to protect his own guitar, but also because if the other person can really play the guitar, sitting in on the class may be of some help to the next music competition. No problem, thank you very much. Chapter 98, such a top-notch song was played. Yi Linyao took the guitar handed to him, and many scenes appeared in his mind in an instant. For example, the fingering of the guitar, the strength of various notes, and the tightness of the strings, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that this man who has hardly ever touched a guitar is now comparable to the world's top guitar masters. Brother, are we ready to start? The other few people also stood there for a long time. Even if they wanted to get the feel for it, there was no need to waste so much time. Okay, how about I perform a song called The Bell for you? I haven't touched the guitar for a while, so I wonder if my playing will be bad. Yi Linyao said this embarrassedly, and then began to place all his fingers in the designated positions. Just as Yi Linyao finished speaking, the people who had borrowed the guitar showed their surprise. Wait, man, you just said you were going to perform the bells, right? Yes, what's wrong? After confirming this, those people looked at each other again, with distrust written all over their faces. The reason why Yi Linyao chose to play this song was simply because it was the highest ranked one in the system's prompts. I originally thought that since this song is ranked so high, it should have a wide audience, and others would be able to tell right away whether I play it well or not. Brother, I think you are kidding me. Do you know how difficult this piece of music is to play? We didn't think about it that much at first, but since you've already mentioned the song, I might as well tell you about it. The Bells is one of the 10 most difficult piano pieces in the world. If a piano piece is played on guitar, it will be very difficult, let alone a piece of this level. After they finished speaking, Lu Ruoshi and her father-in-law and mother-in-law understood why others distrusted Yi Linyao. To normal people, this kind of thing is simply impossible to accomplish. Hasn't anyone ever accomplished this before? It's definitely been done by some people, but they were all top-notch guitar and piano masters. Yi Linyao lowered his head and fell into silence. Lu Ruoshi seemed to have noticed the awkward atmosphere, so she quickly stood up and walked to Yi Linyao to comfort him. It's okay. We don't need to compete with those very powerful people. The current situation is already good enough. Even the father-in-law and mother-in-law can understand how big a blow it would be if a man like the son-in-law, who was very competitive, suffered a setback. Yi Linyao's silence ended, and when he raised his head again, everyone else could see clearly that he did not look lost, but rather more determined. Is that so? Then I guess after I finish playing today, I should be another person who can play this piano piece on guitar. Such a confident answer shocked the others. Their individual abilities are not that strong yet, but there is no guarantee that this person will be able to perform such a powerful operation. Anyway, the guitar has been lent to him, so whether he can play it is his business. Don't be so stubborn. This song seems to be really difficult. Lu Ruoshi didn't quite understand it either, but she did seem to have heard of this song before. If it is a really difficult song, it is not easy to play it on guitar. No problem. I can still do this kind of thing. After all, I learned a little bit of guitar before. Lu Ruoshi? Father-in-law and mother-in-law? What's going on? Hasn't this been said? This kind of piano music is difficult to play on guitar and few people can do it. How could he, who had only learned to play guitar a little bit, do this? It didn't seem like playing guitar for them to relax, it seemed more like playing guitar to embarrass themselves in front of others. However, just when Lu Ruoshi and her mother-in-law wanted to stop Yi Linyao, they suddenly saw her father-in-law, who had been sitting there, reaching out to stop them. It's okay. I'll let you give it a try. I think he really wants to play guitar with us." Since my father-in-law had already said this, the other people stopped talking. The little ones were very happy to have their dad play the guitar for them. Although they had never known what a guitar was or what sound it made, they would like it very much as long as it was made by their dad. Lu Ruwashi took a glance and suddenly found that the people who were borrowing guitars at this time seemed a little familiar. "I always feel like I've seen them somewhere before, but I just can't remember where for a moment." Yi Linyao was ready and sat on the lawn and started playing. The speed at which the fingers plucked the strings is sometimes slow and sometimes fast, and the sound and emotion conveyed are constantly changing. Anyone who has heard the piano piece The Bells before can tell in an instant that the sound of the guitar is clearly playing the piano version of The Bells. Lu Ruwashi and the others just felt that it sounded nice, but for those who had just lent them the guitar, it was a shocking discovery. After the song ended, some people still looked unsatisfied. "Where's your cell phone? Take it out and check it." Those people actually quickly took out their mobile phones, opened the search engine, and then searched for the original piano music of the song they had just heard. For some reason, they always felt that what they just heard was not the absolute guitar playing, but the guitar trying its best to imitate the flavor of the original piano music. "Found it, found it. Play it again quickly, quickly." As they spoke, they all put their ears close to the speaker of the phone. What are they doing? Who knows? Young people nowadays are so jumpy and don't know how to be more steady. The father-in-law and mother-in-law are now only concerned about their son-in-law and why the song he just played was so beautiful. They are not in the mood to worry about other things right now. The young man was shocked after listening to the piano version of the song. The song played on the guitar that they had just heard was almost exactly the same as the original version he was hearing now. How is this possible? Is this true or false? You know, there are very few people who can play the piano version of this song. I guess even the top guitar masters today may not be able to play this song 100% well. At this moment, they seem to finally realize that the person sitting next to them should be a man with extremely high talent in playing the guitar. Chapter 99: Yi Linyao's Inner Plan. The next few days would be their last practice time. If they couldn't practice the songs they needed to perform well, it would be embarrassing to perform on stage. It would be better to ask this master now, maybe you can get some insights. "Thank you for your guitar. There were a few problems with your strings. I just adjusted them." When Yi Linyao returned the guitar to the person, the other party was even a little dizzy, not knowing whether he should take the guitar. Brother, I want to ask you something. Is it convenient for you?" The leading boy took the guitar and spoke shyly. "If it's convenient, I can help you." Yi Linyao is also willing to help others. As long as he can, he will generally choose to help others. After hearing this, the other party was very happy. At first, I was worried about my rude words and what I would do if I made the other person angry. Now it seems that I was just overthinking, so I should just speak out my thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, a patrol car from the forest park drove over. The patrol car will be equipped with a large nitrogen lamp so that it can detect the current safety situation in the forest park in the dark. When that very bright nitrogen lamp shone over, the residual light was enough to illuminate the dark lawn. Several people subconsciously used their hands to block the direction of the light to prevent their eyes from being unable to bear the sudden change from dim to bright. But the nitrogen headlights were so bright that they could still see everything around them clearly. At this moment, they could see each other's faces clearly. For a moment, they were all stunned. Not only Yi Linyao and Lu Ruwashi, but even those who had just lent out their guitars didn't know what to do. Counselor Lu, Assistant Teacher Yi, why are you here?" After stammering, they even found themselves a little bit unbelieving of what they were seeing. "I should be the one asking you this question. If I remember correctly, I seem to have classes today, and they are evening self-study classes." Lu Ruwashi changed her attitude in an instant, and the female teacher who was very cold in the workplace appeared again. "Damn it, who was the one who said that the teacher would appear here? Call him out, I want to tear his mouth apart." Even Yi Linyao was confused for a moment. When he went to borrow a guitar just now, he didn't realize that the people who borrowed the guitar were all his students. Could it be that after I just received the reward from the system, my brain has become a little forgetful? What should I do now? My father-in-law and children are here. He had originally planned not to reveal the identity relationship between himself and Lu Ruwashi too early, but the current situation seemed to leave no way out. "Well, we came out this time to prepare for the music performance in the school in a while. The music classroom in the school was occupied by someone else, so we had no choice but to come out. the leading boy took on the important responsibility of explaining the situation, while the others tacitly kept silent. Really? But why haven't I heard from you guys asking for leave? Do you want me to go ask the living committee member? Lu Ruwashi took out her mobile phone, but did not see any message about students asking for leave. Now several students were panicking. Last time, because of the incident between assistant teacher Yi and the counselor, several of their students almost couldn't graduate normally. He was caught lying this time. Doesn't that mean he is going to go bankrupt immediately? Hey! Counselor, we were in a hurry when we came out this time, so we didn't look for you, and we didn't tell the student council member in time. The boy began to take the initiative to admit his mistakes, hoping to be forgiven. Lu Ruwashi has now completely entered into her serious work attitude at school and will definitely not intend to let these people go easily. Yi Linyao, who was standing nearby, was the first to notice something was wrong. Just now, when they were listening to him playing the piano, they had already noticed the 2 old men and 4 children. If they went back and spread the news, the consequences would probably develop in a direction that they didn't want to see. Wait, you were talking about the music concert that the school will be holding in a while, right? Yi Linyao's words made Lu Ruwashi dare not interrupt him immediately, even though she seemed to be one level higher than him in the school. But in fact, Yi Linyao is the one who holds the main position at home. Without his efforts, there would be no such leisure time to play in the forest park. Yes, there is about a week left before the school will hold a music singing competition for the whole school. We want to participate, but we haven't practiced the song very well. Yi Linyao rubbed his chin, his expression seemed like he was thinking about something. In that case, it seems understandable. After all, we are not here to have fun, but to participate in the school competition. The moment these words were spoken, several students looked up as if they saw hope, and looked at Yi Linyao in surprise. Lu Ruwashi was also surprised. This kind of thing should be dealt with severely, so how could they let it go so easily? Chapter 100. With the help of a great god, we will definitely win the game. Assistant Yi, are those things you just said true? Several students had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Before, they had a brotherly relationship with Yi Linyao in school. Although they don't dare to talk to each other like this anymore, it doesn't affect the chance to save the relationship. Of course, you didn't skip classes to surf the internet this time. Since it's for the school competition, it can be forgiven, but... Yi Linyao deliberately hesitated before he finished speaking, as if he wanted the other party to speak first. Several students had no experience in society and could only vaguely feel that assistant teacher Yi had something to say. At this time, Lu Ruwashi finally reacted. They were not the only ones who came out this time. 4 little babies and 2 elderly people also came out with them. If these students found out about the relationship between me and Yi Linyao, it would be very difficult to deal with them later. Since Yi Linyao took the initiative to take over the topic, it means that he intends to handle the next things himself, so I'd better not say anything for now. Assistant Professor Yi, do you have any other questions? Oh, you seem to have asked us for a favor just now. If I'm not mistaken, it should be for the upcoming school music festival competition. Yi Linyao hit the nail on the head. The students had nothing to hide, so they nodded. At the same time, those students even leaned over to look at the children and the elderly who were sitting on the lawn behind Yi Linyao. Now they actually really want to know what the relationship is between these people and why they are sitting together for a picnic? But there seem to be more important things right now, so of course I have to put it aside for now. I came out to play with the kids I brought with me today. As you can see, the rice balls and wild vegetables were made by the instructor. I will definitely have to send her home in the evening, so you may have to put your training on hold for now. Several students were stunned for a moment, not understanding what Yi Linyao had just said. Stupid. Teacher Lu came here to help me with the kids. Shouldn't I send her home first? It's already dark. Do you know how to do it? No wonder none of you have a partner. Yi Linyao angrily scolded them all, and the students finally understood what was going on and quickly answered. It's okay. You can wait a little. There's still a week left. I just don't know if it will be enough by then. Yi Linyao was not particularly concerned about their affairs. He definitely had to send his child and Lu Ruwashi back home safely first. Then hurry back if that's the case. I'll come to find you guys in person when the time comes. Just remember to prepare my things. After hearing Yi Linyao's affirmative reply, several students were so happy that they flew away, not caring at all about what they had just seen him and those kids. Okay, Assistant Teacher Yi, Counselor Lu, will be over there first. Several students left very happily and politely, and when they were packing up, they seemed to be more energetic than usual in class. He even kept mumbling, "Well, we definitely have a chance at this music festival. We will make a big splash and shine in front of all the teachers and students in the school." Even when they left, he kept looking back and greeting Yi Linyao. After finally sending them all away, Lu Ruoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she was teaching them a lesson just now, she seemed to have forgotten that her children and parents were right beside her. What bad luck! How come I run into a student here? Our relationship was almost discovered. When I first came here, I thought that this was a remote forest park and there wouldn't be any students from the city coming here specifically. Who knows? It's just a coincidence. Fortunately, they are not paying too much attention to our affairs now. Yi Linyao watched until all the students had left before returning to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. "My girl, do you know those people just now?" My mother-in-law stretched her head and looked in the direction where the students had just left, but they were no longer visible. "Yes, they are just students from the school. They came here to practice their songs because there is a music competition going on in the school." "Oh, why are you guys able to chat?" The mother-in-law gave a perfunctory answer and continued to play with her grandson. In comparison, these elderly people still prefer to play with their little grandchildren. "We have almost finished eating, let's go back first. It's now completely dark and it's time to go home." The nights in late autumn were still bitterly cold. The adults were fine, but the elderly and children couldn't bear it. "Well, it feels a bit cold now, so let's go back quickly. My father-in-law and mother-in-law also feel that the temperature is a bit low now, so it would be better to go back early. Because it is a forest park, there are very few things that can be used for peripheral products, and there is no souvenir shop set up in the park." The little ones were already sleepy. "Dad, we are sleepy. Can we go home earlier?" Sibao rubbed her eyes and spoke in a soft voice. She was the weakest among the little ones, so Yi Linyao would often take special care of her. "Okay, we're going home now." After saying that, Yi Linyao picked up Sibao and walked towards the open-air parking lot. "Luckily we met Assistant Instructor Yi when we came out this time, otherwise we would have been doomed. He always took care of us when the old counselor was here. I thought he wouldn't help us much after the change of counselor this time. Compared to this, don't you think it's a bit strange that the counselor and the teaching assistant are here at the same time? Girls are always the most careful, but at this moment they seem very redundant." "Hey, why are you worrying so much? Didn't I tell you at the time?" Assistant Teacher Yi is now helping his relative take care of a child. "How can a man take care of a child? Yeah, instead of wasting time on these trivial matters, why don't we just think about what to do with our music festival competition next week?" Chapter 101: The most powerful participating team in the school. Several people packed up their things and have now returned to school. There were so many musical instruments that they couldn't store them in the dormitory, so most of the time they were kept in the music classroom. But if you want to go to the music classroom, you have to pass through the study room of your class. I looked down at the watch on my wrist and saw that the self-study class had not yet ended. Be careful when you go there. We just need to return to the dormitory as soon as we are done. However, they had just finished their discussion and had not taken 2 steps outside when they were discovered by the life committee member who was checking on them today. "Why didn't you guys come to the evening study session?" The moment they heard these words, several people were stunned. When we went out just now, we actually reported it to the counselor and the teaching assistant. Now that the teaching assistants and counselors have spoken, they must have nothing to be afraid of now. Why didn't I receive any messages from my teaching assistant and counselor? Maybe they were in a hurry, so they didn't have time to send it to you. You can ask the teaching assistant about this later. This boy deliberately did not mention the counselor, because it was the teaching assistant, not the counselor, who was promised to him in the forest park just now. By the way, the teaching assistant hasn't been in class for a while. Do you know where he went? The life committee member is a very sweet-looking girl, and most of the girls in the class are looking forward to something sweet happening between them and the teaching assistant. The teaching assistant has not come to class in the past 2 or 3 days. In addition, there was an embarrassing incident between him and the counselor before, so no one dared to ask the counselor. On the other side, Yi Linyao was driving home with his children and family. After playing for an afternoon, both the children and the elderly were tired, so they simply washed up and went to their rooms to sleep. There are not enough beds in the room, so I can only sleep on the sofa. However, these are not a big deal for Yi Linyao. He has gradually become familiar with them. Compared with the hard work of taking care of children, having a place to sleep is the best thing. The night passed quickly. When Yilinyao woke up the next morning, he found that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had already gotten up. Moreover, the two old men had already packed their clothes, as if they were about to go out. "Dad, Mom, why are you up so early?" "Ha, I thought you two would be staying up a little longer, so I wanted to leave you a note." Although Yilinyao was half clear and half confused now, the sentence just now had made him understand a little. "Are you planning on going home now?" The father-in-law and mother-in-law had only been in their house for one day. If they went back directly, it would be a bit too fast. "Yeah, when we first came here, we wanted to see how Ruwashi is doing now." My mother-in-law smiled with satisfaction. Seeing that her daughter is living well now must be the happiest thing. The original plan was to stay here with her for a while and discuss other things with her, but now it seems that it is not necessary at all. So the two of us should go back early. There are still things to do at home. Yes, I haven't fed the chickens and ducks in the house yet, and I miss the old yellow dog at home, so I won't bother you here. Yilinyao still wanted to try to persuade them to stay, but since the older generation was planning to leave without any notice and just left a note, there was no need to say anything more. "Then I'll take you to the station." "No need, you still have classes in the morning, so the two of us can just go to the station by ourselves." Yilinyao did not agree this time. The two old people came here in person, so he had to send them back. "It's okay. In order to take care of these little guys, I rarely go to school now." As he said this, he dressed quickly, picked up the keys and prepared to go out. This could be considered as the son-in-law's kindness, and the two old people didn't say anything more. After Yilinyao got on the bus, he sent the two elderly people to the station and then returned alone. I got up early, so I still had time to make breakfast. After a while, breakfast was ready, so Yilinyao went to wake Lu Ruwashi up and told her that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had returned home. "Hey, when they came here, they probably planned to help me take care of the kids." Lu Ruwashi sighed for a while. Now that her parents have gone back, she must continue to live the rest of her life. At least this time, her parents have accepted Yilinyao as her husband. "Okay, let's go eat. If those students ask about what happened yesterday, just explain it away first." Yilinyao did not forget to remind people about what happened last night. If those students were to tell others about what happened last night, it might cause a big uproar in the school. "Okay, I understand. I'll leave the housework to you." "No problem." In less than a week, the two of them had developed a very tacit understanding in their daily lives. After breakfast, Lu Ruwashi packed her work clothes and work materials as usual and prepared to go out. "Then I'll leave the housework to you. I'm going to work first." Mooah. When going out this time, Lu Ruwashi even blew him a playful kiss. I couldn't count on one hand the number of times my parents caught me being ambiguous with them the day before. Now that I have the chance, I must show my best. Pfft, go ahead. Yilinyao couldn't help laughing. His wife was just too cute. I shook my head, and my mood immediately became much better. "Okay, Dabeo, Erbo, Sanbao, and Sibao, have you finished washing up? Daddy is coming over now to check on the results of your toothbrushing. Do you know which teams are participating in the school music festival this time? I mean the ones that can pose a threat to us. If there is no threat, then there is no need to mention it." At this time, in the music classroom inside the school, a group of students who looked a bit social were sitting next to the musical instruments. They are some of the most capable students in the school's music department. When they first came to this school, they chose to major in music. Although they don't have good grades, they can find a sense of self-worth in music and don't take grades seriously at all. Stop being funny, okay? How many people in this school can be our opponents? They are scattered among several teams, how can they possibly beat us? Aren't you afraid that they will gather all the powerful players together? Those who have some strength now think highly of themselves and are willing to be the boss in their own idiot teams. No one dares to go out and work with others. We don't need to worry about them at all. Most of the equipment in the music classroom is now used by them. With sufficient equipment and unmatched teammates, they are almost invincible in the upcoming school music competition. By the way, I heard that Li Feng and a few others are also participating in this music competition. What, Li Feng? Ha ha ha. How dare someone with such mediocre skills to participate in the school competition? However, a student who was eliminated directly in the preliminary round, I guess no one will remember him by then. Chapter 102: The first conflict between participating teams. Several students laughed and picked up the instruments placed in the music classroom, preparing to conduct a very normal practice. The drummer, the guitarist, and even the lead singer standing in the center of the venue all showed their true strengths. The music of Verb de Ci allows everyone to experience the madness of rock and roll, and this is the strength of all their top players. 10 minutes passed. The song that everyone was going to sing had already been played, and everyone put down what they were holding very relaxedly. The expressions on their faces were also disdainful. They all knew their current strength. If they were placed in the school, no one would be able to match them. It's really meaningless. When will a team with some strength emerge from the school? It feels like winning the championship is as easy as drinking cold water. As they talked, they began to take out cigarettes from their pockets and smoked while taking a break. The door, which was originally half closed, suddenly creaked. Now everyone in the room turned their heads to look over. Who's at the door? With a shout, the person at the door was obviously frightened. The half-covered door was opened even wider, and even the people standing outside the door were seen. It was exactly Li Feng whom he had just mentioned. Oh, it's Li Feng. I wondered who it was. Why are you here so early in the morning instead of going to the classroom to study? Li Feng and his friends just wanted to take all the musical instruments away to practice, but they heard some noise inside at the door, and it happened to be someone talking about themselves. Nothing, I'm going to get ready for practice soon, I'll come get the music equipment. Li Feng didn't want to have any more arguments with them. Now strength was everything. Is this your team? They seem to be just a bunch of unknown people. Are you planning to participate in the school music festival with this lineup? The other party kept mocking him, and Li Feng felt very uncomfortable listening to them, but they had nothing to say. What they said was true. Even if I participated with my current strength, I would probably not be able to pass the preliminary round. Don't go too far. The game hasn't officially started yet, and we don't know who will win or lose in the end. Li Feng couldn't help it in the end. Mocking once or twice was fine, but to do it every time was just too much. Hey! You kid, it's time to learn to talk back, right? Really, I didn't know there's no team in this school that dares to talk back. As they said this, these people were about to come up and take action. These students don't study much, so they spend their non-study time exercising. If a fight breaks out now, it would be a one-sided beating. There are only 3 boys following Li Feng now, and all of them are the type who don't know how to fight. They can now imagine themselves being knocked to the ground with bruised faces and noses. Who's arguing in there? Just when the war was about to break out, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the classroom door. Everyone was stunned. The voice didn't sound like a student's voice at all. There was even some majesty in the calmness, a feeling that made even the few gangster students in front of him feel a little scared. Why are you students here in the music classroom instead of going to class? And judging from the way you look now, it doesn't seem like you plan to practice here? The person who came over happened to be Lu Ruoshi. When she checked on the people in the class this morning, she happened to find that a few people were missing. After a careful count, I found that there were 3 boys among the people I met in the forest park yesterday. The remaining 2 girls eventually found out that the 3 of them had already gone to the music classroom to get their instruments. On the one hand, it was because of what happened last night, and on the other hand, she wanted to find all 3 students before class, so Lu Ruoshi came here. The moment she came in, Lu Ruoshi showed a serious expression. Because she saw the tall and strong boy on the other side was grabbing the collar of Li Feng, who was in their class. This looks like they are ready to fight. Let go. Which class are you from? Fighting in school, don't you know the school rules? Those students didn't want to cause trouble, so since the teacher was already here, they could only leave first. Lu Ruoshi wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Li Feng. Teacher, it's okay. We didn't fight. Li Feng is now also afraid that his counselor may have had disputes with these students in the past, and in the end, it will not be of any benefit to him. Why are you guys running into this equipment room so early in the morning instead of going to class? Do you want to get the equipment and run out again? Those students have left now, so Lu Ruoshi will definitely have to deal with their own affairs next. This. Li Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. He had originally planned to use the same tactics as last night, but he was discovered just as he started. Assistant Yi will take time to come over in the next 2 days, and you can let him teach you then. But during the time he's not here, you must not miss any of the classes you are supposed to attend, understand? Lu Ruoxi also spoke to them very seriously that although participating in school competitions was important, they as students should also focus on their studies. Got it. Assistant teacher Yi hasn't been here for several days. Is he very busy? Li Feng was a little worried. After all, the teaching assistant was taking care of several children. If she was very busy, wouldn't his own business be delayed? He will definitely do what he promised, so you don't have to worry about that. Go back to class quickly. Lu Ruoxi informed everyone of the news and left. The remaining 3 boys looked at each other and had no choice but to follow Lu Ruoxi back to the classroom. Although Lu Ruoxi didn't know what Ji Linyao was thinking at the moment. But based on the general understanding gained during this week, Lu Ruoxi was already very clear that if Yi Linyao made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Where are Grandma and Grandpa? After the little guys got up, they rubbed their eyes and looked around. Grandma and Grandpa have already gone home. They have things to do at home. I came here just to see you. Yi Linyao gave a brief explanation, hoping not to make the little guy worry too much. The children must have looked a little disappointed. They hadn't seen their grandparents for a while, and they only came for one day and then went back. Dad, I still want to see Grandma and Grandpa. As soon as Sibo said this, the remaining 3 children also expressed their inner desires. This was understandable in Yi Linyao's opinion. In the past few years, it was the grandparents and Lu Ruoxi who had been with the children, so naturally they had deep feelings for them. Dad knows. After a while, we can go back to see Grandma and Grandpa, okay? Yi Linyao also made a simple calculation of the time. It was already late autumn and it would not be long until the Chinese New Year. When the Chinese New Year comes, I will go home and spend the New Year with my family. Okay, then Daddy must keep his word. Yi Linyao wiped Sibao's tears and stretched out the little finger of his right hand. Of course, let's make a pinky promise. Hook and hang, 100 years. At the same time gradually approached noon. Yi Linyao was also preparing lunch at home to welcome his wife back for dinner. Chapter 103 The blind date actually called me. In the counselor's office. Lu Ruoxi was dealing with students' daily chores as usual. Just then, her cell phone suddenly flashed. I picked it up and saw that it was a friend request. It comes from a stranger called the Distant Sky. Lu Ruoxi took a look, frowned slightly, and prepared to put the phone down. She would simply reject friend requests from strangers. She is not a little girl anymore, how could she waste time making friends and chatting with others? If he really had the time, he might as well think about how to make more money, buy food and clothes for his 4 cute kids, and reduce Linyao's burden. Just as Lu Ruoxi was about to continue working, her cell phone rang again. Still a friend request, still the Distant Sky. This time it is no longer a blank message, but an additional message. Hello Miss Lu, I was introduced by Aunt Wang. My mom introduced you? What do you want from me? Looking at the message above, Lu Ruoxi was a little confused. She has been working in Shanghai since college and has not had much contact with her family. After having 4 babies, I rarely go back to my hometown once a year, and we only call each other occasionally. And most of the meetings were attended by my parents, just like what happened a few days ago. Not to mention her mother's friends, she basically doesn't know any of those older people. However, since the other party had mentioned her name, she could not just ignore it and could only click the button to agree. As soon as I added a friend, a message came from there. Hello, Miss Lu, I'm Aunt Wang's friend Li Shuhua, nice to meet you. Hello Mr. Li, what can I do for you? Lu Ruoxi replied politely, and then asked straight to the point. It's nothing serious, I just want to ask if Miss Lu is free today? I want to meet you for dinner. Eat? No thanks. If you have something to say, Mr. Li, just tell us on WeChat. If not, then we can stop here. I still have work to do. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Lu Ruoxi's expression changed slightly, and she was obviously a little impatient. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was her mother's friend, Lu Ruoxi might not have paid any attention to him. Just like she said just now, she still had a lot of things to do and had no time to meet a stranger for dinner. Even if you have the time, you might as well go back and spend more time with your baby. Of course, there is also my own man. In Lu Ruoxi's heart, the most important people now are the 5 of them. At the same time, in an office of a kindergarten dozens of kilometers away from Lu Ruoxi, a man in his 30s, with average looks and a little bit of fat, was staring at his phone with a frown. He is Li Shuhua who just added Lu Ruoxi as a friend. What is going on? Why does Aunt Wang's daughter have such an attitude? Looking at Lu Ruoshi's reply, Li Shuo's face didn't look good either. He didn't know if the other party was pretending to be aloof on purpose. Why did he seem to be keeping him at a distance before they had even chatted for a few words? This seems to be a little different from the blind date processes I've encountered before. Ms. Lu, I was introduced to you by Aunt Wang. Li Shuhua was a little unwilling, so this time he chose to get straight to the point. Snap. When Li Shuhua sent this message, Lu Ruoshi was shocked. He didn't even hold on to his phone and it fell directly onto the desk. Teacher Lu, are you okay? The sudden noise in Lu Ruoshi's panic-stricken look made the counselor on the opposite side couldn't help but stretch his head and ask. No, it's okay. I was distracted just now. Don't worry about me. Just continue working. Lu Ruoshi quickly picked up the phone, gave an awkward smile, shook her head and explained. On the surface, Lu Ruoshi regained her composure, but she began to feel uneasy in her heart. She never imagined that this Li Shuhua was the blind date her mother had mentioned before. Although my parents had mentioned this person before, they did not say his name. In addition, after the two elders came, they were impressed again and again by the excellence of Yi Linyao, the future son-in-law, and never mentioned this matter to Lu Ruoshi again. Lu Ruoshi naturally forgot about this matter. If she had known that the other party came for a blind date from the beginning, she would never have let him add her as a friend. If Yi Linyao hadn't shown up a few days ago, perhaps she would have considered meeting him. But now she has Yi Linyao, a man who is responsible for the family and loves herself and the baby. More importantly, after Yi Linyao came, this is a complete original family. Her 4 babies depend on Yi Linyao even more than she, the mother who has taken care of them for 3 years. Under such circumstances, how could Lu Ruoshi agree to go on a blind date? Mr. Li, I am very satisfied with my current life and have not considered blind dates yet. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Ruoshi didn't even think about it and directly and tactfully rejected the other party. Chapter 104, The Sly Admissions Director. Lu Ruoshi originally wanted to mention Yi Linyao, but then she remembered that when her mother introduced this marriage, she didn't know that Yi Linyao had returned. Therefore, mentioning Yi Linyao at this time would only deepen the conflict between the two sides. This person was not just a random person, but the son of his mother's friend. If it's not handled properly, not only will Lu Ruoshi be talked about behind her back, but her mother will also be gossiped about. What the hell does this mean? If you haven't considered blind dating, why did your mother look for me? Are you kidding me? Lu Ruoshi's message made Li Shuhua a little uneasy. The previous refusal to come out for dinner had already made him very unhappy. Now that he has revealed his identity, he is still rejected. Where is his face? Li Shuhua is the director of the admissions office after all, and a leader no matter how small. And what about Lu Ruoshi? She was just a small counselor, and this university was not a famous one. And she is a mother with 4 children, yet she still says that she is satisfied with her current life? Compared with a woman like this, my status is definitely far different. If I hadn't seen that she was quite pretty, I wouldn't even want a woman like her even if she was given to me for free. Li Shuhua could not accept the rejection at this time. In his opinion, even if it was a rejection, it should have been him who proposed it. I say, Miss Lu, please stop being so stubborn. If I remember correctly, you still have 4 3-year-old babies to raise, right? As a counselor, you probably don't make much money. In a place like Shanghai, even 1 baby would be hard to come by, let alone 4 babies, right? If we 2 were together, you wouldn't have to work so hard. I would definitely treat them as my own children and take good care of you and your 5 children. Li Shuhua did not give up and sent out another message. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li. You don't have to worry about raising the child. I have survived the most difficult period, so it is naturally no problem now. I believe you can find a better one. Seeing the message sent by Li Shuhua, Lu Ruoshi rubbed her aching temple. She didn't expect that even though she had clearly refused, the other party still had no intention of giving up. He even thought of using the child as a breakthrough to get me to agree to the marriage. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or false, Li Shuhua's attitude was still good. You have to know that these days few men are willing to help others raise children. This is actually not much different from being cuckolded. And there is not just one Lu Ruoshi here, but 4. But the same thing goes, there is only one person that Lu Ruoshi loves in her heart now, and that is Yi Linyao. Apart from him, she wouldn't care about being the queen. Keep pretending. If you keep pretending, I don't believe I can't take you down today. When Li Shuhua saw the message sent by Lu Ruoxi, he was so angry that he slapped the desk. At this time, Li Shuhua's face was so gloomy that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. He didn't expect that even after he humbled himself and gave enough face, the other party would still be so ungrateful and reject him. It stands to reason that a forced melon is not sweet, but being rejected by an unmarried mother like Lu Ruoxi with a burden was unbearable for him. So even if Lu Ruoxi's melon is not sweet, he will find a way to taste it today. It seems that if I don't use my trump card today, you still don't know how powerful I am. Ms. Lu, please don't rush to refuse. Normally, your 4 babies should be old enough to go to kindergarten, right? In Shanghai, if your baby wants to go to kindergarten, it may not be that easy, especially since kindergartens now require parents to assess their abilities. With your current ability, I have to say something unpleasant. Even if you can sign up, you will basically be rejected based on your current financial resources. What's more, now almost all kindergartens in Shanghai, big and small, have stopped recruiting students, or have already been full. If we really want to recruit students, the only one left is Boatsai Kindergarten in Shanghai, which is the last kindergarten to recruit students in Shanghai. And I happen to be the director of the admissions office of this kindergarten. And Miss Lu, I am a warm-hearted person. If any of my friends are in trouble, I will be happy to help. But if Miss Lu doesn't appreciate it, I won't say anything more. It's just that when the time comes, the matter of the children going to school will be. Li Shuhua didn't finish his words, but he believed that as long as Lu Ruoxi was not a fool, she would understand what he meant. As expected, after Lu Ruoxi finished reading it, her expression became a little heavy. If she really had to say what she is most worried about right now, it would be that her 4 babies would go to kindergarten. Of course, she knew exactly what Li Shuhua was talking about. She had more or less inquired about how high the requirements for admission to the Magic City were. Before this, she really couldn't imagine this price. But now Yi Linyao is here, and he told me that he had found a kindergarten that was willing to accept 4 babies. What scared Lu Ruoxi the most was that she had asked Yi Linyao which kindergarten it was, and Yi Linyao told her the name of the kindergarten was Boatsai Kindergarten. If Li Shuhua had not appeared, Lu Ruoxi would not have had the slightest worry. Who would have thought that the kindergarten that I had already agreed upon would appear in front of me in this way and give me a hard slap in the face of reality? The other party's words were clearly threatening, so she had to be on guard. The previous second she thought the other person was a good person and was willing to accept someone else's child. But the next second, Li Shuhua's true colors were revealed and he actually threatened himself with the matter of his child going to kindergarten. Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? What do you want? With an uneasy mood, Lu Ruoxi replied a message. Ha, are you scared now? You should know what I want, right? Again, let's make an appointment to meet for dinner and have a good chat about your baby's kindergarten. What do you think? This is your last chance, Miss Lu. You must think carefully before answering. Also, my patience is limited. Chapter 105. Only Yi Linyao can save the situation. Li Shuhua completely ignored Lu Ruoxi's questioning. Li Shuhua knew that the other party had fallen into his trap and was now in control of the situation. As expected, to kill a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. Once you have grasped the opponent's lifeline, don't you have the final say on what to say and what to do? What should I do? If I refuse to meet him, will my baby not be able to go to kindergarten? Looking at Li Shuhua's aggressive messages, Lu Ruoxi's face gradually turned pale and weak. Lu Ruoxi originally wanted to say something, but after seeing the other party's last sentence, she hesitated. She didn't dare to take the risk, fearing that the other party would really use the power in their hands to prevent her baby from going to kindergarten. If it was anything else, she might be able to accept it. However, kindergarten is an indispensable part for the physical and mental growth of children. And Linyao, he should have a way. Just when Lu Ruoxi was having a headache, Yi Linyao's heartwarming smile once again appeared in her mind. For Lu Ruoxi now, Yi Linyao is not only the most important person to her, but also her only support. Although they had been separated for 4 years, the two met again for only a few days. But Yi Linyao proved his strength with his actions time and time again, making Lu Ruoxi feel that he was an omnipotent being. Now faced with Li Shuhua's difficulties, Lu Ruoxi naturally thought of Yi Linyao. But does this mean that it brings trouble to Linyao? He finally negotiated the child's admission to school, but he messed everything up because of a blind date. What if Linyao is unhappy? I won't be able to do anything right and will only cause trouble. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Lu Ruoxi was daydreaming, the bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. Coach Lu, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together? The other counselors all stood up and asked Lu Ruoshi, who was still sitting there in a daze. No, that's not necessary. You guys go and eat. I've already prepared it at home. Lu Ruoshi forced a smile and stood up as well. Ever since Yi Linyao became a house husband at home, Lu Ruoshi has not eaten in the school cafeteria. At the same time, in the rental house where Yi Linyao was, Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao and Sibao were still playing with the toys they had bought before in the room. I was also attracted by the aroma coming from the kitchen. My stomach suddenly started growling, obviously I was hungry. A few little guys dropped their toys and followed the scent. When they saw Yi Linyao humming a little tune and busy in the kitchen, and the fragrant smell coming from it, the little ones couldn't help but grumble. Oh, it smells so good. What delicious food did you make today, Dad? Dad, the baby is hungry, can we eat now? And me, Sanbao wants to eat too. Dad, can I not drink the milk powder today? I also want to eat the food you cook. For chubby and cute babies were circling the door, standing on tiptoe to see what delicious food was being cooked on the stove. Don't worry, Mom will be back soon, we'll have dinner when she comes back. Be obedient, Sibao. You are still in poor health and cannot eat, so for the time being I can only ask you to drink more milk powder. But Daddy promises you that when you recover, Daddy will cook delicious food for you every day in different ways, and make sure to make up for what you missed before. Is that okay with you? Seeing the cute looks of the little ones, Yi Linyao couldn't help but rush forward and pick up each of them in turn, and then kiss them on their little faces. Especially when seeing Sibao's pitiful look, Yi Linyao felt a little distressed. Because Sibao has been in poor health since birth. The other 3 babies were weaned off breast milk, but she was the only one who couldn't. Because her digestive ability is not good, no matter how delicious the food Yi Linyao cooks, it will have a certain impact on her stomach. This is his own child. How dare Yi Linyao joke about Sibao's health? But just like Yi Linyao said, if Sibao recovers, he will definitely fulfill his promise and cook different delicious foods for her every day. Well, then Daddy and I make a pinky promise. Sibao nodded sensibly and stretched out his little finger. Pinky promise, Daddy will never lie to you. Looking at Sibao's chubby little finger, Yi Linyao couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't made a pinky promise for more than 20 years, but he didn't expect that he could regain his childhood memories through his child. We've made a promise to each other for 100 years and we won't change our minds. Yi Linyao didn't let Sibao wait for long. He immediately stretched out his little finger and hooked it with the others, and their thumbs were pressed together. With this, the two's vows were officially completed. Great! Seeing that the hook was completed, Sibao smiled cutely again. Dad, I want to make a pinky promise too. And me. Seeing Sibao and Yi Linyao make a pinky promise, Dabao, Erbao and Sanbao also stretched out their little fingers jealously. No problem. Dad will make pinky promises with each of you. While Yi Linyao put down the 4th baby, he stretched out his hand and completed the pinky promise with the other 3 babies. I also made a pinky promise with my dad. Me too, Dad, I love you so much. And me, I like Daddy too. Children are like this, they don't necessarily need material satisfaction. Sometimes just a little care or a small gesture can make them happy all night. Click, click. Just then, the familiar sound of high heels stepping on the ground appeared again outside. It's Mom who's back. The next second, the 4 little babies pulled Yi Linyao's clothes and shouted. Okay, little guys, I'll go open the door. Yi Linyao agreed and walked straight towards the gate. Chapter 106, Max Level Skills Even Without a System. The door opened and Lu Ruoshi stood at the door with a sad face. She didn't even notice Yi Linyao standing in front of her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so unhappy? Seeing Lu Ruoshi standing at the door in a daze, Yi Linyao couldn't help but ask. Oh, no, it's okay, I'm fine. After Yi Linyao said this, Lu Ruoshi came back to her senses and quickly explained with a smile. Come in quickly, my dear, dinner is ready. Yi Linyao looked at Lu Ruoshi deeply, greeted her, and walked towards the kitchen. Little ones, go chat with your mom first, and Daddy will serve the food. When passing by the 4 little treasures, Yi Linyao whispered to them. Then the 4 little ones nodded happily and walked towards their mother's direction. Mom, are you unhappy? Tell Dabao. Mom, did someone bully you? Erbao will help you tell the teacher. Is Mom too tired from work? Sibao, help Mommy touch it too. The four little guys felt a little strange when they saw that Lu Ruoshi didn't chat with them as usual, nor did she hug them as usual. When they saw Lu Ruoshi's unhappy expression, the sensible little ones all started to comfort their mother. Especially the third and fourth babies, they thought their mother was tired from work, so they each grabbed one of her hands and rubbed them gently with their own little hands. It looks like he is giving Lu Ruoshi a massage. It's just that the force is a little small. Mom is not tired, and Mom has not been bullied. Thank you. Looking at the four sensible little guys, Lu Ruoshi's expression recovered a lot. She hugged the four guys and gave each of them a kiss. After all, the four little ones are too young and naturally cannot see through the adults' cover-up. When they saw Lu Ruoshi smiling, they thought that she was fine, but they didn't know that Lu Ruoshi was still worried in her heart. The more she saw that the four babies were sensible, the more she worried that they would not receive a good education. Okay, little ones, go eat first. Remember to wash your hands before eating, okay? I know. After putting the food down, Yi Linyao waved to the little ones. Then a few little ones agreed and ran over happily. Tell me, what happened? Yi Linyao sat next to Lu Ruoshi with a very serious expression on his face. No, I just didn't get enough rest yesterday. Don't be perfunctory with me. I've told you so many times that you don't know how to lie. Every time you lie, your face turns red. As he spoke, Yi Linyao took Lu Ruoshi's hand and patted it gently. The change in Lu Ruoshi today was really weird. Even though her face wasn't red, anyone with enough strength to tell at a glance that something was wrong was on her face. The two of them have been in contact for so many days. From Lu Ruoshi's shyness at the beginning to her gradual acceptance of Yi Linyao, basically every time she comes back, after Yi Linyao opens the door, Lu Ruoshi will give him a big hug. Then add a sentence, "Dear, thank you for your hard work." Or maybe words like, "Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I can smell the delicious food you cooked downstairs." There was an embarrassing incident before when my father-in-law and mother-in-law found out about it, but today not only did they not give me a hug, they didn't even say a word of concern or praise. Lu Ruoshi stood at the door like a wooden man, not moving at all. This situation made Yi Linyao really worried. If he didn't want to make the four little guys worry, he would have wanted to ask clearly just now. Hey, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Lu Ruoshi sighed and told Li Shuhua everything that had happened before. When she said the last part, Lu Ruoshi couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She was really scared and worried about what would happen if Li Shuhua really used his personal power to prevent the four little ones from going to kindergarten. A one-year delay will not only affect their daily lives, but more importantly, the future studies of these little ones will be 1 year behind those of normal children. Being 1 year older than children of the same age will most likely have a subtle influence on them in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. Yi Linyao listened to Lu Ruoshi's words and watched her tears falling. His face gradually darkened. For him, Lu Ruoshi and her four babies are his Achilles heel. Anyone who dares to touch them will surely be subject to his wrath. I'm sorry, I messed up again, I'm sorry. It's okay, just let me handle this matter, don't cry. Yi Linyao smiled, as if everything he had just heard did not make him panic. Sorry. Lu Ruoshi was still very scared and at the same time felt guilty. Linyao had been trying hard to contribute to the family from the beginning to the end, but not only did she not help at all, she kept causing trouble. After Lu Ruoshi said everything that was in her mind, Yi Linyao smiled gently. Okay, stop blaming yourself. This is not your fault. It's that person named Li Shuhua who is so cunning. Yi Linyao had no intention of blaming Lu Ruoshi at all. Only useless people would vent their anger on their family members. But, you had already discussed their schooling. If it weren't for this problem on my end, they probably wouldn't be in this situation now. Let me tell you this now. No matter what happens, I will never blame you. If I really owe you anything, I don't know how much I owe you in the past 4 years. Yi Linyao's comforting skills have reached the max level even without a system. Chapter 107 My wife and children cannot tolerate any grievances. So, listen to me and don't blame yourself so much, okay? As Yi Linyao spoke, he stroked Lu Ruoshi's head with his hand. Her hair still exuded a soothing fragrance. It was natural for him to hold Lu Ruoshi's head in his arms, looking like a little bird that made people eat enough dog food. Lu Ruoshi leaned in Yi Linyao's arms, still sobbing softly. Her sobbing was not only because she always felt like she had done something wrong. Moreover, after doing such a thing, he was not scolded by Yi Linyao, but instead received his care. If a woman can find such a good man in her life, what else does she desire? The four little ones were eating in the dining room. When they heard the crying sounds coming from the living room, they couldn't help but run over to take a look. At first I didn't know what was going on, but I could vaguely feel that something seemed to have happened between my father and mother. Especially when they saw their mother crying, they thought their father bullied her. Then the four little ones didn't even bother to eat and ran directly to their mother to help her wipe her tears. They loved their father very much, but after seeing their mother crying, the four little guys stood directly on Lu Ruwashi's side. The four little guys glared at their father angrily, thinking that their father must have bullied their mother. When I play in the nearby community, I often see boys bullying girls, and they naturally think that it is their fathers who are bullying their mothers. No, mom is feeling a little unwell, dad is taking care of her. Yi Linyao quickly explained that he didn't want his image as a good father to be affected by the damnly Shuhua. He also smiled bitterly. He didn't mind being misunderstood, but he just hoped Ruwashi wouldn't take it too seriously. I was not expecting these things, but since they have already happened, the only thing I can do is to solve them. The little ones were also confused. They believed their father, and they did see that their mother was not in good condition just now. In my heart, I probably also accepted that what I just saw was just a misunderstanding. Little ones, you misunderstood daddy, mommy is not crying, it's just that sand got into her eyes. Dad was just playing games with mom just now. Dad would not bully mom. Dad is the hero of our whole family. He will only protect mommy and you four little ones, understand? Seeing the four little treasures protecting her, Lu Ruwashi felt indescribable warmth in her heart. She had been struggling to hold on over the past few years, and every time she was about to give up, it was these little ones who gave her the courage to keep going. Now, she is no longer supporting herself alone. With Yi Linyao by her side, this problem will definitely be solved. When she thought of this, Lu Ruwashi couldn't help but feel moved. Oh, there's sand in mom's eyes again. Wait for me for a moment while I go clean them. The tears that I had been trying to hold back flowed even more because of the children. Lu Ruwashi could only get up and walk towards the bathroom, otherwise she was really afraid that the four little guys would misunderstand Yi Linyao. Play games? Ha, I want to play games too. Dad, can you play with me? I like playing games the most. Mom, I want to play too. After hearing the explanation, the four little guys regained their previous smiles, pulled Yi Linyao's hands, and clamored to join in. Little ones, be obedient. Go eat first. After you finish eating, Daddy will play with you. Yi Linyao's head started to hurt from being pulled around by the four little guys, so he could only coax and trick them into eating first. I have to say that these four little guys are really obedient. After Yi Linyao finished speaking, they stopped making noises and returned to the dining table, taking their own spoons to start eating. Linyao, that Li Shuhua wouldn't really do that, would he? After cleaning, Lu Ruwashi returned to the sofa and asked Yi Linyao with red eyes. Don't worry, Ruwashi. He's just a director. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants? I've already contacted them. They've made it clear that it's okay. We can just go and register in a few days. Yi Linyao patted Lu Ruwashi's hand and comforted her. Looking at the crying little girl, Yi Linyao couldn't help but smile. It was best for her to stay like this and not have to endure any more storms. Now that he was here, he could leave the rest to him. But he is the director of the admissions office after all. What if he abuses his power for personal gain? What should we do then? Although she listened to Yi Linyao's explanation, Lu Ruwashi was still a little worried. After all, the other party knows their background, and if they are deliberately targeted, they may not be able to enter the kindergarten smoothly. Just leave this matter to me. Who is your husband? I am Superman. Seeing that Lu Ruwashi still refused to let him go, Yi Linyao patted his chest and made a classic Superman move. Ha, you're such a grown-up, why are you so unserious? Lu Ruwashi, who was originally feeling a little sad, was immediately amused by Yi Linyao's actions. At the same time, her emotions gradually stabilized. Just like Yi Linyao said, in Lu Ruwashi's heart, the other party was Superman. Hey, how do you know I'm not serious? Why don't you go to my room and see if I'm serious or not? Seeing Lu Ruwashi smile, Yi Linyao also breathed a sigh of relief. After meeting again 4 years later, he didn't want the other party to suffer any injustice. No matter whether it is Lu Ruwashi or the 4 babies, it's not okay. Chapter 108. It's true that Yi Linyao is embarrassed. Linyao, keep your voice down, the children are watching us. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, Lu Ruwashi's face turned red, and then she said angrily. Although the four little ones had gone to eat obediently, they couldn't help but look at their dad and mom playing games. For children, games are definitely more attractive than food. Well, let's let you go for now. We'll wait until the little ones fall asleep tonight and then. Yilinyao looked back and saw the four little guys who were looking at them expectantly, and could only sigh helplessly. Then he turned around and spoke softly to Lu Ruoshi with a playful look on his face. Humph. Stop talking. If you say something like that again, I'll ignore you. Seeing that Yilinyao was still teasing her, Lu Ruoshi raised her little fist and shook it in front of him, then rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. No, my dear wife, I'm wrong, isn't that enough? Put your fist down quickly, or the little guys will think I'm bullying you again. Seeing Lu Ruoshi raising her fist, Yilinyao's mouth twitched and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. He didn't want what happened just now to happen again. Explaining this to the kids is a real headache. As Yilinyao spoke, he turned around and smiled at the four little guys. He was already prepared. If the four little guys rushed over, he would immediately explain that he was playing a game with Lu Ruoshi and he was not bullying the other party. Haha, let's see if you dare to bully me again. If you do, I'll let the little guys beat you up. Seeing Yilinyao's frightened look, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Look, Mom seems to be angry again and wants to beat Dad. Should we go and help? No way, Mom and Dad must be playing games again. Look, Mom is smiling. Yes, they must be playing games. Let's eat quickly and then play games together, right? Yeah, I love playing games the most. But this time Yilinyao's worries were obviously a bit unnecessary. The four little guys didn't rush over as worriedly as before. They had become accustomed to treating the two people's quarreling as a game, and even eagerly wanted to join their team. Okay, no more jokes, let's go eat, you still have to go to work later. Seeing that the little guys were not angry, Yilinyao also breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled Lu Ruoshi up and walked towards the dining table. Lin Yao, I don't have anything to do this afternoon. I'll just say hello to the school and then I'll stay at home to look after the kids. You'll have to take some time off later. You should go to the kindergarten first to check on the situation. I won't be able to rest easy until this matter is settled. Lu Ruoshi thought about it and decided to express her concerns. Although Yilinyao had promised to let him handle this matter, Lu Ruoshi, as the mother of four little ones, still couldn't just sit there and think about it. Okay, I'll go after dinner. Yilinyao did not refuse and agreed directly. He had already prepared to go to Buetsai kindergarten, but he had no time to go because there was no one to take care of the four little ones. But now that Lu Ruoshi stayed to take care of them, he had nothing to worry about. Lin Yao, I'm full. I'm going to take the baby back to the room first. Lu Ruoshi had been at the table for only a few minutes when she put down her bowl and chopsticks and called the four children into the room. Yilinyao looked at the table full of leftovers and the rice that Lu Ruoshi had hardly touched, and felt very helpless. Under normal circumstances, all the delicacies on the table would usually be swept away. It would not be like this now. But today, Lu Ruoshi encountered such a thing. How could she still be in the mood to eat? If she hadn't seen Yilinyao working hard for the whole morning, she might not have been able to eat even a bite. Lu Ruoshi stopped eating, and Yilinyao also lost his mood. He knew that the best way to help Lu Ruoshi recover now was to quickly arrange for the four little ones to enter the kindergarten. Otherwise, I believe Lu Ruoshi will be as listless as she is today in the days to come. Yilinyao packed up simply and drove out. Half an hour later, Yilinyao drove to the gate of Buetsai kindergarten. After parking the car, Yilinyao took out his phone and made a call. Mr. Yi, I was just about to call you. As soon as the phone was connected, the voice of Xiao Wu from the admissions office came out. It was he and Yilinyao who promised that the little ones would be able to enroll in kindergarten. I'm at the entrance of your kindergarten. Come out and we can talk in person. After hearing what the other party said, Yilinyao's heart skipped a beat and he replied indifferently. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, Yilinyao already had a bad feeling in his heart. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll be right out. Xiao Wu said hello and hung up the phone. A minute later, Xiao Wu hurried to the entrance of the kindergarten. Before Yilinyao could speak, the other party bent down slightly, clasped his hands together and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I just received a notice from above today that there is a problem with your baby's enrollment in the kindergarten. You may have to wait a little longer. As expected, Xiao Wu directly told Yilinyao what he was most worried about. Why? Didn't I prepare all the necessary documents? Didn't I pass the review? Yi Linyao frowned slightly and asked. He did not mention Li Shuohua's matter first, but asked what was going on first. In fact, before coming to the kindergarten, Yi Linyao didn't quite believe what Li Shuohua said. He didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. I just found a kindergarten to enroll my child in, and it happened to be the same kindergarten where Li Shuohua attended. However, Xiao Wu's words now let Yi Linyao know that even if the other party was not the director of the admissions office here, he must know the leader of the admissions office of this kindergarten. Otherwise, everything was fine before, but it changed in just a few days. Although Yi Linyao had already guessed the general answer, he still hoped to get a definite answer from Xiao Wu. Mr. Yi, all your materials are complete and meet our kindergarten's enrollment requirements. For someone with your ability, our kindergarten will definitely welcome you with open arms. But you also know that I am just an ordinary employee in the kindergarten admissions office. The approval of children's admission to the kindergarten is not up to me alone. It must be submitted to the director for review. Only when our director makes the final decision can your child pass the review and come to apply for admission to the kindergarten. But today the director came to me and told me that the registration of your 4 children has to be put on hold. I have to wait for his notification on whether they can be approved. I am really sorry. I hope you can understand, Mr. Yi. Chapter 109, Activating Plan B. Seeing that Yi Linyao was obviously a little angry, Xiao Wu was also a little embarrassed and immediately started to explain. Xiao Wu was a little confused about the director's temporary notice. You have to know that their kindergarten is not an aristocratic kindergarten, and its strength in the entire Magic City can only be considered average. The strength that Yi Linyao has demonstrated is definitely not a problem for an ordinary kindergarten like theirs, let alone those more advanced aristocratic kindergartens. It was definitely something they had been longing for that Yi Linyao chose to come to their kindergarten. In their view, the other party's behavior was completely condescending. Such a big boss should not only not be offended, but should be flattered and curry favor with. The development of a kindergarten naturally cannot be separated from dealing with wealthy and prestigious people, and Yi Linyao is obviously such a person. So when Xiao Wu first came into contact with Yi Linyao and learned of his identity, he was also very excited. As long as he can get along well with Yi Linyao, he might have a chance to move up. Even if it's not a promotion, if such a big boss can give me some advice in other aspects, won't I have fewer opportunities to make money in the future? But who could have thought that today the director would come directly to him and take away the admission applications of Yi Linyao's 4 children? And I reminded myself that I must not be allowed to enter the park without his consent. This made Xiao Wu want to die, and he cursed the director countless times in his heart. After all, a decision made by the other party might cause him to offend the big boss Yi Linyao. This is equivalent to cutting off Xiao Wu's source of income. How can he not be angry? But as I said, he is also very angry. He was just a small employee in the admissions office. Faced with someone of the director's level, he didn't even have the qualifications to be angry. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person, not to mention that the other party's rank is more than one level. Reality is so cruel. When you live under someone's roof you have to bow your head. No matter what, Xiao Wu didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yi Linyao. Even though this incident was not caused by him, he came over and took the initiative to admit his mistake, hoping to be forgiven. Director? Who is your director? After Xiao Wu finished speaking, Yi Linyao's face also sank. Now it is almost the same as what Lu Ruoshi told him. The only thing left now is whether this director is Li Shuhua himself. Our director is Li Shuhua. Mr. Yi, don't be too angry. Our director just told your child to wait a little while. He didn't completely refuse. Sure enough, the next second, the name that made Yi Linyao want to cut into pieces came out of Xiao Wu's mouth. At this moment, Yi Linyao really wanted to rush in regardless of everything, throw the bastard Li Shuhua to the ground and beat him up, making him responsible for his stupid behavior. However, Yi Linyao couldn't help it, because once he took action, it would mean that the 4 little guys' dreams of entering the kindergarten would be shattered. He had always suppressed his anger at home. He, Yi Linyao, was not someone who could be bullied by anyone. Expecting him to let the other person go for nothing is absolutely a daydream. What's more, this damn Li Shuhua was targeting his own wife, and even used his 4 babies to threaten and bribe her. So if he was just beaten up, that would be too easy for Li Shuhua. If you want to do it, you must make sure that the other party is completely ruined. Paying this price will let Li Shuhua know what can be done and what cannot be done. But it would be too unstrategic for him to stand up personally. There was no way he could exchange his bright future for a scumbag. This would be the worst possible thing. Xiao Wu, who was standing by, was also frightened when he saw Yi Linyao's gloomy face. He now regrets giving Li Shuhua away. Xiao Wu's original idea was just that he didn't want to offend Yi Linyao. He was afraid that the other party would think that it was his fault, so he revealed Li Shuhua, the mastermind behind the incident, so that Yi Linyao would not hate him too much. But now Yi Linyao is obviously on the verge of going berserk. If he really rushes in, he will beat Li Shuhua up. Even if it wasn't me who did it, my good days are over. Afterwards, Li Shuhua will definitely find an opportunity to fire him. Once the time comes, it will be a complete loss. Okay, I get it. It's not your fault. Go back to work. Seeing Xiao Wu's frightened look, Yi Linyao reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He is definitely not the kind of person who is unreasonable. This was done by Li Shuhua alone from beginning to end. It is impossible for him to blame Xiao Wu for the consequences. Just like what Xiao Wu thought, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Yi Linyao naturally understood this principle. The other party had already taken a huge risk by voluntarily giving Li Shuhua away. Just this point alone made Yi Linyao very happy, proving that the other party valued him very much. For the sake of one's own interests, one is willing to offend the leader. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi. I will help you follow up on the admissions matter and say a few good words to the director. Once there is a good result, I will inform you as soon as possible. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm leaving now, call me later. Yi Linyao nodded and said nothing more. In fact, he had no hope for Xiao Wu's help. If Li Shuhua could have been dealt with just a few words, what happened today would never have happened. After Yi Linyao got on the car, he did not go home directly, but drove towards another kindergarten. Because a few days ago, when Yi Linyao was looking for a kindergarten for the 4 little ones, he did not just choose Bucai Kindergarten, but 2. Yi Linyao is such a person. Even if something is almost certain to happen, he will still make extra preparations. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be an accident, or that you won't encounter a bastard like Li Shuhua. However, after the deal was concluded with Bucai Kindergarten, Yi Linyao never went to see another one. But now that something unexpected has happened, he can only try Plan B. Chapter 110. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will never give up. Not long after, a kindergarten named New Era appeared in Yi Linyao's sight. After Yi Linyao drove the car to the kindergarten gate and got out, he found that the gate was not locked, so he walked straight in. Sir, who are you looking for? After taking a few steps, he was stopped by an old man in a security uniform. Hello, I want to consult about the registration for admission to the park. While greeting him, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Then wait a moment. I'll go to the office and call the teacher from the admissions office. The old man took the cigarette, nodded with a smile, then turned and walked towards the office area. Yi Linyao looked around and didn't see any children playing here. But it's normal when you think about it. Now is just the registration stage and there is still some time before classes start. During this time, most kindergarten staff are responsible for the final review to facilitate future admission. Not long after, the old man came over with a man. Hello, sir. I'm Mr. Chun from the admissions office. I heard you're here to inquire about enrollment, right? The man walked over, greeted Yi Linyao and introduced himself. Yes, hello, Teacher Chen. I would like to ask if I can still register my child for kindergarten now? I have prepared all the necessary materials for admission. Yi Linyao took out the materials he had prepared at Bucai Kindergarten. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, you're late. Our kindergarten stopped accepting applications last week. In Shanghai, most kindergartens have stopped accepting applications during this period. But don't worry too much, Mr. Yi. As far as I know, the Bucai Kindergarten in this city should not have completely stopped enrollment. You can go over and take a look. And I've just looked at the materials you provided. Mr. Yi, your qualifications are quite excellent. Bucai Kindergarten should be very happy to accept your child. I have a contact number here. You can try to contact me when the time comes. Teacher Chen took it and looked at it, then sighed and replied. If it weren't for the fact that registration has been stopped, those students' parents would have already paid their tuition. With conditions like Yi Linyao's, their New Era Kindergarten would definitely not let him go. Under normal circumstances, if they encounter such good conditions, they will not be stubborn. They often open a convenient door for the other party to sign up for admission. But their teaching staff is limited. If Yilinyao only had one child, it would be easy. But if 4 children go to kindergarten together, then the number of people exceeding the limit is really too much. By then, the only classrooms available will be crowded, which will definitely cause dissatisfaction among other parents. If there is a collective withdrawal from the park or complaints, then they will lose more than they gain. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. I won't disturb you from working now. Yilinyao took the business card handed over by the other party, took a look at it, frowned slightly, then said hello and left. After getting in the car, Yilinyao spread out the business card in his hand again, on which was clearly written the name Li Shuhua. The position column reads, Director of the Admissions Office of Buotsai Kindergarten. Yilinyao naturally wouldn't make this call. Even if I have to fight, I won't beg the other party, but I will confront the other party. Now that everything was pretty much understood, Yilinyao also knew that if he wanted the 4 little ones to enter kindergarten successfully, the only hope was Buotsai Kindergarten. However, the biggest problem here is Li Shuhua. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to enter the park. Yilinyao did not rush to find Li Shuhua, but chose to go home. He doesn't understand the other party yet. If he acts rashly without being sure, it will only make the situation more difficult. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Linyao, how is the matter going? As soon as Yilinyao returned home, Lu Ruoshi, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and asked anxiously. There is a little trouble. Li Shuhua is indeed the director of Buotsai Kindergarten. He has already told the staff below to temporarily suspend the registration of our baby. When questioned by Lu Ruoshi, Yilinyao did not hide anything and told her everything that had just happened. What should we do? Since we can't get into New Era Kindergarten, the only one left is Buotsai Kindergarten? And Li Shuhua happens to be the owner of this kindergarten. He has already spoken up to stop us. What else can we do? It's all my fault. If I hadn't accepted that bastard's friend request, maybe this wouldn't have happened. After hearing Yilinyao's answer, Lu Ruoshi's expression suddenly became gloomy. She didn't expect that Yilinyao went out and brought back bad news. Pa! Lu Ruoshi suddenly became agitated, and at the end of her speech she actually slapped herself. Obviously, in Lu Ruoshi's view, the mistake this time was all hers. If I hadn't given Li Shuhua the opportunity to send a message, I would not have been threatened by the other party. Once Yilinyao helps the children complete the admission registration in a few days, even if the other party wants to do something bad, they will not succeed. Ruoshi, are you stupid? What's the point of hitting yourself? It's not your fault. It's all Li Shuhua's fault. Don't worry, this matter is not over yet. Li Shuhua made me suffer, and I will not let him suffer either. Seeing that Lu Ruoshi still wanted to hurt herself, Yilinyao immediately rushed over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her into his arms. For Yilinyao, although the slap was on Lu Ruoshi's face, the pain was in his heart. He could tolerate being beaten, but he could not tolerate Lu Ruoshi and his 4 babies being bullied. Yilinyao touched Lu Ruoshi's head and said with red eyes. No, husband, don't do anything stupid, you have to think about it, you are not alone now, you still have me and 4 babies. You must not bother with that bastard, or we will not read it this time, and let the babies go to kindergarten next year. Seeing Yilinyao's angry look, Lu Ruoshi was frightened. She was afraid that Yilinyao would impulsively cause trouble for Li Shuhua. If it was just a quarrel, it would be fine, but I'm afraid that young people will be so hot-tempered that they can't help but fight. If something big happens, how will Lu Ruoshi face it alone? Lu Ruoshi finally reunited with Yilinyao, and finally got the children some fatherly care. She would not allow herself to lose this hard-earned love and family affection again. So at this moment, she would rather give up the opportunity for her 4 babies to go to kindergarten this year than lose the man who loves and spoils her. It's not that you don't have to go to kindergarten, it's just that you start 1 year later. But there is only one Yilinyao, and Lu Ruoshi doesn't want him to take risks for her and the children. Silly girl, your man is not a fool. How could he do something illegal? Just like you said, I am not alone now. I still have you and the babies. Everything I do must be considered for you. But I still say that my wife and baby, Yilinyao, cannot be bullied by just anyone, let alone a small director like him. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't do. I will never give up this opportunity to enter the kindergarten. Chapter 111 200,000 Sponsorship Fees. Seeing Lu Ruoxi's worried look, Yi Linyao was relieved. Especially the word husband from the other party. You have to know that Lu Ruoxi is not as shameless as Yi Linyao. Even though she had accepted Yi Linyao's identity, she usually only addressed him by his first name. She was still too shy to say words like dear, husband, etc. But in a hurry, the fact that she could address Yi Linyao like this was enough to prove her love. Hearing that Yi Linyao would not do anything rash, Lu Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Yi Linyao's domineering declaration made Lu Ruoxi extremely excited. This is my man, the man who will think of me and my babies first no matter what happens. Hubby, I believe you. Lu Ruoxi didn't say anything more. She didn't want to ask the other party what solution he had. This would only put more pressure on Yi Linyao, which was not what she should do as a wife. Thank you, wife. I won't let you down. Yi Linyao nodded and kissed Lu Ruoxi on the forehead. Just then, the phone Lu Ruoxi placed on the coffee table suddenly rang a few times. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Wei Xin, from the distant sky, that damn Li Shuhua. Lu Ruoxi immediately opened it to check the content of the message. Ms. Lu, what have you thought about what I said before? Is it time to reply? If you have any doubts about what I said, then look at this. Let me say one last thing. My patience is limited. Evasion is not a solution. Don't think that you can get admission to the kindergarten by delaying like this. As long as I don't agree, your 4 babies will never be able to enter the kindergarten. In addition to these 3 paragraphs, there are also several pictures, which show the admission application form that Yi Linyao had filled out previously, as well as the household registration information of the 4 babies. Since Lu Ruoxi had been living alone before, the 4 babies' household registration was under her name. Although Yi Linyao has returned now, he has not moved his household registration here, so the registered information is also Lu Ruoxi's. This is why Li Shuhua knew accurately that Lu Ruoxi's 4 babies were registered at Bucai Kindergarten. If the household registration was under Yi Linyao's control, Li Shuhua might not have found an opportunity to threaten him. At the same time, in the office of Bucai Kindergarten, Li Shuhua was looking at several documents in front of him with pride. Humph, you want to fight me? Unless you don't want your child to study, you have to go on a date with me for dinner. In his opinion, this photo is the real killer. It's not credible to just talk about it. Now these application materials can't be fake, right? He believed that Lu Ruoxi would definitely think twice before acting. If Lu Ruoxi didn't care about these children, she wouldn't have given birth to them in the first place. After all, no one knows who the child's father is, and this is not just 1 child, but 4. How many people are willing to keep these 4 burdens? So Li Shuhua is now completely sure that Lu Ruoxi will give in and agree to all his requests. Mr. Li, I still say the same thing. I already have someone I like in my heart, and there is no room for other men, so I hope you won't keep pestering me. If you insist on threatening me with my child's kindergarten enrollment, then I will just not enroll him, but I won't let you succeed. Lu Ruoxi took a look at the message and her expression was filled with disgust. She took a deep breath, picked up her phone and replied to a message. If she had discussed it with Yi Linyao before, she might have been worried and scared. She even considered whether she should agree to meet the other party for dinner first, and then say that they were not suitable after the baby entered the kindergarten and then refuse to associate with him. But doing so would be too unfair to Yi Linyao. There was no way she would humiliate the person she loved so deeply just for her child's admission to school. She didn't think much about it. The worst-case scenario was that she would have to go back to kindergarten next year, but she chose to refuse again. Damn it, is this woman crazy? She doesn't even care about her child going to kindergarten? Lu Ruoxi sent a message, which made Li Shuhua stunned, and then his face turned completely dark. He thought of many answers, but he never expected that the other party would refuse again. Even if it was just as Lu Ruoxi said, agreeing first and calming herself down, it would definitely be better than refusing. It seems that the man surnamed Ji is really her new love, otherwise there is no need to treat me like this. Li Shuhua knew about Yi Linyao, because he had just learned from Xiaowu that it was a man who helped the 4 children register. It's just that he simply thought that this man was Lu Ruoxi's friend or colleague. Now that the other party would rather give up the opportunity for 4 children to go to kindergarten than agree to my blind date request, doesn't this mean that she already has a man? No, I can't just let it go. If a woman looks down on me, how can I survive if this gets out? Li Shuhua originally wanted to let it go, but when he thought about how he had been tricked by others, he became so angry that he had no place to vent. Ms. Liu, if that's the case, let's not talk about the blind date anymore. Let's continue talking about your child's kindergarten. Li Shuhua thought about it and sent another message. Honey, I've replied to her message. I don't want to talk to this scumbag anymore. I'll delete her. After sending the message, Lu Ruoshi said hello to Yi Linyao and prepared to delete him as a friend. Yi Linyao nodded and agreed with the other party's approach, feeling that there was no need to continue chatting with such a person. He has also thought of finding other ways to solve the problem of the 4 babies' admission to kindergarten. After all, he is just the director of an admissions office, and there must be people with a higher rank than Li Shuhua in the kindergarten. Wait a minute, there's another message coming. But at this moment, the sharp-eyed Yi Linyao saw the message and immediately stopped Lu Ruoshi. Ask her what she wants to do? After seeing the message, both of them's eyes lit up. Since the other party took the initiative to give up the entanglement, it was naturally a good thing. The thing that the two of them can't accept the most right now is blind dating. Although this incident was caused by his mother-in-law, she didn't know of his existence at the time, so Yi Linyao had no way to get angry with her. Nor did he let Lu Ruoshi ask her mother-in-law to deal with Li Shuhua. Sometimes old people care more about their reputation than young people. Mr. Li, just speak frankly. Now that we've come to this point, as long as your request is not excessive, I can consider it. Lu Ruoshi thought about it and edited a message to send back. Okay, Miss Liu is also a straightforward person, so I'll be frank with you. You know that my family is the only one in the Magic City kindergarten that can enroll students, and the number of places is very limited. Many people are trying their best to get in, and your family takes up 4 places, so if you want to get in smoothly, you naturally have to pay a certain price. I won't make it difficult for you. If you give me 200,000 yuan in sponsorship fees, I can help you finalize the registration today. This is Li Shuhua's counterattack. Chapter 112, Only wisdom can be used, not arbitrary. Since he can't get it anymore, he won't have any bad ideas. For him, as long as he has money, why would he need women? He also learned some information about Yi Linyao from Xiao Wu. He knew that he drove a high-end car and was obviously not short of money. This time he wanted to get some interest back from the other party as the price for the other party's rejection of him. For rich people, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. These 200,000 yuan are really nothing in Shanghai. For someone who can drive a luxury car, this little money should not be a concern. Li Shuhua was very smart. He did not say that the money was given to him, but said that it was a sponsorship fee for admission to the park. Even if I get caught, the worst that can happen is that the money will be confiscated, and I won't get into trouble. If it is not discovered, then under normal circumstances, the money will definitely go into his own pocket. Asshole, why doesn't he just go and rob? The sponsorship fee is actually 200,000? This guy really has bad intentions. He is a devil who eats people without leaving any bones. When Lu Ruoshi saw the message sent by Li Shuhua, her face darkened. She is not from a wealthy family. In order to take care of 4 babies in recent years, even if she lives frugally, she still spends more than she earns. Let alone 200,000 yuan, she might not even be able to come up with 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, the landlord wouldn't have come to her house and asked her to pay the money. Wife, please promise him first and give us a few days to prepare. We'll contact you then. After Yi Linyao took a look at the message, a cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he explained to Lu Ruoshi. Hubby, we can't agree to him. He won't be so easy to talk to. I'm afraid that after we give him the money, he will still make things difficult for us. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, Lu Ruoshi did not send a message, but explained earnestly. She knew that Yi Linyao was rich, but Yi Linyao had already given so much for this family. Even though the other party has disappeared for 4 years, we can't blame him entirely. But the other party didn't know that she was pregnant and had a baby. Otherwise, based on the contact over the past few days, Lu Ruoshi believed that if the other party knew, he would definitely take responsibility at that time. Besides, Yi Linyao's money didn't come out of thin air, it must have been earned through hard work. How could he just give it to that beastly Shuhua for nothing? Don't worry, your husband is not a fool. How could I be schemed against by others? Just do as I say. I will make him pay the price later. Seeing Lu Ruoshi caring about him, Yi Linyao felt warm in his heart again. The reason he did this was because he had already thought of a strategy to deal with Li Shuhua. Okay, but you have to promise me, husband, that you won't give him any money. It's not easy for you to make money, and our expenses for taking care of the baby will increase day by day. Seeing that Ji Linyao was unwilling to speak clearly, Lu Ruoxi didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only explain it again and then send the content requested by the other party to Li Shuhua. Ha, you agreed so readily. Isn't the 200,000 I asked for a little too little? Never mind, let's get the money first, and then we can find a way to blackmail him. Seeing Lu Ruoxi agree immediately, Li Shuhua couldn't help but burst out laughing. The negative emotions that had not been rejected before also disappeared in this instant. Miss Lu, it's settled then. I'll wait for good news. By the way, let me remind you again that the registration for our kindergarten is next Friday. You must give me the money before then, otherwise it will be useless even if you give me the money. After Li Shuhua felt secretly happy, he quickly replied to 2 messages. He was honest about this. If the registration was stopped, he would have no say in the matter even if he was paid. The information of these students entering the kindergarten must be submitted to the Education Bureau for filing and cannot be modified at will afterwards. He, a mere admissions director, doesn't have that right. Don't worry, just wait for my news. Yi Linyao directly took Lu Ruoxi's phone and replied to the message. Then he turned on the screenshot function, took a screenshot of the previous chat history, and posted it on his WeChat. Wife, no matter what message Li Shuhua sends you from now on, don't reply. Wait until I come back and talk about everything. After finishing everything, he returned the phone to Lu Ruoxi, gave her instructions, and then turned and walked towards the door. Hubby, where are you going? Seeing Yi Linyao was about to go out, Lu Ruoxi asked in confusion. Let me keep you in suspense for now, you will know when the time comes. Yi Linyao said mysteriously. He was originally just thinking about solving the problem of his child's admission to kindergarten, and hadn't thought about how to deal with Li Shuhua. But now, the other party's cleverness backfired and he actually started blackmailing me. If Yi Linyao didn't make good use of such good evidence, he would be really sorry for Li Shuhua's hard work. If you want to bring down the other party, the best way is naturally to start with the other party's leader. Li Shuhua holds a high position. Although there are people of higher rank than him in the kindergarten, the only one who can truly decide the life and death of others is the director. In fact, Xiao Wu told him quietly when they left the kindergarten just now. Although the director here has stopped the registration, if we can find the head teacher, perhaps things will turn out differently. However, Xiao Wu also explained that the director is over 50 years old and is a very upright person. It definitely won't work just by giving money or gifts. It was precisely because of Xiao Wu's words that Yi Linyao was greatly inspired. If the other party is also a corrupt person, then he must be in the same boat with Li Shuhua. For such a person, there is no other way to make him give in except to give him money. If it was just 10 or 20,000, perhaps Yi Linyao really wouldn't say anything. But this time the other party asked for a huge price of 200,000. Even if Yi Linyao wanted to give this money, he couldn't take it out for the time being. Because except for the first time he chose money, the subsequent rewards he chose were all rewards like skills. Adding on the expenses for the baby and his parents-in-law these days, Yi Linyao only had a little over 100,000 yuan left. Now that we know that the director is an upright person, he should hate a parasite like Li Shuhua. Well, be careful on the road. Lu Ruoxi did not ask any further questions and chose to respect the other party's privacy. After Yi Linyao got the car from the garage, he set off. He did not go directly to Butsai Kindergarten. He is not familiar with the director now, and it is impossible for the director to meet with him easily, let alone believe what a stranger says. So Yi Linyao had to find an opportunity, a chance that would allow him to start a conversation with the other party. Yi Linyao drove to a wood processing plant 20 miles away. This is the destination of his trip. Chapter 113. I need some inferior wood. The wood used to make beds for the 4 babies came from here. Yi Linyao didn't come here to order furniture. He didn't have the leisure time right now. The purpose of coming here is very simple, it is to see the principal of Butsai Kindergarten. It takes an opportunity for the two of them to strike up a conversation, and this opportunity is here. When Yi Linyao took the 4 little ones to visit Butsai Kindergarten for the first time, he discovered that there were many wooden decorations in the kindergarten. He is a person who pays great attention to details, and he talked about it with Xiao Wu at that time. At that time, Xiao Wu mentioned that these things were the collection of the director, and said that the director was particularly fond of wood carvings. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Who would have thought that Xiao Wu's words at the beginning would actually allow Yi Linyao to find a breakthrough? If it were other hobbies, Yi Linyao might have a headache. However, for Yi Linyao, who possesses top-notch carpentry skills, a hobby of wood carving is not easy. It is no exaggeration to say that after receiving the award, Yi Linyao's woodworking skills are definitely the best in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the living Lu Ban. Yi Linyao wasted no time and drove the car directly into the processing plant. From the outside, you can't tell the size. Once you enter, you'll discover a whole new world. This processing plant covers a very large area, and you can hardly see the end at a glance. In sight, various similar woods were neatly piled together. In addition to wood, there are also some ready-made wooden beds, bedside tables, wardrobes, sofas, and chairs. Hello sir, how can I help you? Seeing a luxury car driving in, a staff member came over and asked enthusiastically. I need to order some lumber, here's the list. Yi Linyao nodded, took out a note from his pocket and gave it to the other party. Sir, we have all the things you want. Here is the price list. Take a look. If there is no problem, you can get the goods at any time. The staff member took it and took a look. He found that Yi Linyao's materials were not special. They were just some common woods. The price is fine. Oh, I forgot to tell you, for this batch of wood I want, please pick out the ones with borers. I want every single one. Yi Linyao just glanced at the price list and then made his request again. Wood with woodworms? Sir, are you kidding? Our factory is not like those unscrupulous factories that use inferior wood to pass off as good quality. All the wood in our processing plant is of high quality. Once wood with borers is found, it will be taken out and then destroyed in a centralized manner. Yi Linyao's words stunned the staff, and then their faces became a little unhappy. He didn't know if Yi Linyao was here to cause trouble, otherwise why would he say such things? But the customer is God. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it against Yi Linyao. He patiently explained the nature of it and pointed in a direction. In that place, as in other places, there were mountains of wood. The only difference is that the wood here is not arranged by type, but various types are mixed together. On a wall in this area, the three big words defective product were clearly written. It must be the low-quality wood that is infested with termites. Sir, if you don't believe me, you can check the goods when you pick them up. If you find a piece of inferior wood with worm holes, we will compensate you tenfold. Seeing that Yi Linyao didn't say anything, the staff member added another sentence. No, I trust you. I just want the wood over there. Yi Linyao didn't waste any words and just pointed at the pile of defective products. Sir, I told you that the wood was defective. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, the staff member's face finally turned completely dark, and his voice became noticeably louder. Obviously he thought Yi Linyao was deliberately playing tricks on him. I know it's a defective product. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'll pay you according to the normal price of wood. Just pay by card. Yi Linyao raised his hand, interrupted the other party, then took out his bank card and threw it to him. Hey, sir, wait a moment, I'll get you an invoice and pick up the goods. The staff member wanted to say more, but after seeing the bank card, he naturally didn't say anything more. His job is to sell goods, and as for the other party's weird requests, it has nothing to do with him. As long as the contract is signed, the money will be in hand. Sir, this is the receipt for your purchase of wood. Please keep it and someone will deliver the wood to you soon. A few minutes later, the staff member came back and handed Yi Linyao a bank card and an invoice. By the way, excuse me, sir, would you like us to process these woods? As long as you buy wood from our processing plant, the processing fee will be discounted. It is definitely more cost-effective than processing it outside. Seeing Yi Linyao swiping the card so generously, the staff member's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Just now, Yi Linyao directly bought wood worth tens of thousands of yuan. For those who are in sales, they will get at least several hundred yuan in commission. In addition, Yi Linyao bought some defective products. These woods could only be used as firewood, but they were sold at the price of genuine wood. The profit was naturally self-evident. This single order of business is definitely more than several normal orders. No need, I can do it myself. Yi Linyao shook his head and rejected the other party's kindness. Boss, let's just treat it as making friends. I'll pay for the wood processing fees. If you have business in the future, just take care of me. Yi Linyao's words made him a little confused. Processing wood was not something that ordinary people could do. Since he had just made so much money from the other party and knew that the other party was generous, he naturally wanted to curry favor with such a big shot. Although the processing fee requires a lot of money, he is an internal employee after all, so he won't have to pay much if you really calculate it. You misunderstood. It's not about money. It's that I really don't need it. Seeing the other party's flattering look, Yi Linyao also wanted to laugh. Master, it's you. Just when the staff wanted to say something else, a truck carrying wood drove over. Chapter 114. Okay, the preparations are almost done. Then a young man came down and instantly became excited when he saw Yi Linyao. The guy who greeted him was none other than the person who delivered the goods to Yi Linyao before. Xiao Wang, do you know this boss? Seeing how excited the young man was, the staff couldn't help but ask. Could it be that the person in front of me is really a master? But he doesn't look very old. Yes, didn't I tell you before? I sent a batch of wood to a master. I was lucky enough to see the master's masterpiece on site. His level is much better than that of the old craftsman here. That master is him. The young man immediately began to introduce Yi Linyao, and when he talked about the other party's carpentry skills, there was only admiration in his eyes. Hiss. It turns out that the boss is actually an expert. I was blind. After hearing what the young man said, the staff was so scared that they gasped. It was not until this time that the staff understood why Yi Linyao said I can process it myself. For someone who can use extremely difficult mortise and tenon joint skills, processing these woods is naturally an easy task. Seeing the two people's admiring looks, Yi Linyao was secretly happy. Master, are these woods delivered to the same place as last time? After the young man finished his introduction, he pointed to the wood behind him and asked, if he had the chance, he would like to spend more time with the master in front of him. Maybe the other party would suddenly become interested and want to teach him something. This is much better than following those stubborn old men in the lumber mill. No, just follow me. Okay, I have something else to do. Let's go now. Yi Linyao greeted and got into the car first. The young man immediately agreed and got on the truck. Soon Yi Linyao brought the boy to the opposite side of the gate of Butsai Kindergarten and stopped. Okay, just help me unload the wood here. After Yi Linyao got off the car, he pointed to the open space next to him and said to the young man, Master, are you going to process this wood here? The young man asked as he unloaded the goods. Yes, right here. Yi Linyao did not deny it. This place is less than 100 meters away from the kindergarten and is the only way to enter and exit the kindergarten. When the director comes out after get off work later, whether he is driving or walking, he will definitely notice Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, kindergarten classes usually end at around 4:30 p.m., so the students must come out first, and the principal must follow the students, but the difference should not be too long. So he only had an hour and a half left. But for Yi Linyao, this time is enough. The wood he chose was not the large wood. The things he wanted to carve were mainly small gadgets, such as the wooden lunchboxes he had made before. Not only does it not take much time, but it also allows you to see the depth of your craftsmanship. In fact, compared to large objects, small things require more skills. Because big things can be processed by machines, but many of these small objects that can be played with by hand need to be slowly and carefully carved by hand to be completed. Then I can feast my eyes again today. Also, Master, please accept me as your apprentice. Not only can I pay you tuition, but I can also serve you tea and water every day. When the young man heard that Yi Linyao was going to process it here, he immediately became excited. I've already said that this is just my personal hobby. Don't talk about taking in a disciple anymore. After Yi Linyao replied, he picked up a piece of wood and began to split it with tools. Soon the outline of a round wooden stool emerged, and then it was time to show off my knife skills. Yi Linyao was seen dragging a round stool with one hand and working quickly on it with a carving knife in the other. My goodness, a master is a master, his craftsmanship is truly amazing. The guy next to him was stunned. This time, the feeling Yi Linyao gave him was even more amazing than last time. Because last time, the wood he pulled over had been cut in advance according to Yi Linyao's requirements. Yi Linyao simply made it and then used the mortise and tenon joint technique to assemble the woods together. But this time, it was a whole dragon, directly from splitting to carving. The difficulty of this cannot be described in just 1 or 2 words. 20 minutes later, a round wooden stool with a diameter of 40 centimeters was made. The 4 sides of this stool are carved with the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. Each mythical beast looks lifelike, as if it is about to jump out of the bench. As for the surface of the stool, Yi Linyao did not choose to carve it. It's not that he can't carve it, but that he wants to sit on this stool. If it were carved, it would definitely be uncomfortable to sit on. After finishing it, Yi Linyao threw the stool under his butt and sat down. In the eyes of others, this kind of thing is a work of art that needs to be placed in a window for display, but in Yi Linyao's eyes, it is just a stool with no other use except to sit on. Master, you actually use such a good thing to sit on. Isn't that a bit of a waste? Seeing such an awesome masterpiece, Yi Linyao sat on his butt. The young man suddenly felt a pain in his flesh and couldn't help but speak. Ha, it's just a stool. You don't need to sit on it. Are you going to sell it? Seeing the boy's bitter face, Yi Linyao smiled and teased. Of course, your chair can definitely be sold for money, 500, no, at least 1,000. How about you sell this chair to me, master, I will give you 1,000. The young man misunderstood Yi Linyao's meaning and immediately took out money to buy the round stool. In fact, the price he mentioned was still a bit reserved. In his opinion, the price of such things could be doubled. If you can make a small profit on this, that would be great. No, not everything can be measured by money. I do this just as a hobby and have never considered buying or selling. Yi Linyao directly rejected the young man. If he really wanted to make money from this, why would he set up a stall on the roadside? It's not just about carving these little gadgets. Simply pick out some top quality wood, carve out a few cool big objects, and then find some discerning buyers to sell them to you. By then, let alone small amounts like 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, he believes that someone would be willing to buy even if it was 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. In fact, what Yi Linyao didn't know was that he still underestimated himself. Not to mention what big object he is going to carve, it's just the chair with the 4 mythical beasts under his butt. Based on the current carving technology, if it were really put up for auction, it would probably be sold for at least tens of thousands. This is because he chose inferior wood with wormholes. If it is high quality and premium wood, the price would probably be at least 10 times higher. After all, this is a craft at the same level as Luban's. You know, if Luban's things are still circulating in the world, they would definitely be antiques of heirloom level. It is normal to sell any one of these items for hundreds of millions. This is the symbol of strength at the top of the world, a living example of celebrity effect. It's just that Yi Linyao is a modern man. Although he has the ability, he is not famous enough. Therefore, the prices of the handicrafts he made must be discounted. Master, you are indeed a master. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Yi Linyao's casual words made the young man feel ashamed and his whole face was burning. He didn't expect that Yi Linyao not only had extraordinary skills, but also had an extraordinary realm. While everyone was haggling over every penny, Yi Linyao remained unmoved and simply treated money as dirt. Perhaps this is what it means to be a big shot in the eyes of others. When ordinary people focus on money, saints do not take such things full of the smell of money seriously at all. Ignorance is not a crime. Yi Linyao shook his head and told the other party not to take it too seriously. Master, you go ahead and do your work. I have some work to do at the processing plant before I get back. I'll come visit you another day when I have time. The guy smiled awkwardly, said hello, got in the car and left quickly. He really wanted to see more and follow his master secretly. Unfortunately, Yi Linyao's skills were too superb, and even if he carved in front of him, he couldn't learn anything. In his opinion, only his master who has specialized in woodworking for more than 20 years can learn the essence of it. What the young man didn't know was that even if his master's master came, he might not be able to learn it. At most, you will learn just the basics. It's just a little bit of knowledge, but for people at their level, it will definitely improve their current level a lot. This is the difference in levels. What the masters do is out of reach for ordinary people. Yi Linyao nodded silently, without even looking at the departing truck, and once again picked up a piece of wood and began to split and then carve. An hour passed quickly and there were not many materials left that Yi Linyao had purchased. At this time, his front was filled with exquisite carvings of all sizes. Chapter 115. The director appears. Wonderful wooden products. My dear, your craftsmanship is really good. The things you carve are so lifelike, just like the real thing. Little brother, are you selling this chair? Young man, how much do you sell this lunchbox for? In just 1 hour, people coming and going stopped one after another. Just like what the delivery guy from the sawmill said before, many people were attracted by Yi Linyao's carved handicrafts and couldn't help but want to take a closer look. Yi Linyao often explained with a smile. Later, as more and more people asked him questions, he became a little annoyed and simply picked up a small wooden board and carved the words "items not for sale" in large letters on it. The font used is very standard regular script, which looks very nice. After all, his purpose here was not to set up a stall, but to wait for the principal of the kindergarten. It should be about time. Yi Linyao took out his cell phone and took a look. It was already 4:25. Parents have started to come outside to pick up their children. According to the kindergarten schedule, the principal should be coming out soon. At the same time, in an office in Butsai Kindergarten, less than 100 meters away from Yi Linyao, a man in his 50s, thin, with slightly sparse hair and wearing black framed glasses, was playing with a wooden handicraft with great interest. This person is exactly the one Yi Linyao was waiting for, the kindergarten principal Zheng Chao. If Yi Linyao were here, he would be shocked. This 50 square meter office is filled with hundreds of wooden handicrafts of various sizes. Even the chair the director sits on is made of wood. From this we can see that Zheng Chao's love for wooden crafts has definitely reached the fanatic level. Ring, ring, ring. Another 5 minutes later, a rapid ring rang. This is the bell for the kindergarten to go off duty. Boom, boom, boom. This was followed by a knock on the door. Principal, the students have finished school and the parents have come to pick up their children. Okay, I understand. You can go home after you finish dealing with some things in the park. Remember to lock the door. It's my turn today, I'll take care of all these things. After the teacher replied, he left the principal's office. Zheng Chao reluctantly put down his crafts, stood up, packed up, and left the office. Not long after, he left the kindergarten and prepared to walk back towards his regular route home. And on the way back, Yi Linyao had already made all the preparations at the necessary places along the way. Hey, why are there so many people gathered here? As soon as he went out, Zheng Chao noticed a crowd gathered not far away and was immediately attracted over there. On weekdays, there are rarely people gathering around here. Because any gathering activities are strictly prohibited near the school, in order to prevent students nearby from getting hurt if there are too many people. So when Zheng Chao saw it, he immediately became angry and planned to come over and give them a good scolding to see who was gathering near the school. Wow, so many good things. This is the first time I've seen so many. That's right. Look at the bench he's sitting on. There are 4 of them, corresponding to the 4 great mythical beasts. They look so lifelike. They're simply invincible. But he doesn't sell it. Why doesn't he sell it? Is he here to cultivate his sentiments? The voices of the crowd gradually came over, and the originally very angry director became a little curious. When he came closer and saw the huge pile of wooden handicrafts, his eyes instantly widened. In an instant, he felt as if an idea appeared in his brain. He immediately pushed through the crowd, walked to the front, and squatted down. Carefully pick up the wooden products on the ground, one by one, and slowly begin to appreciate them. I even relaxed the strength I used, for fear that my hands might accidentally damage these exquisite handicrafts. Wonderful, wonderful, these things are really wonderful. While playing with it, Zheng Chao couldn't help but praise it. His originally angry expression turned into a happy one. These things are simply the most perfect works of art that he has ever seen, and can even be compared with the collections he has placed in his office. What he didn't notice was that Yi Linyao, who was sitting opposite him, had already curled up the corner of his mouth into a charming smile that was not noticeable to anyone. In fact, Yi Linyao noticed Zheng Chao when he walked out. Although the two had never met, Yi Linyao still recognized this person based on his intuition. When he first visited the kindergarten, he saw photos and introductions of some of the teachers and the principal on the walls of the kindergarten. Even though the photo is a bit old, people's appearance does not change much after middle age, so they are still easy to recognize. Did you carve all these, young man? After Zheng Chao put down the handicraft, he asked Yi Linyao. In fact, Zheng Chao's question was a bit redundant, because Yi Linyao was holding a piece of wood in his hand and carving it bit by bit with a carving knife. Yi Linyao did not answer and continued to concentrate on carving the wood in his hands, as if he had turned a deaf ear to what he said. Finally, after 15 minutes, he stopped, blew hard, and then handed the masterpiece in his hand to Zheng Chao. Would you like to see my work? Zheng Chao waited for a long time, and when he saw the young man opposite him handing him the handicraft he had just carved, his Adam's apple moved up and down. He rubbed his hands hard on the clothes around his waist like a child, and then took it with both hands. Good. This thing is so exquisite. It's worthy of being a master among the people. Young man, your craftsmanship is even more exquisite than those masters I have seen in the carving competition before. After careful observation, Zhang Chao couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 116. What? This wood has wormholes. This is a book, a layered wooden book. Although this kind of book cannot turn pages like normal books, from the perspective of exquisite production, it has completely surpassed the level of ordinary paper books today. Not only is there a teacher teaching seriously in front of the blackboard, but there are also students listening attentively in the audience. The situation in the classroom was perfectly carved on this piece of wood. Things that time could not record were captured at this moment by a carving knife and a piece of wood. Finally, at the top of this book, Yi Linyao carved the 4 big characters "Be a role model for others." Every word, every character, and even every detail was carved with a lot of chisels. It can be seen that every part of this wooden handicraft reveals an atmosphere of seriousness. After watching them, Zhang Chao couldn't help but sigh that it is really rare to see wooden carvings made with this kind of technique on the roadside. Not only do you have superb knife skills, but you also have mastered the mortise and tenon joints that only top masters can master. Just based on this, there are probably not many people who can compare to you. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he picked up a wooden lunchbox and explained the subtlety of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the people watching nearby suddenly understood and were even more impressed with Yi Linyao. After all, there are not many people who know the business. Most of the people watching here are attracted by these beautiful things. They didn't know anything about carving techniques, they just knew it should be difficult. But after listening to Zhang Chao's explanation, they realized that it was more than just difficult. Yi Linyao is indeed a super master, no wonder the other party doesn't sell these things. Anything made by a master will be priced staggeringly high. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. However, they were not too disappointed. Although they failed to buy the master's masterpiece, being able to observe the other party's exquisite craftsmanship on the spot was definitely an exciting thing and something they could brag about in front of their friends in the future. Ha, it seems that the uncle is also an expert. He has a lot of knowledge about wood carving. After Zhang Chao finished his explanation, Yi Linyao smiled and praised him. There were so many people standing nearby, but Zhang Chao and Yi Linyao were the only 2 people talking to each other. This inevitably made Zhang Chao feel a little proud. He really liked these wooden crafts. If he wanted to take them away, he had to at least establish a good relationship with the maker in front of him. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Compared with you, master, my level is just a show of skill. Although Zhang Chao said this, his expression was extremely proud. Being able to spot the differences between these sculptures among so many people and analyze the techniques used in them proves how awesome he is. Being praised in person by the master Yi Linyao is an honor that not everyone can get. You have to know that the personalities of these masters are often very strange. They will only talk to people they like. If you look down on someone, no matter how much you say, the other person will not pay any attention to you and will just treat you like air. By the way, master, to be honest with you, I am a collector of wooden carvings and I like these treasures. I am fortunate to meet you today. I have a humble request. I wonder if you can give me 1 or 2 of your works. I know that for the master, these things cannot be measured by money, but I still hope that the master can fulfill it. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he looked at these perfect masterpieces that he couldn't let go of, and finally couldn't help but speak to Yi Linyao. Although the words "items not for sale" were clearly written on the wooden board on the ground, Zhang Chao couldn't just give up after seeing so many items he loved. Even if the final outcome is still unavailable, the words hidden in your heart still need to be spoken out. Just now, the master also showed some appreciation for me. If he thinks I like his works, he will give me some of them. Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? It wouldn't be a big deal to meet a like-minded person like you, so giving him a few works wouldn't be a big deal. It's just a pity. Yi Linyao glanced at Zhang Chao, then sighed and shook his head. What a pity. The previous sentence made Zhang Chao's eyes light up. It seemed that the other party really wanted to give up a few masterpieces to him. But the next sentence left him a little confused and he didn't understand its meaning for a while. So he quickly asked. But the next second, he knew what this "what a pity" meant. Boom! 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 Yi Linyao quickly pulled out the wooden stool from under him, and then smashed down the works in front of him one by one. Each blow seemed to be made with all his strength, and with every impact, wood broke and sawdust flew out. Everyone around subconsciously dodged far away to avoid being hurt by the flying wood pieces. Hiss, smashed? Smashed, why is everything smashed? Is this the master? He carved such a painstaking work, but not only did he not sell it, he also smashed it without thinking. He really treats money like dirt. In just a dozen seconds, all the works were smashed beyond recognition and turned into broken pieces of wood on the ground. Even the bench in Yi Liniao's hand had horrible cracks on it from constantly hitting other woods. The people watching on the sidelines were all dumbfounded, and everyone looked painful. They know that these things are all from the hands of masters, and each of these works is worth a lot of money. Everything is ruined now. The loss must be at least hundreds of thousands, right? Hey, master, why are you doing this? Such a perfect masterpiece. How could you do this? Especially Zhang Chao, he looked more distressed than anyone else. Some even knelt on the ground and looked at the wood that had turned into a pile of waste. You know, they were works of art with great collectible value just a moment ago. For him, what he feels sorry for is not the money, but the works themselves. Every piece of work he had just seen was much better than anything he had seen before. If he were asked to collect one of these works, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. He would rather the wooden stool fall on himself than on these perfect masterpieces. Unfortunately, he reacted too slowly. When he came to his senses and wanted to reach out to rescue, Yi Liniao had already destroyed all his works. Uncle, take a closer look. Do you really think these things can be called perfect? Yi Liniao ignored the others and picked up the wooden book on being a role model from the ground and handed it to Zhang Chao again. However, the carvings on the book had disappeared, and a corner of the book had been smashed off, so the inside of the wood could be seen at a glance. At this time, Zhang Chao was still immersed in the pain of his work being destroyed, and he was a little bit unable to understand what Yi Liniao had done. When he saw the remaining half of the wooden book, his pupils suddenly contracted and he saw several things that shouldn't appear. This wood is of inferior quality and has wormholes in it? Chapter 117. How about we call each other brothers? What Zhang Chao saw was a row of insect holes hidden inside the wood. The presence of wormholes proves that the interior of the wood is likely to have been hollowed out by worms. It may not be a problem in the short term, but if it is displayed as a collection for a long time, such wood will be more likely to mold and rot. Yes, it is because the wood is eaten by insects, so it is just a beautiful appearance with rotten inside. How can I give such a work to others? Not only is it disrespectful to the uncle, but I can't get over it myself. Yi Liniao nodded and explained patiently. Great, really great, a master is a master. Not only is his craftsmanship extraordinary, but his character is also the same. After hearing Yi Liniao's words, everyone present applauded. They are all laymen and have no idea whether the wood is good or bad. If Yi Liniao had been willing to sell these works just now, they would definitely not have had any doubts. There may even be a competition to raise the price due to the scarcity of quantities, and in the end the price may far exceed the normal range of street stall prices. Regardless of whether there are problems inside, on the surface, this is definitely a perfect work. This is just the understanding of outsiders, and Zhang Chao, as an insider, naturally knows more than them. These woods are infested with termites and are likely to contain insect eggs, which will cause the wood to rot later. If antivirus is handled in a special way, this will not happen. In that case, such a product can still be called a masterpiece, but the price will be slightly lower due to the quality of the wood. However, with Yi Liniao's carving skills, such so-called defective products are not affordable for ordinary people. However, under such circumstances, Yi Liniao was able to destroy these works himself. Such noble sentiments cannot but be admired. For Zhang Chao, even if it is a defective product, he will cherish it as a treasure if it is given to him. But it's too late to say these things now. The things have been smashed and his dream has been shattered. No wonder everyone says that the master has a weird temper. Today, Yi Liniao can definitely be considered the weirdest of the weird. The master is right. How can such a work be appreciated by the master? Zhang Chao gritted his teeth and replied with a forced smile. But at this moment, in his normal state of mind, he had already vaguely determined Yi Liniao's character. He was now in his 50s or 60s and had seen too many corrupt people. It is really hard to imagine that a young man like the one in front of me could have such a high level of awareness in character and morality. By the way, master, it's getting late. I wonder if you could do me the honor of having dinner with me. I have some questions about carving that I would like to ask you. Although the things in front of him were smashed, the master Yi Liniao was still there. As long as you can establish a relationship with this master, you will naturally have a chance to get his works. No problem, meeting is fate. You and I have similar interests, why not discuss it with each other? As soon as these words came out, Yi Liniao cheered loudly in his heart. the opportunity finally came. He smiled and agreed to the other party's request. "Uncle, wait a moment, I'll clean up." Yi Linyao pointed to the debris all over the ground and the broken wooden products and said, "Master, do you not want these things anymore?" Just as I was about to start cleaning up, someone in the crowd asked. "Yes, no, I'm going to throw them in the trash." Yi Linyao replied, and when he was about to start cleaning up, the person next to him stepped forward to stop him. "Master, just go and have dinner with this uncle, we will take care of these things." "Yes, master, you have worked so hard to carve for so long, let us do this little thing." When they heard that Yi Linyao didn't want it, these people agreed and started to snatch it. Although these things were smashed by Yi Linyao, not all of them were smashed to pieces. Many things were still intact, just missing a corner. If it were an ordinary item, it might not be worth much if it was smashed, but if it was made by a master like Yi Linyao, it was hard to say how much it could be sold for. These people know that if this thing is sold, there will definitely be a lot of people who want it. If you are lucky enough to piece together the broken parts, even if the value is halved, it will still be a considerable income. "Ahem, let's go, uncle." Looking at the wood on the ground being snatched away in an instant, Yi Linyao was a little bit amused. At first, it was just to attract Zhang Chao's attention, but who knew it would attract so many passers-by? At this time, he really wanted to try carving some wooden products and sell them. But that's all later. The most urgent task is to deal with Zhang Chao so that the 4 little ones can enter the kindergarten smoothly. "Okay, master, come this way. There's a delicious restaurant not far away." Zhang Chao agreed immediately and pointed to a building not far away. While leading the way, I couldn't help but look back at those people who were returning with full loads, while mentally cursing myself for being stupid. Why am I always a bit slow to react? Why don't I think of helping to clean up these works? Just like what those onlookers thought, even if these things were smashed, they could not be compared with other handicrafts. At least among the collections in Zhang Chao's office, there is nothing comparable to it. But all the things had already been divided up by passers-by, so there was no hope for him. So he decided to find a way to further deepen his relationship with Yi Linyao. I hope that my efforts can really bring some rewards. Soon, Yi Linyao came to a restaurant under the guidance of Zhang Chao. As the host, Zhang Chao ordered a few bottles of beer and several side dishes. Yi Linyao knew at first glance that it was a common trick, a typical get him drunk first and talk later approach. Although he didn't like drinking, his initial thoughts this time were actually similar to Zhang Chao's. In that case, let us see who gets drunk first. After taking his seat, Zhang Chao asked the store owner for a few bottles of liquor without any hesitation. He also specifically reminded me that the alcohol content of the wine was still very high. Yi Linyao was still stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the opponent to use the royal bomb right at the start. This rhythm seems to be going on until I'm drunk. It seems that at the beginning, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. But since he had already come here, Yi Linyao had no way to retreat and could only drink it with gritted teeth. Then the two of them started chatting about woodworking skills. "Master Yi, I have benefited a lot from having such a long talk with you today. If you don't mind, we can become close friends regardless of age difference, and call each other brothers from now on. I am older than you, so I will take advantage of you and call you brother. What do you think?" Chapter 118. The director was furious when he learned the truth. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhang Chao used his drunkenness to try to get close to Yi Linyao. In his opinion, it didn't matter even if he was rejected. He could just treat it as drunken talk and he wouldn't be laughed at. "If you don't mind, I would be more than happy to do it." Yi Linyao naturally would not refuse Zhang Chao's request. You know, he originally just hoped to be able to talk to the other party, but he didn't expect that now he would become a close friend regardless of age. Becoming a brother to a man older than his father can be said to have far exceeded the goal he set at the beginning. Brother Yi is so straightforward. Let's have another drink. I've been the principal of a kindergarten for such a long time, but this is the first time I've found someone who shares the same ideals as me. Hearing Yi Linyao's agreement, Zhang Chao smiled like a flower. Once we have this relationship, I believe our collection will increase significantly in the future. Especially when thinking of Yi Linyao's superb craftsmanship, Zhang Chao felt secretly happy. Just when Yi Linyao was still wondering where to start to introduce the real purpose of his visit, the other party directly exposed himself and said that he was the principal of the kindergarten. "Brother, I just heard you say that you are the principal of Buetsai Kindergarten, right?" Now that they were in a good relationship, Yi Linyao didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. "That's right. If any of your relatives or friends' children need to go to kindergarten in the future, just let me know. I will arrange it for you. I don't know if he was drunk, but Zhang Xiao's face turned red and he started to speak carelessly. He patted his chest and made a promise. Helping is mutual. If you want to get benefits from others, you must also show some sincerity. He has lived for 50 or 60 years, so he should know something about this. Brother, I have a question I want to discuss with you. Yi Linyao thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Just say it, brother. Seeing Yi Linyao's expression turn serious, Zheng Chao stopped playing around and replied seriously. Perhaps it was due to the effect of alcohol, his face was flushed and his eyes even looked a little confused, which really made Yi Linyao believe that the person in front of him was answering seriously. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that this is the purpose of getting him drunk in the first place. Brother, do you remember the wooden book I carved just now? Do you remember the words teacher's model on it? Of course I remember, my brother's carving skills are unparalleled. Being a role model is also my consistent teaching style. That's why I just kept saying that we two met too late. Having said that, Zheng Chao seemed to have lost all his modesty. Then let me ask you, brother, just like the wood that was eaten by termites before, if a teacher has bad intentions, can such a teacher still be described as a role model? After Zhang Chao finished speaking, Yi Linyao asked another important question. The other party's mind was confused, and the continuous deep-sea bombs easily made him lose his thinking ability. No, since it is called being a role model, then this teacher must serve as a role model for others to learn from in terms of character and knowledge. If a teacher has bad intentions, how can he be a role model for others to learn from? He can only be despised. Zheng Chao didn't know why Yi Linyao asked this, but he still expressed his thoughts. But at this moment, he still didn't realize what Yi Linyao's real purpose was for coming to the kindergarten this time. Brother is right. A teacher should be upright and act accordingly without being told. If he is not upright, he will not act accordingly even if he is told. Yi Linyao showed a hint of approval and also summarized the meaning of being a role model in one sentence. This sentence comes from the famous educator Confucius. The translation of this sentence means, teachers must be consistent in what they say and do, be consistent in what they say and do, set an example for others and be a role model for others. Brother, if you don't treat me as an outsider, just say what you want to say. Don't hide it like this. It makes me uncomfortable to hear it. After Yi Linyao finished speaking, Zhang Chao, with a red face, finally couldn't help but ask. Maybe he didn't understand what Yi Linyao said at the beginning, but the topic kept revolving around being a role model, which was obviously about his kindergarten. He was a little confused, and with the effect of alcohol, his ability to think was getting worse and worse. It is better to say it directly so that it is easier for you to understand. Since you said that, I'm being hypocritical. Just take a look at it yourself and you should understand what I mean. Just like what Zhang Chao said, Yi Linyao had almost said everything. He took out his cell phone and showed Zhang Chao the chat records between Li Shuhua and Lu Ruoxi that he had intercepted earlier. The effect of alcohol made him a little dizzy, and he had to stare at his phone for a long time before he could find the chat history. Even so, Zheng Chao was still looking at these chat records very hard. Needless to say, the avatar on the left must be the director in charge of admissions, Li Shuhua. Zheng Chao spent nearly 10 minutes reading just a few dozen chat records. Asshole, this is outrageous. Who gave him the courage to do this? When he saw the end, Zheng Chao was so angry that he slapped the table. The guests at other tables were shocked. Brother Yi, I assure you that our Buetsai kindergarten will never charge any admission sponsorship fees. This was all done by that beastly Shuhua alone. It has nothing to do with our kindergarten. It seemed that he was really angry. Zhang Chao's already red face even made Yi Linyao feel like it would bleed at any time. Brother Yi, I'm deeply sorry for what happened to your friend. I will immediately start to deal with this matter in the next 2 days. I will find out all the evil deeds that Li Shuhua has done over the years and catch all these bad apples in one fell swoop. After that, I will arrange for someone to contact your friend's child to register for kindergarten as soon as possible. When Zhang Chao saw Yi Linyao staring at him without saying anything, he immediately spoke up. This time, Zhang Chao had no intention of flattering Yi Linyao. What he said came from his heart without any falsehood. Their kindergarten is not a big one and its ranking can only be considered average. It can even be said to be the lowest ranked school in Shanghai. If they really want to charge a sponsorship fee, it must be as high as 200,000. How many people would come to study here? How many people can afford to study? If you really have that much money, wouldn't it be better for others to go to an aristocratic kindergarten? Why spend so much money on such an ordinary kindergarten? Do you really think other people's money comes from the wind? Chapter 119, One Trick to Conquer the World. Today, thanks to Yi Linyao showing him the screenshots, he knew that Li Shuhua had done these despicable things under the guise of kindergarten registration. Otherwise, he would remain in the dark. Not only would his money be made by this guy, but the kindergarten would also have to bear the blame. As the director of a kindergarten, he will definitely be misunderstood. Others may not dare to say anything about him to his face, but they will definitely stab him in the back behind his back. After all, if a director dares to do this, it is absolutely unacceptable to say that he has no responsibility as the principal. The reason why he did not deal with Li Shuhua immediately was that he hoped to follow the clues and deal with all those who abused their power for personal gain. Otherwise, if one Li Shuhua is dealt with, there will be a second or third Li Shuhua who will come out to cause trouble. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, you will only leave yourself with endless troubles. I believe what you said, brother. Although we have only known each other for a short time, I know that you are a person of good character and a true role model for others. As for contacting my friend, there's no need for that, because that person is my wife, and those 4 babies who want to enter the kindergarten are my children. Just give me a clear idea of when I can come to pay the registration fee. After listening to Zheng Chao's words, Yi Linyao was quite satisfied. Just as Xiao Wu said before, Zheng Chao is not the same as Li Shuhua, and his initial judgment was completely correct. The current situation is only better than what I expected at the beginning, without any deviation at all. It's just that Zheng Chao usually didn't interfere too much in the behavior of his subordinates, so Li Shuhua took the opportunity to abuse his power for personal gain. What? These quadruplets are all yours, brother? After hearing this, Zheng Chao was stunned for a moment. His brain was a little confused. After a few seconds, he showed a kind smile, which was totally inconsistent with the image of a completely drunkard. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. If it were anyone else, having quadruplets would be a huge headache. Fortunately, these little guys were born in your family. They are so lucky. Zheng Chao was really shocked to hear that the quadruplets were all Yi Linyao's. Just like he said, it's hard to raise one child these days, let alone 4. Especially in a big city like Shanghai, it would cost millions to raise one. As for these 4, just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Well, I always thought it was my honor that they were born in my family. Their arrival has completely changed me. Being praised like this, Yi Linyao bowed with both hands in return, but deep down he still believed that Lu Ruoshi and the 4 babies were gifts from God to him. A gift that cannot be measured by money. Brother, no matter what, Li Shuhua is the director of admissions at my kindergarten, and I cannot escape the blame for the trouble he caused you. After I finish dealing with it in the next few days, I will have someone contact you to register. As for the tuition fees for your 4 children this year, I will not charge them. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Zheng Chao thought about it and expressed his thoughts. The school waived 1 year's tuition for Yi Linyao, which seemed like Yi Linyao had gotten a great deal, but in fact it was not the case. Thanks to Yi Linyao for showing Zheng Chao this matter, if he took this screenshot to the education department to report it, it would definitely be a successful report. It is obvious that Li Shuhua will be fired and may even be imprisoned. As the director of the kindergarten, he will definitely be punished because of his joint liability. If most of the students enrolled drop out, the loss might not just be the annual tuition for Yi Linyao's 4 children, but at least several million. This is still calculated based on 1 year's income. If we calculate it over a longer period of time, Zheng Chao really can't imagine it. Now Zheng Chao's approach can not only help him do Yi Linyao a favor, but also help him calm things down and avoid any unexpected events in future operations. Since you've said that, brother, I won't be hypocritical. I'll thank you in advance. Brother, don't you like collecting wooden sculptures? How about this, brother, see if there is anything you like, and I will show you my ugly face. Yi Linyao wanted to refuse, but the other party's enthusiasm made it difficult for him to refuse. In addition, he didn't have much cash on hand, and this Bucai kindergarten was not a big kindergarten. But in a big city like Shanghai, the annual tuition for a kindergarten like this is more than 20,000 yuan per person. The total cost of 4 babies is almost 100,000 yuan a year, which is quite a burden for him. This is why Lu Ruoshi has always had a headache about going to kindergarten. However, Yi Linyao is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others or owe favors to others. The debt of favor is greater than the sky. I believe that with my top-level woodworking skills, these handicrafts can be worth some money. Really? Then I really don't know what to say this time. I should be the one to say thank you. As soon as Yi Lingyao finished speaking, Zhang Chao stood up excitedly, then held Yi Linyao's hands with both hands and expressed gratitude. He didn't expect that Yi Lingyao would actually take the initiative to offer him works and even promise to give him several pieces. Such a good thing made him feel like a dream. Brother, just give me the model of being a teacher that you used to have, and the stool of the 4 sacred beasts that you used to sit on. I will be satisfied with these 2 things. And you are so kind, brother. As a big brother, you can't be too stingy. Your child's tuition for the next few years will be waived. You must not refuse. I can tell you for sure that I am the one who is taking advantage. This time, Yi Lingyao could really see that the old man was really drunk and was talking nonsense. When you think about it, it's not a big loss for me. Besides, this is the only chance to enroll this year, so I just have to grab it. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll pick out some quality wood in a few days and bring it to you after the carving is done. Zhang Chao had already said it, so there was no need for Yi Lingyao to refuse. At this moment, he was secretly very happy, because the tuition fee for 3 years was more than 300,000 yuan. This is more than the cash reward he received after obtaining the system. You only need to pay 2 pieces of work to exchange it. It took him less than an hour to create these 2 works. In Zhang Chao's words, the value of his 2 handicrafts is definitely more than 300,000. This is too easy to make money, isn't it? I'm afraid I can make a fortune with this skill. Just thinking about the speed of making money, Yi Lingyao couldn't calm down. The saying one trick is enough to conquer the world is indeed true. Chapter 120 Waiting for my wife's punishment. Okay, it's getting late. I still need to go back and contact a few people to investigate. I'll contact you when I have some news. Zhang Chao looked at the time, waved to the waiter to pay the bill, and spoke to Yi Lingyao. Okay, brother. I'll wait for your good news then. Yi Lingyao agreed with a smile. I thought I would be the one to get drunk, but he got drunk first. Fortunately, I called a taxi to take him back. If he had vomited in his own car, I would have been asking for trouble. As he had also been drinking, Yi Lingyao called a designated driver to drive him home. I'm back. After Yi Lingyao entered the room, he greeted Lu Ruoxi, who was sitting on the sofa. Shoo, keep your noise down, the little ones are asleep. Lu Ruoxi raised her hand and pointed towards the bedroom, reminding. Yi Lingyao smiled awkwardly. He was so happy just now that his voice was a little loud. In addition, he and Zhang Chao had spent several hours on this meal, so it was already 9 o'clock in the evening when they got home. For little babies, this time is indeed early for bedtime. Hey, Lingyao, have you been drinking? Don't tell me you were out for so long just to drink. Just when Yi Lingyao was about to come over and hug Lu Ruoxi frowned and a strong smell of white wine rushed towards her. If it were normal times, Lu Ruoxi wouldn't say anything. It's no big deal for a man to drink a little and smoke a little. They are the ones who earn money to support the family, and they have to bear the pressure alone. I often drink a glass of wine and light a cigarette to relieve stress. But Lu Ruoxi didn't eat a single bite of food from noon until evening. Seeing that Yi Lingyao was drunk, it was inevitable that Lu Ruoxi would get angry. Instead of spending time drinking, you might as well think of a way to solve the problem of your child going to kindergarten. Wife, do you think I just went out to drink all afternoon? Seeing that Lu Ruoxi was obviously angry and even avoided his hug, Yi Lingyao smiled helplessly. Lu Ruoxi did not answer, but just looked at Yi Lingyao quietly, waiting for his explanation. Although she knew in her heart that Yi Lingyao was not such a person, the situation still made her subconsciously think in this direction. Okay, you win. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. The kindergarten issue for the 4 little ones has been resolved. They can go and register for admission in a few days. Seeing Lu Ruoxi remain silent, Yi Lingyao shrugged and used his trump card. What? Really? The kindergarten issue has been resolved? The babies can go to kindergarten? The next second, Lu Ruoxi's expression was shocked and she asked Yi Lingyao in disbelief. She thought she had heard it wrong, but when she saw Yi Lingyao smiling and nodding, she knew it was all true. Even though Yi Lingyao usually likes to joke around, based on her understanding of Yi Lingyao, he would never joke about attending kindergarten. Lingyao, tell me the truth, you are not going to give money to Li Shuhua, are you? Suddenly Lu Ruoxi's smile slowly disappeared and she asked worriedly. The speed at which his expression changes is even faster than turning the pages of a book. After all, Yi Lingyao had only been out for a few hours, and she couldn't think of any way to deal with this difficult matter. So people simply thought that Yi Lingyao went to see Li Shuhua and then solved the problem with money. If that was the case, she would rather the issue not be resolved. What Li Shuhua wanted was not just 1 or 2,000, but a full 200,000. Even if you save money this time, who knows when this person will be short of money again? By that time, you will be burdened with a huge mountain that cannot be solved at all. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Am I such a fool as your husband? I'm lucky enough that I didn't beat up that bastard Li Shuhua. I even gave him money. Seeing Lu Ruoshi's expression change instantly, Yi Lingyao hurriedly comforted her. Although Lu Ruoshi was obviously angry, Yi Lingyao understood that she was still thinking about him. He didn't want his money to be given away to that bastard Li Shuhua. There will be many places to spend money in the future, so they must plan for the future now. Then tell me, how did you do it? After listening to Yi Linyao's explanation, Lu Ruoshi's complexion recovered a little, but she continued to ask. Dear, have you forgotten that I am your husband, a Superman? If I can't handle such a small matter, how can I protect you and the child? Yi Lingyao smiled mysteriously. Humph, why are you so annoying? You want to tell me that you have solved it, but you refuse to tell me the answer. You are so mean. Seeing Yi Linyao's playful expression, Lu Ruoshi was so angry that she raised her fist and punched him. People are like this, once their interest is piqued, they are eager to know the answer. But Yi Lingyao just refused to say anything, which made Lu Ruoshi a little depressed. Wife, just wait for a few days. Even if I don't announce the answer, you will still know the result. Looking at Lu Ruoshi's pitiful appearance, Yi Lingyao almost couldn't control himself and blurted out the answer. However, during the meal just now, Jing Chao specifically told Yi Lingyao not to reveal the relevant details until he had dealt with Li Shuhua. If there is any mistake, it will not be worth it. Yi Lingyao naturally agreed to Zhang Chao's suggestion. It's not that he didn't trust Lu Ruoshi, but he was worried that Lu Ruoshi would accidentally let the cat out of the bag during the conversation with Li Shuhua because the problem had been solved. If it affects Zhang Chao's actions, then all the efforts Yi Lingyao had made before will be wasted. Well, honey, you've worked hard today and done a great job. You're the hero of our family. Thank you. Lu Ruoshi finally did not ask any further questions. She knew that if Yi Lingyao could say it, he would have said it long ago. She also didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. My dear, I've been running around all afternoon and going out several times, and you just said thank you, without any other expression? After Lu Ruoshi finished speaking, Yi Lingyao looked at her with a pitiful look. Then tell me, how do you want me to express it? Lu Ruoshi didn't expect Yi Lingyao to make a request. But now that Yi Lingyao has brought it up, it would be a bit unreasonable for me not to express my opinion. Hee hee, what else is there to say? Just relive the old days. Yi Lingyao raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a charming smirk, and then whispered to Lu Ruoshi. When he said the last part, he even raised his eyebrows towards the direction of the bedroom, fearing that Lu Ruoshi didn't understand. Ah, you Yi Lingyao, you only know how to bully me, I'll beat you up. Lu Ruoshi did not react at first, but after seeing Yi Linyao's actions, her pretty face turned red. The next second, he raised his fists and pretended to hit Yi Lingyao. Ha, honey, spare me, I won't dare to do it again next time, please let me go. Seeing Lu Ruoshi's cute angry look, Yi Lingyao felt a little itchy in his heart. Humph, if you dare to think about it next time, I will never let you off today. Listen carefully, follow me into the room, and I will punish you according to the family rules. Seeing Yi Linyao's embarrassing look of surrender, Lu Ruoshi almost laughed out loud. Then he pinched Yi Linyao's ear with one hand and walked towards the room. Yes, my wife is right. If you don't obey, you should be punished and punished by the family rules. Yi Lingyao was not a fool, he understood everything from the other person's eyes. So Yi Lingyao was quite obedient, and followed the other party into the room with a smile, to accept Lu Ruoshi's house law service. Chapter 121. The quota has been given to someone else. Time flies and it is Friday. This day is the deadline for registration for Buotsai Kindergarten. Buotsai Kindergarten, admissions office. Li Shuhua was pacing back and forth anxiously, and the clock on the wall was ticking away. Assholes, they don't reply to messages and don't answer calls, what on earth are they trying to do? Do you really think that you can successfully register after today? You really don't take me, the director, seriously, do you? Ever since making the agreement with Lu Ruoxi, Li Shuhua has been waiting for his dream of getting rich every day. But it has been almost a week and the other party seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth, without any response. On the other side, Lu Ruoxi and Yi Linyao had already returned to their previous life trajectory. Lu Ruoxi gets up early to go to work every day, and Yi Linyao takes care of the 4 little ones at home, then prepares delicious food and waits for Lu Ruoxi to come back. In fact, in the first few days, Lu Ruoxi was still a little anxious every time she received a message from Li Shuhua. Because every time Li Shuhua sent a message, he would say some threatening words, asking them to raise the money as soon as possible. If Yi Linyao hadn't told her that Li Shuhua's good days were coming to an end and he wouldn't be able to live for many more days, Lu Ruoxi would definitely have replied. However, with Yi Linyao's reassurance, Lu Ruoxi simply ignored the other party's messages and even blocked the phone call. Time is running out. I might as well sell the quota to a few other students. Even though it's not worth 200,000, it's better than going home empty-handed. Finally, 2 hours before the registration was about to stop, Li Shuhua gave up the idea of Lu Ruoxi. Although this is a full 200,000 yuan, it is also based on the premise that the other party is willing to take out the money. Now that the other party is unwilling to take out the money, he certainly won't give these 3 places here for no reason. Lu Ruoxi, I hope you won't regret the decisions you've made now. After Li Shuhua sent this message to Lu Ruoxi, who was one of his friends on WeChat, he never paid any attention to her again. Next, he has to find a reliable buyer for the next 4 spots. Among so many kindergartens in Shanghai, the price of admission places is actually not particularly expensive. So since Lu Ruoxi doesn't buy it, he can only lower the price a little bit and then sell all the places as soon as possible at a low price. Finally, hard work pays off. At the last minute, I spent a lot of money to help you get a spot, but there are still many people who want this spot, so the price is 30,000. If you transfer the money now, the spot will be reserved for you. Please consider it and give me a reply within half an hour. If you exceed the time limit, I will contact other people. After making the decision, Li Shuhua opened WeChat, edited this message, and sent it to 4 parents. Don't think about it. I'll take the spot. Thank you, Director Li, for your help. I'll remember your favor and treat you to a meal some other day. Director Li, this quota must be reserved for my child. Don't contact anyone else. I will transfer the money to you now. In just a few minutes, the 4 parents replied one after another, and each of them agreed to the conditions proposed by Li Shuhua. For them, 30,000 yuan is not a small amount, but compared to their children's education, this amount of money is nothing. What's more, among all the kindergartens in the whole Magic City, only this one has the opportunity to enroll. Scarcity makes things valuable, so from a certain perspective, the 30,000 yuan is a worthwhile price. One of the parents was afraid that the spot would be taken away by someone else, so he transferred 5,000 yuan more to Li Shuhua, asking him to keep the spot. Hee, although I didn't get Lu Ruoxi's 200,000, this amount of money is not small at all. Looking at the balance on his credit card, Li Shuhua nodded with satisfaction. In fact, for Li Shuhua, he had never thought of accepting the 200,000 yuan from Lu Ruoxi. After all, he went there for a blind date, and the other party's application met the kindergarten's requirements, so it was impossible for him to earn that money. Due to the appearance of Yi Linyao, Li Shuhua was destined to fail in getting Lu Ruoxi, so he decided to use his power to blackmail the other party. At this point, he began to admire his own business acumen, being able to temporarily change his thinking in such an emergency situation and minimize his losses. It seems that I am really suited to doing business. Maybe if I follow this path, a new world richest man will emerge. Ha 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 ha. Even though Lu Ruoxi agreed to give him money at that time, he did not fully believe it. Instead, they made preparations for both scenarios and found those parents whose children were denied admission because their conditions did not meet the kindergarten's requirements. Li Shuhua contacted these people in advance, promised to help them find a way to get admission to the park, and then offered to exchange money for it. For those parents, if they can secure a place by spending some money, they will naturally agree. Otherwise, according to the kindergarten's regulations, their family's financial resources would definitely not be able to afford it. In this way, if Lu Ruoxi changes her mind, Li Shuhua can sell the quota to these people. Although the money is a little less, it is better than getting nothing. No matter what, Li Shuhua is the final winner of this deal. Miss Lu, I want to inform you that the kindergarten enrollment quota is full. After Li Shuhua received the money, he took out his cell phone again, edited a message and sent it to Lu Ruoxi. Chapter 122: A thank you gift from a top master. Bitch, this is the price for playing tricks on me. If you still want a spot, it's not just 200,000 that will solve the problem. You'll have to pay double the price. Li Shuhua could have chosen not to send this message, but when he thought about how the other party had made him wait for so many days and had fooled him for so long, he had to let the other party know. It is absolutely wishful thinking to want to get a place in the park by delaying time. Even if he didn't sell the place himself, even if he gave it to someone else, Li Shuhua would never give it to Lu Ruoshi and would not let her child enter the kindergarten. This is the consequence of offending Li Shuhua. Of course, if Lu Ruoshi was really scared and took out the money, Li Shuhua would not refuse to accept it. Only a fool would not make money. As for those 4 parents, the worst that can happen is that we just return the money to them. Anyway, they have the final say on enrollment, and those people have no right to bargain. Lin Yao, he sent another message. There shouldn't be any changes, right? Looking at the information on Weixin, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but ask. After reading the news just now, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Hee, what can change? Don't look at how Li Shuhua is so arrogant now, he doesn't even know that his death is imminent. Yi Linyao glanced at the message, revealed a hint of disdain, and replied disapprovingly. Since he said so, Lu Ruoshi couldn't say anything else. 6 days had passed since Yi Linyao told her that the problem of going to kindergarten had been solved. During these 6 days, Lu Ruoshi has not received any information or phone calls regarding kindergarten admission notifications. Although Yi Linyao told her not to worry, she still couldn't help but worry. Before everything was settled, there would always be variables. This is happening to my own child, how can I just sit there and do nothing about it? Yi Linyao told her that Li Shuhua's good days were over. Until now, the other party is still threatening me with the registration issue, which shows that nothing is wrong with him. Having said that, what really worries Lu Ruoshi is not just Li Shuhua. Yi Linyao's behavior in the past few days also made her a little puzzled. I don't know if it's because I made beds for the babies before and then made wooden lunchboxes in front of my parents-in-law. After receiving praise from myself and my family, I fell in love with wood carving. I called and had someone deliver some wood these days. Every day after the children fell asleep, he would run to the balcony alone and carve with wood. Lu Ruoshi has also seen the sculptures, and they are indeed stunning and perfect. It is much better than any wood carving I have seen before. At first she thought Yi Linyao made these wood carvings to improve his life and planned to sell them to earn some extra money. But when she saw the invoices for the raw materials purchased by Yi Linyao, she was shocked. Just a few small pieces of wood cost tens of thousands of dollars. This price is too expensive. She couldn't imagine any wood carving that could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars, because in her opinion, Yi Linyao's approach was not about making money, but a complete waste of money. Lu Ruoshi is an outsider after all, and naturally doesn't understand the value of wood carvings, so she has such an idea. Even though Yi Linyao spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy raw materials, after his processing, the price would at least increase tenfold or even 100 times. Yi Linyao might be the only person in the world who has such amazing carpentry skills. Combined with these high-quality woods, the carved items are naturally top-notch. No matter what it is, once it reaches this level, it is basically not sold at a fixed price, but is often sold through auction. This is the reason why scarcity makes things valuable, and it is also the reason why masterpieces of great masters are sold for hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. It's just that experts see the doorway, while laymen see the joke. In Lu Ruoshi's opinion, Yi Linyao was just wasting time and squandering money. According to an expert like Zheng Chao, this is a masterpiece of a master and a priceless collection. Lu Ruoshi finally gave up the idea of dissuading him. No matter whether Yi Linyao was a spendthrift or not, the money was earned by him. She can now say that everything she eats, lives in, and wears comes basically from Yi Linyao, including all the living expenses of the 4 little ones, which are also paid for by Yi Linyao. Under such circumstances, it would be a bit inappropriate to still point fingers at other people's hobbies. Lu Ruoshi didn't ask, and Yi Linyao naturally didn't explain. The reason why he made these wood carvings was definitely not because of his hobby, nor was it for selling them for money. Now that we have the system, there are many opportunities to make money, and there is no need to stick to wood carving. Just like Yi Linyao would not rely on singing or cooking to make money. For him, these skills are just a part of life, a catalyst that makes life more exciting, not a skill to make a living. He who owns the system just wants to spend more time with his family and let them live a life without worries about food and clothing. Instead of going out to work every day, leaving Lu Ruoshi and her son at home to live a lonely life. That was not what Yi Linyao wanted. What he wanted was to enjoy life freely and without any restraint. It's not the kind of person who runs around for money every day and engages in intrigue for money. The wood carvings he made were exactly what he had promised Zheng Chao before, that he would give a few of them to the other party as a thank you gift for freeing his baby's tuition. Since it is a promise, it must be fulfilled. Keeping one's word is one of Yi Linyao major principles in life. Otherwise, a person who does not keep his promise will not be respected, no matter how great his achievements are, but will only be despised. Just this morning, Yi Linyao delivered the wood carving that he had promised to Zheng Chao. In addition to the wooden book engraved with "Be a Model Teacher," there are also wooden stools with the 4 mythical beasts. This time the wood carving is different from the last one at the entrance of the kindergarten. In addition to selecting high-quality wood, Yi Linyao also put a lot of effort into the processing of carving details. First of all, Yi Linyao carved the teacher who taught in the model teacher into the appearance of Zheng Chao. Not only the appearance, but also the other person's facial expression was carved out by Yi Linyao one by one. In the book, Zheng Chao was seen holding a piece of chalk in one hand and teaching the students in the audience with a focused expression. Just by looking at this work, one can immerse oneself in the teaching atmosphere and feel the other party's strictness. Then the same goes for the wooden bench with the 4 mythical beasts, except that the 4 mythical beasts are carved more lifelike. The top part of the stool, where people sit, was also reworked by Yi Linyao. It was no longer the same as before, just a blank plane. Because he knew that Zheng Chao liked wood carving much more than he did, and how could he take such a masterpiece of a master back home and use it as a stool to sit on? This is absolutely a blasphemy to the master and the divine work. Since it is not used for sitting, but just for viewing and collection. Naturally, the front of the stool cannot be bare like before, as that would be too ugly. So Yi Linyao carved the 3 stars of fortune, wealth and longevity directly on the wooden bench. For the Chinese people, these 3 gods are well known and are also everyone's favorite gods. Especially the god of wealth and the god of longevity, one represents getting rich and the other represents longevity. Isn't it for money that people work hard throughout their lives? If they could get rich, then they wouldn't have to work so hard and could enjoy life to the fullest. Similarly, when people have money, they start to think about their health and hope that they can live longer. Otherwise, if you have money but can only live for a few short years, I believe no one would be happy, right? Therefore, wealth and longevity are the most valued. Add a lucky star to symbolize smooth sailing and avoiding danger. This is also a deity that people respect. Especially the rich, they have money and know how to maintain their health. So if you can live a peaceful life, live a long life and be rich, that would be perfect. Therefore, Yi Linyao directly chose to pair the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou together. The meaning is self-evident. Combined with the 4 mythical beasts of ancient times, it can suppress all evil spirits, ghosts, and evil gods. This wooden stool can definitely be called perfect. Yi Linyao is such a person, if he does something, he either doesn't do it or strives for perfection. Chapter 123. The day of school finally arrived. After everything was done, Yi Linyao and Zheng Chao agreed on a time and handed the things to each other. When the other party saw the 2 wood carvings, he jumped up excitedly like a little child. Zheng Chao didn't expect Yi Linyao to be so considerate. Not only did he fulfill his promise and bring him the wooden books and wooden stools he asked for, but he also exceeded his promise. He actually carved himself into the wood sculpture. Since I am an educator, this is very appropriate for me. Finally, the wooden stool that was requested earlier was the icing on the cake. The perfect combination of the 3 stars of fortune, wealth and longevity made Zheng Chao smile. For a person like me who is nearly 60 years old, what could be more gratifying than such a blessing? I have never seen such a perfect collection in all the years I have been in the wood carving industry. Zheng Chao really didn't know how to express his gratitude for what Yi Linyao had done for him. Previously, Zheng Chao decided to waive 3 years of tuition for Yi Linyao because Yi Linyao promised to give him 2 wood carvings. But now it seems that the value of any one of these wood carvings exceeds the tuition fees for these 3 years. If it were really put up for auction, that piece of wooden book that represents teaching might not be worth too much. But this wooden bench with the 3 stars of fortune, wealth and longevity and the 4 divine beasts on it would probably cost you at least $1 million. At that time, Zheng Chao was so excited that he wanted to kneel down to Yi Linyao on the spot, otherwise he really didn't know how to express his feelings. But how could Yi Linyao accept Zheng Chao's greeting? Not to mention that Zheng Chao is older than his father, just because they are close brothers, he would not take advantage of the other. If he really wanted to do that, he might as well not send it, or just do it perfunctorily, carve it casually and complete the task. There was no need for Zheng Chao and I to have such a close relationship. At the beginning, I only met him because of my child's schooling. Yi Linyao asked Zheng Chao to come out not just to give him a wood carving, At that time he did not say when he would give the wood carving. The reason for choosing today is because Li Shuhua had said before that today is the deadline for enrollment in Bucai kindergarten. Just like Lu Ruoshi said, Zhang Chao never contacted her after that day. Although he knew that the other party would not lie to him, for safety reasons, Yi Linyao still decided to send the things out today. In this way, I would have a suitable excuse to inquire about the baby's admission to the kindergarten and the outcome of the handling of Li Shuhua, the black sheep. The reply we got at that time was that the investigation had been almost completed and all the necessary evidence was in hand, and they were just waiting to catch the turtle in the jar when the park opened. The director has been collecting evidence and is preparing to take action. He has collected most of the evidence in the past 2 days and is just worried about finding a time to explain all these things to Yi Linyao. I simply told Yi Linyao the truth and asked him to bring the child to the kindergarten on the opening day. As for the registration matter, it will be omitted directly. Xiao Wu will contact him when the time comes. It is precisely because of this that Yi Linyao did not take the threatening message sent by Li Shuhua seriously. No matter how awesome Li Shuhua is, he is just the director of the kindergarten's admissions office. Who is Zhang Chao? He is the principal of the kindergarten. The most powerful person in the kindergarten. Zhang Chao's rank is much higher than Li Shuhua's. As an employee, Li Shuhua naturally doesn't dare to ask about matters decided by the boss. This is just like how Xiao Wu didn't dare to ask about Li Shuhua's decision. A higher-ranking official can crush a person. But this time, it was not Li Shuhua who was suppressing others, but he was suppressed by others. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and today is the official opening day of the kindergarten. Lu Ruoshi got up early in the morning, changed the 4 little ones into clean clothes, and dressed them up beautifully. Little guys, you must listen to your daddy obediently later, okay? Everything is ready, Lu Ruoshi said to the 4 little guys with a smile. Originally, Lu Ruoshi was also going to go with them. After all, it was no small matter for the little ones to go to kindergarten. It was also the first turning point in their lives. But the school is holding a counselor meeting today, so I can't just take leave, unless Lu Ruoshi doesn't want this job anymore. It has been less than a month since Lu Ruoshi came here, and she has already asked for leave several times because of the little one. If she continues to be so negative, even if she has good abilities, she will end up being fired. Although Yi Linyao told her many times that it was better not to do the counselor's job and asked her to go home and help him take care of the baby. As for living expenses, don't worry, Yi Linyao will take care of this responsibility. Lu Ruoshi believed what Yi Linyao said, and he had already proved it to her through his actions. With the financial resources Yi Linyao has shown now, she can indeed go back home and enjoy life. As I said, I owe Yi Linyao too much and don't want to cause any more trouble for him. Besides, he had hands and feet, and he was not the kind of person who would sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and be vain and greedy for fame and fortune. There was no need to put all the burdens of life on Yi Linyao alone. Now that the two are back together, Lu Ruoshi, as a wife, must also shoulder her share of responsibilities. Only in this way can the relationship between two people be more stable and lasting. Lu Ruoshi could only helplessly entrust the matter of taking the baby to kindergarten to Yi Linyao. She believed that Yi Linyao would never let her down. What she was afraid of was her 4 little ones, afraid that they would be naughty and disobey Yi Linyao. After all, kindergarten is a new environment. From today on, it can be said to be the second home for these 4 little ones. If they stayed by my side, those little guys wouldn't dare to disobey. As a mother, Lu Ruoshi loves her children, but she has her own way of teaching. Don't blindly agree to children's requests. If it is beneficial and helpful to the child's growth, she will agree. So even though the 4 little ones are only a little over 3 years old, some 4 or 5-year-old children are not as sensible and obedient as them. This is the result of Lu Ruoshi's years of hard work. So although the little guys like Lu Ruoshi, they were more afraid of her. Lu Ruoshi had no choice but to do this. She had been alone before, and her parents were out of town, so it was impossible for them to stay by the side of the little one for a long time to take care of him. Of course, the most important thing is that my parents are not young anymore and their health is not very good. Taking care of one little kid might be manageable, but if I have to take care of 4 at the same time, even a young person like me would not be able to handle it, let alone my elderly parents. So she could only be strict with her children, so that they could grow up as quickly as possible, be sensible, and understand how difficult it is for them. But if Yi Linyao takes him alone, it would be hard to say. The degree of his doting on these 4 little guys is definitely greater than that on himself. He even treats the 4 of them better than himself, his wife. Lu Ruoshi didn't say anything on the surface, but she was actually a little jealous inside. But sometimes she felt ashamed when she thought about it. An adult was actually jealous of her own child. Although Lu Ruoxi did not agree with Yi Linyao's actions in her heart, she did not stop him. She knew that Yi Linyao was making up for the 4 missing years and making up for the 4 little ones' fatherless childhood. Even though it was just an accident and he only found out he was pregnant with a child 4 years later, he did not choose to escape and fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband and a father. Similarly, everything Yi Linyao did also caused some changes in the thinking of the 4 little guys. Now, whatever the 4 little guys want to do, they don't discuss it with Lu Ruoxi, but go to talk to Yi Linyao instead. Don't worry, Mom. Dabeo will listen to Daddy. The same goes for Erbao. I'll just stay by Dad's side and not wander around. Don't worry, Mom. Chapter 124. Let us make 3 rules first and then talk about the rest. After Lu Ruoxi finished speaking, the 4 little guys quickly agreed. At this time they were very obedient. They were not nervous or afraid at all about going to kindergarten. They were just excited. Last night Yi Linyao told them that they would go to kindergarten today. As a result, the 4 babies got up early in the morning before Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoxi woke up. Then he ran to their room and woke them up. It was really laughable. They are usually quite sleepy, so Yi Linyao usually wakes them up after making breakfast. But today was very unusual. They got up before Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoxi woke up. It can be seen how attractive this kindergarten is to the little ones. The 4 of them had been to kindergarten with Yi Linyao once before, and they had a lot of fun in the kindergarten. Although the feeling was not as good as the amusement park that Yi Linyao took them to, it was much better than the park he usually went to with Lu Ruoxi. In fact, in addition to giving classes to babies, kindergartens spend most of their time letting children play games. There are many kinds of play equipment in the kindergarten, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a mini playground. It's just that the recreational facilities here are all for children. Otherwise, how could a child of a few years old, without the company of his parents, accept the new environment and the teachings of strangers so quickly? Under normal circumstances, when children have been with their parents for a long time, they will resist and feel afraid when facing other strangers. This is when the parents are around. If their parents are not around, they will lack a sense of security and easily develop some feelings of rejection in their hearts. As a result, after going to kindergarten, many children are unable to adapt at first and will cry constantly. It's impossible to ask parents to take the child back home as soon as he or she cries, right? It might be okay for 1 or 2 children, but if all the children cry like this, how can the kindergarten continue to operate? Even if the kindergarten is willing, the parents will not be willing. To each of their families, these children are their darlings. They cannot bear to beat or scold them, so how can they bear to see them crying? Therefore, the kindergarten teachers had already anticipated such a situation and had already prepared a plan to deal with it. When children cry, teachers usually try to comfort them first. If that doesn't work, they will take them to play on the rides. Once children's attention is attracted by toys, they will gradually forget their fear. At the same time, they will gradually develop a liking for the teachers who give them toys, and eventually develop a sense of dependence on them. My wife told you not to worry. I took these kids to kindergarten once before. I was filling out application forms in the office while they were playing with the teacher outside. Everyone was very well behaved. When they finally left, they all clamored not to leave, and the teacher praised them and gave each of them a little red flower as a reward. Yi Linyao didn't take Lu Ruoxi's worries to heart at all. If Yi Linyao really had something to worry about, it was that he was worried that these 4 little guys wouldn't want to come back after playing so much. Today is the opening day of the school. Although we are just divided into classes, we can get to know our teachers and classmates. The amusement facilities in the kindergarten are very attractive to children, especially when there are so many friends of the same age. The little ones will definitely have a lot of fun and want to go home with me. Maybe what will give Yi Linyao a headache in the end will not be how to get these little ones to kindergarten, but how to get them home. Okay, then be careful on the road. If my meeting ends early, I'll go to the kindergarten to find you. Seeing the 4 little guys agree immediately and follow Yi Linyao so closely, Lu Ruoxi was very pleased. Although this happiness came 4 years late, seeing the results today, Lu Ruoxi feels that she and her child are blessed by God. Well, you should focus on your work first. Alright, little ones, say goodbye to your mother. We are about to set off. Yi Linyao nodded, then waved to the 4 little guys who were already impatient. Great, I can go to kindergarten now. Goodbye, Mom. The 4 little guys said in unison, and then happily followed Yi Linyao out of the room. Soon a group of 5 people arrived at the garage. The 4 little guys are really smart. After riding in Yi Linyao's car several times, they can find the car easily without Yi Linyao leading the way. Then after Yi Linyao opened the car door, the 4 little guys climbed into the back seat very obediently. The 4 of them sat side by side, quietly waiting for the car to start. Sit tight, Dad is about to leave. After Yi Linyao helped the 4 little ones fasten their seatbelts, he started the car. For some reason, Yi Linyao now feels that these little guys are beginning to understand his thoughts a little. Sometimes he doesn't even need to explain it deliberately, the little ones can do it very consciously, and now they can best satisfy their parents' hearts. Ha, this is pretty good. Such a cute and well-behaved child is not something that anyone can have these days. Yi Linyao sighed inwardly, then slowly stepped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, Yi Linyao drove to Butsai Kindergarten. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but there were already at least dozens of cars parked in the parking spaces at the door. Looking around, one parent after another was walking into the park with their children. Here we are, little ones, ready to get off the bus. After Yi Linyao parked the car, he greeted the 4 little guys behind him. Dad, these balloons are so pretty, red, blue, and white. Dad, I want balloons. I want it, too. The 4 little ones couldn't wait any longer, especially when they saw the colorful balloons decorated at the entrance of the kindergarten. They screamed with excitement. Seeing the little ones so happy, Yi Linyao also smiled. Balloons? No problem. Dad will buy them for you later. But Dad has one condition. After you get off the bus, you can't run around. You have to follow Dad closely. If anyone doesn't obey, I won't buy him balloons, and he won't be allowed to play with the toys inside. Yi Linyao opened the car door and helped them unbuckle their seatbelts while giving instructions. Chapter 125, You want to know until you compare. If it were any other day, it wouldn't be a big deal, but today was the opening day of the school, and there were more than just children from their small class. There are also many children in the middle and senior classes who need to enter the kindergarten. So the number of people in Butsai Kindergarten today is probably at least hundreds. Under such circumstances, Yi Linyao could not guarantee whether there were any bad guys sneaking in. If it was just one child, it would be relatively easy for him to take care of, but it would be hard to say if he had to take care of 4 at once. What if 4 little ones run in 4 directions because of some amusement facility or toy? Which one should you chase? Don't ever think that a 3-year-old child can't run fast. If he is not held by the hand, he will disappear immediately. If he ran around in the kindergarten, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the fear was that he would get lost and be kidnapped by someone. Yi Linyao couldn't bear that responsibility. So before getting off the car, he had to make 3 rules. Dad, we will be obedient. We will follow you wherever you go. Sure enough, once toys were involved, the 4 little guys immediately became quiet again. Children love to play by nature, especially since 3 of these 4 children are boys. But when they heard Yi Linyao say that they were not allowed to play anymore, they became scared. For them, this is definitely the most severe punishment. Seeing that the children had quieted down, Yi Linyao nodded with satisfaction and picked them up one by one. Then let the eldest child hold the second child, and the third child hold the fourth child and stand on both sides of them. He then held the hands of his second and fourth children, and the 5 of them walked side by side into the kindergarten. At this time, on the playground of the kindergarten, more than a dozen teachers in kindergarten uniforms were welcoming new students and completing registration procedures for them. Right in the middle of this group of teachers was a man about 30 years old, with average looks and a slightly plump body. This person is none other than Li Shuhua, the director of the admissions office, and also the representative of the kindergarten welcoming the new students today. Hello, parent. Just sign here. Follow our teacher into the classroom and someone will help assign your child to a class. At this time, Li Shuhua took the application form handed over by a parent and completed the registration after confirming that it was correct. Just as he was about to register the next person, a commotion not far away caught his attention. Wow, look, this parent is taking care of 4 children by himself. Oh my god, it seems like these 4 kids are the same age and look alike. Their looks are comparable to those of child stars, right? Could it be that they are quadruplets? This is too amazing, right? It's not just the quadruplets that are amazing, right? It should be their parents who are amazing. This is the magic city. The cost of just one baby is overwhelming. Wouldn't the cost of these 4 babies added together be outrageous? You are right. It is indeed a huge pressure for us, but it should be a piece of cake for this parent. I saw them at the door just now. This parent drives a luxury car, and the 4 little ones are wearing top branded clothes. Each piece costs at least several thousand yuan, which is more expensive than our adult clothes. With such spending power, how could he be someone who is short of money? How could he be comparable to ordinary people like us? These parents, who were still in the process of registering their children for admission to the kindergarten, were immediately attracted by the 4 adorable babies entering through the door. These little guys are enviable and jealous in terms of their looks and dressing. What I envy is that although they are also children, other people's babies are cute and pretty, handsome and cute, and their eyes are full of cleverness. What makes them even more jealous is that not only is their own baby ugly, but when compared with the other party's child, the baby looks like a silly boy, which makes these people have to sigh at the powerful genes of the other party's parents. Whether it's her figure, appearance or temperament, there is nothing to complain about. Even compared with the current young stars, he is not inferior at all. But I look very average, and when I stand next to that parent, I am instantly outshined. Not only is he inferior to the other in appearance, but he is even less wealthy than the other. I took my child to the kindergarten on an electric car, which was not only unsafe but also extremely cold. It is already late autumn and the temperature is getting lower day by day. Electric cars don't have any protection from wind and rain, they just move forward against the wind. I rushed to school early in the morning and not only was I shivering from the wind, but the children were also in trouble. But what about others? Their whole family drove a car, protected from the wind and rain, and arrived at the kindergarten gate comfortably and safely. What the other party was driving was not an ordinary car for commuting, but a luxury car worth nearly 1 million. The gap between the two can be imagined. Although children are young, it doesn't mean they are stupid. They also know that riding in a car is more comfortable than riding in an electric car. No wonder people say that this is an era of competing with one's father, and you must never let your children lose at the starting line. Unfortunately, as a father, my strength is limited, and I cannot compete with such a big guy. With such a clear gap, it is difficult for their children to avoid losing at the starting line. As for the hatred mentioned at the end, it is even simpler and clearer. If this wasn't a kindergarten and it was just on the street, it wouldn't be a big deal. When encountering such a situation, these parents can only secretly regret in their hearts, wondering why they did not work hard to let their children become rich second generations. But now this is a kindergarten, and today is the opening day, so everyone who comes here has to take classes. This means that this encounter with each other is just the beginning. In the next few years, they will meet this parent and his 4 babies. What's even worse is that your baby will become classmates with the other baby. If you keep doing this for a long time, staying with such outstanding people, it would be strange if you are not affected and feel inferior. Even if their babies are smart, they will naturally be outshined when they are with babies from similar families. Over time, the gap between them will grow larger, making them feel inferior. Not only will the children have such thoughts, but their parents will also feel ashamed. They couldn't understand why such an outstanding and wealthy person would choose to go to school with them. Wasn't this clearly a way of making life difficult for them? However, they dared only keep such complaints to themselves and would never dare to speak them out loud in front of the other party. Even if they say it out loud, they can't do anything to the other party. They can only humiliate themselves and become a laughingstock. The people were talking about none other than Yi Lingyao and his 4 little ones. Chapter 126: Li Shuhua and Yi Linyao's first meeting. As soon as the 5 of them walked in, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Just like what those parents said, this is Shanghai, and in such a high consumption place, a baby can make the parents exhausted. Not to mention 4 babies. If others give birth to 4 babies, they may even have a problem as to how they can survive. However, Yi Lingyao has 4 babies and enjoys life in different ways every day. This is the so-called truth that comparison makes one feel dreadful. Mom, those 3 little brothers are so cute. The clothes they wear are also very pretty. I want to play with them. Dad, that little girl is so cute, I want to be friends with her. Not only the adults were talking about Yi Lingyao and the 4 little ones, but the children around them were also attracted. It's just that because they are young, they don't care about whether the other person has money or not. Apart from food and fun, the only things they can focus on are naturally their friends. And these children of the same age who have outstanding looks are the objects of their attention. Everyone wants to make friends with people they think are good looking, because when several people have never met each other, the only thing they can judge about each other at the beginning is their appearance and clothing. Pleasing to the eyes, this sentence is definitely not directed at adults, but at everyone. No matter whether it is an object or a person, beautiful things will attract people to get close to them inadvertently and make people feel happy. So it's not surprising that these children would ask such questions. No, you can't play with them. No, you can't be friends with her. Listen to mom, let's play later, okay? Almost at the same time as these children asked this question, their parents gave a rejection answer. Adults always make choices after weighing the pros and cons. Most children raised in wealthy families are born with a sense of rudeness and arrogance. They know that they are inferior to others in all aspects, so the only way to avoid being laughed at by others is to keep a distance from them. The children are still young, and these things are a little difficult for adults to accept, let alone children like them who are only 3 or 4 years old. The fact that they were in the same kindergarten was already embarrassing for the adults. But now, their own children actually want to make friends with these people, which makes them very angry. In their opinion, an outstanding person always has a few followers around him. If your child plays with the other party, there is no doubt that the other party will be in the C position and your child will be the other party's follower. And they are now giving up the idea of having children for the good of the children. After all, what the other person eats, wears, and the cars their parents drive are incomparable to those at home. By the time your children have been with each other for a long time, they will notice the differences in each other every time. What if they told me that they also wanted to eat delicacies, wear famous brands and ride in luxury cars? How would I, as a parent, feel? Children are the easiest to imitate, but such an outstanding wealthy family is something that ordinary families like them cannot afford to imitate. Even if doing so will hurt children's enthusiasm for making friends, they must nip this potential risk in the bud. Listening to everyone's discussions, Yi Linyao felt secretly happy. After all, anyone would be happy to be praised by so many people. Especially since they not only praised themselves but also praised their children, this made him extremely proud. It is true that a good father will have good sons. I am so outstanding, and my 4 little ones are also remarkable. This feeling of being the center of attention is really addictive. This man should be the one Lu Ruoshi mentioned as her crush, right? Why is he here? Seeing Yi Linyao appear with 4 children and causing a sensation in the entire kindergarten, Li Shuo's expression also became a little ugly. Today is the opening day of the kindergarten, and all the parents here are here to register for admission. If it was before he found Lu Ruoshi, it would be understandable for Yi Linyao to bring the child here. After all, the other party's information met the kindergarten's registration requirements and he had already passed the assessment successfully. However, after I took action, the other party's admission qualification was cancelled, and the place was given to 4 other parents. Why did Yi Linyao bring his child here at this time? Could it be that he wanted to challenge me? Do you want to argue with yourself and get your spot back? If this is true, then the other party is really too naive. This is Botsai Kindergarten, and I am the director of the admissions office here. Looking for trouble in your own territory, isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you really think you are so great just because you are rich and can act tough with others? At this time, Li Shuo's expression returned to normal, and even had a hint of pride. He had always wanted to give Yi Linyao a good time, but he just never had the chance. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to come and slap me in the face, if I don't slap him hard, I would be really letting down Yi Linyao's kindness. Yi Linyao didn't know what Li Shuhua was thinking, so he wasn't afraid. Before coming here, Zheng Chao had explained everything to him, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. If he really had to be afraid, Yi Linyao was actually afraid that Li Shuhua would not show up today. In this case, he could only feel regretful and couldn't bear to see this bastard get into trouble. Soon Yi Linyao brought the 4 little ones to the center of the playground. All parents who needed to enter the kindergarten had to register here. Yi Linyao took a quick glance and locked onto Li Shuhua in the middle. It's not that he recognized Li Shuhua, but he saw a big sign next to where Li Shuhua was. There are big words written on it, Small Class Registration Office. For new babies entering the kindergarten, they should register here. In fact, it is not only Li Shuhua who can register for small classes, but also several other teachers. Yi Linyao did not go to other teachers to register, but walked straight to where Li Shuhua was. Li Shuhua had been staring at Yi Linyao since he walked in, and Yi Linyao naturally noticed him the first time. If it was just a glance, it wouldn't be a big deal. Eyes are on other people's faces, and Yi Linyao has no right to interfere. But Li Shuhua's eyes were definitely not the kind of sweeping glance that ordinary people would give. Instead, it was a look that was hostile and made people feel uncomfortable. He immediately realized who Yi Linyao was and guessed his identity. He had only been to the kindergarten a few times, and the only people he had come into contact with, besides Xiao Wu from the admissions office, was the principal, Zheng Chao. These two people have a very good relationship with Yi Linyao, but the person in front of him is obviously not one of them. A stranger, whom Yi Linyao had never met before, was staring at him with obvious hostility. Apart from Li Shuhua, the director of the admissions office, Yi Linyao couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Yi Linyao had a grudge against the other party because of the issue of Lu Ruoxi and her 4 children entering kindergarten. The two had never met each other, but they both knew of each other's existence. Chapter 127. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter when the people push the wall down. After discovering Li Shuhua, Yi Linyao did not point it out, but instead felt a little excited. He was worried that the other party would not show up today, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed. He was afraid that there would be a good show to watch later. Yi Linyao didn't expect that Li Shuhua had the same idea as him at this time, and both wanted to embarrass the other party. It's just that Li Shuhua just wanted to teach Yi Linyao a lesson, but Yi Linyao wanted him to be finished. "Hello, I'm here to register for admission to the park." Yi Linyao walked up to Li Shuhua, pointed at his 4 children, and greeted them with a smile. Although Li Shuhua's eyes were full of hostility, Yi Linyao did not fight like the other party. After all, why bother with someone who was about to die? Yi Linyao remained calm and composed the entire time, just looking at Li Shuhua with a smile. The more indifferent he was, the more unhappy Li Shuhua became. It was clearly just an ordinary smile, but to Li Shuhua it was ridicule and disdain. This was something he couldn't tolerate. If Yi Linyao wasn't there, Lu Ruoxi would definitely go on a blind date with me, and I would probably win her heart. Now, not only has the beauty been snatched away by Yi Linyao, but he also didn't get the 200,000 yuan he asked for. Although these things were unlikely to appear at the beginning, being able to get them in his hands still made him feel like he had lost something. At this time, when Li Shuhua met Yi Linyao, they could only feel jealous of each other like enemies meeting each other. "Hello, please show me your baby's kindergarten registration form." Li Shuhua did not get angry on the spot, and spoke with a smile. There were other parents and teachers around, so Li Shuhua didn't dare to act recklessly as it would affect his reputation. Only after Yi Linyao reveals a flaw can he seize the opportunity to slap the other party hard in the face. "Registration form for admission? Sorry, I don't have that." Yi Linyao shook his head and gave an answer. Logically speaking, he did have this information form, as he had submitted all the application materials for admission to Xiao Wu. The admission registration form had already been stamped and distributed, but when it was about to be handed to Yi Linyao, Li Shuhua got there first and took it away. Li Shuhua knew about this matter, and Yi Linyao also knew about it. To put it bluntly, the reason why Li Shuhua asked this question was to deliberately make things difficult for Yi Linyao and embarrass him on the spot. Today is the opening day of the park, so there are bound to be some fakes. But the kindergarten staff are not pushovers. They don't look at people, they only look at the forms and do their work. Anyone who has the form can register for admission to the park. "No, sorry, please go out." Li Shuhua was not sure about other people's situations, but Yi Linyao definitely did not have any forms. "Not only was the form confiscated by myself, but I also tore it up after failing to get the money a few days ago." Yi Linyao couldn't produce the form, but still dared to bring his child here to register. He was deliberately looking for trouble. Li Shuhua just needed to humiliate him in front of everyone. In this way, all the previous humiliation can be returned. Yi Linyao was naturally aware of Li Shuhua's actions. To put it bluntly, he was playing a trick on him because he did not give him money. He did not expose the truth but played dumb and went along with the other party's words by saying that he did not have the form. He wanted to see what tricks Li Shuhua could come up with today. In fact, if Yi Linyao really wanted to get the form, he just had to say a word to Zheng Chao. But he just didn't want to do that. He had to fight Li Shuhua head-on. Only that way would be fun. Only then could Li Shuhua know what despair was. Will you feel unwilling, desperate, and feel that life is worse than death? This is exactly the feeling Yi Linyao wanted, to shatter Li Shuhua's hopes when he saw hope and was about to succeed. Then throw him into the abyss and leave him no chance to turn around. "No? Sir, did you forget to bring it, or do you not have it at all?" After Yi Linyao said this, Li Shuhua smiled even more. He still didn't lose his temper on the spot, but patiently asked another question. "Since it's a show, you have to do it completely, so that you can get a satisfying slap in the face." Seeing the other party's expression, Yi Linyao knew that the other party had fallen into his trap and couldn't help but attack him. "No, but I have contacted Teacher Wu. He asked me to come here to register today. Yi Linyao smiled and explained. Although it was an explanation, it was actually fueling the flames for Li Shuhua and giving the other party an excuse to make a bigger deal out of it. Xiao Wu is just a grassroots employee, and it is of no use for Yi Linyao to promote him. If he was really that awesome, Li Shuhua would not have dared to take Yi Linyao's application form away. Hey, if you don't have it, then I'm sorry, please go out now and don't disturb other parents in registering. People nowadays don't have the ability but still try to be brave. There is no registration form, but they still make up a story and say that a teacher invited them. Do they really think they can get away with it by just giving a teacher's name? After listening to Yi Linyao's explanation, Li Shuhua showed a trace of disdain and started to mock. Just as Yi Linyao thought, after hearing Teacher Wu's name, Li Shuhua simply chose to ignore it. Not to mention that what Yi Linyao said was not true. Even if it was true, he could still shut Yi Linyao out today. As I said, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Even if Xiao Wu comes, he won't dare to interfere, unless the other party doesn't want to get involved anymore. After Li Shuhua finished his ridicule, he immediately attracted a group of people's attention. They were a little puzzled that a rich man like Yi Linyao would do such a thing. Could it be that everything that just happened was fake, and what this person and their children were wearing were not brand names, but just counterfeit knockoffs? The so-called luxury car was also rented in order to create an image of a wealthy person so that he could enter the kindergarten smoothly. Ha, isn't this what they call pretending to be rich? He has no money but still likes to act cool. Now that he's been exposed, let's see how he can still pretend. It's better to be honest. Fortunately, he was found out. Otherwise, I would be worried that the baby would be corrupted if he were to study with the children of such people. The parents who were praising Yi Linyao the previous second started to mock him the next second. In their view, Yi Linyao is a liar. Now that they have been exposed by the teacher, of course they have to suppress them. I was outdone by the other party before, and I felt more or less aggrieved and unhappy. Now that I have such a good opportunity, I would be letting myself down if I don't vent. Chapter 128. No one here can escape today. Not only do these people say this themselves, they also tell their children to stay away from such people. Before, they were afraid that their children would be abused if they were with Yi Linyao as children. Now it's the other way around. Some people think that if their children study with children from a family like Yi Linyao's, they will be led astray. Those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. This truth is eternal. A disguised liar, the children they teach will naturally not be any good. Listen to me, kid. This is what happens if you offend me. You can get lost now. Don't count on Xiao Wu. I have the final say here. His words are useless. Li Shuhua was also very excited when he saw the parents nearby joining him in humiliating Yi Linyao. Then he lowered his voice and smiled disdainfully at Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Shuhua and the parents around him who were mocking him with disdain. I didn't expect these people to be so short-sighted and believe whatever others say. Anyone with a brain can think of one thing: can a person who can raise 4 babies be an ordinary person? For a normal family with so many babies, how can they afford to send their children to kindergarten, let alone in a high-cost place like Shanghai? I'm afraid he has been staying at home for a long time, just teaching himself casually. Or you can go to a small city or some rural area and attend a private kindergarten. In addition, the 4 babies have such outstanding looks compared to those who came from the countryside and whose skin colors were burned by wind and sun. These 4 little guys obviously live a comfortable life and are not from poor families. But saying these is too much. Yi Linyao has no intention of explaining. This is exactly the effect he wants. Just like Li Shuhua said, he wanted to find an opportunity to humiliate Yi Linyao and slap him hard in the face. Yi Linyao had the same idea. The higher you stand, the more painful it will be when you fall. If Yi Linyao didn't want to slap Li Shuhua in the face, then the name he mentioned just now would not be Xiao Wu's. He could just say Zheng Chao's name. I believe that no matter how powerful Li Shuhua is, he would not dare to ignore this kindergarten principal, right? Even if they think Yi Linyao is bragging, they will probably make a phone call to verify the authenticity. But if that happened, Yi Linyao wouldn't be able to slap Li Shuhua in the face, and this was not the result he wanted. Mr. Yi, you are here. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Just then, teacher Xiao Wu came over. After seeing Yi Linyao, he took the initiative to say hello. Li Shuhua next to him glared at Xiao Wu with a dark face. If he remembered correctly, he had already reminded him when he took the registration application form. Without my consent, Yi Liao's family of 4 children cannot be allowed to go to school. It's only been a few days, and he actually dared to disobey my orders? Teacher Wu, if there is no problem, then we will go and register first. It will not be good to be too late. Yi Liao of course knew that Li Shuhua didn't believe it, so he told him bluntly what confidence was. Hey, wait! Originally, Li Shuhua didn't want to pay attention to them, but who knew that Yi Liao actually asked Xiao Wu to take him in to register? This is completely showing that they are not taking him, the director of the admissions office, seriously. Isn't this kind of thing too much of a challenge to his bottom line? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Li Shuhua stood directly in front of Yi Liao and stretched out a hand to block the way of him and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I think I told you before that unless there are any special circumstances, all enrollment arrangements must be carried out in accordance with the official seal. The tone of his voice clearly revealed some seriousness and threat. In front of Yi Liao, he still couldn't casually say everything he had done before. But Xiao Wu knew all these things, but now they were going to take him inside to register in front of him. What did this mean? Director Li, I did follow the school's admissions official seal, so you can't stop me here. This time, Xiao Wu did not submit to Li Shuhua just because his position was lower than Li Shuhua's. However, his tough response also made Li Shuhua feel very surprised. What's going on? Why did this guy suddenly dare to talk back to me? Could it be that this guy surnamed Ji is backing him up? At that moment, Li Shuhua's heart had already begun to constantly analyze what would happen next, and then he denied the things that he feared most in his heart. He's just a guy with some money, do you really think he can support you? At most he'll use you to get into school, and then kick you out. After confirming that his inner concerns were completely groundless, Li Shuhua was now not polite at all. Really? You said that everything you are doing now is in accordance with the school's official seal. Then let me ask you, who did you get this information from? The tit for tat has also made today's kindergartens like a powder kiln. Many parents want their children to be involved in the interests of these adults, so they quickly ask other teachers to bring their children in to divide the classes. What happens outside has nothing to do with them. The children of rich families are other people's, and the money of rich families is also other people's. They don't want to get involved in this muddy water when there is absolutely no benefit for them. Really? This is how all the rich people are now. Once they have a little money, they feel like they can do anything, and even buy shady deals. That's right, I said it at the time, these rich people are no good. After they have a little money, they don't know what to do with themselves. To be honest, the reason why our children can't go to school is because these people have bought everything out with their money. Children of such people should not be allowed to go to school. The people around him began to mock and ridicule, as if they were focusing all their resentment towards the rich on Yi Liao, the person closest to them and the easiest to bully. Dad, are they talking about us? I don't know, why are they all looking at us? Dad, Sibo is afraid. The little ones were also very scared by the pointing and talking of passers-by. The happy and beautiful memories of the kindergarten that they had left in their hearts were all shattered at this moment. For children, even the slightest bit of malicious words can cause great damage to their hearts. At this moment Yi Liao suddenly realized that the psychological quality of the little guys following him was not as good as his. No, they're not talking about you. Besides, you little guys are so smart, you can definitely go to kindergarten. Yi Liao had no experience before, but now he seemed like a calm man. No matter what happens, I will never lose my composure. Instead, I will carefully comfort others. Some of the other parents nearby were more objective and expressed their opinions. All right, the children are innocent. They are so young, what do they know? Just say less. We're here to get admitted, not to quarrel. The other parents stopped talking and brought their children into the kindergarten under the guidance of other teachers. However, Yi Liao and Li Shuhua did not relax their vigilance at all because of what the parents said just now. Not only did Li Shuhua fail to get his blind date, but even the 200,000 yuan he wanted to ask for was gone. Yi Liao had already discussed the matter of enrolling his child in school from the beginning, but this person interfered and made a complete mess of it. Now, his own child was being coldly spoken to by other parents in front of so many people. Not only Li Shuhua, but even those parents who had been mocking on the side just now could not escape. Chapter 129. The next step is up to the inspectors. So, sir, can you please tell me why you were able to let Teacher Wu take you in to register? If you don't have an application form, you can't enter the school to register. Seeing the parents next to him turn against him at the last minute, Li Shuhua knew that these people were definitely unreliable, so he began to regain his composure. I think you need someone special to talk to you about this matter so that you can understand it. Li Shuhua was shocked. Professional people. Is there anything like this that can be solved by professionals? Could this guy be hiring a special lawyer to resolve this matter? In this case, wouldn't the fact that I was secretly taking kickbacks by using enrollment be known to others? At that moment, Li Shuhua was completely panicked. He really didn't expect that the man in front of him would dare not consider his child's admission. He originally wanted to compromise and call Yi Linyao to a nearby place to further discuss and resolve the matter. But I also felt that if this was the case, wouldn't it be playing into the other party's hands? Moreover, it was unknown who the professional the other party was talking about was. This is just a normal admissions matter. I don't know who the professionals you are talking about are. Are they the experts from the Education Bureau? Even facing the current situation, Li Shuhua remained calm, but when he put it in his pocket, he began to tremble uncontrollably. I even clenched my fists carefully to avoid being discovered by the other party. This so-called professional is? Yi Linyao saw through his embarrassment at a glance, and just when he was about to tell him who the so-called professional was that he was thinking of in his heart. Then I heard a voice coming from a distance, very powerful but full of vicissitudes of life. I'm a professional. There were still some remaining parents standing outside, and they were all attracted by the powerful voice. After hearing this voice, Xiao Wu and Li Shuhua immediately stood up straight as if by reflex. Because the person standing in the direction where the voice came from was none other than the principal of their Buetsai kindergarten. Director? Why are you here? The moment he heard the voice, Li Shuhua already knew who the professional he was facing this time was. But he still bet in his heart that the other party would not be able to find his principal to talk about this matter. Why did I come here? You should ask yourself about this matter. At the same time, there were two other people following behind the kindergarten principal. It was impossible to tell what they did from the clothes they wore, but Li Shuhua had never seen them in the kindergarten before. Director, what do you mean by this? I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Li Shuhua is now certain that everything about him has been known to everyone, and the person who let the director know about this must be the person standing in front of him. Yi Linyao. No wonder they were not afraid of the requests he put forward. Now he has to think about how to solve these problems. Because the identity of the head teacher had been exposed by others at this time, the parents nearby who were making sarcastic remarks suddenly had no idea what was going on the field. Didn't they just say at the beginning that this parent's child would not be allowed to attend school? How come it became a matter of the kindergarten principal and he even brought others here? What's going on? Could this be some special opening program for this kindergarten? Stop joking, okay? Which kindergarten would hold such a program at the beginning of the school year? You probably don't want to do it anymore. I always feel like there seems to be some kind of relationship between Director Li in charge of admissions and this parent. The parents nearby also started gossiping. Even though their children were standing nearby with confused looks on their faces, not knowing what was going on, they still stood there waiting for what would happen next. It seemed as if the kindergarten principal had no intention of resolving the matter secretly, but instead exposed it directly in front of all the parents. Some parents even took out their mobile phones out of habit and recorded everything that was happening in front of them. Mr. Yi contacted me some time ago and gave me all the chat screenshots you sent me, so I asked the people from the Education Bureau to investigate. Now we have sufficient evidence to prove that you have been using your position as the director of the admissions office of Buetsai Kindergarten for personal gain. The moment Li Shuhua heard the director say this, he was completely panicked. Now, everything he had done before was discovered by others. But he would never simply admit what he had done before. If he admitted it, he would probably have no chance left. Principal, you can't say that. No one knows what's going on. Besides, can you make a conclusion based on the testimony of a parent of a student outside the school? At this point, I finally recalled the chat records between me and Lu Ruoshi. Those things should have fallen into the hands of the director a long time ago. In that case, let us play the emotional card. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Humph, you should find a way to tell the judge about these things when the time comes. Judge, the moment the director uttered these two words, he already knew what would happen to him. Then, Comrade Inspector, the rest of the matter is left to you. Chapter 130. Where did this person come from? It feels so different. After saying this, the head teacher gave instructions to the people behind him, one of whom was from the Inspection Bureau and the other was from the Education Bureau. This time, because sufficient evidence was found, the director did not waste time and directly found all the colleagues from relevant departments that could be found. There's no need for you to do this, principal. I've worked so hard in this kindergarten for several years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I've worked hard. At this moment, Li Shuhua finally started to panic. He knew that if he was taken away, then there would be only one outcome waiting for him, and that was to go to court and spend a few years in prison. Although he is not young anymore, he is not mentally prepared to stay in jail any longer. It was originally just an ordinary blind date, so why did it start to become more and more weird in the end? Not only did the blind date fail, but even his personal enrichment was discovered by others in the end. Everything seemed to happen so quickly that I didn't even have time to react. Mr. Yi, Brother Yi. I was wrong about this. I shouldn't have used the registration matter to threaten you and your wife. Can you please ask the director to let me go? Li Shuhua no longer cared about his own face at this moment. He didn't care even though there were students and parents standing around him. If he were to go to jail for a few years, his life would almost be over. I'm sorry, Director Li, I can't make the decision on this matter. What's more, I came here just to handle the school admission procedures for my babies. Please don't come to me for other matters. I don't have that much energy to take care of it. Yi Linyao said this with a smile, as if he didn't seem angry at all. No way. Director Li is actually such a person who abuses his power for personal gain. Wasn't he just responding to this parent in a serious manner? How come the plot changed so quickly? I can't even react. Did we misunderstand this parent just now? I think I scolded him in a rather harsh way. All right, stop talking and let's go. Several parents were too embarrassed to stay there any longer. If they had known things would be like this, they would not have continued to squat there and watch the fun. Li Shuhua was completely desperate. There were so many people standing near the kindergarten, but no one would stand on his side. Mr. Li, please come with us. We are now formally arresting you on charges of extortion and abusing public power for personal gain. As he said this, one of the inspectors took out his ID, waved it in front of Li Shuhua, and then took out handcuffs. He did not resist at all and let the handcuffs be put on his hands obediently. He was then taken to a nearby inspector's car. Teacher Xiao Wu, could you please call out all the parents and teachers who have entered the kindergarten to prepare for class division? Xiao Wu next to him watched everything that happened, and the expression on his face had long since changed from astonishment to calmness. At first, he only received a notice from the head teacher, asking Yi Linyao's 4 babies to go through the admission procedures, but he didn't know anything else. However, today he never expected that his boss was actually a person who enriched himself at the expense of public funds. No wonder he suddenly took away all the admission application forms of Mr. Yi's children. Teacher Xiao Wu? Seeing Xiao Wu standing there without answering, the head teacher couldn't help but ask another question. Okay, sorry, principal, I'll go and call him right away. After saying that, he quickly ran back to the garden. Then Director Zhang, we will take him to the police station first. If there is a need later, we may ask you and Mr. Yi to go to the police station to take some statements. No problem, I will do my best to cooperate with these matters. Of course, if there is any need, our Butsai kindergarten will definitely do its best to cooperate with the relevant work. Just like that, after the people from the Inspection Bureau and the Education Bureau took Li Shuhua away, the matter came to an end. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. I've been dealing with this matter for some time, and it wasn't until yesterday that I saw some progress, so I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Zheng Chao said this and even smiled a little embarrassedly. Where? Brother, I am already very grateful that you are willing to run around for this matter for so long. It is not too late as long as it does not delay the children's enrollment. The two of them were polite to each other, which made the onlookers even more confused. What the hell, what is going on? Could it be that this parent is related to the kindergarten principal? That's amazing. Director Li actually dared to play such a trick on the headmaster. No wonder he was arrested. This kind of person really doesn't know how to do things. After all this time, it turns out that this person is not just a rich man, but also a person with connections. He is related to the principal of the Magic City Kindergarten. Maybe he has connections in elementary school, middle school, and high school, and everything will be arranged for you to go to school directly. Because the parents outside heard what the kindergarten principal had just said, they simply stayed outside to see what the principal would say. "Principal, I have already called out all the parents and teachers inside." "Well, bring me the microphone and speakers." During the conversation with Xiao Wu, the director suddenly became very cold. It can be seen that Zhang Chao has his own different attitudes towards Yi Linyao and his subordinates. Chapter 131. Zhang Chao's operation is not bad. Yi Linyao didn't say much, but just walked silently to the place where parents and students needed to gather and waited there to see what the principal would say next. The microphones and speakers had been brought over, and the students and parents who had already entered the kindergarten to be divided into classes were called out again. They must have had some complaints in their hearts. "What's going on? Are you going to let me go to school? There are things going on at home." "That's right. This kindergarten is so big. It took me half a day to finally find a seat, and now I suddenly want to get out. Stop complaining here, you guys. You don't know what happened outside just now." "What happened? Did something happen outside just now? Did we miss something?" There were a few women who loved gossip and were constantly asking what had just happened outside. After getting a general understanding of the situation outside, several people began to express their identical feelings. "Is this true? I never thought that such a person would use his position to enrich himself. That means that in the end it was all Director Li's fault. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I thought he was a very good teacher at first." A few parents who were unaware of the situation started discussing the matter on the school playground again, as if these things were the most interesting spice of life for them. "Okay, everyone, please be quiet." Suddenly, a very majestic voice came from the speakers. After being amplified by microphones and speakers, it sounded particularly shocking in the entire kindergarten playground. In an instant, the parents who were talking there stopped talking and all turned their eyes to the kindergarten principal. "Today is the start date for the new class of students at our Buatsai kindergarten. I believe that many parents have carefully screened kindergartens and do not want their children to be in an environment that is not pure and innocent." After saying this, Yi Linyao immediately knew what Zhang Chao wanted to do. Some parents have already seen what happened just now, and even those who don't know about it will soon learn about it through various social media or other means. Then the best way to deal with it is to let the kindergarten principal take the initiative to speak out about this matter. "I think some parents have seen what happened in our kindergarten, and relevant personnel have come to our school to investigate." Sure enough, the next moment Zhang Chao began to give a general account of what had just happened. This includes Director Li from the admissions department, who used his position to seek personal gain, but in the end his actions were exposed and he was discovered and reported by others. The parents below were all stunned. They couldn't believe that a kindergarten director could use his position to seek personal gain. They couldn't believe that the kindergarten principal dared to speak out all these things at the opening ceremony. "I, the principal of this Buatsai kindergarten, am telling you all these things today simply to express my current feelings. No matter what happens in the kindergarten, as long as it involves illegal activities, I, Zhang Chao, will strictly prohibit it and hand it over to the relevant authorities for handling. Now my family solemnly promises here that if parents place their children in our kindergarten, we can definitely ensure that all children are treated fairly and justly, and it will not change due to pressure from parents or the outside world." The parents below were stunned for a moment, and then someone started clapping first, and the rest of the parents also started clapping. Because these things seem to them to be very above-board behaviors, and they are not afraid of any external vision or interference at all. For example, the ordinary people living in Shanghai have wasted a lot of effort in order to send their children to kindergarten to receive a better education, but in the end many of them cannot get fair and just treatment. What the kindergarten principal said at this time shocked all the parents. "Great! This move is really great." Yi Linyao was smiling and clapping softly in the audience. This kind of thing cannot be concealed in the first place, so it is better to admit it openly and then use it to express their current determination in the kindergarten. Being able to send away the parasites in the kindergarten while greatly improving the prestige of their kindergarten is simply killing two birds with one stone. It can be reflected and acted upon in such a short time. These aspects are enough to show that Zhang Chao must be a person who has experienced a lot of hardships in various public occasions. When the principal finished saying all these words, many parents immediately took a short video and posted it online. It didn't take long for it to cause quite a stir. "Dad, what is this uncle talking about on the stage? When can we go to the kindergarten to play?" The little ones have no idea what is going on in the messy adult world. They only know that they would be happier if they could go to kindergarten earlier. "You guys have to wait a moment. Maybe after Uncle speaks, we can go in and continue playing. Yi Linyao explained to his children very patiently. Dabeo and the others were also very sensible. After hearing what their father said, they stopped clamoring to go in and play. We at Buetsai Kindergarten welcome people from all walks of life to supervise our future educational work. If there are any problems, we will accept criticism in a timely manner and correct them as soon as possible. After saying this last sentence, Zheng Chao had nothing else to say, so he simply bowed and started the formal teaching work in the kindergarten. The parents of students in the audience also applauded. They still have great confidence in such a school and teachers. Maybe their children can really find it here and receive a better quality education. Chapter 132. The children seem to have no names yet. However, while many parents expressed their happiness, some parents looked very unhappy. As soon as Zheng Chao came down from the podium, they rushed over. Parents, what can I do for you? Seeing these parents coming, Zhang Chao also stopped. Director Zhang, this is what happened. Director Li contacted us yesterday and said that he had secured a place for our child to receive financial aid, and asked us to pay a fee to purchase the place, and we agreed. As they talked, the faces of several parents began to become embarrassed. And I just heard that those places were originally reserved for the 4 children of that parent over there, so I want to know if our place still counts? Zhang Chao finally understood everything at this point. He didn't expect that after dealing with Li Shuhua, he still had to clean up the mess left behind by Li Shuhua. Without any thought, Zhang Chao gave a very clear answer. No problem. Although the number of students enrolled this time has far exceeded our expectations, this does not prevent us from welcoming students from all walks of life. We will continue to collect the registration fees for the children to enter the kindergarten, but the money you so-called paid for admission will be decided after the relevant agencies have completed their investigation. After hearing Principal Zhang's reply, several parents of the children showed happy expressions. The problem of school enrollment for my child has finally been solved. At first, they were worried. What if the school didn't recognize their place this time? Or in the end, not only did they fail to get the quota, they couldn't even get the money to buy the quota. What should they do then? But now it seems that all the things they worried about at the beginning were unnecessary. Amid the expressions of thanks from several parents, the remaining parents had all officially entered the kindergarten and were preparing to divide their children into classes. However, when Yi Linyao was about to enter the kindergarten, he was stopped by Zhang Chao. Brother Yi, let's not go through the normal procedures for our relationship. I know you must be a very busy person, and it's not good to waste too much time on something like this. How about this, just follow teacher Xiao Wu and sign up for the elite class. It can be said that this quarrel simply opened a huge backdoor for Yi Linyao. If you want to open a kindergarten in Shanghai, you need a lot of qualifications. The most important point is that every kindergarten needs to have a very good class. All the students in this class are more mature in intelligence and thinking than other children of the same age. Although the education department has strictly prohibited such things, in fact everyone would like to make their children smarter. Yi Linyao refused without any hesitation. Brother, what do you mean by this? You know, the students in the elite class will be able to drive a lot of things in the learning atmosphere. Zhang Chao was a little confused. Most parents even wanted to give him money, which was impossible. So they directly allocated 4 places to him, but he refused. No, brother, you misunderstood me. I brought the children here to attend kindergarten just to allow them to meet more peers in the school age group. I don't need them to grow up to be great people. I just hope they can have the corresponding happiness at each age. Zheng Chao was stunned. He has been working in the education industry for decades and has met all kinds of parents. Some people secretly gave him money, hoping that he could take care of their children. Some people used threats and inducements to make him follow them to do shameful things, and some people threatened their own lives in order to get some benefits from him. But not once would he compromise with these people's ideas and methods. However, this time, Zhang Chao found it really hard to understand. He did not expect that in this day and age there would be people who would refuse the list of elite classes handed over to them by others. In the hands of other people, or in other words, if a price of 100,000 is offered to the parents of the current enrolled students so that their children can enter the elite class, there will definitely be many parents who will agree. However, Yi Linyao directly rejected this and also refused 4 children's places in the elite class at one time. To be honest, in a fast-paced city like Shanghai, I haven't seen such an open-minded parent in a long time. Zheng Chao admitted that if it were any other parent, he would definitely not believe what the other person said, but the person who said this was Yi Linyao, who obviously had the ability to enter an aristocratic school but would choose a kindergarten like theirs. That way everything would make sense. No, I just don't want my children to be so tired. The pace is too fast now. They are still so young and don't need to bear so much pressure. As Yi Linyao spoke, he turned his head to look at the four little guys standing next to him. They all looked up and gave Yi Linyao a very innocent and pure smile. Well, since you have already said so, Brother Yi, I am embarrassed to say anything more, so just report to the regular class. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhang. Yi Linyao nodded slightly to show his respect, then turned around and led his babies into the kindergarten. After entering the kindergarten, reporting started to seem a bit awkward. On the one hand, it was because of what had just happened outside the kindergarten, and on the other hand, it was because I was reporting to the kindergarten with 4 small children. It seems that wherever I go, I will become the most eye-catching focus in the crowd, and everyone's eyes will involuntarily turn towards me. Is this the parent who had a conflict with Director Li outside just now? It seems to be him. I remember him very clearly. He is handsome and rich. Several of the parents recognized Yi Linyao, but they spoke quietly, fearing that their voices would be too loud and be discovered by the other party. For a wealthy person in Shanghai who has such a strong relationship with the kindergarten staff, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to revoke his child's admission? Help Mr. Ye's child to complete the enrollment procedures. Xiao Wu walked in front and talked to other teachers from the admissions office. The rest of the teachers and parents of the students all knew what had just happened outside. This person was a person with connections, and they couldn't afford to offend him even if they used special means. As a result, there were nearly 200 new students enrolled in Buizai Kindergarten, but Yi Linyao was the first to complete enrollment. Mr. Yi, although today is just a reporting day and there are no classes, we still need to let the children adapt to the environment in the kindergarten first. After completing the process, Xiao Wu handed all the documents to Yi Linyao and asked him to sign. After Yi Linyao signed, he continued to reply. Then I'll go back in a bit, right? Yes, Mr. Yi, if you are worried, you can also accompany the children to the kindergarten. This is a right that all parents have. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, his expression very respectful. No need. I have other things to do. I'll leave the children to you. Thank you for taking care of them, Teacher Wu. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. I will take good care of the 4 little ones, but the names of the 4 babies are. This sentence made Yi Linyao stunned for a moment. He and Ruwashi had always called them Dabao and Erbo before, and it seemed that they had not yet come up with an accurate name for them. Chapter 133. Has Assistant Teacher Yi come to school during this period? Now that he is in kindergarten, he definitely needs a normal name in the kindergarten. I haven't had time to think about this. I used to call it this way at home. Xiao Wu was also a little embarrassed, but this did not affect their teaching very much. Then when Mr. Yi returns home, he can think of names for the children with his wife. They are already kindergarten age, so it would be better for them to have a name. Yes, I will. After a brief chat, Yi Linyao returned to the car. He now has to go to the school to deal with some things, which are what he promised Li Feng and others in the forest park in Magic City. But just when he was about to start the car, a man in the distance waving his hands came running towards him quickly. It seemed that he was looking for him. Yi Linyao subconsciously moved his foot away from the accelerator. The man ran over panting, stopped beside Yi Linyao's lathe, bent down, supported his knees with his hands, and gasped. Most men of this age have physical limitations, but Yi Linyao was still very curious about what happened that made him run over here in such a panic. Hello, this is Mr. Yi, right? The moment he opened his mouth, Yi Linyao knew that this was a student's parent, and he wanted to establish a relationship with him by using the identity of student's parent. I am, who are you? Yi Linyao asked with a little caution. After what happened on the playground just now, maybe some people would come to him for various purposes. He came here only to enroll his child in school. If he had known it would turn out like this, he might as well have discussed the next situation with Zhang Chao earlier and come here in a different way. I am also the parent of a student who is enrolling this year. I just saw what happened to you and felt it was incredible, so I wanted to come over and get to know you first. I wonder if it is convenient for you. As he spoke, this man who was much older than himself actually showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Originally, I didn't want to have too much communication with the parents of these students, but then I thought, since I have to take care of the relationships of my 4 children, I still have to meet with their parents later. What's more, he still felt a little awkward having a man older than him speak in a pleading tone in front of him. I just nodded silently, and the other party smiled happily, and quickly took out a business card from the wallet in his pocket. He handed it over with both hands, with an attentive look on his face. Yi Linyao was a little reluctant, but he took it and took a quick glance at Zhang Shanhai. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Yi, please be careful on the road. I stepped on the accelerator and the car left the parking lot. Along the way, Yi Linyao hardly stopped. The car was not even driven into the school. I had worked in the school for several years before. If he suddenly took out a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, it would probably cause a frenzy. I found a parking lot outside the school and parked my car, and walked the rest of the way. Hello, Teacher Yi. Why haven't you come to school these few days? The security guard has become familiar with Yi Linyao and they often chat about family matters. There was something going on at home, and I just came here after I dealt with it. Okay, then Teacher Yi, please go in quickly. When I walked to the school playground, the bell for the end of get out of class had already rung. This is the bell for the first batch of students to leave get out of class. If the class you are teaching is about to end, you have to wait for the second bell 10 minutes later. As I walked up the stairs, many students greeted me. Although those students were not in his class, almost the entire school knew that there was a very handsome senior who chose to stay in the school as a teaching assistant after graduation. When I walked up the stairs, the second round of bells rang. The crisp sound was accompanied by the rumbling footsteps, and the entire teaching building vibrated rhythmically. Most students go to their dormitories. After all, for modern students, when they don't have classes and it's not time for lunch, the only place they can go is their dormitories. However, a few students did not go downstairs, but walked along the corridor to another classroom. Yi Linyao happened to see them, the same students he met in the forest park that night. He chose to follow quickly, wanting to see what these students were going to do. In 2 minutes, they ran to the school's music classroom. Several students walked in cautiously. When Yi Linyao saw them, he smiled and looked relaxed. As if to say, I knew they would come here. Okay, we called all the teachers here this time because of this matter. The higher-ups attach great importance to this college music competition. At this time, there were 8 school leaders sitting in the school conference room. It talks about a document issued by the Ministry of Education some time ago, which has clearly pointed out that contemporary college students must have regulations for all-round development. This is why they attach great importance to this music competition, not only to comply with the above documents, but also to make their students better. Counselor Liu, you've just been here for a short time. I remember your teaching assistant is a former graduate of our school. Let him assist you in your work. Yes. Lu Ruoshi's answer was very calm, and the leader nodded silently. By the way, has Assistant Professor Yi come to school during this period? Chapter 134. Why do I remember that Assistant Professor Yi doesn't teach music? Click. Lu Ruoshi panicked. Why did her leader suddenly ask about this? Some time ago, Yi Linyao had been at home taking care of the children and handling other matters, and had hardly come to school. If he was suddenly asked about this now, how should he answer? The other colleagues already knew that Yi Linyao had not come to school for a long time, but because they had a good relationship with Yi Linyao before, no one said anything. All they can do now is keep their mouths shut and not tell anyone about these things, but the rest is up to him. The other people in Yi Linyao are just colleagues, but the relationship between Lu Ruoshi and Yi Linyao is not that simple. If Lu Ruoshi didn't stand up at this time, then no one would be able to stand up and speak for Yi Linyao. In addition, the reason why Yi Linyao did not come to school before was entirely because of their family matters. Since he has endured so much, now that he is in trouble, I must help him. Assistant Professor Yi has been teaching all this time. After this voice was heard, everyone focused their attention on Lu Ruoshi. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They couldn't imagine why Lu Ruoshi would choose to stand on Yi Linyao's side. Even if Yi Linyao has a good relationship with other people, there is no need for him to help them like this. Don't you want your job anymore? Oh, Counselor Liu, you said that Assistant Teacher Yi has been teaching all the time, right? But I don't think I've seen him much during this period. The leader expressed his inner doubts, and during this period he would come to the school from time to time to check the teacher's attendance. He had seen most of the other teachers, but Assistant Teacher Yi was the only one he had not seen even after coming several times. The air suddenly became quiet. Even Lu Ruoshi didn't expect that she would be interrupted by her leader just after she finished speaking. Now she was in a dilemma. Since things have come to this, Lu Ruoshi might as well just go with the flow. It's just that those few times you came here were a little unfortunate. Now the leader's face slowly began to become silent. It seemed that the counselor was going to pretend with him to the end. But to be honest, the leader still had some doubts in his heart. After all, the counselor in front of him was transferred from a well-known school. Such a talented teacher is willing to come to this kind of school. He is indeed a rare resource for them. But we can't allow such teachers to deceive their leaders at will. In that case, could you please tell me, Instructor Liu, whether Assistant Teacher Yi is in school right now? In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, as if the air was filled with a lot of gunpowder. As long as there is a spark, the entire room will be ignited in an instant, causing a huge explosion. The other teachers were all thinking about how Lu Ruoshi would answer. If the answer was no, why would she be not in school at this point? But if the answer is yes, I'm afraid the leader will ask the counselor to take him to see where Assistant Teacher Yi is. Unable to advance or retreat, Lu Ruoshi was stuck in the middle and had no way to retreat. It should still be working hours now. I don't think Assistant Teacher Yi is out of school, right? The leader said with a smile, then looked at the watch on his hand. Yes, Assistant Teacher Yi is indeed in the school now, and he came here this morning. We have met each other. After saying this, the leader didn't plan to continue to pester the issue. As for whether Assistant Teacher Yi came to school during this period, it is actually not particularly important. After all, the grades of the class that Lu Ruoshi is currently teaching have improved significantly. If they continue to dig into the root of the problem, it will definitely end up in a bad situation for both sides. Okay, today's meeting is almost over, let's adjourn. After saying that, the leader stood up and left the meeting room. Teacher Lu, what happened to you just now? Why did you speak up for Assistant Teacher Yi like this? Yes, you should know that your current salary is not low. If you lose your job just to protect the teaching assistant, it really won't be worth it. Several other teachers in the office began to give Lu Ruoshi advice, and even analyzed the leader's behavior from all aspects, saying what the current leader was thinking. However, the relationship between Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi is not something that these other people can know. When the leader was going out, he was heading downstairs. When he passed by the music classroom, he suddenly heard bursts of sound coming from the music classroom. Curiosity drove him to walk in and take a look. As soon as he walked over, he saw several people standing in the music classroom. There was one person among them whom he was very familiar with, because that person happened to be a previous graduate of their school, and the teaching assistant in the same class as Lu Ruoshi, Yi Linyao. At that moment he realized that this teaching assistant might have really been attending classes in school all along, but he just didn't know it. But he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to see why the teaching assistant stayed in the music classroom with the students. If he remembered correctly, the teaching assistant Yi Linyao did not seem to teach students music classes. Chapter 135. I'm going to temporarily increase the difficulty for you. Assistant Yi, we have been waiting for you for several days. Why did you come just now? When Li Feng said this, there was even a hint of complaint in his tone. The other people quickly nudged him with their arms to remind themselves that they were talking to their teaching assistant. During this period of time, they have been practicing carefully according to the instructions Yi Linyao gave them before, but without anyone to guide them, they do feel that their progress is a bit slow. Moreover, there are only a few days left before the competition begins. For example, the strongest team in the school has already practiced the song they prepared very well. Why, are you really that unconfident that you can win the championship of this music competition? Yi Linyao smiled, then walked over and took a look at the musical instruments placed there. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, Li Feng and the others were stunned for a moment, so they spread their hands and shook their heads. When they first participated in this music competition, they had no intention of going for the championship. Although they said they wanted to win the championship, in their hearts they knew their own abilities. With their mediocre amateur skills, it is difficult for them to get a place in the school's music competition. Assistant Teacher Yi, actually when we first participated in this music competition, we just wanted to treat it as a practice session. If you really want to ask us whether we want to win the championship, I can only answer you that we really do want to. But what can we do with our current last-minute preparations? To be honest, in my heart, it would be enough if we could just get a spot in the semi-finals. Yi Linyao stood nearby and listened without saying a word. If one does not have sufficient strength, it would be a blind thing to aim too high. But since he has already participated this time, there will absolutely be no possibility of any mistakes. Just a place in the semi-finals? It seems that you are still a little short-sighted. Let me tell you right now. If I were to teach you guys, the championship of this music competition would definitely be ours. All of a sudden, everyone raised their heads, and even the leader standing outside the door was slightly moved. How could a team with such strength possibly win the championship in the upcoming school music competition? At this time, Lu Ruwashi had also walked out of the conference room. Through the stairs, she saw the leader who seemed to be eavesdropping on something at the door. Out of curiosity, she decided to go over and take a look, and just then she heard Yi Linyao's voice at the door. At that moment, she was still a little shocked in her heart, because Yi Linyao was going to take his babies to report to school today. Why are you in school during this time? Has the children's enrollment been completed? Lu Ruwashi was still a little bit unconvinced in her heart. After all, there was still Li Shuhua standing between them and constantly doing evil things. If it happened every 10 days or half a month, it would probably be difficult to deal with. But now the voice coming from that room was indeed Yi Linyao's voice. He definitely didn't hear it wrong. When she was about to move closer, the leader had already seen Lu Ruwashi coming over and put his index finger to his mouth, signaling her not to speak anymore. Lu Ruwashi leaned over to look inside and found that it was Yi Linyao who was inside. The people around Yi Linyao were the students they had met in the forest park before. Anyway, after all I've said, you may not believe it now, so just pick up your things and let's start practicing together. Yi Linyao also knew the saying there is no point in talking too much, so the only thing that could prove that he was not lying was the facts. Li Feng and a few others had originally taken the initiative to request Yi Linyao to come out and help train them in the forest park. Now that the other party is here and has agreed to help them, accepting him is a good choice. The leaders outside the door and Lu Ruwashi were both very surprised after hearing this. Of course, Lu Ruwashi was just cooperating with the leaders. She had already witnessed Yi Linyao's artistic ability a few days ago, and it was definitely not something that ordinary people could match. Please let me hear the song you are playing now. As he spoke, Yi Linyao found a chair to sit on. Li Feng and a few others looked at each other and picked up their respective instruments. After some preparations, several people began their performances. The beating drums, the strumming guitar, and the lead singer's dynamic voice instantly filled the entire music classroom. The leader and Lu Ruwashi standing outside the door were slightly surprised. Such musical skills are quite good. Although it is not the top one, it is still pretty good in this school, at least it can be ranked in the upper class. The music kept playing and everyone was listening, as if there was a great concert going on inside. When the music stopped, the leader planned to go in and encourage these students and Yi Linyao. Such musical skills would definitely be able to resolve the documents issued by the higher-ups. But just when the leader was about to go in, Yi Linyao's denial was heard in the room. Your current strength is indeed not good enough. Although I don't know how other teams in the school are doing, from my point of view, your level is not yet at a level that satisfies me. Yi Linyao rejected it without hesitation, thinking that their current strength was difficult to be recognized. Li Feng and his companions were stunned. They knew that their strength was not strong, but it was not weak to this extent either. The leader didn't say anything. He took back the steps that were originally intended to go in, and finally turned around and left. For him, it is good to allow students to continue to move forward. Even if they cannot move forward, they can still have a wonderful music competition based on the current situation. The leader left, and Lu Ruwashi was the only one left outside the door. Lu Ruwashi now really wanted to go in and see why Yi Linyao appeared in the school during this period of time. Although she had already fooled her leader, she still had no idea about her child's enrollment. After hesitating for a while, she felt that since she was in school now, it would not matter even if she went in and asked about this matter. Just when Yi Linyao was about to say something, the sound of high heels was heard outside the door. And this walking frequency seemed to be something I had heard somewhere before, it was very familiar. By the time he reacted, he had already heard those familiar words coming from behind him. I thought you wouldn't come to school today. Several students also stood up immediately because they all knew that they were new and this counselor was definitely not someone to be trifled with. But this kind of thing doesn't exist at all with Yi Linyao. Although he appears to be very serious and upright, Bo Ji's counselor actually has a shy side at home. Even the tone of their conversation now is only because there are students around. I promised them that I would take part in the school music competition. I can't break my promise, so I came here. Yi Linyao also smiled when he saw his wife. Of course, the meaning behind this smile was only known to the two of them. Teacher Yi, you said earlier that you had something going on at home. Are you done with all the things going on at home? On the surface, Lu Ruwashi's question was a very simple inquiry, but considering their current relationship, the thing Lu Ruoxi was asking about must be the schooling of the four little ones. Yi Linyao gave him a look that said, "You know what I mean," and then added, "I have finished my housework, otherwise I would not come to school." After hearing this, Lu Ruoxi's eyes showed a little surprise. She didn't expect that Yi Linyao had really managed this matter. Although he really wanted to know how he had dealt with Li Shuhua, if he continued asking like this, the relationship between them would most likely be exposed. In that case, Mr. Yi should just substitute teach in school. After Lu Ruoxi finished speaking, she left the room, and her walking posture seemed to reveal a hint of happiness. "Okay, let me tell you what I just said. The piece you are playing now is not good at all, no matter how well you practiced it. So I asked you to temporarily increase the difficulty. The songs you have to play in the competition will be several levels higher. Chapter 136 with me here, you can definitely win the championship." What? After hearing this, Li Feng and others couldn't believe their ears. Their original musical level was already limited, and they could only perform well when playing the simpler piece just now. If they were asked to temporarily change to a more difficult piece of music, regardless of whether they could practice it, at least there was no room for negotiation in terms of time. "Brother Yi, we are not kidding, right?" Because he had a good relationship with Yi Linyao before, the current student couldn't help but start using this more familiar name. If you were to practice the piece you just played, you wouldn't get a particularly good ranking in the end, no matter how well you practiced. Yi Linyao's words sounded very convincing to them. They chose to participate in this school music competition in order to get a good ranking. But in the final analysis, they still feel insecure about their current strength. "If we change, can you guarantee that we will be able to find a good ranking?" Li Feng's question can be said to be what the entire team wants to know very much. "If you are willing to practice seriously, I can guarantee it." Yi Linyao's promise gave them all great encouragement. With only a few days left, it was really not easy to get a good ranking in the school competition. What's more, there are some relatively strong teams in this school. "Give me the guitar first, and I'll play it for you." Yi Linyao took the guitars from the students and began to tune the strings. In less than a minute, he had made all the preparations. As my right hand began to slowly pluck the strings, the sound began to come out from the guitar. The music was on completely different levels from what they had just sung. After hearing it, Li Feng and his friends couldn't help but be immersed in it. Only then did they realize that there was such a huge gap in strength between themselves and Teacher Yi. By the time the song was over, they didn't even react. "This is the song you will play in the competition. I will write the music score for you later, and then you can practice according to it." Li Feng originally didn't have much confidence in their own abilities, and this incident made them begin to doubt whether they could handle this kind of music. "Don't worry, you just need to practice hard and you will definitely be able to play it. How can it be possible without any effort?" Several students also smiled calmly, feeling that there seemed to be no problem. Next, they began to practice carefully the techniques that Yi Linyao had mentioned. Perhaps it was because after achieving the top max in music skills, he also gained unique enhancements in writing music scores. This kind of music only took him a few minutes to write down the entire score. After Li Feng saw the music scores in their hands, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. They had never heard such a song before, and they didn't know if it was because they had heard so little. But they were still a little skeptical and asked the questions in their hearts. "Brother Yi, this music score couldn't have been created by you, right?" "Of course, I just remembered it suddenly, so I wrote it down." "You should practice this piece as soon as possible, and it will be much easier for you to participate in the competition later." "Okay, we will definitely practice hard." Several students were also very happy. Now this kind of original music will definitely give them extra points. Yi Linyao stood by and constantly guided them on how to coordinate with each other and the emotions that needed to be expressed in this piece of music. The time, which was already approaching noon, was passing by quickly. "Okay, you guys just go ahead and practice. I'm going to go home first. If you have any questions, just contact me." After saying this, Yi Linyao went straight home, because there were still a lot of things he needed to do at home at noon. After leaving the school, I walked straight to a nearby parking lot and got into my car. Just when he was about to start, he saw Lu Ruoxi walking towards him from a distance. He skillfully opened the passenger door and sat in. "Hey, why did our beautiful lady come back suddenly?" Seeing Lu Ruoxi just getting in the car, Yi Linyao couldn't help but laugh. The conversation between the two of them in the music classroom today was really interesting. "Humph, you are still bullying me." The ambiguous tone he used right from the start was something that Lu Ruoshi, who had just gotten used to the cold and aloof school life at school, was a little slow to react. "Tell me quickly, how did you manage to get them enrolled?" Lu Ruoshi's face was filled with joy. She really couldn't imagine how she could successfully complete the admission procedures for her child with someone like Li Shuhua in the middle. "You didn't really give him the money?" Lu Ruoshi was very scared. After all, most of the money in the family was paid by Yi Lingyao alone. Even if he really wanted to give the money to Li Shuhua, she would not know about it. How is that possible? Doesn't your husband look like the kind of person who would be taken advantage of? As he spoke, Yi Lingyao hooked his index finger and slid it across Lu Ruoshi's nose. "Anyway, it's almost the same now, it doesn't matter if Yi Lingyao tells him all his plans at that time." So the two of them sat in the car like this, and it took them nearly 10 minutes to talk out all of Yi Lingyao plans at the time. Lu Ruoshi was very excited at the beginning, but was stunned at the end. She really couldn't imagine that her man could be so wise. If it were her, there would be no way she would think of this method to put Li Shuhua into prison. "I even formed a very good relationship with the principal of the kindergarten, and my children will definitely receive a lot of attention in the kindergarten. I was wondering why you were carving those things at home for the past 2 days. It turns out it was for the director. Of course, it's normal for people in their 50s to like these things. Since the director has helped us, it's understandable that we give him something." After Yi Lingyao finished speaking, he started his car and drove back towards home. Along the way, Lu Ruoshi kept asking Debeo and the others whether they felt any resistance after going to kindergarten. Yi Lingyao also answered them one by one. "The kindergarten has a system of keeping children in school for lunch at noon, so we just need to pick them up in the evening." When I got home, Yi Lingyao was still the one cooking. After the issue of schooling for the little ones was resolved, Lu Ruoshi's appetite also improved significantly. Before, she couldn't even eat a few bites of a meal, but now after cooking, she can eat several bowls in a row just like before. Oh, by the way, the school leadership has held a meeting today. The topic they were discussing was the music competition that the school is going to hold next. Lu Ruoshi seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help but blurt out these things while still chewing her food. "Swallow your food first." After swallowing a mouthful of rice fiercely, Lu Ruoshi tried to sort out her emotions. "I heard that it was a document from above, so the school takes this competition very seriously. I remember that you promised this student in class that you would train them, didn't you?" "Yes, so we talked about this matter in general today when we were in the music classroom." Lu Ruoshi also told the leader that she and he were there at the time, and said that the leader's opinion of Yi Lingyao has changed a lot now. "I guess we will pay special attention to him in the next games." "It doesn't matter. Since I've already made the promise, I must have my own confidence." After experiencing so many things, Yi Lingyao now completely believes in the system. "Since we have acquired such great musical skills from it, we certainly cannot embarrass ourselves. The music competition will start in 2 days. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to ask them to change the song at the last minute? No, they are actually very talented. As long as they work hard, we will definitely be the champion of this competition." Chapter 137. The band is rubbing shoulders again and the competition is just around the corner. "We only have a few days left before the competition. You're still so relaxed. Is that okay?" At this time, the most powerful music team in the school were eating in a hot pot restaurant. For them, this competition seemed as simple as an ordinary practice. "When did you become so worried? I think you know how strong we are." This is the boy who leads the band. His name is Wu Qifeng, and he is also the one who plays the most musical instruments among them. In his opinion, even the weakest player in their team is much stronger than the strongest one in other teams. This absolute disparity in strength makes it impossible for them to fail. "Besides, do you think those equally skilled people in other teams can beat us?" Wu Qifeng had already made arrangements with his very close friends before the competition. When the competition officially begins, vote for them no matter what the situation is. Moreover, relying on the fact that most of the people in their current team are boys and girls with very high looks, they can get a lot of votes just by relying on their looks and deceiving some little bootlickers. After a rough calculation, they figured out that the number of votes that would guarantee victory was close to 70. In other words, as long as he can get all the votes in his own hands, there is no way he will fail in this competition. And they also heard that the Education Bureau attached great importance to this music competition. If they could win the championship, they might be able to get a lot of rewards. Their ultimate goal is to achieve these awards, and if all goes well, they can also increase their popularity in school along the way. If you want to find a partner or pick up a few girls, it will be much easier. But I noticed that Li Feng's band seems to have been stepping up their training recently. Will it have any impact on us? Wu Qifeng was stunned for a moment, then he recalled the conflict between them and the students in the music classroom. With their current strength, it would be too much to think that they could pose a threat to us. Well, if you are really that worried, let's practice some more in the music room after we get back. After waiting for half an hour, several people finished their last meal in the restaurant and returned to school. This university was originally attended by art students, and they didn't particularly care about their academic subjects, so on weekdays they just went wherever they wanted to play. They didn't seem to care about the afternoon classes at all and planned to go directly to the music classroom. Then only places like the music classroom can give them temporary psychological comfort, and they can freely use the instruments purchased by the school. At this time, Li Feng and his friends had been practicing in the music classroom for a long time. To a certain extent, the new music that Yi Lingyao gave them had far exceeded their current understanding of their own abilities. But for some reason, as long as they continue to practice with perseverance, they can feel that this music score has gradually begun to take on a very fixed form in their hearts. The level of proficiency began to increase, until finally they couldn't even believe that they could play at such a high level. This is really amazing. Can you feel that my proficiency in this piece of music is getting higher and higher? Li Feng even spoke in a trembling voice. He had never thought that he would be able to achieve this level one day. Moreover, before this, his understanding of music was not very deep. It seemed that Yi Linyao's appearance and one or two words of advice completely opened up his understanding of music. After hearing Li Feng's words, several other team members also expressed that they now had the same feeling. Just when they were about to continue practicing and perfecting their understanding of the piece of music, they suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Is it Assistant Teacher Yi who has returned? He will surely be very happy that we have mastered the piece so quickly. Just when the girl in the team was about to jump over to help open the door, she was stopped by Li Feng. The girl didn't know what was going on and looked at Li Feng beside her with a look of astonishment. Li Feng had a very serious look on his face and kept staring at the door without making any sound. It's not Teacher Yi, there are at least 3 or 4 people outside. Before Li Feng could finish his words, he saw that the door had been pushed open by someone, and standing in front of them were Wu Qifeng and his group. When they came in, they were surprised to see Li Feng and others practicing with special musical instruments in the music classroom, but they soon found their current state. Oh, so I know you guys. It's been a few days since I last saw you here. I didn't expect you guys would still not give up. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't even make it past the preliminary round. The other members of Li Feng's team originally wanted to stand up and argue, but were stopped by Li Feng. Their personal strength had been greatly improved, and there was no need for them to conflict with the other side under the current circumstances. Let's go. Having said that, Li Feng planned to leave with his other team members and equipment. Wu Qifeng did not stop him, but just watched them leave. Why did we just let them go? And we should have heard it when we were at the door just now. It seems that their current level has improved a lot compared to before. He had been acting very relaxed at first, but when he heard the noises coming from inside when he passed by the door just now, he finally took it seriously. Don't worry. Even though their strength is growing so fast, they are still not able to threaten us. It's just that we may have to reduce our schedule a little bit today. After another 10 minutes, a new round of music came from the classroom. It was obvious that the music this time was not the one played by Li Feng and his group just now. On the contrary, it was much higher in level than before. It could even be said that the two types of music were worlds apart. Chapter 138. The names of the 4 little ones were finalized. Yi Lingyao had almost finished his meal at home. He enjoyed his lunch very much, which made him feel much better. Should I pick them up in the afternoon? After finishing her meal, Lu Ruoshi thought about her children again. Although sending them to kindergarten did save her a lot of worry, someone still had to pick them up and drop them off every day. It's okay. I've been the one picking them up recently anyway, and the school is more familiar with me. Lu Ruoshi lowered her head and thought about it, then nodded. There was nothing wrong with what he said. I have only been working as a counselor in school for a short time, so I should try to avoid these things as much as possible. In contrast, we have another more important matter to consider first. Yi Lingyao suddenly changed the subject and turned the question to another aspect. What's the problem? Lu Ruoshi asked with full of doubts. The little ones had been sent to kindergarten, she and he had already started working in school, and the blind dates arranged by the family had also ended. She really couldn't think of what else they should consider now. Did you forget to give the little ones some names? When they went to kindergarten today, the teacher said that they are already 3 or 4 years old, and it would be inconvenient if they don't have a name. At this point, Lu Ruoshi suddenly realized and slapped her forehead. I had totally forgotten about this. I didn't have so much free time when I was taking care of the kids before. They are already used to it. Yi Linyao knew that this would definitely be the case. Lu Ruoshi had to take care of the children and go to work at the same time. It was already very good that she could take care of these little ones until they grew up. Then how did you get the children registered? At the time, they were still relatively young, so to save trouble I registered their nicknames directly, because I thought I could change them when they were a little older and went to school. At this point, Lu Ruoshi's expression began to show a little embarrassment. It had been so long, and she still hadn't remembered that the children had no names. If Yi Linyao hadn't told her about this matter, it might have taken her a long time to remember it. Then let's quickly tell them their names, otherwise what will they do if they don't even have a name in school? Having said that, Lu Ruoshi quickly sat up from the sofa, ran to the study and picked up a dictionary. For example, when naming their children, they are used to looking for some words in a dictionary to see if there are any that are suitable for their children. Then let's quickly take a look and see what names to give them, okay? Lu Ruoshi couldn't wait to think of a new name for her children. Now that the children's father has returned, she can finally experience the warm moment when two people name their children. How about this? Anyway, I will definitely fight with you first. Let's call him Dabao Yifeng. Lu Ruoshi said that she started looking for the meanings of words in the dictionary, and felt that the word was a good one. Having the feeling of being able to stand on a high peak and overlook the other nearby hills is simply perfect for their current baby. How do you feel about this? At first, Yi Linyao thought that the feelings expressed by Lu Ruoshi were really good. After all, it was very good from the perspective of the meaning and various aspects. However, the leader of the band formed by the students he is currently leading is called Li Feng. After hastily arranging the names, I felt like it wasn't particularly responsible. This word may not be particularly good, but we can change it. What do you think of the word maple in maple leaf? When it comes to this kind of issue, Yi Linyao always tends to give his child a more handsome name. This is his child, so no matter what he eats and drinks or even his name, it must be in line with his temperament. Maple, it has the flavor of autumn. It feels very poetic. After Lu Ruoshi silently recited this word several times, she also experienced the unique charm of it. This name is indeed good, so let's call our eldest child Yifeng. What about Erbao and the others? The children have been born for several years, and Lu Ruoshi only now realizes how happy it is to name children. But now, for her, perhaps this kind of thing can only be experienced when she can do it with her beloved one. Let's call our second child Yi Tian. I hope he can be innocent and happy every day and eventually become a man of integrity. Lu Ruoshi, who was listening nearby, nodded quickly. No matter which one it was, it seemed very suitable to her now. What's the name of the three treasures? I'll leave this to you. Yi Linyao also respected his wife's ideas. He couldn't let him choose all the names by himself. That would seem a bit selfish. Then she looked as if she was thinking seriously, and she didn't even open the dictionary in front of her. Perhaps it was because he saw that Yi Linyao had not memorized the names he was thinking of in the dictionary, so he also wanted to think of a name from his own heart. I can't think of a nice boy's name, so why don't I come up with Sibao's name? I know how to think of a girl's name. She couldn't think of a name for the third treasure, which made her look a little aggrieved, but she soon excitedly said that she could think of a name for the fourth treasure. Okay, let me think of a name for the third treasure, and you think of a name for the fourth treasure. Okay, now I remember. Why not call Sibo Yi Xia? I've always liked this name. Looking at Lu Ruoshi's excited expression, Yi Linyao also smiled dotingly. This name sounds pretty good and is quite suitable for Sibao's current identity as a little girl. It's okay. Yi Xia is a nice name. Let's choose this one. Now there is only one child left, Sanbao, and his name has not been chosen yet. What should the three treasures be called? Have you thought about it? Yiling, I hope he can be more decisive and aggressive in the future. Lu Ruoshi nodded in disapproval. Anyway, she had never resisted any decision made by Yi Linyao. So now the names of Dabao and the others have been decided: Yifeng, Yi Tian, Yiling, and Yi Xia. Lu Ruwashi began to silently recite the names of these little ones, and her heart was gradually filled with a feeling of happiness. When I come back tonight, I will teach them their new names. Yes, when you send them to school tomorrow, you must also tell the teacher so that the classmates can know their names as soon as possible. Although it was noon, the two of them were already chatting by the bed as if it were evening. Chapter 139. How did I bump into you guys? Things at school are almost done now. There is only one thing left, which is to continue the music competition in school. Yi Linyao glanced at the current schedule and muttered to himself. Well, after this matter is settled, our lives will be back on track. Looking at the ceiling, Lu Ruwashi's thoughts even began to slowly fly backwards. Thinking about the family playing happily in the garden later, the little ones have grown up and are about 7 or 8 years old. It makes people realize the real joy of having children. It's only been a short time now, and I'm already looking forward to the days ahead. Yi Linyao said with a smile, no wonder they say girls like to imagine a beautiful future from the perspective of the present. Yes, by that time, I will be old. I don't know if you still want me, a yellow-faced old woman. Will you run off to find another young girl? Women's emotions are always like this. Suddenly, they change 180 degrees, which makes it a little hard for me to bear. No, don't worry. Yi Linyao said comfortingly, and stroked Lu Ruwashi's hair with his hand. The hair flowed smoothly between Yi Linyao's fingers, bringing a hint of coolness. You agreed that if I become a yellow-faced woman, you can't abandon me. Lu Ruwashi stretched out her little finger and wanted to make a pinky promise. I didn't say anything like that. Yi Linyao quickly shook his head and clenched his hands a little. Are you kidding me? You just promised me. Now you regret it. Lu Ruwashi felt that Yi Linyao was still teasing her on purpose. He was clearly making fun of her. How could she let him fool her like this? Hey, I didn't agree. Nonsense. What I promised just now is that I won't let you become a yellow-faced woman. I will take good care of you in the future. Swish. In an instant, Lu Ruwashi felt as if all the blood in her body was rushing to the top of her head. My eyes seemed to have turned white and I couldn't see clearly. How come I suddenly became the passive party again? And I was teased by the other party. How is it? How about this promise? As he spoke, Yi Linyao tilted his head and slowly approached Lu Ruwashi's face. Finally, I applied it on the red lips, which felt very unique. Hateful. Hooligan. Clenching her fists, Lu Ruwashi hit Yi Linyao twice hard, covered her face and ran into the house, locking the door. Ha, this little guy. Yi Linyao couldn't help laughing. In his eyes, Lu Ruwashi was just a little girl. Really? You teased me again. Hate you. You big bad guy. In the room, Lu Ruwashi couldn't help but start punching and kicking the little rabbit doll on her bed. It was as if this doll was Yi Linyao, but every time Lu Ruwashi threw a punch, she still felt very hot inside. To be honest, she still hasn't gotten used to the very close relationship between herself and Yi Linyao. Every time she experienced this kind of thing, she would always feel a little shocked in her heart, accompanied by a little warmth. After Yi Linyao washed all the dishes from lunch outside, he walked to the door of the room. I'm going to the school first, do you want to come with me? It was not yet time for work in the afternoon, and the reason why Yi Linyao wanted to go there was to allow Li Feng and the others to adapt to the new music he had given them as quickly as possible. No, I need to get some sleep first. Lu Ruwashi refused. At this moment, she was lying on the bed with her face turning very red. She hasn't recovered from what happened just now. Okay, I'll go to the school first. Don't forget the time later. Okay. When Lu Ruwashi reacted, she realized that she had already answered it. After going downstairs, Yi Linyao got directly into his car. I'm afraid my destinations during this period of time are only school, home, and kindergarten. I clearly got the system, but for some reason, my life seems to be more tiring than before. It's just that while I'm working hard, I can also experience a very fulfilling feeling. Soon he drove to the school. The distance between the school and the rental house is very close. Strictly speaking, I cannot drive here every time I am free, but it is always difficult to predict sudden emergencies. In addition, sometimes when you need to pick up and drop off your children, it is indeed more convenient to pick up the car nearby. He was going to a nearby parking lot, and when he parked his car, he happened to see Li Feng and a few others walking outside the school carrying large and small bags. I roughly calculated the time in my mind and it seemed that there were indeed not many classes in school this afternoon. However, curiosity still drove him to go over and ask, and the purpose of his visit to school this time was to find these students. I just happened to meet them outside, so I have to run back to the school to find them. Hey, look at that, isn't that Teacher Yi? Before Yi Linyao was about to walk over, he was spotted by these students. What was even more embarrassing was that his car was right next to him. He never expected that the fact that he had a car would be discovered by the students so quickly. Fuck, my luck is so bad. 1 second he thought he was lucky, but the next moment he no longer thought so. It seems to be true. Wait, look, is the car next to him Mr. Yez? This car looks quite impressive. Is it really Mr. Yez? No way, when did the salary of teaching assistants in our school become so high? Several people were talking at once, as if no one cared why they met the teacher in this place, but they were more concerned about why their teaching assistant could afford such a luxurious car. What should I do? Should I just run away now? Then I can deny that I was here when I come back. Forget it, these students are not blind, how could they not know? While he was struggling with his inner struggle, several students had already walked up to him. There was no other way. I had already come this far and could only go and answer it. Fortunately, Ruwashi didn't follow me out when I went out. Oh, why are you guys here? Yi Linyao acted very surprised, as if he would not have noticed these students at all if they hadn't come to find him. Ah, we came out and happened to see you. Teacher Yi is here too. We were just about to look for you. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. I was planning to go look for you guys in school. A few very stiff courtesies showed that people on both sides had something to hide in their hearts. Is this car yours, Teacher Yi? It's quite beautiful. Are teaching assistants' salaries so high now? No, this is just something my family bought for me. I couldn't stay idle at home, so I came out to find a job. I had no choice but to blame my family for everything. Chapter 140, Picking up the babies from school on the first day. But after I traveled here, I was alone from beginning to end. Teacher Yi is actually a rich second generation. I've seen this plot in novels, where a rich second generation comes out to work and experience life, right? Yi Linyao was confused as he listened to this. Although he was also a character in the novel, he was not the rich second generation who came out to experience life as he said. If this were really the case, he would feel happier. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did you guys come out all of a sudden? And you have so many bags, you must be bringing music instruments. Yi Linyao had seen them carrying large and small bags in People's Park before, so he noticed it immediately. He. When several students talked about themselves, they scratched their heads embarrassedly. None of them dared to say that they had just had a conflict with Wu Qifeng's team in the music classroom. But he finally said it, and Yi Linyao didn't say anything after listening to it. It is understandable that the opponent's strength is the strongest team in the school now. Even if they win now with their mouths, it will be useless. Come on, get in the car and I'll take you somewhere else to practice. Several students were immediately happy when they heard it. I originally thought that I would be criticized, but it seems that Brother Yi is on the same side with them in the end. After hurriedly putting all the things in their hands into the trunk, the 5 people got into this family SUV. He has lived in this school for a long time, so he knows exactly what is around there. There is a small stream less than 2 kilometers away from the school. It is a man-made river. There are fewer people there, so it can be used as a place for them to practice. The roads in Shanghai were a bit congested, and it took some time to get to the man-made river. Fortunately, there were no classes in the afternoon, so they didn't need to rush. After everyone arrived, all the musical instruments and the large and small bags were taken out. This place is so quiet, I didn't realize it before. If we had known, we wouldn't have gone to Moto Forest Park last time. It's such a long journey, and we spent dozens of dollars on a taxi. And you even said at that time, do you know any quiet places around here? Li Feng and a few others started joking again, but deep down, they were still very happy. Because they have seen today that their abilities have improved greatly, which means that if they continue to follow Teacher Yi, they will definitely have a chance to win the championship. Okay, let's wait until later. Now take out your instruments and practice quickly. I'll be by your side to guide you. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, Li Feng immediately took out all his things and made preparations, and the other members also started to move. Soon, all the equipment they took out from the music classroom were placed by the river. Play the piece I gave you that you practiced today. Just like that, the sound of music soon spread from the riverside. Many people passing by the stream that day could see a few young people practicing very hard. They could all recall that the music by the river that day was very beautiful. The day passed very quickly, and Yilinyao had already given very professional guidance to Li Feng and the others. Although these professional techniques were not taught by any music teacher, they were more useful than anything taught by any teacher. That's about it. From now on, you just need to practice more on your own. Before the competition starts, you can always come and ask me about playing. Yilinyao took a look and saw that it was already time for the kindergarten to finish classes, so he had to go and pick up his little darlings. Well, it's almost time. We have to go back today. Li Feng and a few others have been practicing by the river for a while today. It would be nice to go back and take a break. Although this place is quite close to the school, it is inconvenient for them to carry so many things on their backs. It is better to send them back to school. Get in the car, don't waste time. Yilinyao's mind is now filled with the thought of picking up his child from kindergarten, and he has no time to waste here. Li Feng hastily placed all the equipment he had on him in the trunk, then got into the car with the other team members. In a few minutes, they arrived at the school gate. You guys go ahead. I have something else to do, so I won't send you to the classroom. Okay, then Teacher Yi, please be safe on the road. After watching several students return to school, Yilinyao started the car again and headed for Buetsai Kindergarten. Previously, Buetsai Kindergarten would finish school around 4 p.m., but because the opening ceremony had just been held today, the class was delayed a little. At this time in the kindergarten, many children have found their good friends in their small groups. Dabeo and his friends are quadruplets from the beginning. Having lived together for more than 3 years, they have developed a tacit understanding that others cannot understand. Even without finding other friends, the 4 of them can still have fun together. Okay, kids, our class for today is about to end. I wonder if you are having fun in the kindergarten. The teacher in charge of the kindergarten class asked with a doting look on his face. This was not only his current responsibility, but also a determination that their kindergarten needed to express to parents. Only when children truly experience happiness in kindergarten can parents have more trust in this kindergarten. Happy. The children's uniform voices now filled the entire kindergarten. After seeing that the children were very satisfied with the kindergarten, the head teacher Zhang Chao couldn't help but smile. But he still did not forget to ask Xiao Wu beside him to pay attention to those children. Where is brother Ye's child now? These 4 little guys over there are probably playing by themselves the whole time because they are quadruplets. Is that so? Then we should help these kids more and integrate into the group. Yes, if there is a chance, I will definitely let these children get to know each other more and communicate more. It is now time to go home from school. Parents have received the news one after another and rushed over to take their children away. After seeing their children living so happily, all the parents recognized this school. Director, we'll go back first. Goodbye, Principal Teacher, goodbye, Teacher Wu. Parents and students all said goodbye to the principal and teachers one by one along the way. Today was the first day of school and they all felt very satisfied. Chapter 141. These are your names, please remember them clearly. Director Zhang Chao focused all his attention on Dabeo and the other 4 children, and kept them within his visual range at all times. Because the importance of these children is completely different from that of other children in the eyes of the head teacher, he must safely deliver all these little guys to Brother Yi before he can complete his task today. Not long after, I saw a familiar car driving from outside the kindergarten to the gate. Zheng Chao recognized the man sitting in the car as soon as he saw it. Let's go and welcome them. Xiao Wu immediately followed in the footsteps of Director Zhang Chao and walked over. After Yi Linyao got out of the car, he walked straight to the director. Brother Yi is here. Your little ones are playing over there. They are having a great time today. Yi Linyao looked in the direction Zhang Chao pointed, and sure enough, he saw his 4 little ones playing with toys over there. By the way, have you named your little friends? We teachers are having a hard time today. We don't even know what to call your children. Zhang Chao said with a smile that he was seizing this rare opportunity and hoped to establish a very friendly relationship with Yi Linyao. I have already discussed the children's names with my wife today, and I just happened to record them at the school. Finally, he set out all the 4 names that he and Lu Ruoshi had discussed in the room today. It has to be said that Zheng Chao and Xiao Wu couldn't help but admire these names after seeing them, because these names are very good in terms of meaning and pronunciation. Brother Yi and his wife are indeed cultured people. Looking at their names, they are very meaningful. Zhang Chao couldn't help but brag about it. Even though it seemed a bit awkward, there was really nothing wrong with the name. Xiao Wu also looked very embarrassed. One was the principal of a kindergarten, and the other was a wealthy man in Shanghai. It seemed that the level of this kind of chat was not something that an ordinary working class like him could participate in. You, Teacher Wu, have done a pretty good job in your previous work. You can be said to be a talented person with great potential. Yi Linyao looked at Teacher Wu standing next to him and said with emotion, Zhang Chao was also a sensible person. He had been in official circles for many years. He immediately understood what this sentence meant. Brother Yi is right. After Li Shuhua was sent to prison last time, I have been looking for a suitable candidate to replace the director of admissions. At first, Xiao Wu next to him didn't understand why his boss would say such a thing. But the next moment he was stunned by this sudden change. In that case, I won't waste my time here. Xiao Wu, you can take over the position of director of admissions office in the future. After hearing this, Yi Linyao nodded with satisfaction. This was actually what he meant. As long as he could make Xiao Wu the director of the admissions department, he would be doing him a favor. In addition, the relationship between him and the kindergarten principal is very close. It can be said that if there are any activities in the school in the future, he can take care of his own children as much as possible. He always has to think about himself and how he can take care of these little guys. This is not only a task assigned to him by the system, but also a duty he should fulfill as a father. Even without this system, he must take good care of these little guys. I am not dreaming, Director. Xiao Wu's expression was very excited, as if what had just happened was something he had never dared to imagine. He has always been just an ordinary teacher. He never thought that just because of one incident, he could become the director of the admissions office all of a sudden. This does not only represent a promotion in position, but also represents his own power, salary increase, and recognition of his strength. Why don't you thank the director right away? Yi Linyao smiled and patted his shoulder. Xiao Wu then reacted and quickly thanked Yi Linyao and the head teacher. In that case, I won't bother you anymore and will go back first. Yi Linyao also knew that it was already quite late when he came here, so it would be better for him to take the children back as soon as possible. Okay, then Brother Yi, I won't disturb you guys so you can go home and have a good reunion. Then he made a gesture of invitation and Yi Linyao walked in the direction to his child's side. A few little guys had been playing with toys there silently, 4 of them huddled together, as if they had been a small group from the beginning. Hearing the footsteps approaching, they quickly looked up. Dad, you're finally here. We missed you so much. Sibo was the one who reacted the fastest among the little ones. He dropped the toy in his hand, spread his arms and ran towards his father. Yi Linyao laughed out loud. He could understand this feeling of happiness very well. Dad is here. Dad is here to take you home. How is it? Is kindergarten fun? As the little guys spoke, they began to look very aggrieved. Kindergarten is fun, but without my dad, I don't want to come to kindergarten. As soon as Debeo said this, the other 3 little ones also echoed him. They didn't particularly want to come to kindergarten. The reason they felt kindergarten was fun last time was that they only stayed here for a short while. If they were really allowed to play alone in the kindergarten without their father and mother, they would definitely not want to do so. Not all children can go to kindergarten. Only smart and great children can go to kindergarten. Mom and Dad have always believed that you can definitely go to kindergarten and successfully learn things there. You won't let Mom and Dad down, right? As he said this, Yi Linyao gave the children a very determined look. He also knew that the 4 little ones were not very old and might not be able to understand what they were expressing now, but he knew that as long as he could convey a feeling with his heart, these 4 little ones who were connected by blood would definitely understand it. Will Dad pick us up every day from now on? Will we be able to see Dad and Mom every day? Of course, you see I'm here to pick you up. And if you officially come to kindergarten to study in the future, we will come to pick you up earlier every day. After listening to this, Debeo raised his right hand first, as if he was answering a question. I understand, Dad. I will study hard in kindergarten and won't let you and Mom down. Since their eldest brother had already expressed his opinion, the remaining 3 little ones quickly raised their hands and rushed to make promises to their father, fearing that if they spoke too late, his promise would not be remembered. Chapter 142 The Eve of the Music Competition. Okay, Dad already knows. You guys are all very good kids and will definitely do well in kindergarten. Dad will be waiting for your good news when the time comes. Zheng Chao and Xiao Wu were watching from the side with smiles on their faces. It was indeed rare to find someone like Yi Linyao who could give birth to 4 children in a row in the Magic City and raise them. I think Mr. Yi is a rare good man. If I could marry into Mr. Yi's family and become his wife, it would be a very happy thing. Xiao Wu was standing nearby and talking, and Zhang Chao nodded without denying it. This man's strength was far beyond his expectations. Normally, a family that can raise so many children must be born to entrepreneurs or rich second generations. However, he did not feel that Yi Linyao looked like a rich second generation at all. Instead, he looked like a very young and successful man. What's even more frightening is that he has such high attainments in wood carving, so most of his income now probably comes from this skill of his. Oh, by the way, from now on you will have your own names, so you must remember your names clearly. Names. Oh, by the way, we saw other kids today seem to have their own names. They sound so cool. Sanbao suddenly recalled that today in kindergarten he heard other friends introducing themselves. Those 2 or 3 character names sounded really nice. However, the names they have always used are Debao and Erbao. Although he has not noticed any changes, he always feels that they are a little different from others. Your parents have already chosen your names today. They will definitely be much more handsome than the others. As he spoke, Yi Linyao read out all the names that he and Lu Ruoxi had given them at home today, and wrote them down on a piece of paper. It's okay, you can take your time to remember it. We should have been ready earlier. The little one stared at the words written on the paper, trying hard to recognize them. Their expressions were very cute. Let's go. Let's learn names after we get home. Let's go back now. Mom will be back soon. When they heard that their mother was going home from get off work, the little ones couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, they only stayed in the kindergarten for less than a day, but for them, not seeing their mother for a whole day was very uncomfortable. Then Director Zhang, Director Wu, we will go back first. Yi Linyao's way of addressing Xiao Wu has changed from teacher to director. But Xiao Wu knew it best in his heart. He knew that a big part of the reason why he was promoted to this position was because of Yi Linyao's support. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. Please be careful on your way. The 4 little babies thanked the principal and left the kindergarten. In the car, they carefully looked at their names written on the introduction sheet. This feeling was simply the best for Yi Linyao. He would wake the children up for class every morning, and when he went to pick them up from school in the evening, he would see them rushing towards him happily. Little ones, you have performed very well in school today. I have heard from the teacher and the principal, so what do you want to eat in the evening? I will give you a reward and make you something delicious. Really? Dad, I want to eat chicken. I want to eat the braised pork that my father made earlier. It's so delicious. I want to eat. Suddenly, very happy voices were heard from inside the car. In the blink of an eye, the day of the school competition has arrived. The school where Yi Linyao is currently studying is not particularly big, but in terms of the number of students, it is not a small school either. The competition will be conducted in the form of preliminary and semi-final rounds. There were 32 bands participating in the preliminary round alone. Some of these bands borrowed equipment from the school, while others brought their own equipment. There is no doubt that there are at least more than 100 students participating in the competition, which is a considerable number. Each band has 10 minutes to perform, so today is the preliminary round, and the 32 teams will need 6 or 7 hours. The team led by Yi Linyao, including Li Feng, was in a relatively backward position, which was a bit advantageous for them. The closer a team was to the front, the harder it was to leave a deep impression on the judges. This music competition will be held in the school gymnasium. Sitting on the judges' panel will be some of the staff from this round, as well as some of the school's current leaders. It can be said that this music competition is taken very seriously from top to bottom. There shouldn't be any problem with this competition. I still hope you can get a better ranking. Lu Ruoxi was instructing Yi Linyao in the room. At first, they all thought that this was just a student who wanted to participate in the school competition. They never expected that the leaders would attach so much importance to this competition. So now Li Feng has represented their current class to participate in the school competition, and it would be best if he could get a good ranking in the school. Of course, there's no need to be so anxious. Anyway, our position is already at the back of all the teams. Lu Ruoxi also smiled back at Yi Linyao, because she now knew the next result. As long as Yi Linyao takes action, there will be nothing that cannot be solved. Then this little guy and I will wait for your good news at home. Throwing him a very cute wink, Lu Ruoxi went to the classroom at school. At the same time, Li Feng also ran over with the remaining few team members. Teacher Yi, we are all ready. When are we going to the competition venue? Li Feng's facial expression at this time showed that he was full of excitement. They had not thought at first that they could achieve such a high improvement in musical ability in just a few days. Before, with their strength, they could only consider whether they could get a spot in the semi-finals. But now they can think carefully about whether they can compete for the championship like other teams. Chapter 143. The competition officially begins. The mechanism of the knockout round. You've all rested for a while, right? How's your practice of the piece I gave you? Teacher Yi, we have practiced the piece you gave us carefully and have become very proficient at it. Although it is not as good as what you played for us at that time, I feel that if we participate in this competition, there should be no problem. Seeing that these students were so confident, Yi Linyao nodded with satisfaction. Now they finally believed what he said at that time. Okay, then take all your musical instruments and follow me to the waiting area. Yi Linyao had already received the news from the school that they would be waiting in a place reserved for contestants. Gradually, other bands in the school began to walk towards the competition venue. Most of the participating teams from these schools are composed of 5 or 6 people, and some teams are even composed entirely of girls, which results in this team receiving the most attention among all the teams. I hope the students' performance this time can bring something surprising to us old guys. Ha, principal, you are joking. I think you are still very young. How come you are an old man? The school leaders were about to arrive, which meant that the participating teams had already taken their seats, ready and looking forward to the official start of the music competition. Brother, let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. We are actually ranked second in this competition. I really don't know why our luck is so bad. Wu Qifeng didn't seem to be worried at all, with a cigarette in his mouth and a red headscarf on his head. I told you a long time ago, don't panic. What are you panicking about? After spitting, Wu Qifeng spat the cigarette in his mouth onto the ground viciously, then stomped it out with his foot. But this is really not very friendly for us. If we perform right at the beginning, what if they don't remember us later? Oh, don't you know how to surprise them with your own skills at the beginning? Let me put it this way, this time, whether from our individual strength or the preparation of the votes from the audience, we will definitely not lose. The other team members were silent. Their current strength is among the best in the school. It can even be said that no one is stronger than them. Okay, stop saying such discouraging words that will affect my mood, or I will ask you to leave the team right now. There is no way, because at that moment Wu Qifeng's personal strength is the strongest in the team, he can indeed play in various positions. Even if he kicked both members out of the team now, he could still participate in this music competition. In the backstage preparation area, all teams are ready. If some teams have not arrived yet, they will be treated as forfeiting. Welcome all the students and teachers in the school to come and support us. The music competition program in our school is about to officially begin. There are 32 teams in total. We will select 16 teams from them to enter the semi-finals. Let's welcome these 32 teams with warm applause for their wonderful performances. Amidst the wonderful applause, the 32 teams have begun to prepare to go on stage. Because they have already received the ranking list of the order of performance at the beginning, everyone knows which students are in the team and what type of music they need to perform. The first team went up very quickly, and after 5 minutes, the music program performed by these students stopped, accompanied by warm applause from the audience and the judges writing on a piece of paper the scores they could give to the song. Although the applause was very enthusiastic, most of it was for the second band, which was the team Wu Qifeng was currently in. Get ready, but don't embarrass us. It'll only take 5 minutes, and we can leave right after you finish the performance. Wu Qifeng lit up the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep puff and threw it on the ground. Everyone packed up their equipment and walked onto the stage. The next team to take the stage is our second team. The leader of this team is our very familiar student Wu Qifeng, who has received special music training before. Let us look forward to the music performance they will bring us. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qifeng led his team members onto the stage, set up the musical instruments in their hands, and prepared to start the performance. At this time, many audiences were already looking forward to the performance of their band. Even the school leaders and people from the education bureau sitting on the judges' panel couldn't help but nod their heads. In their opinion, if they were ordinary amateur students, they would definitely not be able to perform more beautiful music than these specially trained students. Just like that, Wu Qifeng stood on the stage and looked at the students below the stage and the leaders on the judges' panel. In his opinion, these are just ordinary people who will be immersed in their musical talents after a few minutes. Show these idiots some skills. Let them know what a true genius is. Wu Qifeng spoke to his teammates very arrogantly. The microphone was not turned on at this time, so these words could not be heard by others. Keep your voice down, boss. We are on the stage now. If anyone hears us, it will be the end of us. Stop worrying about your motherly things and get started. Wu Qifeng has never liked this kind of worrying feeling. He just feels that now that he has this ability, he must show it. This is the reason why he can be so proud. As the music started, Wu Qifeng led his team members and began to perform on the stage. The feeling of this kind of music made all the audience members in the audience forget everything else. They had rarely heard such a great performance from students in the academy before. Oh my god, this team is so amazing, whether it's the guitarists or the drummers, they are all so amazing. And their lead singer seems to be very experienced. No wonder he was mentioned earlier that he had received professional training. He is completely different from the team that participated in the competition just now. The audiences in the stage began to talk about it. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison, especially when the show just started. From beginning to end, they had only listened to the performances of the first team and the second team, so naturally they had to evaluate and compare their own impressions of the two teams. This team is really good, why don't we give them a score first? Several leaders on the stage also began to communicate privately. They knew that there were 32 teams this time, and they had to think about picking out 16 teams from the 32 teams. In other words, 1 out of every 2 teams would advance. If that is the case, then the first team can be eliminated directly, allowing the second team to advance. Chapter 144, Triggering the System Reward Again. I think there is no problem. These students are indeed very strong and they deserve the qualification to advance. So the 5 minutes were over quickly, and Wu Qifeng's team had successfully advanced, but the answer would not be announced until all the teams had finished their performances. Hello, students, what do you want to do most now after you just finished your performance? Students from the school's news department and media department began to come over for interviews. They will work with students from the publicity department to promote the school's music competition in the next few weeks. Ding dong, it was detected that the host successfully picked up the children and sent them to kindergarten yesterday. The system reward will be issued soon. Oh my god, what the hell? You scared me. Yi Linyao quickly looked around and confirmed that there was no one else. What's going on? Weren't the previous system rewards issued immediately? Why is there a delay this time? Although I kept complaining in my heart, there was no reason for me to refuse the reward. It is well said that if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. Reward 1, cash 100,000. Reward 2, business acumen, choose to immediately have top business brain capabilities. Reward 3, perfect control ability, can create an atmosphere for everyone around you in a short period of time with the least tone and words. It is still the same as before. As long as it is not a temporary task, you can be given a reward of 3 choices. You can choose from these 3 rewards according to your current needs and ideas. Yi Linyao took a quick look at the 3 options. He had to admit that he had never really needed cash rewards before, but now they were a bit scarce. Because during this period of time, I not only spent a lot of money on buying wood, but also on the children's schooling and other things. There is not much cash left on hand, but it has not affected our family's life. After some rough consideration, cash can be said to be the least valuable and least scarce thing in this system. Since you have finally obtained a reward from the system, it is best to make the most of the rewards given to you by the system. So as usual, I passed it first. So the next one is the second one, top business acumen. This kind of thing looks pretty good, but I have no intention of doing business at all. There are 4 children and a wife at home who need to be taken care of. I am the only pillar of support. If I go into business, I will inevitably have more and more things to do. At the beginning, he just wanted to spend some time with his children and wife. He didn't have any other thoughts. He would never think about things like this. The only option left is the third one, which allows you to have top-level control capabilities. This ability to control the stage is generally more useful for singers or dancing stars, who can use their tone and ability to control the stage to make the audience feel very happy. The music competition in the college will be held soon, and there will be more audiences in the audience. Although I don't have to go on stage, it is inevitable that these things may come in handy. Plus, I will definitely appear in such public places frequently in the future, so having the ability to control the situation will definitely bring me a lot of convenience. I chose the third reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting the third reward. The reward will be distributed by the system later. After Yi Lingyao made his choice, the system gave Yi Lingyao a quick response. Afterwards, Yi Linyao's body began to produce a feeling that he was already very accustomed to. If he received rewards from the system, he would often be able to feel very subtle changes in his body. Is this the top-level ability to control the situation? I can feel that my body has changed a little bit now. What followed was the sound of other bands playing outside. Teacher Yi, we have been here for a while now, and the teams in front of us have already performed 4 pieces, but it seems that except for the second piece, the other team's performances are not particularly good. When Li Feng asked the question, his tone was already filled with worry. Although they had grown rapidly during this period, they could not be compared with people of Wu Qifeng's strength. There was definitely still a big gap between them. It doesn't matter. We are just serving dishes now. As long as you perform well, 16 out of 32 teams will advance, so you can still succeed. Yi Lingyao is now more open-minded, because they don't need to perform too amazingly in the preliminary round. Even if they do, all they can get in the end is just a qualifying spot. You just need to perform the piece I gave you a few days ago well. As long as there are no serious mistakes, there will be no problem for you to advance this time. After listening to Yi Linyao's words, the conditions of several people became a little more stable. After listening to the performances of so many bands, the leaders sitting on the judges' panel were able to roughly understand their actual situation. It seems that except for the second band that performed quite well, the other bands are not that good. Students nowadays are probably like this. We previously focused too much on quality education, so we neglected the education of students and these other talents. After listening to it, the leaders felt that there didn't seem to be any problem. It is precisely because of this that they decided to hold this music singing competition. Fortunately, although these students do not have particularly strong individual abilities, they are also working hard to perform. Gradually, time passed quickly and there were not many teams left. They were just bands formed spontaneously by students, and their individual strength was really not that good. Most of the students had already fallen asleep while watching. If it weren't for the school teacher's requirement that students must not be absent, they would even feel that it would be better to go back to the dormitory and play games. Chapter 145. This level is off the charts. Really? These bands can't compare to the classic bands we like. Why do we have to listen to them all the time? It feels like they are ruining our childhood. Yeah, I feel the same way. They don't have a single original song. They can only imitate other people's songs. As a result, I don't even know how to sing original songs now. Come on, with their current level of talent, you still want them to create something original. It's good enough if they can imitate it for you. The audience couldn't help but groan and complain, and the noise became much louder after the second band finished their performance. Although Wu Qifeng and his team had already left the venue directly after their performance, it did not mean that they were unaware of the current situation inside the venue. It seems these people are just so-so. I thought they would be very powerful. Holding his mobile phone, Wu Qifeng was able to quickly learn about the situation inside the competition venue. What's going on? Could it be that those guys have been trashed by the audience now? As for things like throwing away garbage, I think they probably want to do it, but they don't dare to do it. However, it is certain that after the preliminary round, no team will be willing to participate in the semi-finals. Wu Qifeng's eyes and tone were full of absolute confidence, but he still wanted to know how the band Li Feng was in performed. According to the students who were watching the game in the school venue, Wu Qifeng's current team has not yet participated in the competition. Forget it. They are just a bunch of rabble anyway. In the end, they might curse more harshly than others. Wu Qifeng smiled and did nothing else. He continued to eat barbecue here with several of his teammates. The competition progressed faster and faster, and some bands even gave up halfway because it was too difficult for them to accept. They don't want to be scolded as nothing while performing on stage. At least they don't want to do that yet. If they talk to others about it in the future, they will be recognized as the singers at the competition venue. They are nothing but a band. The 15th band has now been abandoned and we will jump straight to the 16th band. The 19th band gave up. The 21st band chooses to give up. The constant giving up made the students, audiences and leaders in the audience dissatisfied. Although their abilities are not that great, at least they performed and it was a way of showing their attitude. But students like them who chose to give up without even performing really made them feel like their time was wasted by others. What the hell is going on? If you don't want to perform, you shouldn't have signed up in the first place. Now you're running away after signing up. If we had known it would be like this, we wouldn't have come. That's right. If one runs and both run, then the competition will not even go on. The students in the audience were starting to get more vocal, and even the leader couldn't stand it anymore, but he couldn't just walk away like that. In this way, nearly 10 bands have left. The music competition originally planned for 32 teams is now reduced to only 22 teams participating normally. This also resulted in Li Feng's team led by Yi Linyao, which was originally in a relatively backward position, being suddenly brought to the front. What should I do? I feel a little nervous. Li Feng, as the lead singer of the team, has begun to tremble slightly. It can be said that this was his first time participating in such a large-scale music competition, and it had never happened before. What's more, the position of lead singer can be said to be the most coursey position in the entire team. If he does not perform well, it can directly affect the performance of the entire band. It's okay. Keep your mind at ease. As long as you can perform as usual, there will be hope for you to advance this time. Yi Linyao simply comforted him. After all, he came to this music competition only to fulfill their previous request. But he has been trying his best to help them from the beginning to the end. If they fail at this critical moment, there is nothing he can do. Next, please welcome our 30th band. The voice that came out from the radio at this time had already confirmed that Li Feng and his team were about to perform. Go ahead, and remember to relax. This is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. The moment Li Feng came on stage, the leader who was watching them rehearsing outside the classroom door couldn't help but be slightly moved, because he had been waiting for this opportunity. The music played by the team they heard at that time was indeed rather ordinary, but it was still beautiful to hear. Now that they have gone through a period of training, I wonder what they will become. That's fine. This should be the second to last team. As long as we can finish listening to it, we can go home. Indeed, this is really a torture. After we finish watching it, let's go out and find a place to rest for a while. Don't worry, this team will give us some unexpected surprises. After hearing what the school leader said, the other referees also suppressed their tempers and decided to watch for a while longer. Anyway, no matter how dissatisfied you are now, you must listen to everything you should hear. Are you all ready? We must not embarrass Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi has helped us so much. If we can't get a good ranking, we will be so sorry for him. Several team members nodded, and then they began to report the results of their efforts over the past period of time. The moment the music started, all the noise in the venue quieted down. It seemed as if all music was eclipsed by the rhythms they had just heard. They couldn't believe that this was a song that students could play. The lead singer's voice is very low, as if expressing a feeling of sadness from beginning to end. What kind of song is this? It's so beautifully sung, how come I've never heard it before? I don't know. I just used the song identification software, but I didn't find anything. It seems that this song has not been included in the album at all. What? You mean this song is their original creation? No way, could it be a song by some other musician that is not included in the album? This music caused all the students who had just finished their homework to become even more agitated. They all looked for the songs that these students were playing as if they were sick. The performance slowly came to an end, and from beginning to end Li Feng's voice always maintained that very standard sadness. So it also made other people feel an indescribable emotion, as if this emotion had resonated with something in their memory. Chapter 146: The Little One's Handicrafts. So that's what I meant. The strength of these students really can't be underestimated. I feel like this band is much stronger than the second band we just heard. Isn't it? Although the students in those bands have received special training, to be fair, their emotions are indeed not as clear as those expressed by this team. And it seems that their music is completely original. This is really not easy. Students nowadays are so good that they can create songs completely based on their own abilities. Even the leader just now was a little surprised by this, because the music he heard in the room at that time was not the current one. It was obvious that the song at that time was an imitation of a certain artist's song. But within just a few days, he was able to create a completely original song of his own and perform it so vividly. It can be seen that these students are indeed very talented. What surprised him even more was the student who graduated from his school, named Yi Linyao. This is the student I chose to teach. Perhaps I should take some time to have a good chat with him about this matter. If this is true, then this teaching assistant may really have some means to teach students. The music stopped abruptly, then started playing slowly again, then stopped again. Up to this point, their performance has come to an end. However, the students in the audience have not come back to their senses yet and are still immersed in the music they just sang. Oh! In an instant, all the students watching the game in the audience couldn't hold back any longer and they shouted as loudly as they could. The whole stadium was instantly excited, and even those teams that were planning to play were ready to give up, because they really couldn't think of how they could win over others. The more realistic point is that all of them are now cheering loudly for the team that Li Feng is on. Even his own teammates couldn't help but applaud others, which already meant that they all lost. But their game went on as usual, and after 10 minutes, both teams had ended their performances. Oh my god, that team just sang so beautifully, I feel like they can make their debut. Debut? Then we'll be considered their first fans, right? We can get autographs or something. Classmates and even those in the dormitory have gone crazy. They can't even believe that there is such a student in their school. Li Feng and a few others couldn't believe that they were able to perform so perfectly. Oh my god, I really can't imagine it. It seems like we performed very well just now. After Li Feng came down, he immediately hugged several of his other teammates together, jumping around, as if he was still full of insecurity about what had just happened. By the way, this is all thanks to our teacher Yi. If it weren't for Brother Ye's help, I really don't know if we would be able to perform so well. Then let's go and thank teacher Yi. A few people hurriedly ran back to the contestant lounge backstage. But they couldn't find teacher Yi there. Now after the game, it is almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today is the second day of sending the babies to school, and I have to pick them up and take them home. At the same time, Lu Ruoshi, who had been watching the entire music competition from the audience, couldn't help but applaud. Because she has listened to a lot of music since she was a child, but it is really rare to hear such melancholy original music as played by those students just now. Where are you now? There were many other classmates and teachers around, so Lu Ruoshi didn't dare to use the term husband or something like that. If they saw it, it would be difficult to explain later. It's almost time now, I'm going to go pick up Debeo and the others. Although they all have their own names, Yi Linyao still prefers to use intimate names such as Debeo and Erbao. Well, you must be careful on the road. Li Feng and his friend's performance is quite popular. It would be great if you could see it. It's all thanks to you. When Lu Ruoshi sent this message, many students around her were still discussing this matter. For some reason, when these voices reached Lu Ruoshi's ears, she always felt like they were a kind of affirmation of herself. I just gave them some pointers. They were able to achieve such results mostly because of their own efforts. Now I just want to take good care of these 4 little guys, and you. After seeing this message in the chat box, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but blushing. Indeed, they still have to live their lives well now, and there is nothing more practical than this. Ever since he got a car, Yi Linyao usually chooses to drive this car when he goes out. Send the children to kindergarten in the morning and then go to school, which makes it more convenient when school is over. Perhaps it was because Yi Linyao and the kindergarten principal and admissions director, teacher Xiao Wu, were too close, resulting in most of the teachers in the entire kindergarten now knowing him. Mr. Yi, come and pick up the little guy. Yes, I have to come and pick them up on time every day. Yi Feng is a really good eldest brother. He has always taken care of me and my younger brothers and sisters. And those little ones are all very obedient and sensible. The teachers in the kindergarten began to praise Yi Linyao's children continuously. This is not really bragging, but most children in kindergarten will quarrel or even fight because of temporary toys or other trivial matters. But this kind of thing never happens to Yi Linyao's 4 little ones. They always know to take the initiative to give way, so other children are very willing to play with the 4 of them. Because of this, they have never had any disputes with other children. Although today is the first day of school for our kindergarten, we still let these children participate in the handicraft class. Mr. Yi can take a look at the handicrafts made by the 4 little ones. I don't know if it's because the kindergarten principal attaches too much importance to Yi Linyao, or if he really treats him as his younger brother, so it has always been Xiao Wu, who has now been promoted to the director of the admissions office, who receives him. Oh, really? Then please take me to have a look. Chapter 147 Yi Linyao's teaching results are excellent. The little ones are still playing outside. Yi Linyao did not go over to call them back, but wanted to go and see the handicrafts they have made. Children sometimes don't express their inner thoughts, but they will show them through small objects around them. Maybe you can find some of what the little ones are imagining in their minds from these handicrafts. This is where we store the children's handicrafts every time, and the children can come in at any time. As he spoke, Xiao Wu opened a door, revealing many handicrafts placed inside. Most of them were made of plasticine, so they did not look amazing in appearance. But if you look closely, you will find that some of the works are quite good. Yi Linyao is now in his 20s and will soon be in his 30s. Turning his head to look at the handicrafts made by children nowadays, it really brings back all his memories. Mr. Yi, this is the handicraft made by the 4 little guys. It is the best one among all the freshmen, even among the children before us. Teacher Xiao Wu's words shifted Yi Linyao's attention away from other works. There was a work directly in the direction where Xiao Wu's hand was reaching. This work is obviously much larger than the other works, and there are a total of 6 people in the entire work. The other kids were doing their own homework, but considering that Ji Feng and the other kids have been together since they were little, they wanted to make a handicraft together, and we agreed. After listening to what teacher Xiao Wu said, Yi Linyao focused all his attention on this handicraft. This handicraft is mainly based on these 6 people. Just by taking a look at it, you can immediately understand what this handicraft means. Among them, 2 adults and 4 children were walking hand in hand on the grass, clearly describing the living conditions of their family. Most of the other children made animals or their favorite toys, but only Yi Feng and his friends made the life of a family. Well, you did a pretty good job. Yi Linyao also sighed with a smile, and then took a photo, which he planned to take home to show Lu Ruoshi. It's almost time. I'm going to take them home. Okay, Mr. Yi. After walking out of the room, the little ones still like to squat beside it as before, and the 4 of them form a small group to play there. As usual, when they saw their father coming, they all put down their toys and rushed over. Just when Yi Linyao was about to leave, Xiao Wu from the admissions department suddenly called him. By the way, Mr. Yi, since the time is right now, we are also planning to hold an autumn sports meeting in the next few days, and we will need all parents to come and participate at that time. Because sports games are physically demanding activities, we prefer to have the children's fathers come to participate in the games. This is a very important exchange and experience for the children. I hope that Mr. Yi can take time out of your busy schedule to spend some time with the 4 children. No problem, I will definitely come over for these things. If there is anything else, just let me know when the time comes. Yi Linyao never had any objection to children's affairs, except for those that were particularly bad. Autumn sports meet? That's a rather distant term. Thinking of this, Yi Linyao couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. My most recent impression of the word sports meet can be traced back to 4 or 5 years ago, before I graduated. After that, I have no impression of any sports at all. Then, Mr. Yi, be careful on the road. After driving smoothly all the way, Yi Linyao parked the car downstairs. Because the school is hosting a competition, most students' classes will be postponed to varying degrees. This afternoon can be said to be a rare paid leave, although I don't really need it. Dad, why hasn't Mom come back yet? Sure yeah, be good. Mom is still in school. Dad will play with you for a while, okay? Okay. When the little ones heard that their dad was willing to play with them, they jumped up. In kindergarten, the 4 of them always play together. It's not that other children are unwilling to play with them. On the contrary, the 4 of them are the most popular among all the children. But it would be a bit crowded if so many people played together, not to mention, how could there be a game that dozens of people could play at the same time? As a last resort, the 4 little babies of the Yi family all refused the invitation to play with other children in order to be able to play with their brothers and sisters. But if they just go home, then they will be different. They will want their dad to hug them no matter what. Ha ha ha. A clear sound came out, and the whole room was filled with laughter. Now, the preliminary round of the college's music competition has officially ended. Later, the judges and leaders will score and decide which teams can advance. The host on the stage tried his best to calm the situation, but the students below had already lost control, frantically guessing and estimating which bands would make it. Don't even think about it. The second team and the second to last team will definitely qualify. Needless to say, these are all God-level players. What I want to ask you is which other teams can enter the semi-finals? Come on, with the quality of their performance, they're still thinking about a rematch. The voices of complaints kept coming one after another and could not be suppressed at all. Quiet. The voice came from a nearby speaker and sounded quite majestic. Chapter 148: Shocking the campus. Linya becomes popular. It was the school leader on the stage who was speaking, and after the momentum came through the speakers, it felt like it was amplified hundreds of times. Many unexpected things happened during this music competition, including, but not limited to, the temporary withdrawal of participating teams. This is a very disrespectful behavior for the music competition we held this time. I hope that this kind of situation will not happen again in future competitions or in daily life. Next, I will read out the names of the teams that will advance to the semi-finals. At the beginning, we had 32 teams, but many of them dropped out, resulting in only 22 teams left. However, our promotion system has not changed, and we will still choose 32 to advance to 16. Those teams that withdraw will directly forfeit their qualification for promotion. After announcing their current requirements, the school leaders and some departments of the Education Bureau began to count the number of participating teams that successfully advanced to the semi-finals. The second team, the fourth team, the seventh team, the 30th team. Just like that, the vacancies for just 10 teams were quickly read out through the microphone of the school leaders. But everyone knows that among those teams that can successfully advance, only the 30th team can make them feel bright. It seems like the only team that can compete with the other teams is the second team. Because of the limited time today, we don't plan to put the preliminary and semi-finals together. This is also to give those contestants who are able to successfully advance some time to prepare their own programs. By this time, all the students had realized that it was almost time for them to adjourn. However, the song that Li Feng just performed left many viewers feeling a little unsatisfied. They didn't want to stay in the venue any longer because it was completely useless. I just wanted to find Li Feng's fellow contestants and ask for their contact information. I never realized before that Li Feng is so talented. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. That's right, isn't it? Before, I felt that this person wouldn't be able to achieve much, but now it seems that he has such a strong musical talent. If he works harder, won't he be able to become a great musician easily? Why is it so lively in the venue? I just calculated the time, and it should still be some time before the end. The people around Wu Qifeng calculated the approximate time. It wasn't long since they had been together since the end of the meeting. There were still at least 10 teams, and there were no performing teams. Why was it so lively inside? Could it be that there were indeed other teams that performed exceptionally well? Or was it that the heat from my performance just now was still lingering on others? We don't know what's going on here. Wu Qifeng was still a little worried in his heart. Although they had prepared all the work before, this could not be ruled out. What should they do if an unexpected situation occurred? Okay, let me ask now. As he spoke, the man in the band quickly took out his cell phone and contacted the student who should still be in the venue. What? You asked why the venue was so lively. Of course, because the event is over now, it has to be lively. The reply they received from the other end of the phone surprised them all. Could it be that the music competition in the venue has ended now? However, according to the progress, it should not have ended yet. How is that possible? Judging from the situation, there should be at least 10 teams that haven't finished their performance yet. Why did it end so soon? That's for sure, because after your performance, many of them gave up directly. Give up? Yes, there are 32 teams in total, and 10 teams gave up, so it must have ended early. Because the phone was on speakerphone, people nearby could hear the conversation between the two of them. After listening to it, Wu Qifeng's face darkened and he winked at him. The man immediately understood what this meant and asked the person on the other end of the phone another question. After we left this competition, were there any teams that performed better? You should know this, right? That's true, the 30th team, it seems the leader is Li Feng. The song they performed seemed really good, the audience's reaction was very good. Li Feng? Are you sure he's the one in the same grade as us? In order to avoid making mistakes, he confirmed it again and again, and the answer he got was also affirmative. No way, the song that guy sang was really nothing. Are you sure they can sing a song that will make the whole audience cheer? I just told you everything I need to say now. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Wu Qifeng and his companions looked at each other in bewilderment. They really couldn't believe that there was actually someone who could perform better than themselves. What's more, the team that could perform so well was the one that had clashed with them before. What should we do about this? It seems like they have completely stolen our limelight. If they had heard the excited voices coming from the competition venue just now, which were all because of the song performed by Li Feng's team, then it would definitely be much louder than the voices they heard when they left the venue. No problem. Anyway, we have definitely advanced to the semi-finals this time. No one can say that they have succeeded before the final victory is announced. When Wu Qifeng said this, his face had already turned ashen. No matter what, I'm definitely going to take them all down this time. There's no way anyone in this school knows how to play a musical instrument better than us. Hey, didn't the boss just say that none of us can be considered truly successful until the results of the competition are known? Shut up. Stop talking. At the same time, the originally quiet school is now completely occupied by the concert held today. News about the music concert being held at this university has been spread on the school forum and other social media platforms. But most of what people talked about was the second and second to last team, and how amazing the music they performed was. Shocked. There are actually 2 teams in the music competition held by our school with extremely high individual strengths. The 2 music teams led by Wu Qifeng and Li Feng successfully advanced to the semi-finals. It is predicted that these 2 teams will have the final showdown in the next semi-finals. Li Feng, an ordinary student in the college, was able to sing such a classic and professional level piece of music just by relying on his amateur music skills. The class led by Yi Linyao became popular all of a sudden. In addition, Yi Linyao was a graduate of this school and was the school's most handsome boy back then. Lu Ruoshi transferred from a prestigious university to this school and served as the class counselor, which also added more mystery to this class. Chapter 149. I hope you can also participate in the competition as an assistant coach. The next day, when Yi Linyao came to school, he could already see that most of the students walking into school were looking at him with admiration. At first Yi Linyao was not quite sure what was going on, but when he passed by the school's wall poster for drug testers, he saw that the band he and Li Feng were in had been listed on the newspaper printed in the school. Oh my god, how could they know about this? This made him completely confused. He was going to teach Li Feng and a few others how to play and sing music, and it should be that only these few people knew how to do it. Why does everyone in the school know about this now? It's just causing trouble for him. I just want to be an ordinary dad. Why do I always give them things that they don't want to encounter? Forget it, let's leave first. If we stand here for a while, something bad will happen. There are many people here, and there is a conspicuous newspaper placed next to it. If others find it, I might get caught. But just when Yi Linyao was about to leave, he heard the girl's voice from the side. Hey, wait a minute, are you Teacher Yi? Her voice is very gentle and pleasant. Just by listening to her voice you can tell that she must be a very beautiful and lovely girl. If it were a boy, he might have been attracted by the voice and become one of the girl's loyal pursuers. But unfortunately, the person who heard this voice now was Yi Linyao, a man who already had 4 children and a very lovely and beautiful wife. Although this voice is very tempting, it has no effect on him. On the contrary, Yi Linyao is even more afraid when he hears this voice. Yes, I am. Slowly turning around, Yi Linyao's face was now full of embarrassment. Could it be that what I was thinking in my heart just now will come true in the next second? Wow! I didn't expect that I would actually see a real person today. Hurry up, call them all over here, I want to take a picture. Yi Linyao. That shouldn't be the case. I just arrived at the school. For some reason, the people around him immediately turned their eyes when they heard Yi Linyao's name. In an instant, they all pounced on the prey like hungry wolves that had found their target, fearing that the prey would escape. The students nearby quickly rushed up, surrounded Yi Linyao from all sides, and stretched out their hands to take photos with him. No, students, please don't do this, it will cause congestion. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so popular now. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. The colleague who had been chatting with Yi Linyao at the beginning has also come back. Since the news about Yi Linyao came out, almost the entire school, even the teachers and students in other surrounding schools, have known about it. Stop talking about this. This is not a good thing at all. If you were my replacement, you would know how uncomfortable it is. Don't give me that. I saw so many beautiful girls surrounding you today. You still have the nerve to tell me that you are in pain. I'm afraid you are laughing so hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Linyao glanced at him with a very unfriendly look. I am a married man now, and I cannot joke around like this so casually. However, the other party has no idea about my situation, so I can only forgive him now. Forget it. I'm not the kind of person who likes crowds. If you like, Next time these students come, you can help me block them, okay? After hearing this, my colleague's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded in agreement. After all, although he is almost the same age as Yi Linyao, he has never found a partner from the beginning to the end. It would be great if I could successfully find other partners with the help of Yi Linyao. Things in the school can be said to have come to an end. After all, as an assistant teacher, all Yi Linyao can help with is the usual delivery and collection of homework. Anyway, as long as he doesn't get into too much trouble, Yi Linyao no longer has the arrogance he used to have. He just wants to take good care of this family in the future. After class at noon, Yi Linyao went home to cook as usual. The routine of his life had made him realize what true peace is after getting married and having children. "Teacher Yi, please wait a moment." Suddenly, a rather dignified voice came from behind me. Just from the tone of the voice, I could tell that the person who said this must be an elderly person. When Yi Linyao turned around, he discovered that the person who made the voice was the leader of the school. "Leader, what can I do for you?" Even though my current strength does not require me to pose any threat to them, since I am still in office, everything must be done according to the rules and regulations. "Nothing, it's just that I happened to hear you at the door last time when you were teaching those students." Yi Linyao's heart suddenly twitched. He had been searching for a long time and had no idea why those people knew that Li Feng's band was taught by him. It turned out that it was the leaders of the school who asked them to release it. Well, I just taught them casually. This is not my major, so their good results have nothing to do with me. Yi Linyao didn't want to have too many relationships with the students in the school. After all, the more famous he became, the more it would affect their private lives. He doesn't want to expose his relationship with Lu Ruoshi yet, so no matter what he does, it's best to keep it simple. "Ah, Teacher Yi is really modest. I listened to what you taught for a while when I was at the door that day. Although I don't particularly understand it, even from a layman's perspective, it is very professional." What on earth was he trying to say? Could it be that he knew about what happened between her and Ruoshi? Actually, I came here for something else. Although the preliminary competition we held last time has ended, the people from the Ministry of Education were not particularly satisfied with our school's performance. More than 10 teams gave up midway, which was really embarrassing. The Ministry of Education will send someone to the rematch. In order to make our competition more exciting, I still hope you can participate. Chapter 150. Brother Yi, this is a little gift from me. Yi Linyao smiled in silence. After all this time, it turned out that she came to him just for this kind of thing. "Leader, this competition is for students in the school. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea for me to participate as a teaching assistant." "It doesn't matter. The rules of the competition are made by people. We just need to make some minor changes. Similarly, other teams can also ask a teacher to come and help. It can be from inside or outside the school." Things have come to this point, and Yi Linyao also knows that the leader came here this time with determination to get this matter done. All right. It seemed that I had no ability to refuse. It was just a music competition after all. At most I could show off my skills and let them know my strength. Well, then it will all depend on how Teacher Yi performs. I am very optimistic about you. After saying that, the leader solemnly patted Yi Linyao's shoulders twice with his rough hands. When they return home at noon every day, the house seems a lot quieter without the little ones, but because of this, they can eat as soon as possible after returning home and then go back to school. Moreover, most of the tasks of picking up the little babies at night were left to Yi Linyao alone, which surprisingly made Yi Linyao feel that every day of his life was very fulfilling. That afternoon, at the usual time, Yi Linyao came to the kindergarten to pick up the children. But at this time, Teacher Wu was standing next to the children, looking a little embarrassed. Also standing next to them was the kindergarten's principal Zheng Chao. Yi Linyao knew at a glance that something was definitely going to happen, but he still had to go over. "Brother Zhang, Teacher Wu. Mr. Yi, the little ones are playing here, waiting for you to take them home. Well, you guys have worked hard today." Yi Linyao did not intend to tell them their stories directly, but was prepared to let them speak out on their own initiative. Zheng Chao and Teacher Xiao Wu couldn't help themselves when they saw Yi Linyao was about to leave after picking up the children. "Brother Yi." It was a bit inappropriate to let Xiao Wu talk about this kind of thing, and in the end he, as the elder brother, had to step in personally. Anything else, bro?" Yi Linyao had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so his reply was relatively quick. "I have something to ask of you." Zheng Chao spoke in a timid manner, as if he was very embarrassed about something. "It's okay. What's the relationship between us? Just tell me if you have anything to say. Yi Linyao was quite generous, but he didn't say he would agree. He decided to listen to what the other party had to say before making a decision. It's like this. Xiao Wu should have told you last time that we are going to prepare for the autumn sports meeting. We plan to give all the children some wooden products and snacks as rewards. Zheng Chao had been talking up to this point, and Yi Linyao hadn't heard what he was going to say, but when he heard the 3 words wooden products, his heart was slightly moved. If it's temporary, it's easy. We just need to contact the supplier. But for some reason, the person from the wood processing factory we had already found suddenly refused to help us continue processing. After hearing this, Yi Linyao finally understood everything. This is because they want me to help with processing the prizes for the kindergarten this time, but I'm embarrassed to say it out loud because the workload will be too heavy. So, brother, you want me to help you process these wooden products, right? Brother Yi is indeed a smart man. He can hear it all at once. Yi Linyao, do I need to hear this right away? You clearly said everything you needed to say right away, okay? But you know, brother, there are so many children in the kindergarten, and the workload is not ordinary. Although Yi Linyao has always been a close friend of the kindergarten principal regardless of age difference, he would not agree if he was really asked to waste so much time for the prizes in the kindergarten. We will definitely compensate you for this. Don't worry, brother Yi. Since I, Zheng Chao, have said this, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. Hearing this, Yi Linyao's heart was slightly moved. Although Zheng Chao was already over 50 years old, the fact that he owned this kindergarten already represented his personal strength. Xiao Wu, go back and take care of things first. Teacher Wu immediately understood what the principal meant. It was clearly an attempt to avoid suspicion. After making sure that there was no one else around, Zheng Chao slowly lit a cigarette and began to tell the story. Actually, this kindergarten is a private one. I think you should have done your homework before, brother Yi? Yes, I know this. I did a lot of homework before coming here. At that time, Yi Linyao just roughly checked on the internet to see which kindergartens in the surrounding Shanghai were still recruiting students. All the shares of this kindergarten now belong to me alone, and I am already old. It was not easy for me to meet brother Yi, such a person who can make me feel close to him. I plan to give you 10% of the shares. Buzz. At that moment, Yi Linyao felt as if the top of his head was hit by something, because a 10% stake in a private kindergarten in Shanghai was not a small amount at all. However, the old man in front of him was willing to give it to him directly, so his intention must be not simple. Mr. Yi, I don't know what you do for a living, but judging from your behavior and the upbringing of these 4 little ones, you must be from a wealthy family. I wonder if my 10% stake will be acceptable to you. Zheng Chao spoke with obvious respect. In a sense, these shares were not just for the purpose of being the reward for processing wood products, but also for being able to express his true inner thoughts. The young man in front of him could be said to be the first young man he had seen in his 50-plus years of life who was so appreciated by him. No matter what, he would definitely find a way to seize the opportunity. Chapter 151 Shia, you can eat now. At least we should improve the relationship between the 2 people first. Maybe they can really play a vital role in each other in the future. Brother Zhang, your gift is a bit too generous. I am just helping you process some things. You don't need so much. Yi Linyao tried to decline the offer in accordance with international practice. After all, it seemed a bit against the rules to agree to such a generous gift right away. Brother Yi, do you look down on these small gifts? Brother Zhang, you're overthinking it. If that's the case, then I'll just respectfully obey your orders. After hearing Yi Linyao agree to this generous gift, Zheng Chao's face showed a long-lost smile. After all, if the other party agrees, it means that their relationship will become closer in the future. Brother Yi has been helping me all this time. I think it is the right thing for me to give up 10. If it is convenient, let's go into the room and sign the contract now. As he spoke, Zheng Chao took a step back and stretched out his hand to clear a path, which pointed directly to his principal's office. Yi Linyao nodded with a smile. This kind of thing still needs a contract on paper to be safe. Besides, why not take the money that is given for free? After entering the room, Director Zhang Chao took out a contract from the drawer. It was obvious that he had already prepared it. Yi Linyao also took it, looked at it carefully, and signed his name after confirming that there was no problem with the contract. Then thank you for helping me this time, brother. I'm a little flattered to suddenly get this kindergarten part. Haha, brother Yi, if you are free in the future, you can come and help me take care of it. This kindergarten is already too old for me to run alone. I will. I'll take my leave today. With that, Yi Linyao left the director's office and went outside to take all 4 of his little ones with him. Looking at those little guys running towards him happily, Yi Linyao now has a complete impression of them. Now this kindergarten no longer belongs entirely to others, and I can be considered one of the owners of this kindergarten. Xia, have you been listening to your teacher in kindergarten recently? Yes, Dad, we will do whatever the teacher tells us to do. We will listen to the teacher carefully. The main reason why Yi Linyao is calculating the days so carefully is because of his little daughter. When he first came here, Lu Ruoshi had already told him that because of her youngest daughter's poor health, she had not been able to stop drinking milk powder until she was 3 years old, and now it was about time. But after careful time exchange, Yi Linyao has confirmed that his daughter Shirya was able to eat normally 2 days ago. Xia, from today on you can eat the same food as your brothers. Yi Xia didn't react at first and continued playing games with her 3 brothers in the back seat. By the time he reacted, she had even forgotten that it was her turn. Dad, is what you just said true? Sister, can you really eat normally? The eldest son Yifeng was the first to react and hurriedly chased after his father and asked. Following closely, Yi Tian and Yi Ling were also very concerned. He also knew that their sister had never been able to taste the meals made by their father from the past to now. Now if my sister could really eat the food cooked by my father, it would be a very exciting thing for her. Even the brothers couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that this was a good moment worth celebrating. Dad, can I really eat? Yay! I can finally eat. The happy voices of the children came from the car. Yi Xia had been drinking milk powder for a long time. When having lunch in the kindergarten, everyone came to eat the nutritious lunch, but she was the only one drinking the milk powder she brought from home. Although the price of this milk powder is many times more expensive than the lunch in school, for a little girl who has hardly eaten from the past to now, she still hopes to taste the taste of rice. After returning home, Yi Linyao prepared a lot of delicious food to make the little girl happier. Of course, these were all made for Yi Xia. She had made so many delicious things before, and in the end they were all given to her 3 sons. Now she must let the little girl have a taste of these as well. This time, Yi Xia ate a lot unlike usual. The 3 brothers did not fight with their sister for food. Instead, they kept picking up food for their sister from beginning to end. Lu Ruoshi, who was watching from the side, also had a smile on her face. She only found out today when she returned home that her little daughter was already able to eat. You brothers are really sensible. Remember to take good care of your sisters in the future. Yes, Mom, we will definitely take good care of our sister. Sister, eat more. You haven't tried it before. The braised pork made by Dad is really delicious. As he spoke, the eldest brother Yifeng added several pieces of braised pork into Yi Xia's bowl. Originally, they were not very sensitive in using chopsticks, so it took them a long time to add a few pieces of meat. However, this situation was very gratifying to Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi. Yi Linyao had never even thought about becoming rich from the beginning. If possible, it would be nice to let their family of 5 live warmly in this room. By the way, is there anything going on at the kindergarten recently? These little guys have been attending kindergarten for quite a while, and I don't know how they are doing. Although Lu Ruoshi has a lot of things to do on weekdays and doesn't pay much attention to the children's growth, it doesn't mean that she doesn't care about the children now. Oh, if you say that, it just reminds me that they did a handicraft assignment 2 days after they entered the kindergarten. I took a photo and showed it to you. Chapter 152. Let's get started. It won't take long for me to do it. As he spoke, Yi Linyao took out the family portrait handicraft made by the children in the kindergarten that he had photographed before and showed it to Lu Ruoshi. This is the homework done by your 4 children. How do you feel about it? What do you mean? If it's mine, it's not yours, right? Lu Ruoshi stretched out her hand and gently twisted Yi Linyao's arm, and Yi Linyao also matched her expression by pretending to be in pain. The 4 little ones were sitting at the dining table, all staring with wide eyes at their parents playing around. Brother, are Mom and Dad fighting? Can they please stop fighting? When Shirya saw her parents seem to be fighting, she couldn't help crying. As a little girl, she hoped that her parents at home could be very harmonious and happy. The 3 older brothers didn't know either. Although they often saw their parents fighting and laughing, they still couldn't tell the difference essentially. Don't cry, Mom and Dad are not fighting, Mom and Dad are just playing a game. Lu Ruoshi then recalled that the little ones around her were still sitting there, and this kind of flirting was not suitable for children. Did the school leaders say anything about the rematch? No, because the teams that advanced to the semi-finals were not very strong. Only your team led by Li Feng and Wu Qifeng was challenging, so we counselors no longer care about these things. While eating lunch, Lu Ruoshi said that things at school were not particularly stressful for the counselors, all they needed to do was take care of the students' affairs. What's wrong? I remember you guys advanced to the semi-finals. Did something happen? It seemed that Lu Ruoshi really didn't know what the leader had talked to her about today, so he told her the whole cause and effect of the matter. After Lu Ruoshi listened carefully, the expression on her face changed from indifference at the beginning to surprise later. She really didn't expect that the school would choose Yi Linyao to participate in the competition as an assistant coach. What's more, the leader was standing at the door with him at that time and heard Yi Linyao's current musical level. With Yi Linyao's current level of ability, if he were to participate in a national competition, he could even get a good ranking. But if he were to participate in a school competition, he would simply be beating those college students. What did you say? His intention was very clear from the beginning to the end. He just wanted me to agree. I had no choice but to agree. But at that time, I also said that other participating teams could also find foreign players, so it shouldn't be too embarrassing for them. Yi Linyao also knew his current musical level. It would be easy for him to embarrass them if he wanted to. He just hoped that he could win in a simple way. Teacher Lu, could you please bring the current teacher's attendance sheet over here and check which teachers are missing? At this time, in the school's leadership office, the principal was sitting at the largest table and speaking to a teacher next to him. Yes, headmaster. Lu Ruoshi originally wanted to help Yi Linyao punch in, but she found out that the attendance method adopted today was to have others come and take roll call. So when Yi Linyao's name was called, naturally no one answered. Principal, the names have been called. Here is the attendance sheet for this morning. As the teacher said this, he handed the attendance sheet to the principal. The principal took it politely and waved his hand to signal him to go about his business. Opening this attendance sheet, you can see that there is a long string of check marks in the row for all teachers today, which means that the teacher came to work in school today. However, if a gap suddenly appears in such a long string of check marks, it will be very eye-catching. He placed his finger on the line with the blank spaces, and kept searching to the left, eventually stopping on a name. Yi Linyao. At the same time, on the other side of Shanghai, all the teachers of Butsai Kindergarten have come to work as usual. What was different from usual was that at this time there was a large amount of wood piled on the ground inside the Butsai Kindergarten. As a result, all the teachers turned their heads to look here when they passed by. If you didn't know, you would have thought that the kindergarten was being renovated today. Brother Yi, how about you take a look at these things? Because the lumber mill is really unwilling to come out to help, there is no help today. The wood is quite ordinary, but it is not bad to use as a prize. At least the price alone is not cheap. The wood placed on the ground can be said to be very common, but the quality is slightly better and the price is not particularly bad. But there is too much wood on the ground, and it is also a problem how much time it will take to deal with these things. What exactly are we going to carve into? Yi Linyao also asked roughly what these woods would look like in the future. Only by knowing what the products would look like could he determine how long it would take to carve all of these things. Because time was short, the original plan was to carve medals so that each student could receive them instead of using paper rewards. But now I may not have enough time, so I will just carve something smaller, like a teacup, which can save time. Zheng Chao was thinking about Yi Linyao all the time. After all, he felt a little embarrassed to ask him to come over to help. If he asked him to do so many troublesome things again, he might not do it at all. The award certificate you mentioned, does it look like the usual one? Yes, because it will look different from usual and it can be considered a special souvenir. It's just that we don't have enough time right now, so let's not do that kind of thing. It would be nice if we could just keep it simple and get a reward. Yi Linyao silently picked up the wood on the ground and looked at it carefully. His mind had already begun to frantically calculate how many finished products could be made from each piece of wood. No problem, just make it according to the design of the certificate. You should bring everything here. Chapter 153. It turns out you can still play like this. Ah. Oh. I brought them all. Zheng Chao and Xiao Wu were a little slow to react for a moment. With such a short time, were they really going to process them all into award certificates? Because the autumn sports meet happened to be on the first day after Saturday and Sunday, students were not needed to attend classes in the kindergarten today. The teachers came as usual, but they were just there to correct homework and prepare lessons. There are no students in the school, so there is no problem operating directly in the kindergarten. That's fine. I'll start working right on the playground. It might be a little noisy. I don't know if it will affect your normal work. It doesn't matter. The sound insulation in the school is still very good. Yi Linyao just nodded silently, picked up the tools beside him and prepared to start processing. Zheng Chao stood by, wanting to carefully observe the production process of this top master. He had the opportunity to see it once outside the school before, but that was only halfway through. Now that he had the chance, he wanted to take a closer look from beginning to end to see how this young master operated, turning these ordinary wooden boards into very exquisite wooden sculptures. Gradually, the chisel and the hammer helped each other to shave off the edges and corners of the wood piece by piece. Unlike the process of using a cutting machine, there was no large amount of sawdust on the ground, but instead there were large pieces of wood. Such a large amount of cutting even made Zheng Chao, who was standing aside, feel a little distressed. Although the wood was not of the highest quality, the price was still relatively high because of the large quantity purchased. If all the sawdust were shaved off, how many certificates could be made from a piece of wood? Since I asked the other party to help with the processing, I can't say anything more. I can only do everything according to their ideas. But it has to be said that Yi Linyao's craftsmanship is really good. Although a lot of tacit understanding has been lost just now, it can be seen that the wooden board in front of him has gradually taken on the image of a certificate. Xiao Wu next to him also saw Yi Linyao making these wooden handicrafts by himself for the first time. Before, he just knew that the kindergarten principal seemed to have suddenly obtained some exquisite wooden crafts, so he was happy for those 2 days, but he had no idea that these wooden crafts were actually made by Yi Linyao in front of him. The processing techniques became more and more sophisticated at Yi Linyao's hand, as if each piece of wood was easily processed in his hands. Every piece of sawdust that was shaved off made the board look more presentable. Director Zhang, could this Mr. Yi be some top-notch carpenter? Teacher Xiao Wu had never seen such skilled woodworking techniques before. Almost. Although you can't find Mr. Ye's name now, if we talk about carpentry skills, he can definitely be ranked in the country or even the world. Director Zhang Chao is an old hand at wooden crafts, so Xiao Wu has a high degree of trust in what he says. It turns out that Mr. Yi, this man in front of us, has such a deep research on wooden crafts. The processing speed began to become faster and faster, as if a certificate was completely processed in just a moment. Hey, look, what's going on outside? Isn't it the parent of the student who came to our school to register before? And they brought quadruplets with them. They left a deep impression on me. Yes, now that you mentioned it, I suddenly remembered. No wonder this person is so handsome. Why is he fiddling with the wood? Could he be a worker? But I remember the worker clearly drove a luxury car over there that day. I'm telling you, there are many hidden talents in this city, so don't judge a person's career and wealth so casually. They really didn't expect that a student's parent who was so rich in Shanghai would actually be engaged in this kind of woodworking craft. The morning passed quickly, and all the wooden boards placed on the ground had been processed, and a rough model of the certificate had been presented to people. The processing performed by Yi Linyao was not simply to process these wooden boards into the shape of a flat piece of thin paper, but to process them into a folded shape similar to the opening of a book. This will make the certificate look more three-dimensional, but at the same time, the text will become much more complicated if you continue to carve on it. You have to know that the rest of the work was all done by Yi Linyao alone, and there was no one else who could come to help. Brother Yi is indeed a hero among this generation of young people. If possible, I would even like to introduce him to those famous entrepreneurs. Since Zhang Chao was able to establish a kindergarten in Shanghai by himself, it shows that he has connections and abilities that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Okay, it's almost all done for you. All you have to do next is engrave the characters on it. Yi Linyao stood up and wiped the sweat from his head. It was obvious that the workload just now still made him feel a little tired. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yi. If this incident hadn't happened suddenly, I wouldn't want you to come here and cause so much trouble. It's okay, it's just a small favor. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Yi Linyao did not reveal too much about himself, including his work and family, or even some other personal information. After all, the other party has some strength in the Magic City. If he were to investigate himself in depth, then all of his assets now would definitely not stand up to scrutiny. I never thought that Brother Yi completed so much work in just one morning. It seems that if Brother Yi really comes out, most of the factories may close down by then. Zheng Chao also did not forget to flatter Yi Linyao anytime and anywhere, but Yi Linyao did all this for his own purposes. Otherwise, in this hot winter, who would be willing to work outside for most of the day and get covered in dust? It will probably take another 3 or 4 hours to complete the next task, and the sunlight outside isn't particularly suitable. Find me a room. I want to take care of all the remaining tasks in the room. No problem. Now we will vacate the room that was originally a storage room in the kindergarten for you. 10 minutes later, all the things had been packed up in the storage room. When the light in the storage room was turned on, the mess around the sides and the cleanliness in the middle made it look like a personal processing room. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. There are too many debris in here. It will take a while to clean it up. I can only ask you to work on it first. It's okay, let's just stay here. It seems to have some of the flavor of the past. Zheng Chao keenly caught the word once in his previous sentence. As expected, it seems that Brother Yi was indeed engaged in this industry before, but he just didn't like to reveal his reputation. This time, Zheng Chao and Xiao Wu did not follow him inside to continue learning anything. They knew that they would not learn anything even if they went to see it. On the contrary, if they left it in the house, it would make people vaguely feel that Brother Yi did not want others to see the detailed process of his processing. The room began to become quiet. I was the only one there with the pile of wooden boards in front of me that had been shaped like book pages. Chapter 154. Is this the speed of a top woodworking master? Because the wooden board is designed to be like the folded pages of a book, there will be a part on both sides that is concave towards the middle. If you want to carve fonts in it, you must consider what shape the font needs to be compressed into if it is engraved in it, so that it can be more realistically restored to the appearance of a paper certificate. I never thought that it would take so much effort to carve it into this design. The carving knife in his hand began to slowly rotate the angle, and in a simulated way, he placed it at each angle, as if he was calculating in his mind what the font would look like if he knocked it down from here. However, Yi Linyao's top-level carpentry skills have enabled him to have a very profound thinking ability about these issues. In just less than 2 minutes, Yi Linyao had constructed a very objective model in his brain to understand how the carved font should be compressed so that the regular script of the contemporary font can be perfectly presented between the gaps. Now that I have a shape in my mind, the next step is to take action. Holding a small wood chisel in one hand and a wooden hammer in the other, he worked with both hands to perform a second processing and carving on this originally thin wooden board. Gradually, the words on the school have been successfully engraved on the originally very thin piece of wood in my hand. The processing of the wooden boards was a bit harsh at the beginning, which resulted in the original thickness of the boards being cut off by more than half. If you want to engrave words on them, you will have to test your personal strength. Once the strength of the force is different, there is a high possibility that a certain place will be engraved through. In that case, the piece of wood will become real waste and there is no way to reprocess and reuse it. Director Zhang Chao and Xiao Wu were also not idle. They kept serving tea and water outside or handing in some wet towels. For the director, this was not just about asking someone to come and help, but more importantly, since Yi Linyao was willing to agree to help him process these small things, it meant that he accepted him in the true sense. In this way, the relationship between the two of them can become closer and closer, and this kindergarten is just the beginning for them. In the eyes of director Zhang Chao, this young man has more potential to create value. Processing this kind of thing originally requires a lot of time, and when the carrier of the object to be engraved is very fragile, the processing method becomes even more difficult. But in Yi Linyao's hands, these didn't seem to be a problem at all. He completed all of them in less than a few hours. You have to know that there are nearly 100 or 200 certificates for the autumn sports meeting placed on the floor. Brother Yi, they say they have the best Westlake Longjing tea here, would you like to try it? Zheng Chao was stunned when he had just finished speaking. He saw that the ground was already filled with numerous award certificates, all of which had names engraved on them. Although it is the autumn sports meeting, they have prepared rewards for every parent and student participating in the competition. This is also a fair and just reward given to children of kindergarten age. It's all carved. You can take a look at the results. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Yi Linyao doesn't have that much time to waste here now, as the university still requires him to participate in the semi-finals of the next music competition. Although his musical level is very high, in order to ensure that he wins the championship, he still has to find a way to compose another song by himself. The craftsmanship of this kind of carving is really amazing. I have never seen any master do such a detailed job on this kind of thing. Zhang Chao carefully picked up one of the certificates. The certificate felt very thin, as if it would break in the middle with the slightest force. It is really not easy to carve fonts on a wooden board of this thickness. However, Yi Linyao actually finished carving all the more than 200 wooden boards in just a few hours. You can imagine how efficient he is at work. That's really great, Brother Yi, thank you. If it weren't for your help, I really don't know what I would do with the autumn sports meeting next year. Zhang Chao thanked him hurriedly, as if he was afraid that he would misunderstand him if he said it too late. It's okay. Now I am one of the shareholders of the kindergarten, so I will definitely help out in some way. The two people were communicating with each other. At this time, the kindergarten teachers in the house were all leaning on the windows and looking out. What are those things they are holding? It looks like a piece of wood. But why does it look like a book? Have you forgotten? Didn't we just put a pile of wooden boards in the yard today? I guess these things should have been processed, but when were they processed? Could it be that the parent named Ji Linyao did something to him? Didn't we hear a lot of noises like electric saws outside today? At this moment, the teachers in the office had no mood to prepare lessons or mark papers. Everyone leaned against the windows, watching the changes outside as if they were watching a show. It was only then that Yi Linyao saw the Westlake Longjing tea that Zheng Chao had sent him. He had been concentrating on handling the wooden boards in his hands and had not taken a closer look at it. Well, the tea is quite good, but I have other things to do today, so I won't waste any more time here. It was almost noon now, so Yi Linyao knew that Zheng Chao would definitely find a way to keep him for lunch. Well, okay, I'm so sorry. Brother Yi asked you to come here alone for so long and didn't even treat you to a simple meal. It's okay, you can make up for this meal when you have time. Chapter 155. These clothes should be easier to wash. Haha, good. I like your open-minded and cheerful personality, Brother Yi. Yi Linyao did not stay any longer and drove directly home. The 4 babies in the family have been entrusted to the care of Aunt Wang next door. Just after getting in the car, Yi Linyao switched his phone to normal mode, but found that there were many missed calls. The person who called happened to be Lu Ruoshi, and most of the time she didn't call was in the morning, so it seemed that she was still in school. At first I thought something happened at school, but when I called back, the other party's phone was turned off. In that case, you can only go back home first. Maybe Lu Ruoshi has already returned home. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Linyao's car was parked in the basement garage of the community. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lu Ruoshi sitting on the sofa next to the coffee table with a sad look on her face. Everyone could tell at a glance that she was worried about something. What's wrong, Ruoshi? I was at the kindergarten and had something to do, so I didn't turn on my phone. The school leaders already know that you didn't go to class today. I'm afraid they'll have to talk to you about it. You didn't go to work in the school several times before, and the school leaders seem to have known about it. At this point, Lu Ruoshi could only truthfully confess all the things she had done to cover up for Yi Linyao. If all the previous incidents and today's were counted together, Yi Linyao's job would probably be in jeopardy. So that's all there is to it. I thought it was something else. It scared me. After hearing what Yi Linyao said, he was stunned for a moment with a dull expression, and then he laughed. How can you still laugh? Aren't you afraid of losing your job? When Lu Ruoshi saw Yi Linyao laughing, she became more worried. What happened before was still okay, but now that she was caught, there was an 80% chance that she would be punished. This job is optional. It's just that I have nothing to do after sending them to kindergarten. Besides, the school won't fire me for a while. Now that Yi Linyao already knows about it, there is nothing else to do, so he should prepare to make lunch. It's okay, just don't worry. I'll go pick up Xia and the others first. Xia? Aren't they supposed to go to kindergarten today? Why did you pick them up at noon? Yi Linyao sat in front of Lu Ruoshi and gently tapped her head with his hand. Lu Ruoshi ate it immediately, covered her head with her hands in pain, pouted and looked at Yi Linyao with a wronged look. Today is Sunday. Did you forget that they don't have to go to kindergarten on Sundays? When I went out, I took them to Aunt Zhang's house next door. Oh. That's right, I forgot today is Sunday. Lu Ruoshi then smiled innocently. She was so absent-minded today because of the matter with her leader that she even forgot that today was Sunday. Okay, you rest in the house for a while. I can cook some food after I bring them back. No, I'm not tired. What delicious food are you going to make for lunch today? Let me help you. Lu Ruoshi acted like a spoiled child. She now felt more and more that being with Yi Linyao was a real pleasure, as if the man in front of her could always comfort her when she was most panicked. Then go to the kitchen and help me wash the meat. I'll be back soon. Yi Linyao came to Aunt Zhang's room next door and knocked on the door. Soon someone opened the door and stuck his head out to ask. When she saw that it was Yi Linyao standing outside the door, a smile appeared on her face and she opened the iron door completely. What's the matter? Is there something going on at school? I saw you were in a hurry when you left, so I didn't have the nerve to ask. It's not something particularly urgent, but there's no one at home who can take care of Shurya and the others, so I can only trouble Aunt Zhang again. Aunt Zhang was not so serious, instead she smiled happily. Hey, it's okay. My son didn't want a child after being married for so many years. It's really boring for an old woman like me to live here. I'm quite happy after these little ones came. If you have time in the future, can you please let them all come over to play with me? Aunt Zhang's expression began to become kinder, but Yi Linyao keenly caught a hint of emptiness in her eyes. This should be the unique loneliness in the eyes of a lonely old man. Although he is still young at this time, for some reason, he actually had a feeling of empathy. Of course, Aunt Zhang, if you feel bored, you can come to our house anytime to play with the little ones. Thank you, Xiaoye. Come on, Xia, little seal, come out quickly, your dad is here to take you home. After Aunt Zhang called out, the little guy ran out of the room and rushed up to hug his father the moment he saw him. Dad, you're back. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. How was your time at Aunt Zhang's house? Were you happy? I'm happy. Aunt Zhang is so nice to us. She even gives us snacks. After Shurya finished speaking, Yi Linyao noticed that there was a little oil on the hands of these little guys. Now, in the hug just now, almost all of it has been rubbed onto my body. Yi Linyao. It should be relatively easy to wash this piece of clothing. I think I have some kind of detergent that can remove oil stains at home, but I really like this piece of clothing. What if I can't get it clean? At that moment, Yi Linyao's heart was filled with a flock of speechless crows. Chapter 156. Dad is going to the kindergarten to participate in the sports meeting for you. But this is my own child. Even if he makes a mistake, I can only take care of him. Back in the house, Lu Ruoshi had already cleaned most of the ingredients, and only Yi Linyao was left to cook. Before, it was always Lu Ruoshi who cooked at home, but because of Yi Linyao's appearance and his superb cooking skills, Lu Ruoshi gradually became lazy. Since there is such ready-made food in front of you, why should you waste time cooking? I'm back. I've already washed the meat. I'm going to go take a break. Normally it's okay for you to slack off for a bit, but it seems like you can't slack off today. Lu Ruoshi looked at Yi Linyao in confusion as he pointed at a few greasy handprints on her clothes. It was obvious that these little guys were responsible. Did you guys touch Daddy with your dirty little hands again? A few little guys were laughing. They knew that they had snacks on their hands and the leftover oil accidentally smeared on their father. But now they know that their father will definitely not be angry with them. As the saying goes, those who are favored are fearless. Okay, it's okay. Just go wash your clothes. I'm going to make lunch first. You guys can't touch anything in the house. Go wash your hands quickly. Okay. Shurya took the lead with a long tone, then ran towards the bathroom. The remaining three brothers followed her and ran to the bathroom to wash their hands. Ever since Shurya knew that she could eat the food her father cooked, she would be extremely excited at mealtime almost every day. To her, the food her father cooked was very delicious, and she would be happy for a long time as long as she could eat it every day. Because the four little ones need a lot of nutrition every day, Yi Linyao's menu is constantly changing. In order to take the nutritional level of the little ones into consideration, he is painstakingly trying new dishes every day. Remember, if your hands are dirty in the future, don't touch others, because it will make others feel unhappy. After Shurya and the others washed their hands, Lu Ruoshi sat on the sofa and explained to them how they should behave. In Lu Ruoshi's opinion, this is something that must be learned. She must teach her children how to be polite. At the same time, Yi Linyao had already prepared today's lunch in the kitchen. Almost every dish had been combined with the nutrition needed at the moment, and even the proportions had been mastered very accurately. Okay, little ones, it's time to eat. Yi Linyao walked out of the kitchen, taking off his apron as he spoke. Although he had some beads of sweat on his head after staying in the kitchen for a while, Yi Linyao was still very handsome. The news of this homely man coming out of the kitchen made Lu Ruoshi once again indulge in her infatuated fantasies about her husband. Come over and eat first. I'm going to send these things next door. Yi Linyao's words pulled Lu Ruoshi out of her fantasy. She saw that Yi Linyao was holding a relatively large plate in his hand, which contained many kinds of dishes made for lunch today. Aunt Zhang next door has been quite lonely recently, so I asked her to help take care of Yi Feng and the others today. I sent some food to them. Yeah, that's fine. I've troubled Aunt Zhang before. Really? If this kid is still healthy, he can give me a big fat boy, and I won't have to stare at the kid next door with envy. Aunt Zhang next door is now holding a photo of her son and mumbling something. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and the aunt turned around and walked to the door with the photo in her hand. I looked through the peephole and saw Yi Linyao next door. What is it? After opening the door, Aunt Zhang changed her mood and greeted Yi Linyao with a very gentle attitude. I just made something for lunch. I don't know if it suits Aunt Zhang's taste, so I brought some to you for you to try. This surprised Aunt Zhang. She knew that Ruoshi's husband was quite responsible, but she didn't know that he could cook. The aroma emanating from that dish made even an elderly person like Aunt Zhang drool. Hee, thank you, Xiaoye, you still think of me. I am really happy. No, I have troubled you a lot before, and I haven't had time to say thank you yet. After asking about each other's well-being, Yi Linyao returned to his room. Aunt Zhang was already sitting at the dining table. She picked up a small piece of meat with chopsticks and tasted it. Oh! The food cooked by this young man is really good. Ruoshi is really lucky. The next day happened to be the day of the kindergarten's autumn sports meeting, so the night before, Principal Zheng Chao asked Teacher Wu to contact each parent using the school's official phone number. The text message told all parents what items they needed to bring tomorrow, such as sports shoes or some anti-fall knee pads. And the kindergarten has specially marked in the text message that the sports meeting is an important link to promote communication between parents and children. We hope that all parents can put aside their work at hand for the time being. Even if the father cannot come, the mother must come along. This gives many parents a difficult choice to consider, as Monday is the most important day of their work week. Both the father and the mother had to consider the family's livelihood, so they stayed up all night that night to discuss who should be allowed to participate in the children's kindergarten autumn sports meeting. However, this situation would never happen to Yi Linyao. After all, Yi Linyao's current job could be said to be dispensable, and in his eyes, nothing was as important as these four little guys. I'll go to kindergarten tomorrow. There's still some time before the semi-finals of the music competition, so there's no need to rush. Yi Linyao had obtained a human body strengthening potion from the system once before and had successfully taken it, so now his personal physique was hundreds of times stronger than those students and parents who had begun to gain weight and entered the working system. After all, this is a symbol for his 4 children in the kindergarten in the future. He must let those little ones in the kindergarten know that their father is not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 157. This is the joy of children. Well, I feel like you've been taking care of the little ones more during this period, and I feel a little embarrassed about it. Ha, no way. Wasn't it hard for you to take care of Shuriya and the others in those years? Now it's my turn. Because he had to take Shuriya and the others to the supermarket in the afternoon to buy some special clothes for the sports meeting, Yi Linyao had no plans to return to school. Lu Ruoshi went to work at school according to normal working hours. After all, she was a counselor transferred from a prestigious university and was quite skilled in dealing with student problems. Even if Yi Linyao is not needed in the class now, he can still take care of the students' discipline and academic performance. Come on, Yi Feng, call all the brothers and sisters, and let's go to the mall to buy some clothes for the sports meeting. Are we going to buy clothes? Can I have one of those cool clothes? After all, he is a boy. Although he is still young, he still cares about his appearance. Of course you can, but this time we're mainly going to buy sportswear for the fall sports meet. Yi Feng happily went to call his younger brothers and sisters. They seldom went to the supermarket before. Every time their mother asked them to go to the supermarket, they would be very happy because they could see a lot of things they wanted. After getting in the car, Yi Linyao drove all the way to the largest shopping mall nearby. This shopping mall was where Yi Linyao had bought clothes for these children before. It's been a while since I last came here, but the layout here hasn't changed much. Previously, luxury brands held events in the lobby on the first floor, so if you wanted to find a place to sell baby clothes, you could only go to the baby clothes specialty area on the 5th floor. I originally came here to buy some milk powder for Shia, but now she has started buying sportswear for the kindergarten. Clearly only a month had passed, but in Yi Linyao's heart it felt like several years had passed. Never mind. It's better this way. I can see how cute these little guys are. When they grow up, I guess they will be like me when I was a child. They will not listen at all. No, they will definitely be much better than me and will always be my good children and my dearest children. Dad, why don't you come up? Yifeng stood in the helicopter elevator, standing on tiptoe and pressing the elevator door opening button with his finger. The height was still too high for them. Here I come. A warm feeling suddenly flowed through Yi Linyao's heart. He knew that his own child would definitely not let him down. He walked into the elevator, picked up the youngest Yi Xia, and then pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator then closed and went all the way up to the 5th floor. When the elevator door opened again, what came into view was a layout that was clearly more fairy tale-like. Whether it was the Disney characters on the walls or the fairy tale character sculptures everywhere nearby, the children's dopamine was ignited as soon as they came in. Wow! Dad, it's so beautiful here. There are so many people I know. Yifeng ran over with his younger brother and stayed in front of each character for several seconds, trying hard to explain to his father who the character in front of them was and which cartoon it came from. Yi Linyao had rarely seen these little guys talking so excitedly about cartoons before, and this feeling was really pretty good. Who is this character? Can you tell Dad about him? The sales clerks in nearby stores couldn't help but come out and looked at the 5 people with envious expressions. Dad, this is Ultraman. He is so powerful. He can defeat such a big monster. He is the hero who saved us. Yi Linyao squatted beside him and listened carefully to his son's explanation. Although he already knew all this, it was a very interesting experience to hear it coming from the mouth of such an excited son. Alas, it's really rare to see parents like this nowadays who can talk about cartoons with their children so happily. Isn't it? I've seen these parents get angry when their children want toys, and they are even reluctant to bring their children to this floor. But don't you think it's a rare thing to have 4 children in a place like Magic City? And look at the way their family is dressed. They are definitely wealthy. Yes, and the child's father is so handsome. It would be great if I could marry a husband like him. At this time, the sales clerks in those counters began to stare at Yi Linyao and use their imagination. After all, such a mature and charming man, coupled with labels such as rich and handsome, was indeed a bit difficult for these girls to resist. Don't even think about it. She's already married with kids. Besides, even if there really is a man like this in front of you, you probably won't be able to grasp him. Really? You're such a disgusting person. You won't even let me dream for a while, right? Yifeng, along with his second and third brothers, acted as very detailed commentators next to the many cartoon characters on the wall. In order to prevent their father from not understanding, they even imitated the characters in the cartoons. Yi Linyao always had a smiling expression on his face. He knew that children's happiness was actually very simple. While they were still able to happily imitate cartoon characters in front of their father, he should give them as much encouragement as possible. Dad, can I have this? As he spoke, Erbao Yitian pointed to the Ultraman toy placed in the window next to him. Erbao, you can't do this. Daddy came out this time to buy us clothes, not toys. Sanbai Yiling whispered in his second brother's ear. He was afraid that he would add invisible pressure to his father. It's okay. You've behaved very well recently. I can buy you a toy as a reward. After hearing that they could get a toy as a reward, Yiling danced with joy, because nothing could be more attractive to them than toys. But you have to understand that I will only give you rewards if you behave well at home and in kindergarten. If you don't listen to your teacher or your mother, you must let me know, and I won't buy you any toys. Yi Linyao's way of teaching children is also very simple, that is, to clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. This will give children enough motivation to develop in a better direction. I understand, Dad. We will definitely listen to our teacher and mom in the future. Chapter 158 Fathers must know their children better. In front of the toys, their answers seemed to have become more energetic. Even Yi Xia, who was in his arms, couldn't help but want to go down and look for the toy she liked. Don't run around, just look inside this store. After receiving the order, the little guys swarmed into the toy store that Yi Linyao had just pointed to. Welcome! The salesperson standing at the door was very happy to see the 4 children running in. He immediately greeted them warmly and pointed out the toys they liked and showed them where they were. There are 4 children in total. How much budget should I use to recommend them? You don't understand. Now we can't calculate based on the total price. We can see that they are children from wealthy families, so we will try our best to recommend them products with high prices and good quality. Yi Linyao had actually roughly guessed the salesperson's thoughts as soon as he entered the door. Although he is not a truly rich man now, with the system in his hands, he can still live like a fish in water in a big city like Shanghai. After entering the toy store, the little ones rushed to their favorite cartoon characters. The dazzling array of goods is already a little difficult to choose from in the eyes of children. They know that they can only choose one, but they don't know which one to choose in order to make themselves completely satisfied. Hello, sir. Our store has the most complete range of toys in the entire mall. We will provide you with complete invoices and warranty cards. As soon as the clerk came up, he began to brainwash Yi Linyao with a series of sales pitches, but Yi Linyao just nodded silently. He was not concerned about the value of these toys at all. All he wants to do now is to make his children happier, and he never cares about the price. Although it is difficult to choose, children will follow their hearts and choose the one with the highest expectations, so they make choices relatively quickly. Pack these up, I want all 4. The salesperson nodded, and the toys brought back by the children were packaged and priced. Although it is not particularly expensive, it is still considered quite expensive compared to ordinary toys. Dad, thank you for buying us toys, hee. Yi Xia said with a smile, making this innocent girl even more adorable at this moment. Remember to be obedient in the future. Bad kids won't get any rewards from Dad. The family left the toy store amid laughter and joy. If all our customers were like this, perhaps our business would be better. The toy store and children's clothing store are not far away from each other and can be reached in just a few steps. This children's clothing store can be said to be the largest one in the entire shopping mall. Its area alone probably occupies nearly 1/3 of the entire 5th floor. There are everything from infant and toddler children's clothing to slightly larger small suits in the back, and even children's swimsuits are placed in a fixed place. I've never been here before. I never thought there would be such a complete range of children's clothing. Even Yi Linyao couldn't help but be surprised by the size of this clothing store, but this also gave him and the children more options to choose from. Dad, what clothes are we going to buy this time? Tomorrow is your school's autumn sports meeting. The teacher should have told you that we may have to run or do some movements with a larger range of motion, so we need to buy some loose clothes in advance. As Yi Linyao spoke, he selected clothes from the boards on the shelf. He probably already knows the events for tomorrow's autumn sports meeting, and all he needs to do next is buy the most suitable clothes according to the corresponding events. Dad, will you go with us to the sports meeting tomorrow? Several little ones asked with their eyes wide open. They really hoped that their father and mother could go to the sports meeting together. Mom has something else to do at school, so she won't go, but we can call her anytime to let her know about the sports meet. Yi Linyao also knew that they all wanted Ruwashi to go with them, but if things at school couldn't spare her time, he didn't plan to let Ruwashi leave school to accompany the children. After all, your job is very important to her. At least in Lu Ruwashi's heart, only this job can be regarded as the family she and Yi Linyao have worked hard to support. Okay, then let Dad go with us to the autumn sports meeting this time. Holding toys in their hands, the little ones began to run around in the clothing store, searching for some clothes that looked very good to them. It's just a look after all. If he really wants to buy suitable clothes, Yi Linyao still has to do it himself. Hello, do you have other clothes in this size? I want to change to a different color. Okay sir, this kind of clothes is available in other colors such as red, black, blue and pink. Do you want to buy it for your son or your daughter? If it's suitable, both my son and my daughter might want to buy it. Yi Linyao doesn't have so many special differences. If they all like it, then everyone can get one. Okay, how about having the kids come over and try them on for size? It will be easier to find the right size if we try them on. Good. Yi Feng, bring all the brothers and sisters over here to try out this set of clothes. Here I come, Dad. Immediately afterwards, the cheerful voices of the little ones were heard, and then they could be seen running over happily one after another. Don't run around, it's quite big in here, what if you get lost? Hey, the clothes over there are all very nice. My sisters and I just went over there to look at the clothes. Yi Linyao just smiled. For children of their age, being able to run is a rare happiness. Come and put on this outfit and see if it fits you. This is the outfit you'll be wearing for the sports meet tomorrow. After the little ones took the clothes, they still stood there in embarrassment. Don't you like it? Salespeople are most afraid of seeing this situation. No matter what type of customer the product is sold to, if the buyer is not satisfied, then they will not pay for the clothes even if they fit them well. This will directly affect their performance, so I am worried that these little guys will really disagree. You guys are looking for a place to change clothes, right? Where is your fitting room? Chapter 159. This is the knowledge education for children. After saying this, the clerk suddenly understood, as if he understood something. Oh, we do have a fitting room, this way please. The clerk quickly showed them the way. They even forgot that although they were children, they also had self-esteem and would not change clothes in front of so many people. I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter. Yi Linyao led the little ones in and asked Yi Xia and himself to stay outside. Yi Feng, take your two brothers to change their clothes first, and then come out and see how the clothes look like. Okay Dad, isn't my sister coming in with us? Sister, don't change yet. Yi Feng didn't ask any more questions. Their minds were now filled with the toys in their hands and the new clothes they were about to wear. Their tutoring is pretty good. It seems that they care about the knowledge of gender among children. When many parents come over, no matter if they are boys or girls, they let them go in and change clothes directly. Yes, many parents let their children stand here to change clothes before. I was a little confused today. The children should go to the fitting room. The shop assistants were whispering to each other in the back. They had been in Shanghai for a long time and could see all kinds of customers in this mall. But it must be said that this was indeed the first time they had seen someone like Yi Linyao. Several little ones changed their clothes inside and came out wearing the new clothes they were about to buy. Yi Linyao took a look at the clothes they were wearing and felt like a young basketball player. Exercise it and see if it fits you. Several little guys started moving around on the spot, and it seemed that the clothes seemed to be quite suitable. Yi Xia looked at her brothers wearing new clothes and felt very envious. She still had her new clothes in her hands. Dad, I want to change into new clothes too. Can I go change? Of course. Now go in and change your clothes. By the time Yi Xia came out of the fitting room after changing her clothes, the 4 pieces of clothing had already been put on the little ones. It seems to be suitable for them, but it is just a top. In autumn, they still need a pair of warm pants. Excuse me sir, do I need to pack up this suit? The salesperson asked very politely, hoping to get a positive response. How is it? Xia, do you like this dress? Yes, I like this dress very much. Yi Xia looked at the dress she was wearing in the mirror and was very satisfied with it both in terms of color and feel. The other 3 little guys had the same attitude, so Yi Linyao didn't say much and directly took out his bank card. Pack it up. Yes sir. Just through a simple gesture, the clerk could tell that this gentleman must be a wealthy man. Operations like this, where you pack the items directly and then hand your bank card over to the clerk, can usually only be seen in novels. After all, most people are not so rich that they can pay in such a generous way. Go change your clothes, and we'll look at the pants after you pack them. Okay. This time, just like before, the 3 brothers went in to change clothes first, and then Yi Xia went in last. Yi Linyao planned to talk to his children in detail about the knowledge of gender after some time. After the little ones had changed all their clothes, Yi Linyao packed up everything and paid the bill. Sir, are you planning to take a look at other pants? Are they also the same sporty type? The salesperson will never give up any opportunity to make money. Since these customers have already purchased 4 tops at home, he can definitely get the pants as well. Maybe take a look at what types of sweatpants you guys have here. When the salesperson heard this, he immediately knew that there must be something going on, so he quickly introduced most of the styles he currently had in the store, hoping that there would be some that these little ones would like. How is it? Xia, see if there is anything you like. Because the style of these sweatpants is too monotonous, they look like the kind that very formal athletes would wear, and there are not too many childish elements designed for children. After looking at these clothes, my little ones said that they didn't particularly like them. After all, in a place like this that is full of animation elements, they still hope to find clothes that satisfy them. Well, let's go look somewhere else. Seeing that the duck in their mouths was about to fly away, the shop assistants were very unwilling to accept it. They were thinking in their hearts what method they could use to make this customer stay. Well, sir, your spending has reached a certain amount. If you buy pants from us next time, we can give you a certain amount of discount. No matter what kind of customers they are, as long as they can be given certain benefits in terms of discounts, most customers will actually be very happy and will continue to buy the remaining clothes in this store. However, this system is not applicable to Yi Linyao at all. After all, now that he has the system, he doesn't care whether his expenses will be high or not. On the contrary, he is now more focused on how to take good care of his little babies. Thank you. If they don't like it, they can just change to another one. After saying that, Yi Linyao took his little ones to another clothing store. However, the other store had many designs obviously aimed at children, so it attracted Yi Xia and other children at the entrance. Dad, here. Yi Xia pulled Yi Linyao's sleeve and pointed at the clothing store next to her. You want to see the clothes inside? Yi Feng and the others nodded vigorously, and Yi Linyao led them inside. The clothes here are more suitable for the tastes of today's children. Whether it is the various collaborations with cartoons or other characters, they are all very suitable for them. It only took a few minutes here to choose the clothes needed for tomorrow's autumn sports meeting. Well, now that we have finished shopping for clothes, let's go home. Chapter 160. Yi Linyao prepares to enter the business circle. Dad, can we eat something outside? Yi Feng rubbed his clothes with his hands, looking embarrassed. Yi Linyao looked around and saw a snack shop not far away. The decoration style of this store is obviously the same as the main children's theme on this floor, but Yi Linyao doesn't know why there is a snack shop in this clothing area. But since it has already been seen by the little guys, I can only follow their wishes for now. Sure, but there are still conditions. You have to behave well before I can buy these things for you. Okay, Dad, we will definitely behave well. As they were talking, a few little guys rushed up, hugged Yi Linyao's thighs and rocked him back and forth, and there was even a little light in their eyes. Good boy. He actually started to act like a spoiled brat. In the past, this kind of children's coquetry had no effect on him at all, but after he had children of his own, he realized how irresistible this feeling was. Welcome, there are plenty of snacks and drinks here, is there anything you need? The clerk in the store inside was very polite, and the consumption level of the people next door just now was obvious to all. This kind of rich man must be grasped. See what you all want to eat, but each of you can only eat 3 skewers at most, and absolutely no more. Yi Linyao never forgets to correct his children's living habits, which will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Can I only eat 3 skewers? Big baby Yi Feng stared at the many delicious foods in the pot and was a little hesitant about what to choose. He just wanted his father to give them more room to choose. Well, if you want to eat more, you have to behave yourself in school. The little ones are now sucking their fingers, staring at the pot and the delicious food being cooked. Children, what do you want to eat? I want to eat this, and this. Me too, but I want to eat that. After the little ones had chosen what they wanted to eat, they sat on the chairs next to them and ate slowly while holding a paper bowl. Yi Linyao has now carefully calculated the family expenses. It has to be said that the 200,000 yuan in cash he got from the system at that time has been almost used up. If you want to continue living, you can either choose the cash given by the system, or find a way to use your current skills to bring some extra income to your family. Dad, don't you want to eat something? Yi Xia suddenly picked up a bunch of delicious food from her bowl and handed it to her father, wanting her father to have a taste of it as well. No, Dad is not hungry yet. These are what you should have now. Ding dong, the host has bought the sportswear that the children will need for the autumn sports meeting, and has taken good care of the children. The system reward is now triggered. The very familiar voice flashed through his mind again, and at this moment he felt a little conflicted. Should we choose the cash reward given by the system, or some other special skills? Now that the system has reached this level, even if cash rewards are given, the price should be quite high. Compared to the previous 200,000 that already took them a long time to use, the next amount of system rewards would definitely allow them to continue to have some free time for a long time. Reward 1, 500,000 yuan in cash will be automatically transferred to the bank card that Speed is currently using. Reward 2, predicting the sales trend in thinking mode max. After using it, you can gain top-level market understanding ability. Reward 3, top-level calligraphy master skills. After using it, you will gain the writing ability of various famous calligraphers in history. Every reward given by the system this time is very tempting. Whether it is 500,000 yuan in cash, the skill to see through market trends, or the writing ability of historical calligraphers from all dynasties, if taken individually, they are not cheap in today's era. But to determine how much these things are worth, you can only look at how much value they can create in your hands. Should I choose the 500,000 yuan in cash? If one's spending is a little higher in Shanghai, the 500,000 yuan in cash may not even last a month. But after all, this can support my current living standard for a long time. Next, there will be no particularly large expenses in the family, and the children's schooling has been sorted out, so perhaps there is nothing else that can require them to spend a lot of money. Close your eyes and try to think about which of these three options better meets your current needs. As the old saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. I know a lot of things now, and even if I just rely on these skills, I will definitely be able to live a prosperous life. Logically speaking, choosing another skill would be a good choice, but he would never limit himself to such small things. No matter how good your carpentry skills are or how delicious your cooking is, in the end you will always be just a person who struggles with your own hands. Now that he has a system, perhaps he needs to make a breakthrough in a new direction. I choose the second one. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing reward 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Linyao felt as if something was slowly flowing into his brain. Just like when I chose cooking and carpentry before, a warm feeling appeared in my mind. The next moment, Yi Linyao suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his brain could already present a three-dimensional picture of the future development of most of the mainstream industries in society at that time. Even some predictions can be made as to whether those sunset industries will rebound in the future. Dad, we've finished eating. Yi Xia shook Yi Linyao's arm, because she saw her father standing there in a daze. She didn't know if he was worried about something, so she didn't dare to speak too loudly. Oh. You're done eating? Then let's go home now. Aha! Several little darlings nodded vigorously. They had already eaten and drunk enough today, and the only thing left for them to do was to go home and have a good rest. After paying the bill, Yi Linyao returned to the car with his child. But at this moment, his mind was constantly thinking about the future direction of some industries. If he could make reasonable use of his current skills, he might be able to successfully create an unbelievable business legend in the future. Chapter 161: An Enviable Family. The thoughts in his mind became more and more intense, and Yi Linyao even lost interest in driving. So he simply didn't start the car and wanted to take out the mobile phone charger that he had placed in the storage cabinet on the passenger seat. But when he was flipping through the pages, a card suddenly fell out and landed at his feet. From the outside, it looked like a business card. When Yi Linyao picked it up completely, he suddenly remembered what it was. On the first day he sent his kids to school, a parent came to his car and handed him this business card. But at that time, he had no intention of establishing a relationship of interest with other students' parents, so he just kept the business card next to him and never looked at it. Now that he has the idea of entering the commercial field, it is natural for him to consider these things. Zhang Shanhai. When this name appeared in Yi Linyao's eyes again, he even recalled the middle-aged and attentive face he saw in the parking lot that day. Let us take a look at the job marked on this business card: a manager at Ronghua Venture Capital Company. This is a venture capital company, and anyone who can make such a company big must have some financial resources. Ronghua Venture Capital Company has a great reputation in Shanghai. Being able to be a manager in such a company also shows that Zhang Shanhai's personal strength is indeed not bad. I really didn't expect that in such a small kindergarten, there would be such talented parents. However, venture capital companies like this just happen to form a perfect complementary combination with the skills I currently possess. If used properly, this venture capital company might be a good opportunity for me to show my talents. Dad, what's wrong with you? Did we eat too much today? Yi Xia tugged at Yi Linyao's clothes aggrievedly, because when they saw their father's very serious face, they were even a little worried and scared. I have never seen my father so serious before. Oh? The sleeves were tugged slightly, and Yi Linyao then realized that there were 4 children sitting next to him. Ha, I'm so sorry, little darlings. I was lost in thought just now. Let's go home now. Yi Xia smiled happily when she saw that her father was not angry. Leader, this is our classroom attendance sheet today. The leader just nodded silently, then took the attendance sheet from the teacher. It can be clearly seen from the above that today, most teachers have completed their normal workload. But only in Yi Linyao's column, there was no mark from morning to noon and even to evening. This means that Yi Linyao did not come to work the whole day today. It's okay, go and do your own thing first. After reading it, the leader silently took off his reading glasses. Okay. After the door was closed, the leader supported his chin with his hands crossed. He didn't know why the teaching assistant suddenly became like this, but when he saw this teacher outside the classroom before, he had already developed some interest in this teacher when he was able to use such unique ideas and techniques to teach students to perform music. Now he just wanted to get to know this teaching assistant more deeply, or rather, this former student of their school. The semi-finals of the music competition will begin in a few days. He will definitely come out then. I hope he can give me and the leaders of the Education Bureau a stunning performance. The weather on Monday is sunny and the best thing to do in this kind of weather is to exercise. Although it is already late autumn, the temperature is not particularly cold. It is said that spring and autumn are the seasons with the most suitable temperatures, and it seems to be the case. Good morning, students, parents, and teachers. I now declare the Botsai Kindergarten Autumn Sports Meeting officially open. What followed was a round of applause. The previous incident with Li Shuhua had already made most of the students' parents look at the principal with new eyes. Now, in order for children to have an opportunity to communicate perfectly with their families in kindergarten, many parents even turn down their work to attend their children's autumn sports games. Because this is the autumn sports meeting for children, most of our events today require the cooperation of our parents. I hope that all parents can lead their children to show their skills in this autumn sports meeting. Most of the parents who come are men, so the competition will be divided into two types. If the parent is a male, he will have to do some physical labor. If the mother comes, the cooperative project will be much easier. Just as the sports meet was about to begin, a very beautiful figure hurried in from the kindergarten gate. He walked carefully among the crowd of parents and sat down amid Yi Linyao's astonishment. "Why are you here today?" The little ones were also very happy that their mother came over, and they even danced and jumped into their mother's arms. At first they thought their mother would not come, so this was really an unexpected surprise for them. "What's the matter? Am I not their parent? Why won't you let me come over?" Lu Ruoshi smiled, and that expression was enough to make all the female parents present look dim. The other male heads of the family were also discussing quietly about whose jade wife he was from, but it was difficult for them to associate her with the one in their own family. Because if you compare your own wife with other people's, you can find that the gap between them is really huge. The parents of the students nearby even looked at Yi Linyao with envy, and it felt like their gums were about to be bitten off. The male patriarch is jealous that Yi Linyao has such a beautiful wife, while the female patriarch is jealous that although they both have given birth to children, the other party has given birth to 4, yet her figure and appearance are still much better than hers. This is so unfair. It really proves the saying that comparing yourself to others will only make you feel nauseous. Chapter 162: The Final Stubbornness of a Middle-Aged Man. In this way, Yi Feng and his friends became the only children whose parents were present to attend the sports meeting. "Yi Feng, don't your parents have to go to work?" "I begged my dad for a long time before he was willing to take time off to come and accompany me." "Yeah, my parents were so busy with work, and in the end, neither of them came over. I'm so envious of you guys. With such beautiful and handsome parents, and the fact that they could all come to the kindergarten to participate in the children's autumn sports meeting, Yi Feng and his 3 friends instantly became the envy of all the other children." "Is everything all right at school? Or have you asked for leave?" A teacher like me who abides by the teacher's discipline will definitely ask for leave, unlike someone who secretly skips work every time but never asks for leave. It was self-evident to Yi Linyao who Lu Ruoshi was referring to when she said this. He just chuckled. Anyway, the students I teach are all college students, so even if there is no counselor, they can still teach according to normal class hours. Since Lu Ruoshi is here, the two of them plan to give their babies a good sports meet. "Since you're here, why not help out a little?" Yi Linyao said this and handed over the camera in his hand. "Where did this come from?" "Of course I bought it. It's necessary to record their sports games when they were young, so that they can watch them when they grow up." Lu Ruoshi smiled, took the camera from Yi Linyao and started fiddling with it. "This camera looks pretty useful." "Of course I am. At first I didn't know how to record the video after I bought this camera. Now that you are here, I will leave this important task to you." The two people were chatting and laughing in the audience. At this time, director Zhang Chao on the stage had made careful plans and picked up the microphone. "Next, please bring your children to the middle of the playground. Dad should stand on the right side of the playground, and mom should stand on the left side of the playground." The parents began to stand up and lined up from the beginning to the end according to the ranking of their classes. Because the kindergarten's playground is not particularly large, only individual parents and students can participate in sports competitions at a time. Yi Linyao is among this first batch of parents. "We have prepared some tires for the parents. Our first competition is a rally. The children sit in the tires, and the parents pull the ropes and run to the finish line with their children. The first one to finish wins. The total length is 500 meters, and the best winner will be determined based on the time. This competition makes most male parents turn pale when they hear about it. Since they started working, got married and had children, the ages of these male heads of households have generally reached their 30s, with some even being middle-aged men in their 40s. For men of their age, sports are simply a nightmare. After leaving their student days, they have almost become office workers. Drinking and working overtime have become the norm. In such a physical condition, how can one possibly participate in strenuous exercise? Oh no! I was afraid of this kind of project, but it turns out it really exists. It seems like I will be embarrassed in front of so many parents and children this time. At my age, I actually want to come here to participate in this kind of sports. Parents, could you please run a little slower? I'm not competing for the championship, I just want to save face. However, Yi Linyao was eager to try and had already started doing warm-up exercises on the playground. Hello, Mr. Yi, I don't think you need to take care of all 4 of your children by yourself. A middle-aged parent walked over to look at the 4 cute little ones behind Yi Linyao and immediately gasped. Let us not talk about the expenses of these 4 children in Shanghai. Just the current autumn sports meeting, all 4 children have to sit on it. What a terrifying burden it is. Let's wait for Mr. Yi for a while, otherwise he will be too tired. Other parents have even started to worry about Yi Linyao in advance. When the little ones heard this, they looked at each other, and then looked at the children in his family. It seemed that there was indeed only one child, while they had 4 children in their own family. Dad, why don't we just not join? If the 4 of us all sit up, there might not be enough room. Dad is also very tired. Yi Xia twisted her hands, her eyes filled with shame. This child is really sensible, it's rare. Yes, our child always makes trouble and calls for toys. He is really not obedient at all. The words of the parents next to them also made these little guys completely determined that giving up this project was the most correct choice. Don't worry, there's one thing Daddy hasn't told you yet. Daddy is actually a Superman. Yi Linyao squatted down and touched their heads, with a doting look on his face that made the other children envious. Really? Dad is Superman? How come we don't know? Supermen cannot reveal their identities casually, so I can only tell you this in secret. Yi Feng and Yi Tian were immediately excited. They have always liked heroic characters like Superman and Ultraman. But they were still a little skeptical about what their father said. Under normal circumstances, if it was true, they should have discovered it long ago. If you want people to know whether Dad is really Superman, won't we know when we compete later? All 4 of you must sit on this tire. Yi Linyao's words inevitably made the other parents nearby a little worried. Although Yi Linyao did not look fat or lack of exercise, this tire weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Dragging it on a ground with such high friction was not something that a normal person could easily accomplish. Mr. Yi, please don't be so stubborn. Yes, yes. If you damage your body, it will not be worth it. But before other parents could say a few more words of advice, the kindergarten principal Zheng Chao had already blew the whistle. There is still 1 minute left before they start the official competition. There will be 10 parents participating in each competition at the same time, so if you want all the students to participate in the competition, it will take at least 20 rounds. At the same time, all the parents began to prepare, holding the ropes tightly with both hands and rubbing them back and forth, as if they were afraid that they would slip out of their hands as soon as they started running. Ready, set, go. Chapter 163 Why Can You Run So Fast? As the whistle sounded, all the parents pushed off the ground hard, and then used all their strength to drag the tires and their children forward. Ouch! Damn, it's so heavy. As soon as they started running, they felt as if their legs were tied with thousands of pounds of iron blocks and they could not lift them at all. Muscle strain only takes a moment, and this is all thanks to the level of work they are doing now, which does not allow them to have any chance to exercise at all. Just when other parents in the audience began to worry about whether they had the physical strength to make it, they saw that there was one parent who stood out among the 10. I saw him holding the rope behind him with one hand, twisting it back and forth to completely tie it around his arm, while the other arm was free to swing. His speed was beyond the imagination of normal people. The other 9 parents were soon left behind by him, and the gap between them became larger and larger. Oh my god, how come Mr. Yi is so powerful? Isn't he leading 4 little kids? Oh no, this is going to be embarrassing. They are running faster with 4 kids than we are with just 1. Let's hurry up. The other parents shouted loudly while trying hard with their arms and legs. But their bodies, which had never been exercised, were really tired, and in the end, even the slightest movement would make them feel muscle soreness. Oh my god, how come he's almost at the finish line? The parents in the stands were a little bit unbelieving. Is this really the kind of physical fitness that today's parents can develop? Could it be that Mr. Yi is a private coach? Otherwise, how could he have such strong physical fitness? But looking at his well-proportioned and slim figure, he doesn't look like a fitness coach. Shouldn't fitness coaches have huge muscles to show to their students? Just when everyone was curious, Yi Linyao had already reached the finish line first, ahead of the other parents by more than half the distance. At this time, Yi Linyao did not sweat at all, and the parents who were close to him could even see his steady breathing. What's the score? 10, 19 seconds and 8. The teacher who was in charge of calculating the time glanced at the stopwatch in his hand, and his expression became one of disbelief. When it comes to running 50 meters, teenage boys should be able to run it in around 6 seconds. This is a 500-meter race, and everyone needs to pull such a heavy tire, including their own children, so it is reasonable to run for nearly 2 minutes. But the fact is that the young man in front of him successfully helped the 4 children reach the finish line in less than 20 seconds. It seems like other parents don't get enough exercise. They can run so fast with 4 kids, so it seems like I should be fine too. The other parents below also simply made a series of substitutions to roughly figure out what ranking they would get in this sports meet. At this time, Lu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the audience, was a little bit unbelieving, holding the camera in her hand. For a moment, she thought that everything she saw on the camera was a little unreal, so she moved her eyes away from the camera screen. What I saw was the only man standing at the finish line, waving at me in the stands. When did he become so powerful? His physical fitness is so good. Lu Ruoshi used to be a counselor for college students, and she knew all the students' physical education test scores. For example, an upright teenager who can run 500 meters with a weight on his body would definitely not be able to perform so well. This aspect has already shown that Yi Linyao's current physical fitness is far beyond their imagination. Mrs. Yi, Mr. Yi's physical fitness is really good. It can be seen that he exercises regularly. Lu Ruoshi didn't react for a moment. It was the first time that someone called her Madame Yi. Even in modern times, only wealthy families can enjoy being called like this. At this moment, Lu Ruoshi realized that the abilities that Yi Linyao had shown in the kindergarten before were enough to define him as a successful person in the Magic City. My husband has always been like this. It was the first time that Lu Ruoshi felt a little uncomfortable being spoken like this, but she also experienced a sense of novelty. Dad. Ha ha ha. You really are a Superman, so awesome. Yifeng shouted happily and waved his hands back and forth. It was obvious how happy he was. They didn't know how much weight the tire plus themselves weighed, they only knew that their father was far ahead of other parents. This shows that my father is much better than other people's fathers. After resting for 2 minutes at the finish line, the parents behind started running over one after another, panting. Oh my god, it looks like I'm going to die here. I feel, I can't take it anymore. I need to have a good rest. The remaining few parents staggered to the finish line and sat down on the ground immediately, not caring about their current image. They just felt very tired and needed to rest. Among the 10 parents, Yi Linyao was the only one who stood at the finish line relaxedly and played happily with his 4 children. Young people have different physiques. It's better to be younger. Mr. Yi, it seems that the current era is still suitable for young people like you. We are all old. You're welcome. People like me who don't work hard should definitely work on their physical fitness. Otherwise, I will accomplish nothing. Yi Linyao was just joking when he said this, and the other parents didn't take it seriously. After all, being able to give birth to 4 children in Shanghai and having such a luxurious life, their spending power already means that they are definitely not an ordinary family. But if they compare themselves with each other, they can still feel that there is a huge difference between their busy lives every day and the leisurely and comfortable lives of others. Now let's invite the parents of the second group to lead their children to the designated track. Please note that friendship comes first and competition comes second. Please pay attention to your own safety. After Principal Zhang Chao finished speaking, the second group of parents stood up in their order. Parents who thought they could get good grades only realized how strenuous the sport was after they tried it themselves. The muscles in my legs seemed to be stiff and I couldn't move at all. I had to rely on my instinct for everything. As expected, the scores obtained by the second group of parents were generally similar to those of the parents at the bottom of the first group. Whether it is weighted running or other sports, Yi Linyao can always leave all other parents behind with his own strength. This is outrageous. Why does he seem to be so energetic about everything? He is said to be a little younger than us, but he doesn't seem to be much younger. Indeed, it always feels like an adult beating a child. I was so tired that I could hardly breathe. Chapter 164. You just don't know how to use the earth pot. Zheng Chao saw it all clearly from behind. He couldn't imagine that a parent with 4 children could still have such a strong body. It seems that Brother Yi has many things that can interest me. The competition was in full swing, as if it had become Yi Linyao's personal show. The parents of the kindergarten children sitting in the stands, and even the teachers working in the kindergarten, were all shocked by Yi Linyao's current physical fitness. They all found it hard to believe that this was the physical fitness displayed by a man approaching middle age. There was even a tug-of-war competition in which parents and students worked together. In order to ensure the safety of the students, the children stood in front of their fathers. It was actually difficult for the 10 parents standing aside to pull the 5 parents on Yi Linyao's side. And as for the other 4 parents who became teammates with Yi Linyao, according to their inner thoughts, they just felt that they didn't need to use any strength at all to hold the rope in their hands. The results of the weighted long-distance running competition have come out. The first place winner is Yi Linyao's parent. The champion of the tug-of-war competition has been decided. The winning team is the team that Yi Linyao's parents are in. Everything seemed to be related to Yi Linyao. On the surface, this autumn sports meeting looked like a sports competition with the children, but in fact it seemed to have become Yi Linyao's personal show. Yi Xia, your father is really amazing, all the championships belong to him. Yes, Yi Feng, our father couldn't win so many championships. The envy between children is much simpler than that between adults. It may be just because of a toy, or just because of a powerful father. The autumn sports meet went on very quickly, and due to the age of the kindergarten children, they were unable to carry out most of the sports events normally. Even so, time quickly transitioned from morning to noon. Xiao Wu, come here for a moment. Zheng Chao gestured and asked Teacher Wu to come over. After whispering for about 5 seconds, Teacher Wu indicated that he understood and nodded. Just when all the parents were about to eat something because they had wasted their energy from the intense exercise, a large container truck suddenly appeared outside the school. Parents, please don't panic. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to accompany your children and come to the school to participate in the autumn sports meeting. We will purchase a batch of ingredients and outdoor cooking utensils for parents to cook lunch with their children. Amid the discussions of many parents, some people came down from the container truck, carrying some simple kitchen utensils of various sizes in their hands. In less than 30 minutes, 20 simple earthen pots of various sizes had been set up on the kindergarten playground. Although this is a considerable expense, in Shanghai, there will always be some parents who feel that this simple earthen pot makes them lose their status. Who would use this kind of pot? Is this something only people in the countryside would use? We have always been used to natural gas stoves. Yeah, besides, it would be very troublesome to light this kind of thing even if we wanted to, so let's just forget it. The kindness of the principal was not understood by the parents of these students, but there were a few parents who agreed to cook their own meals here and thanked the principal for providing them with the props and ingredients. How about it? Do you want to make something to try? Yi Linyao gestured with his eyes at the earthen pots that had been set up. Although they looked rather simple, the ingredients had not shrunk at all. Brother Yi, this is just a sudden thought of mine. I hope you don't mind. Principal Zheng Chao suddenly walked over from a distance, followed closely by the school's current admissions director Xiao Wu. It's okay, I feel good, at least I can cook a meal by myself. Yi Linyao nodded and answered with a smile, but Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to him, was a little curious. Why did the kindergarten principal come and tell the parent of a student about his decision? Why should I tell you this? Unable to suppress her inner thoughts, Lu Ruoshi quietly nudged Yi Linyao with her elbow and asked in a low voice. That's because Brother Yi is now the boss of Bucai Kindergarten, so he still has to consult the boss for normal matters. Boss? Lu Ruoshi was stunned for a moment. The word boss was a little difficult for her to understand. It was obvious that they were just parents of students who wanted to enroll in Bucai Kindergarten. How could I become the boss in this instant? It seemed like I had never known such a thing before. Nothing, just a little gift. Zheng Chao understood immediately that Brother Yi definitely did not say these words to his sister-in-law, so he quickly found a way to let him back off. Okay, it's getting late now, let's go and cook. I'm sure the kids are starving. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 little darlings who followed him also began to slowly grab Yi Linyao's trouser legs and shake them. Well, let's go pick some ingredients and prepare our lunch. Most parents are not particularly satisfied with these kitchen utensils, or their own cooking skills are a bit poor, and they don't want to embarrass themselves in front of so many parents. So I hardly ever cook. Anyway, there are nearly a dozen parents in a group. Even if I don't have to cook myself, there will definitely be other parents who cook. Then I just need to follow the group and eat something. Mr. Yi, you should know how to use this kind of earthen pot, right? The other parents in the same group as Yi Linyao were embarrassed and walked up to the man. Their problems were very obvious. They didn't want to use the earthen pot at all. Instead, they wanted Yi Linyao to cook. In other words, they wanted to use him as a coolie. Yi Linyao would definitely not be a babysitter for just anyone. He wanted to cook only for his own family. As for other students and parents, he had no obligation to ensure their food. Of course, but the amount of rice that can be cooked in this kind of earthen pot each time is very limited, so it may not be enough for everyone here. After he said this, the other parents looked at each other in bewilderment. The meaning was too obvious. If he were asked to do it himself, he would only make the amount of lunch that his family should eat. They had originally planned to have lunch with these parents, but it seems that there is no chance anymore. It's okay. In fact, we planned to order takeout from the beginning, and we have already ordered the takeout. One parent noticed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Even if he paid for the lunch himself, he absolutely did not want to lose face and appear stingy over such a thing. Mr. Yi, would you mind coming over to eat with us? This pot must be very troublesome to use. Chapter 165 Brother Yi, I have something to tell you. No need, I'll just cook it in this earthen pot. If takeout arrives, you guys can eat it first. After saying that, Yi Linyao turned his head to look at the earthen pot, and carefully selected the ingredients placed nearby. Whether it is the best beef or a variety of side dishes, they are all delivered, but the quantity is not large. Most parents don't want to cook here, so no one will take the ingredients left here. The one or two people who come occasionally don't want to make a fool of themselves, so they can only choose the ingredients they are more familiar with. Take all these over here. I'll use this earthen pot to make you something delicious for lunch today. When the little ones heard the word delicious, they jumped for joy and couldn't help looking forward to the delicious food they would eat. Just like that, Yi Linyao and a few other parents were the only ones in the entire kindergarten who took the ingredients and prepared to cook on the ground pot. The parents who were originally in Yi Linyao's group just shook their heads. It seemed that they could only order takeout. How about I make you some beef soup and some beef meatballs today? Yeah, Dad, we're having beef today. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi also smiled at each other. This warm feeling was what they wanted most right now. Light the fire, heat the pan and add oil, and a series of delicious dishes begin to be perfectly presented in Yi Linyao's hands. The other parents were playing with their children or playing with their phones. Only Yi Linyao and his wife were busy here. They looked very different from the rich family in Demon City that they had imagined. Time passed by minute, and the takeaways ordered by other parents had been delivered to the kindergarten. Most of the delivery guys stood outside and delivered the products in their hands to these parents. Yi Linyao's preparations were almost done, and he just needed to simmer the sauce over high heat until the food was ready to be served. Whether parents order takeout or cook their own meals, they can eat at the tables controlled by the kindergarten. Everyone tore open the packaging to reveal the delicious lunch they ordered, and it seemed as if they were also showing off how much money they could spend on a lunch. Yi Linyao completely ignored all of this. After all, in his opinion, his cooking skills were more than enough to surpass all the top hotel chefs out there. But just as they were about to feast on their delicious food, a very intoxicating aroma suddenly wafted from the air. This delicious smell was definitely not emitted by the takeaway in their hands. When they closed their eyes and carefully sniffed the delicious aroma, their faces unconsciously began to turn towards Yi Linyao. When they opened their eyes, they all looked in disbelief, because the fragrance they smelled was emitted from the pressure cooker in Yi Linyao's hand. What is that? It smells so good, it feels like beef. The takeaway I ordered is also beef, from the very famous beef shop not far away, braised. Even though some parents tried hard to associate the aroma with the takeaway food in their hands, everyone else knew that the smell was definitely not something that could be emitted by their takeaway food. Okay babies, our lunch is ready for today. As he spoke, he saw that the 4 children sitting at the small table had already put on the scarves in front of their necks, and were dressed as if they were having a formal meal. When Yi Linyao opened the pressure cooker, a very rich and refreshing smell of beef soup emanated from it, along with the hissing sound of high-pressure steam. Everyone present was inevitably attracted by the smell, as if the takeaway in their hands had become the most unappetizing thing in the world. How can there be something so delicious? Oh my god, it's even better than the beef I asked a chef to cook at home last time. I see. These parents are probably the chefs of 5-star hotels. No wonder they are so good at cooking and have such great physical strength. Parents of students were all speculating that Yi Linyao had been the focus of everyone since the start of today's autumn sports meeting. Be it his beautiful wife and 4 lovely and sensible children, his strong physique and his top-notch cooking skills, none of them will not make others envy him. Lu Ruoshi shared the beef soup in the pressure cooker with her husband and 4 lovely children. The family sat at the simple dining table set up by the school and had a very delicious and warm family lunch. Even the other parents who were cooking over there couldn't help but turn around and wanted to see how Yi Linyao made his beef soup. Hey, brother Yi, your cooking skills are really amazing. I can smell your fragrance in that office. Director Zhang Chao did not hide anything and said frankly that the reason he came here was because he was attracted by the bowl of beef soup made by Yi Linyao. Huh, brother Zhang, you're joking. My cooking skills are just average. If brother Zhang doesn't mind, you can have a taste. Really? Then I won't be polite? Zhang Chao would not be too polite to Yi Linyao. If he was too polite, he would lose his beef soup. Yi Linyao also served a bowl to Zhang Chao. He just tasted it briefly and could feel that the taste of this bowl of thick soup was really delicious. If he compared it with what he had eaten in other restaurants before, probably only a bowl of soup he had once in a 7-star hotel could be comparable to it. However, if you compare them carefully, the simple bowl of beef soup in front of you seems to be richer and more flavorful than that bowl. This bowl of soup looks very simple, but the taste it brings is really unimaginable for ordinary people. Zhang Chao gave a complimentary comment, then took his bowl of soup back to the office and savored it carefully. The other students' parents were drooling with envy. They really couldn't imagine that a bowl of ordinary beef soup could be so delicious. If possible, they would like to find Mr. Yi and ask him for a bowl of thick soup in the pot. But what he said just now before cooking made others back off. Lunchtime passed quickly and the beef soup in the pressure cooker had been almost eaten, with only a small portion left. There was still a lot of beef soup left in the pot, and Yi Linyao didn't intend to pour it all out immediately. Brother Yi, if you have finished lunch, would you like to come in? We have something we need to talk to you about. Chapter 166, shocked the entire kindergarten, this parent is too awesome. Zhang Chao suddenly came over, which made Yi Linyao feel a little surprised, but he still comforted his family and then followed Zhang Chao to the principal's office. You guys just play here for a while. I'll go in and talk to the director. Lu Ruoshi accompanied the children to play in some rooms specially set up in the kindergarten, while Yi Linyao followed the kindergarten principal into the office. After Yi Linyao's family left, some of the remaining parents of the students stared at the pot they had just used and swallowed their saliva. After all, the smell emanating from here is so fragrant that it is difficult for normal people to resist it after smelling it. But because of face, no one is willing to eat other people's leftovers first. It's just that everyone is just a crystal on the surface. As long as the first person dares to walk over and taste it, then a bunch of people will walk over next. Mom, the things in there smell so good. I want to go over and take a look. A little girl was about to walk over when she was stopped by her mother. The remaining parents might have been unable to suppress their inner excitement, and after the pot of beef soup was shared by the family, there was not much left in the pot. Anyway, it's not what others left in their bowls. It's just what wasn't scooped out of the pot. It can't be considered as someone else's leftovers. If we really don't go over to taste it now, we may not even have the chance to taste it if we wait any longer. Keeping this mindset, one of the parents walked over first, picked up the spoon in the pot and started scooping up the little beef soup left. After he picked up the small bowl and took a sip carefully, he immediately showed a look of surprise. This taste. Even though it has completely cooled down, it can still maintain such a high level of freshness. What kind of person can make such an amazing beef soup? After hearing such high praise, other parents even became a little eager. Just now they heard the scraping sound of the spoon in the bottom of the pot, which meant that there was not much beef soup left. If they had gone a little later, they would probably only be able to lick the wall of the pot. Please let me have a taste. I want to try some too. I want one too. Suddenly, all the students' parents rushed towards the pressure cooker, trying to taste the last bit of deliciousness in the pressure cooker. After a scramble, the first few people who rushed over were fortunate enough to taste the beef soup carefully prepared by Yi Linyao. The delicious taste was so refreshing that they felt that this beef soup was simply the best food in the world. The last people have even started hugging the pressure cooker and sticking their heads inside, hoping to find some delicious leftovers on the wall of the pressure cooker. Yi Linyao has been following behind director Zhang Chao, and the director's office is next to him. The first thing that catches your eye when you enter is a room filled with wooden crafts from beginning to end. It seems that brother Zhang really has his own unique hobby for wooden crafts. Of course. That's why I was very interested in your master level skills, brother Yi. But I feel like the reason I was called here this time isn't because of these wooden products. Brother Yi is smart. If that's the case, I'll speak frankly. The autumn sports meeting of Buetsai Kindergarten has officially ended. Next, we will issue certificates to each student and their parents. The certificates will be made with the help of our student's parent Yi Linyao. Hearing this, the other parents were stunned for a moment. They couldn't even understand why a parent would help make award certificates for students in the kindergarten. But when they saw the certificates placed in small boxes, they were completely dumbfounded. All the certificates in front of them were made of wood and looked like an open book. Every parent's child had one, which made them feel very surprised. Oh my god, the workmanship is amazing. Someone could actually carve a piece of wood into this shape. Yeah, it's a pity that this is a certificate. If these words weren't engraved on it, its value would probably increase dozens of times. Can this thing be recarved? I feel like it's a valuable item. No, this carving is too thin. I think the carving knife will pierce through it if I move it even slightly. Only a very powerful master would have a chance. The students' parents were talking about it, as if they had forgotten that this was just a certificate given to students by the school. In their eyes, these awards given for commendation have now become commodities that can be sold. Let us thank Mr. Yi for bringing us such an exquisite student award certificate. So many parents of students in the audience couldn't help but applaud. After all, the certificate in their hands was so beautifully carved. Because it was the autumn sports meet, all students and parents were able to leave school after the meet. I really didn't expect that. I knew before that your physical fitness was so good. It seems that you have been hiding something from me. Lu Ruoshi sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with the camera she had just used. The camera had recorded all of Yi Linyao's performances in this autumn sports meet. What do you mean by that? Why do I feel like I did this on purpose? Yi Linyao scratched the back of his head and spoke embarrassedly. But why didn't I feel that you were so strong a few days ago? And you still know how to be gentle with women? The little ones are sitting in the back, don't talk nonsense. Yi Linyao suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the tone of Lu Ruoshi's words just now, and quickly changed the subject. You have to know that this bus departs from the kindergarten. If this is the case, I will have to get off in a while. Humph, you can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. For some reason, Lu Ruoshi's words always made Yi Linyao feel a chill down his spine. It was past 1 in the morning, and the little ones had already fallen asleep, leaving the whole room with a rare quietness. Yi Linyao sat on the bed, supporting his head with his hands behind his back, his face looking as if he was thinking about something. Why don't you take a break? Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to her, also had her sleep disturbed by the light, and asked with sleepy eyes. I just have something to think about, it's nothing. Chapter 167. This is the pressure from the rich. Today in Director Zhang Chao's office, what he talked about with himself was not like the usual personal requests. He originally thought that he wanted to make some wooden handicrafts himself, but in the end he found out that Director Zhang Chao wanted to bring him into the business circle. Brother Yi, although I don't know what you do for a living, I can sense that you probably haven't held a very serious corporate position. What do you mean? You are so young. The Magic City has never known a person like you before. But from what I have learned about you in the past few days, as long as you grow up a little bit, you will definitely become a celebrity in the Magic City. Brother Zhang, you are too kind. I am just interested in this. I don't have any thoughts about getting promoted or getting rich. I just want to take good care of my family. However, the headmaster smiled calmly and patted him gently on the shoulder. You have to know that your current behavior has gradually made you famous in the Magic City. Sometimes you can't just do what you want. If you have thought it through, you can always come to me. The series of conversations that took place in the kindergarten office made Yi Linyao start to think deeply about his next direction. With the abilities granted by the system, his personal strength has far exceeded what a normal student's parent can achieve. Maybe it's just as the director said. It won't be long before what I'm doing now will be exposed by others. At that time, the attention from all walks of life will naturally have a huge impact on your family and children. It's time to make a decision, whether to give up the system here or decide to enter the business circle. Entering the business circle can cleverly avoid the social attention that would be brought to you as an ordinary person. However, the business circle is not an easy place to get along with. There are bigwigs from all walks of life there. If you go in and snatch their cake, you will inevitably be targeted. For the first time, Yi Linyao felt how great the pressure the system put on him was. Teacher Yi, you are finally here. We have practiced almost all the songs in the past few days. We are not afraid even if the semi-finals come. Li Feng confidently reported to Yi Linyao, who had just arrived today. The last preliminary round made them realize for the first time that they could perform so well. Well, but do you know the situation of this rematch? Situation? What's the situation? It was obvious that Li Feng and his companions had been concentrating on their own music during this period, and had not cared at all about what the school officials said. The school leaders have already planned to let me go on the field myself. I will definitely represent your team, but the battle will be more intense. After hearing this, Li Feng was stunned for a moment, then jumped up happily. Brother Yi, you can play with us. That's great. Several other members also expressed their happiness. They had all witnessed Yi Linyao's true personal level at that time. If they could let him play, they would be able to win the game easily. You guys are not thinking too easily, are you? Since the people in the school have already allowed me to participate in the competition, then there must be foreign aid in other teams. Yi Linyao helplessly explained the current situation and said that these students were thinking too simply. So, does that mean that other teams can find their instructors? In that case, it doesn't count as our campus music competition, right? In a sense, it doesn't seem like it, but there's nothing we can do about it. This is how the people in the school arranged it. Now Li Feng and his friends began to worry about who Wu Qifeng's foreign aid would be. After all, they knew that Wu Qifeng had received professional training from teachers when he was outside of school. So if their teacher was also invited out of the mountain, it would definitely be a big Buddha. It's okay. Have you forgotten the song our brother Yi played in the park? No matter where the other party came from, it's definitely not as powerful as our brother Yi. Li Feng comforted him. He still believed in Yi Linyao's personal strength, but he was still a little worried about Wu Qifeng's instructor. Boom boom boom. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted their inner thoughts. Everyone turned around and found that the school leader was standing at the door. Sorry to interrupt your practice. Seeing this, several students were confused, but Yi Linyao was different. After all, Lu Ruoshi had specifically told him before that his leader knew about his absence from work. If he also knew about all the previous events, perhaps today would be a very calm and peaceful time for them to drink tea. Teacher Yi, I wonder if you have time. Let's chat for a while. Sure enough, he came to find himself. Yi Linyao also sighed inwardly. Since they had come to him, he had to deal with it. Practice on yourselves first. After giving the instructions, Yi Linyao walked out directly. He had already prepared himself mentally since he didn't really need the job anyway. Teacher Yi, I wonder how your recent performance preparations are going? Yi Linyao was a little surprised by the leader's kind face, but there was no change on the surface. As the saying goes, thousands of thoughts are never shown on the face. It's okay, there shouldn't be any problems before the game. Yeah, that's it. The leader seemed to be deep in thought, and his absent-minded eyes showed that he was thinking about something. Wu Qifeng has already invited a very prestigious music teacher from home, a top Bachmaster, so I thought Yi Linyao would unexpectedly refuse this performance, but what I saw was a scornful smile. Really? Is this really what the school is planning? Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to let these professional musicians from outside the school participate in the school competition? Teacher Yi, I know what you are thinking now. We just want to make this music competition more exciting. The school leader's comments made Yi Linyao realize that he had no reason to refuse, not to mention that he had not originally planned to perform seriously in this music competition. Leader, do you think that what you are saying now has been carefully thought through? The air was suddenly filled with tranquility, as if the two people were staring at each other with their eyes. Well, now that you've discovered it, I can't say anything. The reason why Wu Qifeng's family can have such a great music teacher is because of their family's financial conditions. In other words, the reason why other musicians were allowed to participate in the school performance this time was probably because of their family's interference. You can understand it this way. You should know that sometimes there are many things that we cannot decide now. The leader left after saying this thoughtfully. Before leaving, he turned around and gave another piece of advice. Sometimes we still have to bow our heads, not just to you, but also to our school. Chapter 168 Wu Group's Plan. Brother Yi, did the leader say anything to you outside just now? We have been occupying the music classroom for practice recently. Is it because we are disturbing other students from using the classroom and equipment? Several students spoke with a bit of fear in their tone. He was the school leader, and if they provoked him, they would definitely end up in trouble. It's nothing. No one else will be using the music room in the school during this period. We can use it to practice the songs we need to perform. Yi Linyao did not intend to tell everything he had just heard. For students like them who came from ordinary families, the only capital that could turn everything around was their hard work. By the way, how are you practicing this piece now? Brother Yi, we have practiced almost enough, and after our last music preliminary competition, our confidence has increased a lot. As Li Feng and the others spoke, they started laughing. This was a huge encouragement to them. Nothing could make it easier to gain recognition than their success in the school's music competition. At the same time, in the very luxurious hotel at home, there is a VIP room specially set up to receive the most distinguished customers. Normally, you cannot book this hotel without a special reservation. Only when you reach a certain level of consumption and social status can you book a room in this top hotel. I'm so sorry, Mr. Richard. I'm really sorry to ask you to help me participate in a school competition this time. Sitting at the top seat of the round dining table is a man who looks older, but between his brows one can also see his experience and sophistication in this world. This is Wu Qifeng's father, Wu Shang, who is now the CEO of Wu Group. Normally, if someone wants me to participate in some competitions held by the school or the community, I will definitely reject him harshly and cut off all contact with him, because this is simply the biggest insult to me. The old man sitting next to him, who obviously looked like a foreigner, also suddenly spoke, and one could tell that his tone was full of dissatisfaction and awe. But if you, Mr. Wu, ask me, I can still reluctantly agree to this matter, but there won't be a next time. Ha ha, Richard, we won't let you go in vain this time. We all know that you are an internationally renowned Bach master. It's a bit of a waste of your talent to let you participate in such a small competition. However, we will pay you twice the usual price for teaching. Wu Sheng said this calmly, and at the same time, Richard, who was sitting next to him, also had a little starry light in the corner of his eyes. For him, being a part-time music teacher in this family now earns him far more than his previous main job could bring him. You only need to come to help and teach for a few hours at a fixed time every week and you can get a very considerable salary. If I can perform well in this music competition and double my salary, then maybe another wealthy family will hire me to teach their children music. Well, I can understand your feelings, so let me participate in this music competition. Okay, I believe that if Master Richard takes action, the small competition will be easy to win. Then a very cheerful voice was heard in the private room of the hotel. Wait. Bring me the menu, please. At this time, Wu Qifeng also walked in from outside, said something casually, and was followed by a waiter. All kinds of high-end products are ordered casually, as if they are free. After the banquet was over, Richard left first, and then only Wu Sheng and Wu Qifeng, father and son, were left. Well, if Richard has already taken action this time, I think it won't have much impact even if that person named Yi Linyao comes. Wu Qifeng had been overshadowed by someone else in the preliminary round and had been holding a grudge against him ever since. Now that he finally had an opportunity, he must make good use of it and, by the way, humiliate him in the final. In fact, this music competition is not just about getting a place in school. What's more important is that if I can pass this competition, I can get an invitation from the Education Bureau to participate in a bigger competition. Wu Sheng's expression now began to gradually become calm, and his usually very capable face was revealed in front of others again. As long as you can continue to learn how to play Bach and other instruments from Richard, you will be able to shock many students with your outstanding financial resources. You must know that the students as a whole are very powerful. If you can resonate with the students, it proves that they can also inspire their parents. In that case, the huge traffic can instantly turn you from an ordinary person into a traffic star. Combined with the current influence of the Wu Group, it can help us break through the stock market barrier in one fell swoop. At this moment, even Wu Qifeng, who had been confident just now, was stunned, his whole face filled with surprise and astonishment. Dad, why didn't I know about this before? The school didn't tell us anything about it. I won't tell you everything. The next competition will select a very strong music contestant from your school to represent the whole city or even the province. Wu Sheng's ultimate goal was just to use this nationally sensational music competition to increase the attention on his child. As long as he can make use of this traffic and use his own methods, he will be able to quickly turn his son into one of the top-tier traffic stars in the country. Chapter 169, The Still Strong Wu Qifeng Band. Have you heard? Today's semi-final seems to have been changed. Really? Why did it change suddenly? But I haven't heard anything about it. What exactly was changed? It seems that they were saying that the finals that were supposed to be held after the semi-finals have now been skipped. Now we will select the strongest team from the remaining 16 teams to become the champion of this music competition. What's going on? Are you kidding me? 16 teams are selected all the time. How can you play like this? The remaining students were all muttering to each other, and the audience seats became very chaotic for a while. If they weren't students, they might have started making noise and fighting like those crazy fans. Okay, students and teachers, please be quiet. I am the leader in charge of this music competition in the school. As soon as the microphone sounded, the students in the audience suddenly became quiet. We had to do this because we received a notice from the education department. Since time is limited, we had no choice but to compress the schedule. With just a few simple words, the complaints of these students were dealt with, and the rest of the work just needed to proceed according to the normal schedule. The 16 teams performed in order, but last time nearly 10 teams automatically gave up their qualifications for the preliminary round. This time, among the 16 teams, more than half of them had water injection problems. This also led to the fact that everyone generally felt that their experience of this competition was much worse than the previous preliminary rounds. At least in the preliminary rounds, there were not so many compositions and performances that made people feel uncomfortable. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Is this really the semi-finals? Why does it feel worse than the preliminary round? After listening to Wu Qifeng's team and Li Feng's team last time, I still have high expectations for this rematch. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well not come. The students were extremely reluctant about the current performance. When they posted it in the group, those students who did not come to watch the game even laughed with glee. After all, it is a good thing for them to avoid their ears from suffering so much pain. But the good thing is that at least these teams have found some music teachers from outside the school or inside the school, and their performances are more or less acceptable to these students. Let's give a warm round of applause to the team led by Wu Qifeng to give us a performance. A pleasant female voice came from the radio, followed by warm applause from the students in the audience. For them, this team is capable of competing with the team Li Feng is in, so they must listen attentively to their performance. After the lights were turned on, we saw a group of people slowly walking up from the stage. They were dressed in the most fashionable styles, and the musical instruments in their hands were also custom made by themselves. Influenced by their teacher Richard's Bach, they decided to use elegant and sad music to infect the students in the audience. Last time there was an unexpected incident, so this time Wu Qifeng raised the price again and bribed all the students in the audience. Coupled with the intervention of teacher Richard, it was really hard for him to imagine how such a top-level lineup could have the qualifications to lose this game. All that was left to do next was to finish the performance quietly and hold the school's trophy in his or her hands. In future competitions, as long as I can perform a little better, it will be easy to gain the attention of students and even parents from all over the country. His father told him that day that as long as he could continue to move forward according to the planned steps, it would only take half a year at most for him to become a musician famous throughout the country. By then, not only will his own company be able to leverage his current traffic to directly achieve a leap in stock prices, but he himself will also be able to become a popular traffic star, thus getting rid of the image of a simple rich second generation. After teacher Richard left the school, he focused all his attention on the teaching assistant in the school that Wu Qifeng mentioned at the time. The knowledge that I taught Wu Qifeng would definitely be more than enough to be used in some big competitions outside. Why would it be disturbed by an assistant teacher in this small school? He now also wants to have a good look at the level of this teacher who was described as very good by his students. When the team Wu Qifeng was in came onto the stage, they still maintained their usual rebellious attitude and did not bow to the audience and teachers below the stage. But everyone knows that Wu Qifeng's family has a background, and turning a blind eye has become their norm. Following behind them was a very large Delta piano carried by several staff members. The cost of a Delta piano like this on the market now usually costs about hundreds of thousands. It goes without saying that such musical instruments could not have been purchased by the school, which reflects the economic strength of their family. Oh my god, Wu Ji's family is really rich. They just casually moved a piano into the school. Aren't they afraid that it might break? You don't know that. I seem to have heard Wu Gu say before that his family seems to have a listed company. If I could marry a man like this, wouldn't I be able to live a life without worries about food and clothing? The rest of the students have great interest in these rich second-generation guys who are also slightly handsome. The biggest feature of Bach's music is that it is very sad. Unlike other styles of music, the main melody is slow, and it can express a sad feeling at a slow speed during the playing process. In comparison, the performance of the dozen or so teens in front, even with the help of teachers, was very poor. Many of them even directly used popular songs as their performances. Therefore, when it comes to Wu Qifeng's original song sung in the way that teacher Richard taught him, it does have great advantages and added points. The moment Bach started playing, the entire venue became silent, and it seemed that there was only the sound of Bach's music from beginning to end. This sad music filled the entire concert hall, and all the students sitting in the audience were deeply moved when they heard it. The school leaders who served as judges could not help but shed tears after listening to the music. It was rare for them to hear such a touching Bach. Chapter 170. You guys are so touched. Wu Qifeng's competition suddenly ended, and all the students were suddenly pulled out of Bach's voice. They were all still not satisfied and wanted the band to continue performing, but their performance had already ended and the next performer was their teacher, Richard. Next, let us give the warmest applause to the foreign Bachmaster, Mr. Richard. The appearance of this old man confirmed everyone's inner image of the master of Western art. His graying beard and deep eye sockets fully described his wisdom. He had made full preparations backstage just now. With his current understanding of playing Bach, even if he performed it at a concert like this, these idiots in the audience probably wouldn't be able to understand it. If the price the Wu family offered me wasn't so high, I wouldn't even bother to take a look at a place like this. As Richard slowly walked onto the stage, looking at the stage which was nearly 100 square meters, his heart was filled with all kinds of disgust, as if the carefully decorated stage was a very bad thing in his eyes. Just like that, Richard walked onto the stage with a look of disgust on his face and a look of misery all over his body, then slowly sat down. His suit made him look very dignified, but that was just his appearance. He gently raised a few fingers, placed them in a fixed position, and pressed down, as if there was a fundamental difference between him and that symphony. One was as gentle as water, the other was as passionate as fire. Such a gentle and elegant image gradually appeared in everyone's mind. It was hard for them to imagine that just listening to the music could bring them into another state of mind. Judging from the Bach performance that Wu Qifeng just gave, he is worthy of being his teacher. In all aspects, he has already reached a level that is completely capable of surpassing Wu Qifeng. It really is true that if a master wants to be surpassed by his apprentice, the apprentice needs to have very high wisdom. After Bach finished his performance, the teachers and students in the audience all applauded. No one in the entire venue stood up and loudly refuted his performance because it was so wonderful. Oh my god, I almost cried. I never thought I could hear such an amazing Bach performance in school. Oh no, my ears are pregnant. How can there be such a touching Bach in the world? Wu Qifeng's family is really rich. They can even invite a famous Bachmaster to the school to help with performances. For a moment, the audience was filled with admiration for Wu Qifeng's family and awe for the ability of teacher Bach. This top-level master usually only competes in venues close to the provincial level. The reason why they can listen to such high-level Bach music today is all thanks to him. The enthusiastic applause even made Richard forget himself a little. Although he was performing in the school's music hall and no one here could fully understand how classic his music was, the applause still made him feel very happy. After we have experienced the Bach performance by the band led by Master Richard and Wu Qifeng, let us welcome with warm applause what kind of surprises the band led by Li Feng can bring to me. After hearing the name Li Feng, all the students in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then burst into cheerful applause. Because they all knew that their team was the only one in the entire school that could compete with the team led by Wu Qifeng. We have been able to hear such extraordinary and original music before. Who would have known what kind of amazing performance they would put on in this second competition? When leaving the stage, Richard happened to exchange glances with Yi Linyao, who was standing behind the scenes. For some reason, at that moment Richard always felt that this person should be the person named Yi Linyao they mentioned at that time. However, this simple passing by, coupled with the speculation in their hearts, did not lead to any intersection between the two of them. There was no change in Yi Linyao's heart. He knew that as long as he continued according to his next plan, it would be easy to defeat their team. Okay, now you guys can go on stage. Remember to act like you normally do and don't be too nervous. Before Yi Lingyao could finish his words, he turned around and saw that the people in Li Feng's team were silently wiping their tears. Yi Lingyao? Damn, why are you guys shedding tears here? Are you kidding me? Aren't you guys here to participate in the competition? Brother Yi, the bach they played was so beautiful. I was so moved that I couldn't stop crying. Brother Yi, do you have any paper? Yi Lingyao. Are you mistaken? We came here to be their opponents, so why are we moved by their performance? You guys, be serious. After saying that, Yi Lingyao pinched Li Feng's face fiercely. Brother Yi, I understand. Can you let go of my hand first? Li Feng's face was now twisted by Yi Lingyao, and his voice sounded a little abnormal. But then again, can we really beat him? We haven't shown off his bach abilities before, and this time we have their teacher Richard on the field too. I feel like we don't stand a chance of winning. Just now, the entire band was moved by Bach's music, and they really couldn't think of any other advantages that could enable them to win the final. Didn't I just tell you that as long as you can perform as usual, you will definitely not lose to them? But, the students in the audience just now reacted too well. I feel like they are under a lot of pressure. Okay, hurry up and get up there. Yi Lingyao really didn't want to listen to their nagging anymore, so he pushed and chased them away. Chapter 171. This is the charm of rock. They didn't have large instruments like pianos, so the only things they could play were smaller instruments like guitars and drums. Many students, after seeing the luxurious piano just now and comparing it with the guitars in the hands of the team led by Li Feng, suddenly felt that the gap in their hearts was too big. Is this really possible? Why did they use guitars to perform in the preliminary rounds, and now they have to use guitars in the finals? Who knows? But if we want everyone to buy a grand piano, it's impossible. After all, music is good as long as it sounds good. Yes. Anyway, they performed better than Wu Qifeng in the preliminary round. Maybe they came prepared for the final. Li Feng, standing on the stage, looking at the densely packed crowd below, couldn't help feeling a little nervous. They could vaguely hear the dissatisfaction expressed by the audience below the stage. Li Feng, don't worry, just keep performing. We can definitely do it. Besides, isn't Brother Yi going to perform with us too? Li Feng took a deep breath and began his performance. The piece was slightly different from the bach performed by Wu Qifeng just now. It does not make the audience feel extremely sad all at once, but instead it is an experience that allows people to enter the music leisurely. Sometimes cheerful, sometimes dull, sometimes sad, sometimes peaceful. It was quite surprising to hear such a piece of music with such complete human emotions played at this moment. Compared with the bach just now, this one was more beautiful to the ear, but the impression it left was not as strong as the pure sadness of Bach. Oh my god, this song should also be purely original. I never thought they could come up with 2 original songs in such a short time. Yeah, and it sounds like the quality of these songs isn't bad at all. Even Lu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the audience, nodded slightly. The strength of these students was all taught by her husband. Otherwise, how could they achieve such terrifying rapid progress? That's great. I never thought he had such a strong musical talent. I wonder what kind of surprises he can give me. At the same time, even Lu Ruoshi began to look forward to it, because after Li Feng's team finished their performance, it would be Yi Linyao's turn to perform. Just based on the last performance in the forest park, she already knew that her husband was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if the opponent's finale was the foreign Bachmaster Richard, she believed that her husband would be more than enough to deal with him. The performance of Li Feng's team has ended. The next person we are going to invite is Li Feng's team's mentor, who is also our school's assistant teacher, Yi Lingyao. The moment this name was spoken, all the students in the audience were stunned. They knew that Yi Lingyao had graduated from this school and later returned to the school to work as a teaching assistant. Most of the students in the school knew about Yi Linyao's affairs. The cadre committee they were talking about just now is the teaching assistant in the school. I remember that teaching assistant couldn't even play a musical instrument. I remember it like that too. He seemed to be just an ordinary teaching assistant. How come he is so powerful now? Li Feng and the others were taught by him alone. Did he hide his identity? Because Yi Lingyao also didn't have any musical instruments like the piano, he planned to perform with instruments like the guitar from the beginning. At the same time, some people at the back of the competition were ready to accompany Yi Linyao, and success or failure depended on this. Just when everyone on the stage was wondering what kind of music the teacher from this school was going to perform, he suddenly took out a pair of sunglasses from his shirt pocket. It was at this time that the students in the audience suddenly discovered that the teaching assistant in their class seemed to have suddenly changed his hairstyle. Wait a minute, did you notice that there seems to be something wrong with Mr. Yi's hairstyle? Yi Linyao's hair is now in a very flowing slicked back style, making him look like a gangster. However, to this group of students, this hairstyle already means a special emotion. Hello, students and teachers in the audience. I don't know why, but the sound that came from an ordinary microphone made people feel very shocked. The skill that Yi Linyao had obtained in the system before, top-notch rendering atmosphere. All the students in the audience were encouraged, even the teachers couldn't help but cheer, and the leaders on the judges panel felt a little uncomfortable because of their current status. He could only quietly wave his fists vigorously under the table, hoping to cheer for Yi Linyao in this way. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so excited? I don't know either. I just feel so high right now, as if I am extremely happy. The students and teachers could not help but stand up and sway their bodies to the music of this big verb. It was not until then that they suddenly realized that the music Yi Linyao was performing was actually rock. Friends here, let's have some fun together. Oh! The sound of cheers filled the entire venue, and everyone felt like they were in a nightclub, swaying and screaming wildly. When the guitar in Yi Linyao's hand suddenly sounded, everyone's brain nerves were stimulated crazily. The dynamic music and crazy dancing made everyone in the venue fall into a state of extreme excitement. They really didn't expect that after experiencing Master Richard's Bach brainwashing, they would be able to enter such a happy state in an instant. What is going on? Wu Shang was also watching the live broadcast in his office at this time. This kind of activity is held in universities across the country, so generally some students will choose to broadcast it live in their own private live broadcast rooms. It was really hard for him to understand why these students could be so moved. The rock music coming from the computer alone did have some impact on him. Wu Qifeng was unhappy when he saw that these people, who had been bribed by him, were cheering happily for their competitors. But just as he turned his head, he found that his teammates were also swaying there and shaking their hair wildly. Can you guys stand up for a bit? What the hell are you doing? Brother Wu, I don't want to be like this either, but I don't know why, I always feel like it's so cool, I just want to shake it. This brainwashing music quickly spread in the live broadcast room like a virus, and everyone was looking for the source of the song. But they soon gave up because this was a completely self-created song and there was no way to find any lossless sound quality source from any channel on the internet. After Yi Linyao's performance was over, the students in the audience were still not satisfied. Some of them recorded the entire show, and were chased by others. Chapter 172 Yi Linyao changes his mind. The leadership is in a very difficult situation as the Wu family has already given the money. But to be fair, Yi Linyao's performance and Li Feng's singing are indeed much better than those of Master Richard and Wu Qifeng overall. So at this time they thought of a very good way to pass the buck, which was to give all decision-making power to the audience students below. Only in this way can all the responsibilities be pushed onto these students. Besides, the Wu family is so powerful that they will definitely prepare money in advance to give to the students. Okay, now please vote for the 16 teams that just decided to perform. Please remember to remain fair and just no matter what. Cast your votes for the team you like most. When you hear such words, even in your mind you may find it hard to believe them, but sometimes they just need to say such superficial words. Then the voting time will be 3 minutes. If no one uses the voting machine in front of them to vote after 3 minutes, it will be automatically deemed invalid. Voting begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, the students in the audience began to stretch out their hands and press the voting buttons on the table in front of them. If they were to put their thoughts on the end of Wu Qifeng's team, it would not have had any impact. After all, that was the result of having the strength but being unable to take advantage of others. But now they didn't know why they were in a very happy mood, as if they had forgotten everything that had happened before, and only knew that the intense rock music had filled their brains. Bang! 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 Strong hands pressed down, and the sound of voting came from the audience seats below. At this time, the faces of the leaders on the stage also began to change slightly, and the result could be guessed just from their facial expressions. Okay, the voting is now over. We will treat the students who have not yet voted as abstaining. We will compile statistics for the final results, and then publish them on the official website of the Academy in a week. Richard was also infected by the rock music just now. Having been surrounded by the master of Bach all his life, he was now moved by this kind of rock music that he himself despised. Etc. When Yi Linyao left and passed by Master Richard, he finally spoke. "Who are you?" "I just asked around among all the famous rock musicians, and there's no one named Yi Linyao." "Me? Just an ordinary school teacher." The corner of Yi Linyao's mouth slightly raised and he let out a very contemptuous laugh. Richard didn't look back, but his hands, which were already full of wrinkles, were clenched tightly. This was the first time he felt humiliated by others, but he did not accept that he had lost the game. The people in the audience had already been bribed by the Wu Shang family. All they had to do was wait for the results in a week. Anyway, he came to participate in the competition this time in order to get nearly double the salary. The competition has officially ended. Compared with the competition between students Wu Qifeng and Li Feng, other people still pay more attention to the duel between Yi Linyao and Master Richard. Some students took photos of Richard and posted them in a music friendship group to inquire carefully. Only then did they realize how glorious Richard's history was. The news spread quickly from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon all the students in the college knew about it. Even some other schools in the same province and city got the news at the first time, because most of the external aides hired by their students were just teachers in the school. It was the first time I saw someone spend a lot of money to win a competition in school, and finally he was defeated by an assistant teacher in the school. What is even more shocking is that this teaching assistant does not teach any courses at all. He is just an ordinary teaching assistant. I really can't believe it. This man named Yi Linyao actually beat Richard to a pulp. Wu Shang was also following the reports of this incident anytime and anywhere. When he learned about the emotions of the students who were watching the competition in the music hall that day, he knew that Richard and his son must have failed this time. Even though he paid off the students in the audience, it was clear from their performance that they were more interested in the rock music performed by Yi Linyao. "Boss Wu, what should we do next? Should we let those old guys in the academy suffer a little? In this way, the promotion quota will still belong to our Master Wu." The secretary next to Wu Shang was also giving advice. They almost all belonged to the same type of people who would try to get all the benefits for themselves no matter what. But Wu Shang closed his eyes and waved his hands gently. "No, if we do that, it will only damage our image. If it gets out to others, we will be seen as people who only know how to use tricks. Everyone is like this secretly, but if someone is exposed in the open, he will become the target of everyone." Wu Shang's words made his secretary feel ashamed. "Yes, Mr. Wu, what should we do next?" Young man, don't be so anxious. As the saying goes, if a person can really become famous, it is also very easy to knock him down from a high place. Mr. Wu means he is so amazing. If he can really make it to the end after overcoming all the obstacles, he will naturally attract a lot of attention. If a small person breaks the law, unless the crime is serious, society won't pay much attention to it. But if a star does anything small in public, it will easily attract everyone's attention. We just need to let him do it when he finally becomes famous. It will definitely make him feel worse than it does now. Understood. I'm really exhausted. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to it. It's a mess. Now I feel like even if I go back to school, I'll be surrounded by people. Yi Linyao just felt a headache. He didn't know which nosy student had recorded the entire game and posted it online. As a result, he now became an ordinary assistant coach who was very powerful in the eyes of almost everyone. The entire internet is full of high praise for him, saying that he is a very low-key people's teacher. Even though he has the ability to compete with the top foreign Bach masters, he is still unknown. I randomly opened a web page and found a very popular social platform, and looked at the comments on my video to see what netizens said. I bet this teaching assistant is definitely not that simple. He might be a rich second generation from a certain family who came here just to experience life. Don't you think he has a very good temperament? I feel the same way. Otherwise, if he is so talented, he wouldn't be so bad even if he became a private tutor. It was so cool. When I first came on the field, I was annoyed with that foreign teacher. I didn't expect our compatriots to be so powerful. I slapped him in the face and it made a loud slap. When he left the field, his face was blue. There were even some media outlets that specifically wanted to contact him for private interviews. He really didn't expect that a music competition just in school could attract so much attention from the society. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Lu Ruoshi was not disclosed, otherwise the children would probably be harassed in kindergarten. Okay, stop looking at it. This isn't a completely bad thing. At least you're considered a semi-celebrity now. Lu Ruoshi came over with a cup of coffee and sat next to Yi Linyao to comfort him. She really didn't expect it to turn out like this, but she believed that as long as a period of time passed and this trend was over, the number of people who wanted to find Yi Linyao would naturally decrease. I always feel like I'll have to wear a mask and a cap when I go out in the future. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. The lights on the stage were too strong, so there are still some differences between your appearance in the video and in reality. How can passers-by tell the difference? Even the little ones have realized how great their dad is these days, and often ask their mom to show them videos of their dad's performances. Dad, you're so cool. This pose is so cool. Yi Linyao always felt that it was a bit awkward to let his relatives, especially the little ones, watch the video of his performance. Everyone, shake your body to my rhythm. Yi Feng babbled and imitated the appearance of his father in the video. In his eyes, his father was like an omnipotent Superman. No matter what the task was, he could always accomplish it. There were cheerful and joyful sounds coming from the house, which Yi Linyao thought were the most precious things in his life. Because a big family was involved in this competition, Yi Linyao felt that if he did not have stronger strength to protect his family, his children and wife might also be treated like this in the workplace or school in the future. Yi Linyao, who had never wanted to pursue a career in vocal music, hesitated for the first time. However, no matter what time, he always wanted to protect his family as the most important goal. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the skills he had acquired regarding the business circle from the system. Perhaps this was the biggest opportunity for him to successfully enter the business circle. Yi Linyao, who was sitting in front of the computer, kept closing his eyes and thinking. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes, turned on the laptop in front of him, and started searching for something on it. Chapter 173, Do you want to check out the forum? The textile city is not good, Este Sunshine is not good, and Jiangling Copper is not good either. Yi Linyao stared at the stock quotes on the computer and shook his head helplessly. After looking for nearly half an hour, he still couldn't find a satisfactory stock despite the max skill of market trends and economic trends awarded by the system. It's not that there are no profitable stocks, but that the future growth rate will not meet Yi Linyao's expectations. As we all know, if you want to make money in the stock market, you must be familiar with the market trends and economic trends of this stock. Otherwise, even in a bull market, if you, a rookie, blindly follow others and buy randomly, you will become someone else's bag holder and be ripped off. On the contrary, if you know how to analyze the market and are familiar with the ins and outs, even in a bear market, you can still buy great stocks and make a fortune. After a big bull market a few years ago, the stock market began to lose momentum and move towards a bear market. For many investors, at this time, they should sit back and wait for the next bull market to come. But Yi Linyao understood that the stocks that really made big money often appeared in a bear market. Because although the risk in a bull market is small, the gains are also small. On the contrary, the risk in a bear market is high, but the reward is also high. Ran Diton, want on cinema. There will be a good wave of profits in the future. After a while, Yi Linyao selected these two stocks from many stocks. These two stocks were both Sunrise Industries in the beginning, and their share prices have more than increased tenfold. However, with the changes in recent years, these industries have gradually declined and eventually become sunset industries. Nintendo is an island company that mainly engages in the development of electronic game software and hardware. It is one of the three giants in the world's electronic game industry and the pioneer of the modern electronic game industry. However, with the advancement of technology, more and more players have come into contact with computers, online games, and eventually become their loyal users. As for standalone game consoles like Nintendo, the number of users naturally decreased sharply, and eventually no one was interested in them. Wantong Cinemas is affiliated to Wantong Group, one of the companies with the largest number of cinemas in the country. There is a Wantong cinema in almost every city. However, like Ren Ditong, he could not escape the decline. The ways people watch movies nowadays are different from before and are more diverse. In addition to going to the cinema to watch movies, you can also watch movies at home through computers, iPads, mobile phones, and other devices. This not only saves travel time, but also saves the cost of buying tickets to watch the show. The end result is that fewer and fewer people go out to see movies, and the box office revenue is negligible. If they can't make money, naturally no one will make movies. This vicious cycle will continue, and the affected stock prices will naturally plummet. Yi Linyao would have had the same idea before receiving the system's reward. But now with his analysis of market and economic trends, he knows these two stocks will make a comeback. Let us talk about Nintendo first. Although more and more players are now beginning to integrate into online games. However, the status of standalone games is still irreplaceable. First of all, standalone games have very high requirements on graphics and configuration. Correspondingly, its gameplay will be more playable. Unlike general online games, because they want to be popular, their configurations will be reduced to the lowest possible level, which leads to uneven game graphics. In addition, the ultimate goal of online games is to make money and to encourage people to compete with each other, rather than being developed for entertainment. In other words, whoever spends more money is the boss, and technology is nothing compared to money. Standalone games are different in this respect. The developers will not design such brainless plots, and the balance of the characters will be greatly improved, allowing players to experience unprecedented fun. As for spending money, it is useless. Every level in it requires players to rely on their own abilities. It is definitely not something that can be passed by just spending money and closing your eyes. So for real game fans, they would rather challenge this difficult standalone game rather than those brainless online games. In addition, Nintendo is one of the first game consoles that many players come into contact with, and there is a sentimental significance in it. Just for this reason, Renditon will have a large market and will surely prosper again in the future. Speaking of one-on film, many people believe that the reason why its stock price is falling now is due to the influence of major film and television platforms. In Yi Linyao's opinion, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that no good films are being made, or that there are too few films released. No matter how powerful a film and television platform is, it must wait for a period of time after the film is released before it can be played. For those who want to see the movie first, the only way is to go to the cinema. What's more, the ticket price is not that expensive, and no one would watch the movie later than others just for a few dozen dollars. In addition, theaters have two major advantages that cannot be matched by film and television platforms. First of all, the viewing experience in a cinema, whether it is the clarity of the picture or the surround effect of the sound, is incomparable to that on a computer. Then there is the atmosphere when watching the movie. You can watch it with only a few people at home, but there are hundreds of people watching it with you in the cinema. So many people were shocked and laughed by the film, and the atmosphere it brought was definitely better than watching it at home. In addition, the biggest consumption in cinemas is not for individuals, but for groups. Especially for those men and women who are in love, the cinema is one of their must-go date places. This means that men and women in love are one of their fixed consumer groups. Plus some 3D blockbusters, these can only be seen in movie theaters. Therefore, after analysis, Yi Linyao realized that the future of one-on film must be limitless. Go to the forum and see if other people have the same idea as me. Yi Linyao did not buy the stocks immediately, but opened the forums of the two stocks to verify his ideas. Chapter 174. Will the kindergarten also hold a talent contest? After all, the stock market changes rapidly, so there is no harm in taking some reference. Brothers, I am planning to buy Renditon recently. Does anyone have any suggestions? Buy Renditon? Brother, you've never been beaten, have you? Renditon is no longer what it used to be. In the age of online games, its business is getting worse and worse. Whoever buys this sunset industry will die. Another fearless rookie wants to come in. Didn't you see that a brother bought it before and was stuck for half a year, and only recently sold it at a loss, otherwise it would have fallen further? Hey, I also cut my profits yesterday and lost tens of thousands. This damn Renditon made me pay the IQ tax. Thank you brothers for showing me the way, which saved me from the risk of being ripped off. As soon as Yi Linyao opened the Renditon Stock Exchange forum, he saw a pinned elite post. After opening the post and reading the content, Yi Linyao frowned slightly. What kind of people are these? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. You are all misleading the students, right? Such a post is pinned to the top. How many people are going to be killed by this? And this guy who just had his meat cut yesterday, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll bleed in a few days. Yi Linyao was a little speechless about the reactions of major shareholders. I didn't expect these people to be so pessimistic about Renditon, and they seem to wish it would go bankrupt. But according to the latest news, Nintendo will launch a new game box next week. Such new equipment will surely cause a scramble among game fans. With good news like this, a rise in the stock price is almost certain. However, the members in this forum seemed to turn a blind eye and advised everyone not to fall into the trap. It seems like you are helping people, but in fact you are harming them. After Yi Linyao closed this post, he read a few more elite posts, and the contents were roughly the same. Almost all investors are pessimistic about this stock. Even if some of them are optimistic about this stock and bring up the news that a new game console is about to be released. But immediately a group of people claiming to be stock gods came out and began to criticize him sarcastically. So what if a new game console comes out? Can ordinary people afford a machine that costs thousands of dollars? Instead of using the money to buy a game console, it would be better to use it to recharge online games and buy some equipment. In a word, they believed that such news could not change the current situation of Renditang's decline. As a result, after listening to what these people said, people who were obviously optimistic about this stock became shaken and finally chose to give up. Forget it, let's go to another forum. It shouldn't be the same as Renditang, right? Yi Linyao shook his head, closed Renditang's forum, and opened Wantong Film's communication forum. Is there any expert here? Wantong Cinema has been falling for 5 consecutive days recently. Is it going to rebound? Rebound? Are you dreaming? It's just the beginning. It will continue to fall for at least a week. No way, is Wantong Cinema so bad? This check was quite popular before. You said that was in the past. Now there are pirated websites everywhere. Who would go to the cinema to watch movies? The cinema can't make money, but the stock price is rising at the cost of life? Fuck, why is he acting like Renditang again? Is there not a single true master among all these forum members? After reading several posts on the Wantong movie forum in succession, Yi Xian couldn't help but speak well of them. If he had not acquired the skills, Yi Linyao would still be very convinced by the words of these so-called great gods. But now it seems that these people are talking nonsense. He just knows a little bit of the basics and yet he's pointing fingers. Don't look at the fundamentals of the stock at all, but only at data such as the company's future development information. The reason why Yi Linyao chose this stock was not only because he valued its future development. But there are several movies coming out soon. And it's also the sequel to the previous box office hit. With such a film released, are you still worried about the poor box office? Whether it is Renditang or Wantong Film, with such good news, there will definitely be a wave of increases in the short term. Since you all don't think it's good, then wait and see my performance. Yi Linyao ignored these people and directly opened the trading software and entered the codes of the two stocks. After purchasing 10,000 shares each, Yi Linyao did not close the window in a hurry, but took a screenshot. He wants to post the screenshots of the purchase of these two stocks on the forum. I want to see the reactions of those so-called stock investors and whether they will jump out to mock me first. Ring, ring, ring. Just as I was about to post, the phone rang. Director Wu? Could it be that something happened to the 4 little guys in the kindergarten? I picked up the phone and found that it was Xiao Wu from the kindergarten. Since Li Shuhua's downfall, Xiao Wu became the new director of the admissions office with the help of Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao did this so that the 4 little ones would be taken care of in kindergarten in the future. Seeing the other party calling at this time, Yi Linyao subconsciously thought that something had happened to Sibao. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Xiao Wu from Buatsai Kindergarten. Is it convenient for me to talk now? As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Wu's voice was heard from the other end of the line. Although he has become the director of the admissions office, Xiao Wu is still very respectful to Yi Linyao, his benefactor. If it weren't for Yi Linyao's help, it would take a long time for me to become the director of the admissions office. Teacher Wu, you are too polite. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Yi Linyao was very pleased to see the other party being so polite. It proved that he was not wrong and Xiao Wu was not an ungrateful person. Mr. Yi, this is the case. In addition to basic education, the city now pays special attention to students' talents in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor in kindergartens. The city will hold a children's art performance in the near future. The contestants will be selected from students from various kindergartens. Our Buatsai kindergarten is also preparing to send people to participate. Chapter 175, after all, it's all for your own sake. Seeing Yi Linyao so straightforward, Xiao Wu did not hide anything and directly told him the purpose of today. Are you going to the city to perform? That's great. I wish you good results. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Yi Linyao was stunned for a moment, and then gave him a blessing. He thought Xiao Wu called to talk about the 4 little guys. But now I know after listening to it, he was talking about the children's art performance. But does this have anything to do with me? I'm not a school leader, so you don't need to report to me when you participate in a competition, right? Or is he calling to show off to himself and prove the strength of Butsai kindergarten? No matter which one it was, Yi Lingyao had no interest at all. Ahem, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I may not have made my words clear just now. Our Butsai kindergarten has only obtained the qualification to participate in the competition, and cannot directly participate in the art performance. Only after passing the final review can we obtain the qualification to perform on stage. However, there are more than 100 kindergartens that have qualified for the competition, but there are only 30 places for performances in the end, so we hope to discuss with Mr. Yi and let your 4 babies represent our kindergarten in the competition, and we also hope that the 4 babies can shine on a bigger stage. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, there were a few coughs from the other end of the phone. Afterwards, Xiao Wu had to explain the participation in the competition again in detail. Xiao Wu had no choice but to call Yi Lingyao for today's call. In fact, events like children's art performances are held once a year in Shanghai. However, in previous competitions, their Butsai kindergarten always ended in failure. Because of their strength, they can only be considered average among the many kindergartens in Shanghai. The cultivation of talent requires not only time, but more importantly, financial investment. Those wealthy parents usually give priority to the top-ranked kindergartens in Shanghai, or some aristocratic kindergartens. As for small places like Butsai kindergarten, people usually choose pass. Because the teaching staff in such a kindergarten is incomparable to that of a small kindergarten like Butsai. In addition to receiving a better education there, you can also learn a lot of talents and knowledge. Of course, in such a kindergarten, the tuition fee will be several times that of Butsai kindergarten. Therefore, most of the students who can finally come to Butsai kindergarten come from ordinary families. This means that it will undoubtedly be extremely difficult for them to grab the 30 selected places. Although Butsai kindergarten was unhappy with the result, they had accepted it. After all, comparison makes one feel thief. They cannot force students' parents to enroll their children in training classes just for the sake of the school's performance. After all, such a large sum of money may not be affordable for the parents of these children. Even if you really sign up, you can only choose some ordinary talents to learn. Compared with the high-end talents of other students in aristocratic kindergartens, this is still far behind. This is why every time they send out a contestant, they are eliminated in the first round. Therefore, they generally don't have any hope for such events. But this year is different, because with the addition of Yi Linyao's 4 babies to their kindergarten, they see hope of qualifying. Yi Lingyao is no simple person. Just raising 4 babies to adulthood is something that many people cannot do. What's more, Yi Linyao's 4 babies, whether in their dress or their daily speech and behavior, give people the impression that they have received higher education. They are definitely not comparable to those children who live with their grandparents in the countryside. Even in a first-tier city like Shanghai, there are very few people who can compare with Yi Linyao's 4 little ones. Other parents at Butsai kindergarten were unable to enroll their children in interest-based learning classes, but for a child of Yi Linyao's ability, that was naturally no problem. And with such financial strength, he destined his children to learn talents other than ordinary ones, such as singing and dancing. It must be a higher level talent, such as piano or violin. This is the awesomeness of rich people. While other families are still racking their brains for the registration fee for an ordinary talent show, Yi Lingyao can easily let his 4 children learn whatever they want. At that time, as long as you send 4 cute babies to represent the team in the competition, passing the review will be a sure thing, and there is even a high possibility of winning an award. The leadership team of their kindergarten specially held a meeting for this artistic performance. In the end, everyone set their sights on Yi Linyao's 4 little ones, thinking that they were the only ones who could compete with those aristocratic kindergarten students. However, participating in such competitions is not up to their kindergarten. Parental consent is required. Because it's not enough to just have talent, you also have to let students arrange their talents into programs. This is naturally not something the kindergarten can decide, and must be planned by the students' parents. There are only 2 people in Butsai kindergarten who have a good relationship with Yi Lingyao. One is the director of the kindergarten, Zhang Chao. No matter what, the 2 of them are sworn brothers. The other one is Xiao Wu, who received Yi Lingyao at the beginning. Zhang Chao is a leader after all, it is impossible for him to be personally involved in everything. In addition, I have asked Yi Lingyao for help many times before, and I owe him too many favors. Even though they were brothers, Zhang Chao felt embarrassed to keep bothering the other. I don't want the other party to say that I am ignorant, so I use my status as the big brother to force the other party to do things. If He Linyao is angered by then, it will not be of any benefit to Zheng Chao. So at this time, the heavy responsibility naturally fell on Xiao Wu. Anyway, the two of them are old acquaintances, so it makes sense to say this. I was wondering why you called me to talk about a cultural performance, and it turns out you want my little one to participate. It was not until this moment that Yi Linyao finally reacted. He was not a fool. After a little analysis, he understood the other party's true intention. After all, the 4 babies of our family are good-looking and intelligent, and are not inferior to those child stars. Let alone 4 babies like this, even if any one of them goes out, he will be the center of attention. The reason why Buetsai Kindergarten does this is not simply to let their babies enter a bigger stage. To put it bluntly, it is for the honor of the kindergarten and for their future. Chapter 176. If the parents don't agree, ask the children. Once the 4 little ones stand out and get the awards, then the reputation of Buetsai Kindergarten will be spread, and more parents will come here to enroll their children in their kindergarten. In the eyes of those parents, coming here means they have the opportunity to succeed. Maybe in the next competition, his own children will be the envy of everyone like Yi Linyao has 4 babies. As its popularity grows and there are more wealthy families, Buetsai Kindergarten will earn more and its scale will gradually expand. Even if we cannot become the best kindergarten, we can surely reach an upper middle level. If it were another parent, they would have agreed to such an opportunity long ago. It is a rare opportunity to let your children perform in the city. Once you succeed, it means you become famous and become a child star. Many celebrities today have participated in various cultural performances since childhood, and were later discovered by scouts, and eventually achieved what they are today. However, Yi Linyao was not very interested in this. He knew very well how his own children were doing. They do not need to prove their strength by participating in such cultural performances. So what if they are celebrities? It's still the same, with just one head and one mouth. It's just that they earn more and have a higher standard of living. But now that I have the system, would I be short of money? Therefore, these celebrity honors are worthless in Yi Linyao's eyes. This is just one of the factors. Yi Linyao is more concerned about the children. As someone who had experienced it, he knew that a child's childhood was very short. As you get older, the responsibilities and pressures will increase. Only when you are young and ignorant can you relax and pursue your own happiness. Especially my 4 babies. During the years when I was not around, their childhood was actually lacking in joy. For a woman like Lu Ruoshi, it took a lot of effort just to raise these 4 little ones. Forget about taking them to eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, or play this and that. It is precisely because they play less than other children and receive strict education from Lu Ruoshi that they become unusually sensible. Now that I'm back, I naturally don't want the 4 little ones to be under too much pressure in the rest of their childhood. So Yi Linyao just wanted them to spend their childhood happily. As for extracurricular interest classes, unless the little ones asked for them actively, Yi Linyao would not sign them up for any of them. So if we agree to participate in the city's talent show for young children this time, this means that these little guys have to spend a lot of time studying and rehearsing after school. He didn't want to shorten the children's happy time just for a little bit of glory. Teacher Wu, are you talking to my dad? Just when Yi Linyao was about to refuse, a faint child's voice came from the other end of the phone. As soon as Yi Linyao heard it, he knew it was his second baby Yi Tian. A few minutes ago, on the playground of Buetsai Kindergarten, a group of children were playing the game of eagle catches chicken with their teacher. Okay, babies, take a break. We'll continue playing games later. After the game, the teacher said to the students. Okay, teacher. After a group of little ones agreed, they started looking for seats to rest. Look, it's Teacher Wu. 4 of the little ones, who were extremely good-looking, walked towards a bench hand in hand. Before they had taken 2 steps, one of them's eyes lit up and he pointed at a young man sitting on a bench in the distance and said, Really? It's Teacher Wu. Let's go over and say hello. The other 3 people looked in the direction of the finger, and when they found out it was an acquaintance, they also smiled cutely. These 4 little guys are none other than Yi Linyao's 4 adorable babies. Everyone, be quiet, Teacher Wu seems to be on the phone. Okay. The 4 little ones walked closer and saw that Teacher Wu was on the phone. They were sensible and did not go over to disturb each other, but waited patiently by the side. Xiao Wu didn't notice the approach of the 4 little guys and continued on the phone. Besides, what he said was not a secret, so Xiao Wu did not control the volume of his voice. Hey, it seems like Teacher Wu is on the phone with Dad? Yi Tian, who was waiting on the side, quickly guessed the person he was talking to from Xiao Wu's conversation. Although Yi Tian is a child, he is very smart. Even before they entered kindergarten, they knew that their father had a good relationship with teacher Xiao Wu. Later, after I entered the kindergarten, I met Director Zhang and learned that he was also a friend of my father. So even though the other party didn't say his name, Yi Tian concluded that the person on the other end of the phone must be his father. Really? I kind of miss Daddy. Me too, I want to talk to Dad. When they heard Erbao say that Xiao Wu was talking to his father, the other three spoke excitedly. In fact, the four little guys had only been separated from Yi Linyao for a few hours. But for them, every second of separation from Yi Linyao made them reluctant. Well, let's go talk to Teacher Wu. Erbao greeted them and appeared in front of Xiao Wu with four people. Teacher Wu, are you talking to my dad? Ha, why are you four little guys here? You guessed right, I'm talking to your dad. Hearing someone calling him, Xiao Wu's attention was also drawn. When Xiao Wu found out that they were Yi Linyao's four cute babies, he also greeted them with a smile. Ha, I guessed right, Teacher Wu is really talking to Dad. After getting the answer from Teacher Wu, Erbao Yi Tian showed a smug smile. You've come at the right time. Teacher Wu has a question and would like to hear your opinions. Yi Linyao on the other end of the phone didn't respond for a long time, and Xiao Wu felt a little anxious. At this moment, he happened to see four cute babies, and suddenly an idea came to him. I want to find a breakthrough with my child. If the children agree by then, depending on how much Yi Linyao likes them, they might agree. Chapter 177 Baby, what can I do now? Okay, Teacher Wu, go ahead and ask. When the four little guys heard that Teacher Wu was going to ask them a question, they answered in unison. They have always been the ones asking questions to the teacher, but they didn't expect that the teacher would ask them questions today. This made the four little guys very excited. It's like this, the kindergarten is going to hold a children's art performance, do you want to participate? Seeing that the four people did not refuse, Teacher Wu breathed a sigh of relief and went straight to the point. What is a children's cultural performance? How can we participate? Hearing the unfamiliar words, the four little guys looked at each other, obviously not understanding. Children's cultural performances are when children of your age perform their talents on stage, such as singing, dancing, playing guitar, piano, violin, etc. Seeing the four cute babies puzzled, Teacher Wu was a little embarrassed and quickly explained it using words that they could understand. Playing guitar? I know that. My dad is really good at playing guitar. Yes, Dad played the guitar for us last time when we were in Forest Park. It sounded so good. Those older brothers also said that the music my father played was at the master level and not many people could do it. I want to play the guitar, too. Can we ask Dad to teach us how to play the guitar next time? Okay, I want Dad to teach me too. When the four little darlings heard the words playing guitar, their eyes immediately lit up. Then they rushed to show off their father's musical talent to Teacher Wu. Although they don't know much about music, they can still tell the good from the bad. Especially the conversations between Yi Linyao's students at that time, as well as Lu Ruoshi and others, made them realize that their father's level in music was very high. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so awesome. In addition to carpentry and cooking, he is also so good at music? It seems that we have found the right person this time. With Mr. Lin's guidance, the four little guys may really be able to win a place. Seeing their smug looks, Xiao Wu was also shocked. Xiao Wu didn't have any doubt about what the four little guys said. After all, the other party is only 3 years old, and at this age he wouldn't have the intention to brag deliberately. Plus, there is a sincerity in their eyes that you simply can't find in adults, which means that every word they say is true. The word master cannot be given to just anyone. Only those who are at the top of the industry are qualified to be called masters. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted the four little ones to participate in the competition. In addition to their intelligence, he also cared more about their family conditions. But now, after hearing how good the other person is at playing the guitar, he knows that even if the other person has no money, he can still complete this talent show. After all, hiring a master-level person to teach your children is not something you can do just by having money. Your father is so great, so you must be great too. Teacher Wu wants to ask you, do you want to participate in this children's art performance? After the four children finished speaking, Teacher Wu also followed suit and praised them. After hearing Teacher Wu's question, the four little guys were obviously moved. But they didn't say yes. They don't have any of these so-called talents, so how could they possibly agree to it? One is that their father doesn't want to waste their happy time. One is that Lu Ruwashi didn't have the ability to let them study at that time. How about this? You don't have to rush to answer. The teacher will show you a video, and you can give the teacher the answer after you finish watching it. Seeing the four of them remaining silent, Xiaowu didn't understand the real situation. He just thought that the four little guys were embarrassed and a little shy. So he took out the iPad he carried with him, selected a video of a children's cultural performance last year, and played it. The video is not long, only a few minutes, but it shows the highlights of the winning contestants. Wow, this little brother is so awesome. Is he boxing? This girl's dance is also very beautiful. Teacher Xiaowu, what is this thing? It makes such a nice sound. The video had only been played for a few seconds when the four little ones were attracted by the scenes. Then Dabao Yifeng pointed at a student in a video who was wearing a kung fu costume and performing taekwondo, and was attracted by it. Later, Sibao was also attracted by the dance of a female student in a dance costume. Until the end, two students, a boy and a girl, each holding a violin, played a beautiful melody. The four little guys were stunned. This is the violin I was talking about. It's similar to the guitar your father plays. They're both musical instruments. Okay, tell the teacher, do you want to participate in this children's art performance? I saw the four of them staring at the iPad screen intently, and they didn't look away even after the video was over. Xiaowu knew that this move of his had successfully aroused the interest of the four cute babies. He first answered the other party's question and then asked the previous question. Just as Xiaowu said, even though the four little guys had not learned any talents at this time, they were still very eager to participate in such a performance. Because there are many beautiful big sisters and brothers inside, as well as a gorgeous stage and dazzling lights. These things are not easy to come into contact with in daily life. Children in particular are particularly curious about unknown things, especially when these things are so wonderful. It would be absolutely false to say that they were not tempted. Teacher Xiaowu, you should ask our father about this. We listen to him. If he says to participate, then we will participate. After hearing what Xiaowu said, the four little guys discussed it in whispers like adults. Then, Erbayi Tian came out as a representative and gave the answer. Well, let's ask your father for his opinion. Xiaowu was a little amused by this answer. I didn't expect that even after using video, I still couldn't get the four little ones to agree. It seems that I have underestimated these little guys, which also proves how powerful Yi Lingyao is. Among all the parents he has met, no other one could raise a 3-year-old child to be so sensible and well-behaved. Mr. Lin, I'm sure you heard the conversation between the four babies just now. They actually have a strong interest in performing. I believe that with such an excellent father like you teaching them, they will definitely achieve excellent results if they participate in the competition. I sincerely hope that you can agree to let the children participate in this performance. After all, such performances only happen once a year, and they can also get a lot of training for their growth. What do you think? Xiaowu picked up the phone and asked again. Chapter 178 Knowing yourself and your enemy can win every battle. Just now, after noticing the four cute babies coming, he turned on the speakerphone mode of his phone. So Yi Lingyao naturally heard clearly his conversation with the four little guys. Xiaowu did this not only to let Yi Lingyao know what the four cute kids thought about participating in the cultural performance. At the same time, he also wanted to let Yi Lingyao know that he did not deliberately deceive the child for the benefit of the kindergarten, but was just stating the facts. Oh, these four little guys really gave me a hard time this time. Yi Lingyao on the other end of the phone sighed helplessly after listening to this. He had mixed feelings about the reactions of the four little ones. I didn't expect that the four little ones still remember the guitar performance in the forest park. Yi Lingyao also felt proud when he heard the other party's praise. Which father doesn't want to be an omnipotent hero in his child's heart? Especially the few years he was away, which made him feel guilty all the time. I even worried at one point that my disappearance for a few years would cast a shadow on them. Even after I show up, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fit into their circle and that they won't accept me. But now after hearing the other party's heartfelt words, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. The children not only accepted him, but also regarded him as their pride. So when he heard the children were excited about the performance in the video, Yi Lingyao naturally wanted to help them. But doing so would mean that they would have a hard life for some time in the future and would have no time to play. Because cultivating talent requires a lot of time. It is impossible for them to be like me, Because of the system's rewards, they mastered it instantly. Even ordinary people need a lot of time to study, let alone these 4 children who are only 3 years old. Apart from this, Yi Linyao himself is not very interested in such competitions. Because it hasn't been long since the last music competition at school. I was busy from beginning to end, and fortunately, my hard work paid off in the end, and I led my students to win the championship. But if I agree to teacher Wu now, it means that I have to go back to the battlefield and face new challenges. And this time he will be under more pressure. Because my child has almost no basic knowledge, but is facing an opponent who has studied talents for who knows how many years. He has always portrayed himself as an omnipotent person in front of his children, so once he leads the children to participate in a competition, he naturally wants to win the championship. Otherwise, once you participate in the competition, you may be eliminated or not get a good ranking. Embarrassing himself was no big deal. He didn't want to see the 4 little ones looking lost, nor did he want his image in the children's minds to be affected. Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, Sibao, Dad is asking you, do you want to participate in this children's art performance? Yi Linyao did not answer Xiao Wu's question, but asked the 4 cute babies. Dad, can you teach us guitar? The 4 little babies didn't expect that the problem would come back to them. So they were stunned again, and the 4 of them communicated in a low voice again. Finally, Erbao asked into the phone a little timidly. Of course, as long as you want to learn, Dad can teach you. Don't forget, Dad is a music master. Have you forgotten the last time Dad helped Big Brother win the championship? Hearing Erbao ask this, Yi Linyao already understood what the 4 little guys were thinking. The 4 little guys must have been willing to participate in their hearts, otherwise they would have asked him and directly refused. It's just that they don't understand the talent and don't know how to participate. Although Yi Linyao was a little reluctant, he didn't want to sacrifice his children's playtime to participate in the competition. But as long as the 4 little guys are willing, he naturally won't refuse. Yes, Dad is a music master. He can lead my big brother to win the championship, so he can definitely lead us too. Ha, Dad, you're so awesome. We want to participate and I want to win too. After getting Yi Linyao's answer, the 4 little guys remembered the time when Yi Linyao led his college student brother to win the championship. So I felt proud from the bottom of my heart and admired my father more and more. Oh my God, I'm just talking about something else and setting a trap for myself. Hearing the little guy's excited shouts and the word winning, Yi Xian also felt a headache. The results of the music competition at school haven't come out yet, but in the eyes of these kids, that grand scene is a championship, and only a champion can receive such warm applause. I was just worried that not winning the championship would have an impact on my child, so I wanted to change the subject. In order to prove something in front of the child, I ended up pretending to be a bit too much. But now that the words have been spoken, I must maintain my glorious image at this time. Okay, since you guys want to participate, then Dad agrees with both hands, let's win the championship together. Yi Linyao cleared his throat and gave the final answer. Yeah, Dad, you're awesome. We will definitely be the champion. Win the championship, win the championship. As soon as Yi Linyao finished speaking, the 4 little guys jumped up excitedly and shouted slogans for winning the championship. On behalf of Botsai Kindergarten, I would like to thank Mr. Yi for his strong support and wish the 4 children excellent results this time. After hearing the conversation between Yi Linyao and his son, Xiao Wu felt relieved. Finally, I completed the task assigned by Zhang Chao. As for whether they can win the championship, that is not what he should consider. For Botsai Kindergarten, being able to stand out from hundreds of kindergartens and finally qualify to perform on stage would be the greatest success. If I could win an award, that would be the icing on the cake. As for winning the championship, he couldn't imagine it. Even though we know Yi Linyao is awesome, winning a tournament like this is definitely not something that can be done just by talking about it. Because not all the participants in the competition are 3-year-old babies, anyone in kindergarten can participate. The oldest of them is 5 years old. For some well-off families, their babies can receive early education starting from the age of 1. This means that they have studied their talent for at least 3 years. If Yi Linyao's baby was 5 years old, perhaps they would be on par with each other. But for a 3-year-old baby, even if he starts learning at the age of 1, it will only take 2 years. It seems that there is only a short difference of 1 year, but the gap between them should not be underestimated. In Xiao Wu's opinion, it is not easy to compete with those 5-year-old babies. Even though the 4 little ones were much smarter than their peers, he still felt it was difficult enough. Xiao Wu didn't dare to say this out loud. He didn't want to pour cold water on Yi Linyao at this time and didn't want to offend him. What if Yi Linyao gets unhappy and refuses to participate in the competition? Then the position of director of admissions office that he had obtained with great difficulty would be in jeopardy. However, Xiao Wu would never have thought he overestimated Yi Linyao, but in fact he underestimated him. Yi Linyao is more than just a rich man. What Xiao Wu thought was impossible could be achieved with Yi Linyao. And he was wrong about one thing. He thought that Yi Linyao's 4 cute babies had received good talent training. Think they attended early childhood education when they were very young. But that's not the case. So in this children's art performance, the 4 cute babies faced opponents who had more experience than them by 1-2 years. But it should be about 4 years longer. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For a baby with no basic knowledge, the gap between him and a child who has studied for several years is definitely as difficult to overcome as a chasm. As the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage. From this sentence, we can see that it takes time to accumulate a person's skills. However, Yi Linyao may be able to break this common sense. Because the rewards given by the system are all top level. Even compared to the current masters, it is much higher. This is the same as his wood carving skills back then. He was able to reach the level of Lu Ban. In this world, apart from Yi Linyao, no one else dares to say that his level has reached this level. In terms of music, Yi Linyao's current strength is the same. If an ordinary teacher were to teach the students, no matter how talented Yi Linyao's 4 babies were, they would definitely be eliminated in this competition. But if there is a top music master to teach personally, it will naturally be more effective. What others may need 10 years to achieve may only take 1 year under such master-level guidance. This is the difference between masters and ordinary people. What's more, Yi Linyao's 4 babies are already extremely smart. With such cooperation, miracles may still happen. This is all for the sake of the children. Let's stop here for now. I also need to go and prepare. Teacher Wu, please send me the relevant information for the competition. It would be best if you could also send me the information of the competitors. Since he had agreed to participate, Yi Linyao naturally needed to understand it more deeply. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Chapter 179. A good baby is one who admits his mistakes and corrects them. What's more, he had already made a big promise in front of the children, and he didn't want to let down at the critical moment. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll send you the video of the last game later. Xiao Wu agreed and hung up the phone. Even if Yi Linyao didn't say it, he would do it. After all, this is not just a matter concerning Yi Linyao's family, but also concerns the honor of the entire school and its future development direction. Once this family really wins the award, the reward for him as a hero will naturally not be small. Who knows, if Zheng Chao is happy, he might give him the position of vice president, and that would be great. They are indeed quite capable. It seems that this competition is not as easy as we imagined. The rest time of the 4 little guys will probably have to be reduced. An hour later, Yi Linyao closed the video on the computer. Just after the previous call ended, Xiao Wu sent him the video of the previous competition and the entry materials of several kindergartens that were the top favorites to win. Yi Linyao didn't take it too seriously at first. After all, they were just kids and their talent wouldn't be very good. But after watching the video, he was shocked. These kids of this age are really versatile. In addition to the taekwondo performances and ethnic dance performances we saw before, there was also a violin performance. Street dance, acrobatics, guzheng, piano, all these talents appeared in the video. Don't think that a child of a few years old has ordinary skills in this area. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and knew that they were a group of children, he would have thought that there were adults playing behind them. Even the winning violin group, in his opinion, was no worse than the students who had participated in the music competition in college before. You have to know that these 2 contestants are only 5 years old, while the college students I lead are almost 20 years old. There is a difference of more than 10 years between them, but the opponent's strength is close to theirs. It really is true that experts are everywhere. But this is what makes it interesting. Otherwise, the opponent is too weak and there is no point in me taking action. Although Yi Linyao was worried, after seeing how powerful his baby's opponent was, it actually aroused his desire to fight. Yi Linyao is a person who dares to challenge. The more difficult the task is, the more excited he becomes. What's more, now that he has the information of these participating students, he can also study them carefully. Let's see if we can develop a more complete and feasible plan for these contestants. From the video just now, Yi Linyao also grasped some patterns. The talent scoring of this competition is not just about looking at a person's performance level. The score should also be given based on the difficulty of the talent. For example, piano, guzheng, ethnic dance, and violin are all plus points. Then comes the combination, because it is easy for one person to play, but it is extremely difficult for two people to cooperate. What's more, these are not adults, but two children who are only 5 years old. The violin piece they played together was also a world-famous piece. Even though there were some minor flaws in it, it was the most difficult piece of the entire performance. This is also the reason why they won the championship. Even the cooperation between two people is so difficult, let alone the four-person combination on Yi Linyao's side. The difficulty of cooperation among these four people is definitely more than twice that of cooperation among two people. If other kindergartens encountered such a combination, they would probably be overwhelmed. However, Yi Linyao felt that this four-person team was not only not difficult, but easy. The reason is very simple: they are quadruplets, they are telepathically connected, so it is easy for them to cooperate with each other. If it is four people who don't know each other, simple cooperation cannot be achieved in a short time. What's more, they have to play such difficult pieces as world-famous music. I'm afraid even if we give them a year or two, they may not be able to complete it. Therefore, Yi Linyao no longer has to worry about the most difficult problem. What remains is the preparation of talents, whether it is a guitar quartet or a piano quartet. We will have to wait until the children come back to consider it in detail. Again, Yi Linyao mastered the musical talent through the system and became familiar with all musical instruments. As long as the children want to learn, I can teach them the most difficult pieces to play. I believe that after mastering these, the next one standing on the highest podium will be your four adorable babies. Okay, it's almost time to pick someone up. Before he knew it, another hour had passed. Yi Linyao stopped the work in his hands and walked towards the parking lot. Half an hour later, Yi Linyao drove to the entrance of the kindergarten. As soon as I parked the car and entered the kindergarten, I saw a group of children walking out in an orderly manner under the guidance of the teacher. The first thing Yi Linyao saw were four dolls dressed alike in the crowd. They are none other than his four adorable babies. Dad, we are here. Before Yi Linyao could speak, the four cute babies spotted him and all ran towards him excitedly. Seeing the four babies running away like that scared the teacher in charge. When he wanted to stop the four little guys, he happened to see Yi Linyao. So, he smiled and nodded at Yi Linyao, and did not stop the four cute kids from leaving the team. This is Yi Linyao, the headmaster's friend. If it were any other parent, he would definitely go over and give the kid a scolding. Yi Linyao did not expect the four little guys to be so excited suddenly. He quickly put his hands together and made an apologetic gesture to the teacher. Seeing Yi Linyao being so polite, the teacher quickly waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. At the same time, he was convinced by Yi Linyao. I didn't expect that such a prestigious person would not only not put on airs, but would also take the initiative to take responsibility for his child's mistakes. Dad, do you miss us? We miss you so much. The four babies ran to Yi Linyao at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, then excitedly pulled the corner of his clothes and asked. Yes, of course I do. Seeing the adorable looks of the four cute babies, Yi Linyao smiled and touched the heads of the four little guys. But you guys are not obedient today. Look, the classmates are all lining up obediently. How could you leave the team without permission? Don't make such mistakes again in the future, okay? Even if dad or mom comes, you still need the teacher's permission before you can act, understand? After saying hello, Yi Linyao squatted down and spoke softly to the four little guys with a serious face. Although he dotes on his children, he will not indulge them when they make mistakes wisely. They must be taught from an early age that they should correct their mistakes. Dad, I'm sorry. We were wrong. Next time, we will listen to the teacher. After hearing Yi Linyao's words, the four cute babies who were so excited just now all lowered their heads in shame. That's right. If you know your mistakes and correct them, you're a good baby. Although dad has forgiven you, you haven't received your teacher's forgiveness yet, so you know what to do, right? Yi Linyao first praised the four people, and then pointed at the teacher who was still directing the students to line up. We know. The four little guys were stunned for a moment, then they reacted and ran towards the teacher while replying. Teacher, we are sorry. We were wrong. Please don't be angry with us. Please forgive us, okay? When they arrived in front of the teacher, the four little ones bowed to the teacher like adults, and then spoke in unison. The teacher is not angry anymore. the teacher forgives you. Come back with your daddy. Seeing the 4 children being sensible, the teacher smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Chapter 180 Manager Zhang of Ronghua Venture Capital. Seeing the teacher smile, the 4 little guys smiled again. They knew that the teacher was telling the truth and truly forgave them. Dad, the teacher has forgiven us. After saying hello, the 4 little guys came back to Yilinyao, pointing in the direction of the teacher and talking to Yilinyao. Good job, Dad has seen it all, I will reward you well when I get back. Yilinyao was also very satisfied with the performance of the 4 cute babies. The reason why this happened today is probably related to the previous children's cultural performance. Otherwise, even though we have picked them up so many times, they always wait until the teacher speaks before running over. Although there were reasons for this, Yilinyao still criticized them. After they realized their mistakes and corrected them, Yilinyao would naturally give them a reward. Only with rewards and punishments can children better abide by discipline. Dad, are you telling the truth? Wow, there's a reward, thank you, Dad. When they heard there was a reward, the 4 little guys jumped up excitedly. For them, a toy and a snack can keep them happy for half a day. Of course, Dad never lies. Now, tell me what reward you want. Dad will definitely satisfy you. Yilinyao scratched Erbao's nose bridge, then patted his chest and made assurance. Dad, wait for us. The 4 little guys looked at each other, then greeted Yilinyao and ran aside to whisper to each other. After a few seconds, the 4 little guys came back. Dad, can you buy us a guitar? We want to learn guitar from you. You don't have to buy all of them, just buy one, and the 4 of us will take turns learning. Erbao, still serving as the representative, asked Yilinyao cautiously. If what happened this afternoon hadn't happened, they would definitely have asked for cars, dolls, and other toys. But after seeing the performances of older brothers and sisters today, they changed their minds. Especially when they thought of how handsome Yilinyao looked when he played the guitar in the forest park before, they were filled with envy. They also want to be like Yilinyao, holding the guitar and playing beautiful melodies. Then compete on the same stage with those older brothers and sisters. Although guitar was not among the top 3 in the last children's art competition. But after comparison, the 4 little guys still felt that Yilinyao's guitar melody was better. In addition, they were not sure whether Yilinyao would play other musical instruments. So their love for guitar is beyond doubt. It's just that they don't usually see guitars at home, so they subconsciously think that guitars must be very expensive instruments. Even though each of them wants to have it, they remember what their mother said, one should not be too greedy. Therefore, they only hoped that Yilinyao could buy them one so that they could learn from him, and they would be satisfied. After Erbao finished speaking, the other 3 looked at Yilinyao expectantly, not even daring to breathe. Ha, little idiot, how can Daddy not satisfy your small wish? Don't worry, Dad will take you to buy guitars later, and everyone will buy one. Looking at the nervous expressions of the 4 little guys, Yilinyao was a little bit amused. It was as if at this moment, he had become a stingy old father. Although the guitar is not cheap, it is just a drop in the bucket for Yilinyao. At the same time, he felt relieved. Even though the 4 little ones were very eager to play the guitar, they immediately considered their father's disagreement. Not everyone is greedy and wants a handful, we just want a handful together. This made him sigh that having such a group of sensible children was really a blessing for him, Yilinyao, in his previous life. But Yilinyao is not a stingy person, let alone the fact that he is not short of money now. Even if I really don't have much money, I will find ways to fulfill my children's wishes. What's more, this is the children's hobby, not some messy stuff. If you don't even support this, then what qualifications do you have to be a parent? Buy them all? Great. You're so nice, Dad. Ha, we're going to have a guitar. After hearing Yilinyao's answer, the 4 little guys all shouted excitedly. Then everyone came to Yilinyao and kissed him on the cheek. For little kids, this is their way of expressing gratitude. Okay, it's getting late, let's go now. Feeling the saliva on his face, Yilinyao did not wipe it off. To him, this represents full happiness. Then he picked up the frail bow and walked towards the kindergarten parking lot with the other 3 little ones. Mr. Yi, it's really you, long time no see. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw a man in a neat suit walking towards Yilinyao with a smile on his face. Who are you? Facing the visitor, Yilinyao nodded first, and then asked with a little embarrassment. The other party could call out my last name, obviously he knew me. However, Yi Linyao felt that he had seen the other person before, but he could not remember his name. Ha, Mr. Yi, you are really a forgetful person. I am Zhang Shanhai from Ronghua Venture Capital. We met before when the kindergarten opened. My child also attends kindergarten here. Zhang Shanhai didn't feel embarrassed when he wasn't recognized by Yi Linyao. Instead, he felt it was natural. After all, the other party's status is there, which is much higher than your own. How could such a big shot remember a small person like me? But it doesn't matter. For Zhang Shanhai, as long as he can remember the other person, that's enough. Oh, I remember now, Mr. Zhang, I didn't recognize you just now. Hearing the words Ronghua Venture Capital, Yi Linyao finally remembered the other party. When the kindergarten opened, the other party came over to talk to me and handed me a business card. It says Zhang Shanhai, the manager of Ronghua Venture Capital Company, Ltd. The other party hoped to make friends with him and said that he could be consulted for information about investment business. At that time, Yi Linyao had not yet acquired the max skill of market trends and economic trends, so he had no interest in investment for the time being, so he said hello and left. Now that he has met the other party, Yi Linyao also wants to have a chat with him. After all you know is market trends and economic trends, and a lot of information may not be available on a computer. But the other party's company is in the investment business. Naturally, they know more about some information than you do. In this way, if you invest in stocks based on the other party's information, the risk will inevitably be greatly reduced. Chapter 181. Welcome to our store. Do you need any musical instrument? It's okay, Mr. Yi. I haven't seen you since we last met. I wonder if you are free now. How about we go to the cafe next door and sit down? Seeing that Yi Linyao remembered him, Zhang Shanhai smiled even more and quickly invited him. He still remembers Yi Linyao clearly. He is such a young man, but he was able to not only raise 4 children in a city like Shanghai, but also teach them so well. Among the people he has come into contact with, few can do this. First of all, quadruplets are not something that can be born just like that. As for child support, considering the consumption level in Shanghai, it is not something that an average family can afford. Even a manager like him can't handle it. In addition, he was even more impressed by the other party's achievements in cooking and carpentry. At the last autumn sports meeting, he squeezed into a crowd and used all his strength to grab a mouthful of cold beef soup. He still can't forget the taste. If it were hot, the taste would probably be several times, no, dozens of times better than what I tasted at that time. Even though he is not in this industry, he can see that the other party's level has reached an unimaginable height. No wonder the other party can easily afford the expenses of 4 children. Judging from the 2 skills that the other party has mastered, he is definitely a successful person. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a person? Especially for those who do investment, they have to deal with rich or powerful people. Now, I'm afraid not. The kids and I have already agreed to go shopping for presents. I'll contact you some other day. When Yi Linyao heard the other party invite him, he was also very excited. But after taking a look at the 4 excited little guys beside him, Yi Linyao still refused. Even if you are not going there to play, but to work and make money. But between work and spending time with his children, he chose the latter. Because he knew that in the future, the children would have less and less time to play. Guitar is not an easy thing to learn. Even if some adults want to learn guitar well, they still need a long time to practice. Especially since the 4 little ones were only 3 years old and had never touched a guitar. Even if Yi Linyao, a master-level expert, were to teach them, it would still take a lot of time. So these few happy times should naturally be reserved for children. Work matters can be handled at any time and there is no need to do them now. Okay then, I won't disturb Mr. Yi from spending time with the children. We'll contact each other another day. After being rejected by Yi Linyao, Zhang Shanhai looked obviously disappointed. Even though Yi Linyao said he would contact him, he couldn't guarantee whether this was the other party's statement. If it were any other time, Yi Linyao would have just refused. But now it's different. He is looking for Yi Linyao not just to make friends, but to discuss cooperation with him. The company's business hasn't been very good recently, so the management decided to develop some new projects for investment. But if you want to invest, you must have enough profit. High returns and low risks have always been the review principles of these capitalists. If there is no good project and no certainty, it is better not to invest. At this time, the first person he thought of was Yi Linyao. The other party's cooking skills and wood carving skills made him see business opportunities. As long as Yi Linyao is willing to help and cooperate with the company to open a high-end restaurant or a wood carving shop, it will definitely bring huge returns. After all, the other party's skills are there, and with their company's help from behind, it's basically a sure-win deal. This is also in line with their company's consistent style: low investment, low risk, high return. Okay, get in the car, let's go buy a guitar. Hey, that. Just as Yi Linyao was about to start the car, Zhang Shanhai couldn't help himself. People like Yi Linyao would definitely be sought-after talents no matter where they went. If you fail to sign a definitive contract with the other party, you should not be too optimistic too early. Maybe there will be other companies that will offer a more attractive price to poach him. What's wrong? Is there anything else? This sound caused Yi Linyao to slam on the brakes of the car that had just started. Well, why don't you leave me your phone number so I can contact you? You're so busy at work, so if you forget, I can remind you. As he spoke, Zhang Shanhai's tone became extremely humble, almost in a pleading manner, hoping that Yi Linyao could leave him a phone number. Being too arrogant when there are children around you will definitely leave a bad impression on the little ones. In addition, he really wanted to cooperate with Ronghua Venture Capital Company, so there would be no problem in leaving a contact information. Okay, give me your phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanhai immediately wiped the phone in his hand with his clothes to remove the sweat, and handed it to Yi Linyao. After Yi Linyao took it, he pressed a few phone numbers on it, dialed them, and put it to his ear to listen to the voice. After confirming that a call sound came from the speaker of the phone, he hung up the phone and returned it to him. This is my phone number. If you have any questions, you can call me. Zhang Shanhai took a closer look and confirmed that the phone number above was a local number in Shanghai, then he smiled with relief. Then Mr. Yi, please go and accompany the gentleman first. If there is anything, I will call you then. People in their line of work are least afraid of being told nice things. Flattery is commonplace for them. Goodbye, uncle. Yi Linyao's cold answer formed a sharp contrast with the enthusiastic farewell of several children in his family. But in Zhang Shanhai's eyes, there was no problem at all. As long as he could keep in touch with Mr. Yi, he would not lose anything. Please, whether the company can be revived this time really depends on you, Mr. Yi. Unconsciously, Zhang Shanhai's hand began to slowly tighten around the phone. In a big city like Shanghai, you can find any store you want wherever you want. Whether you want luck, a hardware store, or even a custom-made pot or oven, you can find a processing factory. Everyone says that in a place like this, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will have the opportunity to make a fortune. It's just that many people have spent most of their lives on this, and in the end they can only barely be connected with this city. The car slowed down and stopped at a well-known music instrument store in Shanghai. Even an ordinary guitar here costs nearly several $1,000s. Anyone who can come here to look at musical instruments will have some consideration for their own financial strength. Hello, welcome. Is there any musical instrument you would like? We have all kinds of musical instruments. Chapter 182. Can I try playing it? The salesman standing at the door to receive guests spoke very politely. After all, this thing was linked to their salaries. As long as their current service attitude is good enough, the chances of these customers coming to the store to consume will be increased. What's more, the car driven by the handsome man in front of him is a luxury SUV. People who can afford such consumption in Shanghai must be extraordinary. I want to come over and look at some instruments like guitars. What kind of options do you have? Of course, we have 4 types of guitars here: folk guitars, classical guitars, electric guitars, and jazz guitars. We have many styles of each type, and the prices range from high to low. We have strictly allocated them. Sir, you can choose according to your personal use or preference. From beginning to end, they did not talk too much about the price, as if they were just trying to save face for those customers who did not have sufficient funds. It was the first time for the little ones to come to such a place, and the musical instruments they saw were very interesting to them. Dad, what is this? This is a piano. You can use it to play beautiful music. Dad, what is this? I have never seen it before. That's a saxophone, it's for playing, but it's also very difficult. The little guys asked questions frantically, and Yi Linyao was very patient in explaining them one by one. Such innocent questions as these can only be heard now. Excuse me, sir, is this gentleman looking for a musical instrument that can be used to cultivate the temperament of his child? The salesman in the store quickly approached Yi Linyao. It seemed that only wealthy families could buy musical instruments for children and let them practice. Then use things like temperament to make them feel very noble, which will naturally make it easier to take money out of their pockets. I'm only here to look at a guitar this time. I won't consider other things for now. This sentence stunned the salesman in the store. Since the other party had clearly rejected other musical instruments, the only thing he could recommend to him was a guitar. But if I can sell a guitar, it's at least better than not being able to sell anything. What instrument do you want to learn now? Tell Dad and I'll show you. Yi Linyao still abides by his children's ideas. He has always believed that only the instruments they truly love can be learned well. Interest is the greatest teacher for human learning. The skills Yi Linyao had acquired before were also top-level musical abilities, which meant that he could learn and use various musical instruments. As long as it is a musical instrument that his children want to learn, he can teach them. The little ones were all hesitant because they had only seen their father playing the guitar in the video their mother gave them. As for what the others are like, they don't know. At this moment, Yishia was suddenly attracted by a beautiful woman on the TV next to her. Although they are just children, they now have a clearer concept of beauty and ugliness. The woman on TV was very beautiful. Her golden outfit made her the brightest focus of the whole audience. The girl walked onto the stage very gracefully and slowly, gently lifted her skirt, and then sat on the piano chair. The slender fingers placed on the piano keys gracefully played a touching song. At that moment, Yishia knew what kind of musical instrument she should choose. However, Yishia didn't know whether her father would agree with this musical instrument, so she pointed at the TV cautiously. Dad, this little sister is so beautiful. Can I learn this too? As soon as Yi Linyao looked up, he saw the girl on TV and the piano she was playing. Do you want to learn to play the piano? When Lu Ruoshi was taking care of these children, their financial conditions were not particularly good, so the children's interests were not cultivated. Only at this moment did Yi Linyao realize that these little guys all had so much interest in musical instruments. In this case, he would have to cultivate them well. Of course, no problem. If Shia likes piano, then Dad will definitely support you with all his strength. Seeing that her father supported her so much, Yishia was very happy. She finally found her favorite instrument. The salesman next to him was equally happy. After all, this was an extra product to promote. Sir, what kind of piano do you want to buy for your daughter? If she is just starting school, we recommend some beginner-level pianos. The price is generally between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan. This store is conscientious in recommending different musical instruments to different customers, unlike some businesses that only care about their own sales and sell musical instruments at high prices regardless of the actual situation. What are the main models of grand pianos you sell here? Yi Linyao's words startled the clerk you were selling to. Grand pianos are only suitable for large-scale performances or used by professionals. The grand piano used in concerts is a giant among musical instruments, with the largest weighing more than 600 kilograms. If a particularly great master or a professional music studio came over, they could still understand this, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like something that is used at home. A grand piano is not suitable for them both morally and logically. The salesman was very curious, but because the price of a grand piano was also very high, he would be able to get a considerable commission if he could really sell it. Let me ask for you. Usually there are not many people buying grand pianos in the store, so most of them are kept in the warehouse. Well, go ask then. When the salesman left, he still felt in his heart that this person was probably the type of person who was stupid and had a lot of money. After all, if you want to buy a piano for your child, who would buy a grand piano right away for practice? What musical instrument are Yi Feng and Yi Ling planning to learn? Have you decided yet? At present, only Yi Tian and Yi Xia have chosen their favorite instruments, and the remaining two seem to be still struggling. Dad, can you show us a lesson? I really want to know how to play the piano like that big sister just now. Yi Xia's eyes were full of admiration. She had never seen her father play the piano before. After hearing what their sister said, several other children also expressed their desire to let their fathers perform. Yi Linyao was not wearing formal clothes at this time, but in order to satisfy the children's curiosity, he still chose to agree. Hi, can I try playing it? Okay, no problem. Chapter 183. This is too much spending. The clerk hesitated for a moment, and then saw that the piano he was about to discuss was an ordinary, relatively cheap piano, so he did not try to stop him. Yi Linyao walked slowly to the piano, closed his eyes slightly, and then slowly sat down. From beginning to end, it was like a performance in a big theater, and even the store clerk was a little shocked when he saw it. His fingers gently placed on the keys, and a lot of information flooded into his brain in an instant, as if the finger's autonomous consciousness was controlling him. His fingers jumped wildly on the keys lightly and flexibly, and the sound coming from the piano made the shop assistants and his children nearby intoxicated. From the past to now, this musical instrument store has never had any particularly impressive customers. The only time a somewhat famous customer came was when a specialized music organization came to purchase some pianos. But what they heard at that time was very different from what they hear now, and if I remember correctly, the person at that time was playing a grand piano. The sound of the piano was so gentle and comfortable that other customers who came to buy pianos couldn't help but stop and watch. Oh my God, who is this piano master? The sound of his playing is so amazing. Since such a master has come to this shop to buy a piano, then this shop must be very good. Otherwise, let's take a look and see if there are any pianos we like this time. The guests nearby couldn't help but be influenced by Yi Linyao and wanted to learn piano. In their opinion, anyone who could show off on the piano was a great master. When the song ended, the people around him woke up from the world of music and started to applaud. It was the first time for them to hear such wonderful music, and if possible, they would rather stand here and listen to a few more songs. However, Yi Linyao played this song not for them, but for his own children. How do you feel? Are you more interested in piano now? Yi Xia nodded vigorously. If the older sister she saw on TV just now could arouse her interest in the piano, then her father's playing had completely made her fall in love with the piano. Thank you, Dad. I'm determined now. I must learn the piano. Learning the piano is so beautiful. The process of learning piano is very tiring. Xia, if you have made up your mind, just tell Daddy. In the face of absolute love, as if nothing else was a problem, Yi Xia nodded with a determined look. At that moment, she had already decided on her favorite instrument. The salesman who had gone to ask about the model came back. He also heard the beautiful piano sound, so he ran back and saw the man sitting in front of the piano. No way, could the music just now have come from him? I pushed through the crowd and rushed over, just in time to see the guest standing up from the piano chair. There is no doubt that the beautiful music I just heard was definitely played by him. Is this guest a famous pianist? I have never heard such beautiful music before. The shock in his heart, coupled with what he had just said about wanting a grand piano, immediately made the salesperson dare not speculate any further. If the person in front of you is really a top-level piano master, then pleasing him will always bring more benefits than going against him. Seeing his colleagues nearby, he suddenly became a little worried, fearing that his clients would be snatched away. He rushed forward in 2 steps to talk to Yi Linyao, so that he could also indicate to other colleagues that this client was his. Sir, didn't you just ask me to ask about the model of the grand piano? We now have Koei's SK series, Yamaha, Steinway, Bechstein, Fazioli and other valuable grand pianos in our warehouse. Yi Linyao suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. He is now at the top level in piano playing, but this does not mean that he has a thorough understanding of piano brands. Yi Linyao had no idea about the brands and series that the salesman had just mentioned. However, he had just given such an outstanding performance, and it would be very inconsistent if he turned around and said that he didn't know about these brands and series. So if you had listened to my performance just now, which grand piano do you think would be more suitable for me? However, this was not a problem at all for someone like Yi Linyao who had been working in society for many years. He just asked a rhetorical question and gave the right to answer to the salesperson. He stood there in a daze for a moment, and began to think about various possibilities in his heart. Since the other party is so good at playing the piano, he must have a lot of knowledge about piano models. Now that the right of choice is in his hands, it is very likely a test from the customer to the staff in this store. If we treat him like a newbie, we will most likely offend this big customer. Well, I would recommend you to buy the 3rd model of Weika's S series. This grand piano has a better price-performance ratio and the sound is very soft and mellow. Of course, if your budget is more sufficient, the Bechstein and Fazio mentioned later are also expensive luxury brands. After the salesperson gave a brief introduction, Yi Linyao roughly knew how to choose. He had not chosen the cash reward given to him by the system during this period of time. The 200,000 yuan would definitely not be enough to buy an expensive piano, not to mention that a lot of it was spent by myself later. The only thing I can buy now is probably the 3-piece piano that looks like it has a good value for money. He had never imagined that there would be such a high amount of family expenses. What he was most worried about was how he should explain the origin of the piano to his beloved wife when he returned home. "Then could you please give me that Kaiwa piano? Can you deliver it to my door?" Chapter 184: How to explain this piano to my wife. The salesperson was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that this customer would at most buy a guitar, but who would have thought that he would buy such an expensive grand piano in the blink of an eye? "Oh, of course. We have dedicated staff here to deliver the piano to your door. We can ensure that the piano you like can be delivered to your home in perfect condition." At that moment, he felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He believed that his performance this month would most likely be greatly improved because of this grand piano. "I will have someone pack this piano and send it to your house right away." "Sir, do you plan to pay by credit card or?" The salesperson originally wanted to ask if I wanted to pay with cash. But think about it, if you want to pay for this piano worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, it would be really a headache. Swipe the card. "Oh, and pack up that guitar over there for me, too." As he spoke, Yi Linyao pointed in the direction of a very exquisite-looking guitar hanging on the wall next to him. For some reason, the air seemed to be filled with sweetness, and the other shop assistants looked at the salesperson with more envy. A grand piano worth tens of thousands of dollars, plus a guitar worth tens of thousands more. I really didn't expect that we could sell such a large order today. Yi Linyao easily and skillfully handed the bank card in his hand to the salesperson next to him. Although the money was obtained from the system, such a high expense was still a bit painful for him. "Sir, please rest assured that all our goods are brand new, and if you have any questions later, you can contact us at any time, and we will be responsible for you to the end." After the sales clerk finished speaking, he took the bank card in his hand and ran to the counter to pay. Just from the action of handing over the card, he was certain that this person must be a rich man. "Thank you, Dad, for buying me such an expensive thing. I will definitely study piano well." Yi Xia had never bought such an expensive toy since she was a child. This was the first time for her as a little girl to find something that she really liked. "It's okay. If you like it, Dad will definitely buy it for you. But don't forget what you said just now. You must study the piano well." The little ones nodded vigorously. Although the eldest child Yi Feng and the third child Yi Ling had not figured out what they liked, they believed that if there was something they liked, their father would definitely buy it for them without hesitation. The things have been bought and the children are happy, but how are they going to make a living for the next period of time? Such high expenses cannot be supported by Lu Ruoshi's salary alone, not to mention the income he has earned from being absent from work for many days in a row this month. "I never thought that I would still have to worry about expenses in the end." Yi Linyao touched his forehead inconspicuously. It seemed that he had to find a way to increase the family's income as soon as possible in the next period of time. When I got in the car and went home, the staff in the store had already started moving in sync. For big customers like this, they usually attach great importance to the order. After returning home, the staff placed the grand piano and guitar inside the house. Although the area of the rented house was not small, the grand piano occupied a large area. Almost the entire living room is occupied by this grand piano, but placing this grand piano in the living room seems to add a lot of literary and artistic colors to this ordinary room. After delivering the goods, the employees left the room. Logically speaking, if a customer buys a musical instrument in a music store like theirs, they will try their best to promote it to some of the music teachers who cooperate with their store. It's just that Yi Linyao's performance in the music store just now surprised all of them. His father is such an amazing person, how could they have the nerve to recommend those half-baked music teachers to him? Yi Linyao sat on the piano chair and asked Yi Xia to sit next to him. Since we are going to teach her how to play the piano, we have to start from the most basic thing, which is to know the piano. You need to know the most basic piano keys and the black and white keys clearly. Yi Xia listened very carefully, and if she didn't understand something, she would ask her father in time. In this way, driven by the child's curiosity, Yi Linyao only took 30 minutes to teach his 3-year-old daughter to recognize the black and white keys on the piano and the notes corresponding to each key. Because the purchase was rather sudden, Yi Linyao did not prepare some note charts of simpler songs for his little daughter. Yes, you should practice these black and white keys and notes today. After you have learned them thoroughly, Dad can teach you some simpler music. Yi Xia has finished teaching, but her second son Yi Tian is now looking forward to his father teaching him how to play the guitar. However, there are some differences between playing the guitar and playing the piano. The most important point is that the string that needs to be plucked when playing the guitar is still very thin. The fingers of these little ones are still very tender. If they pluck the strings for a long time and many times, their fingers will be easily hurt. Even for someone like him who is very familiar with guitar strings, it is easy to get hurt if he has never touched a guitar before. Yi Tian, the guitar that Dad just bought doesn't come with any protective equipment, so you can't touch it directly for now, otherwise your fingers will hurt. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But when he saw the very thin strings on the guitar, he began to feel a little bit of fear in his heart. Then Dad, when can I practice guitar? I also want to learn it as soon as possible like my sister. Looking at Yi Xia, who was carefully memorizing the piano keys beside him, Yi Tian could only swallow his saliva silently, his eyes filled with desire. When Daddy buys you a pair of finger covers, he will teach you how to play the guitar. Before that, don't touch this guitar, okay? Yi Tian covered his mouth, but still nodded. He believed that his father would never harm him, and he could only wait for the so-called finger protection gloves to arrive. Today was another day of absenteeism. Yi Linyao looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Realizing that Lu Ruoxi would be home soon, she quickly went into the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to make her dinner as usual. However, he was not thinking about what kind of delicious food to eat tonight as usual, but was thinking about how he should explain to her when she saw the huge grand piano in the living room when she came back. Chapter 185, 3 Super Rewards to Choose. Boom! 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 The brisk yet steady sound of high heels came from the corridor. The four little guys in Yi Linyao were able to tell it was definitely Lu Ruoxi simply by the frequency of the sound. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole and then turned. Mom, you're back. The little ones rushed over and ran in front of Lu Ruoxi the moment the door opened. All the fatigue of the whole day disappeared at this moment. The reason why she was able to survive so many days and nights before was all thanks to these little guys. But just as Lu Ruoxi was about to squat down and hug the children, she suddenly discovered that the living room in her home seemed a little different. The huge monster was so much of an eyesore that Lu Ruoxi only saw it for a moment. This is a piano? Even though my major had nothing to do with music, being able to recognize a piano should be something any child can do. Yes, Mom, isn't this piano beautiful? Yi Xia grabbed the corner of her mother's clothes and rocked back and forth. This was her piano. Deep down, she still longed to get her mother's encouragement and recognition. But at this moment, Lu Ruoxi was more interested in knowing where this piano came from. Such a big piano must be expensive, and it might be borrowed from someone else. What should I do if it is broken by these little guys? Oh, you're back. Yi Linyao closed his eyes in the kitchen and took a few deep breaths. After calming himself down, he slowly walked out and greeted Lu Ruoxi. Well, what is going on? Under normal circumstances, she would have dropped the bag on her shoulder and thrown herself into Yi Linyao's arms. Well, the little ones said they wanted to learn to play musical instruments, so I bought it. Yi Linyao planned to handle it all by himself, and was afraid that Lu Ruoxi would blame these little guys. Mom, this is what Dad bought for me. It's really beautiful. Lu Ruoxi squatted down and finally persuaded the little ones to go to her room to play, so that she could have some time to have a good chat with Yi Linyao. The moment the children's door was closed, beads of sweat began to appear on Yi Linyao's back. I don't think I'll be punished by kneeling on a washboard. No, I don't think there's a washboard at home. A chopping board won't work either. Yi Linyao was already starting to feel scared. Lu Ruoxi hung the shoulder bag on the hook at the door and slowly changed into a pair of slippers. However, Lu Ruoxi did not walk up to him and make any accusations. Instead, she walked silently to the piano and took a close look at it. This piano must have cost a lot of money, right? It's okay, a few $100,000. Yi Linyao hesitated for a long time, and finally told her the real price. What Xia likes. Well, she really liked the way a girl played the piano on TV, so she played it for her, and she did say she liked it. What about the guitar next to it? Is it for Xia too? That's what Yi Tian likes, but I haven't bought him a finger glove yet, so he can't touch it for now. After listening to this, Lu Ruoxi slowly lowered her head and looked at the black and white keys on the grand piano. For some reason, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Luckily, I only met you. Otherwise, their hobbies would probably be delayed because of me. Yi Linyao's originally tense mood suddenly relaxed, and the expression on his face became a little calmer, but with a little bit of pity mixed in. Don't say that. If you hadn't taught them so well, they might still be naughty kids. How could they be interested in these musical instruments? Yi Linyao hurriedly comforted her. If he had known this would happen, he would have let her blame him a few more times. By the way, after buying this piano, you probably don't have much money now, right? Lu Ruoshi suddenly remembered that when they were buying milk powder before, Yi Linyao once showed him his current savings. At that time, I only had about 200,000 yuan. Now, the piano alone has cost more than 100,000 yuan. Add to that all the previous miscellaneous expenses, I guess I have already spent all the savings. Yi Linyao didn't expect Lu Ruoshi to notice this. Even though most of his savings had been spent, he absolutely could not tell anyone about it. On the one hand, if everything goes well, it won't take long for all the funds to be recovered. On the other hand, if I make her worry too much, it will add more burden to her already stressful job. Not really, it's just that I have some other savings now, so it won't matter if I buy these things for them. It turned out that these words, which I said with great reluctance, were still a bit forced. Lu Ruoshi must have been able to hear something from it, but she just didn't want to say it too clearly. Such high consumption would definitely make it difficult for their family to make ends meet. It's okay to buy them some musical instruments that they are interested in, but we can't keep doing this. These are very expensive things. Lu Ruoshi hesitated for a long time, but finally set out all the worries in her heart. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you worry about these financial problems anymore. Since I'm already here, just leave the rest to me. Lu Ruoshi remained silent. It was not that she did not believe in her husband. On the contrary, she knew that her husband could definitely do this. It was just that this kind of thing was definitely not easy. Wouldn't it just add to his burden for no reason? Have you forgotten that I am also the owner of the kindergarten? Although my shares are only 10%, it should not be too small for a kindergarten in the Magic City. At this time, Lu Ruoshi suddenly recalled that something like this seemed to have happened during the autumn sports meeting. After chatting briefly, Lu Ruoshi returned to the room to rest, and a voice suddenly appeared in Yi Linyao's mind. This voice made him feel very familiar. The host bought expensive musical instruments for the children, and personally demonstrated and taught Yi Xia how to play the piano. The system reward is available. Reward 1: Master multiple languages. After selecting this option, you can speak the languages of 6 countries fluently. Reward 2: A luxury house in the wealthy area of Shanghai. You can move in immediately after selecting it, and the property has been divided into regular quota property under your name. Reward 3: Top-level business thinking and judgment. After selecting this option, you will immediately gain the top-level business thinking and a higher level of thinking for all business matters. Chapter 186: Ronghua Venture Capital Company's Idea. Yi Linyao knew from the beginning that this time the system activation would have 3 options again. However, he did not expect that the previous system would provide certain monetary options, but now it does not. Each of the 3 options is very tempting and can be said to directly make his current strength even better. Since there is no money option, these 3 system rewards need to be carefully considered. Being proficient in multiple languages would be great if I could learn them at school at the same time, but I won't be able to use them for the time being. Even if I choose them, they can only be regarded as a last resort. The first option was undoubtedly passed. The price of a luxury house in the second luxurious wealthy area of Shanghai is definitely not comparable to that little bit of cash, and the people living in that kind of place are either celebrities or business tycoons. Being neighbors with them will naturally promote business relations to a certain extent. But even the company doesn't have a thorough idea yet. Even if we live in a wealthy area now, the interactions between us and them will be extremely limited. What's more, if a person like this could suddenly live in a villa area in Shanghai for no reason, it would definitely arouse other people's suspicion. Therefore, for the time being, he did not need this kind of top-level luxury house, and the second option was also rejected. The only one left is this top-level businessman thinking. It must be said that his idea of entering the business circle does require this kind of support. In this case, it is very clear what is needed now. Without any hesitation, Yi Linyao chose the third option. Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing the top-level business thinking and judgment. In 2 minutes, the host's personal business thinking will be changed. 2 minutes later, Yi Linyao also felt changes in his brain again, as if something was slowly entering his brain. Soon, he felt that there were some subtle changes in the way he looked at the things around him. Even the piano he had bought not long ago had become a tool for production in his heart. It was already late, and after a tiring day, both Yi Xia and Lu Ruoshi were a little tired. In the evening, when they had all gone to bed, Yi Linyao was still sitting in the living room. If you want to watch TV from the sofa in this house now, you can only bend over and see it through the gaps in the grand piano. But he was not sitting on the sofa to watch TV. He was holding a business card in his hand. That business card was given to him by another student's parent in the parking lot before. Zhang Shanhai, Regional Manager of Ronghua Venture Capital Company, Ltd. It's a very simple business card, nothing special about it. In some ways, the skills I acquired at that time in observing the market development direction are similar to those of today's venture capital companies. They are all able to predict the future development direction of most industries and stocks on the market, and in this way invest in the industries they are optimistic about to achieve the goal of asset growth. If He Linyao had to consider in the past whether or not to wade into the muddy waters of the business world, then after what happened at the music competition, he now knows that he has no choice but to walk away. If there really were family members involved in Wu Qifeng's affairs, then his performance would have interfered with their thinking. If I don't have a certain level of strength, then when those people from the Wu family come to cause trouble, I really won't be able to fight against them. If you want to build your own strength, you must start from the grassroots level. After thinking for a while, he quickly found the phone number on his mobile phone and dialed it. The phone rang only 3 times before the other end picked up immediately. Zhang Shanhai had left He Linyao's phone number before. Since returning home, he has checked his phone every 2 minutes, fearing that he might not notice the call. He was about to fall asleep on the table when the ringing of his cell phone instantly woke him up from his dream. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi. Zhang Shanhai hurriedly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his current state, and answered the phone. I just happen to have some time now, why don't you tell me your thoughts? He really didn't expect that Mr. Yi would actually contact him, so he quickly took out the plan he had prepared from his briefcase and prepared to repeat it in detail according to the above situation. It's like this, Mr. Yi. I gave you my business card on the first day of school because I felt that we could have a cooperative relationship in the future. When the last sports meet started, I found that Mr. Yi was much more capable than I thought, and that cooperation between us was indeed possible. Zhang Shanhaixing talked incessantly about all the things that had happened before, but Yi Linyao didn't have the time to listen. Get to the point. Okay, at the autumn sports meeting, you showed everyone your carpentry skills and cooking skills, both of which have good prospects in the current market. So what do you mean? Our company intends to invest a full amount of money in you as your store opening cost. As for whether to open a woodworking craft store or a restaurant, it is up to you to choose. Because you are investing in technology and we are investing in capital, we will give you 80% of the original shares of the store and we will only take 20%. However, all future operations and procurement and other matters will need to be completed by you alone. Also, you need to recruit apprentices and pass on your skills. They will also open branches, and you will own a portion of the shares of the branches. At this point, Yi Linyao finally understood that they wanted to use their current skills to completely complete mass production. It's just that what this capitalist said was a little too explicit, exposing their inner desires from beginning to end. Now, whether it is his cooking skills or carpentry skills, they are definitely top-notch in today's world. Even without their financial support, he can still achieve good development. Of course, Mr. Yi, we also know that your current skills are indeed very impressive, so we also provide you with a second method. We are a venture capital company after all, so if you don't want to use shares in exchange for the initial capital investment, you can also use loans to obtain the initial investment funds. However, in this case, although you don't have to take back part of your shares, you will need to pay a certain amount of interest. Chapter 187. Mr. Yi is really charming. It was not until here that Yi Linyao finally understood what was going on. Since the other party is a venture capital company, they will definitely not hand over the initial funds to you for no reason. However, he was not optimistic about either of the two methods the other party had just given him. Whether it is debt or having shares taken away by the other party, it is a huge loss for someone like me who can definitely master the core technology. Therefore, the only way to reach a settlement is to exchange resources, swapping the resources of both parties to get what they need now. Well, if you are not satisfied with the two solutions I just proposed, then we will definitely have other solutions. I wonder when Mr. Yi will have time so that we can have a face-to-face discussion. Zhang Shanhai has been a regional manager for such a long time that he has learned one thing: if something cannot be explained clearly over the phone, he should never say it again. The best solution is for both parties to meet in person to understand the situation. Maybe they can work out other solutions after the meeting. People like Mr. Yi who are very good at various skills must seize the opportunity. Just any store can make his name known. In that case, just wait for a while. I'll contact you again when I have time. Before Zhang Shanhai could reply, the call was hung up. Yi Linyao sat alone on the sofa and thought carefully. There were many things to do in the next period of time. The most important thing is to create your own business model as quickly as possible. Whether it's using cooking, music, or wooden craft skills, we have to put this on the agenda as soon as possible so that we will have the capital to fight back if the Wu family continues to cause trouble in the future. At this moment, Yi Linyao seemed to suddenly remember something. He quickly took out his mobile phone and searched the Wu family's assets on the internet. Soon, all of the Wu family's businesses were traced on the internet. After all, the Wu family is no longer a company but an entire group, so the businesses included in their group are also very extensive. Looking upward, they have tourism and real estate, and looking downward, they also have ordinary catering and entertainment industries, covering a very wide range. I am not ready for even a small company, let alone a group. The only way to maximize my economic potential in the shortest time is through stocks. If you can get a large amount of money by buying at low prices and selling at high prices in the stock market, then the initial costs can be easily recovered. He had already taken a look at several stocks in the stock market and had briefly thought about the future development of these stocks. However, the industries represented by these stocks are almost all sunset industries and are not favored by others in the stock market, so no one can have the same idea as Yi Linyao. I opened my previous discussion platform and saw the comments I made. Almost no one supported my ideas. Why are there still people thinking about investing in these sunset industries to make a fortune? Don't they know that natural gas and oil, which are the most profitable ways to follow the government's lead? It's obvious that he's a newbie in the stock market, thinking of buying low and selling high. Even we, the veterans who have been in the stock market for so many years, don't dare to do that. It's just like the old saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I still can't forget that year when I spent more than $12 to invest in those sunset industries. In the end, I lost everything. Fortunately, I liquidated my positions in time to stop the loss. Looking at the comments below the forum that kept complaining and mocking him, Yi Linyao quickly closed the web page. Since these people's current answers cannot support their inner thoughts, there is no need to continue reading the rest. However, even if he wanted to continue to act according to his heart, he had to find a way to obtain the first investment funds. In the next few days, Yi Linyao went to school to work on time every day. It's not because he wants to get his first sum of money by working, but because he has been absent from work for some time and he feels a little embarrassed now. After all, he works in this school, and so many students are waiting for him. The school leaders would always come to his class to check on the situation. This kind of thing made Lu Ruoshi feel a little scared. After all, under normal circumstances, no school leader would pay so much attention to a class. But Yi Linyao was not worried at all. After all, the previous events had already proved his idea. If the school leaders wanted to expel him, they should have done it before. The reason why he didn't take any action was probably because he should have successfully defeated Wu Qifeng's team in this music competition. Ever since the final of the music competition ended, Yi Linyao has become completely famous. Both freshmen and graduates are spreading the news crazily. Brother Yi, I didn't know you could play the guitar before. Why didn't you perform for us in the past few years? Yes, Teacher Yi, you are really too reserved. You didn't participate in the performances at several parties. At first I thought you really didn't know how to do anything. It turns out that you hid it so deeply. Is Mr. Yi trying to chase his girlfriend in school? As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the class fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the person speaking was a classmate in the class, Guan Ye. Yi Linyao immediately recalled what happened in the supermarket before, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. If I remember correctly, when they were in the supermarket, Guan Ye and a male student saw herself and Lu Ruoshi buying milk powder there. Moreover, he also told her the news about his girlfriend in school. If these students were to look carefully, Lu Ruoshi's affair might be discovered by them soon. Girlfriend? No way, Brother Yi, when did you have a girlfriend? We didn't even know about it. Yes, Teacher Yi, could it be some little girl from school? I feel the same way. There seem to be quite a few younger sisters among the new batch of students. They are all very cute. Several male students were talking there and began to guess which girl in the school Yi Linyao's girlfriend was. Yi Linyao could only smile and deny every one of their guesses, without even having to consider them, because his own girlfriend, or wife, was already in this class. Lu Ruoshi didn't say a word, but she was already starting to feel a little jealous in her heart. After all, her husband was still very charming. Okay, as for who my girlfriend is, I will tell you myself when the time comes. Yi Linyao kept the secret on purpose. He didn't plan to tell them about Lu Ruoshi for the time being. If he really let them know, there would definitely be a special ceremony. Really? Why is Teacher Yi like this? He's still keeping us in suspense. That's right. It's okay for us to know. Otherwise, we will assume that you don't have a girlfriend at all. As they spoke, the female students began to crowd towards Yi Linyao. Lu Ruoshi, who was standing next to them, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and quickly stepped forward to stop them. What are you guys doing? Chapter 188. Let us prepare for a higher level competition. The students were all startled and quickly took a few steps back. Afterwards they realized that maybe there was something going on between the counselor and Teacher Yi. Lu Ruoshi also realized that she was a little impulsive and quickly tried to smooth things over. Recently, the school leaders have been strictly checking the discipline in our classes. Are you guys making such a fuss now because you want to be punished? After hearing this, the other students seemed to react and hurried back to their seats. However, among so many people, only Yi Linyao knew why Lu Ruoshi said those words just now. Lu Ruoshi's eyes also became slightly unhappy when she looked at Yi Linyao. After all, how could a woman not be jealous when surrounded by so many young and beautiful girls? Just when Lu Ruoshi was about to attend the class as normal, a figure suddenly appeared at the door and stood silently beside the window. The students' eyes caught the figure at the first instant and then all turned away, but when they saw the school leader standing outside the door, they immediately turned their gaze back and turned off their mobile phones and put them in their pockets. The school leader saw everything that happened just now, but he didn't come here for these students, so he didn't care at all. I saw him walk silently from the window to the door and knock on the open door. Teacher Yi, do you have time now? Can I come out and talk to you about something? The school leader's words stunned the other students in the class, and they all felt a little worried and scared. Could it be that the school leaders were unhappy with the fight between them just now, so they wanted to call her out to criticize him? Yi Linyao looked at Lu Ruoshi, and Lu Ruoshi also looked at Yi Linyao. Then Yi Linyao walked out of the classroom with the school leaders who had already left. Walking to a corner, the school leader looked around and only started speaking after making sure that there was no one else. Teacher Yi, actually I came to see you this time not because of other things, but because the result of the last music finals has come out. Yi Linyao was not surprised at all. He had been absent from work for a while, but in the end he still did not complain about these problems because he was not allowed to tell anyone what to do. Really? I remember you said at the time that the Wu family had already intervened. Why did the championship still fall into my hands this time? Yi Linyao's question this time was also very direct. He knew that if the school leaders came to him, it was definitely not for those simple matters. Ha, Mr. Yi does know something. I'll get straight to the point. I came here to tell you about the upcoming game. The next game, does that mean the game in our school is not over yet? That's not the case. Do you know why the Wu family would interfere in this competition? If it was just an ordinary school competition, do you think people from a group like them would be in the mood to care about us? At this moment, Yi Linyao has completely understood that there will definitely be higher level events in this school competition, and such events will definitely involve the interests of their group. Otherwise, how could these capitalists have the time to care about music competitions in ordinary schools like theirs? Yi Linyao did not say anything else, but silently looked at the little old man in front of him. His body was a little thin, but one could feel a very refined look in his eyes. In fact, this music competition is organized by the Education Bureau. Children from all grades will participate in the competition. Finally, the winning students in these regions will be gathered together to participate in the national competition. What's the purpose? The cold question also made the school leaders turn their heads and look towards Yi Linyao. Of course, this is to encourage students at all stages across the country to study and love extracurricular activities. Whether it is music, dance, or martial arts, they can participate in performances and eventually shine on the national stage. In just a moment, Yi Linyao understood the relationship between the winner of this performance and the benefits. So I wonder if Teacher Yi can understand what I am saying now? If you still let me participate in the competition, what will the people in the Wu family say? Ha, we have already given the right to vote to the students. We are just a fair and impartial messenger of information. The next competition will move from the school to the winners of all the universities. It will be held in the Magic City Stadium in 2 weeks. However, you will not be able to play this time, so lead your team to perform well there. After saying these words, the school leader left on his own, as if he didn't give Yi Lingyao any chance to consider. If it were in the past, Yi Lingyao wouldn't care about this kind of thing at all, but it's not the case now. Really, I really hope those students can practice hard, maybe it can be another way out for them. After leaving the stairs, the school leader silently took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The dry and wrinkled fingers tapped on it quickly, and soon a line of words was typed out and sent out randomly. I have already taken care of his arrangements. After receiving the message, the other party quickly replied. Believe in him. He will be a rare genius in the Magic City. When Yi Lingyao was going home from get off work, he picked up his express delivery on the way. What I bought here is a finger protector for my second son Yi Tian. The car stopped at the gate of the kindergarten, and the children walked out of the school in an orderly manner. After seeing their father's car, they reported to the teacher and got in the car. Boss Yi, you're here to pick up the baby. Now, after knowing Yi Lingyao identity, the teachers in the kindergarten have become accustomed to calling him Mr. Yi. After all, he is the boss of the kindergarten, so he must still observe basic etiquette. It's just that Yi Lingyao is still a little uncomfortable with this kind of respectful title. No need, it's better for you to call me parent. Okay. Just when Yi Lingyao was about to go back, the admissions teacher Xiao Wu suddenly came out. Chapter 189. Yi Feng's favorite thing is calligraphy. Isn't this Boss Yi? What a coincidence. Yi Lingyao. What a coincidence. Are you waiting for me here on purpose? Yi Lingyao was complaining in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He knew that the reason why Xiao Wu was waiting for him here must be because of what happened yesterday. Yeah, I just happened to be picking up the kids and taking them home. Xiao Wu stood there with a smile on his face as if waiting for Yi Lingyao to say something. But Yi Lingyao didn't play by the rules at all and also smiled back. Then we will go back first and not disturb you anymore. Xiao Wu. Hey, that. Yi Lingyao gently released his foot that was about to be on the accelerator, turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu, as if waiting for him to say something. Mr. Yi, I wonder how the matter we talked about yesterday went. Their competition will be held in a while. Finally, he spoke out about this matter. The news he received yesterday was just a verbal agreement. As for whether they received any training after returning home, he had no idea. Of course, since they all like it, I will definitely support it strongly. Yi Lingyao also answered without denying it, but when he thought about the grand piano that he had bought for more than 100,000 yuan, he couldn't help but feel a little painful in his heart. If they have Mr. Yi's help, I believe that these little guys are so smart that they will definitely be able to learn your true teachings very quickly. After some commercial hype, Teacher Wu said goodbye. Yi Lingyao deliberately stopped for a moment, wanting to see whether Zhang Shanhai, who was in the kindergarten before, had come over. After not seeing him, Yi Lingyao drove away by himself. After returning home, Yi Lingyao handed the finger protector on his hand to his second son, Yi Tian. This is the finger protection you need now. After you put it on, I can teach you how to play the guitar. Yi Tian was very happy after hearing this. He had seen his sister Yi Xia playing the piano beautifully yesterday. In his heart, he also longed to become more handsome when playing the guitar. Thank you, Dad. After saying that, Yi Tian took the finger gloves from Yi Linyao's hand with both hands and put them on his own fingers. This type of finger cover is made of silicone and is much more expensive than the cotton thread material used on the market, but when playing the guitar, the feeling transmitted from the fingertips is richer. After all, if you can't accurately feel the guitar strings from your fingers, then the subsequent playing will be greatly affected. Then Yi Lingyao asked Yi Xia to review the piano keys he taught her yesterday. For children of their age, it would inspire them to play musical instruments much faster, but they should not be too impatient for success. Come, I'm going to play a song for you on the guitar. You have to pay close attention to the movements of Daddy's fingers. After saying that, Yi Lingyao picked up the guitar and easily played a light and cheerful tune. All of a sudden, the little ones were mesmerized by the music. Even Yi Xia, who was practicing the piano keys nearby, couldn't help but stop and turn her head to take a look. They were all trying hard and seriously to appreciate the music their father played for them. Yi Tian was also listening to what his father had just said, paying close attention to the movements of his fingers, but the speed at which his fingers plucked the strings was too fast, and his current understanding of guitar was almost zero. After looking for a while, he could only cover his eyes and rub them. Dad, I can't see clearly. He looked so aggrieved, as if he could never learn to play the guitar. You don't know much about other things right now, so you definitely can't see it clearly, but Dad can teach you slowly. Yi Linyao squatted down and touched his head with a doting look on his face. Yi Linyao has always hoped that his little ones can live happily, and all he needs to do is to accompany them through their happy childhood. Then Yi Linyao performed for Yi Tian, playing the guitar carefully and slowly. Although the music played was not as beautiful as the previous one, it still allowed them to experience how beautiful guitar music is. Okay, you try it. You can take it slow. Don't be so anxious. Such a big guitar was too heavy for a child who was only 3 years old. Yi Linyao could only stand by and help hold the guitar while he tried to play. My eldest son and third son are now watching their older brother and sister practicing with their eyes open, and they are very eager to learn some skills. After practicing for a while, they have made a lot of progress. Yi Xia has become more and more familiar with the keys on the piano, and Yi Tian has also gained some experience in playing the guitar. Seeing that both of them had made progress, Yi Feng and Yi Ling were a little envious, but they were not particularly interested in piano and other things. Dad. While Yi Linyao was resting, the two of them walked over and gently pulled Yi Linyao's sleeve. Do you guys want to learn it too? The answer they got was both of them shaking their heads. So is there anything you want to learn? Faced with their father's question, they both shook their heads. They knew very little about these extracurricular interests and the like. Yi Linyao could see that his two sons also wanted to learn something, but they had no interest in guitar and piano. Is that so? You don't like music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? Wait. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At that moment, Yi Linyao seemed to have thought of something. Among the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only one is now occupied, and among the remaining 3, there should always be something that they like. Then do you want to take a look at the remaining interests and skills that Daddy recommends to you? When they heard that their father had other options, Yi Feng and Yi Ling nodded quickly, fearing that they would not be able to find an interest they liked. Playing chess, calligraphy, and painting. After Yi Linyao briefly talked about these items, he also gave a simple video demonstration. Dad, this writing thing looks pretty cool. Yi Feng pointed at the old man who was writing in the video. For some reason, he felt that this seemed like a very cool skill. Yi Linyao took a look. He really didn't expect that his child would be interested in calligraphy. Nowadays, most boys and girls don't particularly like calligraphy, because they think it is a very boring thing. Do you like this? After hearing his father's words, Yi Feng nodded vigorously again. He had seen the words written by the teacher in class before, but because he was still young, he didn't have a particularly good understanding of the quality of the handwriting. But when he saw the words written by the old man in the video that his father showed him just now, he immediately noticed the beauty and ugliness between the fonts. Yeah, I think the handwriting of this old man is really beautiful. Chapter 190 Dad, I am now proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yi Linyao was indeed a little shocked. He really didn't expect that his child would like calligraphy. What's wrong, Dad? Can't I learn this now? Yi Feng was a little worried. His second brother was also told by his father that he could not learn guitar by himself for the time being because he could not even hold the guitar by himself. He was worried that if there was something in calligraphy that he could not do on his own, it would limit his learning journey. Of course you can learn it, but how much do you know about Chinese characters now? This time, Yi Feng didn't know how to answer. His current reserve of Chinese characters is indeed very low. How can he possibly try to write these characters well when he can't even recognize the characters? I'll know 1, 2, 3, 4. But Yi Feng obviously didn't want to give up. He had already found his favorite hobby. Even if he couldn't practice alone like his younger brother, he would find a way to strive for it. Yi Linyao burst out laughing. He also knew that his eldest son Yi Feng wanted to learn calligraphy very much. Even though the Chinese characters he knew now were very simple, he must be firm in his idea. This kind of determination will never change, and the attitude is quite similar to mine. As I said, since his children like it so much, he will definitely support it with all his strength. Okay, Dad knows you can write these Chinese characters, so I will teach you when the time comes. Yi Linyao said this, but he was actually not particularly proficient in calligraphy or other arts. It is detected that the host wants to teach the children hobbies, the system rewards are randomly opened, and the host has given the max level of hobbies in various aspects such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yi Linyao was stunned in his heart. This system was so considerate. It knew that he needed these things and gave them to him immediately. So when is Dad going to teach me? Yifeng looked at his father with eagerness. His sister and brother had already been studying for a day or two, and he also wanted to learn his favorite hobbies as soon as possible. Calligraphy is something that is very easy to learn. All you need is a pen and paper. When Yifeng heard this, he thought back to when he was in kindergarten, when he had pens and paper. He must have these things at home as well. Doesn't that mean that his father can teach him now? Of course, go get all the pens and papers you have in the kindergarten. 2 minutes later, Yifeng ran back happily with a pen and paper. He was already fantasizing that he could write beautifully like the old man in the video. Just like your younger brothers and sisters, what you will be taught first are relatively basic and simple, and you have to sharpen your pencils well. Taking out the pencil sharpener, Yifeng skillfully stirred it a few times and then took out a pencil that had been sharpened very sharply. Let's start with the few very simple Chinese characters you know. After saying that, Yilinyao picked up the pencil. Suddenly, various ways of writing simple Chinese characters began to emerge in his mind. He really didn't expect that the Chinese characters he had been writing since he was a child could be written in such a sophisticated way. The horizontal and vertical strokes should be straight, and the strokes should be strong. Yilinyao carefully wrote the Chinese characters on the paper with the pencil in his hand, fearing that there was something he had not taught him carefully. In addition, when teaching calligraphy, everyone is accustomed to holding the practitioner's hand and writing each stroke, and Yilinyao is no exception. After Yifeng felt his hand being held by his father, the movement of the pen tip was completely controlled by his father. At this time, he could carefully feel the movement of the pen tip. Gradually, Yifeng also mastered the techniques of lifting and stopping the pen in calligraphy. Under his father's careful teaching, his learning ability improved faster and faster. However, due to the lack of vocabulary, he can only learn and practice those few words now. If complex Chinese characters were to be added, I am afraid that his current learning progress would be greatly reduced. Yiling was not to be outdone. His 3 brothers had already chosen their favorite hobbies and had successfully started practicing with the help of their father. He was the only one who had not chosen something he liked. Before his father called him brother, he also took his phone and looked at it carefully for a while. He really didn't have any idea about calligraphy, but for the remaining 2 games, chess and painting, he was trying to observe them carefully, hoping to find what he likes. Although the final result of the painting is very beautiful, it takes a very long time to complete the final product. The painting in the video, which is played at multiple times the speed, took more than 30 minutes to complete. For a little kid like him, it was really unacceptable for him to sit in a chair for several hours and paint on a canvas of clothes. On the contrary, Yiling was influenced by the charm of playing chess, and there are many types of chess, such as Go, chess, Go Bang and so on. If he is interested in playing chess or something like that, then what he needs to learn is actually similar to learning a musical instrument. Dad, I've made my choice. Seeing his brothers and sisters who are now practicing, Yiling couldn't help himself. He couldn't wait to pull his father's arm sleeve, hoping to get his father's attention as soon as possible. What's the matter, have you already chosen the interest you want to study now? Yilinyao is also very capable. The reason why he took out all the arts of calligraphy, chess, and painting at the beginning was because these are some of the more mainstream hobbies to learn nowadays. But he didn't expect that his children would be able to find what they wanted to learn here. So what do you want to learn? After seeing his 3rd son nodded, Yilinyao also looked at the remaining 2 options, one was painting and the other was playing chess. I want to learn this. As he spoke, the little guy pointed his hand at one of the items in the video on his mobile phone. Chapter 191, The biological son must be ranked higher than the students. Yilinyao saw that it was the video of playing Go and chess. This interest was more interesting than the others. You like these, so we should go buy some chessboards and chess pieces. Okay, but Dad, can we buy this today? Yiling is now extremely impatient, and he also hopes that he can catch up with his brother and sister as soon as possible. According to teacher Xiao Wu, they will have the competition in 2 weeks. Yilinyao took out his mobile phone and placed an order online, purchasing Go and chessboards and pieces from the nearest supermarket. Okay, Dad has already bought it for you online. They will deliver it to you in a while. Then Dad will teach you how to play chess in detail, okay? At this time, Yilinyao could also feel that it was indeed a bit tiring to teach these 4 children their different interests and hobbies by himself. After a while, Yi Xia had almost memorized all the piano keys. After a while, Yi Tian had memorized all the other basic melodies. After a while, Yi Feng had practiced those simple Chinese characters well and wanted to learn more difficult Chinese characters. Looking at it this way, it seems like 2 weeks isn't enough. Taking advantage of the free break time, Yi Linyao secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was clearly late autumn, but just moving in a room as small as a room made him feel a little hot. I have to say that these little guys have really good learning abilities. Even under the guidance of those so-called masters outside, children around 3 years old cannot understand that much knowledge, and their learning speed is also extremely slow. Dad, I can now write the Chinese characters from 1 to 10. Are there any more difficult Chinese characters? Dad, I have almost learned the basics of the piano. Can I start playing some songs like you? Although he obtained the system and became more capable than people of normal age or even those with more social experience than him, he never expected that his child would have such a strong learning ability. Compared to children of normal age, they feel like child prodigies. Just when Yi Linyao was feeling excited, he suddenly felt his trouser leg being pulled. Turning around, he saw his little girl standing there, looking up and saying, "Dad, I'm so tired." Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao gently touched his forehead. He seemed to have almost forgotten his original intention. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and other parents who want their children to become successful? If you're tired, let's take a break. You've done a great job today. You're much better than the other kids. Daddy is proud of you. Yi Tian and Yi Feng also stopped. Because Yi Tian couldn't hold the guitar, he now practiced almost all the time by laying the guitar flat on the sofa. Several little guys ran down to rest for a while, then they sat together and began to communicate with them about their thoughts during practice. Yi Linyao was very pleased to see them playing together in such a loving way. There is no need to put too much pressure on them. If they really like these extracurricular interests, you just need to support them appropriately. Yi Linyao, who was watching them communicating with each other here, also talked to them and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. But what happened in the classroom is still in his mind. The kids there already know that he has a girlfriend. I quickly gave Lu Ruoshi an explanation. Otherwise, how could I let her keep it secret in this way? As I was thinking, I was even a little absent-minded. I only came to my senses when the pot in front of me started to roll. I quickly turned off the fire. Fortunately, I was just boiling water. If I had been making soup, I might not have had dinner for the day. Just when he was about to clean up the mess, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a student in his class calling. "Hello? Teacher Yi, I just saw the announcement from the school. We actually won first place in the finals this time." The voice coming from the other end of the phone was Li Feng from the music group he had led before. From the sound of the phone, you can tell that he is very excited, as if he can't believe what has happened. A month ago, he knew very little about music, but now he can beat someone who has hired top masters to teach him. All of this seemed like a dream. Perhaps he called Yi Linyao just to make sure that he was not dreaming but it was really happening. "Well, I told you before, you can definitely do it." While Yi Linyao was cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, he used his shoulder and tilted head to hold the phone and talk to him. "But there is another matter this time. I wonder if you know about it, Mr. Yi." When Li Feng said this, Yi Linyao could probably guess what he meant in his heart. According to their current situation, if they want to continue to work hard to participate in the college competition in the entire Magic City, it will definitely be difficult. "This matter? I think I have heard of it." "Really? Then, teacher, you should know that we will be participating in a competition among all the high school students in the entire Demon City." As he spoke, one could feel his tone becoming more excited. He really hadn't expected that he could reach this level. "In that case, you should practice the song you performed earlier. Your performance in the finals was not particularly outstanding. I think you all know what to do next, right?" Yi Linyao's guidance to them now was limited to just the basics, and he did not go into depth to teach them too many things. On the one hand, it was because his energy was really limited, and he did not have the time to spare to teach them how to play musical instruments. On the other hand, he still has to teach these 4 children, so he can still tell which one is more important. "Teacher Yi, will our next performance still be the same song as before?" "Yes, the next step is the competition between major universities. They have never heard this kind of original music before. As long as you can practice this piece well, you will definitely have a place among the major universities." After listening to it, Li Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, this music was originally created by his brother Yi. As long as he could perform it well, it would surely shock everyone like in the finals. "Then I won't bother you, Teacher Yi. Let's go over and practice first." If Teacher Yi is free, he can come over and give us some guidance. Li Feng has become somewhat familiar with Yi Linyao now, so he is not so shameless about these things and will just say directly if he needs anything. Yeah, then go practice. Good. Yi Linyao played for them all in a very perfunctory manner, and then cleaned up the kitchen. Chapter 192, Honey, why do I feel like you know everything? I never thought that one day I would become so busy. Dinner was ready in a short while. Lu Ruoshi had just returned from school, but her mood today was not as good as before. After all, she saw with her own eyes her husband surrounded by a bunch of girls in school. It was impossible for her not to care. You're back. I've already prepared dinner. Put your bag down and go wash up, then we'll have dinner. Lu Ruoshi was originally going to throw a tantrum at Yi Linyao on purpose, but after hearing his gentle voice, her heart softened immediately. Forget it, he has always been so charming. Since he is so nice today, let him go. Lu Ruoshi made up an excuse in her mind and went to eat happily. After taking just 2 steps, she discovered that the 4 little ones sitting in the living room seemed to be very busy. Shia, what are you guys playing? It was not until she walked over that she realized that they were all practicing their favorite hobbies here. Wait, I think I saw someone writing just now? Lu Ruoshi was stunned for a moment, then stopped and turned around to see her eldest son Yifeng holding a pencil and practicing calligraphy stroke by stroke. She knew about the piano and guitar, but she was a little confused as to why her eldest son suddenly started practicing calligraphy. Yifeng, are you learning calligraphy? Yeah, I like practicing calligraphy, so my dad is teaching me. Lu Ruoshi nodded, and finally took a look at the words written by Yifeng. Although they are all relatively simple Chinese characters, even if there is only one horizontal and one vertical line, I am very serious when writing them. It's a little bit inferior to those of the top masters, but it's really good for a 3-year-old kid. Mom, what do you think of the words I wrote? Yifeng handed all the Chinese characters he had just written to his mother as if to take credit. You write very well. Mom is so happy for you. If you keep practicing like this, our eldest son will definitely become a famous calligrapher in the future. Lu Ruoshi encouraged her children. Of course, she hoped that these little ones would grow up healthily and become useful members of the society. But what makes her most curious at the moment is why her husband knows so many things. Not only piano, but now I can teach my eldest son guitar and even calligraphy stroke by stroke. Walking into the kitchen, Yi Linyao was already preparing to pour the food in the pot into the plate. Have you finished washing up? We can have dinner soon. Yi Linyao just took a look and continued to clean up the stove in the kitchen. Are you still teaching Yifeng calligraphy? Yes, because he said he really liked the old man writing calligraphy in the video. I was also quite surprised. Children around 3 years old should not have a very deep understanding of calligraphy. Even writing characters would be considered very boring. Although he said so on the surface, Yi Linyao was actually very surprised at his 4 little ones. Children of this age should only have the idea of playing around in their minds, and it is rare for them to be willing to learn these seemingly boring things. When did you learn all this? How come I didn't know anything before? Lu Ruoshi suddenly stared at Yi Linyao with a very suspicious look. She also asked other colleagues in the school about Yi Linyao's performance in recent years. The answers she got were that Yi Linyao's performance in recent years was very ordinary. So why did Yi Linyao, whom I saw at the children's autumn sports meeting some time ago, have such strong physical fitness? Looking at the way he was playing, he looked like a young athlete. Forehead. A drop of sweat ran across Yi Linyao's face, which he immediately wiped away with his hand. He was wondering if his performance during this period was too outstanding, which made Lu Ruoshi a little suspicious. Really? When I was in junior high school, I was a famous sports prince in school. She just made up a lie to cover it up. Anyway, she didn't know much about things before junior high school and she didn't know anyone, so how could she know? Then what about your music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? I feel like you have only painting but not all of it, but everything else seems to be perfect. It's just an interest. If I let you know all my cards at once, then you will no longer be interested in me. Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoshi stared at each other for nearly 5 seconds, and finally Lu Ruoshi's expression became gentle. You are really amazing. I am now looking forward to seeing what talents you will have in the future. Yi Linyao, phew, I was almost exposed. My dears, we are going to have dinner now. Go wash your hands and get ready to sit down and eat. Yifeng was the first to put down the pen in his hand and ran to the bathroom, followed by his other brothers and sisters. Ever since Dad came home, their meals have become more varied every day. The happiest thing for them every day is being able to eat. After washing their hands, they all sat in their designated seats, waiting for their father to bring out today's dinner. I don't know if it's because of the practice I just did, but I feel very hungry now. You are still growing, so you must eat more. Otherwise, it will be difficult to grow taller if you are malnourished. After hearing what their father said, the little ones hurriedly put the rice into their mouths. Although they were not particularly clear about the concept of not growing tall, they definitely still hoped to look good like their father or mother. Chapter 193. If the little ones like it, they will definitely support it. Don't worry, it's okay, just eat slowly. Yi Linya was also very happy to see that his children liked the food he cooked so much. However, Lu Ruwashi seemed a little worried because Yi Linya was still working as a class assistant teacher at school. He also needs to lead the students in his class to participate in the college student music competition in Magic City. The 4 children at home suddenly have interests and hobbies that need him to teach. All in all, it seems that he has much more to do every day than himself. Are you really okay like this? I feel like you have a lot of things on your plate. If you can't handle it, there's no need to worry so much. Lu Ruwashi looked worried. Such a huge workload was not something that ordinary people could complete. It's okay. Actually, you don't need to worry about me now because I still have plenty of time. Besides, Li Feng and his friends called me today, so I just asked them to continue practicing the song from the finals. Aren't you going to teach them carefully anymore? That's not the case, but now I must first give these little darlings at home a good tutoring. When Lu Ruwashi heard this, her heart immediately warmed up. No matter when and where Yi Linya was, he would always find ways to think about his family. Then don't overwork yourself. If you feel too busy, you can take more rest. I'm in good health. But you shouldn't be so busy at school every day. The little ones were eating, and when they saw their parents chatting happily, they raised their heads and stared at them. Only then did they notice that their son and daughter had already noticed them. Their faces immediately turned red, and then they picked up the bowls in front of them and started eating. Mom and Dad, why aren't you chatting anymore? Just as dinner was about to end, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this hour? Lu Ruwashi looked at the clock on the wall. Night had already fallen. She really couldn't remember whether she had told anyone that she would come home today. At this time, Yi Linyao stood up and walked to the door. This is what I just ordered online. Someone should have delivered it to me. When he opened the door, there was a young man standing outside, holding in his hand the things that Yi Linyao had just ordered online. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? This is the chessboard you just bought online. After Yi Linyao took it, the young man quickly closed the door and left. What did you buy? You need someone to deliver it so late at night. Lu Ruwashi was quite curious, so she walked over. She had just heard what the young man outside the door said, that the thing delivered should be a chessboard. But she didn't know why he bought this thing. However, when she saw Yi Ling happily running towards his father, Lu Ruwashi already knew that it must be bought for him. I bought a chessboard because Yi Ling said he likes playing chess, so I just bought one online. The chessboard that Yi Ling is holding in his hand now is a chessboard, and because it is made of wood and is of medium size, the weight is a bit heavy for him. But even so, he was still trying hard to take the chessboard from his father. Okay, is this the chess you're going to teach me? Yes, it is exactly the same as what you saw on the video. Recalling the crisp sound of the chess pieces colliding with each other in the video, Yi Ling couldn't help but get excited. He really wanted to know where he could show his interests and hobbies after learning to play chess. Dad, can you teach me now? Yi Ling was very eager for his father to teach him some chess skills right now, as his brothers and sisters had already learned a lot. It's already very late. Even if I teach you, you have to go to bed soon, understand? Yi Ling nodded. He just needed his father to give him some instructions so that he could chat with his brothers and sisters. Lu Ruwashi originally planned to persuade them, as it was already time for them to rest, but it would be fine if they only taught for a short while. Come, Dad will teach you now how to set up a chessboard like this one. One is a red chess piece, and the other is a black chess piece. First we need to. Yi Linyao carefully taught his children how to set up the chessboard and what the difference was between the red and black pieces. Soon, he was so absorbed in listening that he tried to move the chess pieces to play the game. Okay, it's really too late today, so don't play anymore, you still have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Although I still feel a little unsatisfied, I have already promised my father, so now I can only go to bed and sleep obediently. Remember to wash your hands and brush your teeth before going to bed. The little ones all washed up and went to bed obediently. When Yi Linyao and Lu Ruoxi were left alone in the living room, they would generally have a good chat at this time. After all, not everything can be discussed in front of children. Why are they suddenly asking them to learn about their own hobbies recently? They didn't seem to have mentioned it before. Seeing that Lu Ruoxi asked this, Yi Linyao told her everything related to the competition that he had heard in kindergarten before. Does that mean that only our colleges and universities are going to hold competitions, just like these kids are going to have talent shows as well? Lu Ruoxi really couldn't believe it, but it was nothing for children of other ages. But my own child is only 3 years old. Even if a child of this age learns a hobby, he probably won't be able to perform on stage. In fact, many children nowadays have invested a lot in their early education. If they really like these things, then I will definitely support them with all my strength. If they don't like it, I won't force them to do it. Chapter 194. Should I call Mr. Yi? After hearing what Yi Linyao said, Lu Ruoxi felt that there was nothing wrong with it. In order to see their children win at the starting line, many parents enrolled their children in many tutoring classes when they were young. If children are willing to learn, they will naturally understand quickly, but forcing them to learn will only make the progress extremely slow. Besides, these little darlings of ours are all quick learners. At this point, Yi Linyao recalled that it had only taken them less than an hour or two to master the basic positions of the piano keys. Are you trying to train them into prodigies? I didn't see any signs of them being prodigies before. Lu Ruoxi smiled. She had been taking care of these babies for more than 3 years, but she had never seen them have any similarities with the child prodigies in other families. In her eyes, her babies are just like ordinary children in her family. She does not expect them to achieve great things, but hopes that they can grow up healthily and excellently. Perhaps it is because of Yi Linyao's appearance that these children can truly find their own interests. As for whether they are child prodigies, it depends on whether their learning ability is that outstanding. Anyway, my only goal is very simple, which is to make them happy. If they like to play, then I won't let them practice these instruments anymore. Lu Ruoxi now acquiesces in Yi Linyao's approach. Since the family now has the ability to support their interests and hobbies, she will not interfere too much. It's getting late. You should go and rest first. I'll go to bed after I finish the remaining things here. Yi Linyao urged Lu Ruoxi to go back to the room and rest quickly. After all, if she was around, it would be difficult for him to carry out his next plan. Well, you should rest early, too. It feels like you have done more than me now. Okay, I'll go take a rest after I'm done with my work. I'm already quite sleepy. Lu Ruoxi returned to the room, and now Yi Linyao was the only one left in the living room with the few musical instruments beside him. Only now did he truly realize that raising a child costs so much money. At first he thought it was just the cost of schooling. If I can't subsidize the family in time, if this continues, the family expenses will be dragged down. When he thought of this, Yi Linyao felt a little worried and scared. If he had known earlier that when the system gave him the choice, he should have chosen the cash rewards. Maybe he would still have some left over now. Forget it. I can spend almost all of the 200,000 in such a short time. Even if I get more money later, I'm afraid it won't be enough to support my spending. With a sigh, Yi Linyao now had to think carefully about how he could save some money for his family. Now, just to teach them these hobbies and interests in music, I have to spend such a high price to buy them equipment. If there is something that I cannot teach them temporarily, I have to incur huge expenses in other areas as well? I opened the app again and took a look at the stock market trends of some companies at this time. Those sunset industries that I had estimated at the beginning have all seen different degrees of increase, but they are also extremely weak. This also made other investors think that this was just a last gasp. If they spent money to buy these shares, a sudden drop in the price would make all the remaining funds in their hands go down the drain. It's funny, I didn't expect that at this time there are still people who can use this kind of stocks that are recovering to flood the post. Do you dare to buy stocks that are on the verge of a comeback? The master will tell you what are the ways to invest in such stocks. After learning, you can avoid pitfalls. Xiao Bai, today, another green stock has risen. Buy it now. Master, don't buy stocks that are on the rise. You will suffer a loss if you buy them. Articles with catchy headlines like this can be found everywhere, and their sole purpose is to attract attention. Yi Linyao usually ignored and skipped this kind of articles, but the stock trends he had predicted at the time did not rise as wildly as he had imagined. Could it be that he had really seen it wrong? After receiving the system rewards for such a long time, this was the first time he realized that the situation did not go as he wished. Looking at the stocks that had already gone up a little bit, Yi Lingyao fell into deep thought again. Based on the information I found on the internet some time ago and the future development direction of these companies, if there are no problems, they will soon catch the bandwagon of technology and develop rapidly. But now everything seems to indicate that I have been overthinking. There are only two options left. One is to find a way to get your first pot of gold by purchasing stocks, and the second is to cooperate with Ronghua Venture Capital Company. Zhang Shanhai must be waiting for my reply, but the price they offered is a bit hard to accept. At the same time, on the other side, after Zhang Shanhai finished the work at hand, he picked up his mobile phone again and looked at the recent call records. In Yi Linyao's call records, the time was still the last time the other party called him. Well, the higher-ups also said that they want to lower the requirements a bit, but if that's the case, our profits will be too low. Thinking of this, he grabbed his hair and thought hard. If it really didn't work, he could only reduce his own profits to get him to join the army. Otherwise, it is really hard to find someone so young who can have such high attainments in wood carving and cooking. Why hasn't he called yet? Could it be that some other company is contacting him? If they had offered a more suitable price, he might have been poached by someone else by now. Zhang Shanhai was suddenly frightened, and he realized that he had to contact Yi Lingyao as soon as possible. Only in this way could he ensure that their connection would not be interrupted. It's already this late, calling there won't disturb other people's rest, right? What if I wake them up and cause them to be unhappy? The more you think about it, the more restricted you will be. Zhang Shanhai doesn't dare to do anything now, but he is afraid that if he stays here, Yi Lingyao will be taken away by other companies. Finally, after much inner struggle, he chose to pick up his phone and retrieve the phone number he had added from the address book. I pressed the dial button and there was an immediate beeping sound from the phone. Chapter 195. The gap between the two families lies here. For some reason, the call was still connected, but he already felt that he still had a chance. At least he had not been blocked by the other party yet. Yi Lingyao also felt it at this time. The mobile phone in his pocket was vibrating. He took it out and saw that Zhang Shanhai's call was displayed on the screen. Why did he call me again? Never mind. I just happened to have something to talk to him about. Didn't we say we were going out to talk? Although he had many questions in his heart, Yi Lingyao still answered the phone. After all, according to his plan, if he wanted to proceed, the first step would be to contact the people from Ronghua Venture Capital Company, Ltd. Zhang Shanhai, who was scratching his head, sat up immediately when he heard the call connected. He was nervous as he was rehearsing what he should say next. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am. I know who you are. Did you guys come up with other plans by calling me this time? Yi Lingyao even felt a little strange. They had clearly exchanged phone numbers with each other and had talked on the phone last time, so why did they have to introduce themselves again this time? But now she doesn't have time to joke with this person. If Ronghua Phone can offer better conditions to the company, then it is not impossible to consider cooperation. Zhang Shanhai didn't even think about what to do after the call was connected. He was just worried that if he didn't contact the other party, he would probably lose the opportunity to cooperate with him. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. After all, he still wanted to cooperate with the other party at a relatively low price. If you haven't made up your mind yet, then talk to me after you have made up your mind. Yi Lingyao was about to hang up the phone, but Zhang Shanhai refused to give up. He knew that if the call was hung up now, the contact between the two sides would definitely be worse than before. There was no way out. The moment my call was connected, there was no turning back. Wait, Mr. Yi, don't hang up yet. If you feel that the plan we proposed before is not suitable in some way, why don't we discuss it again now? If there is really no other way, we can only cooperate with the other party in a way that is in the company's lowest interest. When Yi Lingyao heard this, he felt that there seemed to be a chance with the other party, so he agreed immediately, but he pretended to be hesitant on purpose to make the other party a little anxious. I don't know, Mr. Yi, is it convenient for you to come out now? If I can come back within an hour, I still have time. Then please send me a location, Mr. Yi, and I will pick you up there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Lingyao adjusted his location to a bus stop near the community. He didn't want other people to know too much now. He then stood up and prepared to change his shoes and go out. Lu Ruoshi also heard the noise in the house, so she opened the door and went out to take a look. It's so late, are you still going out? Well, there's a parent in the school who wants to talk to me about something. I'll be back soon. You can take a rest first. Lu Ruoshi pouted, looking a little unhappy. She still hoped that Yi Lingyao could spend more time on cultivating herself and the child. What are you thinking? He is the mainstay of the family. I can't become a burden to him. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshi said nothing more, but just reminded him that if he went out at night, he must be careful to protect his safety. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. It won't take long. You should rest early at home. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Well, then you must be careful on the road. If anything happens, just call me. It's okay, go to bed early. Then Yi Lingyao closed the door and left. The bus stop downstairs is not very far from here, so it is only a 2-step walk away. This also avoids letting the man named Zhang Shanhai know the route I took. But looking at Zhang Shanhai at this moment, he had just climbed out of bed. Originally, I was just lying in bed, wondering whether or not to make the call. Who knew that once the call was made, I would have to run out of bed on such a cold night, put on my clothes and go to pick him up. I really have no choice but to dial this number. It's so cold, wouldn't it be nice to just have a good sleep in bed? But there is nothing I can do about it. Since the other party has already given me one, at least I can be considered as not having been given up on by the other party. Really? This is already my personal time for rest, why should I go out to discuss company matters? As he spoke, Zhang Shanhai held up his trousers and ran towards the door in a staggering manner. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Before I put on my shoes, I heard a very loud voice behind me. I need to go talk about some company matters, and please keep your voice down, the child has just fallen asleep. Why can't we discuss company matters during the day and go out to discuss them at night? You're not secretly running out to see some little girl behind my back, are you? As she spoke, she slowly walked over with the feather duster in her hand. Her aura was just like that of the landlady in the movies. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I really am going out to discuss work. This client is very difficult to deal with. If we can negotiate with him, it will be a good thing for both of us. Anyway, Zhang Shanhai was still very afraid when facing his wife, otherwise he would not have asked for leave to attend his child's autumn sports meeting. Really? I'm telling you now, if you dare to go out and do something messy and I find out, you'll be in big trouble. After saying that, she took the feather duster in her hand and returned to her bedroom. Oh my god, my life is so miserable. Now his shoes were only half worn, but he couldn't help but tilt his head and complain. What were you talking about just now? If you don't want to go out now, then you'd better go back to your room. His wife poked her head out of the room again, and the feather duster in her hand was faintly visible. No, I didn't say anything. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Zhang Shanhai hurriedly picked up his pants and ran out of the house in a panic without even fastening his belt. Chapter 196. This is a lethal dose. A car drove slowly over from a distance, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was Zhang Shanhai, who had just called him. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi, for keeping you waiting. The weather in late autumn is still quite cold. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is already a bit close to winter. Fortunately, Yi Lingyao wore thicker clothes when he went out. You are moving too slowly. Why do I feel like you don't really want to discuss cooperation with me? Yi Lingyao got into the car and couldn't help rubbing his hands. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I encountered something when I was leaving home, so I was delayed for a while. Although it was night, it was not as late as the early morning when there were only a few businesses on the entire street. How about we go find a cafe and sit down for a while? I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting outside for so long. Well, let's go. Yi Lingyao really wanted to drink a cup of hot coffee now. He originally thought that after his body was strengthened, it would not be as sensitive to cold and heat as ordinary people. But now he truly realized that even if his physical fitness had been enhanced, it would still be cold when the season came. There was a Starbucks coffee shop nearby. Zhang Shanhai followed the navigation on the map and quickly drove to the door of the store. However, he still didn't have a specific plan in his mind to communicate with the other party. Even if he asked the other party out, it was just a temporary idea. Hurry up and think about what to do next. If there is any good way to avoid signing the contract with the lowest profit, you will definitely make a lot of money this time. Zhang Shanhai was constantly thinking about the next direction in his mind, whether to relax the demand for shares or increase the percentage of assets that could be loaned out. Why don't you come in, or do you think it's cooler outside? Oh, here it comes. Zhang Shanhai finally reacted and quickly parked the car in an empty space nearby, then rushed into the coffee shop wrapped in his clothes. Even though it is Starbucks, there are few customers at night. Looking around, there are only so many customers in such a large coffee shop that you can count them on one hand. "Hello, what would you two like to drink tonight?" "Give me a plain American, nothing in it." Yi Linyao silently raised a finger, and the clerk then said he understood. He turned around and asked another customer who came with Yi Linyao. Zhang Shanhai didn't know what to drink. He rarely came to this kind of place to drink coffee. After all, people of his age were used to drinking tea. But in order to avoid a generation gap between him and Yi Linyao, he had to order a cup of coffee. He looked up and saw that the price list did not mention tea, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink coffee with him. "I want the same thing as him." "Okay." Hearing this, Yi Linyao turned his head and looked at Zhang Shanhai with interest. Zhang Shanhai felt a little flattered when he saw this, and was very excited inside. Could it be that I ordered coffee just now, which made him feel that he and I have a common language? It's a good thing I ordered coffee. If I asked if there was any tea, this order might have been cancelled. He felt very fortunate in his heart, and then he found a place to sit down with Yi Linyao. Yi Linyao did not speak, and Zhang Shanhai was too embarrassed to say anything. He could only sit here and wait with Yi Linyao for the 2 cups of coffee he had just purchased. After a while, the 2 cups of coffee were brought up by the waiter in Starbucks. These 2 cups of coffee don't look like much, but the price is not cheap. Because it was Zhang Shanhai who had to pay, he felt quite distressed inside. Even drinking tea doesn't have to be so expensive. But I remember that I have drunk coffee before, and it shouldn't be that bad. Seeing Yi Linyao very elegantly lift the coffee cup to his lips and take a sip, he also imitated him and started drinking. But the moment the coffee reached his lips, he couldn't help coughing. His cough was so loud that the few customers and employees in the store turned their heads to look at him. Cough, 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 cough. This reaction inevitably made people around turn their heads to look at them, because most of the customers in this coffee shop were young couples. It is rare to see such an old-fashioned person choking like this while drinking coffee, so everyone started laughing. Yi Linyao, who was sitting next to Zhang Shanhai, was not affected at all. He still closed his eyes silently, and occasionally picked up the coffee in front of him to taste it. It's just that Zhang Shanhai really couldn't accept this taste. "Oh my god, why does this coffee taste so bitter? Did I forget to add something when making it? Or are the ingredients bad?" This thought kept lingering in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, Yi Linyao, who was sitting opposite him, was also drinking the same thing, but he acted quite calmly. "Mr. Yi, if you're not used to the drink, there are some sugar cubes in the small bottle. You can add that. There's milk in the other pot. You can add that if you like." Before Zhang Shanhai could say anything, Yi Linyao answered the question he wanted to ask. Oh, okay." Nodding awkwardly, Zhang Shanhai picked up the pot and the small bottle containing the white square crystals next to him. After making sure that there were indeed sugar cubes and milk in it, he began to add them to his coffee. Just now I felt that it was too bitter and hard to drink, so Zhang Shanhai added a lot of it. Yi Linyao couldn't help but take a quick glance at it, secretly sighing in his heart that what he was adding now was simply a lethal dose. Chapter 197. The waiter was careless and refilled the cup. After he drank 2 sips of coffee just now, there wasn't much coffee left in the cup to begin with. Now that he added so much sugar and milk into it, it was no longer coffee. If I have to say, maybe it's more like drinking coffee-flavored milk tea. Who would have thought that after taking a sip, Zhang Shanhai actually felt that it tasted quite good, and the expression on his face looked much more relaxed than before. "Oh, Mr. Yi, I almost forgot that I came out with you this time to discuss serious matters." Zhang Shanhai quickly corrected the topic. He still hoped to reach a cooperation with Yi Linyao. This would not only allow him to put his mind at ease, but also improve his situation in the company. "You told me on the phone that there would be other methods. I came out this time to listen to your ideas. If your company can give me good conditions, then I will definitely be willing to cooperate." Without further ado, Yi Linyao naturally stopped talking here and continued to taste the cup of pure American coffee in front of him. This made Zhang Shanhai very embarrassed. Although he was the one who called Yi Linyao out of his house in the middle of the night, he had not yet figured out how to negotiate the benefits with the other party. May I ask you something? I wonder what exactly Mr. Yi wants to do now. Or what kind of business model do you want in order to cooperate with us?" Throwing the question to the other party may be a good idea. You may be able to take this opportunity to understand the other person's true thoughts. Yi Linyao smiled. He knew that the other party was willing to leave his phone number and contact him from time to time because he wanted to cooperate with him. Since the other party is so proactive, there is no need for him to reveal too much of his cards. I haven't thought about it yet, but if the conditions you offer are too good, I will definitely agree. Zhang Shanhai. Not only did I not get anything out of the question, but I also pushed a very vague boundary back to myself. It was very uncomfortable to be stuck here. He even considered whether he should let Mr. Yi go back today and come back to continue the discussion when he was ready. I'm just worried that if I do this, if the other party becomes concerned and resentful, then the cooperation between them might be over. Mr. Yi, what do you think if we only take 10% of the shares? After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Shanhai finally put his chips down, hoping to slowly test the opponent's bottom line. But as soon as he finished saying this, he immediately regretted it, because he had really given away too many of his chips. If the other party still disagrees, then this negotiation will definitely be cancelled. I only take 10%. I didn't expect you guys would be able to make such a big concession. It seems like there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Not so much. I just said last time that we must reach a cooperative relationship with Mr. Yi. There are too few young and promising masters like you now. The polite words Zhang Shanhai used in front of other people had no effect at all on Yi Linyao. Now Yi Linyao knew very well what he should do. Since the other party was a venture capital company, they would definitely try their best to maximize their own interests. Fundamentally speaking, they just pay a small amount of cost, but you need to spend time and energy. Technology investment will always account for a larger proportion than capital investment, which is why he has never accepted the conditions offered to him by Ronghua Venture Capital Company, Limited. Manager Zhang, if we want to reach a cooperation, the most important thing is the distribution of benefits. I don't feel your sincerity from the conditions you just mentioned. Yi Linyao silently drank the last sip of American coffee and gently placed the coffee cup on the coffee tray. The two pieces of porcelain collided with each other, making a crisp sound. After hearing this voice, Zhang Shanhai was able to understand its meaning. Mr. Yi had finished his coffee, and he was not particularly satisfied with the conditions he had just proposed, so the next thing he wanted to say was, "Let's talk about it next time." At that moment, for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. His subconscious was telling him that if Yi Linyao left this time, there would be no chance for them to discuss cooperation next time. Forehead. Zhang Shanhai spoke, but the words he wanted to say were suddenly stuck. He didn't know what to say, so the situation came to a standstill. Yi Linyao glanced at him lightly, feeling that this person might really be able to confess all the greatest benefits they could give out. It seems that it was really worth it to run out in such cold weather tonight. Is the Americano good? Do you want another cup? Yi Linyao. Damn it, brother, are you kidding me? Did I come out in the middle of the night just to drink coffee with you? I have a wife and children at home, why would I come out? Forget it, it's already quite late today, why don't we find some time to? While speaking, Yi Linyao had already stood up from the chair, walked down the door and pushed it open. Late autumn is approaching the winter season, making the air at night extremely cold and biting. The moment I opened the door, cold wind blew in from outside. Yi Linyao felt that his whole body was trembling slightly, and he began to feel a little cold at his knees. Just like that, Yi Linyao remained in the posture of opening the door. Zhang Shanhai also looked at Yi Linyao and expressed some confusion. Then Yi Linyao withdrew his hand and the door closed again. I think I can have another cup, remember to make it hot. Zhang Shanhai, this. Okay, no problem. With an awkward smile, Zhang Shanhai asked the waiter next to him for another refill. Yi Linyao, I was careless. If I had known I would drive here today, why is it so cold at night in this season? Chapter 198. Mr. Yi has other requests. Zhang Shanhai thought about it and felt that it would be more comfortable to stay in this place. The tigress in his home simply wouldn't let him have any peace. When he thought of his wife, he couldn't help but think of the time when he saw Yi Linyao's wife at the children's autumn sports meeting. She looked so beautiful that it was hard to imagine that she was a mother of 4 children. Hey, we are all human beings, why is there such a big gap between us? There is no point in mourning in my heart. My family as a whole cannot compare to Mr. Yi's family. Perhaps this is an all-round victory. Manager Zhang, let me tell you this now. I do want to enter the business world, but you also know that I am a typical technology investor. If you take away my shares and don't provide me with other help, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Since he has chosen to stay here, Yi Linyao might as well say everything he needs to say. If the other party can accept the requirements he has just put forward, then this cooperation can be negotiated. Zhang Shanhai finally understood that Yi Linyao had known from the beginning how much chips he should get for his current technology investment. It turns out that Mr. Yi has had other companies come to talk to you before. Zhang Shanhai still didn't give up and wanted to use this method to get more information. If there was any contact between Yi Linyao and other companies, they would have to be nervous now. Indeed, and the conditions offered to me by other companies are also quite good, because they know that for craftsmen of my age, as long as they make their name known, there will be a steady stream of traffic. Yi Linyao was just bluffing. During this period, only Ronghua Fengtu Company Limited had contact with him, and he didn't know much about other companies. But if we explain this situation now, it will only make them further stick to the current price. It seems that there are other companies eyeing this piece of fat meat. Which company could it be? I am afraid I won't get a reply if I ask directly. Zhang Shanhai felt more and more headache, and his hands hidden under the table kept clenching. His nails had begun to slowly dig into the flesh. He hoped that the pain could bring him some turning point in the situation. It's a pity that no idea at all can appear in my mind. From the beginning till now, he had been played around by the other party, as if his appearance this time had become a part of the trap designed by the other party. So if what you mean is true, Mr. Yi, other companies contacted you, but you didn't choose them in the end, right? It's all meaningless, but for Zhang Shanhai, it's the best way to delay time. What he wanted to do most now was to make Yi Linyao change his mind. If it was really as he said, and other companies also offered him a very high price, then even if he relaxed the conditions to the greatest extent possible, he might still be tricked by others. Mr. Zhang, since we are cooperating, please tell me the lowest price you can accept. If you are hiding something from me, can I consider looking for other companies to cooperate with? And the reason why I considered you first is because your children and my children go to the same kindergarten. Because of this relationship, I contacted you first. If you are still unwilling to tell us your final price and conditions, I am afraid. Yi Linyao deliberately did not say the last bit, but he knew that Zhang Shanhai would definitely understand what he meant. Okay, Mr. Yi, since you said that, I've told you the best conditions our company can offer now. At the beginning, the company attached great importance to the cooperation with Yi Linyao, hoping to complete a series of cooperation with Yi Linyao through certain conditions. But the supervisor also said at the time, do everything you can to reduce the cost as much as possible. You also know that we are a venture capital company, so we must use the least amount of capital investment to get the greatest return. It's a pity that Zhang Shanhai did not complete the task according to the ideas of his supervisor or boss. All he could do was to follow his leader's ideas and try his best to establish a relationship with Yi Linyao. If that's the case, then we will only take up 10% of all the shares. We will help with all the initial investments, and we will also be responsible for the subsequent store management and personnel liquidation. This condition is quite good for Yi Linyao. At least in a sense, he can fully utilize the advantages of his current technological investment. But just when Yi Linyao was about to agree, Zhang Shanhai suddenly stopped. But Mr. Yi, I believe you also know that since we are a venture capital company, we will never do business that loses money, so we can only give you 2 months at most. If you cannot get a certain return from our company within 2 months, we will terminate this contract. Yi Linyao naturally understood that 2 months might not seem like a lot of time on the surface, but with his current strength, he had nothing to worry about. Even if it's only a month, he can do it quickly. The conditions you just proposed seem pretty good, but I have an additional requirement. If you can meet them, we can prepare to sign the contract in the next 2 days. After hearing that Yi Linyao agreed to his current conditions, Zhang Shan felt mixed emotions, but the other party also proposed other requirements, and he suddenly became a little scared. This person was able to ask for a very high price and forced himself to such a low price. If he were allowed to make some more requests, the final price would have far exceeded the lowest price the company could offer. But they still have to listen first. If Yi Linyao really has excessive demands, they can't just let him take advantage of them. Mr. Yi, you can speak first, but what I just said is the maximum degree of regression we can accept now. Chapter 199. Okay, I agree. Zhang Shanhai made his words clear in a very tactful tone. After all, he really wanted to complete the contract with Yi Linyao, as this would be of some help to his future career. Yi Linyao certainly knew that they must have already taken out the method that would benefit them the least, otherwise Zhang Shanhai would not have kept it hidden for such a long time. He was just trying to buy some time for himself. Afterwards, if he could build a bigger store, it would definitely bring enough profits to Ronghua Venture Capital Company. Of course, but I think you can accept my proposal now. Before Yi Lingyao finished speaking, Zhang Shanhai already showed some signs of wanting to accept it. He really didn't want to continue the stalemate. If he could cooperate with him, even if it meant a little loss, he believed that his boss would be able to understand. Well, that's fine. Mr. Yi, you go first. Zhang Shanhai tried hard to calm his emotions, constantly comforting himself in his heart, and his deep breathing frequency began to increase faster and faster. I need some money. This money can be considered as a loan from me. The interest rate can be based on the normal interest rate in the current market. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Zhang Shanhai originally thought that there was still some dissatisfaction with their cooperation, and he was constantly calculating in his heart how much concessions he could make, but the subsequent actions made him a little confused. Mr. Yi should be a very rich man, so why would he borrow money from a venture capital company? Doubts quickly sprouted in Zhang Shanhai's heart, but he still had no intention of objecting to the request made by the other party. After all, if you want to complete mutual cooperation with the other party, the most basic thing is to make the distribution of interests of the cooperation clear to both parties before the cooperation. Well, Mr. Yi, I don't know how much money you need right now. And if we follow the interest rate you just mentioned, we don't know what the interest rate is right now. Zhang Shanhaisheng still had more questions in his heart. He really couldn't understand why a man who looked so rich could raise 4 children in Shanghai at the same time, but needed to borrow money at this time. And the normal method is at the forefront. Shouldn't we go to a nearby bank? There should be a close relationship between such big customers and the bank, and the interest rate offered by the bank must be more favorable. I need about 5 million. Based on the current market annual interest rate of 10%, I will return all the money to you in 2 months. Now it was Zhang Shanhai's turn to be stunned. Although 5 million yuan was not a lot for a venture capital company, the money was still lent to individuals, and they had to avoid the possibility of bad debts. May I ask, what exactly does Mr. Yi want to use the money for? We are also fully responsible for the funding of the store in the future. At that moment, a possibility came to Zhang Shanhai's mind. If they were to borrow money from him and open this store on their own, and then pay him back the money according to the interest rate. Isn't this a typical case of making money out of nothing? In this case, all they can earn is the interest for these 2 months. Even though this interest rate is 3 percentage points higher than that of the bank, it is still far from the brand power created by this young man in front of them. I have my own plans, and this money is not counted together with the money you will use to open the store. This is just a personal loan from me. Yi Lingyao would definitely not tell everyone his thoughts. Not only was it difficult to rely on borrowers to invest in stocks, but even if he let them know that he could make money, they would probably not believe it. Zhang Shanhai obviously felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Yi Lingyao was already waiting for his reply on the other side, and he also knew that he had to give the other party a reply as soon as possible. Yes or no, this seems like a simple question, but it is very troublesome to answer. If the answer is no, then Yi Lingyao will most likely decide to give up cooperation with them at this time. But if he agrees, then he will be agreeing to this special loan that has no precedent in the company without the instructions of the senior management. What should I do? Why did it become like this? He was extremely conflicted inside, and for a moment he even regretted being so naughty as to dial that number. If he had gone to bed earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Of course, if you feel you need to think about it, that's fine. We'll just stop here today. Yi Lingyao spoke with an understanding expression, but in Zhang Shanhai's eyes, these words simply meant that there was almost no need to discuss the cooperation between us anymore. This condition is not unreasonable, but it is a considerable responsibility for a venture capital company. Mr. Yi, can I trust you? After a long silence, Zhang Shanhai lowered his head and spoke, as if his tone was full of seriousness. Yi Lingyao had seen this kind of scene many times and was not affected by it at all. He also answered with a very serious expression. Manager Zhang, the moment you said that, you probably already had the answer in your heart. You asked me just to confirm your own thoughts. Zhang Shanhai was stunned when his thoughts were touched upon. He really didn't know what to do, but he had to make a choice now. If successful, he will be able to create profits for the company, but if he fails, he will have to bear the consequences of the company's inability to recover the 5 million loan. This is a time when he needs to weigh the pros and cons. No matter what, he must make a judgment and choice now. Yi Linyao silently drank the refill of coffee in front of him. He gave him time before finishing the coffee. If he didn't put pressure on him, the other party would not really consider it. Sip after sip, the coffee in the cup was soon gone, and there certainly wasn't much time left for Zhang Shanhai. Okay, it's okay, Mr. Yi. I can agree to all the conditions you just mentioned. Chapter 200, I'm very popular no matter where I am. After Zhang Shanhai agreed, Yi Linyao was secretly delighted in his heart. He was just making a bet to see how much concessions the other party would make. So when can we sign a contract with each other and get the follow-up matters underway as soon as possible? If everything goes well, it will be done in the next few days. When the time comes, just bring the printed contract and contact me. I will pick up the children on time every night when they get out of school. Okay, I'm glad to have reached a consensus with Mr. Yi. I will go back to the company tomorrow to prepare to print out the contract. Although the process seemed very bumpy and difficult, at least the result was what Zhang Shanhai had thought. Well, it's getting late today, why don't we just stop talking about this now? Zhang Shanhai also looked down at the watch on his hand. It had been nearly 30 minutes since he came out. Okay, then I'll send Mr. Yi back. Thank you for your help. After paying the bill, Zhang Shanhai came out and started the car, then returned along the same route and sent Yi Linyao back. Mr. Yi, it's already so late, is it okay to go back? What's the meaning? I'm really sorry to call you out so late at night. I wonder if Madame Ling would mind. Thinking of the tigress in his own family, Zhang Shanhai couldn't help but worry whether Mr. Yi would receive the same treatment. It doesn't matter. I told her when I came out, and she has always believed in me. Zhang Shanhai, it was quite sudden that I felt the gap between the two sides' wives. Why were other people's wives so good? He felt sad for a while, and when he looked up again, he found that Yi Linyao had already left. He hurriedly looked around to see which direction Yi Linyao had left. Perhaps he could still pay him a visit later, but unfortunately there was no one around, so he finally gave up. Well, it seems I have to go back quickly. If I go back later, the feathered duster might break tonight. With a creak, the door of the room was opened. When Yi Linyao saw that there was no light in the room, he felt relieved. It seems that he really went to sleep. That's quite obedient. Thinking of this, Yi Linyao changed the shoes he had just worn when going out next to the shoe cabinet. Maybe because the noise made by the shoe cabinet was a bit loud when he was changing shoes, some noise was heard in the room. Yi Linyao turned his head and looked carefully. There seemed to be some light coming from under the door of the room inside. Soon after, the door of the room opened and a head cautiously poked out from inside. Linyao, are you back? The voice belonged to his wife, Lu Ruoshi. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Didn't I tell you to go to bed first? Just wait for me for a while. Yi Linyao was a little surprised, as he thought his wife had already gone to bed. Isn't this the time I've been waiting for you to come back? You went out so late, and I was worried that if something happened to you outside, someone would have to answer the phone. Yi Linyao smiled. He had to admit that it was only at times like this that he could truly experience how good his family was. Aren't you sleepy? You have to go to work tomorrow. I'm not sleepy. I won't be sleepy unless you come back. Lu Ruoshi smiled and slowly walked in front of Yi Linyao, speaking in a slightly naughty tone. Well, let's go to rest quickly. We still have a lot of things to do after dawn. Good morning, Mr. Yi. At the gate of Bucai Kindergarten, Yi Linyao had just stopped the car and picked up his child when he saw Teacher Wu, the father of the kindergarten, walking towards him. Good morning, babies, come and say hello to the teacher. Good morning, Teacher Wu. The four little guys spoke in unison, and their tone revealed a lot of childhood flavor. Go quickly, and remember to listen carefully to your teacher when you get to school. Okay, Dad. With their hands open, the little ones quickly ran into the school. Let's see who can run into the classroom first. As soon as they finished speaking, they ran out quickly. Be careful, don't fall. Since the children had been delivered, Yi Linyao planned to leave, but just as he turned around, he was stopped by Teacher Wu. Mr. Yi. What's wrong? Anything else? There's nothing else to say. If anything, it's about the competition that these little guys are going to have in 2 weeks. Oh, they have already thought of their interests and hobbies, and I will help them more, so they will definitely be able to participate in the competition when the time comes. That's good. That's good. After hearing Yi Linyao say these words, Teacher Wu felt relieved. There are quite a few kindergartens in Shanghai now. For example, there are many talented children preparing to join the other powerful kindergartens. In such wealthy families, very famous private tutors can be hired almost easily, so the children must be quite capable. Looking at the entire Boitsai kindergarten, its level is ranked at the bottom among all the kindergartens in Shanghai. If Yiliao's 4 little darlings were to be the ones to help their students get a good ranking in the competition, then they would probably be the only ones who would do so. Watching the car going further and further away, Teacher Wu felt for the first time that this man might actually be more powerful than he appeared. Ever since Yiliao led Li Feng to victory in the school, his stories began to spread all over the school in an instant. There were even many students at school who contacted their former seniors and asked privately which girls Yiliao liked at the time. Of course, the people who received the most questions were definitely the people in Li Feng's band. After all, if they could become Yiliao's students, it would mean that the relationship between them would definitely be closer. Maybe I could get something out of them, but they were just squatting in the music room from beginning to end, preparing their own things. They still remembered what Yiliao told them at the time: as long as we can practice that piece of music well, we will definitely be able to achieve an excellent result in the competition among all the students of Magic City University. The school was buzzing with excitement because of Yiliao. At the same time, Yiliao's 4 children also caused a great craze among the students in the kindergarten.